This story is about a hero who was abandoned, named Liang. In this world, there are 12 people who awaken their powers and are blessed by 12 divine beings. However, Liang turns out to be the 13th to awaken his power, yet he receives no blessing from any of the gods. But here's the twist. Liang is actually the strongest hero, even more powerful than all 12 of them combined. Unfortunately, he has been betrayed by his own teammates, cast into a hellish prison for 20 long years. From that moment on, Liang is determined to return and take revenge on those backstabbing jerks. How will his journey unfold? We kick off the story in the setting of a certain restaurant. On the dining table sits a plate of mouth-watering fried chicken with sauce and beer, a truly delicious dinner. A man's voice rings out. Liang. Listen closely. The man with the golden hair is the centaur saint, Hugo Otters. He ominously declares that tomorrow, Liang will die. The guy next to him, holding a chicken leg, is shocked, thinking that Oteksu wants him to kick the bucket early. The one munching on the chicken leg has a face that is quite unsettling. The left side is marred by a massive, terrifying scar, and his left eye seems damaged, lacking any humanity. He flashes a carefree smile, holding 2 chicken legs, joking that the other guy is just mad because he is devouring both legs at once. He is the 13th awakener. Liang, hearing this, makes Hugo Otters a bit angry, but he still manages a smile. He explains that Liang should call him Hugo Otters instead of Oteksu. Liang calmly chews on his chicken leg, reassuring him that there is no need to worry. He is not going to die anytime soon. Liang grins while lazily biting into his chicken leg, reminding everyone that the number of foes he is taken down far exceeds that of the 12 saints combined. How could he possibly die so easily? Hugo Otters clasps his hands, pondering silently for a while. Meanwhile, at the Demon Tower, where the most dangerous beasts threatening humanity reside, let us rewind a little on the last day of the 20th century. These monstrous creatures emerged from the void, and humanity faced annihilation. But just when humanity was at its most desperate, heroes emerged, 12 entities claiming to be the supreme gods. They promised to grant humanity powers surpassing those of the beasts, and would choose 12 awakeners to inherit these powers. However, every plan has its exceptions. Besides the 12 supreme gods, a 13th awakener appeared. Yet, due to an oversight, he received no blessings from the divine beings. On top of that, this 13th awakener possesses terrifying power. Clad in a black outfit, he wields a blade that wreaks havoc, his strength rivaling that of all 12 saints combined. Can you guess who this 13th one is? He stands tall amidst a writhing mass of monsters, screaming in agony, the terrifying face marred by scars, and that eerie smile. Who else could it be? The 13th saint. Liang. After the battle, Hugo Otters approaches to express his gratitude. Thanks to Zhiwang's power, they successfully conquered the Demon Tower. Liang plops down on a rock, his face pale, telling him to stop buttering him up if he really wants to thank him. Just treat him to fried chicken for 5 years. Hugo Otters does not seem fazed by this attitude at all. Sometimes he really thinks Liang is a fried chicken fanatic. Still, he reminds him not to call him Oteksu anymore. Liang put on a grim face, reminding them that it could not be fixed. The green-haired sage stepped forward, believing that if they could take down the demon eye in this tower, the rewards would be nothing short of extraordinary. Another sage, a burly figure, smiled with delight. After all, it was the strongest creature around, so they were pretty much guaranteed at least 100 billion in rewards. At that moment, Liang said something that left both of them puzzled. He suggested they start dreaming about a peaceful life at a hotel in Hawaii for the next decade, because several countries were on the brink of bankruptcy thanks to the demon eye. As he pulled back the cloth covering his face, the burly guy smirked slightly. His expression turned sly as he thought Liang would need to rake in a ton of cash to negotiate with them. Only then could he reclaim his handsome face and his currently battered body. Deep down, Liang had always looked down on them. Despite gaining power, they were still just selfish scum. Seeing them leave, Liang thought he had released some of the irritation in his heart. But they reminded him that even if humanity begged for help, they should not rush straight into the disaster zone. Only when the number of victims hit a certain threshold would their payout increase. And then they turned away, wearing malicious smiles. Liang sighed dismissively, but his mind was turbulent. They were truly a bunch of despicable lowlifes. Taking out the demon eye would instantly cut ties with them. They quickly made their way to the final floor of the Demon Tower, a place that resembled a cave filled with sharp, jagged rocks. The sages immediately broke into a sweat as they saw it, their earlier arrogance evaporating. They stood dumbfounded, faces collectively expressing fear and cowardice. Before them was the end boss of the Demon Tower, the Demon Eye, a colossal monster with numerous sharp, curved horns and glowing red eyes that radiated ferocity. To it, the sages were nothing more than pests. Liang watched silently, surprised by its immense power. Just looking at it brought a heavy pressure upon them. The Demon Eye let out a deafening roar, unleashing a wave of golden light from its mouth. The sages felt a violent tremor that seemed to steal half their souls away. The ground beneath them began to crack, the fissures widening as lava surged up from below. Liang was not spared. He felt the power of the beast, and the heat radiating from the ground. Reflexively, he raised his hands in defense. Streams of lava concentrated at a point in front of the demon eye. Then it expanded, forming a pit ready to erupt. The sages were quickly overwhelmed by the wave of lava, seared by its heat. The scene outside was even more horrifying, as molten lava erupted from the top of the demon tower, lighting up the sky. Inside the tower had turned into total chaos, a haze of smoke and dust everywhere. The sages fell back, eyes wide and trembling in fear. A massive lava pit radiated terrifying heat right beneath their feet. This pit was huge enough to swallow any creature that fell into it. On the opposite side, the dark chain eye sat regally on its throne amidst the swirling dust, its face calm and composed. Its sharp fangs jutted out, giving off an aura of superiority over them. The female cultivator facing its gaze trembled in sheer terror, stammering as she urged everyone to run. And as soon as she finished her words, the entire group of cultivators scrambled to flee in a panic. They all knew they stood no chance against such a creature and bolted away in fear. Liang turned to watch the chaos as the group frantically fled, unable to hide his disdain. So they still dared to call themselves cultivators. With that thought, he tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. His bandaged hand, though covered, was incredibly powerful. It did not matter because he would be the one to eliminate the dark chain eye. His eyes gleamed with determination, radiating a beautiful aura from his body. That fierce resolve was palpable even through his mask. His gaze was filled with passion, accompanied by a confident smile. Only he, Liang, would be the one to take it down. From his solitary position, energy surged and exploded from the ground. Liang leaped high, swinging his blade towards the dark chain eye. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated Liang became. After all his efforts to protect humanity, he was betrayed in the end. Stabbed in the back by the very same people he fought to save. Caught in this dire situation, he could not remember how long it had been since he was curious about the outside world, wondering if the flow of time inside the tower was any different from that outside. Even with one arm severed, he still fought fiercely, dispatching the enemies with precision, slicing them into pieces. Speaking of which, all he wanted now was to kill. He had to keep swinging his sword, even though his body was in tatters. His eyes burned bright with fighting spirit, a dagger clenched in his mouth, and his right hand gripping a mighty sword. Ahead of him, countless monstrous eyes were ready for battle. He could not give up. This place was a special trap designed to summon an endless horde of monsters. Alone, he faced thousands, millions of fierce beasts. With no intention of stopping, Liang's body was battered, blood streaming from his eyes and mouth. Yet that second eye still shone with a beautiful blue light. Perhaps it was the glow of righteousness. Those monsters think that was enough to kill him. They were mistaken. He clenched the dagger tightly in his mouth. He was determined to leave this place. Liang's spirit burned bright. He would take the head of every single enemy down. Yet time flew by unnoticed, and he had spent 20 years in that tower. It was hard to believe he had made it this far. The old man proclaimed loudly that he was the last one standing. The beast shrank in the corner, trembling and crying for help. That old man was none other than Liang. 20 years had transformed him into a battle-hardened warrior, but his gaze remained steadfast and unyielding. He stepped forward, showing that the opponent could scream all they wanted. They were all going to die anyway. Ignoring the creature's cries, he stomped down, crushing its head into a pulp. Liang stood back, gazing at the aftermath of his battle, letting out a breath. The faculty wore finally relaxed. At last, everything has come to an end. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind, and the cave seemed to be collapsing. Rocks and debris falling everywhere. Liang fell to his knees, finally free at last. Just as he managed to speak a single word, complete exhaustion washed over him. As he let go of everything he had carried for over 20 years, he lay flat on the ground, ignoring the constant rain of rocks from above. The scene shifts to the outside world, where the city has been utterly devastated, showing no signs of life whatsoever. Roads and bridges lay in ruins, occasionally pierced by the desperate cries of humanity. A teenager, laughing as he ran, told his companion that he had warned him not to run over there. The other guy looked pretty annoyed. How was he supposed to know that today would actually be safe? He never expected they would encounter those high-level beastmen. Hot on their heels were the four-eyed wild boar beastmen charging at them. Maybe it was the overwhelming fear, but the teenager suddenly burst into tears. Yet he still managed to smile. He thought to himself that this time they were done for. His instincts warned him that they would meet something incredibly powerful today. Meanwhile, the beastmen leaped toward them, striking him down to the ground in pain. At that moment, the two were surrounded by the beasts. With no chance of escape, the teenager struggled to get up, thinking to himself that if that day Liang survived out of the demon tower, these beastmen would not be a problem at all. Just as that thought crossed his mind, there was suddenly a commotion coming from the demon tower. The great door of the tower began to creak open, and both of them stared in shock at the unfolding scene. A brilliant beam of light burst through, flooding the space. Then, a massive explosion occurred. With such force that it seemed capable of obliterating everything, the two teenagers shielded their eyes and covered their heads to avoid the shockwave. The explosion created a massive hole in the ground. The two boys were buried under the falling debris. Frustrated, wondering what had just happened, one of them suddenly saw something and panicked, pointing ahead as if someone was emerging from the tower. Jimin also opened his eyes wide. Astonished was that a person, a muscular arm emerged first, thick and strong. The figure stood tall amidst the wreckage, both mysterious and radiating immense power. The person clenched their fists, letting out a roar. Following that, a radiant aura erupted from this being. Spreading around them, the individual glared fiercely, eyes filled with intensity. This was Liang in a completely new form. All previous injuries had vanished. How dare those guys stab him in the back and set a trap for him? They are all a bunch of worthless trash. With that, he yelled out, unleashing a wave of blue energy that radiated around him. A proud smile crossed his face as he declared, "All you filthy beasts deserve to die." Back to the scene of the wreckage, Jimin and his friend, buried under the debris, managed to peek their heads up, wondering what the commotion was about. Liang took down the mutant beast with a single uppercut, and feeling unsatisfied, he delivered a powerful kick to its head, ensuring the creature was completely finished off. The two onlookers were dumbfounded by the sight before them. If this was a disaster-level orange, even high-level awakened beings would be in trouble. Liang casually picked up the severed upper half of the beast, grinning from ear to ear. After a moment, he turned to look at the two. They were hiding behind a rock, having only caught a glimpse of a white plume of smoke descending to the ground. Completely bewildered, but just a second later, Liang landed right in front of them, startling both of them. Jimin stepped back, raising his hands, wanting to know why the guy was attacking him, while his companion was so scared he could not even speak. Liang did not answer their question but seemed puzzled, thinking it was some kind of beast only to find out it was a human. He simply stated that everything had been wiped out and then turned away. The two let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had been given a second chance at life. Jimin, though still shaken from the chaos, quickly recalled that this guy must be from the tower. This was definitely shocking news. Realizing this, the other guy quickly tried to stop him. After all, where was this tower? If he blabbed about this, he might end up endangering his own life. He figured the guy was in this area because the tower had collapsed. Just then, a massive shadow began to block the light, and both of them instinctively crawled backward in panic, staring at what was looming behind him. The gigantic mutant beast had been standing behind him the whole time, its massive mouth dripping with saliva and its eyes glowing red. Liang calmly turned around to face it. Jimin and his friend, upon seeing the colossal monster, were instantly struck with fear. Wasn't he the alpha wolf? The two still did not grasp what was happening, but quickly urged the guy to run. Liang, however, had never known fear. So what if it was the alpha wolf? It would still lose to the higher-level monsters in the demon tower. He coldly faced it down, a smirk on his lips. The wolf seemed to sense his defiance, baring its teeth, its eyes shining with ferocity as it prepared to strike. It opened its massive jaws, emitting a terrifying growl that made the two teens clutch their heads in agony. Then, from its mouth, it unleashed a stream of powerful energy directed at them, causing the ground and buildings to shatter wherever it struck. The monstrous force of the attack seemed to devour everything in its path. Just a glance was enough to witness the horrifying destruction it wrought. This energy did not just target them. It seemed to sweep away half the city, glowing brightly like a second sun crashing down. Moments later, when the space fell silent, the two slowly opened their eyes, questioning their existence, surprised that they were still alive. It was then they finally grasped the situation, their eyes widening in astonishment. In front of them stood the imposing figure of Liang, remaining calm with his hands shoved in his pockets, his long hair flowing dramatically in the wind. He looked like a proud hero, brimming with confidence and charisma. That attack barely scratched him. Behind where he stood, everything was untouched, while all around was left in ruins, creating deep craters. The two teenagers were stunned, realizing he was protecting them. Jun chuckled with a hint of irritation, calling that stupid thing a clueless idiot. Then, right in front of them, he leaped into the air, soaring hundreds of meters like a green rocket shooting up into the sky. He clenched his fist, his eyes fierce and determined, then dove down at lightning speed. After all, it was just a dumb dog that needed to be reborn early. His punch unleashed a powerful wave of energy that slammed down on the beast, making it flop over like a rag doll. Even though the two were mentally prepared, they could not help but gawk in disbelief. The gigantic monster was taken down effortlessly with just a single punch. After dispatching the alpha wolf, Jun struck a cool landing pose, looking absolutely stylish. The alpha wolf lay sprawled on the ground, and Jun stood proudly with his hands on his hips, facing the humans. He wiped the sweat off his face and brushed off his hands, thinking this time it was definitely the end. He then glanced over at the two, who flinched at the sound of their names being called, their faces turning pale as they obediently replied. Jun maintained his cold gaze, the air thick with intensity as he ordered them to leave. Though terrified, the two stood frozen for a moment, surrounded by the complete devastation. The two had no idea where to go. Jun flipped his mood faster than flipping a pancake. Just a second ago, he was radiating fierce energy, and now he was smiling, asking them to get him some food. After saying that, he pretended to scratch his head, leaving the two completely dumbfounded. Suddenly remembering something, he added that they should also buy him some clothes, leaving them even more stunned. They quickly made their way to a nearby convenience store. Jun slammed the empty bowl down on the table, looking satisfied. Meanwhile, the two stared at the bill, their faces draining of color as their spirits seemed to vanish along with their wallets. He devoured $10,000 worth of food all at once, equivalent to what 120 ordinary people would eat. Jun lounged back in his chair, proudly displaying his big belly, then burped, knowing they did not have much money, so he thought he was being considerate. The waitress nearby covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Seeing a table piled high with empty dishes made them dizzy. He turned to the server and gave her a thumbs up since they had promised to cater to his every whim for saving their lives. He asked for another serving of ramen. The moment they heard that, panic set, and their heads practically exploded. Jimin brushed off the commotion, changing the subject to ask what the other's identity was. Was he a disciple? Or perhaps the captain of some holy squad? Moreover, why was he even at the tower? Lee Jian casually replied that he simply went out of the tower and stumbled into all of this. The two people just heard him in the tower, and were instantly taken aback. Lee Jian told them to forget about it. He had his own questions. And clearly, these two were anything but ordinary. He even saw a blue aura radiating from the body of that young boy. When Jimin heard this, he smirked, and his friend explained that the boy was an awakened disciple blessed by the divine. He thought that Lee Jian was also a disciple like that. Upon hearing this, Lee Jian felt extremely annoyed. What the hell? Why should he serve those damn people? As he spoke, he picked up a bowl. But at that moment, he suddenly saw his reflection in the bowl. He froze for 3 seconds. Then his mind exploded, his face contorted, and his expression darkened. Lee Jian panicked and slammed his hands on the table, jumping up to frantically search for a mirror. The waitress was also scared by him, pointing towards the opposite side. Lee Jian quickly ran over there, skillfully taking off his shirt to reveal his toned body. He looked at himself in the mirror and then raised a hand to touch his face, where there were once countless wounds and deep scars. Now everything was smooth and flawless. His mouth no longer had sores, and the remnants of time had vanished. His physique now looked like that of an 18-year-old stud. Who would have thought that after stepping out of the tower, his entire body would be completely restored? He recalled how he looked before. Not only was he ugly, but he was also in such a miserable state that it was hard to look at. He put his hand to his mouth, pulling at it as if to verify if this was just a mask. His hair had grown back evenly, no longer missing patches like before. But the previous damage was incredibly hard to recover from since he had handled it poorly. Suddenly, he noticed a strange mark in the palm of his hand. The mark seemed to sense him and began to glow distinctly, taking the shape of a green snake with bright, sparkling eyes. But just as it appeared, a numb pain shot through his hand, causing him to clutch it tightly, the green aura around him becoming more pronounced. At that moment, a message from the system appeared, announcing that he had just experienced death. This was an impossible achievement, and all his current abilities would be transferred to his new body. He had transformed and evolved. In no time, the transformation was complete, and the system continued to inform him that he could now use the power of the Safu group, which was the symbol of the mark in his palm. Li Jian struggled to endure the pain, and the energy in his body radiated outward. He slowly opened one eye, then closed it again to feel all the changes around him. His soul felt as if it had fallen into another space, like drifting in an undefined universe. In front of him was a giant, deep-set eye of a green snake. It moved across his field of vision and then faced him directly. Li Jian was startled for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Extending his hand as if to welcome it, the snake cooperated and moved closer so that his hand could touch its head. At the point of contact, a brilliant blue light burst forth, enveloping both him and the green snake as if creating a bond. Suddenly, the scene before him vanished, and he crouched against the wall, a look of confusion on his face. Li Jian still had not gathered his thoughts, and he kept falling forward, gasping for breath. Jimin noticed the other person's strange reaction and rushed over to ask Han. Reaching out to steady him, Li Jian, still dazed with joy, asked back if they had seen any snakes. The two of them grew increasingly uneasy as Jimin explained that he had only seen Li Jian strip down and run to the mirror, grabbing his wrist and shouting, completely oblivious to any snake. Even after hearing this, Li Jian remained skeptical. muttering if no one had seen that snake. At that moment, he fell back into that space again, seemingly receiving a new notification. The system announced that Li Jian had become the 13th God Master of the Sapa. He now possessed divine magic skills, creative repair abilities, awakened the title of the inventive young man, activated the super regeneration skill, and transformed into the 13th sense and combat instinct. In this space, a strange circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet, inscribed with the symbols of the 12 zodiac signs. Additional information about the super regeneration skill stated that all injuries on his body would be restored, and his body had been completely renewed. However, this skill also came with a penalty. He understood a few things now. The changes in his body were clearly due to this super regeneration skill. He crossed his arms, staring at the system screen before him. Realizing he had never heard the saints mention anything like this before, even more suspiciously, he did not feel the presence of any gods at all. However, if he put aside everything that had happened so far, the restoration of his body was still a good thing. At this moment, what he wanted most was to take down the saints who had run away, and that bastard who had stabbed him in the back. He thought the two beside him did not quite understand what was going on, but every time they saw that smile, they shook in fear. Outside, the police had surrounded and sealed off the devastated area. A crowd gathered outside, buzzing with discussion. The demon tower had now collapsed, and from here on, the world would spiral into even more chaos. One person continued to say that the demon tower was the symbol of this land. But was that really the act of the Lydian followers? It could also be due to the hatred from the fallen clan. Another person chimed in, wondering if it was the fallen clan. They looked at the scene before them, nodding, questioning who could take down all these calamity beasts and destroy the demon tower. The member continued to speculate desperately whether Li Dian could rise from the dead. The person next to him rested his chin on his hand, unsure himself. But he figured that if they just waited a little longer, everything would become clear. Meanwhile, at the government building, cameras were flashing non-stop as reporters pressed their microphones toward the front, each asking questions that stirred the crowd into a frenzy. The man above, slightly overweight and wearing black glasses, stood upright, deep in thought. This was Jiang Wei, the saint of the Silver Aries constellation. He quietly took the mic and replied that he had nothing to say about this. Then, decisively, he turned to leave, but the reporters would not let it go, crowding closer, desperate for him to say just a little more. They were also wondering why he said there was nothing to say when this was such a big deal related to the human month. Jiang Wei sat in the car on the way back. Furious, he smashed his glasses in half. Right now, his mind was consumed by the name Li Jian. His fist clenched tight against his chiseled face. Remembering Li Jian's carefree expression made him even angrier. That look was one he would never forget, as if saying it was impossible for him to have existed for 20 years in that tower. If this was true, it was truly terrifying. In the demon tower, there were thousands of demons. Not to mention they were all top tier. Just taking down one of those hellhounds was already a miracle. He pulls out a pipe, planning to pour all his worries into it. How could a guy like him survive after all those injuries? Plus, his body has already been ravaged by his own power. Speaking of which, Li Jian definitely has not received any blessings from the gods. If this is true, at this point, Jiang furrows his brow and exhales a thick cloud of smoke. Regaining his composure, he realizes everything will come to an end soon. The scene shifts back to Li Jian and the two kids. He picks up his phone, a huge smile lighting up his face. Ji Min can help but peek over, curiosity written all over him. He happily imagines how he will take this guy down. Meanwhile, at the airport in South Korea, a flight has just landed. As people disembark, a welcoming committee is already there. Among them is a striking figure with platinum hair, dressed in a snow-white outfit. The bodyguards below instantly bow down. They show utmost respect and feel honored to meet one of the 12 zodiac signs. This is their privilege. The one who just stepped down has a handsome face and captivating long hair. He adjusts his collar with a charm that exudes irresistible CO vibes. He is the shining Sagittarius star, Hugo Otters. He strides forward with long legs, then asks the bodyguard about the Prime Minister's location. The lead bodyguard raises his hand to reply that he is waiting at the Deputy Prime Minister's office. His car is already prepared over there. Hugo continues to walk, and the two bodyguards behind him bow respectfully. Once he is out of sight, one of the bodyguards finally lifts his head and sighs. Truly, he is a god among men. The way he carries himself is flawless, completely deserving of being chosen. Hugo walks confidently, his face and eyes capable of captivating any woman in just a heartbeat. His car speeds away, racing down the road. Inside the car, Hugo Otters gazes thoughtfully out the window, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, his phone buzzes angrily beside him. That damn reporter has been a pain in his side lately. This time is probably no different. They always hypothesize that Legion is still alive. The phone keeps ringing, showing no signs of stopping. The more he heard the ringing, the angrier he became. He violently slammed the phone down, trying to pull himself out of his thoughts. It had been 20 years. But even after hanging up, Hugo Otters could not stop thinking about his opponent. Those memories became even clearer. He had warned him, saying that tomorrow he would die. But contrary to his anxious and restless demeanor, Legion remained completely calm, munching on chicken legs while mocking his fear of death. During that journey to conquer the Demon Tower, Legion had asked him to deal with the monstrous pests outside the tower, and he had complied. In that moment, he truly wished that prediction was wrong, hoping he could return safely. But the day he stumbled in, injured, before that crowd, he received shocking news. The other hunters had left him behind, yet their achievements were recognized, and humanity began to celebrate the 12 heroes, including him, granting them power and authority. After returning, Hugo Otters spent quite a while bedridden, but he still could not believe that Legion was dead. He had asked for a search many times, but every time he was met with Zhang Louis Moulin's head shake. The former star's arrogance was always on display, dismissing the need for a search. He even argued with him that if they did so, the number of monstrous pests escaping from the tower would be uncontrollable. At the same time, he emphasized that the idea of him still being alive was utterly absurd. Zhang Louis Moulin squinted, wearing an indifferent expression, saying that if he worried so much, he could search for him himself. He would not stop him. But that also meant there would be no 12th star anymore. Hugo Otters was incredibly angry. But at that moment, he felt utterly powerless. Even if he could enter the tower, he would not stand a chance of surviving, let alone rescuing him. Even now, he always felt guilty and self-blaming, but he could not hold on to that unrealistic hope. He sighed, adjusting his collar, trying to shake off the thoughts in his head and regain his composure. He gazed out the window, contemplating. No matter how strong Legion was, it was impossible. And besides, it had been so long. Hugo Otters suddenly remembered him, recalling the proud figure of that boy from years ago. A strange feeling swelling in his heart. At that moment, the screen in front suddenly lit up with a call. The driver announced it was a call from the Prime Minister. Hugo Otters brushed aside his thoughts to answer. And on the other end of the line, he asked the Prime Minister what was going on. The Prime Minister's image appeared on the screen, and he said he was sure you had heard the news that the Demon Tower had collapsed. As soon as Hugo Otters heard this, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Cradling his head and waiting for the other party to speak, he preemptively apologized to the Prime Minister, but firmly stated that if he was being asked to search for Jun, he would definitely refuse. Hugo Otters furrowed his brow, hypnotizing himself as he told the other party that on that day in the Demon Tower, Jun was already dead. The incident with the tower was probably orchestrated by his fans. Though he said that, he felt an overwhelming discomfort deep inside. Seeing the other party shake his head, he thought that maybe he wanted to use this plan to boost his approval ratings. But the other party still refused. He bowed his head in contemplation, stating that according to the news he received from the South Korean government, that call had just come in recently. Hugo Otters jumped in shock upon hearing this. Just came in. The Prime Minister, fearing he had not heard clearly, reiterated that the exclusive call line for Li Jin had just gone off. Hearing this news hit Hugo like a bolt from the blue. His head spun, and he felt dazed. Then, like a madman, he started jumping up and down, pounding on the seat and shouting, startling even the driver. Immediately, he anxiously called for the driver to stop and shut down the Prime Minister's phone. The tires screeched as they skidded to a halt on the road, and when the car finally stopped, he regained his composure. Could it be that the call he just received was from him? To verify, he opened his phone and discovered 30 missed calls, along with a voicemail, probably due to a failed connection. Hugo Otters, drenched in sweat while holding the phone, felt emotions more complicated than before. He slowly listened to the voicemail, pressing the phone tightly against his ear. It felt like time stood still. He could even hear his own heartbeat. The voice began to come through the speaker, clear and deliberate. Text, I am coming for you, and I will kill you. Good luck. After hearing the voicemail, Hugo Otters froze in place. His eyes glazed over. That voice was so familiar, could it really be him? With that thought racing through his mind, he immediately shouted for the driver to turn the car back to the airport. The driver, bit surprised, asked about Hugo's work commitments. But at that moment, Hugo could not care less about that. His only concern was Lei Jun back at the convenience store. Lei Jun had called Hugo at 7,749 but received no response. He smirked, thinking, looks like Tex has finally grown up. He even knows how to make a call. Jim Mine, noticing Lei Jun's constant phone calls, wondered he was trying to reach. Jian casually replied that it seemed like he had already left the conversation. Lei Jun looked at the smartphone in his hand, marveling at how interesting it was. Right now, he looked nothing short of a time traveler. Though he had entered the tower in 2005, it was now 2025. and the world had truly changed for the better. Jim Mine, the perfect student, gently mentioned that John could also use the internet to check the news. Hearing this, Jin was taken aback. He could read articles about himself in the newspapers now. Jim Min nodded, showing Jin how to browse the news, mentioning that his name had been trending lately. As the news article popped up on screen, both of them leaned in to take a look. There were tons of comments below the articles talking about Lee Jun. Some fans were fiercely supportive of him, daring to challenge the entire public opinion, claiming he was the strongest. But there were also haters mocking him, saying he was nothing compared to the 12 zodiac signs who had defeated the Xich Nan. Some even claimed that the Xich Nan was just a fluke. As Lei Jin read these comments, rage boiled inside him, and his face flushed with anger. He gripped his phone tightly, while Jim Min beside him felt his heart racing. These fools really needed to be scared and run away. Thankfully, he quickly calmed down and reminded himself to take a breath before continuing to read the comments. Suddenly, a news article caught his eye. It was about his will. The article provided a different perspective on the will released after Lee Jun's death. In the will, he had pledged to donate all his assets to the orphanage and a scholarship fund. He felt the happiest reading that the will would be executed properly. But a series of cruel blows in the article felt like daggers piercing his heart. The 12 zodiac signs, those who returned from the Demon Tower, mourned the death of Lei Jun. He had transferred all his assets, including his achievements, to the 12 zodiac signs to save humanity. All the other constellations besides Sagittarius have received Lei Jun's inheritance, according to his will. At this moment, Lei Jun can barely read anymore. The rage inside him is burning like wildfire, and his phone is crushed in his grip by his anger. He can kill them all, chop them up into tiny pieces. The phone in his hand has already been crushed by his fury, but when one person is furious, another will be left in sorrow. Jimin watches in disbelief as he thinks about what to do next. Even though he wants to announce his return, he feels so different from the person he was 20 years ago. Who would believe him if he said anything, even if he claims to be Lei Jun? People would just think he has lost his mind. The best move right now is to stay silent and take down those arrogant bastards one by one. In a different corner, Jimin is holding his phone, tears streaming down his face. The phone is still being paid off, and now it has been smashed to bits. His friend next to him can do nothing but offer comforting words, feeling utterly helpless. At this moment, Lei Jim seems to sense an unusual chill creeping into the store. The system immediately pops up a notification saying someone is watching you. Lei Jun instantly becomes alert, sensing the presence. Then he grabs the key and steps outside. Jimin, who was just crying moments ago, quickly follows him out, asking what is going on. He replies that he is going out to get some fresh air. All around him are countless guardian spirits of Aries floating around, staring intently at him. Lei Jin observes them for a moment, noticing they seem to be followers of Aries. The system, sensing he might not understand, starts explaining that the guardian spirits are creating a barrier belonging to Aries, weakening the powers of the divine beings. The guardian spirits demand tribute. Lei Jun curses under his breath, thinking those guys are really scumbags. He is seething, and the power within him begins to radiate. Who would be thought they would dare to mention his name? Lei Jin instantly turns towards the source of the noise. Jimin peeks out, curious, as a couple strolls by, discussing how everyone has been talking about the name Lei Jin lately. Of course, hearing his name, he immediately shifts his attention to them, the chubby guy. While smoking, casually wonders why everyone cares so much about this guy who is clearly dead. The woman next to him leans her head on his shoulder, agreeing. Their clothes seem to bear an emblem from a specific river, and Lei Jin is taken aback. Just as someone steps in front of him, the man stops, raising an eyebrow. Jimin, seeing this, hurriedly calls for the guy to back off, advising him not to mess with those people. But Lei Jin maintains his icy expression, staring down the guy. The man, angry, puffs on his cigarette and threatens him to get lost. Jimin in the back was in tears. Thinking this time they were done for, the man took a drag from his cigarette and leaned closer to him, intentionally provoking him. He taunted, "Are you angry?" Leaning in closer, he kept egging him on, saying if he was mad, then come at him. Believing himself to be strong and that Jimin would not dare do anything, the woman beside him pulled him away, saying to let Jimin go, or else he might wet himself. Then, both of them brushed past Jimin, not forgetting to hurl some insults. Even after they walked away, Jimin could still hear them muttering nasty comments. One claimed that he was definitely one of those losers supporting Lei Jin. Over here, Lei Jin could hardly keep his eyes open. A troubling question popped into his mind. Why did these people idolize the weakest among the hunters? Could it be that he is actually a saint or something? He was referring to Zhang Wei, the saint alongside Aries. Jimin ran over, feeling like a burden had been lifted, praising him for knowing how to control his anger. He mentioned that those guys just now came from River Tuhui, their skills surpassing great. But before he finished, Lei Jin turned around and shouted at the two that they were just a bunch of insects. The two looked confused, turning around and saying that he dared to call them insects. Lei Jin was so furious that his magic flared up. Not only did he repeat himself, but he also emphasized loudly that they were indeed those filthy, stinky bugs. The man, enraged by Ji Min's insults, stormed up to him. He stood close, warning him if he dared to talk back. But according to the script, those who say this usually end up face down in the water. Lei Jin did not say much. He simply raised his hand and casually flicked it at his opponent. The man sneered, calling him a worthless loser, saying he could not even feel a hint of mana. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lei Jin nonchalantly slipped his hands into his pockets, and with a light flick sent the man flying back several dozen meters, crashing right behind the woman. He landed with a thud. Both Ji Min and Lei Jun's friend struck a cool pose, hands outstretched, eyes filled with arrogance, and sporting their trademark confident grins. Even though they looked way better now, the woman, witnessing this scene, was just as shocked. At that moment, Lei Jin suddenly burst into laughter, fully aware that the woman had sneaked up behind him to launch a surprise attack. Holding an energy sphere in her hand, ready to strike, Lei Jin remained utterly calm, still chuckling. Then, quick as lightning, he turned around and raised his hand, executing his familiar move with just a light snap of his fingers. The woman realized she was all talk and no action. The two onlookers stood frozen, trying to process the shocking information they would just received. The friend spoke up, scolding him for using his powers too openly. Lei Jin feigned innocence, pointing at them and saying, "What are you talking about? If I had used my full power, those two would have been toast ages ago." After hearing this, both of them looked even more stunned, mouths agape in disbelief. The opponent had just taken down two top-tier fighters with a mere snap of his fingers. Once he was done, Lei Jin's attention was caught by something else. He picked up the man's necklace, examining it for a while before casually yanking it away. No wonder he had felt something off, since he knocked him out. Was not this necklace a sacred artifact? He looked at the glowing golden orb, puzzled as to why a human would possess a sacred artifact. Only saints should have the right to own such things. Ji Min was quite surprised that the other party was unaware of this. But remembering what he had said about being trapped in the tower for 20 years, he patiently explained that humanity had gone extinct decades ago after various disasters, and those who still survived owed their lives to the chosen saints and divine beings. However, because the 12 saints could not protect the entire world, they gathered the remaining humans to follow them and establish a holy order. Those awakened by the saints were called apostles, ranked according to their own strength. He told the other apostles that they were referred to as leaders of the holy order, and that the apostles were categorized into different ranks from C to S. Explaining about the sacred artifact, he mentioned that the power of the divine beings came from the faith of the apostles. That is why they organized all kinds of competitions to boost the number of people joining the holy order, and those chosen would receive rewards from the divine beings. Lei Jin felt increasingly uneasy as he listened, tightening his grip on the necklace in his hand. Just 20 years away, and everything had changed so drastically. Suddenly, Ji Min pointed into the distance, urging Jian to look. Lei Jin followed his finger to see what had surprised the boy so much. Thousands of protective charms from Ares were focusing their attention on him. He nearly forgot about these little ones while dealing with those two losers. The system keeps announcing the servants of prosperity and greed under a river of blood, offering you a hefty reward if you take out those two. At the same time, the notification pops up as those guardian spirits start to close in on you. The friend behind you is in a total panic, shocked that the enemy has caught the attention of the guardian spirits. They are like shadows of deities. Taking them on is just like battling gods themselves. Thinking quickly, he urges you to follow their orders. Lei Jin has seen all their demands, and he just smirks cunningly. Then, the rage ignites within him, his eyes blazing with power that radiates all around. He wonders why Jiang's henchmen are back here. Maybe they are just hungry, like that gluttonous pig. Once again, all for the sake of the gods. Lei Jin exudes a fierce aura. He coldly steps closer to the guardian spirits, who start to surround him. He channels his strength into his left leg, stomping down hard, causing debris to fly everywhere. Then, from his body, a massive surge of energy erupts, shaking the very fabric of space. This overwhelming power sweeps over the remaining guardian spirits like a storm. The intense might shines blindingly, and the guardian spirits seem to sense his destructive force and strength. They sniff nervously but dare not approach. Ji Min and his friend raise their hands to shield their eyes, yet they still try to peek at the brilliance that fills the space, like a wave of air weaving through every corner. When that fierce light finally fades, Ji Min slowly opens his eyes to look at Jian. At that moment, Lei Jian stands there, brimming with pride, wearing the same victorious smile. Who would dare to challenge him? The guardian spirits have completely vanished without a trace. Ji Min and his friend look up in awe, Li Jian is taking them from one shock to another, leaving them stunned. They can't fathom how he made the guardian spirits of the birch tree disappear, not to mention obliterating the barrier. Jimin finally realizes the gravity of the situation. It is clear that the opponent is no ordinary person. Quickly, Li Jian turns to call the younger kid, and Jimin obediently runs over. Li Jian sets his gaze on the man lying sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, asking if this Jianghu guy is a disciple of the twins. Right. Jimin confirms that they are indeed from the most influential holy order in this country, a powerhouse filled with many notable figures. You can tell by their emblem. Hearing this, Li Jian's face lights up. If that is the case, they must be loaded. Jimin is left speechless by his blunt statement. Li Jian looks at him with a greedy glint in his eye and a twisted smile. But the stuff he is wearing is definitely designer. The two just stand there, dumbfounded, watching him rob some stranger in broad daylight. Li Jian is overjoyed, excitedly sitting down to tear into that arrogant guy. After all, anything free is the best kind of treasure. Right. After getting some cash in his pocket, Li Jian decides to buy some clothes and get his hair done. After a while, he stands in front of a mirror, wondering if this makeover really makes a difference. Jimin's eyes lit up as he gave Jian a like and complimented him on how great his hair looked. Jilian felt his face heat up, a blush creeping in from the unexpected praise. It is only fair, considering this is the first time anyone's called him handsome since he came into this world. Honestly, his appearance before was pretty hard to look at. Thinking about it, Li Jian could not help but smile with pride. Back in the day, every strand of his hair felt precious because his powers made it fall out like autumn leaves. Even a gust of wind could send his hair flying like dandelion fluff. Who would have thought that after being reborn, he could grow his hair back? Even more surprising was how stunning he looked after cutting it. A bit much. Right. But just as he smiled, discomfort crept in as he glanced to the right. What the heck was that? Turns out, he spotted a freaking bug. A mosquito right in the house. Not one to have aught, but it definitely made his skin crawl. So he immediately squished it with his hand. As he opened his hand, the mosquito was completely crushed, splattering everywhere. Jimin was shocked, giving a thumbs up in disbelief, surprised that he could take it out with his bare hands. Most experts would struggle to do that. But for every one he squashed, another would come buzzing in, driving Li Jian insane. He kept swatting them down, wondering why the house suddenly had an infestation of these pests, and why they seemed to be targeting him. Jimin was just as confused, theorizing it might be because he smelled good to the bugs. Li Jian turned his head, dismissing his friend's idea. Normally, that would mean something in the house was attracting them. He quickly realized some items on the shelf were definitely bug magnets, like this statue here, which was a sacred relic he received directly from the twin saints. Jimin insisted it was not a cursed object. Even if it was not Jimin's, it was still blessed by the saints. Just as he said that, the statue he was holding was suddenly split in two. Jimin freaked out, sinking to the ground in fear, his eyes wide as he stared at the statue that was whole 1 second and then shattered the next. The head one way and the body another. Still holding the hand that had just broken the statue, looked disgusted and covered his nose, indicating how revolting this object was. Then, he picked up a feathered mask, claiming it was a cursed artifact that could track its wearer, warning Jimin to stay alert. After that, he continued rummaging through the stuff around, calling a music box a cursed item that steals personal information, and a wristwatch an attractor of nasty bugs. He tossed each item aside without a second thought, leaving Jimin helplessly gasping in despair. The more Li Jian thought about it, the angrier he got, realizing that those damn saints not only messed with his life, but also sold cursed items to others and led them to disaster. With flames of rage burning within him, Li Jian resembled a monster consumed by hatred, ready to tear apart those wretched saints. Just then, a red-haired teenager returned from school, and as he reached the front door, he heard Jian yelling at Jimin to throw everything away, along with the frantic screams from the kid. While the two inside were at each other's throats, they suddenly heard the door creak open. The red-haired teen stepped in, his expression puzzled as both of them turned to look at him in unison. They kept staring at him like that until Li Jian arrogantly asked who he was. That attitude was way too cocky, and the look on his face, like he did not care about anyone, was truly infuriating. Jimin saw his roommate sweating buckets and forced a smile as he called out to Sung-ji. As soon as this guy Sung-ji saw a stranger in the house acting so disrespectfully, his face darkened, eyebrows furrowing as he asserted that he was the owner of the place. Li Jian let out a sound of surprise, and then they both fell into an endless silence. Cut to the Aries Holy Assembly, in the Jiangwei community. Under the majestic backdrop with a giant ram's head mounted on top, Jiang Wei gasped. What? His face was filled with panic and fear, sweat starting to pour down, because he just got word that their guardian deity in Korea had vanished. The apostle below, and kneeling, added that their branch in Korea was in total chaos. That message from the lower realm of the gods stated that no awakened beings dared to chase them away. His expression turned serious as he pointed at the apostle, commanding him to quickly contact the other saints to see if they knew what was going on. The apostle acknowledged the order but mentioned a snag. The Sagittarius saint had been unreachable. Jiang Wei seemed rather unconcerned, thinking that Hugo was probably off doing mercenary work in England. But immediately, the apostle added that they had received news that after arriving in England, he left the country almost instantly. Jiang Wei was a bit taken aback. From what he knew, Hugo was not the type to change his plans easily. He asked his subordinate where Hugo had gone. The apostle replied that he had traced Hugo to Korea. Just hearing the words Korea, Jiang Wei's complexion changed drastically, and he lost his cool. He suspected Hugo returned to Korea upon hearing rumors that Li Jian was still alive. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Wei sank into an abyss of uncertainty. Recalling that ugly, arrogant face and that creepy smile, a sudden wave of fear surged within him. Could it be that Li Jian really survived? The mere thought of this made him even angrier, and he cursed under his breath before grabbing a candle from the table and throwing it to the floor. He absolutely refused to accept this. Fortunately, the apostle below ducked just in time. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Jiang Wei's eyes were wide as saucers, but compared to that pancake face, he did not look too worried. He barked orders for his subordinates to get to the bottom of this immediately. While at it, he casually asked if there was anything else. The apostle, already drenched in sweat from Jiang Wei's intimidation, quickly knelt down and added, according to investigations, where the guardian deity disappeared. The apostle of Gemini was also found unconscious there. That person was left behind wearing only their underwear, lying bare on the street, according to witnesses around. They mentioned that the person was with someone quite handsome. As soon as Jiang Wei heard the word handsome, he let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off his chest, because in his memory, Li Jian was someone with an ugly, imperfect face. Just a glance was enough to scare anyone, let alone looking closely. So this person definitely could not be him. But that does not mean Jiang Wei is going to let this slide, especially since his recent situation has not been great. Rumors that Li Jian is back have become harder to ignore. The guardian spirits in Korea have also vanished without a trace. And to top it off, they have failed to conquer the Spider Queen. Thinking about this, he clenched his fists, veins bulging. If this keeps up, his position will be seriously shaken. With that in mind, he immediately ordered his subordinate to prepare the private jet. The apostle, hearing this, quickly looked up in confusion. Was Jiang Wei really going there himself? Jiang Wei rested his chin in thought, pondering for a long moment before deciding to make the trip. He wanted to know exactly what was going on in Korea. With that, he put on his coat and got ready to leave. Jiang Wei, cigarette in mouth and eyes filled with determination, had two subordinates ready to escort him on his journey. He swore he would unveil the truth with his own hands. He had to see it for himself. Leaving the grandiose White Deer Palace behind, we shift our focus to the Twin Link Hospital in Korea. In a hospital bed lies a chubby man connected to a bunch of health monitoring machines. Moreover, he had to wear a mask and was on a ventilator. An old man with a bald head and white hair, seeing his grandson in such distress, felt both anguish and anger boiling within him. He then turned around, pointing at his beloved grandson who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, shouting about who had turned him into this pathetic state. It turns out the man who lay there unconscious was none other than Ba Ho. He had dared to challenge Lei Jun, only to be met with a brutal smack that left him foaming at the mouth. Stripped of all his clothes, the old man, seeing the silence from his opponent, called out loudly, while the man in the white outfit leaned casually against the wall, telling him not to worry about the recent events. The man in white was none other than the apostle of the Twin Link, a member of the Vina Kiyu gang, Minsan. Minsan Junen even mentioned he was sent by the Twin Link Holy Society, and he referred to the old man as Mer. Chairman, it seems that the identity of the chubby man whom Lei Jun had encountered is anything but simple. Sung Yi, furious and nearly livid, asked Han Jiamin if he had seen him at the Kneeling Tower, and if he had taken down an entire pack of monsters with his bare hands. Sung Yi was skeptical of Han Jiamin's words, so he probed for more information about what Han Jiamin had just told him. Han Jiamin was sweating bullets but nodded vigorously, confirming that yes, indeed. Sung Yi pressed Han Jiamin further, asking if he had even defeated a famous apostle. Han Jiamin excitedly replied, "Yep, that is right." Sung Yi was fuming, his fists clenched tightly, shouting at Han Jiamin, "Do you think I believe you?" He was so worked up he felt like charging at Lei Jun, having smashed all the sacred artifacts in this whole place. Sung Yi shouted in anger. Lei Jun calmly responded that everything he broke was fake. While Han Jiamin tried to hold him back and get him to calm down, Lei Jun held a wooden object in his hand, resting the other hand on his chin as if deep in thought. Then reaffirmed, "This too is fake." Hearing this, Sung Yi became even more enraged. He clearly did not believe what Lei Jun was saying, but still tried to act calm. asking him which society he belonged to figure out his true identity. Lei Jun looked at him, confidently smiling, then playfully asked if he really needed to be in a guild. This comment clearly flustered Sung Yi, turning his face red. But he patiently asked what class Lei Jun belonged to. Lei Jun seemed displeased at being doubted. He shot back that he follows himself, not those 12 idiots. The more he spoke, the angrier Sung Yi got. He stubbornly pressed on, asking what Lei Jun's awakening class was. Lei Jun hesitated a bit, not really knowing what a class was. So he randomly answered that he was a production class. At this point, Sung Yi was about to explode. He crossed his arms tightly in front of his chest, closed his eyes to maintain his last bit of calm, and asked for Lei Jun's name, and Jae-min stood in front of him, worried to the point of sweating bullets. Lei Jun bluntly answered Sung Yi. Upon hearing this answer, Sung Yi's expression darkened, and blue flames began to rise from his entire body. And Jae-min stood between them, pale and terrified. He turned to Lei Jun, incredulously telling him that was his name. Just saying that made him have to turn back and try to calm Sung Yi down. Sung Yi, chill out. Sung Yi had completely lost control. Blue flames were swirling all around him. He angrily began to list Lei Jun's offenses. First, he barged into the house without permission and smashed all the sacred artifacts. And finally, he said the name that sent Sung Yi into an absolute rage. The blue flames surrounding him blazed fiercely, and even Feng Fiqi could see the majestic twin god looming behind him. Sung Yi's eyes shone brightly. He was furious because he believed Lei Jun was lying. He was just pretending to be the Lei Jun that Sung Yi admired, and Jae-min was horrified, trying to call out to Sung Yi and remind him they were in the house. But it was useless. The system issued a warning that the twin disciples' mana was about to explode. Lei Jun calmly looked at Sung Yi. He even praised Sung Yi's mana. But he knew if this continued, the house would end up getting burned down. So he quickly activated his divine eye skill, his pupils turning a bright blue, his whole gaze illuminating. He read the information about John Sung Yi's mana. He was a disciple of the twins, awakening level with the title of Punisher, possessing this rank skill of Fire Mage, a rank mark of Ice Sheep, traits including Genius, Foresight, Non-Explosive Responsibility, and Idol Worship. The Genius trait granted him a learning effect of 200%. Li Jian smirked, secretly admiring Sung Yi for being so young yet able to use high-level summoning spells. He reaffirmed that the Genius trait was no joke. The enormous twin god summoned by Sung Yi had shining eyes, emitting a thunderous roar and an immense source of magic, and Jae-min panicked and shouted for Li Jian to get out of there fast. He did not forget to remind him that Sung Yi was a ranked twin disciple and also a huge fan of Li Jian. That is why Sung Yi was so furious when he heard him say his name was Li Jian. Sung Yi still retained a shred of rationality. He warned Han Jae-min to get out of there quickly if he did not want to die. While Sung Yi was still fuming, Li Jian had circled around behind him at some point. He chuckled with a wicked grin and warned Sung Yi that good kids should not play with fire. Sung Yi jumped in shock, not realizing Li Jian had snuck up behind him with just a snap of his fingers. Li Jian effortlessly knocked Sung Yi back, sending him flying. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets. Observing Sung Yi sprawled out, unconscious on the beam, he laughed, calling Sung Yi crazy for almost setting the house ablaze. The most important thing to him. All while Han Jae-min looked on in disbelief. Han Jae-min was so worried he was on the verge of tears. Jun trembled, asking Li Jian if Sung Yi was still alive. Li Jian's smile was downright terrifying. He reassured Han Jae-min that Sung Yi was fine, trying to comfort him, but Han Jae-min nervously swallowed, unsure if he could believe it. Looking at Sung Yi's swollen face, his eyes rolled back and drooling on the beam, Jun could not shake off his disbelief about Li Jian's words. Thinking, is he really okay? Li Jian covered his mouth and yawned, saying he was heading to bed and would wake up on time, leaving Han Jae-min to shake Sung Yi awake in tears. Terrified he might die, the door creaked open, and Li Jian stood at the threshold, staring in awe at the bizarre collection of statues displayed in the room. All those statues were carved based on his appearance from 20 years ago. Li Jian's face turned dark as he questioned what in the world they were. Han Jae, feeling helpless about Sung Yi's obsession, explained to Li Jian that Sung Yi was a huge fan of his, which was why those statues existed, despite being injured and weak. Sung Yi glared at Li Jian's back with a burning hatred. He wanted to stop him from entering that room, because it held a collection he believed was worth more than his life. Li Jian ignored his protests and walked over to grab a statue. As he snapped the head off, he remarked that at least he should take their heads off, because they were driving him insane. Meanwhile, Sung Yi screamed from the doorway that those were his Li Jian statues. He could only watch helplessly as Li Jian destroyed his precious collection piece by piece. In a desperate cry, he cursed at Li Jian, hoping he would stop. But Li Jian acted as if he did not get the hint. He smiled like a wicked villain, reveling in the chaos. Holding the head he had just broken off, he smugly declared he was not a crazy jerk. He was Li Jian. Sung Yi was in tears, snot running down his face, swearing in despair, feeling utterly powerless. The next morning at Talus Cave, Hugo Otters caught the news. hearing about how 2 disciples of the twin faction were humiliated by an unidentified assailant. According to witnesses, the assailant stripped both victims naked. Hearing this, Hugo Otters buried his face in his hands. Speechless, he was convinced it had to be Jian and could not grasp what Jian was thinking. As this was the first thing he heard after returning to Korea, a waitress approached, smiling warmly, asking Hugo Otters if she could help him, but he just fell silent. He angrily glared at the waitress, warning Yang Wei, who was disguised as a waitress. More accurately, Yang Wei seemed surprised. He viewed this as a game and felt annoyed that Hugo Otters had discovered him so quickly. Yang Wei, in the guise of the waitress, smirked as he approached Hugo Otters and mentioned it had been ages since they last connected. He acted overly familiar, throwing an arm around Hugo's shoulder, assuming he was lost in thoughts about Lai Jian, and that is exactly why he was in South Korea. He threatened Hugo Otters to spill everything he knew. Hugo, grinding his teeth in anger, called him a creepy freak with a bizarre obsession for body snatching. And that is why he could not stand him. He liked watching him squirm and snapped his fingers. A surge of magic shot straight at the waitress, snapping her back to reality. She anxiously stared at the hand that had just touched Hugo Otters, completely bewildered about why she had done that. Hugo Otters clenched his fists in frustration. He silently cursed Yang Wei for using such cheap tricks and was determined to find Jai on before anyone else did. He was growing increasingly agitated, not knowing where Li Jian was. In the Gyeonggi province shopping mall, and Jae-min pushed a cart as Sung Jae picked out essential items to buy, and Jae-min looked at Sung Jae and asked if he really thought Li Jian was the same Li Jian he admired. Sung Jae, one hand in his pocket, debated back and forth over the items he was choosing. He believed Han Jae-min was joking because Li Jian looked nothing like the idol he admired, and yesterday's events had him feeling pretty angry. He argued that Li Jian was a hero of humanity, so how could he possibly resemble that jerk who destroyed his stuff? Han Jae-min watched Sung Jae's retreating figure and said she would see Li Jian coming out of the demon tower, and he is super strong, so he could be before Han Jae-min could finish her sentence. Sung Jae quickly interjected, "No way." He firmly stated that Li Jian was definitely dead because that is what his dad had told him. Han Jae-min then remembered that his dad was a centaur. Sung Jae, losing his patience, wanted to drop the topic, so he urged Han Jae-min to warn about the robbery alert in the mall. Both Sung Jae and Han Jae-min exchanged surprised glances. Confused about what was happening, a thief using magic zipped in like a gust of wind, sending Sung Jae and Han Jae-min tumbling to the ground. Han Jae-min sat there in shock, covered in dust. He held onto his hat and guessed that with speed like that, the thief must be a master of quick movements. Sung Jae lay sprawled on the ground, fuming that the thief had used his powers to swipe everything in the store. The thief clutched a bag of goods, confidently thinking that even the most skilled would not catch him here. He had gathered enough loot, planning to dash to the next location. Little did he know, he was about to receive a solid punch to the gut from Li Jian. He grinned and told the thief he had caught him. The thief, both pained and terrified, stared wide-eyed, tears streaming down his face in disbelief at how easily he had been caught. Li Jian had floored him with a single punch. Han Jae-min curiously asked him what he was doing here. Li Jian chuckled, hands in his pockets, saying he came because he forgot to tell him to buy some chicken. While the two were chatting, a bald young man walked in. He told Li Jian he was pretty impressed with him, and due to his lightning-fast speed, catching a former thug like the one earlier would be no easy feat. He said seriously that Li Jian was just an ordinary thug, so if anything like that happened again, it would be better to call the police. With his hands still in his pockets, looked up at the sky just as it turned a sudden shade of gold alongside a strong trimmer. Everyone in the supermarket was shaken by this disaster. They panicked, looking around, wanting to know what was happening. The thief lay on the ground, surprised, thinking this was a bad trip. He tried to hold on to the money he had stolen, feeling lucky and wanting to seize the opportunity to escape while everyone was in chaos. He quickly activated his powers and dashed away like the wind, but then he got caught by a strange jerk. He thought and laughed, sweat pouring down. Just as something blocked his way, a giant grasshopper suddenly floated up from the ground, causing him to stagger and brace himself with his hands to steady himself. He stared wide-eyed at the massive grasshopper right in front of him. It was a monster with big ears. He stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend why there was a monster with big ears in this safe zone. The thief's feet began to move slightly. He knew he had to get out of here before getting caught. Thinking that, he immediately activated his powers and jumped high. Just as he was feeling proud, a massive monster with multiple glaring red eyes appeared. It opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, aiming straight at him. The gigantic monster swallowed the thief whole in front of everyone in the supermarket. After dealing with the thief, it turned to look at the others. Above its massive body and oversized mouth, A sturdy figure resembling a human was revealed, with a face that had 5 glaring red eyes. It looked terrifying down at the tiny humans from above. Mid the chaos, the monster appeared in the supermarket, urging the people inside to leave as quickly as possible. With the arrival of the Spider Queen, the danger level in the supermarket was declared red, accompanied by a warning. A horde of monsters under the Spider Queen's command began attacking, and everyone could do nothing but scream in fear and scramble to escape. Let me remind you, with the Spider Queen's appearance, people were attacked by the monsters. Running wildly through the thick cloud of dust, a boy was left behind, frozen in fear as the terrifying monster with its mouth full of sharp teeth targeted him. Liang appeared just in time, his eyes shining as he jumped toward the monster and threw a punch. The massive magical force in his punch took the monster down, startling the boy, who turned his head at the loud noise. Liang reminded the boy to be careful, and in his fright, the boy forgot to cry. His eyes wide with shock and unable to speak, Liang knelt down, concerned, asking if the boy was okay, then reached out his hand like a gentle breeze, leaving his hand hanging in the air. Liang, feeling embarrassed, pulled back his hands and clenched them, bringing them up to his mouth to ease his shame. He reassured himself that it was okay, and he was relieved that the boy was unharmed. Liang stuffed his hands into his pockets and turned to look at the throngs of mirror beasts behind him, his eyes filled with intensity. He was annoyed and confused as to why there were more mirror beasts in the supermarket than actual people. Facing the horde of beasts charging at him, Liang remained calm and collected, ready to unleash his powers. A massive surge of magic erupted, and a blue serpent began to materialize behind him, reminding himself that he was ready for this. It had been a while since he had taken down any mirror beasts, so he decided to use this bunch to warm up. Liang stood firm, channeling the strength and abilities of Chom Safu. Meanwhile, a sleek black car sped down the street. Wei, a chubby figure, sat comfortably inside, unsure if he should ask the driver to repeat himself. The driver informed him about the mirror beasts wreaking havoc in the Bucheon supermarket, and although he was shocked, he wanted to know more about the type of beasts attacking the store. The driver told him it was the Spider Queen. Remembering the Spider Queen, Yang Wei felt a chill of fear and despair wash over him. He recalled how they had failed to eliminate it last time, and all they could do was seal it away. He felt hopeless and found it incredibly difficult to take down a red-level mirror beast all on his own. After the mirror beasts began to appear, hunters classified them into 6 tiers. Blue, also known as the Lord's Domain, true to its name. It is a place that has never seen a mirror beast, likened to paradise. Green, or the safe zone, is where humans live and thrive. Aptly named, this area is relatively safe, referred to as such because it can still be attacked by mirror beasts from time to time. For instance, the supermarket in Bucheon was classified as green, but after the recent attacks what they call an alert, this area has become a ghost town, frequently hit by mirror beast raids, hence its desolation. Orange symbolizes danger, urging everyone to find shelter. These mirror beasts pose a significant threat to humanity, making it wise to steer clear of their appearances. Red, exceeding all disaster rules, is a rare breed of mirror beasts with immense destructive power, making them difficult to handle, even for a saint. Finally, there is a tier of mirror beasts capable of wiping out humanity entirely. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Bucheon supermarket was thick with despair. Yang Wei thought if the mirror beasts in the Bucheon supermarket were indeed the Spider Queen, then it was a red zone, a place that defied all disaster rules. The driver nervously asked Yang Wei for advice, unsure of what to do about the supermarket. Yang Wei paused for a moment, then said to have them bury it. The driver was stunned, not believing his ears. Yang Wei clenched his fists in determination. He wanted no one to know, because things would turn disastrous if the world found out. And everyone, including him, would bear the consequences of failing to eliminate the mirror beasts. With that thought, the coward in him grew even more terrified, his hands trembling as he ordered the driver to report that everyone there was dead, and to send a few disciples to bury the building. At the supermarket in Bucheon, the eerie howls of the mirror beasts echoed as they advanced, ready to attack humans. The bald young man crossed his arms in anger, unleashing his power, surrounded by a swirling mist of magic. Damn bugs, he shouted, slamming his hands down to the ground, creating 2 icy trenches that struck the mirror beasts. He activated his freeze skill, locking them all in place. After using his power, he was nearly out of breath, panting heavily, but he still wore a smug grin, declaring that the mirror beasts dared to underestimate and shrank like him. The ice encasing one of the mirror beasts began to crack, and it howled in rage, shattering the ice around it. The bald young man watched in horror, his face pale. He never expected it would break the magical ice so easily. Just then, Legion suddenly appeared right in front of him, calling him Snowflake and ordering him to get out of there immediately. The bald young man stared in shock at Legion's back, not realizing when he had arrived, Legion was holding a bunch of soda cans, casually juggling one while saying that the mirror beasts were just bugs trying to eat humans because they had nothing else to feast on. Legion grabbed the can he was juggling, gripping it tightly in his hand, channeling his magic as he prepared to throw. He hurled all the soda cans at the beasts and shouted, "Eat this!" One of the mirror beasts roared, its toothy mouth wide open. In an instant, a knife zipped through the air, slicing it clean in half. Legion, wielding a knife at lightning speed, charged into the swarm of mirror beasts. By the time he stopped, the beasts had been sliced into countless pieces, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The red liquid on his knife was the best evidence of his handiwork. He declared the mirror beasts to be a bunch of idiots, and warned them not to run around like crazy. And Jimin and Sung-jae watched in awe, their mouths agape, utterly speechless. At that moment, the bizarre system that had appeared before popped up again. He glanced at its display screen, and saw it notifying him that he had dealt with the calamity. His zodiac experience had increased. He had obtained a new crafting component. Immediately, a sparkling, shining stone appeared before him. Legion, one hand resting on something heavy, was baffled by the component's meaning. He questioned the system about what it was. The system informed Legion that he could create new skills and divine artifacts with these components. He gazed at the sparkling stone in his hand, astonished to discover that his crafting skill had changed. He decided to explore it later. Legion tightly gripped the stone, a satisfied smile creeping across his face, thinking that although the penalty reduced his ability to block only 50% of spider damage, his movements were not too shabby. With this achievement, you will be able to become even stronger, especially once you fully activate that thing. The bald young man stared in shock. He could not believe Legion would take down those monstrous calamities, because even his top-tier X magic could not touch those beasts. Yet here Legion was, wiping them out like it was nothing. Legion did not pay him any mind. He placed the dagger in his hand, handed it to Sung-jae, and said it was the knife from his house. Sung-jae took it with curiosity, wondering when he had even gotten it. The bald young man looked at Legion, silently pondering where he had tracked it down from. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he looked at Legion in disbelief. "Hey!" The bald young man called out, prompting Legion to turn around. He was furious and called out Legion when he realized he was the one who ambushed the two Pisses disciples the other day. And he was part of that group. Legion, caught off guard, felt a chill run down his spine, remembering the two disciples from the other day, and Jamin broke into a cold sweat, scared out of his wits. Legion was up to no good and now worried about being exposed. Without holding back, he threw a punch straight into the bald young man's face and told him to shut it. Legion smirked at the bald young man sprawled out on the floor. He called him an idiot and was curious how he had figured him out. Legion's expression was like he wanted to silence him for knowing too much. The young man shouted, confirming that it was indeed him. He then pointed at Legion's outfit, claiming that the clothes he wore were the gear of their two disciples. He also pointed out the shiny gold badge on his chest, the one with the Gemini symbol that was this class relic bestowed upon the Gemini disciples. He stood up, puffing up in anger, pointing at Legion and insisting that he was ridiculously strong because of that badge. Legion took the badge off his chest, examining it in his hand. He was surprised to find that badge on him. Legion commented that the badge looked so tacky, and casually crushed it right in front of the bald young man. The bald young man watched in a mix of anger and fear, cursing Legion as a madman. Legion brushed the dust off the shattered badge, and said it was just cheap jewelry from the market, not a relic at all. He insisted that the cult followers had been blind, since the young man had tricked them. He even mentioned that 20 years had passed, and that clueless witch was still as rotten as ever. The bald young man froze, his body going stiff, completely shocked by what he just witnessed. Just then, a terrifying spider queen lunged at them, fangs bared wide open, ready to attack. Legion sensed its presence, and his expression darkened. The young man, widened his eyes in fear, his finger trembling as he pointed in one direction, stammering the words "that is it." The spider queen charged into the crowd with its bloodthirsty mouth wide open, kicking up a storm of dust wherever it passed. It was almost total destruction, with people screaming in panic, pushing each other just to escape and find a chance to survive. The bald young man quickly realized it was the spider queen, and Legion looked at it with rage. He immediately tapped into his powers and crouched down to gain momentum. In an instant, he shot up and yelled at the spider queen, calling it a spider. Legion used his magical energy, fearlessly charging directly at the spider queen. He shouted a warning for it to get out of here, then delivered a thunderous punch straight at the massive body of the spider queen. His overwhelming strength and magical power sent the spider queen flying back, leaving the stunned Hun and Sung-jae frozen in place. The bald young man was in awe, thinking Legion was absolutely insane. Standing right in front of him, he could not believe Legion was facing the spider queen head-on without any holy relics. Just then, a man wearing a twin badge in the distance spoke, demanding all twin cult members in the supermarket to listen to him. The bald young man recognized that voice as Commander Choi Sung-hyuk. While Sung-jae was still confused, trying to process the strange sound, he thought it might be telepathy. But the bald young man quickly responded to the voice. He introduced himself as Min Sung-hun. The man casually strolled in some remote area with his hands in his pockets. He was the commander of the Twin Holy Society, Choi Sung-hyuk. He called out to both Sung-jae and Min Sung-hun, ordering them to leave the building immediately. He informed them that some silver cult members would soon arrive and bury the whole building. Outside, the entire supermarket was shrouded in a pink mist. Choi Sung-hyuk adjusted his glasses. He said Yang Wei was coming to the supermarket alone, and there was no way the Twin Holy Society could stop him. Moreover, the appearance of the Spider Queen here meant he had failed to destroy it. The silver cult members had surrounded the area and were trying to use their magical powers to create a pink mist that would seal off the supermarket. Choi Sung-hyuk explained that this was why Yang Wei was trying to hide the truth, and that it would be a disaster if any information about them got out. Min Sung-hun angrily clenched his teeth, recalling how Choi Sung-hyuk asked him if he had teleportation skills and demanded he get Sung-jae out immediately. Min Sung-hun could not believe his ears. He asked Choi Sung-hyuk if he really meant just the two of them. Looking around, his pupils dilated from shock. He saw that everyone in the supermarket, though injured, was still trying to help each other. The monstrous hawk-eyed creatures kept pouring out of the cracks and attacking, but above all, Lee Jae-on was fighting the Spider Queen to save everyone. Min Sung-hun trembled, unsure if he should follow the command. Choi Sung-hyuk was losing his patience. He asked what was wrong with him. Sung-hyuk shouted at Min Sung-hun, telling him he did not see how chaotic things were right now. In this situation, even if he had the support vaccine, it would not be enough. Sung-hyuk was furious when Min Sung-hun suggested leaving them behind to be buried with this building. Min Sung-hun turned his back to Sung-hyuk. Silent for a moment before replying that he understood, he turned back to look at Sung-hyuk, his face filled with worry and fear. He told Sung-hyuk to imagine the chaos if news of the Spider Queen appearing in the city leaked out. What would people think of them? Clearly, he valued his honor more than the lives of these ordinary citizens. What the hell? Sung-hyuk sneered, unable to believe Min Sung-hun would say such things. Min Sung-hun stood amid the wreckage, holding his phone, trying to justify his cowardly urge to flee by saying the residents would surely blame the Holy Association. Their faith in the power of the divine must not waver. Only then could they receive protection from the divine. Sung-hyuk could not believe his ears, raising his voice in accusation, asking if that was all there was to it. Min Sung-hun ignored Sung-hyuk's agitation and objections. He looked at his phone and said he still had one teleport left, but it could only be used for 2 people. He glanced at Sung-hyuk and announced he would take Sung-hyuk along. This was an order, and he had to get him out. Sung-hyuk pointed at Han Jae-min standing beside him, shouting in distress, "What about your friend?" They could not leave Han Jae-min behind. And besides, there were still many people around who could not find shelter. Min Sung-hun angrily clenched his teeth, calling Sung-hyuk a fool and blaming him for still being in the mood to argue. He activated his powers, cold air swirling around him, his arms visibly encased in a layer of icy armor. He warned Sung-hyuk not to think he would hesitate and end up buried alive in this hellhole with these idiots. Sung-hyuk looked at him in awe. The magic enveloped Min Sung-hun, and he coldly continued that he could not disregard the command of the Holy Association. So he would ease the pain of the fools here a bit. He would send them off a ways, and Sung-hyuk would not have to worry about them anymore. Sung-hyuk was furious, his eyes blazing as if they could pierce through the sky. He unleashed his powers, clenching his fists tightly, and shouted at Min Sung-hun, calling him a worthless monster. Flames enveloped him, clearly signaling he was ready for a fight. Seeing Sung-hyuk's actions, Min Sung-hun burst into laughter, unbothered as he approached him. He contemptuously asked Sung-hyuk if he really thought he could fight him. Min Sung-hun smirked confidently, declaring that he was in a completely different league compared to someone like Sung-hyuk. He advised Sung-hyuk to ditch the useless guilt and make a smart decision. Just as Min Sung-hun finished his sentence, a monstrous harpy swooped in at lightning speed, crashing into his back. He barely had time to scream before the beast's massive tail shattered his magical armor, and there he lay, flattened on the ground, leaving Sung-jae and Han Jae-min in shock. Liang appeared behind the beast, completely ignoring the pathetic Min Sung-hun sprawled on the ground. "Well, look who it is," Liang said, feigning surprise as he questioned Sung-jae and Han Jae-min about why they were still standing around. He casually wiped his knife after taking down the harpy, reminding them to get out quickly because this place was dangerous. Han Jae-min's face lit up at the sight of Liang, while Sung-jae looked worried and explained that the exit was blocked by the harpies, leaving them no way out. He glanced at Min Sung-hun, crushed under the harpy that Liang had taken down, and at the glowing phone not far from him. The screen displayed the word teleport. Sung-jae mentioned they might need to use instant teleportation. He eyed the terrifying Spider Queen in front of them and suggested another option. Stay here and wipe out all these damn monsters. Sung Jae noted that there were many injured people here. Yet none were giving up. They were all trying to help each other. Through intel from the Holy Order commander, he informed Lijin that outside, the Birch faction was sealing off the area. Lijin rubbed his temples in frustration over this situation, completely oblivious to Min Sung-hun, who was writhing and trying to escape the weight of the harpy crushing him. Miraculously gathering strength, he roared at Lijin, calling him a bastard, and used his magical power to push himself up, shoving the harpy off him. He angrily demanded to know if Lijin dared to hit him. Lijin just stared at him. Unimpressed by his sudden burst of power, he braced himself with both hands, sizing up Min Sung-hun and asked him what was going on. He thought Min Sung-hun was trying to abandon everyone and escape. Infuriated, Min Sung-hun clenched his fists and told Lijin to shut up, grabbing his phone. He gritted his teeth and muttered that Sung Haik was a dumb jerk. He insisted he would survive in this hellhole. And even if he had to go solo, he would get out. He raised his hand, ready to initiate the instant teleportation, when a web shot out from nowhere, ensnaring him. His entire body was stuck in the Spider Queen's web. Terrified, he glanced back, stammering, "No way." The Spider Queen pulls her web back, and he gets swept right into her gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. The phone that could have helped him teleport in time drops to the ground. Lijian raises an eyebrow in silence, while Xung Yi and Han Jimin stare wide-eyed at the scene. Suddenly, Lijian calls out to Xung Yi and Han Jimin. He is standing in front of them, facing the Spider Queen. He claims he will take care of the Spider Queen. They need to hurry and tend to the wounded. Xung Yi and Han Jimin are in shock. They can't believe he just said that and ask in unison, "What?" Facing the Spider Queen, Lijian calmly turns to look at them. His eyes flash with a cold light. He speaks with certainty that he will deal with the Spider Queen. It has to be quick. Outside the supermarket in Bucheon, the pink mist created by the thugs to seal off the place is still hanging in the air. "Yeah." Hands in his pockets, asks his subordinate next to him about the situation inside. The subordinate bows slightly, looking respectful, saying that the supermarket is completely isolated, and they have sealed off the entire building. Yang Wei observes the pink mist being generated. He furrows his brow, dissatisfied, thinking the progress since he gave the order has been way too slow. One thug in the group, trying to create the seal, says, somewhat reluctantly, that he feels something is off about the seal. Another thug beside him immediately agrees, saying it is like something is holding it back. At that moment, a beam of blue magic suddenly erupts from within, directly breaking the seal they had created. The thugs are blasted back by the force of the magic, and they quickly pull their hands back. Yelling out, the beam of blue magic morphs into a snake that shoots straight up into the sky. Yeah. Shocked, asks what that is, then answers himself, saying it is a superior snake. Right after that, the civilians in the supermarket rush outside in panic, spotting the members of the Ares cult. They all scream for help, saying that the dangerous monster is still inside, and there are still people trapped. One of them even mutters something confusing, saying he is killing the spiders, while the Ares thugs prevent everyone from escaping, struggling with the panicking civilians. Yeah. Standing a little distance away, hears this useful information and is both surprised and fearful. Thinking about how someone is killing those superior spiders, he quickly dismisses it, thinking it can't be true, wondering who could possibly do that since he can't even take one down himself. Yang Wei tells the confused thugs that he will go check it out himself. A thug anxiously warns him that the monstrous thugs are still inside. He confidently assures them it is no problem and instructs them to just wait here. After saying that, Yang Wei uses his power, his body gradually shifting before everyone's eyes. He casts magic and moves at a speed invisible to the naked eye, shooting straight up to the building. At the elevator entrance on the 3rd floor, Yang Wei stops and lands safely. He looks up at the horrifying scene before him, his eyes wide in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my." In front of him lies the corpse of a massive Spider Queen, taken down by someone he does not know. He was shaking with fear, wondering how anyone could take down something like this. His curiosity piqued. He could not help but wonder who it really was. He looked at the wreckage around him, the remnants of the battle. Questioning what on earth had happened here, he quietly speculated. A thought so outrageous it made him doubt himself, that the one the townspeople were hunting was the Spider Queen. He raised a hand to his forehead, cold sweat pouring down, muttering that things were getting complicated. Not to mention the other mess he had to deal with. He could not help but curse the damned situation. Just then, Yang Wei felt a terrifying presence behind him, and instinctively turned to face it, his expression serious, unsure of what this feeling meant. But as he thought of something, he rushed towards the railing, looking down below, where everyone was frantically evacuating and assisting the injured. In that crowd, he spotted a familiar figure and cursed that bastard under his breath. Why on earth was he here? Hugo Otters, oblivious to someone watching him, was trying to say something to someone else. Yang Wei stepped up onto the railing, looking down with a grave expression, thinking, No way. He could not shake the suspicion that Hugo Otters might be behind all of this, worrying about what that could mean for him. Before he could think much more, he heard someone ask him, "Hey, how's life been without me?" Causing his entire body to tremble in shock, Liang stood behind Yang Wei, completely shrouded in darkness, his eyes glowing as he grinned like a devil rising from hell. He called Yang Wei a son of a bitch, and Yang Wei jumped. Taken aback, unable to react, Liang asked Yang Wei if he was having a hard time. He smirked, half of his body hidden in shadows, his gaze flickering with a cold light. He mentioned it had been a long time since he saw Yang Wei and wondered why he looked so startled to see a familiar face. Yang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, cold sweat streaming down like a river as he struggled to turn and stammer. Calling out Liang's name, the traffic light flashed green, and the sound of sirens echoed continuously. The rescue team quickly arrived on the scene, splitting into two groups, one guiding the injured to follow them. One team swiftly worked to clear a path, while Sung Yi and Hang Simon sat on the roadside, looking a bit pitiful wrapped in two blankets. Sung Yi seemed lost in thought, while Hang Simon beside him coughed into his hand. Sung Yi recalled the moment Liang took down the addicted queen in the supermarket, falling into deep contemplation. He wondered if this guy was really Liang, though he did not look the same. The way he moved was unmistakable. Just then, he heard a familiar voice calling his name and turned to look in that direction. Hugo Otters clenched his fists, breathless, calling out to him, asking why he was here. Seeing him, Sung Yi pouted and turned his back. He asked his dad when he would be back. Hang Simon's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Hugo Otters, and he exclaimed, "What a star-crossed reunion." Hugo Otters, furious and red-faced, tightened his fists. He could not believe Sung Yi was speaking to him like that, saying that was the kind of tone he should use when talking to his dad, and Simon could not hold back a laugh while sitting next to him, and Sung Yi sulked with a nonchalant expression, letting out a cold huff. Hugo Otters did not blame him, raising his hand to his mouth to ease the awkwardness. Then, he placed his hands on his hips, watching the two tangled up on the floor, letting out a sigh of relief. Everything was going to be all right. At least you are not hurt. That is what matters. He assured them that after some treatment, they would be just fine. More importantly, Sung Yi, you were in that supermarket, right? Mentioning this made his expression shift, a hint of discomfort showing. He heard that someone took out the monsters and asked Sung Yi if he knew who did it. Sung Yi did not answer. He just pouted in frustration. At that moment, even though Hugo Otters was livid, he held back his anger. He secretly wondered who Sung Yi was covering for. Just then, Hang Simon looked nervously at Sung Yi and asked if Jian would be okay. Hugo Otters caught this and immediately paid attention. He gasped in shock. Suddenly, Hugo Otters excitedly rushed over, grabbing Hang Simon's shoulders and spinning him around, making him jump. Sung Yi stared wide-eyed, confused about what was happening. Hugo Otters paled and loudly asked Hang Simon if he just mentioned Jian. Where is he? And do you know him? Hang Simon was bombarded with a barrage of questions from him. He looked at Hugo Otters uncertainly, asking if Uncle Hugo Otters was really talking about the legendary figure, while Hugo Otters stared at him in disbelief. And Simon shared what he knew about Li Jian. He is currently inside. He is also the one who took down the Spider Queen. He said his name is Jian. Sung Yi turned to his dad, who looked just as shocked, wanting Hang Simon to clarify but was at a loss for words. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from upstairs. Hugo Otters jumped and turned to look at the source of the blast. Dust and debris swirling everywhere. Hugo Otters peered through the cloud of dust towards that direction. He was eager to find out what was going on. In a pile of rubble at the supermarket, heavy panting echoed near a large crater. Yang Wei was gasping for breath. Utterly exhausted, he was surrounded by a red aura. It seemed he had exerted a lot of energy with that last attack. Through the thick dust, Li Jian appeared unfazed. He casually remarked to Yang Wei that he had gone a bit overboard. Slowly approaching him, Yang Wei's attack had torn Li Jian's clothes in several places, and he was covered in dust. But clearly, that strength was nothing against his body. He chuckled, saying it has been 20 years since they last met, and already he wanted to take him down. Seeing Li Jian clearly, Yang Wei was surprised and asked who he was. He did not expect the person behind him to be different from the Li Jian he remembered. Li Jian frowned, puzzled. He did not realize that Yang Wei did not recognize him due to his newly restored appearance. Yang Wei just felt that he was Li Jian, but in his memories, Li Jian's face was always marked with scars. Not to mention their voices were completely different too. Even though he looks like he is struggling, Yang Wei can't help but grin from ear to ear. He thinks there is no way Li Jian could ever be as young as the person standing in front of him. With that thought, he feels more confident. He curses Li Jian, calling him a bastard, and asks how he dares to impersonate him, making him jump out of his skin. Li Jian looks at him, utterly speechless. He asks, "What do you mean?" Impersonate. Once Yang Wei realizes that the person before him is not Li Jian, he feels no fear anymore. He unleashes his magical power and loudly criticizes Li Jian, calling him a fake who does not know the heights of heaven, or the depths of the earth. Daring to stand against him. He asks if Lei Jun has prepared himself to pay the price for that action. It takes Lei Jun a moment to process everything he just said. He retorts that Yang Wei is talking nonsense and calls him a piece of trash. Then, before Yang Wei can react, he delivers a punch straight to his chest. He asks him if he really thinks he is just blowing hot air with just one punch. Lei Jun easily shatters Yang Wei's defensive magical barrier, sending him flying backward. But that is not all. He teleports behind Yang Wei, preparing to deliver another blow. A massive explosion erupts as Lei Jun sends Yang Wei crashing down to the ground. The sheer force obliterates several floors, and he falls straight down, the ground around him crumbling to pieces. Lei Jun leaps down from above, hands in his pockets, looking at Yang Wei lying motionless on the ground with disdain. His eyes shine coldly, surrounded by swirling dust and debris. He calls him a bastard, saying someone like him really needs to get hit to learn how to actually listen to others. He asks how he feels about that after trying to eliminate him in that tower. Does he feel any better now? He calls him a worthless dog. Lei Jun takes slow, deliberate steps towards Yang Wei, each footfall pounding into his heart, making him feel sheer terror. He says he knows everything, the holy relics and all the wealth he left behind. Yang Wei and the others devoured it all, and they did not even spare his will. Yang Wei tries to explain that, but Lei Jun does not give him a chance to speak. He cracks his knuckles, chuckling as if he understands everything. He says that anyway, he does not plan to let those people continue living in this world. He keeps saying things that send chills down Yang Wei's spine, like he is about to start by teaching him a lesson, and then it will be his family, his holy order, his coveted relics, and to top it off, all those pathetic saints too. He declares that he will destroy everything. The image of the Birch Holy Order shatters in Yang Wei's mind, and he stares wide-eyed in fear, unable to speak. Blood streams from his nose, and he grits his teeth, determined not to let this happen. He glares at Lei Jun with rage and defiance. He thinks that with the way Lei Jun acts and speaks, he is clearly not joking, and up until now, he has not even been able to keep up with his movements. Lei Jun cracks his knuckles, grinning oddly, radiating a glowing blue aura. This image flashes back to the Lei Jun from 20 years ago, making Yang Wei question if he really is Lei Jun. He had lived and then returned from the tower, denying that it was impossible. Yang Wei rose from the rubble, casting a dark look at Lei Jun, saying if he truly was Lei Jun. Then, he paused, his body slowly lifting into the air, hovering in the center stage as he unleashed a massive surge of magical power right before Lei Jun's eyes. His eyes blazed red, arms flexing as he summoned sharp blades from behind him. Underfoot, he created a magic circle marked with the sigil of the Saint Ares. As the summoned blades began to materialize, a fine hat appeared atop Yang Wei's head, and his cloak transformed into a white fur coat. His teeth clenched in fury. The system displayed no notification that the Master of Ares, the Divine Blue Emperor, had appeared. At the same time, Yang Wei also summoned a colossal Divine Blue Emperor behind him, while 7 blades behind him simultaneously completed their formation. Lei Jun gazed at this rare spectacle, leaning on his crutch and mocking Yang Wei for only managing to summon a fraction of the Divine's power. Yang Wei, with a fierce expression, pointed at Lei Jun. Countless chains of steel formed from magical energy surged toward him, yet he remained calm. Standing still, the chains took physical form, racing to bind him tightly, leaving him completely immobilized. A greenish hue spread across Yang Wei's forehead, and with a smug grin, he taunted Lei Jun, asking if he still looked weak enough for him to bully. Countless swords began to appear in mid-air. As he said, he did not understand how Lei Jun could escape from the tower. However, he stopped speaking, and a multitude of swords were summoned, all aimed in a single direction. Yang Wei used his divine technique, the weapon of the divine, as the hand of the Divine Blue Emperor descended to trap Lei Jun with enormous chains. Yang Wei raised his arms high, grinning with satisfaction, surrounded by a multitude of summoned swords, what he referred to as the weapon of the divine. He lowered his arms, precisely pointing towards the chained Lei Jun, as the swords behind him shot toward him in unison. The power of this attack was so immense it nearly obliterated everything in the surrounding area. Lei Jun blinked dryly, calmly complimenting his skill as impressive. Yang Wei, furious, told him to shut up. He roared for Lei Jun to die, and at that moment, countless swords aimed directly at him charged forward. A barrage of swords struck together, the force causing the ground where Lei Jun stood to explode, the earth and stone almost turning to dust. But that was not enough. The power of those swords pierced through several layers, embedding straight into the ground, forming a mountain of swords. With this power, anyone hit would surely be reduced to pulp. Yang Wei panicked. Clearly this technique had drained a significant amount of his energy. He wondered if Lei Jun was dead or not. He descended and moved forward. He muttered to himself as he saw him escape from the demon tower and return. For a moment, he was quite surprised, mocking him that a cat was still a cat, calling him an idiot. He approached the mountain of swords, hands in his pockets, confidently stating that this was the fate of a fool like him. When facing someone experienced and powerful like himself, He loudly mocked Lei Jun for being so foolish. Yang Wei smirked with satisfaction, saying that he thought he was still the Yang Wei of 20 years ago. At that moment, in the midst of the mountain of swords, a sudden burst of blue magic erupted. Yang Wei's eyes widened in horror. He silently denied it. There was no way. The so-called divine weapons were shattered into pieces by the blue magic. Lei Jun, his clothes tattered and covered in dust, landed a punch right in Yang Wei's face. Yang Wei was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Blood streamed from Yang Wei's nose. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend how Lei Jun was still alive. After that, a cold sweat broke out on him as he stammered, asking Lei Jun if he was really Lei Jun. Lei Jun, clothes in tatters, stomped on his stomach, making him cry out. He grinned like a demon rising from hell, satisfied, and said, "So you finally recognize me?" Ah. Lei Jun laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. He admitted that Yang Wei was right. He was truly back. The shattered swords fell away, and Lei Jun's body began to heal. He placed one hand on his hip, one hand covering his nose. He feigned a look of disgust, wondering what had made Yang Wei's weapons smell so bad. Yang Wei's face was deformed from Lei Jun's punch. Blood flowed from his nose, and several of his teeth were broken. He stared in shock at Lei Jun standing before him. He thought to himself that Lei Jun's recovery was unbelievable. Even the best healers could not match that. The Zodiac system triggered a notification stating that Lei Jun had just experienced a near-death moment, and the conditions had been met to unlock the 13th skill. At the same time, the countless wounds on Lei Jun's body healed completely. He raised his hand to look at it and laughed, thanking Yang Wei for making him stronger. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and magic swirled around him. He told Yang Wei, "How about I test something out now?" With that, he pressed down harder with his foot on Yang Wei. Yang Wei writhed in pain. He wanted to buy time, pleading with Lei Jun to hold on a second. The system continuously displayed notifications, saying that the Divine Silver Yang was shocked by Lei Jun. What the heck? Wondering why Lei Jun was still alive, the Divine Silver Yang, drenched in sweat, pointed at Yang Wei and criticized him for something. He stammered nervously, trying to explain that the Divine Silver Yang did not want to hear him out. The system continued to show notifications that the Divine Silver Yang was in disbelief, asserting that it was impossible. Suddenly, the display changed to show that the Divine Silver Yang vanished in a gust of cursed wind. At the same time, the Divine Silver Yang that Yang Wei had summoned with all his might also disappeared, leaving him in shock. He could not accept it, struggling to rise and exclaiming, "What the hell?" He shouted in frustration, not understanding how a god could just vanish. Lei Jun smiled friendly at him, speculating that perhaps the Divine Silver Yang knew from the start that this was hopeless. Lei Jun cracked his knuckles, his body tense with anger, his eyes narrowing into a straight line, ready to strike. He smiled a warm, kind smile and said he was very compassionate, so he would let him taste what he had gone through. Yang Wei's agonizing screams echoed throughout the vast supermarket. Hugo Otters and the Silver Ram disciples entered the supermarket to search for someone, only to find it had turned into a chaotic wreck. One disciple could not help but feel a mix of terror and curiosity about what had really happened here. In front of them lay a heap of corpses from the mirror beasts. All had been taken down, and the supermarket structure was nearly demolished, indicating a brutal battle had just taken place. Hugo Otters leaned heavily on both hands, surveying the area as if he had just discovered something. His eyes were enveloped in a shimmering golden magical aura, and he realized what this energy was, tapping into his magic. Hugo Otters could see through the floor and clearly discern that the person lying unconscious in the deep pit created by the horrific battle below was Yang Wei. He helplessly braced himself with one hand and supported his head with the other, guessing this had to be Lei Jun's doing, and thought that even if Lei Jun was causing chaos, this was too much. One of the Silver Ram disciples remarked that something felt off, while another, looking worried, said he could sense Lord Yang Wei's energy from here. He stared at the cracked floor, which was completely shattered in front of him. They began to feel suspicious, as the energy from Yang Wei they sensed was too weak to suggest he was still alive. They wanted to know what exactly had happened. Just then, a surge of magical power emitted a bright golden light behind the Silver Ram disciple, startling him. Hugo Otters stood behind them, his eyes glowing, his whole being enveloped in magic, forming a bow and aiming straight down. The Silver Ram disciples turned in shock to look at him. Each arrow shot by Hugo Otters created a massive explosion, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. A large hole appeared in the ground, and without hesitation, Hugo Otters jumped down. He landed lightly on the ground, let out a sigh, and prepared himself, adjusting his coat. Looking at the scene before him, Hugo Otters could not believe his eyes. He called out Lei Jun's name and referred to him as a loser. He saw Yang Wei lying unconscious on the floor, covered in wounds. His eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth. A large piece of paper was stuck to his chest, bearing a mocking message that left him speechless. He silently wondered how much more chaos Lei Jun planned to cause next. Meanwhile, Lei Jun had made his way to the Silver Ram Holy Assembly. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and strolled happily, looking at the Silver Ram Holy Assembly before him. Li Jian sneered and wondered if the holy relics that Ang Wei had stolen from him were all here. As Li Jian entered, the first thing that caught his eye was the flag emblazoned with the silver ram symbol. There were several staves on display, protected within glass cases. The emblem of the silver ram was also mounted above, resembling prized artifacts displayed at an exhibition. The most notable item was a statue of Ang Wei, sculpted from a single block. It was incredibly large and placed right in the center of the entrance area for visitors to admire. Li Jian stared intently at the statue of Ang Wei and called that bastard out. I did not expect him to be so obsessed with wealth that he flaunts it like this. As he ventured deeper, Li Jian could feel his treasures inside. He strolled around, eyeing the collection of treasures displayed in the glass case, and could not help but laugh. He knew this stuff was all fake. He glanced at a suit nearby and realized it looked just like the one Ang Wei took from his house. But he was sure all the weapons here were also fake. He focused on one item on display and was taken aback. A regular toothpick was carefully placed on a red velvet tray. The sign said it was the toothpick used by Li Jian. He placed both hands on the glass. He was thrilled to finally see it and affectionately called that toothpick his little darling. A loud noise erupted in the exhibition area, startling everyone around. Red lights flashed continuously, and alarms blared at the same time. The Ares gang received the signal and rushed in. They called in to report a theft and instructed all gang members to act normal as if nothing happened. In the blink of an eye, the Ares gang completely surrounded Li Jian with no escape. They ordered him to raise his hands and drop the toothpick on the ground. Faced with a crowd of gang members as numerous as ants, Li Jian remained unfazed. He held the toothpick, smirked at them, and flat out said he was not going to do it. With that, he summoned his magic and waved the toothpick up and down. With just a simple gesture, Li Jian easily sent the Ares gang members flying away and calmly stepped outside. The sound was absolutely satisfying. He even made sure to ask them if he was right about that. Looking at the little pink thing that had transformed from the toothpick resting in his palm, he felt overjoyed to see it again. Li Jian's system announced that he had discovered an artifact, called the All-Creating Artifact. The artifact was of S-class production level with S-class shape-shifting properties. Li Jian joyfully jumped from his palm and nuzzled against his cheek, while the system frantically popped up notifications. It informed him that he had met the conditions to invite the skill of creative repair. A repair zone of 1.5 square meters was formed. The default ability of creative repair was unlocked. This included production repair, reinforcement repair, and disassembly repair. The properties of the all-creating artifact would be granted to creations made from other recorded skills. Li Jian glanced at Slim perched on his shoulder and cheerfully said it was time to head out. Slim smiled with glistening eyes as if agreeing with him. As he passed through a brilliant red door adorned with golden patterns, a large Ares symbol in the center caught everyone's attention. Li Jian felt something unusual. The system popped up to inform him that the power from the Ares artifact was radiating strongly. Li Jian's eyes lit up coldly. He smiled mysteriously, and an ominous aura erupted from his body, causing Slim on his shoulder to feel dizzy. He remarked that since he was here, it would be a waste to just head back. Without hesitation, Li Jian swung the door open and declared it was time to loot some goods. Outside, Hugo Otters stood frozen. He wondered if he had arrived too late. Right in front of him, the Ares church is engulfed in smoke and chaos. The tourists are completely terrified. They scramble to escape, forming a panicked crowd. They are urging each other to run, saying there has been an explosion at the Ares church. Hugo Otters clenches his fists, tears streaming down his face as he desperately cries out, "John, please." But Li Jian is completely oblivious. He slowly drags a large bag outside, grumbling to Slim about how hungry he is. Behind him, a young man struggles to keep his balance on a crutch. He can't run, so he is just trying to steady himself as he makes his way out. The young man stares at him wide-eyed, as if he is some kind of freak. Hugo Otters, looking worried, calls out for Li Jian. Li Jian looks at Hugo Otters with a furrowed brow. He is surprised to see Hugo here and calls him Otekshu. Hugo Otters, sobbing and rushing towards Li Jian, screams, "You bastard!" Li Jian, leaning on his crutch, squints his eyes and jokingly calls Hugo Otters a jerk, saying that after everything, he is the only friend he has left. But before he can finish his sentence, Hugo Otters zooms past him, heading straight for the young man on crutches and calling him Jan as well. Hugo Otters grabs the young man's shoulders, crying about how if he is still alive, he needs to come find him right away. "What the hell have you been doing since you got back?" Hugo Otters, looking anxious, asks the crutch-bound young man if he is okay. Seriously, with a body in that condition, what is with the rush to cause chaos? Then, wrapping it up with this dumbus, Li Jian turns to the scene, shocked into silence, wondering if Hugo Otters has lost his mind. The more he looks, the angrier he gets, his expression darkening, while Slim on his shoulder trembles in fear. Suddenly, Li Jian charges forward and kicks Hugo Otters right in the face. Furious that his friend has forgotten his own face, cursing him as a dog, Hugo Otters gets knocked back, spitting blood in front of the shocked young man, who gasps in disbelief at Li Jian's wild move. Li Jian, with both hands on his hips and a cold glint in his eyes, angrily asks Hugo Otters if he wants him to knock some sense into him. Seriously? How can he mess this up? Hugo Otters sits on the ground, trembling, while the young man on crutches sees the situation going south and sneaks away. Hugo Otters rubs his cheek where Li Jian kicked him. Looking in surprise at Slim on Li Jian's shoulder and thinking about what that is, he exclaims, "The little creature of Zion, Slim." The little Slim on Li Jian's shoulder is happily smiling. At this moment, Hugo Otters finally understands and asks, "Could it be?" Before Hugo Otters can finish his sentence, Li Jian raises his fist with a cold smile, asking if he wants him to hit him a few more times to clear his head. He emphasizes Hugo Otters' name, Tetsu, as Hugo Otters sits on the ground, wide-eyed in shock. Right after, Hugo Otters lunges forward and hugs Li Jian, causing Slim to fly off, calling out his name. Hugo Otters is crying, snot and tears everywhere. He said that means you are still alive. He was not quite sure and asked if he really was Zian. Right, Li Jian, furious, threw a punch into Hugo Otters' gut. Hugo let out a scream, his face turning pale. Li Jian was steaming mad. He raised his fist, gritting his teeth, calling Hugo Otters a lunatic. Not stopping for anything, he kept clutching at his shorts. Hugo Otters was on the ground, holding his stomach. Tears streamed down his face. It was hard to tell if he was crying from joy at seeing an old friend or because of the pain. He was laughing and crying, confirming that it really was Zion. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of Li Jian. It announced that the Divine Centaur Apollo had appeared. Li Jian was drawn to it, feeling both frustrated and a bit amazed. Right after, the Divine Centaur Apollo, shining with dazzling golden light, appeared behind Hugo Otters. Hugo was startled by this move. Apollo squinted his eyes slightly. A divine light radiated from his face. He slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Hugo Otters turned around. He stares wide-eyed in shock, not understanding why Apollo is suddenly here. Li Jian stays silent, but his expression says it all. He is not too fond of him. Looking at Apollo, who stands tall and imposing before him, Li Jian is curious about how he ended up here. Apollo raises an eyebrow. He raises his hand in a dramatic gesture. Li Jian feels a bit irritated. He wonders how he could have appeared. Hugo Otters beside him is sweating bullets. Clearly anxious, Li Jian's system notification pops up again. It informs him that Apollo, the Divine Centaur, is questioning the survival of Li Jian. Apollo, the Divine Centaur, is requesting verification to see if this is really Li Jian. Along with that, there is an image of him whispering something to Hugo Otters. Hugo Otters frowns in annoyance but still asks how he plans to verify. The system displays Apollo, the Divine Centaur, suggesting that if he shoots an arrow at him, something might happen, aiming at Li Jian. At the same time, Apollo also draws his bow, aiming straight at Li Jian. Hugo Otters clings to him, desperately trying to pull him away. Li Jian, furious, grits his teeth and mutters about that divine jerk. Smoke seems to be coming out of his ears as he rolls up his sleeves, ready to charge. He angrily questions why every time he shows up, he targets anyone he sees. Hugo Otters, tears streaming down his face, tries to stop Li Jian and cool him down by saying it is okay. It is, as long as you are alright. That is what matters. Meanwhile, Apollo stands behind Hugo Otters, sticking out his tongue and making a goofy face at Li Jian. Li Jian suddenly remembers something. He asks what is okay and says he has to get back at Hugo Otters now. Hugo Otters jumps back in shock. He asks if Li Jian is talking about revenge. Li Jian points directly at Hugo Otters with a creepy grin, like a demon crawling out of hell. He repeats exactly what he said over the phone, that he will kill him. Good luck with that. Hugo Otters hears it and feels his eyes going wide with fear. Li Jian exudes the aura of a sinister demon with two horns. He tells Hugo Otters that as soon as he stepped out of the tower, he learned his house was sold, and the whole collection of artifacts was gone too. Hugo Otters tries to explain and tells Jian to wait. Li Jian does not want to hear any of it. He angrily laughs in a friendly way, flexing his biceps for Hugo Otters to see, saying first, he will take a punch before continuing. Suddenly, a scream of pure agony echoes. Hugo Otters cries out as his head swells up like a balloon. He laughs happily and confirms that it is really him. John, thank goodness. But deep down, he can't help but curse Li Jian for hitting him so hard. At that moment, the gang of Ares thugs comes rushing in, shout that they have found him. They order everyone to capture Li Jian, because he is the one who attacked the artifact. Li Jian and Hugo Otters stopped in their tracks, staring at the group of thugs. Suddenly, it hit Li Jian. He raised his hand, and admitted he just remembered he was a wanted man. Hugo Otters shot him a glance, and asked what was so interesting that drew such a huge crowd. Li Jian pointed to the massive bag at his feet, chuckling that it was just a few things. Upon seeing the pile, Hugo Otters widened his eyes in disbelief and yelled, "Don't tell me you stole that from Yang Wei." Li Jian placed one hand on his hip and casually admitted, "Yeah, that is right," without a hint of shame. He even asked if he looked cool doing it. Hugo Otters laughed, patting Li Jian on the shoulder, saying he did great. You crazy fool. Li Jian did not see anything wrong with the compliment and grinned like a fool. Meanwhile, a silver-clad thug was surrounding them, suggesting to the captain that they should capture Li Jian immediately. The captain quickly stopped him, asserting that Li Jian was no ordinary thug, though still worried. The guy called captain appeared much more confident as he declared Li Jian would not have a chance to escape because he had summoned someone capable of going toe-to-toe with Li Jian's monstrous power. The thug immediately understood, his face turning anxious as he said, "Don't tell me." Before he could finish, a roar echoed behind Li Jian and Hugo Otters, and the wind whipped the leaves into the sky. From the headquarters of the Ares cult, the silhouette of a four-legged beast with wings emerged. The captain muttered to himself, "It is." The giant paws with sharp claws slammed down, creating a thunderous explosion as the ground quaked beneath the beast. A creature resembling a lion but far more ferocious appeared. The guardian spirit of Ares. The mighty beast Bichu. The captain continued to speak. At the same time, the system displayed a notification indicating that the guardian of Ares, Bichu, had appeared, alerting that all of Li Jian's assets and treasures could be at risk of being stolen. Bichu towered over Li Jian and Hugo Otters, letting out a thunderous roar that revealed its sharp teeth. Li Jian looked up at it, his face showing no emotion, while Hugo Otters felt a rush of anxiety seeing even the guardian spirit of Ares had arrived. Hugo Otters felt dizzy, beads of sweat pouring down his face as he suggested that Li Jian should just toss whatever he had and run. Li Jian burst into laughter, calling Hugo Otters Tetsu and told him to stay calm. Li Jian's eyes glinted coldly. He was mentally ready for a fight, confidently stating that he was always a planner. He called out to Slim, asking where it was. Slim perched on his shoulder understood and smiled happily, its cheeks flushed, eyes wide and sparkling. Images of Li Jian's weapons flashed in its mind, continuously changing, standing on Li Jian's shoulder. It radiated a blinding light. Moments later, a sword hilt appeared from its mouth. Li Jian grabbed the hilt, a smile creeping onto his face. With a swift and decisive motion, he drew the sword, positioning himself sideways to face Pai Shu. Li Jian raised the short sword, knowing that in this situation, facing the guardian spirit would be a bit tricky. Though Li Jian's entire body was enveloped in a massive source of magical power. He laughed, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He channeled the magic into the sword in his hand, and commanded it to reveal the true form of whoever was before him. Hugo Otters sensed the overwhelming magical energy radiating from Li Jian. He raised a hand to shield himself from the gust created by the surge of power and looked toward Li Jian, wondering what that energy could be. A loud explosion echoed as a massive black sword suddenly plunged into the ground, sending rocks flying in every direction. Li Jian, one hand in his pocket, and the other resting on the hilt of the giant black sword, stood there with a smug grin, satisfied that he finally had something useful. The system notified Li Jian that the artifact had awakened thanks to the energy from the eye of the Safu stack. Thanks to the properties of the Safu stack, the sledgehammer, the sword absorbed the element of devastating destruction. And what made it truly eye-catching was the serpent emblem, the symbol of the Safu stack. Additionally, the sword radiated the aura of immense magical power. The system indicated that the sword had become sharper and its attack power had increased. Along with that, a new skill was unlocked. The 13th observation skill that could now reveal the weaknesses of enemies, unable to see the minor paths of death. Li Jian focused intently on the display screen. He joyfully exclaimed to himself that he had obtained a new skill. With that, Li Jian shouted 13th observation to activate the skill, his eyes shining brightly, looking at Pichu, with its lion-like form and wings spread wide. He could clearly see all of its weak points, each one glowing vividly. Li Jian lifted the sword with both hands, grinning confidently as he charged towards Pichu, shouting, "Let us do this." Seeing Li Jian charge forward without a hint of hesitation against such a formidable opponent, Hugo Otters felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He stood not far away, cheering Li Jian on. "That is right, John. The direct assault is how you always do things. You have always pushed through every challenge, no matter how reckless it may seem." Hugo Otters smiled, believing in Li Jian, silently urging him to take it down. Pichu, unimpressed, struck down at Li Jian with its front paw, ready to crush him beneath its feet. Hugo Otters' eyes widened in shock, sweat pouring down his face, terrified and calling out for John. Pichu seemed to sense something, its gaze flashing a bright red, its front paw twitching slightly with his trademark nonchalance. Li Jian's voice rang out as he asked Hugo Otters what he was yelling about, telling him to chill out, finishing his sentence. He lifted Pichu's enormous front paw with one hand, his eyes blazing. He confidently taunted Pichu, calling it a chubby loser, saying its foot stank so badly it nearly suffocated him. He coldly asked, "Now it is my turn." Right. Pichu was taken aback, not expecting him to be able to withstand its attack so easily. Then, as if realizing something, it turned pale in shock the moment Pichu's foot lifted. Li Jian slashed it off, sending it flying into the air. Pichu howled in pain, its eyes ablaze with rage. The system displayed a warning that Pichu, the prosperous beast, was using its power. Li Jian glanced at the system, his expression calm, but a hint of worry crept into his face. Pichu opens its wide mouth and lets out a deafening roar. The system announces that Pichu is absorbing all the prosperity around it. Everything seems to be getting sucked into its belly. Li Jian stands resolutely, sword in hand, ready to face it head-on. He points his sword at it, smirking confidently, and then chills the air with his words. He tells it that if it had just sat still and behaved, it would not be getting smashed like this. With that, he swings his sword. The system displays a notification that the characteristics of the Master of the Sword clan have been activated. Li Jian's piercing eyes gleam with a cold light. He politely asks if he can give it a little affection. Li Jian unleashed the Safu trait, aiming straight at the Pichu's position, and struck with his sword. The force of that strike shattered the ground around him. The slash, carrying the destructive power of the heavens, hurtled straight toward the Pichu in front of him. Pichu let out a heart-wrenching scream as it was hit. The strike pierced through Pichu, crashing into the Ares Holy Association building behind it. The Ares disciples were thrown into a panic as debris from the blast rained down on them. Hugo Otters stood in shock, mouth agape. Speechless, Li Jian grinned, looking dangerously ecstatic, his fighting spirit still roaring. Wanting more, with just one swing, Li Jian left a deep gash stretching from where he stood to the wrecked Ares Holy Association building. Hugo Otters raised a hand to cover his mouth, silently marveling at the power displayed. Just like the power Li Jian once wielded during his golden age, he stood in the rift he had created. He plunged his sword into the ground and leaned on it. Before him lay the flattened Pichu, completely out of combat, and the Ares Holy Association building was in ruins. A notification popped up, announcing he had just defeated a guardian spirit. His incredible experience points surged. Li Jian glanced at the refreshed notification, asking if he wanted to keep Pichu, the prosperity beast, as his guardian spirit. He asked in surprise. Wait, what? Li Jian set down his sword and approached the unconscious Pichu, a bit in disbelief, pondering his newfound power to control a guardian spirit, something only the 12 divine beasts could achieve. He reached out and touched Pichu's head. A blue energy from the Safu enveloped Pichu, healing all its wounds and making it stand before him. Wings spread wide, it sat in front of Li Jian, sticking out its tongue, looking as adorable as a puppy. The system displayed a notification that Pichu, the prosperity beast, had become the guardian spirit of the Safu. With the current number of guardian spirits, the system announced that Pichu, the prosperity beast, had shrunk in size to be cradled by its master. Li Jian gingerly lifted the now tiny Pichu, who wagged its tail and panted adorably, looking up at him and saying, "Oh wow." He embraced it with one hand and clenched his fist in a cheer. He laughs heartily, declaring, "Awesome. Since it is a prosperity beast, I can use it to store all my treasures." Pichu, hearing this, starts sweating bullets. Otters, standing behind with arms crossed, raises an eyebrow, wondering where Li Jian picked up that awesome phrase. Li Jian joyfully jumps around, holding Pichu tightly as he bounces amidst the pile of junk. Hugo Otters watches this scene, questioning if Li Jian can really turn a divine guardian from another god into his own. He is curious about what on earth happened before returning that gave Li Jian such mind-blowing powers. Just then, the system suddenly pops up, announcing that Li Jian can name Pichu, his divine guardian. Li Jian, holding Pichu, suddenly freezes, his expression darkening as he looks back at Hugo Otters, who has a puzzled look on his face. Wondering what just went down, Li Jian tightens his grip, loudly responds, "It is a," shaking his head in frustration. That evening, as the sky turned a fiery red, at Hugo Otters' house, Li Jian accuses him of being a traitor. Hugo Otters, furious, shouts back at Li Jian, "Traitor. Do you even know how worried I have been about you all this time?" Li Jian, with a dark expression, grips a wooden horse, asking Hugo Otters, "What about you?" While his best buddy is struggling to survive in the tower, he is out here getting married and living the good life. Li Jian slumps on the sofa, turning away from Hugo Otters, muttering about someone who is fighting day by day in the tower while another dares to call himself a friend, living a life of luxury outside. Doesn't he ever think about looking for that buddy? I do not get how they can still call each other friends after just 20 years apart. And he claims he does not recognize his own buddy. Li Jian scoffs in disdain, continuing to lament that it is true the other guy is a bit better looking, but if a guy can't even notice those minor changes, then what is the point of calling him a friend? Hugo Otters is fuming. He raises his fist, wishing he could just punch Li Jian right then and there, thinking how great Li Jian is. Suddenly, Li Jian stands up and turns around, putting on a serious face, saying he guesses he won't be able to take advantage of their friendship while crashing at Hugo Otters' place. Hugo Otters crosses his arms, saying it is fine. He can stay here for now. even though he is trying to act all polite and a bit sad. As if he regrets saying something too harsh earlier, he pats Hugo Otters on the back, encouraging him to perk up. Hugo Otters, feeling the pat, stands up straight, eyes wide and mouth agape, stammering that he has not divorced his wife. Unsure how to explain his situation anymore, Hugo Otters raises a hand to his forehead, sighing heavily, and says, "Forget it. I do not want to talk about that anymore." Curious about what has been happening in the tower, he asked Li Jian to fill him in. He silently decided not to tell Yu Ha and Sung Jae about Li Jian because they were both fans of him. Hugo Otters told Li Jian that at that moment, he was busy dealing with all the monstrous disasters outside, so he had no idea what was happening inside the tower. He wondered why everyone could bring back the head of the monster, but could not take Li Jian along. Li Jian shoved his hands into his pockets and chuckled, telling Hugo Otters that what happened behind that was a long, sad story. As Li Jian recalled the past, fury surged within him, his eyes widened with a fierce intensity. He shared with Hugo Otters that he had been stabbed in the back and pushed into their trap, where they shoved him down into a pit swarming with countless monsters. Besides the swarm of monstrous disasters appearing, there was also the resurrection of the monster, which is why he could not return for many years. Hugo Otters was taken aback, asking Li Jian about the resurrected monster. Li Jian looked at the small green snake image in the palm of his hand and calmly admitted it. He explained that the monster they saw before was not its true form at all. The true form of the monster lies deep within the tower, larger and far stronger than the one he defeated before being betrayed. In the end, he managed to finally take down that damn monster. But the real problem was not the monster itself. It was the ones controlling the tower, as they had the power to resurrect the fallen monstrous disasters. Those monsters were like puppets of the tower's operators, and they were dead set on playing cat and mouse with Li Jian. Remembering this, he felt the anger boiling inside him, his tone growing more furious. He had tried countless times to carve a path out of that dark place, but in reality, he only put himself in greater danger. Li Jian said that bastard tortured him with those monsters every single day. He even thought he was in hell. At the end of his survival struggle, he finally killed the operator but collapsed from exhaustion. At that time, he lost his left arm, and his body was nearly completely destroyed when he fell. It was also when the tower came crashing down. He told Hugo Otters that if he remembered correctly, he should have been dead. Li Jian raised his hand, revealing the snake symbol of the constellation in his palm. Feeling the immense magical power emanating from that snake, he told Hugo Otters that when he woke up, there were no longer those damn monsters around him, and somehow he received this energy. He stated one thing for sure. The one who stabbed him in the back knew the structure of the demon tower all too well. Finishing his words, Li Jian clenched his fist tightly, his brow furrowing, with a voice full of rage. He said that bastard had thrown him into a pit crawling with monstrous disasters like he knew exactly where it was. Thinking back to that incident made Li Jian even more irritated. He cracked his knuckles, eyes blazing as if ready to throw punches. He declared he would definitely smash the faces of those who stole his glory, and those low-life thugs who talk behind his back. He turned to Hugo Otters and menacingly said he would give that backstabber a special message they would not forget. He asked Hugo Otters if he should start preparing to take action gradually, seeing him so especially eager. Hugo Otters felt it was inappropriate to stop him, so he just replied that it sounded about right. Li Jian used his energy to keep the wooden horse he just carved floating in his palm. He told Hugo Otters that first, they needed to craft some weapons to sell to them, and a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The system displayed a notification that the workshop was at level 1, capable of crafting everything. While searching for materials that could be used for crafting, the system asked him if he wanted to use resources to create a holy artifact. Li Jian looked at the two notifications in front of him and muttered about the materials. He controlled the system to retrieve usable resources. Hugo Otters, one hand on his hip and the other outstretched, asked Li Jian how he planned to do that, saying it would not be easy to approach the holy men in their territory. Li Jian placed a white box with luxurious gold-trimmed designs on the table, his expression eager as if he wanted to try it right away. He told Hugo Otters that was not it just about getting rid of them. Looking at the box that Li Jian had just taken out, there was a goat's head with the Aries zodiac symbol right in the middle of its forehead. Hugo Otters exclaimed in shock that it was the holy artifact of Aries, the safety of the golden ram. At the same time, Li Jian's system also displayed information stating that the box was called the safety of the golden ram. Li Jian could store anything in it and make it grow, as long as he paid an equivalent price. Hugo Otters was wide-eyed in disbelief. He realized it was a top-tier creation among holy artifacts. At this point, he looked at Li Jian in confusion and asked why he was carrying something like that if he could not even use it. Li Jian casually placed his hand on the box, smiled, and said he heard that Othexu was a poor saint, so he brought it along just to be sure. Hearing this, Hugo Otters was fuming, his face turning red as he protested that he was not poor. Li Jian explained that the higher the rank of the holy artifact, the more expensive the materials that made it were. He said he would use this to collect resources for himself, while making the high-level holy artifacts self-destruct. Hugo Otters stretched out his pristine white hand for Liang to see, and asked how they were going to do anything since no one here could activate it. Liang looked at Hugo Otters with a frustrated and disappointed expression, asking if he could not use it either. Given Liang's stubbornness, Hugo Otters still could not get used to it. He angrily shouted that, "Hey, dude, he was not an Aries saint. He was a Sagittarius." Liang, realizing this now, looked down dejectedly and said at home, leaving Hugo Otters speechless at his reaction. Liang stared at the box, raised his hand to hold it as if deep in thought, then said he thought he could use it. Hugo Otters immediately denied it, saying no way, apologized to Liang, and suggested they find another way to use it. Just then, Liang suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh no, I accidentally sent a challenge letter already," leaving Hugo Otters startled. He paled and asked Liang what he sent and where it went, while Liang licked his lips nervously, saying at the time, "Well then, let us find another way." Hugo Otters is not backing down. He wants answers. So he shouts at Liang, demanding to know where the battle cry was sent. Seeing that Liang is ignoring him, Hugo's face turns pale with worry as he calls Liang that crazy guy in South Korea. At the Blue House, as the sky turns a fiery red at dusk, someone in the conference room speaks up, criticizing the useless bunch for not only failing to take down a spider, but also humiliating themselves. It turns out that the one speaking is the commander of the Lion Holy Order, Oliver, who casually rests his hands behind his head, leans back in his chair, and kicks his feet up on the table. His mocking expression suggests that they should just go back to making their charms, instead of wasting time fighting monsters. One of the people present hurriedly reminds him, "Commander of the Lion Holy Order, please mind your words." But Oliver could not care less. He laughs and continues his story, claiming he heard that some nobody took down the Spider Queen. Right, at this point, he scoffs and asks if that is Liang crawling out of his grave or something. Suddenly, the glass on the table shatters with a burst of magic. Right after that, someone voices that they should not be dodging the topic. With that, the commander of the Gemini Holy Order, Choi Sung-yu, leans on the table, and the shards of glass that were shattered before him are now suspended in purple magic. The fragments hover in mid-air, frozen in time. Not falling onto the table, he sits back, grinning with narrowed eyes, and tells Oliver that it seems like this commander of the Lion Holy Order is a bit too obsessed with Liang's hero tale. Oliver leans back even further and asks, "So what?" adding that if it is really Liang, then that spider is nothing to him. He asks Choi Sung-hyuk if he did not see that famous Russian guy was defeated in the video. Choi Sung-hyuk laughs and replies that it is because he got help from other saints. Not to mention the weapon he used was also given by someone else. At this point, Choi Sung-hyuk is starting to get a bit feisty. He confidently says that with that much support, they could have done even better. Oliver hears this and can't help but burst into laughter, saying that it is probably because Choi Sung-hyuk lacks proper support that he could not take down that Spider Queen. The gaze behind Choi Sung-hyuk's glasses sparkles with a cold light. He points at Oliver, grinning like a sly wolf, and says he has a recording device here. And they along with Ares are the ones who killed the Spider Queen, thanks to the sacrifice of a top-tier apostle. Oliver listens to Choi Sung-ha, feeling the heat of battle rising. He scoffs and asks if Ares has someone that strong. He is eager to meet that person, guessing it is probably the one still stuck in the belly of the Spider Queen. Right. Oliver and Choi Sung-hyuk stand off against each other. Two streams of energy from the Lion and Gemini orders refusing to back down. The president, stuck between them, feels the tension rising. He gazes into the void, his expression dark, grinding his teeth, wondering when the Blue House turned into a den for these thugs. Just then, a Markfist bodyguard bursts in, looking panicked and loudly informing him that there is a big issue, urging him to check the news. On the news report, the reporter, looking bewildered, discusses a special report about their information receivers just getting a mysterious package. Inside, there were pictures from someone we call Yang Wei and a message saying, "I am back." The special part, those words were written in English. Hugo Otters was furious, his eyes wide with worry, screaming that the handwriting matched the deceased Liang by 99%. He watched Liang casually playing on his phone and yelled, "Wait, what the hell were you thinking sending that?" Liang, unfazed, calmly replied to Hugo Otters that it was a declaration of war, reminding them to clean up and wait for him to come and finish things. Hugo Otters yelled back, "Wait, this is not your average Joe we are dealing with." Hugo Otters shook his head, one hand on his hip and the other rubbing his aching forehead, trying to ease the headache that Liang's reckless actions had caused. He told Liang that killing Yang Wei was already a huge deal, and now he was going to broadcast it to the world. Hearing this, Liang suddenly popped his head upside down and said, "Yang Wei is not dead." Hugo Otters, taken aback, asked Liang, "What?" Liang sat up, clicked his tongue, and laughed. He said that technically, Yang Wei was still alive but not really living. At Legion's words, Hugo Otter's hand froze mid-air. His brows furrowed as he tried to comprehend what Legion was saying. Out of nowhere, Legion pulled out a yellow teddy bear and cheerfully introduced it to Hugo Otters as Yang Wei. The teddy bear looked terrified, sweat pouring down its face, while the spirit of Yang Wei inside it was raging, cursing Legion as a filthy bastard. Seeing the bear in Legion's hands, Hugo Otters felt something horrifying, unable to believe it, asking, "Is this really Yang Wei?" The spirit of Yang Wei was screaming for everyone to stay away and let him go, but nobody could hear his inner cries. Legion looked at the teddy bear, his expression fierce as he gripped its long ears tightly, saying that his powers had grown from the experience of the recent battle. Now, he could easily control the soul named Yang Wei. With a wicked grin, he taunted, "What are you doing now, slave number 2? Introduce yourself." The spirit of Yang Wei was terrified by Legion's violence, feeling dizzy and sweating bullets while silently screaming for help. Hugo Otters looked at Legion, puzzled, asking if even this was possible. Finally, Legion cut him off, saying that it was not important. "Look at this," he said, handing Hugo Otters a pitch-black dagger. Hugo Otters took it and curiously asked, "What is this?" Legion tightened his grip on the teddy bear, his face filled with intensity, pointing to the ground and explaining that it was the dagger that had been stabbed into his back then, the very thing that had led him into a trap. Hugo Otters examined the dagger, shocked and astonished, even questioning if this was the dagger that had pushed Legion to the brink of death. He observed it for a moment before concluding that the intricate carvings on the dagger suggested it was anything but ordinary. Hugo Otters turned to see Legion actively tormenting Yan Wei, looking worried as he said, "If you got stabbed in the back, it definitely was not Yan Wei." Legion grinned wickedly, grabbing the teddy bear by the neck and said, "Then let us keep torturing him until he spills the beans." After torturing Yan Wei, Legion casually stuffed his hands in his pockets, while holding the long ears of a stuffed bear behind his back, and told Hugo Otters he was going to stop by the sacred artifact for a bit. Hugo Otters looked surprised and asked Legion why he was going to that place. Legion held up the stuffed animal for Hugo Otters to see and said that this bald guy claimed he had seen this sculpture somewhere in the shop. As he said this, Legion suddenly remembered something and asked to borrow Hugo Otters' clothes. Hugo Otters pointed behind the wardrobe and said the clothes were over there. He could take whatever he liked. The whole house was lit up. After changing, Legion stuffed his hands into his pockets and smiled at the stuffed bear that Hugo Otters was hugging. He told it to stay at home and made a special point to emphasize that it was slave number 2. Hugo Otters, curious, asked Legion who number 1 was. Legion walked toward the door, waved his hand at Hugo Otters, and said he would be back soon. "Number 1. Ah." Hugo Otters turned red with anger. He yelled angrily at Legion's back. And meanwhile, the stuffed animal covered its mouth, giggling at Hugo Otters' suffering. At the Ares Holy Church, which had been invaded by Legion, a group of unidentified members from some holy order appeared to investigate. The girl in the lead held tightly to her walkie-talkie and reported that the Ares saint was not here in any of the holy orders. She mentioned that she could not sense any trace of a saint's energy around here at all. On the other side, another girl was playfully splashing water with her fingers. She asked if the Ares saint was gone, introducing herself as the Holy Maiden, Sophie Mary. She was enjoying a relaxing soak in the tub and casually wondered where he had gone. The girl standing in the ruined Ares church speculated that perhaps the Ares saint had vanished along with all his treasures. Sophie Mary remarked that things could get tricky if Enwei teamed up with another saint behind her back. She rested her chin on her hand, pondering where that bald pig, Enwei, had run off to. Her apostle hesitantly asked if perhaps he had been captured by that so-called newcomer. Legion. Sophie Mary leaned back against the edge of the bathtub, laughing loudly. The water around her splashed everywhere as she said, "Come on, girl, that is not funny." Just as she finished speaking, she used her magical powers to create water that enveloped the head of the maid bathing behind her, making her gasp for air. The maid's horrified scream echoed from the other side, startling the apostle who was in contact with Sophie Mary. Clearly, this little scare tactic was working. The apostle quickly apologized, saying she was sorry for her unnecessary comments. Sophie Mary, not wanting to make things difficult for her apostle, accepted the apology and shifted the conversation. Sophie Mary mentioned that she would go to the sacred artifact shop as planned, so she needed to get ready. She had to sell all the sacred items to raise funds for the upcoming auction. This auction was extremely important to her. The maid had been released by Sophie Mary and was now kneeling on the floor, trying to cough out all the water. Just then, another female apostle rushed, panting. Although worried, she still respectfully called Sophie Mary Your Holiness and reported that there was a big problem. It has been a month since another participant signed up for the Drachma auction, and Sophie Marie can barely keep her cool anymore. She angrily whips her head around and shouts, "What?" inside Liang Gym. The sounds of clanking weights echo continuously. A group of gym goers with bulging muscles stare in awe at something in the distance. In front of them is a muscular figure lifting weights like a beast. Behind him, someone nervously stutters out, calling him Sir Stephen. As if they have something important to say but are too scared to speak up. After a while, the person who turns out to be Oliver finally mentions he heard rumors that the holy artifact of Lion will appear at the upcoming Drakema auction. The muscular guy, still in the middle of his intense workout, suddenly freezes at Oliver's words. He slightly turns his head, revealing a terrifyingly long scar on his cheek. His eyes suddenly light up. He drops the massive weight, letting it crash to the ground with a thunderous bang that could scare anyone. A smirk forms on his lips as he says, "Finally, it is time to show up." He spins around, showing off his wild, unkempt hair. His face and body are covered in scars. His eyes gleam with a golden light. He grins menacingly, declaring that the holy artifact of the Legion will belong to them. He is the Holy Lion. Stephen Marker. Somewhere in the city, a teleportation gate suddenly appears. It flashes with a bright light as someone steps out of the portal. Legion, hands in his pockets, chuckles and says, "Instant teleportation is pretty convenient." Sungji stands next to him, fiddling with his phone, explaining to Legion that typically, teleportation services are really expensive, but for the branch office, it is in the area of the Holy Artifact Complex. Legion and Sungji stand on a bustling street. Legion looks at Sungji, who is walking beside him, thanking him for introducing him to an S-level appraiser when he only asked for a regular one. Sungji feels a bit guilty, forcing a smile and stammering that it was nothing. The truth is, Choi Sung-hai had asked him if he knew the person who defeated the Spider Queen. After that, he friendly pressured him into helping him scout out that guy. He even said if you need any support, he will make it happen. Sungji stares at the message from Choi Sung-hai, feeling a tight knot in his stomach. Legion pats him on the shoulder, asking if the commander bothered him after that kissing incident. Sungji jumped, stammering that he does not know how to explain that. Suddenly, Legion hands him a knife, telling him to take it and saying he usually uses this to deal with pesky monsters. The system identifies it as G-Newt's Desire, Grade A, with the ability to recover a dual-sided warrior, including a warrior chain of colors, turning them into a meter warrior, and finally activating a random skill. Sungji accepts the knife, recognizing it and feeling curious because it was rusty before. Legion tells Sungji that he has fixed it up and that its effects have changed a bit. He adds not to be surprised. Okay. Sungji grips the knife with both hands and shyly thanks Legion. Legion looks up, shielding his eyes from the glare, and asks, "Is this place okay?" The Estas level appraiser's place was, at the same time, right in front of a house without a sign, looking quite vintage. At that moment, in the 50C pawn shop area, a passerby was suddenly hit by something, his eyes wide with surprise. Right after that, his face turned bright red as he glanced somewhere. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he could not help but exclaim, "Oh my." He was curious why someone like her would be here. Another person nearby was equally astonished, gazing at someone with starry eyes and exclaimed, "She is absolutely stunning." It turned out the person they were talking about was the beautiful Saint Sophie Mary. Striding confidently with a scepter in hand, following her were loyal followers, clutching some suitcases. Someone exclaimed, "Sophie Mary." She looked beautiful and radiant, almost glowing. She mentioned wanting the appraiser to evaluate a few holy artifacts before the auction. While the man beside her awkwardly chuckled, he referred to Sophie Murray as the saint and said he was sorry, but the appraiser was currently attending to some other guests. Hearing this, Sophie Mary felt a surge of anger, furious that the appraiser would help someone else when she was right there. But on the surface, she remained friendly, smiling and saying it was all right, that she could wait a bit. As she looked at the brightly lit house inside, she was curious about who was in there. Inside, Legion was admiring the expensive items displayed in the showcase. He sighed, noting that an S-level operated this place, and so did the prices. It was clear that these items were extremely pricey. The appraiser picked up a golden statue of a young girl and asked Sung Ji who made it. Legion waved from afar, smiling as he said it was him and asked, "What is it?" The appraiser was a representative from the branch of the maidens. The Estas-level appraiser was named Jin Mayun. As he assessed the statue, he was astonished and asked Legion if he really created this. He wondered if Legion had any connection with the Great Legion. Sung Ji pointed a thumb towards Legion, looking a bit helpless, saying he was someone who liked to call himself Legion. Jin Mayun told Sung Ji he had something important to discuss privately with Legion, and asked him to step outside for a moment. Though Sung Ji was not pleased, he turned and walked out. At this point, Jin Mayun finally asked Legion about his relationship with the Great Legion. Legion did not answer directly but instead asked him, "Why do you want to know?" Jin Mayun recalled the hero Legion, half of his face shrouded in shadow. He remarked that due to the uniqueness of the Great Legion's combat abilities, few paid attention, but he was a legendary artifact, referring to the statue of the young girl that Legion had created. He mentioned he had seen countless items in his lifetime, but this one was completely different. He felt the effort of the Great Legion infused within it. Legion crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes sparkling, happily asking him if he must know a lot about Legion. Hearing this, the appraiser directly admitted. Of course, on the old man's weathered face, a hint of a rosy blush appeared, and he looked away to hide his embarrassment, saying that he was the only disciple to receive such favor since that day. Legion stood there, stunned, his face pale and his lips twitching as he asked, "What do you mean?" He could not understand why Jin Mayan was blushing. Legion crossed his arms over his chest, thinking to himself that he never took on any disciples or anything. This was just bizarre. Jin Mayan focused on the statue and remarked that given Legion's age, he could not possibly be a formal disciple like him. But he had to admit, Legion's skills were quite impressive, and he suspected he had been fooled. Legion felt his blood boil at Jin Mayan's words, biting his lip in frustration. Cursing silently in his mind, he raised his fist, ready to throw a punch. But he restrained himself, questioning whether he should smash the face of this con artist. Suddenly, Jin Mayan declared that he knew what was going on, then pulled out an old notebook to show to Legion. He explained that this was the item he received after Legion became his disciple. Looking at the notebook, Legion thought to himself that this must be his long-lost notebook. He suddenly remembered that this guy had been trailing him all over China when he first started out. The kid was really too much, and Legion thought he was just trying to mess with him. But he did not expect that after 20 years, the kid would look this fake. Jin Mayan, unaware of Legion's thoughts, held the notebook with both hands, lifting his face and closing his eyes as tears streamed down his cheeks. He reminisced about Legion and felt a sense of loss, recalling how he once had an amazing ability to perceive items, even providing him with very useful information. He held the notebook high, his expression proud as if it were a treasure, saying that one day the person had left, leaving him with this item, which was indeed the notebook of creation. Legion shot a glance at him, thinking he must have lost it, only to realize that this guy had hidden it. Jin Mayan opened the notebook, revealing scribbles and sketches that he could not quite understand. He told Legion that his teacher's handwriting was quite terrible, so he could not read anything, but it had to be a notebook of ideas. Receiving such a precious item, Legion glanced through the notebook, thinking to himself that it was his blacklist. After being reawakened, whatever he punched would give him information, but Jin Mayan was supposedly an S-level certifier, so he should have been able to glean some information from that notebook. Jin Mayan looked at the notebook again, his expression serious. He brought the notebook closer to Legion, and despite feeling a pang of regret, he decided to give it to him. He said that this notebook would surely be useful for a young talent like him and asked him to take it. Legion was a bit surprised that he was actually handing it to him. He took the notebook and held it up, thinking it was great since he had written some designs in it before losing it, so he felt a little regretful about that. Once it was back in his hands, the notebook was enveloped in magical energy and began to glow. The system indicated that the notebook would respond to the owner's magical power, and that it would become a sacred relic due to the magic of Chom Safu. Jin Mayan leaned both hands on the table, astonished at the transformation of the notebook in Legion's hands. He realized this was a sacred relic that preserved memories. He remarked that it seemed like Legion possessed a skill he had never seen before. Just then, someone from his shop rushed in, telling him that something was wrong. He could not help but turn around, curiosity piqued by what the kid said. He looked at the guy and asked what was up. The guy's worried expression pointed towards the door, reporting that the Saintess was out there. Jin Mayan frowned slightly. He let out a grunt that clearly showed he was not happy. He muttered about why everyone had to freak out over the Saintess. Legion curiously asked about the Saintess. Outside, the commotion continued. Sophie Murray stood in the middle of the crowd, arms crossed, waiting patiently. He had a blank expression, but inside, he looked down on the people staring at him. He wondered what these ordinary folks were even staring at. He grimaced, complaining that this always happened whenever he went outside. Sungji stood among the crowd, sipping on a soda through a straw. He was surprised to see Sophie Mary. He questioned if the Saintess only showed up in certain places. He heard that just her leaving the shrine could already cause trouble. Sophie Mary waited, growing impatient. She said waiting around was such a waste of time. She would meet the appraiser and talk to him herself. She was annoyed, thinking that the appraiser should buy the artifacts at a high price, so they could fund the auction. But how much longer were they expected to wait? Sophie Mary angrily pushed the door, wanting to go inside, despite Jin Mayang's people trying to stop her by saying there were still guests inside. Sophie Mary did not care. She thought it was ridiculous for a regular guest to be treated like this by the appraiser, which only made her more eager to find out who this customer was. With that thought, Sophie Mary pushed the door open without hesitation, and her eyes landed on Lei Jun standing there. She looked at him in sheer astonishment. In her eye, Lei Jun's face seemed to glow with a dazzling aura, Impossibly beautiful. Sophie Marie placed a hand over her racing heart and blushed shyly. She never expected that the customer Jin Myung was welcoming was such a handsome guy. She reached out, wanting to get closer to him. Suddenly, Sophie Marie sensed a terrifying energy. It felt like a giant snake with a blood-red mouth was about to swallow her whole. Sophie Marie stood frozen in fear. Her face turned pale. She was so scared that her legs went weak, and she collapsed to her knees. The entourage beside her looked worried. They respectfully called her the Saintess and asked her what was wrong. Sophie Marie's eyes widened in fear. Cold sweat poured down her face. She stammered, unable to say a word. She wondered what was happening. The magical power she had just felt overwhelmed her. It was as if she were being wrapped up by hundreds of giant snakes. Sophie Marie felt helpless, unable to resist facing death. She jumped up, disregarding her image, and bolted for the door. Looking completely defeated, all she could think was to get out of there immediately, despite everyone being shocked and calling her back. Jin Mong was confused about what was happening. He wondered why she had just arrived and was leaving already. Li Jian leaned an arm on the table, saying maybe she did not feel well. At that moment, a notification popped up, revealing that someone linked to the Zodiac had bravely approached Safu. Your divine power has been refined by Safu's strength. Current divine power is at 35%. Li Jian stared at the information displayed by the system. He was a bit confused, questioning if divine power was something different from just power. The system explained that divine power is granted as a sacred strength and must be utilized. You can seize divine power from gods and others as well. If your divine power drops to 0%, your zodiac will lose its strength, and if this condition persists, you will become weaker. Li Jian clenched his fist and looked at the divine power, glowing in a blue hue around his hand. He muttered to himself that he had gathered a few more things again. Right. Li Jian slightly turned his head. He pointed and glanced outside the door, in the direction where Sophie Marie had just run away in a panic, and asked Jin Myung about the new girl. Was she also a saint? Jin Myung looked at him in surprise, asking if he did not know her. Even though she was always in the tabloids, he told Li Jian that she was the saint of Aquarius, Sophie Marie, and asked if he did not know her. Li Jian heard him and raised an eyebrow, asking if she was Sophie. Then he exclaimed in shock, Sophie Marie. Li Jian laughed until tears streamed down his face, loudly expressing that he was wondering what kind of saint everyone kept talking about. But was she really a saint? Remembering her earlier demeanor, Li Jian could not help but laugh. He realized it was just a transformation. No wonder he did not recognize her. He remembered that her original form was not bad at all, and she even looked prettier. But even if she had messed up that face with surgery, her rotten core remained the same. If he had to categorize the things he did not like into fish bones, bugs, and trash, then Sophie, in his eye, was just a bug to him. She was not even human because she cared more about her skincare routine than human lives. Jin Myung suddenly spoke up, saying he could not understand why they considered her a representative of compassion and selflessness, while she was actually a ruthless person. Li Jian glanced at him with a smile, asking if he knew something about her. Jin Myung told Li Jian that it was because she used to be his doctor, and under that pretense, she tried to embezzle funds in his name. However, when other saints also took notice, the government had to step in to put an end to it all. Hearing this, Li Jian whipped his head around, grinding his teeth in anger at the thought that they wanted to profit off his name. Jin Myung looked at Li Jian, silently assessing him, surprised that he was not hesitant to directly name her. He asked if he was acquainted with the saintess. Li Jian turned to look at the door, smiled, and admitted it, saying they were old friends from some deserted alley. Sophie Marie leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her face shadowed in dread. Her apostle hurriedly followed, asking if she was okay. The feeling she had just experienced reminded her of that time when Li Jian had asked if she wanted to die. Sophie Marie was engulfed in fear, her expression dark, thinking, damn it. Why did Li Jian have to come back at this moment? But that overwhelming magical force made my hair stand on end. Just like when I faced that guy Li Jian. Sophie Marie stood up straight and suddenly asked her disciple if she ever thought that dying would be better than being heartbroken. The disciple next to her did not understand what she meant, so she just said yes, hoping Sophie would clarify. Sophie Marie did not bring up the earlier incident again. She ordered her disciple to go back to that place and investigate the identity of that guy. Her disciple immediately accepted the order and asked what about the evaluator. Sophie Marie paused for a moment and suddenly said no. She laughed and said she had changed her mind. Sophie Marie turned around, her smile looking a bit insane, her icy blue eyes glinting with cold brilliance as she commanded her disciple to kill them all. Her disciple hesitated, mentioning that the evaluator had been rated quite highly by the maiden, and they still needed to sell their items. Sophie Marie half closed her eyes, raised her finger arrogantly, and said that someone had made her wait long enough to drive her crazy. The other one just reopened her old wounds. They were both simply fools full of nonsense. Sophie Marie cheerfully took out a necklace and told her disciple that she would grant her relic and borrow the power of the gods too. Her disciple wanted her to reconsider using her powers in a strange neutral district. Sophie Merity held the bracelet, smiling, and impatiently interrupted her disciple by asking if she wanted to rebel against her. Her disciple hurriedly denied it, saying she did not mean that, and expressed her loyalty by stating that her will was the same as Sophie's. After saying that, she respectfully knelt down and presented her open palms before Sophie Merity. After receiving the necklace, she said the will of the Saintess was also the will of the celestial realm. There was no way she would disobey the wishes of the 12 supreme beings ruling the world. Sophie Merity smiled with satisfaction, standing there releasing her magical power, her back seemingly casting the shadow of a celestial being. On the familiar side, a drop of water fell from the ceiling, and he wondered where the water was coming from. At the complex relic shop in the central area, he was strolling around with a drink in one hand and a snack in the other. Suddenly, he spotted something that caught his eye, and he wondered what it was. His feet splashed into the soaking wet water, and he wondered why there was water without rain. He thought to himself that even though it was light rain, he could sense the magic within it, and he pondered. Suddenly, the water in front of him transformed into a giant hand reaching out to grab him, making him jump back, dropping his drink, and stumbling away. The cup hit the ground and popped open, spilling sweet liquid everywhere. The shadow he saw in the water suddenly materialized from that puddle and crawled out. Startled, he looked at it warily and wondered what the heck that was. A terrified scream from behind him made him turn around in shock. Everywhere was chaos like his situation. The shadows in the water now fully formed and facing everyone. They all screamed in terror, with someone asking what was going on, or if this was some kind of event. Sophie Murray stood high above, observing the scene, letting out a sorrowful cry. Right after that, she stretched out her hand to use her mirror duplication ability. Once done, she smiled with satisfaction, saying that although the duplicates were just a class apostles, if ants marched in a line, even an elephant would not stand a chance. Sungji spotted the apostle who had just been assigned to kill the two Lei, John and Jin Ming on the road. He called out to her loudly, referring to her as the Holy Maiden's guardian. The apostle flinched at his call. Unsure of what was going on, Sungjae angrily asked her why she was using a combat skill in a neutral zone. He demanded that she cancel it immediately. The Holy Maiden's guardian turned around, still holding a golden cup in her hand. She was silent for a moment before saying everything was ordered by the Holy Maiden, and she asked him to tone it down. Sungji clenched his fist tightly. He asked what she said again. The Holy Maiden's guardian nervously broke out in a sweat, but she repeated once more that it was all the superior's will. With that, she activated the golden cup in her hand using her magic. She declared the artifact was being activated. The golden cup in her hand instantly lit up. Sungji lunged forward, wanting to stop her, but it was too late. He shouted no. The golden light from the cup shot straight up into the night sky, spreading all around. All the innocent people were swept up in the currents, forming floating water orbs in the air. The Holy Maiden's guardian clasped her hands behind her back. Behind her was a battalion of apostles replicated from water. She said, "All right, now, we are going to take care of the guy in the artifact appraisal shop." He raised his hand, using magic to create a small blue flame in the water, gritting his teeth, determined to find a way out of there. Just before he passed out, his magic flared up, but due to lack of breath, his eyes gradually closed. A large puddle appeared where Liang stood, dripping down to the floor. Liang calmly stuffed his hands into his pockets and looked up. Jin Ming stood, a large puddle forming, dripping down to the floor. Liang calmly stuffed his hands into his pockets and looked up. Jin Ming felt a twinge of worry and curiosity about what was happening outside. He mentioned that he sensed a suspicious flow of magic sneaking in. Jin Ming felt a twinge of worry and curiosity about what was happening outside. He said he sensed a suspicious flow of magic creeping in. Liang sensed the flow of magic targeting him, so he glanced towards him. Just then, before he could react, the magic turned into water, wrapping tightly around him. A knife slashed across Liang's throat, and he looked at it with an emotionless expression. The Holy Maiden's guardian stood behind Liang, placing the knife against his throat, threatening him not to move. She pushes up her glasses and claims she has no intention of killing him, but he is the one who has displeased the Saintess. She tightens her grip on the knife in her hand, glancing at him and warning that if he wants to avoid pointless bloodshed, he better not make any rash moves. She states that the Saintess has ordered her to eliminate 2 people, as long as both admit their wrongdoing for disrespecting the Saintess. She casts a glance at Jin Ming, who is being restrained, and conditions that if he is willing to buy their holy relic at a high price, she will advocate for the 2 of them in front of the Saintess. Jin Ming is submerged in water, his head bowed in silence. Clearly, he does not want to do this at all. Suddenly, Liang speaks up, asking if it is really normal to prance around with a knife in a place like this. Jin Ming looks up at him, surprise evident in his eyes. Liang exhaled, casually raises his hand, and crushes the knife in the Saintess's guard's hand, leaving her stunned and speechless. He declares that in his time, No one dared to use weapons openly. Leaning one hand on the table, Li Jian smirked, pointing his thumb at the Saintess's guard and telling Jin Myung to make her pay for the damages. The guard should deal with him. Jin Myung stares at him in shock, thinking that knife was a sacred artifact of the Aquarius. Yet he just destroyed it with bare hands. The Saintess's guard reacts furiously, her eyes glinting with cold fury as she grits her teeth and warns him not to move. Right after that, the stream of magical energy that was controlling Jin Myung suddenly transforms into a water snake, mouth wide open, lunging at Li Jian. He stands still, hands in his pockets, not even flinching. In an instant, with a single punch, Li Jian shatters the magical force into bubbles. He turns back, raising his fist and flashing a friendly smile at the Saintess's guard. He asks her if there is more to come, saying hitting them is quite fun. The Saintess's guard looks at him, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She clenches her fist, anxious and confused, reaching into her pocket for something. She can't believe he just destroyed a prized artifact with one hit. She thinks it is just as the Saintess predicted. This guy is way too dangerous. Li Jian still has time to turn and ask Jin Myung if he is hurt anywhere. Jin Myung rotates his wrist, replying that he seems to be fine. The Saintess's guard immediately makes a decision. She has to eliminate him before he can harm the Saintess. She pulls out the necklace that Sophie Mary bestowed and loudly declares that she is going to see if he can block this attack. This is formed from the Saintess's potent magical energy, and as she speaks, the necklace creates pools of water on the ground. The Saintess's guard shouts the incantation, and as her words finish, a pack of wolves made of water emerges. Growling ferociously, Li Jian looks at this setup and laughs disdainfully. He comments that the damn bug has not changed at all. It has been a while, and she is welcoming him this grandly. He pulls out a knife from somewhere and calls out to Jin Myung. He looks at him and asks if he really said he could take whatever he wants. Right. He holds a knife in each hand and says he is going to take these. Jin Myung leans both hands on the table in shock, but before he can say anything, Li Jian vanishes. He charges at the water wolves in front of him, wielding a knife in each hand. After slashing once, he praises the knives, saying they are not bad at all. The system informs him that he has received the data, a haunting call from the divine. Li Jian barely cares. He dives into a wild frenzy, slashing at the water beasts, and coolly remarks that they are just what he expected from the pest-infested mutts. These things are all top tier. Li Jian bursts out laughing. At this moment, he is like a demon unleashed from hell. He shouts louder as he gets closer, claiming the more he evaluates, the more benefits he gains. Meanwhile, the system notifies him that he has received data fragments of the replication mirror. The system keeps spamming that he has received the data of an endless illusion. You have received data haunting you with food, enhancing psychological traits. You have received data on the wild fist. Power increased by 5%. The experience points for the Zodiac have increased. Li Jian looks up at the system and exclaims, "That is a crazy amount of points." The Saintess's guardian holds a ring, shocked and terrified. She can't believe it. She never expected the Saintess's summoned beast to be taken down so easily. Li Jian calls out loudly, startling the Saintess's guardian. He turns around, his whole body cloaked in magic. His figure glows, his fierce expression saying, "Don't think this is the end." The Saintess's guardian feels like she is being stared at by a venomous snake. She trembles, her hands hanging limply. She knows he is not someone she can handle. If she faces him, she will die. In overwhelming fear, the Saintess's guardian turns and pushes the door to run outside. Before leaving, she does not forget to threaten Li Jian, saying, "Damn it. Do not think you are getting away with this." Li Jian smirked, saying that cowards like her who run away are far from scary. Jin Myung watches Li Jian, thinking the boy is just as he expected. Just then, a familiar voice filled with concern rings out, asking if they are okay. Sung Jae struggles to push the door open and rushes in. He shouts that the Aquarius just attacked recklessly, and he barely escaped. Sung Jae sees the wreckage and the water beasts that Li Jian has just defeated, and immediately shuts his mouth. Li Jian leans against a wall, signaling him that he has arrived. He says they just wrapped things up here. Sung Jae stands frozen, wondering what the heck happened. Looking at the dead water beast on the floor, Sung Jae senses the magic of the Aquarius. He asks, "Is not this the Saintess's summoned beast?" Li Jian replies that it seems so. But sending these things to confront someone with his crafting skills means they are just good for materials. Sung Jae nervously says that either way, we need to get out of here before they call for backup. Li Jian puts his hands in his pockets and exhales. Jin Myung suddenly tells them to hold on. Li Jian and Sung Jae turn to look at him simultaneously. Jin Myung stands there, remembering 20 years ago when he followed Li Jian to learn his crafting methods. He vividly recalls the process of hunting monsters and gathering materials from them. In the midst of the chaotic battle, he loudly asks if he is Li Jian. Li Jian put his finger to his lips, smiled, and made a shushing gesture at the old man. Jin Myung felt like he was seeing his idol. His face flushed with emotion as tears welled up in his eyes. Li Jian turned to leave, waving goodbye and telling him he would be back to grab a few more things. So keep them safe for him next time. He also had something to ask the old man. Jin Myung bowed his head in respect to Li Jian's retreating figure. He called out loudly, thanking the customer profusely, and hoped for continued support next time. Li Jian stuffed his hands into his pockets, glancing back with a joyful smile. Outside, Sung Jae called for him, and he turned to ask what was up. Sung Jae wondered why the goddess had set her sights on him. Li Jian shrugged, saying he did not know. Maybe he accidentally rubbed her the wrong way. Sung Jae looked worriedly at him, and asked if he had turned her into an enemy or something. Li Jian replied mysteriously, telling him to just wait and see. He smirked, a glint of determination in his eyes, saying soon he would show Sung Jae something really interesting. At a lovely couch. Inside were beautiful cakes and ice cream that looked absolutely delicious. Li Jian took a scoop of ice cream and savored it. After finishing his scoop, he turned to his friend, saying, "Hey Sung Jae, this gelato is to die for, just dig in." Sung Jae hesitated, replying, "Sure. But is it really okay? This place is not exactly cheap." Li Jian recalled the moment a man in black clothes and sunglasses dropped a badge in his house, leaving behind a cryptic message as he left. "This is not over yet," he said, picking up the badge and examining it closely. "I have got plans for this." Li Jian wondered if this was indeed a badge, something that could serve as a credit-like item and even hold skills from another deity. Sangji stared intently at the badge in Li Jian's hand, saying, "Now that I look closely, this seems to be a protection badge." Then thoughts raced through Sangji's mind, realizing it might also work like an id card, which could lead to backstabbing by it too. Before he could think it through, Sangji saw Li Jian enjoying his meal, chatting away, saying, "Once I finish eating, we will talk." Sangji looked at him helplessly, thinking, how can he still be in the mood to eat? A handsome young man appeared, calling out, "Hey Sangji, do you like the gelato here?" Upon hearing the voice, Sangji felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, oh no. That voice. Both Sangji and Li Jian were shocked to see the young man, and Sangji finally recognized him, shouting, "It is the commander of the Holy Order, Choi Sang-hyuk." Choi Sang-hyuk waved at both of them, asking if it was alright for him to sit there. Li Jian continued eating while casting an annoyed glance at him, thinking, is not this the guy who keeps bothering Sangji? Choi Sang-hyuk sat down and said to Li Jian, "Pleasure to meet you. I am the commander of the Twin Holy Order." Choi Sang-hyuk tested his luck. But is he really the guy Sangji mentioned earlier? He responded, "Yeah. What is it?" Choi Sang-hyuk opened one eye to peek at Li Jian and said, "I heard Sangji knows this incredible guy who took down the Spider Queen, a feat even Yang Wei could not manage." Li Jian brushed off his words, eating while asking, "What is your plan?" Choi Sang-hyuk replied, "Finding a standout talent is part of a holy commander's duty." While eating, he shot back, "What are you going to use to buy me off?" Choi Sang-hyuk laughed and looked at him. "One of Li Jian's 8 holy knights is going up for auction soon. Since I am free, why not discuss that auction?" Li Jian set his hat down on the table, ice cream still dripping down his chin. He thought to himself, so they are auctioning off their assets. This guy really knows how to buy people. "Ah," Li Jian replied, "I have got nothing to lose, so I am." "Is that auction close by?" A voice chimed in. "First, wipe that ice cream off your mouth." Choi Sang-hyuk looked at him and chuckled. "I am afraid not. This auction is for Li Jian's famous holy knights, so it has to be held in a place that is somewhat prestigious." Choi Sang-hyuk winked at him. "That is the greatest auction house in the world. At Ford, 4,880 meters up in the sky, in the fortress city of Drakemar. A grand castle looms ahead, with tiny houses below. Inside that castle is an expansive space, the Drakemar auction hall." At that moment, Sophie Marty felt incredibly exhausted. Hugging her body, her face began to pale, her whole body trembling as if she was scared or worried about something. A man holding a glass spoke up. "Hey. His name is Stephen Marker," he said. "If you are awake, you can just sit there shivering in the corner and go home. You are making drinking awful for me." Hearing his words, Sophie Marty felt irritated and thought to herself, this guy never learned any manners. A total muscle-bound fool. But for now, I will just have to tolerate him. Stephen Marker sat with his legs crossed. This man had surpassed the Legion. There was no safer place than beside him. He stood up and said to Sophie Marty, "Anyway, the Legion's weapon in this auction is mine. So do not even think about taking it for yourself." Sophie Marty was stunned for a long moment after hearing him. Once he walked away a bit, she finally spoke up. "Where are you going?" He replied, "Not your business. So just stay there and wait." Sophie Marty watched his back as he left, turned to the mirror, and comforted herself. "Okay, just stay calm. This is Dragon. No matter who it is, he can't show up here." Suddenly, Sophie Marty's gaze shifted elsewhere. "Ah, it is a tall guy with short golden hair. That is Hugo Otters." Seeing him, Sophie Marty thought to herself, He really nailed the timing. A valuable customer. Hugo Otters looked around. Confused. Where's Xian? You turn around. Thinking that in a place filled with expensive relics like this, there is no way Zan is not around. But it looks like you guessed wrong. Little do you know, there is a dark figure creeping up behind you, a sinister smile spreading across its face. That voice echoes, long time no see. Turns out that dark figure is Sophie Marty. She asks, are you okay? Hugo Otters. You turn your head back, and you are completely taken aback. Sophie Marty. Sophie continues chatting with you, saying it has been quite a struggle to run into you. She places a hand on her chin and smiles. It seems like time has not been kind to you either. You used to represent the 12 saints, but you have changed so much. Hugo Otters does not pay her much mind as she presses on. Is it because you have too little heritage compared to us that you are like this? You turn away without even glancing at her. Just leave me alone. I do not want to talk. Hearing her words, she still beams a bright smile. A smile that seems unshakable. Oh, come on. You think you can ignore me and just go on doing your own thing? Well, if you do that, she is about to say something that you will remember forever. Who knows? You might even lose your child. Just like you lost your wife. So there. Sophie Marty continues to throw insults your way. But did not I die already? But suddenly, Hugo. Her face has taken on a sharp, sinister look, and no one knows how or when that happened. Who knows? Maybe she is still alive. What can you do besides watch your family crumble under her power? Her words stab at your heart like daggers. The fire within you starts to rage. Your anger ignites a blaze on the wall, and the shadow of Hugo Otters flares up with furious words. I am talking about you. Good. Sophie Marty shows no fear. Instead, she smirks to herself. She reaches out to touch your flaming arm with a carefree tone. Come on, cool it down. Anyway, you have no choice. Right? It is like you have forgotten the truce we signed 10 years ago. As she opens her eyes, her gaze is as blue as the ocean. Then she conjures up waves of water. Should not you realize you are just a half-saint? Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind her. Hey, bug. Sophie Marty instinctively turns around. That voice belongs to Li Jian, who uses magic to stun her. A small wound appears on Sophie Marty's forehead. She falls to the ground with a thud, and Li Jian looks at her with a bored expression. Li Jian is surprised to see you. Shouting. You point at Li Jian's face and respond. Look at you. Then, Li Jian asks, what are you doing here? Li Jian replies, I was worried about you. You might cause chaos again. You ask back. Worried. Li Jian suddenly wraps his arms around you, acting like a little kid. Don't tell me you actually like me, Hugo Otters replied sternly. Don't lead him down that path. Li Jian. Then, both of them glanced down at Sophie Marty and said, forget about that. But what the hell? At that moment, Sophie Marty lay motionless on the floor, her skin swollen in one spot, her mouth frothing uncontrollably. Li Jian asked, is it just me? Or do I keep running into you everywhere? After that, he began to ponder these issues with Hugo Otters. Hey, do you like me? At that moment, he stood there looking at him with a helpless gaze, thinking, this guy is seriously delusional. A voice echoed. Li Jian. As a terrifying man appeared. The 13th saint, known as the most powerful of them all. Hearing this, Sophie Marty felt her whole body freeze with fear. Sweat dripping down her face. Thoughts raced through her mind. I have always hated Li Jian. It is that I am scared of him. His grotesque face, these were the scars. The aggressive nature that showed no mercy to anyone who crossed him. With those sharp eyes that always looked down on her. 20 years ago, on a gloomy day in a magnificent palace. The sky was filled with thunder. Li Jian walked into the palace casually, his face seemingly twisted. Everyone around gasped. Stop him. Someone shouted, as a servant tried to block him. This is the holy sanctuary. You need to leave immediately. The light from outside crept in through the window, illuminating the dark scene inside the palace. Li Jian coldly replied, get lost. And the servant fled in fear, shouting, what is going on? Meanwhile, Li Jian observed everything around him intently. Sophie Marty, still a young girl at this time, appeared before him and boldly said, how dare you invade this place? Leave at once. But before she could finish her brave words, she was struck with fear in front of him. Li Jian did not waste time and threw a powerful punch at her. But luckily she dodged just in time. He leaned in close to her face and said, his voice a bit raspy and slow, do you really want to die? His words left her stunned in silence for a moment, but the silence did not last long. She yelled back at him. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? You really do not know why? He asked. I clearly sent you back to the rear to treat the injured from the beast attack. And yet, here you are lurking around. Then, Li Jian grabbed Sophie Media's hand and said, "Their limbs are even severed."
Wow.
"Why is that?" "It is all because I tried to protect you." As he held her hand tightly, she cried out in pain. Li Jian then pulled Sophie Media and ran, saying, "You are the one who suggested treating them. Hurry up and save them." Sophie Media could not hold it in anymore. She started spewing harsh words. "If those guys die, who is going to care? They should feel honored for protecting me, for defending humanity's interests," he said, looking down on her. Suddenly, Li Jun's frantic pace slowed, while Sophie Media continued her biting remarks. "I have had enough of the insults from those useless people. I never thought I would have to clean up that mess." Li Jun quietly turned back and asked her, "What did you say?" At that moment, Sophie Media pinched her nose because Li Jian's body odor was unbearable. She spoke with annoyance. "If you get it, just go. I still need to get ready for my interview." Li Jian slowly released her hand, and she continued, "Leave me alone." After noticing he let go, she started massaging the spot he had just held and thought to herself, "That filthy hand of his, oh my god. How hard did he squeeze?" Li Jian was losing his cool. Anger and frustration surged through him, and he slapped her hard across the face. Outside the palace, their conversation echoed. "Yeah. I am really sorry for expecting a bug like you to understand human language and do something useful. But bugs still have to deal with the mess they create themselves." She screamed, "You jerk," and slipped back into her thoughts. In the end, I was dragged off for treatment until I passed out. Li Jian is a total jerk, and I really hate him. Li Jian looked at her with tired eyes. "You sleep well, bug?" Sophie Merity started to wake up, drool still lingering at the corner of her mouth. She was completely startled to see Li Jian right in front of her, her face turning pale. Sophie Merity screamed in fear and anxiety. She stared at him and demanded, "What are you doing? Untie me right now. How dare you do this to a saint?" Li Jian replied flatly, "She has not changed a bit in 20 years. How is her tone still the same?" Hugo Otters chimed in. "I was just about to say that." Sophie Merity shot him a venomous look. "Damn it. Do you think I will just put up with this? Don't you think things will stay the same as 20 years ago?" She was plotting something, using her hands to create some kind of blue orb. She thought to herself, "I will release acid to melt these ropes." Her eyes gleamed with malice. "This level of restraint is useless against me. If I can break free, I will find Stephen Marker." Li Jian did not hesitate and flicked her forehead, making her cry out in pain. He grabbed the orb she had just conjured and said, "Seriously? Your expression says it all." Li Jian looked at his hand and asked, "What is this?" Sophie Merity shouted, nearly losing her cool. "You idiot. I have an acid defense skill that activates whenever someone attacks me." Her sinister face reappeared as she continued, "Now starting from that hand, the acid will corrode your body. This is the strongest defense skill of the Aquarians." In her mind, she envisioned Li Jian being corroded to death. At that moment, he would beg her, "Lady Sophie, But her confidence was completely crushed. He had fully restored his strength. Is this your strongest skill?" Sophie Merity exclaimed in shock. "What the hell is going on?" The corroded area healed instantly. This was not healing anymore. His skill was just too OP. Li Jian smiled. "Now, bug, let us settle all the scores between us. Shall we? I heard you call yourself my doctor." One punch. "You started detailing how those terrorists in the appraisal shop were sent by her. Right. 5 more punches. And what the heck did she say to Tetsu earlier? Add 50 more punches." At this point, Sophie Merity was so scared she was on the verge of tears. "Wait a second," Li Jian repeated, holding up 3 fingers. Then, he fixed his gaze on her face, preparing to strike. He was like a ravenous beast charging at her like a gust of wind. "Just wait with us." She let out a desperate scream. "Hold on a second." Meanwhile, Hugo Otters was calmly enjoying the cup of tea in his hand. He glanced over at the two of them and thought, no matter if they are male or female, Jun will take them down, though, to be Jun did have his reasons for going after them. Suddenly, he noticed something. Am I imagining things? It seems like his divine power is increasing with every punch. A notification popped up, replenishing divine power. Divine power at 40%. You just dealt a powerful blow and activated the Holy Guardian. You received special data. Divine grade. Hugo Otters wondered what caused his insane divine power to spike like that. After finishing up, Li Jian looked at her, enjoying the moment. At this point, Sophie Media was battered, her face swollen more than before. Desperately bubbling, Li Jian remarked that she had passed out. The notification appeared again, unlocking the Holy Guardian state. Current divine power at 50%. Requires replenishment. Li Jian, bewildered, asked, "What is the Holy Guardian state?" Explanation provided in detail. The notification continued. The Holy Guardian State is a divine power boost for the purpose of regulating and maintaining the strength of the divine. You can siphon divine power from the apostle of another divine being. When divine power hits 0%, the corresponding royal path also loses strength, and you could die if it stays at 0%. Li Jian thought about that the next day. He mused, so I can also enhance my divine power by hitting others. It did not increase when I died, because my skills were not unlocked back then. Right. Li Jian looked at his hand and thought, well, this means I can be even stronger. Hugo Otters, looking worried, ran over to ask Li Jian. Should not we ask her about Jiao Jiao? Li Jian confidently replied. She would not dare stab me in the back. And besides, I have already found someone who can investigate that Jiao Gaim, so it should be fine. After hearing that, Hugo Otters responded. Get it? So you want to take her down? Li Jian shoved his hand into his pocket to pull out his phone, then held it in front of Hugo Otters and said, it has been a while, has not it? You wondered, where did you get that phone? He replied, I borrowed it from an acquaintance. Li Jian winked at Hugo Otters, saying, I need to head to the auction right now, so I am counting on you for the rest. You can even throw her in the bidding too. Hugo Otters stood frozen for a few seconds after hearing that, then Li Jian said, I will contact you after the auction ends. And Hugo Otters exclaimed. Then, he glanced over at Sophie Marty sitting in the chair, wondering, what should I do with her? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Hugo Otters mistook Li Jian for forgetting something, saying, what did you forget? After seeing the person in front of him, Hugo Otters furrowed his brow and thought, there are so many people, but why is it him? It turned out the one who opened the door was Stephen Marker, who was shocked to see Sophie Marty sitting motionless in the chair. While Hugo Otters continued to stare intently at him, he angrily shouted, Hugo Otters, what the hell are you doing here? Facing Stephen Marker, Hugo looked at him as he took off his glasses and remarked, it has been a long time since I have seen you, Centaur. His eyes revealed a sinister glint. But I guess this situation does not allow for a messy reunion, Hugo Otters suddenly exclaimed. What are you doing here? Stephen Marker replied. The Aquarius suggested forming an alliance. At this moment, Sophie Marty was sitting in the chair, now unconscious and frothing at the mouth. He continued, besides that, I had some business at Drake Bar, so I stopped by. Then, Stephen Marker asked Hugo Otters. All right, now answer my question. Why are you here? I am here for some business at the auction. Not your concern. He pressed further. Are you attending this auction? After hearing that, Hugo Otters was shocked and asked. The relic of Zion will appear at the auction. Stephen Marker suddenly wore a sly grin. You really do not know. But I guess its price will always be out of reach. So what is the point of worrying? After hearing such words from him, Hugo Otters flashed a bright smile, saying, Line, you look so smug and provocative. He had never admitted Zion's power and always felt inferior to him. Yet, even now, he still tried to collect every relic that Zion crafted. Hugo Otters could not stop spewing provocative taunts. Do not tell me you think that by continuing this way, you will be as strong as him. After those words left his mouth, a loud explosion erupted, showcasing Stephen Marker's inner rage. He seized Hugo Otters' arm, causing his power to start surging. Hugo thought to himself. Every time Zion was mentioned, it drove him out of control. Stephen Marker prepared a punch with all his might aimed at Hugo. Instead, he grabbed Hugo Otters' arm, leaving him stunned. He spoke coldly. Hugo. And Stephen Marker's gaze grew more terrifying along with the dangerous words spilling from his lips. He tightened his grip on Hugo's arm. You are nothing but a fool. And do not you ever mention Zion in front of me. Stephen Marker twisted Hugo Otters' arm, causing him immense pain. Now he looked like a starving beast. I am way stronger than him now. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed into the fray. He ran, saying in a panic, Commander of the Holy Council. Something's happened. He started recounting everything. Those bastards from the end have bought up all of Zion's items. Hearing this news hit him like a lightning bolt. He was utterly shocked and exclaimed, What did you say? Then he turned to speak to Hugo Otters. Looks like I do not have time to play with you anymore. You shouted. Do whatever you want with that vase girl. Aren't you planning to take her away? Stephen Marker coldly replied. The priority is the bounty. I am out of here. No matter what. She and I are still competitors in the number of fallen. You can take care of her to that extent. It is unnecessary. He turned back to you and this centaur. Here's a piece of advice from an old teammate. If you want to keep living, control your temper and be more careful. Hugo Otters laughed heartily at his words. Haha, thanks a lot. You are making me feel all sentimental here. Stood there in a daze, watching him for a long time. Hugo Otters looked down at the ground, lost in thought. Damn it. You looked at your charred hands and thought silently. She looked at her charred hands and thought, this is why I am not okay. In the Drakema auction hall, in the VIP room, a voice rang out. Twins. The host exclaimed, this holy artifact also belongs to the twins. She continued, this means the first auction will end. And we will start the second session after the break. Legion, upon hearing this, jumped up and cheered. Awesome, he joyfully said. It is mine again. Choi Sang-hyuk beside him turned and said, congratulations on being able to buy whatever you want. Legion replied, thanks. Not only did you invite me to the VIP room, but you also let me buy everything I want, Choi Sang-hyuk confidently said. Obviously. Because what we want is a genius like you, Sang-jae beside them whispered. Commander, is this really okay? Those holy artifacts look like they would cost billions, Choi Sang-hyuk calmly replied. It is, but more importantly, Sang-jae. But could you please cover this for me? I forgot to bring my conference card. Sang-jae started to think. How much had he borrowed already? But he was the boss, so he could not really refuse. He reluctantly replied. All right, Lee Jae-on generously exclaimed, holding a black card. Do not worry. I can pay for it all. Choi Sang-hyuk was stunned when he saw him holding the black card. That is my black card. When did this happen? Lee Jae-on glanced at him, his eyes showing shrewdness. Looks like he is drunk enough. So I will take care of the payment first. Usually, you should not let your subordinates pay, even if you have the authority. Right, Choi Sang-hyuk could only awkwardly respond. I was just about to give him my personal card. Thank you for your guidance. But in reality, he was saying one thing while thinking entirely differently. He looked young, but he was trying to climb over him. His eyes were filled with calculation and cunning. But this was a super soldier. Someone who had taken down the Spider Queen. If played right, losing a bit of cash now would be nothing. Choi Sang-hyuk began pulling him into the topic they were about to discuss. All right. We have had enough drinks. Time to get to the main subject. Shall we? He expressed trust and admiration for him, saying, I hold you in high regard. And I am sure you have the potential to reach at least rank, maybe even SES or higher. Especially if you receive the blessings from our Silver Aries. Hearing those words from Choi Sang-hyuk's mouth, Lee Jae-on thought to himself, a mist with the power to dominate minds that no one noticed. If someone inhales it, it won't just make them obey him. It will make them trust his words even more. Choi Sang-hyuk started planning ideas in his mind with his persuasive speech, saying he might even become one of the 10 saints. And it did not stop there. He began to paint a picture of what Lee Jae-on could achieve by following him wealth and glory. He described it so vividly, saying he would have powerful abilities from the Grand Mage, the Silver Aries, and it would all be free. Choi Sang-hyuk extended his hand and said, come on, take my hand, and you will become one of the great disciples of Silver Aries. Lee Jae-on watched him clown around, bursting into laughter. Laughing, he replied, this is too much fun today. Let me break it down for you. Then, Lee Jae-on shot him a sharp look and said something that left Choi Sang-hyuk frozen for a few seconds. Are you seriously asking me to become the hound of that poor saint? Hearing those words from him, Choi Sang-hyuk looked quite startled. He was totally different from earlier. Why did he suddenly get so angry? First, we need to change the subject. Looks like you got something mixed up. A voice rang out. Sorry to interrupt, but I brought the items from the auction. Just as Choi Sang-hyuk was thinking. This was perfect timing. He shouted. All right. And the server outside the door responded. Yep. Excuse me. The server approached Lee Jae-on and said, congratulations. Here are the items from the auction, and the certificate of authorization proving that this artifact was crafted by Lee Jae-on. Lee Jae-on replied. Okay, but in his mind, he was thinking. A certificate? Why is it just random stuff? Didn't you say I could buy anything I wanted? Choi Sang-hyuk. I was not looking for this. But it actually is a useful artifact. Choi Sang-hyuk thought to himself. Steven is obsessed with Lee Jae-on's artifacts. So we definitely should not mess with it. He began to advise him. But someone else owns this item. So we will be returning it. Suddenly, the door burst open, and everyone turned in shock and fear. But Lee Jae-on remained unfazed as he witnessed the scene. Stephen Marker stormed in with a furious presence, shouting, who dares? At that moment, he looked like a demon, his rage reaching its peak. Who dares to touch my belongings? Lee Jae-on turned around, his eyes filled with doubt as he called out to the other person. Stephen. So the one you said is targeting my sacred artifact is him. Choi Sang-hyuk stepped toward Stephen with a friendly smile, gesturing for him to come inside. While the three inside turned to look at him, Choi Sang-hyuk sincerely apologized to him. Forgive me, Stephen. This rookie here made a mistake out of ignorance. I will make it right with you right away. He crossed his arms, a hint of annoyance on his face. But then he relaxed and said to Sang-Haite, "All right then. All you need to do is admit it and return it." Koi Sang-Haite was overjoyed, arms crossed in front of his chest, bowing slightly to express his gratitude. "Thank you. You can take your time with the payment." A sly, sinister smile crept onto Stephen's face. Lucky for him that he did not have to use that do tree muckaroo six-thari thing. He looked confused, still not grasping what his words meant. He grabbed Choi Sang-Haite's head, golden sparks of power radiating from him, and smugly sneered. "You did not think you could just mess with my things and smoothly slip away, did you?" Commander Choi Sang-Haite. Stephen applied pressure, his massive hand hovering over the table like a bug crawling on skin. His lips pressed tightly together, frustration boiling inside him. Damn it. Is he really trying to save that billion by using a pawn like me? Li Jian placed his hand on the back of the chair, interrupting his actions. "Cut the nonsense." You smirked, confidently saying to him, "I won, so it is mine. Why should it belong to you? If you want it back, how about I sell it to you for a fee of 200 billion? Stephen froze at your words. His lips pressed together as he glared at you. Suddenly, Stephen burst into laughter, saying, "Looks like the twins are not all just a bunch of losers. We have got ourselves a real wild card here." Choi Sang-Haite was taken aback, mouth agape at his words, sensing trouble brewing inside him. That guy's completely lost it. Is he trying to get himself killed? Doesn't he know who Stephen is? He forcefully shoved Sang-Haite aside, catching him off guard as he gasped. "Ah!" And he looked like a hunter ready to pounce on his prey. He could not possibly have that much guts. Could he? Saying that, he stepped right in front of you, while you casually sat in your chair. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, exuding confidence. He spoke up. "Meeting like this must mean it is fate, so we should introduce ourselves." "Right." He extended his hand towards you, sparks of electricity shooting from his fingertips, his eyes glimmering with energy, giving off a hint of power. He arrogantly introduced himself in a unique way. "When I meet someone who piques my interest, I will present myself in the most flamboyant manner possible, dripping with energy." You did not even flinch at his display of power. Your attitude was utterly nonchalant. "What the heck are you even talking about?" In Li Jin's mind, he could not help but marvel at a fraction of Stephen's power. This guy Stephen must have leveled up a bit. Ah! An image of a mighty lion flashed in his mind, its eyes shining with golden light, radiating energy all around it. It roared majestically, just like a lion suited for the Jiao-Chan. Although his fighting spirit could not compare to that of Aries or Aquarius, he retracted his hand, and the energy he unleashed only kept multiplying. One of his eyes had turned completely black, just like Stephen, who had once bared his fangs. He probably would not be satisfied unless he could rip someone apart. The white snake raised its head high, its eyes filled with cunning and malice, flicking its long red tongue as if to gauge its opponent. The lion's sharp, clawed feet charged towards the white snake, and he thought to himself, "I am getting too worked up." Stephen's hand shot forward like the lion, racing at lightning speed. Jun showed no signs of backing down, completely unafraid as he confronted his power. The energy Stephen unleashed filled the entire room, forcing Choi Sang-Haite to cover his face with his hands. Yet he remained seated, not budging an inch. Chan Sung was horrified by this raw power, terrified as he called out. "Wait." Choi Sang-Haite's discomfort was clear as he glanced at the energy Stephen unleashed, secretly cursing him. Damn it. He really wanted to wipe him out. He smirked arrogantly, extending his hand forward, saying, "Enjoy the rest of your life in a wheelchair." But then he suddenly froze. His hand rested on Choi's shoulder, a plume of smoke rising from it and curling into the air. The spot where his hand touched burned slightly, yet Choi remained seated, smiling. "What are you doing?" He laughed casually, looking at him with a teasing remark. "Hey, could you brush off the dust on my shoulder?" His massive hand still rested on Choi's shoulder, but it did not seem to harm him at all. He was processing everything, his mind filled with doubts about his own power and Choi's abilities. "This move of mine should have hit you directly." He furrowed his brow, anger clear on his face. He looked directly at Choi. "You used instant teleportation to deflect my attack. You must be light on your feet." He pushed his hand off Choi's shoulder, his tone dripping with sarcasm and disdain. "You are just kidding, right?" Choi smiled proudly, broke the wall. "You think there is any skill left that can affect me?" His words cut through the tension like a knife, shattering Stephen's pride and self-assurance. Legion raised his hand, green energy radiating from him, his eyes turning green as he unleashed a wave of black energy. Legion smirked cunningly. "You asked me to teach you this, claiming you would only use it to save lives. But it seems like you are just flexing your power, are not you?" He was taken aback by the true extent of Choi's abilities. Stammering, "How can you? Who are you really? Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting through the battle between the two. The red curtain before them parted. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the main event of the auction. Stephen fumed. Damn it. Is it time already? You are sitting there, arms crossed, slumped in the chair, sighing like it is the end of the world. What is it? Is this another one of your precious artifacts? Stephen turned around, pointing at the guy's face. I have got a ton of questions for you, but this auction is crucial for me too. He stepped out of the room, irritation and anger plastered all over his face. He furrowed his brow, his voice low and warning. Keep that necklace safe. When the auction ends, I will be your right-hand man. You look worried and anxious. Are you okay? He glanced over at Heck, assessing him in silence. How did he dodge that attack earlier? Redirecting a divine strike is impossible. Even from Chun looked on, tears streaming down. Seeing his expression made Lei Jun chuckle. He turned to He, his inner thoughts churning. Who the heck is this guy? The auction staff announced. We are about to kick off the main event. And now we will reveal the artifact everyone has been waiting for. The auction room was packed, and the staff member stood before everyone, speaking loudly. Do you all remember the incident in Berlin, 24 years ago, when an unknown disaster struck a German island, and on a full moon night, a complete pandemonium melted all weapons and armor. Even the 12 saints could not clear it out, so all efforts to contain the calamity were in vain. Stephen stood with arms crossed, listening intently as the staff continued. At that moment, the hero Legion Do appeared and conquered the calamity. Now, we will reveal the artifact that Legion used to tame it. Stephen smiled confidently, his eyes shining as he looked up at the stage, secretly thrilled. Finally, it is about to be mine. The legendary weapon I could only dream of. Let us rewind about 20 years. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, water splashing everywhere, and a small boat bobbing in the vastness of the water. The propeller of a helicopter spun relentlessly. Dispatched here. But the weather made visibility a nightmare. Hard to pinpoint. On the helicopter, a male reporter was broadcasting live. Hello. We are currently above the island where the disaster has struck. The sky was gloomy and overcast. The reporter continued. It has been 4 days since Lei Jin, the 13th awakened one, entered. But we can confirm what is going on inside, because he has not come out. A few saints, including Stephen, were unable to enter and search for Lei Jun. Several saints tried to get in, but the energy field on the island was too dense to find Lei's trail. We will keep you updated with the latest news as soon as we can. Someone stepped in front of Stephen, laying bare the tough situation. Sir Saint, we can only go this far. He sat in silence, enveloped in stillness, just sitting there, his hands clasped together, his mind racing with thoughts. How could Lei Jun step into a place like this? How could he possibly fight that damn thing? We can't even get in. In his mind, tangled thoughts of jealousy spun around, creating a chaotic mess. And he wondered, why do I feel like this is all because those bastards bit the dust without the god's blessing? What is the difference between him and me? Power, rank, skills. He lowered his head, his expression filled with frustration. What am I missing? One of his subordinates rushed in with shocking news. The holy warrior Lei Jin has emerged. He was stunned, shaking in disbelief upon hearing that Lei Jin had returned. He was so shocked that he could not find the words. There. The male reporter and cameramen from the helicopter pointed their camera down. The reporter was so dumbfounded he could not speak. A tall figure carrying a plethora of weapons, his face concealed, hands stuffed in his pockets, and holding a massive bone. The reporter shouted, Lei Jin has come back. Lei Jin has successfully taken down the beast everyone thought was invincible. His face was well hidden, but his eyes revealed determination and resolve, a stark contrast to his cold demeanor. Inside, he was silently screaming in a mix of laughter and tears. Damn. What a sight. Cheers erupted around him because the hero had returned. The subordinate from earlier crossed his arms, eyeing him with disdain, muttering under his breath. It seems like glory has been snatched away by Lei Jin again. Stephen, on the side, was laughing heartily. Now I get it. The subordinate saw him stepping forward, confused, called out to Stephen. Holy warrior. He did not say much but ordered to prepare for battle. He tossed the lion armor to the ground, shocking the other guy. Aren't you bringing your weapon back? I do not need it anymore. Give it to that guy. Other saints gathered around Lei Jin, who carried a multitude of weapons. Hoisting the monster's bone on his shoulder to the cheers of the crowd, Stephen thought to himself, I have found something even better. He grinned, internally confirming, yep, that is it. The thing I lack to match Lei Jin is weaponry. Back to reality. The auctioneer was introducing the auction item. Now, one of Lei Jin's 8 sacred artifacts. We will reveal the most powerful divine weapon ever used. As Becklin spoke, The auctioneer pulled down the cloth. Koi Sang Haikik and Chan Sung-ji were frozen in shock at what was revealed. Li Jin remained calm, sipping from a cup, but a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Only Stephen was overjoyed, filled with excitement, a wave of joy swelling within him. Just as he thought. That very thing. He was finally seeing it again. Encased in the protective glass was the bone of the monster that Li Jin had brought back. He was likely celebrating internally. The holy artifact of Li Jun. The thing that would make him unrivaled in the world. A scene of white light and mystery. A colossal tower. The Chanfos. Soaring in the center, exquisitely designed and modern. At the top of the tower, a shimmering light radiates, while below it lies a city with ancient architecture. Softly lit, enveloping the entire space. Under the full moon, a mysterious, terrifying creature emerges, its razor-sharp teeth glistening, and its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Its form is shrouded in swirling black smoke, exuding an aura of mystery and latent power. As its sharp claws grip tightly onto the tower, the creature's jagged teeth begin to ooze a sticky substance, and its gaze now carries a wicked, scheming glint. Dark tendrils of smoke swirl around it, and you can feel the tension building. It turns its gaze towards the top of the tower, where a woman stands, pulling down a cloth covering a sacred artifact. She introduces it to everyone. This is one of the 8 legendary artifacts of the Legion. In the astonishment and awe of Koi Sang-hak and Chan Sung-yi, the staff member continues her introduction, revealing the most powerful artifact ever used in an incident, the Wolf Spirit. 24 years ago, the Legion held a drinking cup, looking serious and contemplative. Stephen's face lights up with anticipation like never before, as the staff member's voice rises again. We are thrilled to reveal it right here. His expression grows even more intense as he catches sight of it. The staff member dramatically pulls away the white cloth, revealing the artifact on display inside a protective case. A massive bone appears before everyone's eyes, and she points toward the artifact, declaring loudly, "The mightiest bone of all, the great bone." The bone sits proudly on its pedestal, and the crowd begins to murmur excitedly, some gasping in shock at the sight of this legendary item. "Oh my! I can't take my eyes off it. I thought I could only see it in history books." The staff member tosses the cloth aside, eagerly looking down at the crowd, where all the influential guests are gathered. With her captivating narration, she exclaims, "This is the most powerful artifact, both epic and incredibly effective. Who will claim the great bone?" Chan Sung shrieks in a mix of anxiety and admiration. "No way. I can't believe that the divine weapon of Lord Li Jian will fall into the hands of those trash." Choi Sang-huk is not faring any better. He clenches his fist tightly, pressing it against the glass wall, his expression one of frustration and disbelief as the artifact is about to fall into Stephen's hands. Damn it. All we can do is watch as that lion steals the show, while only Li Jin remains unfazed. He raises his hand to think, letting out a scoff. What did you expect? He recalls being on that cursed island, treading the ground, still holding the aura that sent shivers across the continent. Back then, he already held the great bone in his hands, and thinking back, he realizes he had used it before. But now, he wanted to express regret but turned to see Sung Araf crying nearby, intending to reassure him not to feel bad about the great bone. Sung-ra, that thing. But before he could finish, Sung-ra lost his cool and shouted back at Li Jian, "Dude, I am really busy right now. Can it wait?" He brushed it off, ignoring Li Jian's words. He turned back to the artifact, yelling again at Choi Sang-hike, urging him to hurry up. "Holy command. Do something. But right now, Choi Sang-hai is in total chaos. He really does not want it to end up in Stephen's hands. He is like a bug on a hot pan. I have got to contact the Holy Command headquarters right now. We can't let this slip away." Li Jian glared at the two in front of him, feeling an intense rage. Wanting to knock some sense into them, he clenched his fists, his helpless expression betraying the curse words running through his mind. "Damn these idiots." The cheerful staff member announced to everyone at the auction. "And now, we will kick off the bidding for this item," she shouted loudly. "The starting price is $1 million. As her words faded, a chorus of bids erupted in the auction room, with each price skyrocketing. 5 million, 10 million, 30 million, $50 million. Li Jian was stunned by the soaring numbers, notifications flashing before his eyes, and his reputation skyrocketing. A sound index formed. Your zodiac experience points increased. The holy relic forged by your magic deserves reverence. The status of the blacksmith increased. And a flood of other information hit him all at once, leaving him dizzy, still reeling from the information overload. He questioned, "What the hell? Why are you all throwing so much money at that thing? It is not even worth it." He was about to express his regret when he was cut off by Sung-di's reaction, which startled him. He was furious. "It is absolutely out of control. Clearly, it is a legendary weapon crafted by Li Jian himself, so of course, it is worth asking." He implied that Li Jian was clueless. Maybe he did not get it. But everyone else had their reasons for bidding like this. Li Jian was infuriated by his words, gritting his teeth and looking at Sung Di with sheer helplessness. Everything Li Jian crafted carried immense power. There were tons of divine weapons like swords, daggers, locks, decorative rings, and so many other items. Sung Di used his knowledge to explain. Decorations, charms, tools, weapons, fragments. Every divine item he created is top tier. Anyone interested in the holy relic would be ready to splurge big time to get it. He stood up, pointing downwards, his face showing a bit of admiration, especially for the holy lion. Stephen Marker, a real high roller. Following Sung Di's gesture, Stephen sat in his chair, arms crossed, his demeanor icy. Sung Di claimed he was a true player due to his willingness to spend. This old man collected Li Jian's divine weapons from all over the world. As an overwhelming holy fighter, whenever it came to Li Jian's divine weapons, everyone tried their best to avoid crossing him. Sung Di sighed, unwilling to see this divine weapon fall into Stephen's hands. It is unfortunate that Lord Li Jian's divine weapon might end up as part of Stephen Marker's collection. His resolute gaze struck the glass with a force born of frustration. I will try to console myself knowing that all profits will go straight to Li Jian's bank account managed by the government. Li Jian was taken aback, feeling a surge of indescribable emotion. You wonder to yourself, is the profit slipping into your pocket? No matter who buys it. Contrary to his earlier nonchalant attitude, Li Jian now felt a rush of excitement, shouting in his mind, "Come on. Buy it. Everybody." The voice of the auctioneer still rang out. $80 million. $90 million. $100 million. The price of the sacred artifact just keeps climbing. Sitting there with his legs crossed, Tai happily munches on his buttery popcorn, still thinking about how much it will sell for. Suddenly, a deafening shout erupted from the direction of the saintly lion. Stephen Marker 1 billion. The shout left Li Jian frozen, halting his chewing of popcorn and directing his gaze towards the source of the shout. Sung Ji and Choi Sang-hyuk were equally shocked to hear that price. They already knew Stephen was a big player, but witnessing this bidding war firsthand was an eye-opener for them. All the guests and auctioneers were left speechless, unable to believe someone would pay such a sky-high price. While the artifact was valuable, no one expected this person to bid hundreds or even thousands of times above the starting price. They were truly witnessing something extraordinary. Stephen strolled casually, hands in his pockets, radiating confidence as he walked down the steps. Overhearing the murmurs of skepticism about his bid, he arrogantly asked, "Did you hear that?" Repeating for everyone to hear, he declared, "I will buy this for 1 billion. Or should I just make it 10 billion? The auctioneer was taken aback by his words, stammering, $1 billion. The other bidders appeared defeated. Some held their heads, others covered their faces while on the phone, and some were pulling their hair in disbelief. The auctioneer had to shake off her shock to continue the bidding, announcing the current price of the sacred artifact, an astonishing figure. 1 billion. Everyone was silent, sharing a common expression of regret for missing out on the artifact. The auctioneer confirmed before striking the gavel, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" With a desperate look directed at Choi Sang-hyuk, she urged, "Come on. Do something." The auctioneer's question echoed again. "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" Li Jian, still munching popcorn, had to pause and wait, wondering if this was indeed the final price. The auctioneer's gavel came down. The shout rang out, "Sold." The sacred artifact was sold for an astonishing $1 billion. Two cleanup staff passing by paused to watch the commotion. One of them holding a broom asked the other, "Did you hear that? They say it is being sold for $1 billion. Leaving the other person astonished. "Really? $1 billion is not pocket change to throw out the window." The employee bows their head. "Looking sad people like us can't even dare to think about that kind of money." Hoping for a change somehow, they suddenly halt, glancing fearfully inside. On the long glass panels in the hallway, a shadow of a monster appears out of nowhere. Its bottomless black eyes staring at the two cleaning staff. Its teeth are razor sharp, and its form shifts between hazy and real, sending shivers down the spines of the two. One of them stammers, "I take back what I just said." Inside the auction area, the auctioneer congratulates him, celebrating the great Saint Lion, Sir Stephen Marker, as the new owner of the artifact. Stephen lifts the sacred artifact above his head, wearing a victorious smile. Below, a chorus of "oh" rises, as everyone cheers and chants his name. "Stephen! Stephen!" The entire hall buzzes like never before, with hundreds of people enthusiastically raising their hands to congratulate him. With this, the lion takes another leap forward. Stephen! Suddenly, the wall behind him bursts apart with a force, debris flying everywhere. Stephen still holds the artifact tightly. The female staff gasps in fear as Stephen sets the artifact down, looking up to see what is happening. What is going on? A shadow slowly emerges through the thick cloud of dust. the monster advancing inside, revealing bright red eyes, a black mane, and a bright green body. Everyone screams in terror and starts to push and shove as they flee. It is a calamity beast. It lets out a fearsome sound, shaking the ground, its eyes glimmer with endless danger. Sharp teeth ready to devour everything in sight. Its arrival kicks up dust and sand everywhere. It lowers its head and sniffs, searching for the sacred artifact of Liang. Even as a saint, Stephen is shaken upon encountering this calamity beast. It roars and opens its mouth wide, a torrent of drool splattering everywhere. It leaps forward, diving straight towards Stephen at terrifying speed. Eyeing the prize he holds, Stephen begins to unleash his power, his body gradually turning golden, energy radiating around him as he quickly adopts a fighting stance. As the beast charges down, he swiftly dodges with the artifact in hand and leaps higher than the monster. Preparing to strike down, the nearby magic tower suddenly exploded, unleashing a devastating force from the giant bone, causing rocks to tumble down in chunks. Stephen, with one hand on his hip and the other propping the giant bone against the ground, smirked with pride, declaring that he was now experiencing the true power of this holy relic. The crowd chanted Stephen's name, but his excitement quickly faded into shock as he watched the magic tower explode and begin to crumble, the sight making him break out in a cold sweat. Lai Jian, Sung Zi, and Choi Sang-haik were equally stunned, fear washing over them as Sung Zi widened his eyes and stuttered. This is bad. Really bad. The magic tower had collapsed, and while two people sat in fear, Li Jian stood staring blankly at the crumbling tower. As the tower fell, debris rained down, and below in the city, people bustled about, but the loud crash had most looking up in alarm. The terrified crowd cried out in panic. A woman shouted to the others, warning that if all the debris fell, the floating island would collapse. A middle-aged man commanded everyone to gather and prevent this disaster, urging all the disciples to unite their strength to stop it. The fighters were also gathering here. One of them voiced their determination. We will help too. The fighters closed their eyes, raising their hands in front of them as they performed some kind of ritual. As the fighters and disciples placed their hands together, the woman shouted for everyone. All disciples, unleash your magical power. At her command, everyone's magic surged forth, and the staff in her hand lifted into the air, concentrating their power into a massive energy sphere. All the disciples raised their hands to the sky, their energy shooting upwards, everyone giving it their all as they shout in unison. The force of the magical power clashes directly with the shards of the shifting magic tower, lighting up the entire sky. The girl sees things are not looking good and warns everyone. It is not working. It is too big. At this rate, we won't destroy it. Unable to withstand it, the shards begin to rain down on the people below. Panic erupts as they scream. Oh no, run, run. The fury of Apollo ignites, divine flames appearing from nowhere, rushing towards the magic tower, leaving the crowd in shock. The roaring flames gradually incinerate the shards, leaving the fighters in disbelief, unable to comprehend it, as everything is reduced to ash, not even a trace left. The girl looks up at the spectacle before her, her eyes filled with doubt as she gazes at the sky. That power belongs to. Hugo appears like a legend before the people on the floating island, holding a flaming bow, his entire being radiating a magnificent golden light. Crowd rushes to shout. Centaur turned human, Lord Hugo Otters. He waves at them, internally cursing Stephen, that caged lion. You have got to learn to control your power. Hugo reassures himself, as the danger looms. The people below chant, grateful to Hugo. Thank you for saving us. A massive surge of power lands on the ground, catching Hugo's attention as he glances at it. A powerful beast emerges, stomping its feet, causing the ground to shake. Another beast appears, looking significantly stronger than the one from the auction. Its body is covered in a huge bone structure running along its form, its eyes glowing red as it stares at Hugo. Hugo clenches his jaw, his expression tense. Damn it. There is still another one. A thick, dark red liquid oozes from the beast's mouth, quickly plummeting to the ground. That liquid rushes towards the civilians, who are bewildered, unsure of what is happening or what this substance is. We shoot. The people scream in terror. It is coming. The liquid shoots up and sticks to the face of one civilian, causing them to freeze in fear. One person, then another. They find themselves enveloped, their eyes and faces trapped, while a man struggles in despair, and a woman cries out for help. Help! Hugo, with his bow and arrow ready, shouts loudly. You beast! How dare you! His eyes blaze with fiery intensity as he instinctively dodges to the side. If that filthy thing shoots back, the beast lunges its tongue towards Hugo. Hugo's eyes widen in shock as he turns to face the beast, its sharp teeth almost ready to sink into him. In a blink, Li Jin lunged forward, delivering a flying kick that sent the monster soaring. At the same time, Hugo Otters fell backward, shouting, replacing Li Jin's line. Hugo Otters added another kick to the creature, yelling, calm down for me. Safely landing on the ground, he cheerfully said, "Thanks. I owe you one for the rescue." He then jumped down, breaking the tension. "Aren't you still in your saintly form during the fight?" With eyes wide in disbelief, Jun scolded. "How can you be weaker than a crafting class like me? Seriously. Hugo Otters. You are starting to get on my nerves." On the other side, Hugo Otters sat in a defensive position, enduring the verbal onslaught without a single retort. After a moment, he sprang up, pointing and arguing. "I gave it my all. Don't you think your standards are a bit too high?" But Lei Jun was still fuming, and almost got knocked down by a monster's tail. Useless Hugo Otters. Suddenly, a scream made them stop and turn to look. In another corner, Stephen Marker leaped into the air with a glowing white bone. Swearing. "Damn it," he shouted. "How dare you interfere with my experience?" Over here, Lei Jun and Hugo Otters looked up to see a massive red monster growling. Lei Jun raised an eyebrow. "He is here too?" Suddenly, the sky lit up brilliantly, leaving Lei Jun confused. In midair, Stephen Marker conjured an energy orb in his palm, taunting, "Don't get in my way and mess up the grand performance." Lei Jun frowned. Why is he getting even more pumped up? Meanwhile, Hugo Otter shouted, "Don't tell me." High above, Stephen Marker unleashed bolts of golden lightning, angrily declaring, "I am warning you all. Get the hell out of my way." He simultaneously cast a dazzling thunder technique down, shouting, "This is a battlefield for the victor." Then he landed on the ground, laughing smugly. "Just wait a bit longer." He looked at the lightning sphere trapping the monsters and the others, marveling at its unbreakable storm. Then he grinned. "All right, the stage is set." Looking at the green monster, Stephen Marker sneered, "I just finished my preparations, so I am countering with everything I have got." Strutting confidently with the bone on his shoulder, he added, "Now I want to see what this grand bone can do just by itself." Behind him, the crowd cheered, "Hooray for you, Lord Stephen, the strongest of them all, who has surpassed even Lei Jun." They roared with excitement as they watched his impressive figure advance toward the green monster. "We are alive. Hooray. Send it back to the dust, Lord Stephen." And Stephen Marker retorted, "Well, it is time to pay for your reckless actions, is not?" He hefted the grand bone and shouted, "Brace yourself." Then he leaped to strike the green monster's head, but it felt more like a scratch, making the monster furious. Meanwhile, Stephen Marker looked stunned, while the crowd that had been cheering suddenly fell silent. Frozen in shock, he stepped back, holding the grand bone, glancing at it with a look of disbelief. After scratching his head in confusion, he picked up the great bone, getting ready to strike again. Stephen Marker's eyes sparkled with intensity as he unleashed a long battle cry, swinging at the green monster. But it only fueled the beast's rage even more. The monster roared in anger, striking Stephen Marker, who cried out in pain as he flew backward. As he soared through the air, he thought, "Something's off here. I definitely gave it my all, but why is not Lei Jun's weapon working like it should?" Over here, Lei Jun poked at the yellow storm while asking Hugo Otters, "So what do you think? Can we get out of this mess yet?" But he replied, "Just because it is his ultimate technique does not mean breaking it will be a walk in the park." Lei Jun clenched his fist in frustration. "If we get out of here, there is no way he is escaping my grasp." Meanwhile, Hugo Otters gritted his teeth. "That stubborn lion. I can believe he is pulling out all the stops on us." They turned away in annoyance, and Lei Jun said, "Well then." He looked at the red monster and said, "Let us take care of this guy first. All these folks here are just puppets." In front of the monster, the civilians it controlled were also growling in distress. Jin explained, "They are all victims of that monster's mind control powers." He added, "Just look at how they are standing there. It is clear they want to use them as hostages." Everyone gasped. "What is this?" "A monster." Watching the mind-controlled people calling out for help, Hugo Otter said, "So attacking it is not going to be easy." He gritted his teeth, pondering deeply as the controlled people stepped forward. Seeing this, Lei Jun cheerfully remarked, "I think we need to put an end to this. Do not you?" Hugo Otters questioned, "How exactly? What are you thinking in that head of yours?" But Lei Jun casually waved his hand, yawning, and said, "It is simple. Just take it down." With that, Hugo Otters hurried after him, scared. "Hey, wait a minute." He shouted a warning as one of the controlled people lunged at Lei Jun. "Look out." Despite the sudden ambush, Lei Jun effortlessly reached out and grabbed the person's head, his eyes narrowing like a predator eyeing its prey. Then he yanked the slime off the monster from the person, pulling it away with a loud asterisk rip asterisk. This left Hugo Otters with his mouth agape in shock, and the red monster stared in disbelief. Lei Jun set down the man, who was now free from the slime, as he foamed at the mouth and chuckled. Not so tough after all. Hearing that, Hugo Otters rushed over. Worried. Is he Looking at the gooey mess on the ground, Liang replied. He is just unconscious. But Hugo Otters was still skeptical. How did you do that? Liang grinned, showing his teeth. With this kind of power, it is not like I am superhuman or anything. Hearing this, Liang covered his mouth, smirking. What are you talking about? I was planning to save them myself. What do you expect from some weakling? Just say it plainly. You won't lose anything for being honest. Finally, Hugo Otters had to accept his fate, sighing as he said, well, anyway. Then, the fiery orange energy swirled around him, ready to charge in. All right, I will back you up. Next to Liang radiated a blue aura, replying, looks like Hugo Otters is finally getting it together, with one flaming orange and one blue energy. They advanced. Liang excitedly challenged. Let us see if you can keep up. Liang, leading the charge, reminded. Just remember, keep it clean and quick. One note of music's all it takes. Meanwhile, the red monster and its minions growled at them, prompting Liang to stomp his feet and leap up. He soared into the air, generating blue energy from his outstretched hands, and landed right in the midst of the crowd, causing the ground to shatter. Quickly, he used his power to rescue the gooey masses on his right, then turned to the left, pulling the sludge away, all while grinning confidently. On one side, the red monster unleashed sticky energy strands. Growling fiercely, it shot the goo at Liang as he charged toward it. He barreled straight ahead, swiping away the goo with his hands. But Liang raised an eyebrow, noticing the strand still shooting back at him. Seeing this, Liang looked back and thought, is it targeting the people behind me? Just then, those he had freed from the goo were waking up, only to be met by another wave of sludge. But in the distance, golden light sparkled like stars. Then, bolts of golden lightning struck, turning the goo into dust. Behind the crowd, Hugo Otters stood with his bow drawn, exuding an aura of a divine being. Don't even think about it. Liang happily turned his head to tease. Hugo Otters, you are doing great. Then, he braced himself right in front of the red monster, threatening it. You skeleton over there. No need to waste your energy. This startled the monster. At the same time, Liang launched a punch infused with blue energy. He struck the monster, sending it soaring into the sky, colliding with a storm of lightning. Its spine shattered. It roared in shock and was obliterated by the golden storm. Then, its body disintegrated into fragments. Raining down, Hugo Otters rushed over. Feeling emotional, I can't believe you took it down in the blink of an eye. He turned to see Liang basking in pride. What else would you expect? Standing amidst the crater he had created, Liang shoved his hands in his pockets. The people controlled by that skeleton are about to wake up, too. Hugo Otters looked around, surprised. Suddenly, a glow appeared on Liang's right hand, making him curious. He raised his hand and saw a glowing circular symbol. What is going on here? Instantly, a series of system notifications popped up. The messages read, you have just absorbed the essence of the void with your bare hands. You have gained additional divine power, currently absorbing divine energy. Current divine power at 81%. The total absorbed divine power has surpassed 70%, allowing the use of the war god instinct lever 10, to destroy or be destroyed. Seeing this, Liang felt curious. So I need to accumulate this much divine power to use this skill. He crossed his arms and sighed, glancing at the system interface. Well, this could be my chance to use it. Then, with a cheerful tone, he accepted. While in another corner, Stephen Marker gripped the giant bone, breathing heavily and cursing under his breath. Damn it. He faced the green monster, thinking, I can't believe it turned out like this. And looking at the massive bone, he wondered, why is not this giant bone doing anything to it? Is it because I can unleash its true power? He glanced up at the enormous green monster, lamenting internally. Or is it just that I am weaker than it? Up above, Liang and Hugo Otters noticed Stephen Marker facing off against the green monster, while the crowd below watched with worry, thinking, what now? Stephen is at a disadvantage. Wait, look over there. In midair, a burst of neon light radiated immense spiritual energy as Liang tore through Stephen Marker's defensive barrier with his bare hands. Stunned, Stephen gasped. No way. How can he destroy my divine protection? The green monster furrowed its brow in fear, muttering, this is bad. That guy will. And then it shrieked. He is going to kill me. But it was too late. Liang stepped right in front of the monster. He looked up with a merciless killer's gaze. Shut it. While exuding a spiritual pressure that shook the ground and shattered it. The whole crowd behind him was thrown off balance by his explosive energy, screaming in panic. Meanwhile, Stephen Marker, standing nearby, had to brace himself on the ground to avoid being pushed back completely. In the back, The green monster was flattened on the ground, wailing loudly, unable to move but still questioning why humanity had gained such power. Raising its doubts as it watched Legion approach, radiating that eerie blue energy, it bared its teeth and stammered, "Is not a human." But Legion, with its piercing green gaze, shot back. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" At the same time, it lifted its foot and delivered a crushing kick that sent the monster skidding across the ground, causing rocks to explode. Stephen Marker, witnessing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. Thinking, how the hell is this even happening? Seething with anger and disbelief, he realized that only this one individual possessed such terrifying power. Remembering the image of the dual-wielding assassin, he compared it to the young man with overwhelming strength standing before him, trembling in fear. Could it really be? Meanwhile, Legion's eyes narrowed with a smirk. It had been a while since they last met. The golden-furred cat had apparently enjoyed trampling all over his reputation during that time. Now, Stephen Marker was trembling, collapsing to the ground in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. Then, he sprang up to attack Legion, shouting, "There is no way I am letting you get away with this." Yet, he immediately found himself wide-eyed and sweating in disbelief. Legion effortlessly blocked his attack with just its left hand. It did not break a sweat at all and remarked, "You really enjoy playing with this bone, do not you?" Meanwhile, Stephen Marker was shaking and shouting with all his might. Suddenly, Legion crushed the bone in its grip, then let the shattered pieces fall, laughing as it did so. But what could he do? It was just a slightly larger than normal bone. After all, seeing his own bone get pulverized, Stephen Marker's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. Out of nowhere, Legion raised its fist and grinned devilishly, saying, "You have given it your all, have not you? Well then, it is my turn to return the favor." Terrified, Stephen Marker raised his hands, shouting, "Wait a second." But Legion had already brought its fist down on him like a thunderbolt. Then a massive explosion shot straight up into the sky, piercing through layers of earth below, creating a gaping hole. Stephen Marker's head slammed down, eyes rolling back, screaming, "Holy crap," as he plummeted like a broken kite. Somewhere, a girl was sleeping soundly, drooling all over the place. Then she woke up, puzzled, wondering what was going on and why she had fallen asleep there. Suddenly, the pendant around her neck glowed with a neon blue light, and she murmured, "Oh, my head hurts so much." After claiming victory, Legion broke into a huge grin, hands on its hips, speaking in a triumphant tone. "Ah ha ha ha. The fun is far from over. We will meet again, you pesky golden-furred cat. But do not forget to stay alive for our next encounter." In contrast to Legion, Hugo Otters was anxious and asked, "Oh no. Do you think he will make it out?" But Legion confidently replied, "Why do you care about that? Look at him. He is built like a tank. There is no way he is going down." Not forgetting about the safety of others, Legion asked Hugo Otters, "Are the people inside the barrier still safe?" Hugo Otters responded cheerfully, "Yeah. They are excitedly planting seeds back there." A scene of joyful people patting each other on the back after a fierce battle. And now that there is nothing to worry about, Legion happily snaps his fingers and conjures up a bear that looks a lot like a lion with wings. Awesome. So where's the piggy bank? Even more surprising, that bear is actually the piggy bank that Legion used to collect treasures after the battle. "You go gather all the valuables before we leave." This leaves Hugo Otters speechless at Legion's unusual request. Legion tells Hugo Otters, "Oh right. We still have one more teammate. When we get back, I will introduce you to." Hugo Otters seems curious about this friend. "Who's it? Is it the one who lent you the phone you used earlier?" While the two are chatting, the piggy bank is still busy collecting the valuables. Legion calmly continues the conversation. "Yeah. I think his name is Sung Ji." Hearing that, Hugo Otters looks shocked, unable to believe his ears. Still in disbelief, Hugo Otters asks Legion in a stammer, "You said Sung, as in like..." But Legion remains calm as if nothing's wrong and replies, "Sung Ji, John Sung. I think I remember correctly. He is from the Gemini constellation. If we are just talking about magical power, he could easily be a saint leader. Even though he is still young, that kid is really quick-witted. He will definitely get the job done." Hugo Otters scratches his head anxiously at Legion's words, thinking to himself, "Sung Ji, why do you have to be involved with this troublesome name?" Noticing Hugo Otters' strange behavior, Legion wonders to himself, why does he look like that? Hugo Otters is lost in thought. I was super careful to keep them from meeting. But if both of Legion's fanboys find out he is still alive, the image of the three evil guys hugging each other flashes through Hugo Otters' mind, making him anxious and scared. Thinking, my family will fall apart. Legion watches Hugo Otters' expression for a moment before speaking up. The saint leader of the Gemini constellation knows how to use instant teleportation. Right, if we call him to take everyone away. Hugo Otters suddenly interjects before Legion finishes his sentence. Wait a minute. Can we just go like this? Legion innocently asks. Why not? But Hugo Otters quickly responds with concern. Because those Gemini guys won't want to take you with them. What are you expecting from them? After that remark, Legion hesitates, realizing that the images flashing in his mind are not good ones. Just fights, arguments, and anger erupting during conversations. Legion is worried, reflecting that every time they meet, they always get mad at him. Meanwhile, Hugo Otters, though anxious, tries to look cheerful, pointing at the sky and saying, "Oh look, I can tell just by looking that they hate you so much." Even though he says that, Hugo Otters is still thinking. Sungji. Hugo Otters is worried but still tries to act cheerful, clapping his hands. Legion says, "Well, it all depends on the situation. That is why they care. If it is the Gemini constellation, it should not be a big deal." Right. After hearing Hugo Otters' words, Legion clenched his phone tightly, his face a mask of anger. Hugo Otters kept trying to speak, insisting, "So Zion, you should not pay attention to those guys anymore." Suddenly, from behind came two sounds that froze Hugo Otters in his tracks. "Dad." When Hugo Otters worriedly turned around, his voice trembling in disbelief, it was someone on the phone talking to someone else. But when they finally met, they asked, "Is this the Zion you mentioned, Dad?" Hearing Songdi conclude with a line, "Is it Legion?" left Hugo Otters stunned while Legion was clearly intrigued. Hugo Otters stood there, mouth agape, worriedly thinking, "Songdi, why are you here? Did he call you for what?" When the truth hit, Songdi exploded with anger, shouting, "Dad, answer me right now. And those guys, you only said that because you saw me, right?" Faced with this, Hugo Otters nervously tried to explain. Songdi. About that, as their conversation unfolded, on the ground, some dark red-black creatures crawled towards Legion. Hearing the call, all three turned around just as those creatures flew up, attacking fiercely and shouting, "Legion!" Before Legion could react, suddenly Slim popped out of nowhere, catching him off guard, locking onto his target. Slim opened his mouth wide, swallowing all the dark creatures into his body. After devouring them, Slim seemed quite pleased with himself. Holy artifact. Earth Spirit has gained poison resistance, skill range increased, and poison immunity has been enhanced. The resistance will show its basic effects when crafting the holy artifact. After hearing this, Legion was furious and grabbed Slim, while Hugo Otters and Sung Jae could only stand there, mouths agape at the scene. In a fit of rage, Legion shook Slim in his grasp, saying, "You little brat. Are you out of food? Why are you eating that stuff? Spit it out right now." Meanwhile, Hugo Otters and Sung Jae could only watch in silence. As Legion fumed while manipulating Slim, Hugo Otters pondered, did it fall out from that disaster of a dry fog? If we do not think this through, we could be in real danger. The shattered remnants of the fog were lying on the battlefield, unrecognizable from their original form amidst the chaos. Sung Jae curiously asked Hugo Otters about the object Legion was holding. "Is that Slim? The holy artifact of Legion I read about in the book?" Hugo Otters was surprised as Sung Jae slowly stepped forward, pointing in awe. "What an incredible power you have shown all this time. Someone with such immense magical energy." Everything seemed normal until suddenly, Sung Jae's eyes lit up, and his excitement made Hugo Giant stumble back in shock at his words. "You are the only friend willing to hang out with my lonely dad." Even Slim is shaking. "No way. Could it be that you really are Legion?" Sung Jae exclaimed, waving his hands up and down in excitement. Both Hugo Otters and Sung Jae expressed their thoughts. Whoa. Whoa. But with completely opposite emotions, Hugo Otters looked helpless, while Sung Jae was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling like stars. But Legion was furious, and so were the two of them. What is going on? In the quiet space, loud screams echoed out. While elsewhere, in a towering building stacked high, stood the headquarters of the Lion Chi Tin in the United States. In the senior classroom of Lion Chi Tin, everyone present sat upright and orderly. The atmosphere was really calm. Suddenly, the president of the Lion Chi Tin, Oliver, a serious-looking, muscular figure, broke the silence. "Tin has been missing since yesterday and has not been found yet. We have to rely on those with the ability to search from the Chi Tin River." Suddenly, a member spoke up. "But who started beef with them in Chapter 12? Will they even accept our request?" That member added. After hearing this, Oliver swore under his breath. "Damn it," but then said, "Well, it is my first appearance, so I have to look cool." "Right," the member continued. "And one more thing. Sir President, I heard that the one who caused the Time Master to go missing this time is Legion." "Right." Upon hearing this, Oliver's serious expression turned icy as he replied, "Can we even believe that? But even if it is true, he is just the Legion who was once taken down by the Time Master. Our Tin Master is the strongest of them all." Just then, a phone rang, breaking the silence and sending a wave of fear through everyone present. Sweat began to bead on everyone's faces. Damn it. This lion. This damn centaur. Damn it. Those in the cold room were sweating profusely. Legion is coming. Legion is coming. Legion. Come here. Come here. As the ringing ended, the atmosphere in the room fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Suddenly, a girl wearing a hat with long hair tied up spoke up. That girl was the vice-time master of the Lion Chi Tin, John Yuha, with a cold expression, holding her phone in her right hand. Her left hand was in her pocket, legs crossed as she said, I forgot to switch to the on-call mode. After hearing John Yuha, Oliver looked worried as he rubbed his head, while a young man with blonde hair raised his voice. Vice-Tin Master. Ah. Oliver's anger boiled over, and he shouted loudly, Vice Master John Yuha. This is a meeting to discuss the search plan for the Time Master. Can you please take this seriously? The John Yuha seemed indifferent and coldly replied, Why should we look for that jerk? The people present could only stare in disbelief, mouths agape. But after saying that, John Yuha acted like she had let something slip and added, Oh no. I misspoke. Why should we look for him? He is really good at taking a beating. He will definitely survive and come back. Others thought to themselves, Are you sure you did not just slip up? Unlike John Yuha's calm demeanor, Oliver was furious, practically steaming and shouting. But she was the right hand of the master. As one of the top 10, she had to step up and handle this. She should not treat it like it was someone else's problem. Ignoring Oliver's outburst, John Yuha was engrossed in her phone reading a message. Our uncle has appeared. He is the real deal. Hurry home. The legend is real. Seeing John Yuha dismissing her words, Oliver could only helplessly say, Hey, are you even listening to me? Unbothered by Oliver, John Yuha was only thinking, Uncle, I can't contain my curiosity any longer. John Yuha abruptly stood up and turned away, ignoring everyone else's attitude, saying, I have something to take care of today. I am counting on you all. Leaving everyone in the room stunned by her words. As John Yuha left, the room fell silent again. Moments later, Oliver's crew started to tremble and shouted. Oliver's anger reached its peak as he yelled out loud. In a land with beautiful castles, in the tranquil land of Aquarius, where Sophia Mary resides, there were noisy sounds. Lady, please just say a word. Is it true that you are involved in this Drakama event? Who was the one who cornered you at Drakama? What does the truth from 20 years ago even mean? Reporters surrounded her, clamoring for answers, while the gatekeeper could only respond, Not today. Please let everyone go home. The lady needs to rest and regain her strength. I am not used to addressing reporters. The lady will officially answer all your questions later. Please return home. In the room above, through a white glass window, a woman was anxiously watching the reporters below. Sophia Mary angrily ordered her subordinates. Damn it. Get that Legion dog. Sophia Mary bit her nails, deep in thought. No matter how much she wanted it, how could she dare use this method? At the palace entrance, guards were clearing the way for Sophia Mary, shouting, Please move aside. Let the lady through. The guards pushed through, while Sophia Mary stood frozen, worried about the whispers of the crowd. What is going on? I heard the lady was cornered. Oh my. Which brave soul did that? Suddenly, a blue light emitted from the necklace Sophia Mary was wearing, startling both the guards and her, the people around. Witnessing this, gasped and murmured, What is happening? Is it terrorism? All the guards shouted out. Panicked. It is an announcement. The surrounding crowd looked up. Some pulled out their phones to record. Meanwhile, Sophia Mary anxiously stared at the announcement appearing before her. Who killed Lei Jun? Someone needs to clear up everything that happened 20 years ago for everyone to know. Sophia Mary anxiously put her hand on her head, thinking, What should I do now? If I reveal the truth, the Zodiac spirits will kill me. If I stay silent like this, Lei Jun won't let me off the hook either. Why did he dare to do this while I was out cold? And thinking about it, that necklace can't be taken off. But those thoughts made Sophia Mary clutch her head and scream out loud. It is all that jerk Lei Jun's fault. While Sophia Mary was fuming, Lei Jun was just enjoying life, lounging around like it was a day at the spa. Meanwhile, the lion-shaped piggy bank was resting on Lei Jun's lap, getting its fur stroked. One hand casually went up to scratch his chin as he wondered, Should I order some bun dao? In front of him, a news report was buzzing about something. Up to this point, the young lady Sophia Mary still had not expressed her opinion. She was also staying away from the public area. On the TV screen, a mysterious man was leaning in, listening to the news update. Experts predicted a series of events would follow after this Rakma incident. The man listening to the news simply said. And after catching the news, he spoke up with a sarcastic tone. Well, that is not good. In a place bathed in warm light, there stood a modern house. Very luxurious, that was the sanctuary of the Sagittarius spirit, the Hugo family. Someone was shooting arrows at the bullseye to achieve a perfect score. when the arrow hit the center. Someone shouted, 10 points. As the arrow struck the bullseye, the archer gently lowered their bow. What stood out was the bow, intricately designed and beautifully engraved. Yet it looked quite heavy. The archer was a blonde wearing a sporty outfit, ready to shoot. After Hugo Otters finished shooting, he commented on the bow and replied, "This is epic. That ghostly archer does not stand a chance against it." But suddenly, Hugo Otters felt annoyed as he watched Li Jian shoot an arrow, thinking, "You better aim that arrow right. Where the heck are you planning to shoot?" When the arrow was released, it hit the bullseye. But surprisingly, it split Hugo Otters' old bullseye in half. Li Jian confidently said, 10 points. But contrary to that, Hugo Otters looked worried and said, "Jian." But what surprised Hugo Otters even more was seeing Li Jian holding the bow, dressed in sportswear. But notably, his eyes were covered with a red scarf, saying, "I have to admit, archery is really fun. Haha." But he was also thinking, "I need to hold back." Hugo Otters, fuming, pointed at Li Jian and said, "Are you trying to mess with me? You did not have to shoot at my target." But Li Jian, with an innocent face, took off the blindfold and said, "Exactly. I just wanted to mess with you a little." However, at that moment, a chilled glass of ice water appeared in front of Li Jian. Catching his attention, Sung Jae, with bright eyes, approached Li Jian holding the glass of ice water, saying joyfully, "Here you go. I brought you a drink and a towel." Li Jian did not refuse Sung Jae's offer and happily accepted. "Thank you." While Li Jian and Sung Jae were having a good chat, they did not notice behind them, Hugo Otters had clenched his fist, looking so furious he could ignite flames at the sight before him. Without wasting time, Hugo marched over and cheerfully said, "Hey Sung Jae, I want a drink too." But it seemed neither Li Jian nor Sung Jae cared at all. Sung Jae replied coldly, "The water in the freezer is cold. Go get it yourself." Witnessing this, Li Jian could only lift his hand and give a thumbs up to Sung Jae's savage comeback. After hearing that, Hugo spun around and cried out, making Sung Jae think, "He looks just like an octopus." Meanwhile, Li Jian calmly enjoyed his drink, reflecting on how his abilities had improved after that last encounter with Drakema. Should he invest a little more into his skills? Lost in thought, Li Jian seemed to drift into another realm of the system, the Safu Sanctuary. Far from the viewing palace, the sanctuary was so low that the space felt cramped. Li Jian continued to savor his water as he explored the world within the system. The sanctuary was not just the domain of the Star's master, but also a realm where the master could maintain and utilize their powers. Images of people clad in black cloaks, heads bowed, stood in formation. The system announced, "You can now manage the sanctuary. You can move your subordinates in piggy banks." Upon entering the sanctuary, you could enhance its advantages by adding human power. In that world, Li Jian sipped through a straw while pondering. Human power. Suddenly, Sung Jae raised his phone, speaking in a cheerful tone. "Is not it almost time for you to go?" he asked. "I have some things to take care of too. Let us head out together." Li Jian realized it was time and exclaimed, "Has it really come to that already?" Hearing that Li Jian had to leave, Hugo Otters spun around on the grass and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Li Jian grabbed the towel from Sung Jae's hands and replied, "Yeah. Let me just take this." He bit down on the straw, smiling as he said, "I have got a lot of people to meet today at a restaurant called Pickle Ma Chicken, where the windows were plastered with smiling faces. There were many steps leading up. Inside, Choi Sang-hai, with a cheerful face, stood behind two bodyguards with their hands clasped behind their backs like they were protecting their boss. In front of Choi Sang-hai, a plate of golden fried chicken was displayed enticingly. With a cheerful tone, he said, "I did not expect you to come here after all that drama." Among the plates of chicken, Li Jian was enjoying his meal but could not help but ask Choi Sang-hai, "Why do you seem so unfazed? I heard you were super busy." The staff serving the chicken thought to themselves, surprised by how much Li Jian was eating. But Choi Sang-hai, still smiling, replied, "Even with 1,000 things to do, nurturing talent is always the most important job." "So there," Choi Sang-hai added, his eyes sparkling and hands clasped together with a smile, "I have thrown billions into this auction. And I am not just going to wipe my mouth and walk away." However, Li, unfazed by Choi Sang-hai's work, continued to devour the chicken leg, oblivious to his surroundings. Afterwards, Li Jian used a napkin to wipe his mouth and kept eating. This made Choi Sang-hai ponder, thinking, is he really that carefree? Li Jian was enjoying his chicken, but in his mind, he was also reflecting. Although it was a bit troublesome at first, he seems to be getting things done. Images of those Li Jian had previously taken down flashed through his mind: the monsters, the pests, the golden-furred cat. Li Jian seemed to have a thought brewing in his head. Then the next target will be that holy maiden. That woman with the straight purple hair. After finishing his thoughts, Li Jian spoke up. All right. I will join the auction. Hearing this, Choi Sung-hyuk immediately responded. So the official initiation ceremony will take place on. Before Choi Sung-hyuk could finish, Li Jian interrupted, saying, but with one condition. Then Li Jian pointed the golden chicken leg at Choi Sung-hyuk and said, you have to give me that badge you are wearing. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards behind Choi Sung-hyuk grew furious and stepped forward, shouting, that is way out of line. That badge is a gift from the auction master to the head of the Holy Order. In response to the bodyguard's words, Li Jian casually bit into the chicken leg and said, hey, you guys better get lost. The grown-ups are talking. That badge represents wealth and power. Li Jian asserted, if I have that badge, I can use all the privileges of the auction. Right, I know you will provide me with everything I ask for later, but I need to have it in my hands first to trust anyone. Li Jian continued munching on the chicken leg, coldly stating, aren't you supposed to invest in all that talent? After hearing Li Jian's words, Choi Sung-hyuk started to get angry and said, please give me some time to think. The two bodyguards were taken aback by Choi Sung-hyuk's request, but Li Jian kept the chicken leg pointed at him and said, make your decision quickly. Suddenly, Li Jian spoke up, I still have another appointment. On his phone screen was a message for Sung-hyuk. It might take a little time. On the other side, the reply came swiftly from Li Jian. Sure, take your time. My sister said she might be a bit late. The person on the other end replied, okay. While texting on Sung-hyuk's phone, he thought to himself, I hope this gelato shop can impress him. With that thought, a smile crept onto Sung-hyuk's face. I can't wait for Li Jian to visit my uncle's place. My sister is going to be so surprised. It has been ages since I saw that shocked look on her face. As he thought and smiled, Sung-hyuk was holding a sword, thinking, when my uncle arrives, I need to ask him to help me fix this sword he repaired for me last time. Just then, someone snatched the sword from his hands, startling him. The other person exclaimed, hey, Sung-hyuk, why are you playing with that dangerous sword? The guy joked with Sung-hyuk, if you are not careful, I might have to confiscate it. Hearing this made Sung-hyuk furious, and he shouted, what are you doing? Sung-hyuk angrily addressed his opponent, who was accompanied by two other guys, like a gang of thugs, the twin apostles of a great intellect. Sung-hyuk shouted, what are you doing here? Give it back to me now. Yu playfully responded, how dare you talk back to me like that? This is our favorite coffee shop. He continued. Sung-hyuk thought to himself, seriously, every time we argue, he pulls out the age card. I should have picked a different place. Even though I really want to punch him. But then he thought about Yu-sayu's power, being the son of a prominent figure. So he could not just mess with him. And this dog knew that, which is why he was acting so smug. Thinking about the sword that Li Jian had given him, Sung-hyuk shouted angrily, give it back to me right now. Do you even know what that is? Hearing Sung-hyuk, the two guys next to Yu forcefully pushed him down onto the table and shouted, sit down. Hearing Sung-hyuk's loud shout, said, you should know how to keep it down in public. Everyone in the coffee shop started whispering, what is going on? Is there going to be a fight? Should I step in? Sung-hyuk, still furious, yelled back at Yu-sai. Shut up. His pride was on the line as he thought, do you really want to mess with me? Yu swung Sung-hyuk's sword over his shoulder and said casually, every time you get caught, your little tantrum goes full throttle. Then he focused on the sword and remarked, I wonder what this is that makes Sung-hyuk so bold to show it off. Is this what your beloved Li Jian made for you? He teased. As he said that, Yu-sayu's eyes glinted like a predator ready to pounce. Is this your mother's keepsake? Sung-hyuk was boiling with anger after hearing all that. His eyes suddenly glowed a fierce blue when he heard Yu-sayu roar like a wild beast. His mouth twisted in rage. Suddenly, the sword emitted a blue light, revealing the urgent words of G-Nut. Sensing that its master was in danger, activated by random skills, Yu jolted. Worried about the sword he was holding, Yu-sayu raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blue light, and seemed to see something appear. Asking, what is that? From the blue glow, a human head suddenly popped up. That head pointed directly at Yu-sayu's face, causing him to bleed from his nose. The two bodyguards next to him were just as shocked by the bizarre scene. The people in the cafe were also taken aback and horrified by the strange phenomenon. The upper body of Li Jian seemed to unleash immense power, landing a punch straight to Yu-sayu's face, leaving him unable to resist the unexpected attack. After the attack ended, Li Jian's intact body appeared, but Yu-sayu collapsed to the ground, clutching his nose and crying out, oh no. Sung-jae was moved at the sight of Li Jian and shouted, wait. Then Sung-jae yelled, Chuwu. But Li Jian just patted his head in surprise and said, is that you? Sung-jae. Meanwhile, Yu-sayu sat in a corner, holding his nose and sobbing. My nose, Sung Jae, astonished at seeing Li Jian, exclaimed. How did you know I was here? Hearing Sung Jae, Li Jian, running his fingers through his hair, acting like he had no idea what had just happened. You were at the fried chicken shop. Right. It seems that the revival skill I added to this sword earlier has been activated. Li Jian. On the tile floor of the cafe, the sword Li Jian gave to Sung Jae was still glowing blue, wrapping around the sword's hilt. Turning around, Li Jian saw Sung Jae pinned under the table by two guys following Yu Sai-yu. As he started to piece everything together, Li Jian turned to look at Yu Sai-yu and said, that also means. While Yu Sai-yu was still trembling on the ground from that earlier blow, Yu Sai-yu was covering his bleeding nose with his hand and shaking from the pain. The two bodyguards were sweating bullets as they heard Li Jian ask. These guys are threatening Sung Jae. Right. Li Jian was furious, his blue aura blazing around him as he clenched his fists and said, you dare lay a finger on my kid. The two bodyguards with Yu Sai-yu were sweating with fear at Li Jian's power, whispering to each other. Is Sung Jae's uncle really that strong? No idea. But he is terrifying. One replied. The black aura mixed with blue light enveloping Li Jian as he angrily declared. Then let me show you the price you have to pay. Hearing Li Jian's threats, the two guys next to Yu Sai-yu could only stay silent, their worry palpable. Back at the fried chicken shop, just before Li Jian got summoned, in the cafe, the conversation between Li Jian and Choi Sang-hyuk continued. It seemed that Choi Sang-hyuk accepted the conditions Li Jian had set, saying, all right, I will give you this badge, but you have to join right away. Li Jian responded to that condition, neither fast nor slow, saying, okay. Removing the badge from his shirt, Choi Sang-hyuk thought to himself, catching a big fish like this. This is a piece of cake. Anyway, he has already burned through my billions. Plus, if he joins that holy order, I can exploit the special contract clause to get it back. After taking off the badge, Choi Sang-hyuk handed it to Li Jian and reminded him, do not go overboard with it. Not wanting to disappoint, replied, I will do my best. Once Choi Sang-hyuk gave the badge to Li Jian, he pulled out the contract and told his bodyguard, quick, get the contract over here. He then turned to Li Jian and said, all right, this should help you move fast. But before he could finish, a blue light suddenly whisked Li Jian away to another location. When Choi Sang-hyuk turned back to speak to Li Jian, he was nowhere to be found. After the blue light vanished, only Choi Sang-hyuk remained, holding the contract and a plate of golden fried chicken on the table at the diner, leaving him and his two bodyguards frozen in shock. Wondering, did he really just eat and run? When the staff came out with a worried tone to deliver the bill. Excuse me, your total is 190,000 won. Hearing the amount, Choi Sang-hyuk was taken aback, realizing that Li Jian's chicken feast had turned the three of them into stone statues. At a coffee shop with an airy atmosphere, chaos erupted as if a brawl had just broken out. A potted plant lay shattered, and two guys were spinning around in confusion. Yun Sai-woo got hit squarely, but his mouth would not shut up. Do you know who I am? The more Li Jian dismissed him, the more Yun Sai-woo was intrigued. I am an A-class apostle of the Twin Star Church, the second-generation heir of my family in Vietnam. Before he could finish, Li Jian unleashed a flurry of blows using both left and right-hand techniques. I am the son of the Libra Maiden of the Twin Stars. Hearing that, Yun Sai-woo's face got all messed up, almost unrecognizable as a rich kid. You have got to listen to what I am saying. I warn you not to provoke me, or you will have to face the consequences yourself. Li Jian scoffed. Get up, you little punk. I am just getting started. His head hit the ground hard, his brain scrambling for thoughts. Damn it. All my defensive spells have been wrecked. What am I going to do now? His hands trembled as he cursed. You coward. His palm clenched tightly on the ground. He had never faced such humiliation before. Yun Sai-woo's face darkened with rage. You won't be so cocky for much longer. He summoned a massive monster to attack, the bronze bull of Phalaris. Everyone nearby gasped in shock at the sight. Haha. He is casting spells in the residential area. Run. Or you will get dragged into this mess too. Even after getting punched through a door, he still held his ground. This is what happens when you get too cocky. But his power was instantly diminished as Li Jian simply raised his hand, pulling it all back. You are too noisy. Just a single dismissive remark was enough to inflict brutal damage on him. I thought you would unleash something truly terrifying. If I have cursed, let us see who can match that. I am just one certificate away from being a lawyer. Fix this mess for me, and it better be good. The system notification confirmed that the opponent's skills had been suppressed, and it had registered the bronze bull of Phalaris data. The guy could not get up, screaming in despair, looking utterly pathetic. The customer was like, seriously? Are you a coconut wizard or something? Trying to play it cool while wanting to stay humble. Legion was up to something. But nah. I am just a blacksmith. Nothing special. You can use the data from the skills you have collected, but it will only be temporarily stored and will degrade after use. If you want to use the skill permanently, you need to gather enough territorial data to turn it into an object. It is a stone he pulled back from the debris, with a little help from the system. Do you want to use that data as a skill? He just does not like to show off, but he is just as stubborn as the rest of them. Let me show you how to really handle fire. Alright, suddenly, he shouted so loud it made him jump, feeling the fierce determination of a man, the bronze bull of Phalaris. Only now did he realize the power of this guy. But it was too late. All that was left was a desperate scream before the storm hit. A sudden downpour came crashing straight down, like it wanted to pierce the earth and crush everything beneath. As a result, he got smashed right into the corner, with his pants ripped at the back, revealing his childish underwear, and he was awkwardly trying to play it off. He did not have the strength to flip over, but now he was threatening him, still playing the civilized card. If you dare touch Sungji again, just get ready to eat dirt. His attitude flipped faster than a pancake, and he smiled at the kid. Sungji, if you run into those Jiang 8 guys again, do not hold back. Just punch them right in the face. I have got your back, and with a solid guy like me backing you, there is nothing to fear.
Yep.
I am right here. Sungji, the little brother is too busy chatting with me. Dear, what the heck is going on with all this chaos? What just happened here? Why is it so messy? She was stunned to see the boy so uncontrollably happy. That is not even the main issue right now. Let me enthusiastically introduce you. Over here. Come this way. Suddenly, I am being compared to a movie character, standing triumphantly on the skulls of countless monsters. The hero who eradicated endless disasters. The hero who sacrificed himself to save humanity. The lead in that video we have watched a million times. The image of the man on the TV in front of the two sisters looked just like him. They never expected to see someone they admired and adored since childhood, even with half his face covered. He still did not lose any of that charm. From the corner, Chop noticed they were talking about him. The tall figure with his hands in his pockets made Sung Jae freeze for a moment. Why was she squinting like she was checking for rain? It made the little brother laugh like crazy. His sister was still in disbelief. This caused quite a stir. Is that really Uncle Lejion? No way. She suddenly praised him, making him wonder. Dude, he is just too handsome. She remembered the image of him from 20 years ago. Back then, he had a lot of scars and had been stuck in that demon tower for 2 decades. So she thought he would be a total wreck. But wow. He has still got that charm. I have to hold back and not let myself say things like that anymore. No kidding. Yeah. It is so polite of you. Thank goodness Uncle Lejion is back safe and sound. That little brother of yours is worth his weight in gold. And here I am, feeling bashful, telling him while he is grinning like a Cheshire cat my heart is racing out of my chest. Uncle, I have never seen him so cheerful before. You must be Yuha. Right. Nice to meet you. That little brother is like a matchmaking genius. The sister bows at a 45-degree angle. Waiting. Hello. Uncle. I'm Janya. Thanks for helping out with the situation. Lejion is surprisingly friendly. Unlike the crazed vengeful look from earlier. Yuha's eyes are welling up, feeling the teasing vibe, and from a distance, something is trying to burst through the ground. Uncle, I am really sorry to meet you like this, but can I ask you for a favor? The pride before heart disease has been upgraded.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What do you want? You are going to ask for my signature. Right. The floor tiles have shattered into a pile of rubble, and she is hesitating about whether to spill it out. If you do not mind. Uncle. You can every time something important happens. A monster shows up. She has no idea where to get a spear to cut that giant monster in half. The spear might be small, but it is packed with the strength of humanity. The little brother jumps onto his shoulder, wanting to jump back. Yeah. Debris is flying everywhere. The determination in her eyes is enough to take down an enemy. Please. Uncle. Wait just a moment. I can't believe she is being so straightforward. This chaotic situation is actually pretty amusing because after we take down these pests, I am going to propose to you right away. You just see Yuha dash forward like a bullet. The little brother just standing beside her already knows. Come on. She gave the signal right in front of him. He is stunned into silence. Confused. What did my sister just say? Still trying to convince herself. What? Suddenly, the city sky is filled with blood-red clouds, and the loudspeaker keeps blaring updates. Disaster alert. Disaster alert. This is an emergency announcement. Before I could finish my sentence, a monster's foot crashes down. Everyone, hurry to safety. A swarm of lizard-tailed monsters descends from the sky. While disasters rise higher than the buildings below, the whole street descends into chaos, with disasters blocking the roads. Smashing cars. People are running for their lives. Even with all my strength, I can't strike back like my dad. All around me, disasters are rising from the ground. There is no way I can fight them off. Pushing myself to try just a little harder. The goat-headed monster with lizard wings fills the sky. Faster. I need to go even faster, and the biggest motivation for me to be this courageous is that I already know what I want. I need to handle these monsters quickly so I can propose to him. My entire being radiates energy like a thunderstorm. I am furious that they are wasting my precious time. They are just a bunch of confident nuisances stepping forward. My hands spinning the spear in circles. My first steps crunch on the rubble. And with a powerful thrust, I pierce through the monsters. You guys. Lightning strikes from my eyes, glowing red like a raging dragon. A crimson path. I'm in a rush. Yeah. I swing the spear wildly, ruining my proposal. With each thrust aimed straight at those monsters. With a loud roar, flames engulf the spot where the monster emerged, making way for the brave girl standing before me. Safe and sound. I can finally breathe a little easier. My family worried for nothing by coming here. That girl is way tougher than Hugo in every way. No joke, I spotted Lei Jun here and waved. But I did not notice the monster behind me, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow me whole. Uncle. In this life or death moment. As a monster bites down on me. Yeah. I am so close, wait. Uncle. Her hat falls to the ground and catches fire as the monster rambles on, huffing and puffing. I can't believe someone dodged that attack. Turns out there is still hope for humanity. The monster transforms into a human shape. Trying to sound tough. I like you. I will make you my pet. It shows off its power sitting on a giant hellish lizard. Lei Jun just likes to tease. When she says something, she means it. Being a nuisance means you are bound to run into trouble. And just in time I need to focus on alchemy to craft more divine artifacts. Forget about being the hero saving the world. I am already thinking of pocketing some for myself. Good. You are going to be my #1 furnace. This monster is quite the smooth talker. Haha. Training you is going to be a lot of fun. Yua looks back and realizes they are clearly a bunch of illusion creatures. A thought just popped into my head, and I have to stop it right now. His hand brushed against his bangs like he just hit a pressure point. How can he not see? How can it be so serious for me? Am I really planning to fix this all by myself? No way I'm letting her take any risks. With me here. There is nothing to fear. I will handle this. You just focus on keeping everyone safe. I know how to comfort and boost confidence while recognizing their abilities. I trust Sungji and Yuha because they are strong. So you all should trust me to handle this too. She smiled. And everyone listened to him. The two behind him replied in unison. Yep, sir. Sungji summoned a muscle-bound monster in shorts, while Yuha brought a breeze charged with thunder. His expression darkened. Wait. Just a reminder. We might get a bit too hyped here. It is like we are about to unleash something wild. With his training skills, he spun around to dodge the incoming blow, igniting the beast's excitement even more. More. It was like a flip switched in him. He was ready to go all out. But somehow, he got caught, his face completely emotionless. Keep laughing. Because you never know when that smile might just vanish for good. He was reveling in his victory. This is what true training is about. The beast was now rampaging, launching itself at him, soaring high before crashing down. It was going wild, kicking up debris everywhere. Haha, just watching was already painful. How dare it use him as a punching bag for laughs. It slammed him into the ground with such force that it left a crater. His clothes were in tatters. But he had to stay in a Spider-Man pose. He just wanted to hit it harder, pretending to be weaker. But this string could easily turn into 1,000 pieces right in front of him. And let us not forget the attitude of disdain. What a big bully. Where's the fun in that? Is this really all it has got? This beast is out of control. Laughing like it has been practicing its stand-up routine. Then doubting its own power. Unleashing a wave of fiery strength. No way that is happening. A massive explosion shook the ground, sending white smoke spiraling into the sky. Even the monster that Sungji summoned got caught in the blast. Turns out the kid was using all his strength to hold up something that was about to collapse on him. Everyone, move to safety. Thank you. The transformation of the monster contributed a bit of strength too. So the kid was thrilled. Great job. We are done here. Turning to Yua, he said. The civilians have finally evacuated. But your spirit has already been taken away. Yeah. Aha. Watching the scene on the other side, the rising white smoke gave him a boost of confidence. But there was a tiny ripple in his heart. Girls tend to worry about the ones they love. Li Jin really is strong, but the illusory master is the most dangerous type of calamity. He must at least be a high-tier threat. And Li Jin will definitely have a tough time facing him. He imagined how it would be for him, struggling while trapped in the demon tower. Plus, what if he is still injured or suffering from the aftermath of the demons in the tower? If that is the case, then this thought just crossed my mind. But she did not hesitate. She acted immediately. I have to help him. Sungji tried to stop her, but it was no use. But he told us not to intervene. She held her spear up, ready to help him, not forgetting to remind her little brother. I will be right back. Stay put. Will you? And only now do I realize I have poked the wrong bear. Wouldn't it have been better to know sooner? Here I, standing in the ruins, surrounded by a sea of relentless flames. You have really pushed me hard. I never expected you to pull off something like this. It feels a bit surreal after this uneven battle. That is it. Of course. I won't let you down. Liang appears like a god emerging from the smoke, intentionally comparing himself to Yuexai Wu. And it is no contest. That is right. If it is fire, it should burn like this. Your flames are warmer than that punk from Qi just now. Suddenly, he cracks a mischievous grin, sensing the danger in this attitude. He may not care about winning, but he sure won't let himself lose. With the fire in my hands, I have marked you. Alchemy Lab 1, according to the system, has collected flames usable in the spatial creation room. You are not as easy to deal with as you look. Doubts about life start creeping in. Unbelievable. Can he really survive this half of himself? Let me clear up your concerns. Your fire does not scare me. What could you possibly be planning out in the open like this? You have summoned the creation artifact. The system has been working hard. It has detected flames usable in the spatial creation room. Spatial creation room. Lovey 1. Repair and enhancement. Starting property enhancement. Random luck has been applied. It is quick and snappy. Please select the target for enhancement. He raises his spear, ready to strike down. Target selected for enhancement. Lovey 1. Still calmly sitting on the hellish roller coaster, unaware of the horrors awaiting him. Even if I do not know what they are, and Tian Weng boldly retaliates fiercely. But do you really think I will just let you be? How could he possibly expect to deal with an extra opponent? Yuha is right behind him, activating skill. He immediately unleashes an electric attack on the hellish roller coaster god. They are no different from a lump of meat. Push back. Don't let her get too worked up. Otherwise, the entire Tigong clan will be in chaos on this planet. Nothing to lose. She lunges at him. Spear aims straight ahead. But Tijong catches her. Her face is tense. You dare. Unfortunately, he goes berserk and throws her into the building across the street. Before she can catch her breath, she is soaring through the air. The hellish roller coaster god on the other end is using all his strength to catch her. If you do not work for it, you will end up like Sit. That little one will become my meal. It is not like being polite. The hellish roller coaster god opens his mouth wide, wanting to swallow her as she clings to the spear. I will devour it whole. Ha ha ha. I do not know why he left. She clings to the wall. Finally, she can breathe a sigh of relief. I can figure out what he is thinking, but he is still chasing its tail. The hell roller screams fire. Meanwhile, he is still getting hyped up by this rice-powered Ferris wheel. Where do you want to go? Let me play with you first. Then he unleashes a killer move, sending the hell roller crashing into the stone wall, shattering it to pieces. Didn't see that coming. Did you? It slams its head against the rock in pain. No way to back out now. The Eagle Master opens his eyes wide, wondering how much longer he can keep laughing. Can someone really catch the hell roller barehanded and throw it away? He issues a warning. If you dare to touch my beloved one more time, I will shred you into 1,000 pieces. All I see is the Eagle Master struggling, about to eat himself alive. Liang knows how to play mind games. Just moments ago, he was bragging non-stop, and now he is trembling in fear. Wait, are you really going to eat me? A being as illusionary as me is being threatened by a mere human. It instantly transforms. Yep. I get it now. I should stop playing around here. My beloved can't handle this monstrous power. What kind of magical energy is this? I am too bored to even talk to the Eagle Master with his brain issues. Well, we have come to this point. Though I am sad I can train you anymore. I just do not have the strength. Consider this a compliment, as you are worthy to be my opponent. The Eagle Master from Canada, daring to speak to me like that. Looks like you are asking for trouble. I will send you back to Mother Earth with one swift move. Eagle Master skill activated. It charges forward, disappearing beneath the trees. Too fast and dangerous for this hospital-less situation. The sentence of hell. My beloved is worried and calls out in panic. Dude. A beam of light shoots out, illuminating the entire city of dread. Its dark magic seems to envelop the buildings. That is a dangerous attack. Hilariously, this move is better than I thought. Hellfire enhancement. Powered by the flames of hell. Fire resistance attribute. Luckily, it randomly increases when you eat spicy food. The weak side is used once. And I get these gloves. He is surprised by this rather ordinary weapon. Damn. Can your gloves really withstand my hell sentence? Let me show you what it means to be strung up. Activating super regeneration skill. You can resist in a residential area. How can the Eagle Master believe that this was supposed to be impossible? That weak thing could do it. He chuckles. Ha, weak thing. Are you underestimating my gloves? Just being super cool. And suddenly it slips out. They are great for tearing into roasted chicken. Reporting system. Hellfire enhancement. There is an unruly energy too powerful to become part of the power of the snake charmer. Purification required. Just as he wishes to activate his muscles, the coat becomes alluring with one shoulder torn. Purification means taking your words to the 9th cloud. Even the god of hell beside you has to wonder if you are really okay. Customer. Hold on a second. Purification punch. Purification punch. When Jin throws a punch, it is like he is just sparing. To the point where the guy falls to the ground and still looks confused. How can this not be purification? Not fully grasping the concept. He is running with a lantern in front of a car. Receiving news from the system. The target has been eliminated. The target's death means purification can't be achieved. You are out of luck. Can't handle this blow. Quick to change directions too, understanding the situation fully. He looks at the god of hell. Well then. There is nothing more to be done. My furnace is dead. Guess I will just have to use you. Not too thrilled about waving the white flag. Just for fun. If you joke about my name, you will become the pawn of the snake charmer, giving someone a new name to change their dark past. How about I throw out a series of unique names? Never had a master quite like this. What do you want your name to be? Firestarter. Mini gas stove. 3. Charcoal grill. 4. Charcoal briquettes. 5. God of rolling flames. Helpless and tough. God of hellfire. Chose Firestarter. The sisters rush over to him. Hey, are you okay? You look just like an old man. Love it. Goat vibes. Are you two hurt anywhere? She wants to cut right to the chase. Yep. We are fine. But I have something to tell you. But your clothes do not seem too okay right now. Nothing to be embarrassed about, because I am going to propose to you after taking down the pests. Liang touches deep. I am friends with his dad. Though. Oh no. Coughing to ease the awkwardness. Love it. About that. Love it. Let us not beat around the bush. Uncle. What is going on? You are catching me off guard. Didn't you sacrifice yourself in the demon tower all alone? She is still unsure about his true identity. She has always been suspicious. The image of him in the photo. Hair all messed up. Face disfigured from severe injuries. Even though other zodiac spirits claim he sacrificed himself to protect humanity, I find it strange that he was the only one, the strongest among the zodiac spirits, to fall in battle against the one-eyed. The being that sought humanity's destruction, holding back the tears to stay calm. But I do not have any solid evidence. Nor can I investigate further. I have to keep it to myself. Today, witnessing your power, I can be sure of one thing. With that messed up head, love should not have to be a burden. You did not sacrifice. You were harmed by someone malicious, silently listening to her. They surely believe in the darkness. He praises her. Are you the child of Tikshu? You are really sharp. The two sisters stood silently, listening to him recount the past. That is right. 20 years ago. He was betrayed in the demon tower by one of the 12 zodiac spirits. The ones who had entered with him to defeat the cursed eyes. The elder sister gasped. No way. While the younger brother questioned. Wait. I still do not get it. Aren't the zodiac spirits, and you meant to save this world? The boy knew very well. But those who leech off others' fame pretended to be clueless. I mean, the great Lord Liang, who sacrificed himself to protect the world. How could they do that to the legendary hero, Liang? Exactly. That is it. It is because of that. Liang, with his pride soaring high, was simply stronger than all of them. But if you are good, then you have the right. Who can stop you? It was because he single-handedly took down the cursed eyes that they plotted to kill him. The saints appeared, each with their own expressions, as they were conjured spirits. Because if the leader of doom was dead, they could not manipulate the world as they wished anymore. So at that moment, he was. I guess that sword was meant for him all along. It just did not realize it when it shattered the earth at first. It is the biggest threat still lingering for them. He sighed. Feeling frustrated, the answer remained an unsolved mystery, and finding it was tough. Truthfully, he was not sure about that. He was just guessing. The two sisters looked at their savior, who had endured so much injustice. The younger sister could not hold back her anger. This was outrageous. She felt so much for him. Even though they had just met, the one who saved this world was him. And yet he had to struggle to survive in that tower. The two sisters held each other tightly, crying out loud, not knowing who was being bullied anymore, while his name and reputation were being stolen by other zodiac spirits. Having their love and understanding was already precious to him. Now he had to comfort them. Thank you. But you two do not need to cry like this. The younger sister looked at him, tears and snot streaming down her face. She believed in him. Because he would definitely make them pay this debt 100-fold. While flipping through their phones, they stumbled upon something interesting. Let me see what this is. What a surprise. Gotta stop and catch up on some gossip to lighten up the day. Breaking news. Miss Sophia Marie has rushed to South Korea. No matter what. The thieves and the reporters up there are all scum. Today's final schedule is here. The scene at the radio station. A press conference filled with reporters. Camera crews snapping photos. The flashes dazzling everyone. This is also the gathering place for the biggest bunch of gossipers selling cucumber melons on earth. The radio station, where brown-haired reporters were hunting for hot news. I heard the truth about 20 years ago will finally be revealed. I wonder what Miss Sophia is in such a rush to announce back in South Korea to hold this press conference. The guy sitting next to her was also guessing. It is probably related to the text that showed up in the last Drake My incident. The reporter Sophia seemed even more anxious than Miss Sophia, or who knows, it might even be about the recent commotion regarding the surviving legion. But one thing I can be sure of is that what Miss Sophia is about to say will shake the world. Under the bright lights of the cameras, she remained silent, not saying a word, with a face like she just got a spray tan. Damn it. Can I just ditch this press conference and run away? Am I doing something wrong by hesitating like this? But I can't. The Legion's artifact is still around my neck. Who knows what that thing could do to me? It could be a bomb necklace for all I know. I see him controlling the puppet below with strings. And the villainess's true feelings spill out through her own words. If I want to live, my only choice is to follow Legion's orders. The lying Pinocchio. I am a total mess. I do not know about those Zodiac guys. But if it is Legion, he would really kill me. No need to stress. I just have to go all out and finally reveal the whole truth. I am here today to shed light on the truth about an event that happened 20 years ago. Surely, you all remember the Demon Tower incident from 2 decades back. Right. Reporter Brownhair turned to ask. The Demon Tower was the attack by the Red-Eyed. Right. The guy on stage made a mess of his words and needed to clean up his act. If that is the case, then maybe it is about the 12 Zodiac who wiped out the Han. And thanks to that, they have been honored as heroes even to this day. She lowered her head. On that day, the hero did defeat the Red-Eyed. But it was a powerless act that could not change anything. Those words came out, and everyone was too busy taking notes. It was Legion. Right. Legion. Is that all? So that is it. Legion. The atmosphere in the press conference fell into silence. Then suddenly everyone burst out at once, fidgeting like they were in a market. What is going on? These reporters are more chaotic than a bunch of street vendors. What you just said is quite something. Legion was actually the one who defeated the Red-Eyed, not 7 Mark. Please clarify that for us. Oh my god. So the Zodiac has been lying for 20 years. The questions piled up on her lips. If everything was a lie from the Zodiac, could it be that Legion is still alive, sitting stiffly in her chair, enduring the judgment being thrown her way without daring to speak up? Unfortunately for her, another guy appeared out of nowhere behind her. Was he trying to scare everyone, or what? Yep. Exactly. How could this be happening? The Saintess just returned and was already panicking, while the stranger calmly adjusted his tie, radiating a chilling aura. The former Zodiac leader, and that monkey over there, it seems the Saintess is not looking too good. He wore a devilish grin and said to her, looks like it is going to be hard for the Saintess to continue this press conference. Sophia. The Saintess trembled. He turned off the mic, clearly not wanting anyone to overhear their conversation. What brings you here? Mullen. He leaned in closely, whispering something to her. How could she pull one over on him? What was she planning to say when the mic was on, being called out like that? She could not argue despite his endless rambling. She was getting a reality check. After all, she would have been living lavishly under the title of Saintess. Was she still unsatisfied, threatening right in front of everyone? She said, if you do not want to see me ripped apart and broadcast live worldwide, then keep quiet. He restarted the mic. Who knows what he is up to next? To make this smooth, we need to explain things to the gossipers, and I sincerely apologize to you all. After verifying the facts, we discovered that the lady was threatened by an anonymous person, which is why she is speaking so ambiguously right now, still clinging on for the sake of reputation. But you do not have to worry because I will keep the lady safe. Why does it seem like he is trying to bolt already? Sorry for wasting your time coming here. But it looks like today's press conference will have to wrap up here. Denzozia. Of course. Won't he let this slide easily? Wait a minute. If it ends like this, what about Li Jun's situation? A dark aura surrounded him, enough to scare the life out of anyone. Zhang Lumo appeared before him, ready to manipulate his mind. Li Jun died in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. Do you need me to explain anything more? If you are still denying it, that just means you do not want me to expose the truth. If Li Jun really has come back to life, then he just needs to show up. Right. Has anyone actually seen him appear? Denzozia is not just any regular guy. If he is here, he can leave empty-handed. So who threatened the lady? The reporter pressed too hard, now spilling everything. And why did that criminal drag Li Jun into this? The female reporter kept a close eye on the situation, making sure her station would not be left behind. If the royal family ends this press conference like this, it will only fuel more suspicion among the public. Please explain more. Even if he is furious, he has to keep smiling, his neck almost popping out like he is about to burst. You guys really do not know your place. The voice suddenly rang out. Before he could react, a shoe was already flying toward his cheek, and just by looking at the face, I knew you were planning to chop the reporters up. Be careful not to get too dry-handed, or you will be the one eating takeout early. You guys really do not know your limits. The voice suddenly rose, and just before he could react, A shoe flew toward his face. And I could tell just by looking that you were planning to chop those reporters up. Thrilled when Lei Jun opened the fight. He had to have his teeth knocked out to calm down. But he did not want to mess up his face. So he switched positions to throw him off balance, faster than the speed of light. He was kicked into the corner. And the tables and chairs flew around for a few seconds. Now it was the second time someone had to be scared today. The lady stood in the middle of the dusty chaos. Ears ringing, wide-eyed realizing who he was. He is. Zhang Lumo seemed to have lost connection. Staggering to get up. What is going on here? Without making him wait long, I charged in with my oversized shoes and struck hard, really enjoying the special gift of pain for others. Long time no see. Your face still looks wrecked as ever. Pulling off a back-breaking move. My actions were fierce. But my words sounded friendly. I am only giving you this gift because I really like you. Where's the image of the lady now? Looking completely flustered. Standing amidst all this dust. There. That is a star tail. A big-headed demon rolling around. With bright yellow eyes. Looking a bit sad. Now you have to obediently stand there as a decoration. Hands on your knees. Pretending to be serious as the curious kids gather around. Complete with a sign saying please do not feed. Information from the system. The prisoner of the serpent is out of weapons. Seeing him writhing on the ground. He felt bored since he had not warmed up yet. Hey, you rotten crab. You planning to wrap up this press conference or what? Are you out of your mind? Hiding in the back like a ghost playing peekaboo. Turns out that is the tail of the hell roller. Still swaggering behind him. Looks like those warm-ups were not a waste after all, but I heard it just got knocked around a few minutes ago. So it is the one who caught it. Ah. Legion saw his face and instantly hated him. What is up with this so-called saint? Oh great. You are pulling that clone trick again. Looks like he is just a low-tier player. Acting like he lost his memory. Just one glance and I already know his cloning abilities. Who are you? Really? Sporting a ripped shirt. Holding that tail like a weapon. He is about to freak him out. Who the hell are you? Of course. It is Legion. The words just slipped out. Making the reporters freeze like they were splashed with cold water. Not sure what is going on, but the atmosphere feels tense. The disheveled guy just took a sip of water and spat it out. The reporters there burst into laughter. Thinking if you do not believe him. You know how this ends, going back to begging. Haha. He is calling himself Legion. Yeah right. Legion does not look that young and handsome. This is the funniest thing I have heard all year. Bro. Quit trying to act like you are someone else, not even checking if you have done anything worthwhile. You may have some power. But you are a bit delusional if you want to impersonate someone. At least pick a decent target. I mean, with that huge tail. It is bound to cause some serious damage. He swung once and sent him flying a few meters away. He is not even done yet. His tail keeps spinning in circles. The reporters are now panicking. Not knowing what to do. Well, let us just knock some sense into him. Clothes can get ripped. But not my sharp tongue. Legion shouted loudly. Are you all just going to stand there forever, still trying to act tough to scare them off? Get back to your jobs. Will you? The scene got more chaotic than ever. People were fighting and running everywhere. Aw, this crazy guy is coming after me. The three girls did not dare to step out and shifted to a crouching position. Hoping to escape while everyone was screaming. Aw, help. I need to take advantage of this situation and escape right now. As I rushed forward. That tail struck down, smashing the ground to pieces. The girl panicked, realizing what her fate would be. This is bad. No matter how much she cried, he was determined not to let it slide. He stared at her, looking down in disdain. Where do you think you are going? You better spill the truth right now. He was like a mirror reflecting the truth, after being hidden for so many years. Now it is time to settle the score. 20 years ago. You all ran away when you saw the chain-eyed beast. You have been riding my coattails to boost your own fame. Your face may have been redone, but the essence can't be changed. You need to clear up all your sins. I am done being gentle with you. Just facepalmed her. Those harsh insults. This crazy dog. You have already said it all yourself. The vibe from both families feels off. System update. Warning. The aura of the darkest star is bringing danger. Zhang's fury is escalating crazily. His dark power looms over the press room. One person gets sucked dry. Flat as a piece of paper left on the ground. Another journalist's head is blown away by the wind, but one remains frozen in place. Everyone's holding their heads and screaming. The girl could tell something was up just by looking. Oh my, could this be? Since your name means this. It is no wonder the misunderstanding is hilarious. Liang is already losing it. What am I supposed to do? She roars louder than a lion. Smoke is practically coming out of her ears. Like she wants to blow him away. I am not backing down. The situation is critical right now. I knew it was that scorpion trying to suck the life out of people to feed himself, because I can sense the aura of the royal Tao of love. An endless battle is about to break out. He is sneaky. I honestly did not expect you to be Liang. The girl is desperately trying to grab something worthwhile. Good for her. Even though I do not know how you survived the demon tower. Facing him directly is reckless. Now you are up in the air spouting fake words. But let me throw a welcome party for your return. The apartment has a modern vibe. The sanctuary of the Sagittarius Chi Tin. Hugo may look like this. But he is not great at cooking. He can hold his own in a fight though. Household chores still need a lady around. Sungji, Yuha, and Xine are not home, so tonight, I am just having some quick noodles. Time to kick back on the couch, grab the remote and turned on the TV. The cute apron with the little brown bear. I wonder if there is any good news on. Time to snack on some noodles while checking the news. I am currently at the press conference of the Divine Lady Sophia Mary. This reporter has a huge following. You have to be brave to show up for everyone to see. While the press conference was underway, a man claiming to be Liang Jun barged in. As you can see, he is engaging in a fierce close combat with the former champion Chai Tin. Honestly, this battle is quite exciting. He is the type who likes to rush in. At that moment, he got a hit but ended up crashing into the ground because the scorpion was hiding elsewhere. Enjoying my meal when the noodles suddenly snap. It is like getting struck by lightning in this teasing situation. Just as I was talking, the former champion Chi Tang launched his attack skill. He somehow produced a jet black orb, adding to his scheme to take others down. All I can see is chaos bursting with colors, like a black film covering what is beneath. I can't wrap my head around why we have not managed to escape the audience yet. After going in circles, we ended up crashing to the ground. Get out of the way. Liang shattered his dark wall with a single electric strike. Your lame attack won't do anything to me. Looks like he still has a trick up his sleeve, so he is feeling pretty smug. Gotcha. At his feet lies a pile of dead arrows. He skillfully lands just inches away, barely managing to stabilize. His whole being radiates a wicked aura. Just look at that face, I can tell where the blood is boiling from. A small dagger grazes the center of that thorny arena. He is doing a one-handed handstand on that knife. The reporters have done a complete 180. The crowd's cheers are wild and enthusiastic. Mastery in motion. Just jump. And land on your feet. How to rip your clothes but still look badass. The two opponents lock eyes, both ready for action. The power of Liang Jun is slowly rising. Energy surrounds their bodies, flashing a bright smile. He darts straight toward him. He is running faster than the speed of sound. Nothing new here, he is planning to unleash two shadowy spike balls. Lean is underestimating him. After 2 years, I can only master this single move. It is sprouting from the ground trying to block his advance. What are these lame things doing trying to fight him? Slicing smoothly with the knife, he dances around, cutting them all down. Can't he forget to comment, so this is what you call your talent. Both of them dive into a fierce battle. Just as he is getting into it, he suddenly stops. What the heck is that? One moment he was here, and now he has vanished into thin air. He is so furious he could breathe fire. Is he too scared to fight? Leaving his clothes behind. It has been 20 years. And you are still stuck on that one clone technique. Looks like the former champ has way too much time on his hands. Not like he will run into someone else halfway and boast about being so tall. Ha. I will take that as a compliment. The girl who was so cocky earlier about wrapping things up is now screaming like she has been cursed. The room is now filled with a vile aura. Everyone has lost consciousness. He is cruelly draining the life force from others. Yeah. Right. Liang is furious. Can't help but wonder, what a crazy bastard. How do you plan to take responsibility for all this? Calm down and move forward. You talk a big game, but I have not seen you do anything. Taking responsibility is for later. We should wrap this up with new armor and a mission. Jiang's weapon is now a sharp, claw-like attack. I think the best move right now is to take out the enemy whenever we get the chance. Although this is a bit much for me. I can't quite understand what has got you so panicked. What is this supposed to be? It is just a little overwhelming for me. I can't figure out what has you so freaked out. The topic is about hunting for evidence at all costs. You are the one who stabbed me in the demon tower. Right. That guy can split into a ton of people. So you are diving headfirst into this game of finding the culprit. No shame. Still trying to bully others. A hero saving the world is getting caught up in a petty grudge. If others see this, they will mistake you for a street thug. Think you are easy to bully. That guy is pretty slippery. That bastard just hides in his clones like a pro. Everyone else is drained, lying helpless on the ground. He is getting a kick out of that scene. These are not your average clones. They are made from the life force of the reporters gathered here. Hands on your hips. You want to be swayed by what he says. If someone tries to destroy these clones, their life force will shatter too. I can guarantee their lives. Just so you know. No wonder I caught a whiff of something rancid. Just like your face when you use this move. Back on the dead-end path of fate. Ho ho. I will take that as your last wish. Now. The clones are rushing together, forming a circle. Time to die. Can't help but be surprised. Discovering the bloody truth. I thought each clone could move to a different place or something. What they are poking at is the tail. What the heck is this? The whole group is trying to dig into the tail to pull you out, but you show up over at Sakuma. This is a new skill I got in Drachma. One shot. And I am taking him down. Just like that. The strength of my left punch sends him reeling. The system introduces letting me throw a punch. I can summon a target I want to use as a shield for Safu Chiting. Can only summon targets I have interacted with recently. Up to 3 targets can be remembered. Old targets are erased from memory. Struggling does not do much. You are a superior clone. A part of the real deal. Right. Because you have already done the math in your head. Just taking you down means I can handle those annoying clones. Your mouth can tee back up your hands. A knife. How did you know? For a moment, Legion felt something was missing. The 13th sense can detect the opponent's weaknesses. I told you. You reek. If I can smell the putrid stench coming off you, I must be an absolute fool. Happy to pull out the pink core. Congratulations. You hit the jackpot with web. And you are not even worried about me taking the core out of your body. This thing is just dripping. The twin chi tin's sensing ability can even find me. How can you? The system is sending a series of notifications. Fragments of the core from the former chi tin. Contains about 33% of the nin spirit of the celestial chi tin. Contains 20% of the nin spirit of the celestial chi tin. Their system is a core. The system is sending a series of notifications. Fragments of the core from the former chi tin. Contains about 33% of the nin spirit of the celestial chi tin. Contains 20% of the nin spirit of the celestial chi tin. The power of the former chi tin has caused a massive wave. The guardian spirit of the former chi tin is in utter chaos, and the force of the dark star surrounding is disappearing. The girl is finally feeling less dizzy. Waking up in the reign of chaos, the classroom has turned into a battlefield. Dust and debris mixing with the air. Some reporters are returning to normal. What happened here? I thought I was dead. What is going on here? We are almost there. But your nosy nature runs deep in your veins. But what exactly happened to you in the demon tower? I can sense some divine power in you, no matter what happens. I do not care about him. You are quite the chatterbox. Are not you? I am going to carefully extract the nuclear core from your body. Smoke's going to be billowing everywhere. This time I will retreat. But I have still got a little surprise for you. I do not want to see his face again. You are going to have a major headache over this. You hold the core in your hand. Just wait for me to catch you. Fight till the end for justice. Still got a surprise for yourself. Makes sense. With his personality, there is no way he would just quietly back off. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I have no idea how we are fighting and my phone has not fallen out yet. Popping up on the screen is my bro from the Soul Bond. Oh boy. It is Otix calling. You are so gentle. What is? The voice from the phone sounds like it is about to explode with rage. What trouble has your punk of a friend gotten into now? Anyway. You do not have time to explain anymore. Get out of there. Hurry up. You yell out in frustration. Worried about your reckless buddy. I am watching the news here, and I just saw you wipe out Zhang Liu's clone. Right. So there is a missile about to crash down on you. Before I can even get my bearings, I hear the shocking news. What? The sky is still clear. No sign of danger yet. Turns out it is out in space. The detection system has picked it up. Beep. Is it still time to run? A missile. A gigantic object appears. Looking like some high-tech weapon. Zion gasped in shock. A missile. His voice barely conceals the astonishment at the technical design. The detailed schematics pop up with complicated geometric designs. This is a high-tech weapon called the Guinea Pig Missile. It is a destructive weapon created by the Market Star and Twin Star working together to counter the Great Calamity after Li Jin disappeared. Its destructive power is like a dragon in a fury, a calamity that humans can't withstand. It is already on a programmed attack trajectory. Ryan stands amidst the wreckage, phone in hand. His torn clothes revealing his strong shoulders. So they created that thing. His voice coldly mocking, totally useless. Beyond belief. Techs are helplessly shouting over the phone. That missile is set to automatically launch if it loses the signal from Zhang Liu. Confirming it can project their images. The counter images for the Great Calamity have been abandoned. Amidst the rubble, phone in hand. His torn clothes reveal strong shoulders. So they created that thing. His voice coldly mocking. Totally useless. Beyond belief. Techs are helplessly screaming over the phone. That missile is set to automatically launch if the signal from Zhang Liu disappears. Remembering the battle that just ended, Zhang Liu's body lay motionless on the ground. His face still marked with astonishment. From his body, black smoke rose, blending with the dusty atmosphere. And in his hand, he clutched a glowing red gem. Jun smirked, muttering with a hint of mystery. Well, no wonder. The higher-level clone is actually just another aspect of Zhang Liu. Meanwhile, on the other side, his blonde friend could not hide his panic. He screamed in despair. This is not the time for you to be dawdling. Get out of there. Hurry. How can I run? You said it would destroy the whole city, John casually replied. Tixu Yu grabbed his phone. Nervously running his fingers through his hair, he mumbled, his voice tense. Is this really the end? Jian smiled, turning to look at Sophia, who was sitting on the floor. Her face twisted in malice. The sky lit up with a brilliant orange. And speakers quickly announced evacuation signals. Rocket hamsters were falling down right here. We urge all citizens to quickly move to the nearest shelter. This is an emergency. The road turned chaotic. People rushing around in a frenzy. Why are the anti-mirror weapons falling in the center of Seal? Is there no one with the skill to teleport? I do not want to die. Run. Sung Jae and Yu Hang stood there, bewildered, wondering what was happening. What is going on? Rocket hamsters. The wind started to whip up violently. Sung Jae looked up at the sky and saw something. He stammered. That is Uncle Jian. Jian. One arm wrapped around Sophia, soared into the sky, ignoring her screams of panic. What are you doing? Jian did not care. He bit into an item to activate his skill, launching into a skill combo wandering and teleporting, all while maintaining his charismatic charm. He teleported in front of the rocket hamster, a bright purple light flashing as he zipped straight toward the rocket's face. Not a trace of fear but brimming with excitement. That little bug can melt anything if you put your mind to it, so go ahead, melt that rocket, Sophia thrashed, yelling at Jian. How can we do that? You want me to ram into the rocket? Jian lifted Sophia, spinning her around a few times. If you do not, and all those innocent people down there are going to die. Got it. Now's the time for you to pay for those 20 years of living off everyone else. Despite Sophia's terrified screams, the madman shouted, Oh God, do not hesitate. Unleash it. Holy Maiden, create a miracle. Jian focused on Sophia, aiming her directly at the rocket. Li Jian, for the win. Guardian Spirit, protector of the balance. Jiang Shi, the guardian spirit, was astonished by this situation, the urgent crisis. Sophie had no choice but to summon her guardian spirit for help. Guardian Spirit, please do something. Sophie kept urging her guardian. Enough with the chatter. Hurry up. The guardian spirit gathered all its strength to empower Sophia. The guardian spirit, the constellation of Aquarius, is freezing everything for the Saintess because it does not want its zodiac to die, amplifying magical power, enhancing might, boosting spirit, strengthening defenses, and amplifying good fortune. Just thinking about the future, where I could get blasted into space, sends chills down my spine. That fear made her burst into tears. Harnessing that tear, the Aquarius constellation activated the goddess's tear skill. The swirling water clashed with the rocket's explosive force, creating a deafening roar that shook the sky. Fortunately, the swirling water from the goddess's tear skill managed to destroy the rocket, but using so much power drained Sophia's energy completely. Did it? I have become her. Why did not you catch me? Looking at the debris from the rocket falling down, Zion muttered in midair, feeling powerful despite the fact that the bug had succeeded. But this mess is way too chaotic. If these fragments keep falling, the world is going to descend into chaos. Below, the crowd was buzzing with excitement, witnessing the rocket breaking apart in the sky. Oh no. The rocket pieces are falling. What do we do? Wait. Is not this the work of the Gemini constellation? Zion wondered, then revealed a sinister smile. Well then, I have got to send a grand greeting to that witch. Zion used his power to project his voice to Tixu. Tixu, can you hear me? Li Zion, have you dealt with that rocket yet? Tixu asked. Frustrated. Damn. This is urgent. I do not have time to explain. Just lend me your skill. Absolute coordinates. Now, the Centaur constellation skill. Absolute coordinates is essential for moving the target to the designated location. The composite power will be enhanced when combined with various weapons. Tixu's gaze tensed. Zion was in such a rush. Could this really be a dangerous situation? Tixu quickly activated the skill. Got it. I will send it to you. Thanks. Slave number 1. Zion chuckled as he realized he had achieved his goal. The phone buzzed with notifications. Skill. Absolute coordinates. Received from the Centaur constellation. Usable times remaining. 238. Perfect. This is more than enough. Zion immediately combined the skills of time-space shift and absolute coordinates on the falling rocket fragments. Time to send them to that witch. A purple magic circle enveloped the sky, and the onlookers gasped. Look, the rocket fragments have vanished. We are saved. Uncle Zion. Sung Yi looked at Yuha. He did it again. The two laughed joyfully, surrounded by cheers of hooray. Flowers. We are alive. Shanghai OC watched this unbelievable scene in shock, thinking, oh my, is this real? The rocket has completely disappeared without a trace. Choi Shanghai OC was interrupted by a voice. This is the Yin-Yang Bao, the holy land of the River Qi constellation. Does Saint Head Koi Shanghai RC hear me? Sang? Confused. Asked back. This voice. I'm Saint Head Koi Sang and Ice. What is going on? But right after that, the man's furious voice boomed. What the hell is that idiot doing with the power of the holy chairman? The scene shifts to a skyscraper, where a man stares out the glass window, panic etched on his face. As debris from the falling missile rains down on the area in the greenhouse, the president's secretary's office, a voice echoed. Li Jin has appeared. What is going on here? The conference room was buzzing with heated debates, as people exclaimed. You are saying he disrupted the Saintess's press conference, incapacitated the star constellation representative, and successfully thwarted the missile. So what the heck is going on? A loud bang startled everyone, and they looked up in shock towards the ceiling. Jun suddenly materialized in the middle of the meeting room, crashing through the ceiling with a burst of blue light. Panic erupted as everyone turned to face Jun. One person stammered. What? What is happening? What are you scaredy cats whispering about? Why do you all look so tense? Jun grabbed the collar of one person, lifting them up, while the other hand held a tablet, tilting his head back with a sinister grin as he looked around. Jun smirked, his eyes shining with mischief. I am here to settle some scores and reclaim my money. Seeing the line of people kneeling, heads bowed muttering, he is indeed Lei Jin, the one who crashed the Saintess's press conference. Shut up. You are holding my account and the money from selling my stuff. Right, I just remembered when I got home. I heard that Teksu used his authority to access my account, but still could not get in. I clearly authorized Teksu to represent me. So what is the deal? Giant's face darkened like a thundercloud as he glared at the sweating crowd. A man stepped forward, trying to explain. Well, the South Korean government finds it hard to trust Lord Hugo. Jun's expression tightened. What? The man continued. Isn't he Lord Hugo a foreigner? Ever since Lord Lei Jin disappeared, our country has been without the star constellation. The government can rely on a foreign star constellation. Furthermore, the influence of the Sagittarius constellation has been waning with each incident, so we had to delegate authority to someone more trustworthy than Lord Hugo. Tex's face grew increasingly sore as he listened to others talk about him, prompting Lei Jin to chime in. The person you all chose is that cheap witch. I already knew that, which is why I came here. Jun threw a punch straight at the man's face. Why are you all spouting such nonsense? Jun was so fired up. He wanted to punch those idiots back to the underworld, causing everyone around to shrink back into a corner. Who do you think you are? Disrespecting Miro. Teksu. Jun crossed his arms, glaring down at the clueless crowd in anger, a terrifying aura surrounding him. Teksu had to rush in to defuse the situation. Thanks for your concern, but I am fine, so please do not go overboard. Jun brushed off Teksu's words, declaring, only have the right to look down on Teksu, because he is my slave. It is not your place. You worthless dogs. Hearing this, Teksu's face went blank, as if his dreams had just shattered. What did you just say? Li Jun pointed at Teksu, adding, besides being handsome, he has no special talents. Teksu froze, desperately trying to persuade Jun to stop. Stop. Come on. Just stop, you crazy person. Jun kept rambling on. Even if he is as broke as a beggar, he is still not someone you can treat like this. Everyone around looked helpless as the madman continued his rant. We did not even say that. Just shut up already, Jun pressed on. You guys have no right to treat him like that. Got it, you useless idiot. Teksu's figure looked like it was about to crumble to dust from Jun's words. The more you talk, the crazier you get. Jun shouted. Why do not you just get a nationality and enjoy that treatment then? Jun was so furious, flailing like a monkey, while Teksu stood next to him, his face filled with disappointment. Enough already. It is all my fault. Jun placed a hand on Teksu's shoulder and said, hang in there. Just live well. Teksu wiped his tears away, gritting his teeth. You are the most despicable person in the world. Back to the main topic. He turned to face the people in the presidential secretary's office. It would be better if you threw up all my feelings before I smash all of you to pieces. That is enough. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. Sang-Huk turned in surprise, recognizing the voice. And then a pair of long legs approached, the force causing the floor to crack. You are here. Tex's face grew serious, while Jun looked exasperated. A woman in a dazzling purple outfit appeared, her presence commanding attention. We have already accessed that account, so do not worry about it anymore. Her aura made the surroundings feel suffocating. Your assets will be used to repair my yin-yang palace. With that fierce look on your face, you are telling me you did it. Right, you sent the fragments of the Cha-Ti-Lang rocket to the yin-yang palace, did not you? That is why the palace has been completely destroyed. Do you have any idea how badly I have been hit? Haji shouted furiously right in Jun's face, pointing at Jin. He continued. You must have been prepared for the consequences when you did that. Right. Jun calmly placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head. Who do you think you are? Haji's face turned red with embarrassment. It is too loud. I will wipe you out right here and now. A purple magic began to engulf the space. The magical energy of the twin stars is in turmoil. The people around gasped in panic. Oh my god. We are getting sucked into this too. We are exchanging information with the spirit. Sang-Hik shouted excitedly. Oh. This is the ultimate secret of the twin stars assisting the spirit. Before he could finish his sentence, Haji activated the summoning skill. The spirit of a goddess with long pink hair in a thin purple outfit like a butterfly appeared. The beloved queen. Larry Queen has answered the call. The queen's spirit hovered in midair. Everyone could only stand there, stunned. Hagi laughed confidently and said, this is the spirit equivalent to the protective goddess. The beloved queen Larry Queen. Let us see if you can withstand this. Zion interrupted before Haiji could finish. He lunged forward and grabbed her by the collar, Without a moment's hesitation, he threw her into the air, crashing through the roof. This is it. Haiji soared into the air and vanished from everyone's sight. The staff below screamed in fear. The master, the magic of the twin stars is breaking apart. Looking up at the sky, Zion grinned in satisfaction. The beloved Queen Larry Queen was trying to return to her home. Zion looked towards the queen, immediately grabbing her by the head to prevent her from leaving. He said, "Where do you think you are going? You let me." The queen screamed in protest. He successfully captured the beloved Queen Larry Queen. Zion held the queen's head with one hand and said, "You think I am an idiot? You thought you could escape?" I was wrong," the beloved queen cried, trying to break free from the grip of that crazy guy. But no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. Boom, that sound was Haiji falling from the center above. The user lost consciousness, causing the control over the magic to spiral out of control, erasing the transformation borrowed from the twin stars. Finally, everyone saw the true form of the girl lying on the ground. Light green hair and a golden outfit. "Turns out, this is not the twin zodiac star," said smugly. "I told you this was my first time meeting her. You thought you could beat me because of this beloved queen being here. You all see it clearly now. The support from that flailing witch is gone." Everyone was left speechless, staring at the scene before them. Unbelievable. What? How is this even possible? Just then, a massive serpent emerged behind Zion. "You are back for my love. Are not you?" Leaving behind the crumbling office, Zion and Sue happily walk side by side. Looking good. Looking good. I have gotten my assets back, so I must treat myself to something delicious today. Zion chuckled. What is with all these documents? Zion mumbled, glancing at the stack in his hands. Titch cautiously reminded him. Don't you see something's off? What do you mean? Zion responded. Why has not Heiji shown up? Isn't she the type to lose it in the middle of the street if she feels wronged? Tu wondered aloud. Zion chuckled at his friend beside him. What else could be said? The yin-yang bao has collapsed. So how could she show her face directly? It is only natural, Zion casually replied with a smile. Taksu pouted, looking confused. That nasty girl is trying to endure this. But I have a rough idea of where she is, and I will meet her soon. Zion jumped lightly, smiling confidently, at Chan Sung-ji's house. 4 of them gathered around the table eating. Let us have a bite to eat. Here's my hamburger. Zion handed the hamburger to Sung-ji. He did not eat but stood there blankly holding it. It is all right. I can eat something else. Seeing this, Zion stuffed his hamburger into his mouth. Searching through a paper bag, he asked the others. What do Yuha and Jaemin want to eat? Yuha thought for a moment before saying, I want to eat. She hesitated before continuing. Something spicy. Jaemin, sitting next to Yuha, smirked mischievously. Sister Yuha, spicy. Goat. Yuha's words made Zion spit out his hamburger. He thought to himself, I am losing it. If Tiksu knew, he would probably faint. Yuha asked curiously, Isn't Uncle Tiksu coming? He asked me to take care of something, so he will be a bit late. Hands on his hips, looked at the box in front of him and said, Well then, let us start the interrogation. Shall we? Inside the box was the fairy queen. The box containing her was the sacred artifact of the Aries constellation. The display box is ultra durable. This box is built for extreme sturdiness. From now on, you must answer everything I ask correctly, Zion said, and the fairy queen immediately responded in fear. Yep. After all, being in this box and looking out is better than being trapped in my book. Right, so you better know your place and answer well. Zion held onto his notebook. He smiled at the fairy inside the box. The notebook contains everything, ranks, sacred artifact in stock. The stored subject will be transformed into text and archived in the book that can be disguised. Currently, a cookbook. The elf queen sat in the box, nodding like a puppet. Of course. My dear, that damn witch still has not shown her face. Don't you see that? To be honest, it is not that she does not want to show up. It is that she can tea. Right, Zion posed the question. That is absolutely right. The fairy queen immediately replied. That means she is locked up somewhere. And that somewhere is here at Sung-ji's place. Yep. You are absolutely right. The elf queen answered clearly. I will give you a chance. Exactly where is that? Holding the book, fixed his gaze on the elf in the box. About that, the queen hesitated. Her face showed confusion. Do you want to say it yourself or should I say it for you? There. The statue of the celestial being lies on the TV shelf. Both Sung-ji and Zion turned to look at the statue. Wait, that is the statue that got smashed last time, Jaemin said in surprise. With the naked eye, you can see the statue has been carefully glued back together after being broken. No doubt about it. I told you there was something fishy here. Zion immediately picked up the statue to inspect it. Didn't you say she kissed this before? Zion turned to Jaemin. Maybe that is the curse tracking magic from that damned witch. Even though it is not yours. But this is the sacred relic that the celestial prince kissed for blessings. Jaemin recalled what he had said earlier. he exclaimed. Zion activated his 13th sense. He stared directly at the statue, activating the 13th sense. Able to intervene in the world of spirits. Exposed. The spirit of Haiji in the statue screamed. Larry Queen. Who was spilling the tea like that? Everyone around jumped in surprise at the unexpected revelation. There, that is it. Yuha exclaimed unexpectedly. The twin of the celestial prince. Haiji. The spirit of Haiji floated above the statue. The twin of the celestial prince. Haiji. Spirit state. Damn it. Why did I have to be exposed in front of that jerk? Haiji, in spirit form, held her face in despair, rubbing her head. She sighed. Why did everything turn out like this? Yeah. If only the day that demonic tower collapsed, if everything had not gone haywire. The scene at the original castle was eerie with doors decorated with skull symbols, hellish style with red and black hues. Rewind time. What was that just now? Haiji sat in her room with a tea set in front of her, but she no longer had the mindset to enjoy it. The cup in her hand fell and shattered into pieces. That anger made someone get goosebumps. Is it from Lei Jian? Her face tensed up. He is still alive, she confirmed it. I was so surprised when Lei Jian came back. Moreover, where he ended up was the house of his friend S. son, Sungji. But that is fine, because my ears are already there. Watching Jian act like that is pointless. What the hell is he doing? Haiji wondered. I need to go confirm this myself. Haiji activated his teleportation skill and zipped to the designated location in the blink of an eye, using soul teleportation with the special powers of the Zodiac twins, safely transferring his soul and the designated target's soul to the heavenly statue in Sungji's house. Transferring my soul into this statue is a brilliant idea. But who would have thought the statue would shatter? Warning, please note that you won't be able to escape if the possessed object is destroyed while using the soul transfer. Since the statue has been smashed, the soul transfer skill is having issues. Haiji never expected this would happen. Ago, in silence. If that is the case, I am trapped here. Is there really no way out? The figure of Jaimin appeared at the door. He sighed, saying, after all, that is a holy relic I can just throw away like that. Hearing this, Haiji felt a glimmer of hope. That is right. Now the person who hired the restoration skill can use it. Right, Haiji thought excitedly. As long as someone can restore this statue to its original state. But seeing the tube of glue in Jaemin's hand, Haiji's face fell. Haha. I will make sure it sticks well. Jaemin squeezed the glue all over the statue. Haiji shouted in her mind. The possessed object is broken. You can escape. Looking at the statue in his hands, Jian laughed and said, how should I spread the rumor about how I bullied you? Haiji voiced her annoyance. Larry Queen. Do something already. You can escape from that damn box. The love queen inside the box refused. No way. I can tea. I won tea. Even if I do escape, Jian will just catch me again. Yu nodded in agreement beside her. Don't make me do useless things anymore. You know that. Right. Jian said with a smile, laughing. Yeah. I will tear your clothes off if you push me. Haiji threatened angrily. Suddenly, she looked towards Sungji, faithful holy relic of mine, the Zodiac twin John Sungji. Hearing his name, Sungji turned to look at Haiji. I command you as the holy master. You must attack Li Jian immediately. Haiji ordered Sungji, demanding he do something to get her out of this situation. Sungji looked confused and said, why should I do that? I do not want to fight Jian. What the hell are you talking about? Li Jian is our sworn enemy. You know, if you are the Zodiac twins' holy relic, it is only natural for you to fight Li Jian. Sungji shook his head hesitantly. Come on. The soul of Haiji moved closer, coaxing. I can just leave the Zodiac twins. Right. What did you just say? Haiji seemed to be in disbelief. I really am the chosen one of the Gemini constellation, but Uncle Jian is my hero. If the Gemini constellation is what makes me an enemy of Uncle Jian, Sungji pulled out the badge of the Holy Order. Then I will leave the Gemini constellation behind. You did not hesitate to show the badge of the Holy Order, warned Hai. The faith of the High Priest of the Gemini constellation, that Sungji carries, is turning towards the Serpent constellation. The guardian deity of the Gemini constellation is getting angry, and is ready to punish. The magic power of the guardian deity of the Gemini constellation is pressing down hard on Sungji. Black blood is oozing from Sungji's 7 orifices. Everyone in the room gasped at the sight. Sungji could not take it anymore, and collapsed to the ground. Sungji quickly prayed to the deity that sent him. You are the candidate to succeed me. So the deity will surely forgive you, and you must immediately attack Li Jian. Li Jian is a brutal and merciless guy. You can trust him blindly. It is too noisy. Sungji interrupted Haiji. If you guys really cared, you would not have abandoned others. The memories of the precarious situation flooded back. Images of the dead flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, Uncle Jian is always saving those in danger, and you guys always talk about the end of the world, but only care about your own safety. Memories of seeing Jian on Atoy as a kid. My hero, Sungji. If you ever meet those jerks again, do not hold back. Just punch them. Uncle's got your back. You all better stop using those judgmental looks on others. You bunch of dogs, Sungji shouted in anger. The deity of the Gemini constellation. Preya, was radiating authority. The punishment weighing down on Sung Ji made it impossible for him to stand. The penalty for the priest Sung Jae had been raised to its maximum for that recent outburst, gathering magic to make priest Sung Jae and his hero disappear. The voice of prey echoed from behind. Jaeon, with a dark expression, raised his hand to the sky. The air became suffocating. Two sources of energy collided, forcing the deity Preya to turn around, breaking the silence. The atmosphere seemed to be split in half at the yin-yang shrine. The scene was chaotic. Buildings were billowing white smoke high into the air. Surrounding them was a fierce blaze of red flames. Use magic to remove these debris. The flames are under control now. Quickly bring all water magic users here. Pirio commanded those around him to extinguish the fire. The magic being cast suddenly got interrupted. He looked down at his hands in shock. What is going on? Why can't I gather my magic, Captain? A distant priest rushed in. Panicked. This is bad. I can't gather my magic. It is not just wrong. It feels like there is absolutely no magic left. Pirio said, panic written all over his face. Have we contacted the disciples in the other districts yet? Sang-hyuk watched as the magic gate in front of him slowly faded away. Both telepathy and instant teleportation are completely out of service. The teleportation gate has vanished entirely. What happened to the disciples who went ahead with Taeyang? The scene shifts to the disciples sent out for battle, now fleeing for their lives. We tried to reach them, but since it is Taeyang district, telepathy is useless, and our communication devices are malfunctioning. It is as if the magic of the twins has completely dissipated over on Zion's side. After unleashing the ultimate technique, the pressure from the punishment vanished entirely. You gasped. The magic of the divine twins is gone. I am okay now. Sung Jae. It is only because of you that I nearly got caught in danger, Zion gently said. Thank you, Sung Jae, for believing in me until the very end. Sung Jae looked up at his hero, a bright smile lighting up his face. Lee John, what have you done to me? Suddenly, Haji's voice boomed. Why has the power of the divine beings completely faded from me? The bond between the divine twins, Prey, has been severed. The divine beings have exhausted a massive amount of resources and are bearing the brunt of great misfortune when attempting to rely on this reality. That is why the divine beings entrusted their power to the saints, who then distributed that power to their disciples. In other words, the divine beings are like power plants. The saints are the transformers and transmission towers, while the disciples are the electrical outlets and wires. The fact that this power is instantly fading means Haji could only think of one reason for this. Jun looked at Haji in disbelief. What? Haji gasped in shock. That rotten crab always pulls stunts like this, cutting ties with Hell's Slash. Hell's Slash, the ultimate technique of the former Long. You can sever any connection you want after combining our powers. The result is quite interesting. Haji cautiously eyed Jian. I can even sever your connection with the divine being Kurma. You will gain new abilities by mastering actions forbidden by the gods. What divine being would ever allow that? Now you will face their wrath, Haji warned Jin, disbelief evident in his voice. That is not a problem. I am actually looking forward to it. So that means that Lady Goddess will finally show her true colors. Right, Jun said excitedly. Haji looked at Jun, surprised by his nonchalant attitude towards life and death. Speechless. Suddenly, a loud crack interrupted their conversation. The sky turned dark, clouds rolling in. A wild tornado swept away everything in its path. The divine twins have gone berserk over losing their saints and disciples. They will take the risk and unleash their full influence directly. The twin gods appear before everyone. Their entrance nothing short of spectacular, Jun says. The scene is chaos. Life and death crashing down all around. The twin gods. A warning: this natural force they wield is dangerously unstable. Life and death gather in the hands of the twin gods, pushing everyone back except for Jun. The godly energy is aimed right at where Jun stands, but Jun is completely unfazed. He nonchalantly pulls out an item. The artifact from the old Long has absorbed the power of the gods. The twin gods are thrown into confusion as they see a fragment of a different reality. Jun sighs in regret. I wish I could still use divine punishment. If the sky is on my side, then even gods or whatever will get blown away by me, he confidently declares. You have summoned the creative list of usable materials from a fragment of the old Long and the whirlwind of the twin gods. Right. If you are missing teeth, just cook up some fan food. Right. The scythe of temptation, forged from a fragment of the old Long and the lightning bolt of the twin gods. Your crafting skills are subpar compared to the base materials, total waste. You have summoned the creative list of usable materials from a fragment of the old Long and the whirlwind of the twin gods. Right. If you are missing teeth, just cook up some fan food. Right. The scythe of temptation, forged from a fragment of the old Long and the lightning bolt of the twin gods. Your crafting skills are subpar compared to the base materials, total waste. Dian does not care and grabs the scythe, his eyes gleaming with a blue light as he activates his battle instincts by consuming the gathered divine energy. Dian crouches, leaps, and strikes directly at the forehead of the twin gods. You have dealt significant damage to the twin gods. They are writhing in pain and humiliation. No way. We have actually hurt the gods. Sungji and Yuha watch in disbelief. The scythe of temptation is shattered. its makeshift form crumbling like this. Dian looks at the broken scythe in his hands. Disappointment etched on his face. The twin gods groan in pain. Bree has lost consciousness. The twin gods have become unreachable. This, of course, is where the twin gods' eyes sparkle with blue light. And psychologically, they leap forward, forgetting their divine demeanor. Their eyes glint. Forms shatter. And they are caught off guard. The scythe of temptation is shattered, its makeshift form crumbling like this. Zion looks at the broken scythe in his hands. Disappointment evident. The twin gods groan in pain. Bray has lost consciousness and wants to descend to this world with all her strength. The twin god Bray raises her hand, using her remaining strength to open countless portals, spilling soldiers, armies, and calamities into this world. The chaos fills the sky, with soldiers and armies of the twin gods everywhere. The twin god Bray has gathered all her forces. Suddenly, a fireball appears in the sky, racing down right into the clash between Zion and Brea. Enough already. That radiant silhouette of a young man with golden hair, Dad, realizing who stood before him, gasped in shock. Halt Brea's invasion right now. If you step forward, it will be considered an act against the law. Hugo's fiery red eyes locked onto Bray, issuing a stern warning. Go back, Bray. The celestial god can't interfere with this world. As Hugo stepped in to block her, the twin deity replied. The one he dreaded was the celestial god of the centaur. Warning him not to get in the way, she mocked him, questioning what a celestial god stripped of their essence and a saint could really do. Of course, he only had the power of a mere centaur. But that would not help him at all, and even the Fianti acknowledged it. But we are not the only ones opposing your interference. You know, numerous entities observing this world have protested against the descent of twin deities. It creates significant discontent, violating the rules regarding direct interference to consolidate their territories. They forced the forces of the deity to retreat, as the deity of life stared in bewilderment at the various protests manifesting in the sky. Meanwhile, blazing golden magic illuminated chains of light descending from the realm of life to further interfere with Earth. A massive amount of power, including trust and experience, must be sacrificed as the price. If this intervention continues, you will face extreme hostility from other celestial gods. Amidst the chaotic scene, a swirling wind began to rise. Hugo stood firm on the battlefield, his back facing the celestial god of the centaur. He said, "What a pity." Each iron chain, covered by the power of the celestial gods, quickly enveloped the celestial god of the twins. It seemed the other celestial gods had no intention of just sitting back and watching. Are you willing to accept a higher risk? Hugo issued his final warning, and the face of the celestial god of the twins twisted with anger. Hugo's words rang true, but her pride would not let her surrender so easily. Celestial god Prayar used her power to resist the restraints from the other celestial gods, the pressure from their intersecting powers causing the whirlwind to intensify. The tremor was so powerful that all the windows of the surrounding buildings shattered from the aftershocks. Simultaneously, the three weakest beings on the battlefield, Jaemin, Sung Jae, and Yuha, could not stop banging their heads in agony. Ultimately, under the pressure and might of the remaining celestial gods, Prayar had no choice but to abandon her descent. Before vanishing, she gritted her teeth and swore. The celestial god of the twins snarled, vowing never to forget what happened today. Hugo and John watched as the celestial god of the twins was powerless against them. This only made John happier. He could not help but tease. Hey, that has got a sting. Next time, remember to bring your brother along. The face of celestial god Prayar twisted even more at those words as chains forcefully pulled her back to her world in front of everyone. You have trampled on the pride of the celestial god of the twins, earning you a reputation among the entities observing this world. After Prayar vanished, notifications of new achievements instantly appeared, and you received a massive amount of Zodiac experience. Zodiac experience. Zodiac certificate. Level 9. Once the Zodiac reaches level 10, you will face a special trial, and the notification chimes keep coming in. You have accumulated a framework, and a special mission based on your framework has been activated. The battle stops just before the war breaks out. As the sky returns to normal, Sungji's crew collapses to the ground, everyone sighing in relief. Perfect timing. Tesu. Sign can't help but praise his best buddy. I just did what I had to do. Even though the battle has ended, Tesu can't hide his anger. He thinks about what Prayar did to Sungji, his fists clenched. Even shooting an arrow through her head would not be enough. Tesu feels a bit reassured, thanking Shan for knowing they would definitely take revenge for Sungji, no matter how long it takes. Oh right. I brought something back from the yin-yang realm. Tesu pulls out an ancient scroll from his bag, a spirit manuscript detailing the contract of the souls linked to the twins. The moment Shine sees it, he exclaims, "Whoa, that is awesome." From a distance, Haji sees what is in Tesu's hands, incredulous as he says, "How's that possible?" That should be been under the strictest security. Tessu chuckles. Infiltration and stealth are basic skills for an archer. You know, not to mention the badge Shan gave me. Tessu thinks to himself, ignoring the two bickering behind him. Watch out for that crazy woman. Sigh. He focuses on the list in his hands. You have unlocked the spirit manuscript, investigating the list of linked souls. The one-eyed berserk being, the mythic hero, the bachelor of the Bachelor King, Jotun. The legendary, Light of the White God, the King of Warriors. A legend. The souls linked with the twins have completely surrendered to Xafu. You can accept the surrendered souls as a member of your clan or your cultivation. Cyan exclaims. The commanding soul is sealed deep beneath the dark colonial seas and shows signs of surrender. Sai, with an emotionless face, listens to each soul waving the white flag, thinking to himself, the commanding soul must be a mythic level soul. But why should I accept your surrender? Let us see you prove your sincerity first. Cyan coldly addresses the souls. As soon as he finishes speaking, the scroll in Shan's hands glows purple, a magical pillar shooting straight up, creating a vortex. From that vortex falls something resembling a human body, and as the purple hair becomes visible, everyone realizes it is Haiji's body. The linked souls have offered up Haiji's body, leaving her soul encased in the statue in disbelief. Seeing her body lying on the ground, Cyan bursts into laughter. Hilarious. This is great. You all get a reward. Satisfied. And Cyan declares, you have accepted the surrender of the linked souls. Looking at the scroll radiating soul magic in his hand, he jumps up, grinning victoriously. The linked souls have submitted to Xafu. Please give your new sub-level a name. The system's request for confirmation echoes. I am too lazy, so let us just number them. Alright. 3. And keep going. Cyan carelessly comes up with an excuse to avoid naming his new sub-level. You have named your sub-level. This is insane. Like San. It is like a nightmare. The spirit fox Haiji is still trapped in the statue. Helplessly screaming, Cyan reaches out and grabs Haiji by the throat. Squeezing tightly, he glances over, saying, well, look who is left high and dry. You are completely abandoned now. Cyan's voice turns threatening. You better answer my question. Or else. Were you the one who stabbed me in the demon tower? I do not know anything. She cries, as Cyan's grip on Haiji's throat tightens. A beam of green light pierces her forehead, making her scream in agony. This is a piece of the seduction scythe from the abyss I just used. How does it feel to have your soul ripped to shreds? Stop pretending and spill it. I really do not know. Haiji screams, unable to withstand the soul-shredding pain. Do you want to dissolve into nothing once your soul's torn apart? The onlookers feel the pressure of the soul ripping, instinctively backing away, overwhelmed by the soul-rending pain. Haiji confesses that the culprit who pushed Jian was definitely that girl, because she was punished by the heavens. Jian's gaze gradually turns terrifying as the fragment on Haiji's forehead shatters. She finally admits the name of the one behind it. Jian watches her clutching her head and says, you should be spoken up sooner. If you had, you would not be suffering like this. Right. Since you have given me some useful info, I will return your body. I am a... Haiji gasps in relief, but suddenly she finds a pair of long, slender legs before her. Thanks. Even if I got freed like this, I am really grateful. The elf queen inside Haiji exclaims with excitement. Ooh. My bad. Jian's lips curl into a strange grin. Sorry. I accidentally handed your body over to Larry Quinn. Jays. Hoisting Larry Quinn, now in Haiji's body. Both laughing while Haiji is left crying without tears in a modern, luxurious house. Wang looks incredibly furious, muttering that trying to find a place to fix things is pointless. Beside him, the elf queen in Haiji's form is equally upset, loudly complaining about not being able to find a repair shop. She lashes out, emphasizing that all she has faced are confusing terms and endless paperwork. On the floor, piles of documents create a chaotic scene. Amidst all this, Larry Quinn suddenly turns around, slamming her hand on the floor and bursting into laughter. She tells everyone to hand her the list, claiming she will help them all achieve S-level power. Ion, after a moment of hesitation, agrees to Larry Quinn's proposal. She happily accepts and promises to give it her all. Yang continues to look around the house, quietly pondering. In a corner, he spots a large box nestled among the statues. These statues seem to be emitting annoying sounds, making him grit his teeth and sigh. Suddenly, one statue moves closer, stammering to plead for something. On the system interface, a message appears, notifying him that he can learn a new skill by making a special wish. But this wish can only be granted once. A shrill scream echoes in the dim space, stretching the moment as if time itself were slowing down. In the heavy atmosphere, the newly joined gods, massive and powerful, began to praise Jian. A voice resonated with reverence. We have finally become gods under Lord Jion's command. It is such an honor to be part of his team. These gods looked at Jian with admiration, cheering excitedly. Look at Lord Jian. Just seeing his face. We already feel fulfilled. Jian, overwhelmed by this excessive adoration, simply stood in silence, gazing at the bustling crowd, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Texu spoke, breaking the tension. I thought deities would be arrogant and full of themselves. But this is my first time seeing them like this. Texu's comment immediately drew the ire of the spirits, who pointed at him and shouted, Who let you in? You are just a servant of Lord Jian. Texu gaped, speechless, completely taken aback by their fierce reaction. Jian, sensing the situation, quickly explained with a sly grin. Don't he get it twisted? He is not a servant. He is a slave. Upon hearing that, the gods gasped in unison. So he is a slave. A slave daring to stand in front of Lord Jian. They all pointed at Texu, leaving him feeling both confused and helpless, while Jian stood there, laughing triumphantly. After a moment of chaos, Jian pointed down and said, All right. That is enough talking to him. Now tell him. Why did you leave the Twin Star Guardian and come here? The gods hurriedly explained. We could not stand the violence of the Twin Star Guardian. As soon as the words left their mouths, an image of a woman appeared, her footsteps thundering on the ground, leaving the three gods pale. Jian then asked, Really? Didn't you all rejoice when I defeated the Twin Star Guardian? A group of deities bowed their heads in acknowledgement. That is right. When we saw Lord Jian overpower the Twin Star, we cheered uncontrollably. Jian laughed heartily, replying, Not just you, but the other gods and their elite troops have also decided to join me. Unfortunately, they are currently imprisoned in the Holy Realm, so they can't be here. As things stand, over half of the earth has fallen into the hands of the mysterious Western forces with unclear divine status. From the outside, the zodiac constellations maintain a fragile balance with the supreme deities. But the truth is, they do not dare reclaim the territories that have been occupied. Hearing this, Jian stood there with his hands in his pockets, deep in thought. He speculated that this lurking force might be close to the Pacific Ocean, especially near the central mountain area. His expression changed, deciding he needed to go check things out in person. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him. Turning around, he saw the gods kneeling on one knee, swearing absolute loyalty, even ready to give their lives for him. Jian smiled slightly and said, All right, I need your help with something. This scene made the two kids watching from outside feel incredibly proud. One of them exclaimed, I can't believe even high-ranking gods have to be so humble. Another chimed in, It is so awesome that you proposed to him. This news sent shockwaves through the room, and everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Jian could feel a powerful aura rising from behind him, turned around to see Texu standing there with a truly terrifying expression. Hugo is going to become Jian's stepdad. Guess you guys are becoming a family then. Just as Texu finished his sentence, a fiery punch flew right into his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Unable to control his rage, Texu activated his powers and charged at Jian without a second thought. Jian barely had time to shout, Hey, calm down. Why are you going crazy like this? But his words fell on deaf ears. Texu roared, I have not even heard my daughter say she loves me on Father's Day, and you dare. The battle raged on fiercely, with Texu constantly using stealth techniques to dodge Jian's counterattacks. Meanwhile, Jian had to rely on his keen senses to catch the arrows Texu shot at him. Finally, he managed to mutter, This guy is really mad. Today is definitely the day I should change careers to matchmaking. The showdown between Texu and Jian reached a boiling point. Texu wasted no time with his bow, continuously firing arrows at Jian. But every single arrow was effortlessly blocked by Jian. He grumbled, They are arrows, not pesky flies. This is so annoying. His offhand comment insulted the pride of the Sagittarius, causing Texu to boil with rage. Not willing to back down, Texu decided to go all in, activating the secret technique of the solar god, channeling the protective power of Apollo. At this moment, Apollo exclaimed, somewhat sarcastically, This is the home of the original mama. Right. Hope it does not go bankrupt. But Texu seemed to have lost his mind, pouring all his strength into reclaiming some affection from his daughter. Jian watched helplessly, thinking, Now I get why this kid would not hesitate to burn down a house. Truly a chip off the old block. He finally decided he had to stop Texu before things went too far. Texu's two kids rushed over, trying to pull their dad out of his frenzy. One of them said, Dad, you can't do this. Texu growled, There is no such thing as can-tea. But the other child continued, What I mean is you can't defeat Uncle Jian. How can you win against him? This comment shattered Texu's confidence in an instant. His fighting spirit was severely crushed, giving Jian the chance to land a precise punch to his head, knocking Texu out cold on the spot. When he came to, Texu found Jian sitting beside him, looking at him with a mix of helplessness and pity. You are awake, Jide. You really can't tell the difference between real and fake. Can you? Why would you think I am some creep who would send your daughter away? Teksu was flustered. But Jian quickly took out a handkerchief, trying to explain. Your daughter does not show much emotion towards you. Not because she does not care, but because she is just shy. You need to see it more clearly. They care about you a lot. Look, they are out buying gifts for you right now. At that moment, his 2 kids walked in, and Teksu chuckled. Tata, you are awake, Dad. We bought your favorite coffee and cake. Seeing his kids still worried and caring for him, Teksu could not hold back his emotions. Tears and snot flowing simultaneously. Teksu had not even had the chance to rush over and hug his beloved kids when Sung-ji dashed toward Jian, seizing the moment to claim some credit. Uncle, I sent the fight clip to the reporters just like you told me. Jian gently pat Sung-ji's head, praising him. Great job. That is my boy. Just a simple compliment, and that affectionate gesture made Sung-ji scream with joy. Teksu watches, feeling a bit touched that his son idolizes him so much. He turns to his precious daughter Yuha, who is holding a plate of cake, trying to find some comfort. Yuha, where's the strawberry on Dad's cake? His voice is filled with hope. Eyes glistening, but Yuha bluntly replies, Sorry, Dad. I already took all the strawberries for Uncle, not even bothering with a polite excuse. His daughter's words shatter Teksu's heart. Determined not to lose that strawberry, Teksu resorts to force to reclaim his rightful treat. But after a struggle, he can only stand there watching Jun savor the strawberry, while he himself craves it but dares not act. Looking at the mess in the house from their earlier brawl, with 2 grown men squabbling over a strawberry, Kuei and the elegant lady can only shake their heads in disbelief. Just then, Yuha receives a new message. Her expression changes instantly as she reads. The Red Tier Scout is lurking at the Heavenly Bridge. The Saints must assemble immediately. The sea near Manilo is shrouded in fog, with thunder and lightning crackling. Hundreds of soldiers are ready for battle at the assembly point, and the Red Tier Scout has appeared. The situation is dire. Can we handle this? Anyway, we have gathered this many troops. It is worth fighting for. Oliver, do not be scared. Our ancestors taught us that challenges are just opportunities in disguise. Currently, the star of the royal path is absent, and we must step up to deal with these Red Tier Scouts. Moreover, the Lion forces are still intact. So this is our chance to dominate the world once again. The soldiers enthusiastically respond to Oliver's rallying cry. Suddenly, John Yu appears, causing the soldiers to panic, while she lazily thinks to herself, I want to go home. I miss Uncle too much. On the other side of Skee's camp, a large number of soldiers are also ready for battle. Inside the camp, Skeevy sits with his legs crossed on a chair, holding a glowing stone, saying, Foolish ones, you are just causing chaos for no reason. Are you trying to hide your fear? It has nothing to do with me. More importantly, maybe my gift has arrived by now. Skeev sinister smile sends chills down the spine. The scene shifts to a rundown building, where a well-dressed person with a dark suitcase stands at the door, ringing the bell. Aaron barely rings the bell for half a second when the door swings open. Can't hide his joy and says, You are back, are not you? Aaron cheerfully greets and pulls the suitcase inside. Long time no see. Sir. Still showing off, I see, is taken aback by the state of the house and asks, But why is your house like this? What happened? Replies with a sorrowful face. Don't ask me. Things have happened. The news on TV is reporting about the Red Tier Scout. Aaron casually asked. You are also watching the news about the 1,000-legged red bird. Replied. Yeah. Yuha is on a mission over there. Noticing ER holding a curious package, he asked, What is in that box? ER and shrugged. I found it at the door, so I just brought it in. Isn't it yours? Suddenly, the package spoke, making both of them jump. Whereas Lijan, the crafting tools level is too low, so the materials have been damaged. The sword broke again. Lijan, frustrated, looked at the broken sword and sighed. Here we go again. How many times has it been? You need higher level equipment if you want to craft items at the level you desire. Lijan exclaimed in anger. Damn it. Is this really the limit of this crafting hammer? Lijan recalled the legendary hammer he lost and thought, what a shame I lost it. I can't even remember where it went in these past 20 years. Lijan glanced at X and Limey, who was asleep, thinking, just with Limey alone, it will be tough to craft a medium-grade holy artifact, and I need to prepare a solid weapon before facing the Warrior of Fate. The celestial realm where the great Zodiac Master resides is hiding another contract of the Zodiac Master. Lijan glanced at the door in the distance. The crafting column suddenly opened, revealing a talking statue that startled Teksu and Yeren. This is the home of the Zodiac Master, Hugo Otters. Right. The statue suddenly spoke loudly. It has been a while since I have seen Hugo. I am CG Evit. Tu frowned and replied. You are really something. That goat. Yang Wei is paying for it now. Yang Wei thought. What have I done? In the distance, the door slowly opened. Lijan lazily hoisted the hammer and asked, Which fool dares to hide in this sacred ground? Is that you, goat? The goat statue immediately replied, "Long time no see. Lijian, it is lucky you are still alive and well." Lijian's appearance surprised Shu and Yurin. The goat statue introduced itself again. "I am Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan of the Zodiac Master. Do you still remember me?" Lijian replied irritably. "Sebastian." The goat statue yelled back. "I told you I am Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan, Zodiac Master of Mate. Is a special craftsman just like Lijian." After Lijian disappeared, "All supreme weapons in the world were crafted by him alone," Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan said. "Anyway, I am really glad to see you are still healthy. Lijian, I came looking for you to apologize for the past, and I hope we can collaborate." Lijian grabbed the statue's head and threw it away mercilessly. Then he turned around and smashed the statue with a swing, a gleeful smile on his face. Toxa looked at Lijian and asked, "Are not you going to listen to what he is saying?" Lijian replied, "Whatever he is saying will be a bunch of nonsense. Collaborate with a guy who still feels guilty for giving me a scrap of material. Just tune into the live broadcast about the red grade 1,000-leg beast." Teksu says, "Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan is as grumpy and complaining as ever. His personality has not changed one bit." Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan's soldier reminds him that it is time. He happily steps out of the camp, ready to take in the sight of the 1,000-legged beast. The reporter on the live set can't hide his anxiety as he says, "This is the place where the red grade 1,000-legged beast is launching its attack. This giant beast was wiped out by the hero Lijian 20 years ago. And I saw its kin appear on the coast with another 1,000-legged beast. The monster has a massive mouth filled with hundreds of sharp teeth, 6 eyes, a body that is over a kilometer long, and thousands of legs on its body." The reporter continues, "Many powerful saints have gathered here to confront the attack of these red grade 1,000-legged beasts. Deputy Commander John Yuha is leading the army of Saint Commander Oliver into this battle, the Lion of Chi-Tin. The experts are fighting at sea with special stealth magic skills. Along with the Chi-Tin, the skilled defenders at the front line, Kim Yu Chi-Tin, and the Saintesses are stopping nuclear missiles on the battlefield with their divine powers. Even Market Chi-Tin, responsible for crafting and enhancing necessary weapons for the battle, has joined the fight. Most of the Saint commanders have sent troops to collaborate. And notably, Market Chi-Tin has stepped up personally, seeing the images and information reported. Li Jian grimaces and complains to Tso. What the heck is that pompous guy doing here? Gay book author Eric Vladimir Ivan raises his hand to the sky like he is about to do something. And suddenly the enchanted hammer appears. He grabs the hammer and grins wildly. Completely taken aback, asks Li Jian, "Isn't that your stuff?" Li Jian is equally shocked at the sight. Eric Vladimir Ivan stands right in front of everyone, enhancing his troops with the hammer before heading into battle. The reporter states that humanity highly values Market Cheating's enhancement abilities. Li Jian erupts in angry frustration, barking, "That is my..." Sitting beside him, has to cover his mouth because the volume is too loud. Li Jian continues, "That damn goat. He dares to use my stuff to show off like that. I'm gonna get him before I turn him into stew for that obnoxious act." Li Jian stands up angrily and storms off, saying to Zhu, "I have to punish him. I am out of here." Tu is left speechless at the scene. Just a few steps away, the reporter exclaims, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is. Li Jian turns to the V-screen. Something is rising from the ocean, no doubt about it. It is the red grade 1,000-leg eagle, opening its mouth full of teeth and roaring. Everyone is terrified by the horrifying image of this beast. In this eagle, it appears with thousands of tentacles, and on each tentacle are millions of legs, absolutely terrifying. The 1,000-legged eagle, classified as a red danger level, causes the soldiers to feel a bit scared, but they still shot out as the battle raged on. Suddenly someone spotted a figure entangled in one of the tentacles of that eagle monster. From a distance, the person shouted in despair, and the soldiers realized who it was. Could it really be? It was Stephen Baker. He shouted, "Let go of my precious." Everyone exchanged worried glances, then looked at the eagle monster in shock, thinking, "Oh my, is he really fighting that thing? If he loses $1 billion just because of this monster, that would be a disaster." Oliver stood there, stunned, thinking to himself, he is still losing it over that bone. Sweat poured down Oliver's face as he yelled, "Boss, please, just calm down." Just then, Eric Vladimir Ivan unexpectedly approached from behind, startling Oliver into turning around to face him. "What are you doing?" "Holy Leader Oliver," Eric Vladimir Ivan said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Are you flustered seeing the Lion King and that eagle monster?" "Sure, I am the Lion King. But since the Lion King is the main force, I guess the leadership falls to you now." Deep down, he could not hide his envy, thinking, "If you are tired, let me take over." "Okay." Oliver thought to himself, "What a schemer. He is thirsty for my power. You are trying to steal my thunder." "Ah," Oliver shot back, visibly annoyed. "Even if you do not say it, I was about to issue my command right now." Standing tall, Oliver ordered. All holy warriors of the Lion King. Take the strength-enhancing potion provided by the Lion Market below. The holy warriors immediately obeyed the command. Oliver continued. The Lion Mages will use the Ocean spell. Upon receiving the order, the Lion Mages instantly began casting their spell, the Ocean's offering. The Breath of the Waters. The Sea's Sharp Edge. The Libra Mages were instructed to boost their power for the fight, unleashing spells to enhance strength, agility, and defense. The Kim Yu Mages set up a defensive line in the back, preparing for emergencies and facing the eagle monsters head-on. The Kim Yu Mages formed a solid defensive wall, making it nearly impossible for anything to breach this sturdy barrier. Oliver leaped down from the high platform, landing safely and heroically, together with the holy warriors. Oliver radiated a power that shook the heavens and the earth. He shouted, "Are you all ready? Kill them, you filthy bastards." The entire army of the Lion King charged forward, instantly launching themselves like arrows straight towards the monstrous mayhem. Oliver shouted, activating the Lion King's skill beast transformation. Fur began to sprout on his face as he unleashed the power of the beast transformation. Gaining strength from the raging beast, Oliver and the holy warriors transformed into fierce lions. Oliver shouted, unleashing the lion constellation skill. Beast transformation. Fur began to sprout on Oliver's face as he activated the skill. Drawing power from the beast of rage, together with the holy warriors, they transformed into mighty lions. John Yua noticed the lion constellation army had activated their beast transformation. She immediately commanded, all clans, activate your magic. The clans lined up straight. With her hand on her heart, she cast the command spell, linking the Holy Alliance and the Night White Beast, while chanting to maximize the White Lion's abilities. The White Lion, with power rivaling that of 1,000 calamities, charged forward and struck the calamity with a devastating blow. Just then, Oliver yelled, the Night White Beast has blocked it. Right at this moment, the Chin Tin Lion army seized the opportunity and charged straight toward the calamity of 1,000 legs, unleashing their earth-shattering power to confront it. Even though the threat was no small matter, the Chin Tin Lion army managed to surround it, with each meter marked by a holy warrior from their ranks attacking it. Stephen Marker was annoyed, saying, you fish, you all better stay put until it releases my kingdom. Oliver, hearing the leader's words, tried to intervene. Leader, please stop with the nonsense. Just stay still. Stephen Marker shot back immediately. Shut up. I am almost done. Oliver again urged the master to drop that bone. Stephen Marker snapped in annoyance. Be quiet. Just a little more and I will get it. In the distance, the apostles on the beach exchanged confused glances, thinking, what are they doing? This is insane. If they keep this up, our forces will be doomed. Suddenly, Johnny Yuha remarked, that foolish person, as she watched the scene helplessly, scratching her head. The apostles, noticing John Yuha was still there, asked, you are still here, Deputy Master of the Chin Ten Lions. She continued, I did not plan on intervening to save Stephen, but seeing this, I can just sit back. John Yuha prepared to dash toward the calamity to save Stephen. The apostles, worried, said, wait, you have to let us transform for you first. John Yuha replied, no need, just get ready, and unleashed her formidable power, speeding toward the tentacle wrapping around Stephen in a flash. With incredible speed, she said. Stephen Marker. He widened his eyes in surprise, just as he saw John Yuha glide past, cutting the massive tentacle in half. This caused both Stephen and the giant to fall, and she shot him a glance, saying, rescue successful. Stephen Marker lost control and fell straight into the ocean. As he came up gasping for air, John Yuha's foot landed right on his face. The apostles were shocked, their mouths agape, exclaiming, no way. Just one jump and she is at the sea. And she even sliced off its tentacle. John Yuha stood on Stephen's face, leaving him powerless to shout, get off. The holy warriors felt reinvigorated, rallying together. Don't just stand there. The lion of the holy path Chin Tin has been saved. We need to attack and handle those tentacle beasts. They charged forward, shouting, Chin Tin Lion, do not even think about hogging all the glory. Cut off those pesky tentacles, aim for their weak spots, and attack their bodies. It is slowing down. Push it. The holy warrior apostles unleashed their strengths and poured all their energy into fighting the 1,000-legged calamity. Suddenly, its eyes glowed, and a ring of light surrounded it, creating tsunami waves towering hundreds of feet high. The holy warriors of Kimunji Chin Tun were taken aback. A tsunami? Why is there suddenly a tsunami? Stop it. The holy warriors of Kimunji Chin Tun activated their skills, summoning a massive steel wall shaped like Kim Enji Chin Tin to shield against the tsunami and protect the coast. The holy warriors, confused, exclaimed, what is going on? Why is there a tsunami? Look ahead. Quickly, ahead, they saw another calamity appear, unleashing hundreds of its gigantic tentacles, each adorned with millions of razor-sharp legs. Everyone stood frozen in fear at the sight before them. Oliver gasped, unable to believe his eyes. What on earth is that? Oh my. There is still another giant centipede. A super-colossal centipede. A million-legged nightmare. Talk about danger, Red. This million-legged centipede is bigger than the 1,000-legged one by 1,000 times. If the 1,000-legged one is a drop of water, then the million-legged one is a whole lake, Oliver shouted. Where did that monster even come from? Eric Vladimir Ivan stood on the shore, hands clasped behind his back, marveling at the sight of the million-legged centipede. This is bad. If that monster shows up, we are all doomed. He opened something up, and suddenly a voice called out from behind him. What are you holding in your hand? Eric Vladimir Ivan quickly replied. It is just an explosive device. I set up a guinea pig near the beach. Then he reacted and asked, Who are you? A knife suddenly flew and pierced through the hand holding the explosive device. No way. Eric Vladimir Ivan wondered. Just then, the million-legged centipede grew larger, a chunk of water slamming into his stomach. Behind the million-legged centipede, a glowing pink circle appeared, making a sound. Seba-chan. You are pretty good. Don't you think it is a bit much to use bombs on the centipedes when the disciples out at sea could not take them down? Inside that glowing circle, Liang stepped out slowly. Liang said, You just stay there and repent. He gently placed his sword down, and the ground around him shattered. He raised his sword, a confident smile on his face, saying, This will be a supplementary lesson after 20 years. I will show you the proper way to make octopus sashimi. John Yua glided swiftly over the water with her sword. Wherever she went, the small centipedes were obliterated. But then she thought, everyone has already exerted so much effort against the 1,000-legged centipedes, so not many have strength left. The small ones can wait. John Yua glanced at the small centipedes and the million-legged one in the distance. Silently deciding she had to deal with the strongest one first, John Yua chanted an incantation. Moving quickly, she kicked off the water, her figure soaring towards the million-legged centipede. In her heart, John Yua thought, I have watched the video of Uncle John's attack on the 1,000-legged centipede over and over again. In the past, Uncle Liang defeated many centipedes, while the jealous clan leaders could only stand frozen like statues. Praying to the heavens, Jin swung a massive sword, striking the body of the 1,000-year centipede. This is the attack on the 1,000-legged centipede. John Yua recalled that earth-shattering moment. John Yua thought about how it used its small tentacles to stab its prey. At that moment, her breath, her aura, her strength were just like Liang's from back in the day. John Yua's eyes turned red, surrounded by an overwhelming power. Her figure almost merged with Liang's as she moved. John Yua remembered how Liang sliced through all the tentacles of the centipede in one strike. She thought, then I must cut all those tentacles in one single blow. John Yua raised her sword, spinning it in a circle, creating an energy that made people hold their breath. With just one strike, John Yua truly accomplished what Liang once did. After that slash, the tentacles of the 1,000-legged eagle fell scattered into the sea, and she quickly landed on its body after the strike. John Yua did not dare to pause for a second, continuing to think about what she needed to do next. If I can get close to its body, I have to drive this iron rod right into its forehead immediately. John Yua did not waste a single moment, launching herself up onto the 1,000-legged eagle, getting into position to plunge the iron rod deep into it. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she launched the iron rod into its forehead. That moment felt just like the one with Liang years ago. Yet, the 1,000-legged eagle managed to block John Yua's attack, leaving her utterly shocked. How could it block my strike so easily? The 1,000-legged eagle seemed to sprout more tentacles from nowhere, intercepting her attack. In less than half a second, as John Yua was stunned, the 1,000-legged eagle swung its massive tentacle at her. In that dangerous moment, a hand pulled her away, saving her from its attack. It was Stephen Marker, but dodging one thing led to another, and they still could not escape its attack. They were thrown far away, plunging straight into the sea. At that moment, John Yua helplessly thought, why is this happening? The saints watching them shouted for the Star Master and the Deputy Star Master. But John Yua continued to think, what should I do? In the distance, Oliver had noticed their plight, anxious but still needed to rally the troops. Damn it. Keep fighting. Do not run away. Over there, a few saints were battling but got tangled in the tentacles of those eagles. John Yua saw everything, her heart aching with a hint of bitterness as she wondered, if it were you, what would you do? If it were Uncle Jun, surely he would grab his great sword and fly up. Just then, a figure flashed before John Yuha's eyes as she was about to close them. She was utterly stunned to see that figure was none other than Liang, and she exclaimed, Uncle Jun. Stephen beside her was also wondering. Liang. In that instant, Liang dashed from the shore toward the 1,000-legged eagle, wielding his great sword to unleash lethal strikes. He soared over the head of the 1,000-legged eagle, suddenly changing direction, unleashing his skill. The mountain-breaking thrust, his eyes shining. Then plunged his sword straight into the head of the thousand-legged eagle. The great sword flew swiftly, cutting a straight line through the water, splitting it into two sides. Water splashed everywhere. The thousand-legged eagle had no time to react, only able to stare wide-eyed as it faced its doom. The apostles gasped, saying, in the blink of an eye, "He has already dealt with the thousand-legged eagle. It is terrifying." They looked at the thousand-legged eagle pierced through like a doughnut, shaking their heads in awe. A long sword mark appeared on the land. Debris was sent flying in all directions, shrouded in dust. At the end of that long sword mark was Legionus' great sword, deeply embedded in the ground. Did his sword fly all the way to this shore? Are you kidding me? They began to chatter among themselves. Liang suddenly landed right near where they were talking, saying, "Did I throw it too hard?" Making them jump in shock. One of them skeptically asked, "Liang, why are you here?" Liang snapped back, "Why are you all so surprised? It is just a white bastard. And you guys are making a fuss over it, so I showed up to give you guys a little demonstration." "What is it?" They were just as annoyed, making a noise, and suddenly a person appears out of nowhere and throws a decisive blow. But with someone like that giant crab, we can totally handle it. While those guys were arguing like crazy, a tentacle suddenly appeared behind Lei Jun. The tentacle wrapped around Lei Jun and lifted him up into the air, leaving the others shocked. Like, what the heck? That is when Lei Jun finally reacted to what was pulling him away. John Yuha, seeing this, anxiously called out, "Wait, what is going on?" Everyone else was wondering what to do next. The giant crab let out a roar, and suddenly a ton of smaller crabs appeared. Suddenly, it showed a hint of fear, as if it sensed something. In the distance, a sword emerged from the ground, accompanied by a booming sound. The skill title surge was unleashed, radiating a terrifying energy that lit up the area, engulfing the giant crab. Disciples recognized it immediately. It was the ultimate skill of the vice leader. They all gasped in astonishment. "No way." A flash of blue light appeared as John Yua's sword shattered the rock and flew up, while Legion yelled out. Legion's blade struck down upon the monster with an overwhelming force. Then he suddenly appeared, his muscular form glistening. He shouted powerfully, pulling out his sword and raising it high. Legion stood atop the monster like a total badass, with every bit of glory shining upon him, while the monster thrashed around in pain. Squealing, the monster had been hit in its weak spot by Legion, so it began to falter. No longer arrogant, instead of roaring, it let out painful cries, its body starting to ooze blood. The monster was not quite dead yet, so Legion spun his sword, ready to deliver the final blow and send it packing to its ancestors. He executed the move swiftly and decisively, his eyes shining with confidence as he activated the skill ritual cleansing. After his magnificent display, the monster was left mangled and distorted, exploding into pieces, unable to utter a single cry of pain. The witnesses were all stunned, eyes wide, mouths agape, unable to believe what they were seeing. Once he finished, Legion slammed his hand down, creating a massive shockwave that sent seawater spraying everywhere. His face was menacing yet satisfied, and he stood up casually, saying, "It has been ages since I got to slice something up like this." He flashed a rather terrifying smile at the monster he just sent off, saying, "Whether you are 1,000 legs or 1,000,000, you are still just a pathetic creature." As soon as he finished, a huge explosion occurred, shaking everything around, the water rising several meters, and the monster was obliterated once again. Legion stood proudly beneath the rain of water, looking at the remaining monsters with defiance, challenging them. "I have already torn you apart. The rest of you better know when to back off." Looking at the defeated monster floating in the sea, it had been so fierce and powerful just minutes ago, but now it was just a lifeless shell. Everyone around was still in shock. The fox-headed soldier stammered, unable to believe his eyes. Stuttering the question again, all by himself, he took down that monster. And there is this soldier with half his face covered, standing there with his mouth agape. Turns out, the rumors about Legion are true. The system announces that those who did not know your name are feeling awestruck indeed. Everyone is shocked, and they start gossiping about him. No doubt. The system also announces that they are now endlessly revering you. After this feat, the way people look at him has completely changed, filled with admiration and awe. The image of him slaying the monster in mere seconds, and the gruesome death of that creature's itched deep in the minds of those who witnessed it. His heroic deed has drawn reporters and broadcasters from everywhere to cover the event live. A high-tech mixer floats in the sky with a wide-angle lens. And ladies and gentlemen, you can see it too. A brave TV host has just shown up at the scene where the epic battle between Legion and the multi-tentacled monster just took place. This is the person everyone has been talking about for a long time. Right now, news is breaking all over the city, appearing on big screens everywhere. The hero Legion has just returned and has immediately taken down the formidable creature at Van Chan Mirror. People of all ages, from kids to elders, strong and weak alike, are absolutely thrilled. Everyone is in awe and grateful that he has eliminated their fears. Defeating the terrifying monster, the system is bombarding with announcements, stories that have been passed down for ages. Impressive journeys and achievements that inspire reverence. All of it is recorded in the annals of history. The scriptures about the spirit of the beast have been written down, chronicling the entire tale of the beast spirit and spreading throughout the world. Other celestial beings are feeling alarmed. Liang ponders over the system notifications, reflecting silently. The scriptures contain stories filled with power. Will my own strength resonate if my saints read this? Lost in thought, he notices a figure in the distance on the beach calling out to him. Uncle. It turns out to be Yuhua, who is excitedly waving and welcoming him. Seeing this, Liang flies toward her, asking, "Are you hurt?" She cheerfully responds, "I am perfectly fine." Suddenly, he spots something unusual on her back. "Hey, what are you wearing back there?" "Yua, are you talking about this?" Yuhua pretends to be clueless. "What are you talking about?" He teases her. Turns out, Yuhua likes bones too. "You are into lion bones." She shyly explains, "I was planning to use this for crafting." Noticing she seems a bit uncomfortable, Liang quickly changes the subject. He awkwardly scratches his broken spear, feeling both sad and a bit guilty, but hesitates to speak up. Finally, he admits, "I accidentally broke your spear. To make up for it, how about I craft you a new weapon?" Upon hearing this, Yuhua's eyes light up, and she leaps with joy. Her eyes sparkling, she can't believe it will be a weapon made by Uncle Jine. "Really, I am so excited." Suddenly, out of nowhere, Stephen Marker rushes in, yelling, "Woohoo, this is amazing," startling everyone around. Your appearance left Liang and Yuhua stunned, like time just froze. Liang said, "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly acting all wild?" Stephen Marker joyfully clenched his fists, laughing. "Of course I am excited. Look at Yua over there." He pointed decisively, stating, "John Yua is my trusted subordinate. And you just said you would forge weapons for her, right?" At that moment, Yuhua was furious, thinking he had a problem with that. But he suddenly turned to himself, confidently saying, "Doesn't that mean you will be crafting weapons for me?" He was ecstatic. "I mean, if we are getting new weapons, how can I not create a sacred artifact for our Zodiac royalty?" Upon hearing this, Liang stood frozen for 5 seconds, utterly enraged and frustrated, unable to find the words. Pressing the attack, Stephen Marker said, "You are the one who crushed my empire. So naturally, you must make new weapons for me." Faced with this argument, Liang fell silent. Stephen could not help but laugh, adding, "Haha, John Yuhua, I will generously forgive you for earlier when you dared to step on my face and steal my empire." While Liang seethed at his words, then, in a fit of rage, Liang pointed forward and shouted, "Damn it." Suddenly, a plume of white smoke erupted, taking the shape of a longhorn bull, creating a massive noise. Witnessing this, Stephen exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. Can you now yell and create explosions like that? Are you even human?" Liang, furious, turned and screamed at Stephen, "That was not me. You idiot." Then he turned back, astonished by the spectacle. The energy suddenly radiated everywhere in the space. It swept everyone present away, and people were caught up in it. Screaming, "Haha!" They all panicked, trying to shield themselves from that overwhelming force, shouting nothing else. "Help! Haha!" One soldier among them, witnessing the terrifying scene, shouted, "Damn it! The entire front line has been swept away." Among them, one soldier saw a monster with long claws and fearfully asked, "What are we going to do now?" He tensed up, ready to give that monster a lesson it would not forget. Before he could strike, the monster grew more aggressive and bloodthirsty, baring its sharp teeth, saliva dripping everywhere, its eyes fixed on him, sending chills down his spine. "What is wrong with you?" Finally, unable to fight back, the monster lunged at him, biting before he could even react. As he faced the brink of death, he had no clue what was happening. All he felt was pain, gritting his teeth in agony. The monsters at that gate were ravenous, growling fiercely. The army of the Lion Zodiac, they charged like hungry tigers, zeroing in on their targets, as if they were ready to pounce. Yua stood quietly on the shore, watching the distant battle unfold amidst the chaos. Was the Lion Zodiac attacking the Kim Miliu Zodiac? And what about that explosion earlier? Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere, saying, "That earlier explosion was the glorious light of the firecracker I set up myself. Unfortunately, it was a bit small, so it did not create a massive blast." Just then, something massive descended from the sky, shaking the ground around it. The 3 members of the Legion were taken by surprise. Stephen Marker reacted fiercely, His face twisted in sheer confusion mixed with a hint of fear. Who are you? Turns out, it is a robot. He introduced himself smoothly. And to top it off, he flashed a chilling smile. In his hand, he held an egg. Sebastian, it was not just any egg. It was the smile of Legion. And inside it, things looked pretty painful. The creature was thrashing around. Seeing its beloved Legion getting hurt, anyone out of control charged. Yelling, "What the hell did you do to my smile?" Meanwhile, 7 Marker was puzzled. "What did you just say?" "Bomb something. You dare set it where my subordinates are fighting." Seeing Legion and 7 Marker reacting so strongly, he smirked knowingly. "Just chill out. The fun has not even begun yet." He claimed that the explosion earlier was just a little fireworks show. At that moment, Legion finally realized that the holy lion beasts were all losing their minds. "And this was your doing?" "Right." 7 Marker was surprised. "What?" Realizing everything had been laid bare, Sebastian laughed heartily, calling him smart. "Haha, just like Legion to be so insightful. If that is the case, let me show you something way more interesting." With that, he picked up a whistle and blew it hard, the sound echoing loudly through the air. This attracted all the holy lion beasts fighting outside. They were driven mad by the whistle. Halting everything they were doing, suddenly, they rushed toward Legion and 7 Marker as if they had spotted a juicy meal. A horde of them came barreling in, catching 7 Marker's crew completely off guard. Shouting, "They are coming. Damn it. Stop them." 7 Marker was in a panic, confused why his holy beasts had gone rogue and were not listening to him anymore. Snap out of it. They charged into attack Iha, the white wolf, demanding to devour her, but right now, she was only focused on Legion. Shouting, "Uncle." It turns out Legion's side is not doing so hot either. Surrounded and grabbed, he could not react in time as Aha cried out, "Uncle." After a fierce assault, the Claude monster had slammed Aha hard into the ground, causing her to grunt, "Uncle." Meanwhile, Legion was being swarmed by monsters, desperately fighting them off. Shouting, "Uncle." Meanwhile, in the distance, Evik Vladimir Ivan was observing the unfolding chaos with a cigarette in his mouth. Speaking in a chilling tone, "Earlier, you must be exhausted, a lot of energy dealing with those vultures. So now you are pretty drained." After a round of battling the clawed monsters with sharp fangs, Legion had been pinned down. Seeing that scene, Evik Vladimir Ivan smirked, not looking so hot now. "Are you?" Legion. While both Legion and John Aho were being crushed under the beach's sandy floor by the monsters, 7 Marker was facing off against Skit, Evik Vladimir Ivan, who was clad in heavy, multifunctional armor. Remarked, "I never thought I would feel so thrilled watching you all get squashed like this." 7 Marker shouted in anger at those taunting words. "What the hell did you do to my holy beasts? Why are not they listening to me?" Evik Vladimir Ivan was over the moon as he recalled the scenes where his holy warriors drank his self-made potion, leaving them disobedient to 7 Marker. He thought, "It is all because of my elixir. And honestly, I kinda regret there is no other special reaction. Those holy warriors are just hyped up from the reaction between the elixir and the atomic radiation found in the Gunia pigs, which just exploded. In that state, they will only follow my orders, and no one else." Hearing this, 7 Marker lost it and shouted right in Skeet.Quote's face, "Evik Vladimir Ivan, you wretched name. Make them all obedient for me right now." But contrary to his rage, the sight, Evik Vladimir Ivan responded in a tone that was almost playful. "Do not get so mad. If you want your warriors back to normal, you need to hear me out first." Suddenly, a sword with a green streak swooped down near 7 Marker's feet, piercing the sand, making him jump in surprise. As he took a closer look at the sword radiating a blue aura, 7 Marker grew anxious and said, "That sword belongs to Legion, right?" Evik Vladimir Ivan chuckled and said, "Yep, it is a weapon he crafted himself." Then Skit. Evik Vladimir Ivan pointed down at 7 Marker and said, "As if it were a sure thing, you would not refuse. Would you?" 7 Marker, "Use that sword." Finally, Evik Vladimir Ivan concluded with a line that made 7 Marker flinch at the mention of Legion and the yellow-eyed monsters lurking in the shadows. "Kill Legion." But 7 Marker crossed his arms and replied coldly, "You think I would kill Legion for no reason? Why should I follow your orders?" In response to 7 Marker's answer, the sight, Evik Vladimir Ivan raised one huge armored foot and said, "Of course. You will listen to me. Don't you want your warriors back to how they were?" Line. Evik Vladimir Ivan slyly added, "It is all good because we understand each other quite well," as he extended his hand forward. After hearing Legion's name, 7 Marker shivered in fear. But the Evik Vladimir Ivan continued in a chilling tone, Isn't there something we have in common? Legina's existence has given us both confidence. Quickly, Stephen Marker waved his hands, dismissing the idea and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense." In response to Stephen Marker's reaction, Evik Vladimir Ivan remained calm and said, "Why do you care so much about Legin's weapon?" After Sut, Evik Vladimir Ivan's words, you could picture Stephen Marker seeking revenge under Legin's feet, saying, "To me, Legin's power is like a towering fortress," envisioning himself in crafted gear. "And his crafting ability is the biggest barrier I have to face." Picture Stephen Marker at the mountain's edge, staring at the figure of Legin high above on the peak. While skit, Evik Vladimir Ivan philosophically remarked, "The harder we try to overcome, the more we realize it is just a solid wall, a wall we can break through." After sharing that philosophy, Evik Vladimir Ivan shouted loudly, "This is our golden opportunity." Steven, the image of Stephen Marker holding a dirty axe high, under the affirmation of Sket, Evik Vladimir Ivan. A code, and we can't harm like the Legion. We won't make empty promises. Then Sket, Evik Vladimir Ivan laughed heartily and declared, "I will create for you the ultimate weapon. One of a kind in this world." The machine crafted by Sket, Evik Vladimir Ivan was powering up and moving closer to Stephen Marker, saying, "If you join forces with me, we can surpass the Legion, and your rise as the ultimate ruler is just a matter of time." Evik Vladimir Ivan then urged Stephen Marker to grasp the sword stuck in the sandy ground. "Come on. Take that sword and deal with the Legion right away." Suddenly, the sword embedded in the sand was pulled up with great force, and was now in Stephen Marker's hand. Witnessing this, John Yu aghast in worry and shouted in a desperate attempt to awaken Stephen Marker, "Master, that is just lies. You know so Evik is untrustworthy." As Stephen Marker looked out and saw the Legion struggling, overwhelmed by the monsters in the sand, John Yuha kept pleading, "Master, are you even listening to me?" Finally, John Yuha summoned all his strength to shout, even as he was pinned down by the monster in the sand, "If you dare touch Legion, I won't let you off the hook." Stephen Marker moved closer to the Legion with the sword, but Legion remained unfazed. Then, Stephen Marker summoned all his strength to lift the sword high and coldly announced, "The ultimate weapon." Seeing his desired scene, Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan laughed loudly and encouraged Stephen Marker to go for it. Shouting, it seemed like Stephen Marker was about to strike down Legion. But instead, the sword flew toward Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan. Witnessing this, John Yuha, with tears starting to form in his eyes, was astonished by Stephen Marker's unexpected action. Taking a blow from the sword, Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan grimaced in pain and managed to angrily say, "Ah, you fool. Why would you pass up such a perfect opportunity?" Hearing that, Stephen Marker roared in anger. "Hold steady." Stephen Marker's eyes sparkled with light as he coldly retorted to Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan, "You think I will listen to someone who turned my subordinates into this?" Then, Stephen Marker bravely stood before the Legion while facing Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan in his heavy armor, asserting, "And I will focus on training to surpass the Legion. I regret wasting time in self-doubt." Stephen Marker even threw a furious jeer at Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan, declaring, "And I have no intention of killing Legion just to take his position like you do." After hearing those words, Legion's expression seemed to relax a bit. Not stopping there, Stephen Marker continued, "Because I have already surpassed the Legion. All I need now is a weapon." Hearing that confident declaration, Legion let out a sigh of relief while still being pinned to the ground. Then, Stephen Marker yelled as he ran towards Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan and said, "Don't you dare compare me to something as lowly as a goat." It was not just a shout. Everyone turned to look, stunned by his words, as he declared he would use them as his weapon. "But come on. Did you really think you could take down the Legion? You think I would prefer your weapons over theirs? You nutcase." After being crossed by Stephen Marker, Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan looked furious and said, "You dare." Then, he yelled loudly and activated the armor he was wearing, declaring, "You are going to regret this." And just like that, Stephen Marker leaped into action, igniting an intense battle between Stephen Marker and Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan, radiating their individual powers. After a fierce exchange, one side of Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan's armor was destroyed. When he turned to face Stephen Marker, he found him with a clenched fist right in front of his face. Looking worried, it seemed to infuriate Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan, who lost control and shouted, "Don't act tough." As Stephen Marker hit the ground, he realized that Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan's armor had a hole right in the center, causing him to gasp. The battle did not stop there. Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan's armor was triggered and destroyed piece by piece. Then came a barrage of green bombs exploding, launching missiles and firing continuously. Those bombs fell onto the sandy ground with a loud bang, creating a burst of green light as they detonated. Despite his anxiety, Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan shouted, "Haha! The Royal Lion's wrath will crush you." But to his surprise, after those bombs went off, Stephen Marker not only survived but transformed into a real lion, clutching a bomb in his mouth, leaving Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan stunned. As Stephen Marker soared to attack, he thought, "Just like 20 years ago, I used to feel just like you. Yet, despite stumbling countless times, I still rise to push my limits. I have fought hard to overcome the Legion." The image of a roaring lion filled with fierce determination emerged as Stephen Marker began to evolve, claws sprouting from his hands. This is the skill of the lion. Once successfully unleashed, he concentrated all his power into one point to strike Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan with the force of lightning. Waves of Stephen Marker's power rained down on the circle where Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan stood, completely unprepared for the torrential downpour of energy. In the end, he could only brace himself against the fiery onslaught as his armor shattered, leaving him wounded and gasping. After taking him down, Stephen Marker stomped on Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan's body with an intensely furious expression. Stephen Marker said, "Sergei, you think that armor is enough to save you?" Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan could only lie on the ground. Groaning, Stephen Marker unleashed all his strength, stomping on him, causing pain as the armor broke apart. Stephen Marker yelled in frustration, blood dripping from his injuries. "You did not even wear protective gear for this fight. Stop hiding behind that armor. Damn goat. Get out here." With the weight of Stephen Marker's words bearing down, Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan gritted his teeth and said, "Stephen." But then Legion, with a blank expression, broke the tension and asked, "How long are you guys planning to keep this up?" After Legion's words, both Stephen Marker and Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan froze in place. Both were taken aback to see Legion standing there, and Stephen Marker spoke up, "Wait, Legion." Then Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan suddenly asked, "What? How did you manage to break free?" But Legion, clearly annoyed, replied, "At first, I thought I would let them catch me to see what you would do, but you guys drag it out and wasted my time. So I just stood up. Those guys are weak as hell." While the round-faced creature sat dumbfounded on the sandy ground, both Stephen Marker and Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan were left agape, saying, "Come on, that is ridiculous." Then, shoving his hands into his pockets, he kicked both of them aside and said, "You can move over now." At the same time, Stephen Marker and Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan both cried out. Legion's face began to twitch as he said playfully, "I have got a lot of questions for you." Now, Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan's face showed worry, but Legion continued, "Let us chat a bit." Sebastian. Legion resigned himself to being pinned down by these beasts, and listened to them chatter about their rival. "Don't compare me to a low-class goat like you, and your weapons." Paf yawned loudly and kept listening. "Your second-rate weapons. Your goat impersonation." You guys. Not only did he hear both sides catching up on family news, but he also heard loud bickering. After waiting a while and seeing nothing happen, he muttered to himself, "This is so boring." Legion casually stood up as if no one was pinning him down, leaving the beast dumbfounded. What a bunch of fools. He stood tall and grumbled in the confusion of the beasts, patiently waiting to see what this ridiculous fight would bring, thinking it might be time to step in and end it quickly. After regaining his composure, the beasts all jumped up to attack Legion, but he easily sent each one flying with a single hit, sending them to the altar like a bunch of naked chickens. A moment later, he lost his patience and asked, "How long are you guys planning to keep this up?" He looked at Stephen, who was stomping on Ivan, with a look of sheer exasperation. In the pitch-black space, an old tale was recounted. 20 years ago, an attack on the Demon Tower took place. Back then, some white-haired guy had confidently declared that Legion would fall in the Demon Tower. Upon hearing this, Ivan panicked and asked, "Isn't that the prophecy Hugo Otters received from the guardian spirit?" The guy replied dismissively, "It is just a prophecy predicting the future." A triumphant smile lingered on his lips as he confirmed, "What I mean is that the plan will come to fruition." As soon as Ivan heard this, he cackled maniacally. "I have given myself to this cause." I do not care what he meant by that. All he wanted was to kill the Legion. If that is the case, then this is the perfect chance for me to examine the corpse of the Legion, turning all of his powers into his own. Suddenly a hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing this annoying memory along with a frustrating scream. "Oh man, Legion is going crazy, smashing these boring flashbacks to pieces. Stop reminiscing. I just want to know who killed me." I said, "I am not curious about your past." "Feeling honest," replied. "All right, I will tell you, but in return, you have to ensure my safety." Fed up with him, I thrust my hand straight into his throat. I did not just grasp it. I tightened my grip, causing him to cough violently. Meanwhile, I laughed maniacally, saying, "It seems like you still do not get the situation. Do you? I am not here to negotiate." My voice dropped, my face filled with murderous intent as I questioned, "If you waste any more time with your nonsense, I will cut out your tongue." Who was it? With Ivan's throat gripped like that, he could only struggle to pronounce each word. Tin. As soon as I got this answer, I cursed under my breath, thinking, so it is the sister this time too. I realized that this was indeed eerily similar to the answer given by the ghostly woman. She had already told me, "Sister Chi-Tin is Sister Chi-Tin." However, I still felt a bit skeptical and wondered, is it really Sister Chi-Tin? To be sure, I decided, right now, I need to go meet Jin Meng. I also need to ask about the results of the inspection on the sword that stabbed me. After arranging everything, Liang turned to demand his stuff, saying, "All right, let us drop that. It is time for you to return what is mine." That hammer of monumental significance was mine. Being forced to return it made Ivan shout out loud, "What? You really went that far?" Seeing that he was about to lose it, I lowered my voice to threaten him. "You do not want to cross me. You know you can beat me. So just comply. Return it. Return it. That is all I need." Right. Moments later, the system announced that the Zodiac Market Sebastian had returned the gifted hammer, prompting Light to joyfully grab the hammer, exclaiming, "Yep, that is it." Meanwhile, the system also reported Ivan's status, revealing that he was trembling with rage after losing the hammer. Noticing his displeased expression, Lai confronted him. "What is up with that face? Are you sulking? Come out here." From the circle, 3 heads of deities emerged, voicing in unison, "You called for us, Lord Light." Upon seeing them, Light commanded, "Take him to your domain. If he dares to resist, feel free to break a leg or two." Upon receiving his orders, they all replied, "Understood, Lord." Witnessing this scene, shouted in panic, "Lai Jun, you can even summon guardian spirits." As he yelled to question Lai, he was pulled away, realizing he was not the new Zodiac Lord after all. Before he could finish his sentence, he was gone, while Lai Jun stood there calmly, stating, "You should reflect on yourself. Even though I have no intention of forgiving you after dealing with Ivan, it was time for the Beastman who had just awakened. What is happening?" At that moment, the others also stirred awake, none remembering anything. "What? My head hurt. What are we doing?" Awa, seeing everyone awake, joyfully exclaimed, "Everyone's back." Ivan replied, "Thank goodness." A young man with horned headgear asked in confusion, "So they won't go crazy anymore, right?" Another responded, "Looks like they are okay now." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the masked figures hurriedly asked the so-called holy leader, "The core has been captured. What do we do now?" He blankly replied, "Damn it. What else can we do?" He opened the system on his arm and declared, "Once we start, we go all the way." The moment he pressed the button, the armor of the others suddenly lit up. Oh. The armor. Something's gone wrong. They panicked, struggling to comprehend. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the area, accompanied by agonizing screams. Seeing this, the holy leader burst into maniacal laughter. "Did you all forget that you tampered with my core's weapons before heading out? I will make sure you all explode and return to dust." One of the masked subordinates, noticing his insane laughter, quickly reminded him, "Holy leader, stop trying to fish for likes." At that moment, he ordered one of his subordinates, "All right, fire the guinea pig." The subordinate immediately raised his weapon and replied, "Yep." Launching the weapon named guinea pig towards the legion. Faced with this pathetic level of firepower, he calmly remarked, "These are not toys. Why do you guys have to slap the name guinea pig on everything?" "Fine then, I will counter with my own toys." As soon as the words left his mouth, the system activated. Using the holy artifact, the gift of the Almighty, the target can be enhanced. Transform. Please select your target. An excited smile spread across Legion's face. "The target is," he shouted while smashing the hammer down on it, "Guinea pig." A blinding light erupted from the object he just struck. That moment, the system announced as it soared into the sky, "Target transformation successful. The guinea pig ammo has transformed into guinea pig fireworks." This scene left the masked group and the holy leader stunned. Guinea pigs turning into fireworks. "Dude, this is insane." Suddenly, a deep voice boomed, accompanied by the sound of powerful footsteps. "You guys are the real crazies here." Steven, Yuha, and their beast companions had gathered, ready to unleash some serious pain on this crew. "You plotted to ambush us." And the aura radiating from them sent shivers down their spines. "What? Have you all lost your minds?" Steven grinned darkly and said, Our beastkin are stronger and tougher than you think. I am not sure about the guinea pig rockets, but that ammo won't hurt us. Before he could finish, the masked group turned and fled in a panic. Run it. This made him furious. Listen up and run later. Frustrated, he turned to Legion and asked, I can't let them escape like this. Legion, do you have anything fun to play with? Big, sturdy, fits in your hand, easy to swing. When asked like that, he replied irritably, why do you keep asking me for weapons? But when he looked back at him, he saw that he fit the criteria. Big, sturdy, fits in hand, easy to swing. A sly grin crept onto his face. There is something. His expression made the guy break out in a cold sweat. Asking, but what is wrong with your eyes? He replied blankly, if you have it, bring it out now, instead of casually saying the next line. Steven shouted, let me. Turns out, Legion had grabbed him by one leg and was lifting him up. Then he threw the guy down to the ground with a thud. The shockwave from that hit sent the masked soldiers flying. It was like he was bowling, knocking them down with ease. And they screamed in panic. This amused him, and he wondered, maybe I should go bowling next time. He turned to Steven, whom he was still holding by the leg, and asked, how's that for you? In response, Legion just dropped his head limply. Turns out, he was knocked out cold from that hit. Our guy just stood there, staring at him for a while. Eventually, he let go of the guy's leg and muttered, what a drag. It just did not feel right. Better not do that again. This is the League of Nations for Humanity. Europe, Western Defense Area. Outside Europe. Red Zone. This place was covered in branches that looked like veins. They were everywhere in the city, from the ground to the skyscrapers. Suddenly, someone appeared and stepped into a puddle of diluted, red goo on the ground. The captain of the Virgo search team covered his nose while trying to steady himself. The stench here is overwhelming. I can't let my guard down. He was with a group of people. They were chatting amongst themselves. Hey, have you heard the news? Legion just took down that disaster octopus in the Philippines. Everyone acknowledged his skill. I saw the video. He is incredibly impressive. Those who officially participated in the purge did not accomplish much at all. These two kept talking like they were the only ones around, which made Zern roll his eyes. Heard the lion and the market squared off. And both looked like losers. That works in our favor. The fewer competitors, the better. Right. Fed up with their lack of focus, Zern raised his voice. Silence. You guys planning to chit-chat while on a mission? They hurriedly replied. Sorry, sir. Reminded the others in the team as well. We are not here to play. Don't he forget why we are here. To search for the missing people from the temporary settlement suburbs. They all quickly responded in unison. Mission order. He also warned them. The thick crimson fog makes searching much harder. Stay sharp. No one dared to disobey him and replied. Mission order. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling everyone. Someone help me. Help. Please. That cry echoed in the stillness. Someone, please. After listening for a bit, Zan realized the voice was coming from over there. So he moved and commanded, I will lead the way. Everyone follow me. The others moved along with him. Mission order. The cries for help grew louder. Is anyone there? Please help me. With every step Zanny took, the cries became more desperate. Someone. Help me. Please. Is anyone there? The strange sounds made him feel a bit suspicious and hesitant. All the screams are coming from downtown. Am I hearing things? These noises feel odd. Almost like a machine repeating itself. It is like a broken record. Those screams have not changed at all. Help me. Is anyone there? Something's not right. He stopped and turned to give an order. Everyone. Stop. But there was nobody behind him anymore. Only his voice echoed in the eerie silence. No one is calling out. Hey. Where is everyone? Come on. Someone answer me. While he was trying to figure it out, suddenly the branches next to him began to move. Turns out the cries for help were coming from a branch behind him. Someone. Help me. This thing mimicked human screams to lure him here. Help. Please. Save me. At this point, Zane seemed to have figured it out. But it was probably too late for him to escape as the branches slowly ensnared him. The thing was, a human-like laughter echoed, crying for help. Oh please. The combination of the horrifying screams and that chilling laughter sent shivers down his spine. Zane was now tangled up in those branches, sealing his fate. At the Google household under the Sagittarius constellation, a TV was blaring inside. It had been days since Legion defeated the 10 Heavenly Guardians and the Heavenly Guardian. Someone was lounging with their feet on the table, mumbling, execute number 0. Return, execute number 1. Eliminate the sea monster. The situation recorded in the sacred text seemed to have affected the progress of the missions. The execution orders documented could blossom into great power. Legion glanced at the TV as it talked about the seas of the Philippines. Right now, a massive salvage operation was underway to remove the debris from the disaster zone. The footage still showed the monster he had defeated. Isn't Legion just amazing? He took down the Calamity Octopus that had embarrassed the entire Multi-Constellation Alliance's strategy. Feeling bored, he went back to reading. The news only talked about him. What is there to say about defeating an octopus? Seemed like he was still focused on finding something in the mess of documents sprawled across his desk. Anyway, while there were too many details here, the news kept buzzing about him. The returning hero, Liang, had defeated the 10 Heavenly Guardians. One making the headlines was Liang, who was still casually sitting at home. The basic function of the sacred text was to make him do things that would become hot topics. After reading for a while and feeling bored, he decided to close the book. He would seen enough of the sacred text. He needed to handle the pile of work waiting for him. The system immediately displayed a notification. There is a new announcement. Would you like to see it? He clicked on one of the two options while exclaiming, "This is just sick." It seemed he had chosen experiment 6. So let us check this out first. As soon as he clicked, the information popped up. The Awakening of O Futures. This experiment will begin when you reach Constellation Level 10. You need to pass 3 trials. And the reward will enhance your unique awakening skill, the Divine Artifact of O Futures, significantly boosting your physical abilities. Note: the deadline for completing the trials is 240 hours. And you won't earn any experience points during this time. Failure to pass all trials will result in dire consequences. After reading this notice, Liang could not help but wonder if the trials were the tasks that appeared after his battle with the god of Gemini. The system still had information available. A power trial to eliminate the demon guarding the divine meat. And no, he could not activate his battle instinct. This notification made him ponder for a long time. It was such a shame he could not use his ultimate skill, the war god instincts. As long as he did not face a god or a real disaster head-on, he would be fine. After all, he was a disaster management expert. 2 more notifications popped up. The intelligence trial. Chase away a secretary tasked with recording the execution orders of O Futures. No more than 1. And the reputation trial. Acquire a human servant as a disciple. No more than 1. These 2 demands from the system left Liang in a dilemma. These were the real issues: a secretary and a disciple. Where was he supposed to find them now? What was he even thinking? He might as well throw them in here. Not wanting to think any further, he continued to upgrade skill 1. And as soon as he pressed send, the system chimed in with a notification. Divine Gaze has leveled up. Effect increased. This made him so excited he shouted, catching Yiren's attention as she was about to take Liang away. While the latter was still flailing, trying to escape. Suddenly, Liang burst out of the room with wide eyes demanding, "Hey, can someone look at me for a moment?" At that moment, the system notified him, "You have used the skill Divine Gaze." Confirming faith. You can verify the target's faith by looking at them with this skill. So he looked at Yiren with the stats. Yiren, Centaur 85%, Great Demon 81%. Then he turned to Liang with the same stats. Liang, Silver Phoenix 90%. Divine Pact, Aquatic Balance 81%, Market 50%, Duality 30%, Lion 9%. Click to see details. At this point, the system also popped up a reminder. Warning: when you take on a servant, if the disciple's faith is not 100%, the authority will diminish. This information made him rethink. The warning about the faith of the servant meant he needed to be very careful when selecting someone to take on as a disciple 100% faith. Suddenly, he thought of Sungjae, Yua, and Hugo. Perplexed. Those 3 are the answers to my search for a disciple. No problem. Whether it is Hugo, Sungjae, or any of them could become my disciple. Since they are here, let us do this. He then asked, Yiren, where are Hugo, Sungjae, you? She replied, they left early this morning. This news made Liang sigh in frustration and say, I guess I will check later then. His words left Yiren puzzled. Check. While Liang was still squirming, suddenly, his phone rang. He had no idea what information could make his face light up with a grin. It turned out to be Jin Mai calling. Finally. Somewhere. Chaotic cries echoed. Run. Save me. I do not want to die. Please help me. I am trapped in the rubble. Someone. Help me. Amidst the cries, there was a mother's voice reassuring her child. Sungjae. Saying, listen to me. You need to hide in the car until your dad arrives. Okay. While Sungjae was panicking, his mother remained calm, telling him to think of it like a game of hide and seek. You have to hide really well so the monster can't find you. When your dad gets here, he will handle that monster in one blow. Her voice was gentle. By then, my dear Sungjae, he smiled brightly at him and said, promise your mom you will be brave and wait for your dad. Everything turned dark. Only the desperate cries for mom echoed in the void. Back in reality, Sungjae woke up from the nightmare. He sat in the car, breathing heavily, his hands trembling. Suddenly, someone gently took his hand to comfort him. You two looked at him with a soft smile. Hugo. sitting in the driver's seat, glanced in the rearview mirror and asked with concern, Sung-jae, are you okay? You look like you just had a nightmare. I think the kid has not rested enough since we are about to visit your mom. He must not have slept well. Yu was worried too, thinking it might be aftereffects from the divine punishment. He rubbed his eyes and replied politely, just a little tired. But even as he said that, a hint of sadness lingered on his face. Suddenly, Yu too had an idea. She rummaged through her bag and said, oh right, I almost forgot. I have something for you. Turns out she wanted to give Sung-jae a gift. This left him utterly surprised. A birthday gift. She excitedly showed him what she bought. I got you what you asked for. He was thrilled as he realized. This is it. She pointed at the gift and asked, you said you needed to see the relic containing the twins' magic. Right. I got it with Dad. But is it really good? He asked, his excitement shining through. Yep. You can score points without doing anything with this. Hearing Sung-jae say that made her heart swell with happiness. She beamed and said, I am so glad you like it. Even though you always feel down on your birthday. But anyway. Happy birthday. Sung-jae. You chuckled back at her. Thank you for putting your heart into this gift. She gently reminded him, Mom will be sad if you are always gloomy on your birthday. Go visit her with a smile. Watching his two kids laugh and chat, Hugo could only sit silently. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. A moment later, at the hospital, inside room 808, Chunju's voice echoed, recounting those delightful experiences. At that moment, Uncle Jion had just flicked the board Freja. Uncle Jion was even cooler than before. The beeping of the heart monitor blended with the hesitant sounds. Strange. Strange, Yua gently said. It would be wonderful if you could see Uncle Jion with us. We will talk about everything when you wake up. Her soft voice called out to the woman lying motionless on the bed. She held her mother's hand, and there is Sung-jae, standing next to her, watching the old lady. Outside is He did not come in, just standing right outside the door. The sound of his heartbeat mixed with the ringtone of his phone. He picks up the phone to check and realizes. Wait, this number is. A moment later, Hugo stepped outside to take the call. He is speaking seriously to someone. Today is an important day. So I do not want to talk about work. I never thought you would call me directly like this. I can't believe the European nations are looking for me. He was walking around the hospital grounds, focused on the phone conversation. A disaster like that is so easy to eliminate. Is not the Virgo already near the temporary settlement to the east? The voice on the other end replied. Saint Sagittarius. I would not call you directly if it were just some ordinary disasters. Virgo has already declared their intention to abandon that disaster. This news left Hugo confused and questioning. What did you just say? Kevin Aja said that. The next piece of news from the other end stunned him. And also, you have seen that disaster before. It is the disaster that appeared in Korea 10 years ago and destroyed the entire airport. The person on the line informed Hugo of news that made him both anxious and furious. Bloodshed. That bastard has shown up again. The sky was gray, dropping heavy raindrops, and below is the European Union. The realm of Virgo's power, where tables and chairs are placed under umbrellas. A popular spot for outdoor eating and chilling. Damn. I think, what a beautiful day. Why does it have to rain right when I am supposed to meet someone? He sends a message to someone. Sung-ji. Want to be my apprentice? The person named Sung-ji quickly replied but politely declined. Uncle. I really appreciate your offer. But I do not think I can. He just clicked his tongue lightly. Thinking. I figured the kid would definitely agree. He continued to ponder. But there is still so much I do not know about Sung-ji. Then, he recalled some past events. It was when he encountered a woman who had provided him with some shocking information. Today is Sung-ji's birthday. Receiving a firm nod from the other person, he said with a hint of reproach. You should have told me earlier. The other person shyly scratched their head, quickly explaining. Yep. Sung-ji does not really care about his birthday much. This directly made him a bit angry. Thinking, Yurin seems to be hiding something too. Is something happening on the kid's birthday? Suddenly, the appearance of a man with Xiumip cut through Lee Jion's train of thought. On such a contemplative day. Are you worried about something? He casually replied. You are here. The man politely tipped his hat slightly in a friendly greeting. Very naturally. Long time no see. Turns out this person is Jin Myung, a historian and S-level appraiser. One of the 10 saints. After sitting up straight to face each other for a conversation, Jin Myung orders himself a drink. He says, I should have come to find you myself. Sorry for making you travel all this way. Lee Jion does not mind much. It is. I had some matters to discuss with the historian. And getting here was not really a hassle. No one could guess what he is imagining at this moment. Like stepping through a mysterious purple teleportation gate. Awesome. And there is someone following along. He continues, directly voicing his concerns. Just so you know, I understand this country falls under the historian's influence. But why is everything here related to that guy? Jin Myung calmly explains. Europe has always been heavily influenced by religion. The symbols of that alliance are everywhere, even on umbrellas. He continues. After the supreme deities and their belief forces emerged in the world, Europe has become a nation that follows a vast theocratic system. And the image of the golden statue proves that. Then, he casts a worried glance aside, and above all, he looks outside, specifically at the tall tile tower with its pointed arrows. He says, they have always seen the massive arch protecting them, hour by hour, minute by minute. It is no surprise that faith is growing stronger. Lejeune chuckles inwardly. So that is how it is. While he uses those flowery American phrases to talk about the supreme deities, his gaze suddenly sharpens, every word layered with danger. His faith is weakening significantly. A data panel pops up, startling Jin Maing a bit, revealing a series of confidential information. Stating, historian, just a pup. Awakening ranks. The awakened name is Celestial Seer. Personal traits include the ability to identify the origins of all things memories. With memory permission meaning the ability to extract memories of all things. Special privilege of reverence. Divine will repression means immunity to all attacks of the hypnotic. Brainwashing, and mind control type, and so on. Click to see details. The historian's faith has dropped from 92% to 87%. The subject's faith is waning due to feelings of betrayal by the believers. Major drop at 99.1%. After seeing that heap of information, Lejeune confidently thinks, the faith index of someone like Jin Maing, who possesses the same traits and faith, is diminishing due to feelings of betrayal. Something must have gone very wrong. Another panel states, this is the gaze of the deity. Its function is to determine faith. You can assess the faith level of a target by using the god's gaze while looking at them. He playfully extended a finger, guessing that what we were about to discuss was related to his faith, leaving Jin Maing temporarily speechless. At this point, he could not argue anymore. Indeed, I could not hide anything from you. He snapped his fingers, triggering a sound effect. You have activated the borrowing skill of Gemini, which is soundproofing. Thanks to the water's energy, the sound has been completely isolated from the outside. He placed his briefcase on his lap, saying, let us get straight to the point regarding the dagger you asked me to verify. While Li Jian looked around with a somewhat astonished expression, he gently set a dagger on the table, the very one that had pierced you 20 years ago. The information resurfaced. The dagger was filled with death energy, containing the power of the demon guardian, and its details had been destroyed. His next words worried Li Jian greatly. I managed to read part of the lingering memory within the dagger, and the investigation results revealed something. His tone grew serious with each explanation. The culprit who stabbed you inside the demon tower is the pure maiden of the history girl I serve. Kevin A. Ja. Meanwhile, in South Korea, at the home of Google, the scene resembled what Li Jian had imagined earlier. He now stood before a purple teleportation gate, turning back cautiously. Relly Queen. Sung Jae had declined the offer to become my vessel, but the kid was still one of Gemini. Despite the ordeal from before, the image of Sung Jae touching his palms, blood streaming from his face, emerged, followed by a striking vision of a godlike figure. And then Sung Jae collapsed. Li Jian emphasized, there is definitely a reason behind this. So this is a commission from him. Relly Queen. He issued a specific order. Find out why Sung Jae joined Gemini and what had happened to him in the past, and also investigate the duties of a servant assistant to the deity. Larry Queen, also known as Relly Queen, who must strictly comply, loud and clear, with the orders. Meanwhile, Relly Queen is currently chilling, playing games. I will ask Yang Wei or Hai about the assistant later, but let us kick off with investigating Sung Jae. Just like when you summon trouble. Trouble appears. Sung Jae suddenly speaks up. Relly Queen. I came because I need your help. Relly Queen's true feelings at this moment are pure joy mixed with an urge to punch someone. How lucky. The kid shows up at the perfect time. Sung Jae earnestly says. To her surprise, please help me open a path from the Gemini's magic library to the secret library of the Gemini. To explain a bit, this is where the strongest magic information in the world is stored, including the assets of the Gemini, especially the highest level, the secret library, where only high-ranking disciples are allowed to enter, safeguarding many forbidden secrets. It is a rather ancient place, filled with countless books and shelves spread across different floors. Sung Jae continues to explain. I can't enter the library because I have forsaken my former disciple status. And I also do not have the authority to access the secret library since I am just a level a disciple. I am here begging you. I have something I need to find inside. Please help me. In response to this scene, Relly Queen simply stares at him without saying anything. Her answer comes through action as she raises a finger, and a swirling purple vortex begins to form. You have an unexpected surprise, announcing a jump. Welcome. This is the achievement of infinite knowledge, the magic library of the Gemini, requesting permission to enter. Relly Queen points towards the teleport gate and says, Letting you into the library is no problem for me. However, your slip of the tongue makes Sung Jae a bit anxious. She emphasizes the conditions. The secret library is a place that holds countless lost, mystical, and forbidden spells. I need to know exactly what you are looking for inside and why. You hesitate a moment before answering. Perhaps deep down you realize that lying won't get you anywhere. You clench your fists, deciding to respond honestly. What I want to find in the library is the soul recalling skill that allows me to revive the lives of the dead. The intensity on your face shows you mean every word. Switching scenes. Lee Jae-on is sitting on a bench outside. He ponders, recalling what Jin Myung told him. I checked the records from a few years back. Similar daggers or of the same type as this one have always been displayed and auctioned. This has been proven true through a real auction. He said that the evaluation was carried out by my predecessor. He went on to elaborate about the origin of the spear, seemingly sensing the dark energy within it and trying to uncover its origins. But suddenly, Master Lee Jae-on interrupted his unfinished thought, stating that the spear belonged to the historical heroine. He reiterated, that is right. He presented a phone to add credibility. This is the inside of the heroine's armory, filled with weapons that possess similar energy to this spear. Displaying and auctioning off these items is merely a slow and discreet way of destruction. Do you think so? The screen showed images of several ancient weapons. He asked. I suppose you have heard some information from your predecessor. He replied. I can't do that, as he was abruptly murdered while investigating the spear's origins. He was stabbed by the very spear he was examining. Then, he gently touched the shaft of the spear, noticing signs of tampering, as if someone had tried to erase the dark energy and the person evaluating it. There also exists a powerful curse that I have never encountered before. Although it feels faint as if it has been nearly exhausted, the curse effectively nullifies your power immediately. Meanwhile, Li Jin remained patiently listening. He described in detail the spear's powers, which surely relate to a strong and cunning entity, powerful enough to threaten not just mortals but even the supreme gods. Back in the present, Li Jin's mind was racing with thoughts, his feet nervously tapping. He deduced that the curse was a specialty of the Luai Moring clan, and the situation of the former hero was nothing compared to the energy of that spear. The more he thought about the old threat, the more frustrated he became. But he had to admit that the bastard who stabbed him must have a close connection to the disaster of the nameless civilization. Then he tilted his head back, narrowing his eyes, trying to think clearly. First, he needed to pass the strength test and break through the time limit. After that, he would deal with the heroine. In his eyes shone determination, without a hint of hesitation. Just then, the station announcer's voice rang out. The train was arriving, and those wanting to board seemed to lift his spirits a bit. Here it comes. The massive metal train appeared grandly. The train doors opened, and a foot silently stepped down, whether by design or coincidence. That mysterious force was standing across from Li Jin on the other side. It turned out not to be just one person but many. This group had drawn quite a bit of attention around them. Some wore cloaks with hoods, something tucked in their mouths. The others looked incredibly intimidating, making it clear they were no ordinary characters. This imposing group stepped off the train, as if they were about to showcase a beauty pageant or something similar. Each step drew closer, and they all had one destination. In the face of this scene, Li Jin could not help but smirk confidently, saying, finally, they have arrived. The true identity of this stylish group is the Centaur, the elite force of the divine Hugo Otters. The city is shrouded in flying monsters, with dead branches sprouting up from the ground everywhere. The power of fire struck the monster, causing it to crash down, shedding feathers everywhere before the eyes of 3 witnesses. The chaos was palpable, as the streets were thick with deathly silence. Not a soul in sight. We have to take care of all these disasters in the area today, so let us move quickly. Poor Hugo accidentally kicked a branch while carrying his bow and arrows. Confused about what was going on. What is up with all these branches making it so hard to walk? Legion keeps running into familiar faces everywhere. What a coincidence. I never expected you guys to be involved in the incident with the Shrine Maidens. What brings you here? The Vice President came here on orders. It is about the recent commission involving the Centaurs. The image of our team, 7 members strong, with the symbol of a bow and arrow pointing upwards, is on a mission alongside some powerful figures to eliminate the disaster. We basically are just mercenaries. Hugo shook hands with an officer, as our saint is currently meeting with the U Committee to get the details of the mission. He felt overwhelmed by the reckless boldness. Like, seriously? You guys do not even know what the mission is, and you are already in? But the Vice President assured him, saying it was our saint who accepted it. All the details are just coming to light now. The atmosphere thick with the dark aura of doom mixed with the red of fresh blood, as the Vice President recounted the events. This disaster is linked to a special incident. Have you heard about the monster that has been craving the divine power of Lie? The Blood Wraith, the U Disaster Management Agency is on it. with skyscrapers looming in the background and blue flags waving in the wind. The officer Hugo just shook hands with his detailing the monster. As everyone knows, the name says it all. The blood wraith always emits a mist of blood, draining the souls and life force of nearby living beings. According to the reports, the blood wraith has been spotted in the U region for about 10 days now. You are sitting calmly in your chair, looking dignified. Isn't it the usual procedure to contact the divine beings to handle this? Why would you want to take such a dangerous approach? He received an answer from the officer. As you know, due to public perception, the blood wraith was thought to be a disaster that had been contained, something that should not resurface. He was still irritated about the past, especially since it had already claimed nearly 5,000 lives. He forced a smile and said, "Haha, Hugo. The divine beings stopped tracking this number decades ago. The questions just keep piling up with all these bizarre incidents. And what about the shrine maidens? They have got their saint too." He skillfully steered the conversation back to the topic at hand, still talking about the dead branches and the lingering color of blood. But all those people had already been killed. It is because of the blood mist the blood wraith emits that causes severe symptoms in humans, putting the shrine maidens, who excel in close combat, at a serious disadvantage. Courageously fighting the monster with the glowing eyes. Through his captivating storytelling, he revealed that the shrine maiden had perished. From where they are, it would be hard to rush back to their sacred ground, which is why we broke protocol and requested support from other divine troops. After some research, we decided on the Centaur mercenaries because their squad is pretty agile. We all know the drill. The bombers do not fall behind anyone. But let us be real, their image is just sad. We were really impressed with the Ov Capra Philippines incident by Liang, so please lower your guard around us. Sitting silently, lost in thought, his gut told him this guy was anything but simple, especially with that sly grin. It screamed deceit. Just a thought in my head since I am so familiar with my own mercenaries. But it is true. We were really impressed with the Ov Capra Philippines incident by Liang, so please lower your guard around us. Just a thought in my head since I am so familiar with it. But that scumbag Kelvin Azar wanted to play dead. Better that than let outsiders step into his territory for some lame reasons. The hideous, red-skinned monster is oozing, his face like a mug, with a tongue wrapped around something, ready to swallow like it is about to devour a whole tro. Are those priestesses trying to use blood magic to eliminate Li Jun and us? Tension flooding his body. He was sure they had done something here. But his hand pressed tightly against the armrest. Veins bulging. He sensed something was off. You were about to explode with tension. He pretended to be calm, but his mind was racing, wondering if it was smart to involve the centaurs and Li Jun in this mess. Didn't they already know how the priestesses operate? Another wicked mind at work, plotting something dark for both of you. He was directing his subordinates. No worries. Just tell them that the blood magic has appeared. Once he hears that name, Hugo Otters won't be able to refuse. The painful truth is tangled in there. As the wife of the Celestial Lord died because of blood magic, he leaned against the wall, full of doubts. The Celestial Lord's wife. There is only one person you guys call that, he agreed. Exactly. You would think life would be blissful. They had a couple who understood each other. But now it is just memories. Jev, Hugo Otter's wife, was also the mother of Sung Jae and Yu Ha. They met after Li Jian vanished in the Demon Tower, so he had never met her. Wei Rin knew everything. She tried to protect Sung Ji from blood magic. She and her first disciple, the captain of the divine team, sacrificed themselves. He was utterly shocked. The first disciple, Wei Rin, could not believe the world was this round. Yep. You know him, remembering the childhood days. Li Jian was always cheerful. He used to be the guy who just carried things for me and Hugo 20 years ago. Who would have thought he would end up being the captain of the divine team? You do not seem to care much about other people's personal lives. But when it comes to your close friends, you think hard about it. No wonder Hugo avoids talking about his family. It is hard to believe he went through such things. He was filled with questions about that scene from years ago. It was horrifying enough to change a person. Blood magic was such a disaster. To put it bluntly, now Hugo is nothing like he used to be. They were close since their teenage years. He taught him how to shoot with enough force to hit the target. I know how good he is because I was the one who taught him how to fight. They stood side by side in battles against monsters. Steadfast confidence leads us to victory. Since he was still a rookie, I have always trusted him with my back. You really expect me to believe that a guy like that was defeated by a disaster I have never even heard of? The old Hugo was one of the strongest among the 12 saints. You truly want to know everything that happened while I was in the Demon Tower? Tell me exactly what Hugo had to go through. The vice president sat on a cut tree trunk, staring down. All right. This is not something easy to talk about, but since it is the day, I will talk about it. It is just unbelievable. The incident happened on a memorable day. The sky was ablaze with red, making the vice president reminisce. That horrific explosion occurred 10 years ago, exactly on Sung Ye's 7th birthday. While mom was on the phone with dad, Little Sungyi had sleepy eyes. His mouth was watering, craving something delicious. Honey, I just got back from Korea. It has been 2 years since we have been here. Right. Jiayu paced back and forth in the airport waiting area. The kid was yawning repeatedly. Mom was happily chatting with Dad. I think I can create a disaster prevention prototype soon, thanks to the notes from Li Jian and the weapons you gave me. Thank you so much. She is an honorary member of the Disaster Prevention Corps, the developers of disaster prevention weapons. Jiyu is not one to boast to Hugo, ruffling the boy's hair with a smile. Sungyi even came to cheer me up in the middle of the night. I was almost in tears because I was so touched. You are wondering how Sungyi made it to the airport. Right. The captain worked flawlessly, thanks to G1. He handled everything that night. The lady's praise made him bashful, scratching his head. The first disciple of the Disaster Corps. The captain of the Disaster Corps. Ha. Young Master Sungyi wants to meet as soon as possible. Sungyi sat on the chair, munching. I am hungry. She pampered him to the max. Oh really? Then let us eat hamburgers. The multi-talented captain has it all covered. You just stay here. Young Master, let me go buy it. You can relax a bit. Oh my. Thank you. The boy heard some shouting and turned to see what was happening. Damn it. You idiot. Do you even know what you just did? Two faceless guys with blonde hair were causing chaos in a corner of the airport. I told you to hold on to it. Who told you to let it go here? I did not know it would turn out like this. They bolted off like arrows. I have no idea what is going on. Just run. We will all be dead if we do not. Just when I was eavesdropping. Mom hung up the phone and turned to give a warning. Sungyi. Wait here. Okay. Ji-hoon said he would go buy us something. Suddenly, the space went pitch black. Did the airport just lose power? Everyone was bewildered by the blackout. Why did it suddenly get so dark? Damn it. How can the airport not have lights in the middle of the night? Hearing the boy's question, she pulled him into her arms. Why did all the lights go out? Sensing the unsettling atmosphere, Ji-hoon knew something bad was about to happen. What the heck is going on? Why did the power just cut out? He tensed every muscle in his face, his eyes wide, mouth agape. It felt like a heavy weight pressing down. Just the sound of calls. Ji-hoon. She suddenly lifted her child up, covering her eyes with her hands. She turned away from the glass door. A monster was staring right at them. This is really bad. Is not. All the snacks that kids love just fell to the ground. It is a sight so horrifying. It is hard to grasp. A giant monster is about to swallow both mother and child whole. Ji-hoon rushed forward, reaching out for them to grab on. Even though she was terrified, she covered her other eye to avoid the haunting image later. The giant monster outside the glass turned the air crimson, its mouth wide open, tongue flicking out. All three were suspended mid-air. Time seemed to stand still. They must have witnessed something truly terrifying. The mother and child were in tears, unable to hold back their sobs. Uncle, now, when you raise your hands to say goodbye, we already know what you mean. Turns out he sacrificed himself to protect his wife and child, still smiling brightly, like he completed his mission. The boy could not keep his eyes open. Everything was happening too fast. She quickly covered her remaining eye. Having gone through that heartbreaking event, the monster was drenched in bright red, its mouth drooling like it had not had enough. With its bizarre appearance, it could scare anyone out of their wits. The head in the air looked just like a frog. It began to move its bloated body across the airport. It made someone panic and trip. Was that the monster? It just swallowed someone whole. Realizing the situation was dire, the security team had to call for backup. They immediately contacted the authorities. Stay strong, no matter what. Do not let go of your mom. The strength of a mother helped her overcome the monster spectacularly, courageously dodging through the chaos, gliding past it emotionless, holding her child tightly. Help! White smoke rose up, obscuring everything. The airport was deserted. Screams echoed, but no one could be seen due to the blackout. Run. Someone. Help. Some people lay injured, crying on the ground. The cries of despair filled the area. I do not want to die. Please. Save me. Someone. Help. Covered in scratches all over. Your safety comes first. Stay strong. Listen. Kid. You need to hide in the car until your dad arrives. Got it. Don't forget to reassure the kid. She is already prepared for the challenges ahead. Just think of it as a game of hide and seek. You have to hide really well so the monster can find you. And remember to build trust. Once your dad arrives, he will take down that monster with just one blow. Crouch down inside the car. Whisper. Until then, my little goat, stay safe for mommy. Hiding in plain sight is nothing when you are behind. You have to promise to be brave. Wait until your dad gets here. And already that eagle-eared creature has found the car. Its nose is sharper than a dog's. Remembering the happy times on that birthday night. Those little childhood dreams are truly heartwarming. Just want to meet mom as soon as possible. I just want to talk about all the fun stuff because it has been ages since our family was together. The boy in the car blames himself. Tears and snot can be wiped away. It is all my fault. It is all because of me. Uncle J-Hole. The vines growing close to the ground. Moving closer to the car, a blinding beam of light shines down from the sky. It feels like the arrival of a saint. A colossal power descends right where the car is, cutting through the wild vines. Hugo surrounded by flames, worriedly asking his son, Sung-yi, are you okay? The boy knocks on the door, calling out when he sees his brother in front of him. Dad. Caring so much about you, are you hurt anywhere? Sung-yi. Tears streaming down his cheeks, afraid to approach the car window where Dad is standing. Dad. Hearing his son speak leaves him frozen, gripping the flaming bow tightly, and Uncle Jae-hol too. His arm trembles, ready to do something. Hugo touches the car window, wanting to comfort his naive child. Hearing the news, he rushed here so fast he was barefoot. Really, Dad gets it now. The wild vines seem to have been injected with steroids. They suddenly seem to have a sixth sense, turning into tentacles reaching out for him, just like an octopus catching its prey. No need to say too much and tire ourselves out. The moment the vines touch, they are instantly incinerated. The heat is like fire. Teasing him, his hair ignites in flames. He glares at it with fury, his entire body boiling with rage. He wants to smash it to bits. How dare you? The fire in his heart blazes while he remains eerily calm, acting like he does not know what is happening. Just a glance is all it takes to understand the structure of this calamity. Hugo leaps into battle. Those it has killed are trapped in the giant tree on its back. Spotting his wife right there, he calls out loudly, Gio. Despite feeling furious, Hugo won't allow any hidden dangers to occur due to hasty decisions. I need to stay calm. There might still be a way to save her. Maybe if I forcefully pull her out, I can still save her. Land softly. She seemed to be drifting into a deep sleep. I was ready to yank her out in one swift motion. Just wait. I will save you right now. But life is not a dream. What I am doing has triggered a chain reaction leading to disaster. I am giving it all I have got. But it is still not working. If you have lost your mind, do not blame me for being careless. Flames were blazing all over me. I had no hesitation in turning back to shout, Dante, hold back. A man and a woman are trapped tight in the vines. I spoke urgently to him. Please. Save us. Save. Please. In this dire situation. Someone. Please. Save us. Before I could soften my heart, it struck with a surprise attack right in the middle. Hugo was ensnared tightly by the vines, pulled upwards. The disaster below looked up in shock. Look. Delicious. Terrifying. Jerk. I have received the power of that power. It is too tempting. Yeah. My stomach was squeezed tight by the vines. My whole body was in agony. Even the beast inside me was shattered. Will devour you, making the child outside terrified. Dad, aren't we in trouble? People are injured and there is a super box. Why are you all here? Saint Heavenly Little Haley appeared right behind me in high heels. Are you okay? Hugo Otters. Haley, you are a huge surprise. And you too? You helped Hugo up and explained why you are here. I heard a strong disaster was appearing, so I gathered everyone I could. They decided to retreat because no one wants to see such a beast in their territory. The three of us did not want to beat around the bush. We wanted to break free directly without wasting time. Let us end this right here. Each one with their own flair. Using different powers but sharing the same thought. Sounds good. They do not want to just win. They want to dominate. Unleash everything to show it who is boss. Launching our combined attack straight at the beast. Hugo and Haley were in total shock. As the three saints froze in mid-air, when they saw it was not phased at all, beast gritted its teeth, unable to hold back anymore. Wanting to tear it apart right now. What the heck? It just swallowed our attack whole. The situation got crazier when it showed no signs of injury. Damn it. It is healing from the wounds. The disaster looked at the three saints with a piercing gaze. The beast urged. Then adjust the barrier. Even if you disagree. We have to do this. I was planning to do that too. The moment she unleashed the barrier, the vines attempted to pierce through, countering her magical barrier skill. Now, its back was no longer just a tangle of vines. It wildly shot out attacking tentacles. Even the ground was being torn apart. The whole city was in chaos. Vines creeping over skyscrapers, throwing everything into disarray and making it a visual nightmare. Both were losing strength. Blood trickling from their mouths. Yeah. At this rate, the barrier won't hold much longer. Suddenly, on one person's wrist appeared a bracelet of justice, activating their power, making the scale grow enormous, crushing everything in its path. The vines glowing gold. The girl with the blonde hair has successfully caught the attention of three guys. What are they up to? She is the Liber character. Giselle Lawrence. If you are a character, do not let that little teenaging throw you off so easily. Hugo is stumbling around. And wait. Haley, you called Liber too. Seriously? Is this a show-off moment? I just brought the other three to help. Libra's eyes lit up as she stared at him. Liang is seriously fuming since she is under the watch of that dude from earlier. It is all fun and games when you are barking orders at others. But boom. Using teleportation to send that Tai Gong away. Surprise. Surprise. So ultimately, the so-called unbeatable power does not seem to be helping at all. It is like we are just going backward. Liber wants peace right now. Leaving the chaos for later. You all saw how she just swallowed those attacks whole. Right now. We can beat her. She could steal our powers just like she did with that poor soul. She is trying to bind her down with those tangled ropes to prevent that from happening. Move her far away, even if it means deep underground or into molten lava. I do not care. We all know things won't go as smoothly as they sound. But even if we do that, she will just pop back up again. Those Libers only care about immediate benefits. Right, at least for now. She won't be here anymore. Hugo, despite being seriously injured, refuses to let them take her away. That thing has devoured human souls. The others are just empty shells now. We need to defeat it and bring their souls back. Your heart is always with the people. Maybe inside. There are still many others trapped. I will help too. So let us take it down together. Your head is on fire again. I am still here, ready to fight. Liber could not say a word. Her face was just blank, and that stubborn girl is thrashing around, trying to break free from those bindings. Her eyes bulging out. You have a way with words. Just a mess of ropes. Keep her contained. Liber is not doing much better. I have hit my limit. Taking it slow is not the answer. It will just make her more furious and destructive. We do not have time. Quickly use the teleportation spell on her. Using all her strength, that stubborn girl finally breaks the bindings into several pieces. Boom. Filled with rage. She is pouring all her energy into this attack. That holy warrior, she is using the skill. Teleportation. Hugo screams in frustration. Even if he tries to stop her, it is too late. Stop. The hair of the dying girl flies in the wind as she closes her eyes, pushing her energy towards the opposite side, receiving the signal, and successfully teleporting. I do not know why, but on that day, everyone criticized my dad. The sky was completely covered with dark clouds, just like Hugo's mood right now, letting them take advantage. Only the holy warriors, sending that stubborn girl off to some unknown place, are getting the spotlight. The host analyzes the incident. Next, we will report on the blood incident. Breaking news on the blood incident. Thankfully, no one was killed. All 3 saints appeared before the public this morning. The blood incident that destroyed the airport was stopped by the holy warriors. However, by the time the heroes appeared, several people had already been injured. When interviewed by reporters, Qin Bing answered like it was no big deal, saying, "We just did what we had to do." But sadly, we could not minimize the number of victims. Many people could not bear the loss of their loved ones. While on the other hand, the Sagittarius, the protector of Korea, faced harsh criticism from the public, not only because they failed to prevent the disaster, but also due to the additional casualties that arose from their mishandling of the situation. Continuous evaluations erupt. And it is true what they say, people can really talk. Rumor has it he could not even protect his own family, and even got injured himself. Isn't that just pathetic? No wonder people can't trust him. Hugo finally greeted everyone, after becoming the Sagittarius. Hugo Otters offered his apologies to the nation today, and visited the memorial for the victims. Even though it was pouring rain, the sorrow in the hearts of those present could not be washed away. Yet during the memorial, the public continued to throw harsh criticisms his way. The violence of the tongue is indeed an invisible weapon of destruction, as people only believe what they see right in front of them, without considering the larger meaning. We trusted him to protect us. And what did he do before the other heroes arrived? It is your fault my family had to die. The security officers linked arms to form a barrier against the overly emotional crowd, disrupting the memorial. How dare you show your face here? Hugo endured all the insults, because he understood that the families of the victims felt just as terrible as he did. Bring them back. Return my family to me. The TV screen flickered off in an instant as 3 saints sat watching the news. Unable to bear it any longer, one of the saints, puffing on a cigar, was not satisfied. What is it? Line. I thought we were watching this together. Why do you turn it off? His anger was palpable towards Hugo. They just had to keep piling on the pressure, did not they? The guy sitting next to him nodded in agreement. Yeah, that is a bit much, but that cigar smoking. Fat Saint was just saying stuff to sound good, still prioritizing his own interests. Sure, it is really unfortunate, but someone has to take responsibility for the victims. Come on. If the influence of the Sagittarius spreads, other holy societies will easily infiltrate Korea. Yang Wei just got another guy holding a drink, shaking it up. Bet the others feel pretty good seeing him in that situation when waving goodbye. Those guys look so fancy. 7 markers must be squirming in their seats now. Kim Yu is all about making himself look good, tearing others down to lift himself up. What a dumb Sagittarius. He gets dragged out to be laughed at, because he is a fool who does not even have a royal artifact to his name. Every glance and gesture oozes cunning, showing a strength we do not even know about. But he puts arrogance first. If he is not capable, then he should ask for our support. A feast even maker entered the gossip. You are wrong about that. You are dealing with someone even crazier than you. 7 just talks big here. When he meets Li Jun, it is lights out for him. He is the real loser. Half of his strength was drained by the blood curse after all. They are just like a duo of villains, one throwing punches and the other catching them. He laughs with contempt. The lion and the river tiger are ready to charge in and take those 2 down. She laughs maniacally. Yeah. You are absolutely right. I messed up. Maureen. The lion pulls the river tiger outside. I am so furious I could blow a gasket. Damn it, this is driving me insane. It is still pouring outside like crazy. The people who really care about you are still out there. I wonder if Hugo is alright. The lion looks 3 parts helpless, laying it all out. It is going to take some time to keep an eye on him, quickly shifting gears to eavesdrop. And more importantly, are not you jealous of Chun Ji-woo? Honestly, I am pretty surprised by your reaction right now. The river tiger in the mirror could not care less. Of course I hate Chun Ji-woo. I totally despise her. But you are still fair about it. I do not want this to happen to her. They both sigh. Who would have thought it would come to this? Even he can see it. I feel sorry for Hugo. But the kids are probably the ones taking the biggest hit. You and the vice president, along with Yurin, are leading the charge through the rain. Reporters on either side snapping pics. Some are in raincoats, while others are hanging on. Cameras pointed at Hugo. Please share your thoughts with us. The public is really coming down hard on you. Do you feel any guilt standing before the people? Some even threw things at Hugo as he walked by. How long are you planning to postpone the memorial for the families? Why not give everyone a clear answer? Just dragging this out will only hurt both sides. There are so many rumors about the victims being sent to a hospital of destiny to cover up the incident. Please provide an explanation for this situation. The vice president steps in to block them. If left unchecked, the hospital would go wild during today's press conference. He will explain everything. Right now, he is on his way to visit the patients, so we asked to pause any questions. Hugo turns to Yurin, asking about the chaotic scene that night. Even though they only found the body later, we still rushed him to the hospital. Before the Western Eagle encountered the Lord, it vomited out the victims that it could not swallow. In my heart, I blame myself. Perhaps we found the captain of the Holy Order late, because he was the last one to be expelled. Hugo is doing everything he can to save everyone. When Dae-hoon gets here, please move him and the others into intensive care. I'm so glad Haley has kindly allowed us to use this hospital. Yurin is fuming for him, her face always looking troubled. In the end, she can't hold back and spills everything. Lord, you do not have to take all the blame yourself. You have lost your family too. And you have fought against the Western Eagle. Stop being silent. Let the world know what really happened. But deep down, she knew it was not enough. That those people could have been saved. If we can capture the blood curse, we might bring their souls back. You have done your best. But the results just are not there yet. Yeah. There is a way to save them, soaked to the skin from the rain. But the families of the victims, they are not dead yet. Their souls just taken away. We just need to capture the blood curse and bring their souls back. Saying those words is basically just using hope to torment them without any promise at all. I fear a barrage of questions will arise, all without answers. When? How? By what means? I recall the moment I was entangled by the tentacles. I have lost almost all my strength. With no better options left, I have no choice but to go along with them. Even other heroes can't find a way to deal with this calamity. So aside from sending it to some unknown place, there is no other choice. Turning away, filled with guilt, among the heroes, who would dare gamble their strength and lives to reclaim the souls of the victims. Even if we find the calamity, who could possibly subdue it? Tears streamed down Yurin's cheeks. She cared for him deeply. Yet right now they were casting blame on him. Even though he had not done anything wrong. Her whole body trembled. Why? Hugo was accepting it all. They are right to blame me. You have always blamed yourself for not fulfilling your duties as a saint. That it is my weakness that kept me from protecting them. I could not keep my promise to protect Korya with Jian. No matter how much the people criticize or blame me, I can't say anything back. I try to smile for her sake. This is really frustrating. But I have to endure it. Thanks for worrying about me. Yurin, Hugo's wife, is also in the hospital. And now I have to go see Ji-woo. It is just Sung-ji and Yolha there. So I am really worried. Yurin watched as the saint leader, a hand on her shoulder, startled her. He began to advise her to give him some time. Vice President. He glanced through the past and knew that Hugo still clung to a tiny hope. Why did the saint leader take the victims to the hospital instead of organizing a funeral? It was because he believed that at any moment they could wake up. But right now, there was no way to save those people. So many victims lay immobile in their beds. He would not give up on them. Because the moment he did, it meant abandoning them. It is precisely because of that belief that the vice president would follow through. Even as he had already given up on the lady and the captain of the Holy Order. In room 808 Chun Ji-woo, Hugo stood in silence, preparing to open the door. Just as he reached for the doorknob, he heard his son call out, "Mommy." He could only bow his head in thought, and after a long pause, the boy finally said, "I." In that cold room, Chun Ji-woo felt overwhelmed, especially when the boy did not stop whining about being hungry. Remembering the moment at the airport, if we had left immediately, both were bandaged on their faces and breathing oxygen. The sister leaned her head on their mother's shoulder, while the younger brother cried loudly, But Mom and Uncle Junjiwoo were safe, blaming himself for everything, thinking that if only Dad had been able to overcome the disaster, everyone would be safe now. Tears and snot flowed freely. It was heartbreaking to see such a small child witness such horror. It is all my fault. Hugo's hand trembled as he reached for the doorknob. Emotion broke through for a moment. He stood outside, his face smeared with tears and snot that would not stop flowing. When the boy called out again, "Mommy," bringing him back to the present, Hugo felt a bit calmer. I should tell Sung Jae-4 that he should not blame himself, that it was not his fault. But I could not let him see my own troubled face. All 4 teammates sat around him, sniffling and wiping away tears. Lijin felt his friend's pain but did not show it, while Hugo guessed that Sung Jae still believed this was all his fault. In the flickering firelight late at night, the two sat talking like old times. Did I bring up something I should not have? I had to tell you eventually anyway. How could Hugo possibly forget that day? Although he felt a bit annoyed that after just getting home from work, he was being asked to recount the past. Lijin covered his face a bit more. Come on, buddy. Do not cry when someone's talking about it. It is annoying. The vice president had his moments of weakness. Tears just flowed uncontrollably. Now it seemed he was just unlucky, facing both Hothades at once. The king of reckless moves. Either way, the bloodshed had resurfaced, so it was time to settle old scores. Hugo was fired up. He had to succeed. This time, he would destroy it once and for all. His eyes showed intense determination. Surely, the remnants of the sun god's power were still reaching out to us. His face revealed excitement. The power of the snake god was coming too. I am like a frog with a bunch of onions on my head. Who knows what scheme is brewing? I will swallow it all. Still wearing that annoying expression, the wilted plants were ready to spread, engulfing the entire city and its inhabitants. The city was drenched in red from the flames and the colors of monsters lying on the ground. Suddenly, Hugo Otters pointed seriously ahead, commanding all the birds to focus and incinerate them. If left unchecked, they could cause major chaos. Out of nowhere, a knight appeared and shouted, "Holy light!" to everyone's surprise. The knight did not appear to carry out a mission but brought a bottle of water and said, "Please drink this and continue your work." Hugo Otters, astonished, replied, "Ah, thanks." 2 knights swagger in, striking poses and calling out to Hugo Otters. Holy Spirit, hearing their calls, Hugo Otters takes notice as they split a box of candies filled with little squares. Each square holds a different, beautifully arranged candy, and they say, "Please, go ahead and eat." Hearing this, Hugo Otters starts to feel uneasy but responds, "Ah, thanks." Just as Hugo Otters is about to pop a candy into his mouth, 3 knights appear again, repeating the words, "Holy Spirit." These knights bring various gifts and say, "Here, take this." Holy Spirit. Faced with their insistence, Hugo Otters can only reply, "Thank you." More and more knights show up with offerings for Hugo Otters, saying, "Don't he forget this one, dear. And over here too, dear." The gifts pile up so high that Hugo Otters can barely carry them all. But he can only say thank you and can't refuse their kindness. Even with the gifts stacked like a mountain, Hugo Otters cheerfully asks, "What is going on with you guys? Is it because of the story I told earlier?" Hearing Hugo Otters say that, the knights awkwardly retreat and say, "We just wanted to give you some stuff." After that, all the knights comply with the orders and say, "We will widen our reconnaissance and continue the investigation." After the knights head off on their mission, only Hugo Otters and Legion are left. While Hugo Otters struggles to carry a mountain of gifts from everyone, he says, "Those guys." Meanwhile, Legion happily unwraps candies and snacks, saying, "Their kindness. You should eat up." Just as he is enjoying his treat, a system pops up and says, "Ligand," while Legion glances up at the system calling him, thinking, that voice. Lee Queen. Lee Queen raises her hand to connect with the system and says to the other side, "I just spoke with Sung Jae. Do you have time to hear my report about what I saw in his consciousness?" The person on the other side, hearing Lee Queen's words, responds with a hint of excitement. "What did you discover? And what is that boy planning?" A vision appears of Sung Jae being enveloped by a purple energy. Within that purple energy, standing before a white door, Sung Jae thinks to himself, "I finally made it here." The system warns him, "You have entered the secret area of the Song 2 Magic Library." Sung Jae clenches his fists and says, "What I am looking for is inside the magic library." He adds, both hopeful and anxious, "It is the soul-calling skill, a power that can summon life from another world." He then drops a button that has a figure of 2 identical faces turned away from each other, and says, "I said I would leave, but I can still use that skill because I am still part of Song 2. Then, 2 streams of magic, one purple and one blue, begin to intertwine. As Sung Jae explains the skill, Soul calling is a skill that can summon life from another world to this one. With a darkened expression, Sung-jae clenches his fist and says, so it can definitely summon human souls. He envisions a woman with a gaunt face wearing an oxygen mask and declares, no matter what, I want to do everything within my power. A man with half of his face bandaged and wearing an oxygen mask. Sung-jae continued, my mother and Uncle Ji-won lost consciousness because they had no soul while protecting my mother. Then, with his determined expression and for all those who sacrificed that day, I want to heal them all. Faced with Sung-jae's words, Queen stood with her arms crossed, eyes closed, deep in thought without saying a word. After finishing her thoughts, Queen used her magic to open a barrier, leaving Sung-jae behind, witnessing it with great surprise. Once the barrier successfully opened, a notification appeared, confirming the authority granted by the Saintess Lai. Queen, you can now enter the secret area of the magic library. After hearing this, Sung-jae was overjoyed. Thanking you, Queen. Having completed the opening of the barrier and listening to Sung-jae's story, Queen said, I am sure that is a story not easy to share. Thank you for telling me. As he stepped into the magic library and saw the towering shelves stacked high, Sung-jae, this opportunity is rare. I can't waste it. When he touched a book, underneath it was a tree with a green gem attached, showing a notification. Do you want to borrow the forbidden book of the origin treatise? It requires 187,000 contribution points. John Sung-jae's current contribution points are 157,482. Your contribution points are too low to view this book. You can earn more contribution points by making a donation. Sung-jae held the book in one hand and the glowing purple bracelet in the other, saying, I will donate this bracelet to the cult. As he placed the bracelet into the purple magic circle, Sung-jae thought to himself, thank you, sister. After receiving the bracelet, the system notified him. You have received 30,000 points through the donation. Magic bracelet. John Sung-jae's current contribution points are 187,483. You have borrowed the forbidden book of the origin treatise. John Sung-jae's current contribution points are 483. Once successful, the book automatically opened, emitting a white light, and a notification appeared. Knowledge within the book is being released. With the plan succeeding, the notes inside the book flew out, forming a long stream of knowledge, leaving Sung-jae astonished. Then, Sung-jae calmed himself, his face becoming serious as he thought about what needed to be done. He needed page 1467. Soul Summoning, Death Dialogue, and quickly skimmed through the book. While Sung-jae was seriously searching, someone was peeking from behind the wall. Suddenly, the book was surrounded by a golden force and whisked away, catching Sung-jae off guard. The person behind the wall snatched Sung-jae's book and said playfully, Whoa, you are about to read something pretty tough. Sung-jae, realizing who had stolen his book, Sung-jae angrily shouted, Damn it, it is you again, Yuku. But hearing those words, Yuku, holding the book with a grim face as if wanting to kill, said, What are you doing here after hiding when the cult was in trouble? Sung-jae was furious about losing time reading the book and yelled, I do not have time to argue with you. Just hand it over. Yuku held the book in front of him while being scolded by Sung-jae and said, Why so? All right, I will give it back. Yuku does not just return the books normally. Instead, he messes with the ones on the shelf and jokingly says, Hey, which ones are yours? It seems Yuku took the teasing a bit too far, making Sung-jae's anger evident on his face, his blue aura enveloping him as he said. But when Yuku sees Sung-jae's rage, he not only does not stop but keeps messing around, saying, Whoa, scary. The only reason you are acting all high and mighty in front of me is cause of that punk, Liang, or whatever. Right, from his sleeve, Yuku pulls out something a cross-shaped balance scale with a grin like a wild beast, saying, But look at this. You and your dad are about to get wrecked. Meanwhile, over somewhere else, Lee Jin sits on a dry log with his hands in his pockets, while Teksu readies his bow, complete with a rocket arrow to shoot. After locking onto his target, Teksu releases the arrow, which bursts forth in a golden light, prompting those below to murmur about the signal to retreat. Maybe today's the day to call it a night. Honestly, I do not want to run into trouble out here in the dead of night. He then orders his troops, all scout team, fall back immediately. I will start tallying each group one by one. First up, Group A. Respond. The leader raises 2 fingers to his lips and says, Group A. No report. After hearing that Group A has nothing to report, he asks, What about Group B? The leader of Group B pulls his scarf down, revealing sharp eyes as he reports. Group B has no report. After both groups are in B report nothing, he moves on to the next group. Group C. Group C. But everyone in Group C is lying on the ground, bloodied and beaten. Gut's eyes widen in fear as he hears the continuous cries of help. Save us. The entire city is engulfed by the roars of monsters, and the people below are paralyzed with fear at the sight. Suddenly, something strange appears next to Li Jian, and he notices it. Li Jian looks up and sees the fury radiating from Teksu. Li Jian calls out, "Tekisu, calm down." The fire inside Teksu is blazing, his face twisted in extreme anger. But Li Jian continues. "You are being too impulsive." Li Jian, serious and with a cold expression, says, "Keep a cool head. Do not let your emotions take over." Hearing Li Jian's advice, Teksu's anger diminishes, and he helplessly covers his face, saying, "Yeah, I know, but you get the situation. Right, it is not easy at all, but I will try." After hearing those words, Li Jian clasps his hands together and stretches them out in front to relieve the tension while saying, "All right, then." Li Jian shares with Teksu what is weighing on his mind. "You are going to pay back that grudge you have been carrying for the last 10 years. Ready to go?" That is also the scene of the city being devastated by those monsters. Elsewhere, there is a large, intricately carved circular statue depicting soldiers guarding a girl right in the center. Looking delicate and old, seeing something, turns his head and says. He then walks down a path lined with red flowers, vibrant as if ignited by bright red flames. Yet he cheerfully remarks, "So it has turned red already." As he walks, something long below is destroying the road, emerging up to the surface. Suddenly, an overwhelming force shattered into tiny pieces. Upon noticing something strange, it turned around and said to Teksu, "It is coming from inside the base." Behind Li Jian, there was a massive, long tentacle fiercely charging toward him to attack. As it reached Li Jian, the monster's tentacle lifted high, ready to strike, locking onto its target. The monster slammed its tentacle down onto the pavement where Li Jian stood, smashing the ground to bits. Li Jian launched into the air to fight back, and as he recognized the monster's face, he kicked it hard and exclaimed, "So it is you." After Li Jian's kick, the beast fell beneath his feet, but it refused to surrender, still wanting to attack. Li Jian shouted. His eyes glinted with fury as he coldly declared, "You beast have made my friend and nephew live in misery." Li Jian's powerful legs stomped down on the monster's head. He unleashed all his strength, sending it flying as a display of his rage. A splash of the monster's blood splattered across one side of Li Jian's face. He was furious and cold. But then he suddenly noticed something strange. The monster was using another tentacle to destroy the pavement where Li Jian stood, causing him to curse in anger. Damn it. The monster's eyes turned red, and it spat part of its name out in anger at Li Jian's attack. Despite being restrained, Li Jian remained calm, lifting his gaze to the monster with a sharp look and said, "So you are not just any ordinary creature." The battle was heating up. One hand holding a book, the other tucked into his coat, wore a sly grin facing his opponent. "You think you are tough? Ah. The only reason you are bold enough to mess with me is because Li Jian's got your back. Right." A hand slid out from his coat, revealing a yellow rope that looked like some sort of weapon, and he was right. Ansayu's confidence grew, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Gripped tightly in his palm was a rope connected to a cross-shaped scale. But it seemed like your dad and uncle were about to be out of the picture. The glow from the cross grew ever brighter. Reacting to this sudden light, Chan Sung-jae had no time to react and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Even so, there was something that left him so stunned he widened his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? A light formed a large vortex in the air. Inside that vortex appeared the image of a massive, menacing monster. Sung-jae was left speechless for the second time. Yeonsiu smirked and provocatively asked, "You have seen this disaster before, have not you?" Sung-jae still could not tear his eyes away from the colossal figure in the sky. He gradually recognized its true nature. Blood harmony. Anseu maintained his cocky demeanor. "I told you, did not? Li Jian and the centaur are going to die soon. That blood harmony creature is obsessed with absorbing the energy of constellations." Meanwhile, on another front, Li Jian was still facing a no simple issue. The transformed beast used its thick, dark red tentacles to tightly grip his legs. "But you do not seem shaken at all. I guess you are not just some petty disaster." A giant blood beast with blood-red glaring eyes roars, "And I am ready to take its power." Li Jian can't help but chuckle at this whole circus. "Where do those flames even come from? Burning my tentacles. You think you can just gobble me up while I am busy planning my revenge? Dream on." Another teammate has launched a rocket with a bow. None other than your best buddy, Hugo Otters. "Maybe that is where the fire came from." I raised my singed leg and remarked, "Greedy much." I stomped down hard, and the ground shattered beneath me. A flash of blue light erupted. A notification popped up. Super regeneration activated. Your wounds are healing. While my leg was healing, I did not give myself a break. I kept forming a weapon in my palm to face the blood beast before me. "Hey you. Looks like you plan on gobbling up all the folks in this city." Information about that weapon appeared. Sacred artifact, the Holy Lance, has been summoned. I taunted, as a way to provoke my opponent. But you know what? We are here to ruin your feast. The teammates around me were also ready to engage. Legion stood alongside Hugo, bow drawn and ready to support. I confidently pointed directly at the blood beast. With a bold declaration, I said, "Looks like you have consumed a whole bunch of things you should not have. Today, I am going to rip your guts wide open." I leaped into the air, my leg fully healed. In my hand was the lance that had just been summoned. I charged forward, shouting my attack like any good protagonist would. Holy Lance. Launch. Instantly, the lance grew to an enormous size. I quickly grasped its body. With all my might, I slammed it straight down from above. The impact landed right on the blood beast's head. The ground beneath us exploded instantly. The blood beast lifted its enormous eyeball to see the weapon that just crashed into its head. It seemed to let out a pained groan, as if it were suffering immensely. It flung its massive mouth. Liang was also thrown up along with the lance, but it did not stop there. Another spear shot straight into the bright red center of its eyeball. The aftermath was a series of earth-shattering explosions, echoing off the beast, while Liang safely landed at a distance. The golden-haired rocket launcher yelled out, "Good. It worked. Get ready for round 2. At that command, a firing squad was quickly formed. Notifications popped up in succession, the skill borrowed from Ares. Weapon Forge has been activated. The arrows appeared within the magic circle, handed out to all members. The command from the Sagittarius himself spread throughout the formation. It absorbed the power of the constellation. Everyone must use the sacred arrows. No using arrows created by skills. At this moment, everyone had their arrows ready. They all took their positions, waiting for the command to draw and fire. The instant the command was given, all arrows pointed in the same direction. The blood toad seemed to have sensed the incoming barrage from the enemy long before. It glared sideways, grinding its teeth in frustration. It used its tentacles to deflect the arrows flying toward it, not stopping there. The tentacles sprouting from the ground shot up. Their main goal was to take out the archers in the air. Of course, Liang was not just going to sit back and watch. He activated his weapon once again, cursing under his breath about these damn nuisances. One of his eyes turned into a blazing black glare. He launched himself into the air, heading straight for the chaos caused by the toad. A notification popped up. The sacred artifact, the blood lance, has been summoned. A round, pink object shot out from his hand, looking utterly adorable, but it was completely out of place in the current battlefield atmosphere. The eyes of that artifact shifted, displaying the image of 2 scissors. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, and a stylish pair of scissors emerged. Without hesitation, Liang grabbed them. He activated his battle mode, transforming into an ultra-warrior with blue hair, wielding the dangerous scissors as he charged forward. Time to trim some chaos. The blood toad unleashed countless tentacles toward him, letting out a frustrated roar. However, the fate of those tentacles was looking grim. They were sliced to pieces by his flawless scissor strikes, and he continued to slash away relentlessly. The sacred artifact looked on sympathetically at the giant toad. Its expression was a mix of horror and disbelief. Then, he spun around like a whirlwind, preparing for the final cut. The blood toad was knocked out in the blink of an eye. It let out a cry of pure anguish. But messing with the strong. You are just asking for trouble. No point in crying over spilled milk. The sacred artifact seemed to lose its essence, crashing down to the ground. The sly little cat could not utter a single word. He flickered back to life from some unknown point. In an instant, it transformed into a glowing slash, and countless glowing slashes carved deep into the toad's body. It officially collapsed before Liang, who held 2 knife handles in his hands, in front of its messy corpse. The crowd erupted in cheers. We defeated it, although they had won. One guy nervously remarked, "Why did that seem easier than I thought?" A girl with glasses replied, "Really? Or was it because Liang was just too strong?" Hugo also felt something was off. This could not possibly end like this. The abnormal phenomenon triggered by the disaster was still lurking. And it was not over yet. That was the final conclusion. Back to the intense standoff between Ulsu and Sungji. Sungji shouted as soon as he heard, "We did it. Uncle and Dad have defeated the blood toad." He chuckled confidently. "Too bad for you, Ulsu. You put in all that effort planning this. But Uncle and Dad are stronger than you think." Ulsu remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. "Not bad. I guess a giant eagle still beats a little stone bird. I admit I underestimated them. But the real battle has not even begun yet." Suddenly, his smile turned dangerously sinister. He posed the question to gauge the reaction of the knave weakling. "Do you know why the blood beast is so ravenous?" "Because it can turn anything it devours into power." He continued questioning Sungji. "You have seen just how dangerous it can be, right?" "You thought." "What?" He reached out, the glowing cross dangling from his hand. As if he were playing a game he was sure to win, he confidently declared, "Now let us continue enjoying the show." The light from the cross shone directly down on the defeated blood beast near Liang's group. Sung's flesh and bones quickly converged in one spot. It was like it was being reborn. The others around began to panic. No way. It is regenerating, a young boy shouted. Holy beast. Look. Hugo widened his eyes at the scene unfolding before him. The sky was gradually stained a blood red. Hugo could only gasp in disbelief. The barrier is being eroded by the blood beast. Li Jin swung his weapon, the holy relic right on his shoulder. He slashed a path through the rocks, sending debris flying. He suddenly realized something. Glancing down, the body of the beast was expanding everywhere. He stood on a rocky ledge, finally piecing it together. I wondered how it got past the barrier. Turns out, was this? He envisioned some abstract images in his mind, quietly explaining the details. It uses the roots underground to sneak into the barrier. Its monstrous roar echoed again, drawing in its prey. It is coming up. It stomped its massive four-toed foot down on the ground. It roared again, full of menace. I am so hungry. Yeah. Eat more. Yulsu found an opportunity to laugh boastfully. Even a blood beast needs time to devour an entire city. But now, the barrier can no longer protect humans. It has become the blood beast's territory. Dung stood in shock, watching the events unfold. Yulsu's face twisted grotesquely, grinning with villainous delight, getting more animated with every word. Looks like there are a lot of people at the airport. So we can expect a spectacular show. Now, let us head to the comedy stage. We'll see you. Just now. Suddenly, the expression on your face turned panicked. You swallowed your question, speaking as if you had witnessed the events at the airport firsthand. Could it be that you at this point? Memories of that day at the airport flooded back. A powerful voice rang out. Damn it. Do you even know what you have done? A weaker voice responded, stammering. Bro. Dung. Back when he was younger. Of course. Had not grasped what was going on. He peered through the gap between two seats. It seemed like a heated argument between two blonde men. The strong voice continued to shout angrily. I told you to keep it there. And you let it go here. That guy quickly explained. I did not expect it to turn out like this. Wait a minute. If your memory is right, then that short blonde guy looks a bit familiar. Looking closely, is not that your face going pale as you realize the whole shocking truth? You were the one who did that. Hearing this, Unsayu covered his mouth with his hand to stifle his laughter. He leaned down, holding his face. Giggling uncontrollably, his laughter echoed everywhere. Completely out of control. He admitted it without any shame. Hey. Should I praise you for being smart since you figured it out? Or should I call you dumb for realizing it only now? I am about to lose my mind from having to hide it for 10 years. He laughed like he had not laughed in years. Celebrating your stupidity. You guessed it right. Not only did he not deny it, but he also confirmed it once more. Hey. I am the one who caused the chaos at the airport. What are you planning to do? Sung Yes's face grew increasingly furious as the other showed no hint of remorse. You are getting loud. He shot back provocatively. You plan to call the cops. Let the whole world know. Do whatever you want. Maybe your dad already knows who the real culprit is. How the hell could the son of the Libra saint be the culprit? The Libra constellation is all about being loud and boastful. The image of the Libra goddess appeared powerful. Below it was the symbol of her scales. He took pride in this, taunting even more. What can you do about the son of the Libra saint? Sung Yi seemed to be reaching his breaking point with the other's harsh words. He was furious. Many lives have been sacrificed. Don't you feel any guilt? Of course. Did not care about that. How much are their lives worth? Do you want me to be punished for my sins? It is their fate to be in such situations. He growled. You piece of trash. Yunsu was suddenly taken aback and confused. He gasped at the sight of the weapon in Sung Yi's hand. It was the turn of the tables. The one smiling confidently now was not him, but Sung Yi. He shot back at the provocations thrown at him earlier. What is it? Scared now? Unsayu was like a turtle pulling its head back. He raised both hands in front of him instinctively. Terrified. No way. Are you really going to call it out right now? What is Sung gonna do in a blood frenzy? The weapon in Sung Yi's hand suddenly went off, causing him to yell in shock. It is that familiar angle again. All of a sudden, Sung Yi's red hair charged from below, catching Unsayu off guard. He only had time to utter one word in disbelief. He barely managed to leave behind a single word of denial. In an instant, his head collided right into the front of his face. He directly felt the curse of the blonde hair from the villains. His nose was also about to meet its end. He took a hit. No misses. There was no time to think too much about it. It has to be it. In the moments that followed, a lump appeared on Sung Yi's head, like he just got knocked out in a game. He still held his weapon tightly, grinning confidently about his earlier plan. It is just some ordinary light magic. What a coward. Not only that, but the books he summoned were starting to fall on his head. This is what you call karma. Sung Yi did not hesitate to start gathering those books. Before it wakes up, he needs to clean up all the magic books. He just spotted something. His attention was drawn to a golden thread wrapping around the guy's hand. He guessed that the two scales on either side were symbols of the Libra constellation. He thought to himself. Clearly, Yunsu had used this to summon the blood mist. I can definitely use it to erase the disaster. But then he realized how impossible this idea was, if that is the case. I need to go to Europe where the blood mist is. Right now. I have neither the holy artifact nor the skills. Can I even pull it off? But right now. He does not have time to think too much. There is an old saying, the bold get more, the cautious get less. He made up his mind quickly. He gripped the spellbook tightly and took immediate action. He hurriedly flipped through the pages of the book, reasoning that if he used the power of the magic book, he could teleport. From those pages, blue energy began to emanate, signaling the activation of teleportation. Meanwhile, in the Thanthai area, the long red tentacles of the blood monster were wreaking havoc everywhere, and buildings were slowly toppling over. A powerful shout rang out, and arrows lit up the sky like fireworks. Those arrows, once they reached a certain height, rained down like a fiery storm. Their target, the monster rampaging out there, created by the unity of a professional team, called the Rain of Arrows. His whole body radiated a dangerous blue energy, with a cute pink holy artifact on his shoulder as he activated his skill. Pruning, he swung his cleaver with precision, clearing away the obstacles in front of him. Tall buildings began collapsing under the force, and the monster's tentacles were creeping into every corner of the structures. And once those tentacles were severed, the buildings suffered the same fate and were sent crashing into the ground. The spectacular slash continued to aim directly at the massive monster hiding behind. Losing some parts, it could barely stand anymore. Its colossal body fell uncontrollably. Liang watched the grand scene he had created and could not help but exclaim. That cut was beautiful. Suddenly, tentacles emerged from the ground right at his feet, as if they still were not fully defeated. One tentacle whipped past his shoulder at a terrifying speed, but his eyes kept track of it. A notification popped up: your left arm has been injured. Not cool. He was on edge, his eyes practically burning with rage as he glared down at the tentacle that just ruined his mood. He let out a frustrated grunt. The system kept spamming notifications. Initiating super regeneration. The blood mist disaster reducing your strength. Super regeneration affected half. His arm was slowly healing, but the tentacles were not giving him a break, relentlessly charging at the boy who was temporarily immobilized. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the sky. Something seemed ready to crash down right here. Someone screamed. Back away. Just as that was said, a horrifying explosion erupted, sending everything around flying. Legion gathered all his strength and dirt from his recovering arm. He had to avenge this. Hugo Otters right beside him officially joined the fight, notifications popping up just in time. His left arm healed. Legion leaned back to build momentum for the punch, and Hugo instinctively bent down. He launched a strike, and the heavens and earth shook in response. Smoke billowing everywhere. However, it still was not enough. He clicked his tongue. Hugo exclaimed. That terrifying energy. He nodded in agreement. Yeah. It is just like the power from the Demon Tower. Exactly like the strength of the Blood Dragon army. The story rewinds back 20 years. When the Demon Tower appeared alongside a massive invasion by the Blood Dragon army, the scene of the tower shaped like a skull emerged, filled with horror. Many said it was a harbinger of disaster or the base of an unknown civilization. But one thing is certain. The image of countless grotesque monsters intertwined created a chilling scene. The disaster within the tower was unlike any ordinary calamity. The statue of a noble goddess at the top was perhaps a trophy for them. Monsters with multiple eyes kept spawning. Red and black levels meant nothing compared to them. These terrifying disasters were incredibly hard to eliminate. And indeed, the blood dragon remained unscathed. It bared its teeth in a mocking grin. Its crimson gaze shot down at the crowd below, as if it wanted to devour them whole. A notification appeared once again, activating the 13th sense. Searching for the enemy's weaknesses. Li Jian's blue eyes began to collect information. Instantly, he spotted something odd. He deduced there were 3 types of dangers. The strongest was the one that trapped the souls and lives of those it devoured. On top of that, it was continuously drawing souls and lives from somewhere to feed itself. But where was it drawing from? The city at the center of the abyss, if that is the case. Thinking about this vast city, Li Jian felt his head spinning. Damn. It is infiltrating the abyss and using it as a food supply. We have to destroy the abyss. It is nothing but a prison for the people now. Hugo could not believe it and asked again. What? Suddenly understanding the situation, Hugo turned around and issued an order to the rear formation. Centaur squad. Focus fire on the bloodworm. Everyone quickly obeyed. Move out. The bloodworm let out a menacing roar. I want to let you do this. Its tentacles immediately wrapped tightly around all the soldiers, causing them to scream in pain. Seeing this, Hugo was furious. Everyone, of course, did not forget to use their powers to fend off the tentacle attacks. Li Jian was also struggling to free the tentacle that had ensnared his left arm. The bloodworm opened its mouth wide again. It let out a deafening roar. It seemed like something resembling a soul was escaping from its tentacles. The whales intertwined to create a symphony of death. Help me, save me. I do not want to die, please save me. Dante shoot. Those souls gradually took shape, continuously pouring outwards. The scream showed no sign of stopping. This directly terrorized the soldiers' minds. They did not dare move an inch. All they could do was stare in fear. The souls cried out again, please. Suddenly, one soul grabbed a soldier, crying and wailing, please, now. It was no longer just moaning but mixed with the soldiers' screams. At this moment, Hugo lost his composure. That damn monster. It is impersonating the dead. Legion also felt that the situation was extremely dire. Damn it. He turned to face the blood worm, his expression furious. You know how to drive us crazy. The blood worm seemed to sense his anger. It scoffed. This directly pushed his rage to the limit. With determination, he declared, I will tear you apart. Scene shift. Somewhere else, a green vortex suddenly appeared above Hugo in the sky. Energy bolts unexpectedly fell from that vortex. With no time to prepare, he could only scream in terror. Thankfully, he crashed into a tree. After that, he landed safely. He rubbed his head to ease the dizziness, wondering, ouch, damn it. The damn vortex changed my trajectory. The string in his hand continued to glow, leaving him quite confused. What now? Is there something over there? He looked in the direction the string was pointing. What the heck is that? Suddenly, what lay before him only made him more frantic. The tree was blood red from top to bottom. Everything looked bizarre. It was continuously changing shape in the most peculiar way. You just keep asking, it is a tree. Is it really a tree? Scene change. In the heavy atmosphere, many people are sprawled on the ground. Chaos unfolds before a strange ancient tree. Its leaves are a deep crimson, radiating a red mist around it. He mutters, I am pretty sure I am in the right place. But, looking at the bizarre scene, terrifying right before my eyes, he says, the leaves are a fiery red, an ancient tree exuding a deep red mist. Chaotic unease settles in. Is this a branch of the blood flower? He activates the effect, Liber Rosary, blocking the effects of the blood flower. Chaotic unease raises an eyebrow, looking at the sight of people lying on the ground. They are tangled in the vines. He thinks to himself, I am pretty sure that tree is behind everything that happened to these people. He ponders with a displeased expression. His hand holding the grimoire bursts into mysterious blue flames. Chaotic unease activates his power. A notification pops up using the magical power of the grimoire. Behind him is the embodiment of that power. He grits his teeth. Because of this idiot. Scene change. From up high, a drone is capturing the scene down there. A voice from the drone narrates the situation. European Union West is securing the outer European region. He shouts in an angry tone, super. That idiot. He slams the table, breathing heavily. Doesn't he understand how to do things calmly? He grits his teeth, thinking, what does he think he is doing, creating such a huge problem publicly? And now they will know about it too. Scene change. In another location, Apollo is also watching the live coverage. The reporter continues to explain. The disaster is suspected to be the blood flower, the one that caused so many casualties in the past. This is also the main suspect in the disappearance at the sacred grounds of women. Her face darkens. The reporter's voice continues to resonate. As you can see, the area is enveloped in a toxic gas emitted by the blood flower. Apollo shows no emotions. Only her gaze is sharp, cold, as if she wants to see through something. Rung Nukium Len sips coffee. He smirks while watching the footage from the scene. The reporter says, rescue teams have been unable to deploy due to the dangers posed by the toxic smoke. Larry is also sitting watching the news. She is so worried that her hands are gripping the armrests instinctively. The spirit trap beside her also looks shocked, staring at the screen. The reporter's voice continues. Right now, we can't determine how many people have perished in the smoke-filled village. The news team's drone is capturing what is happening outside the dome. A loud explosion suddenly booms. In the blast zone, branches are scattered everywhere. The drone captures a figure gliding through the air. That figure is wielding two massive swords. Accompanying him is a slim creature. The reporter gasps in disbelief. Is that Liang? The branches start attacking him relentlessly. He deftly dodges the strikes. Liang mutters to himself, this persistent little pest. Damn it. Yum beside him is wide-eyed with worry. Liang moves swiftly through the air. The branches are chasing after him. Hugo Otters yells from below, watch out. Another person shouts a warning to him, Saint. Be careful. Behind you. A massive hand is about to grab him. Hugo Otters quickly turns to block the surprise attack. He gets pushed back a bit. The ground is torn apart by the force. Hugo Otter's bow gets destroyed in the process. A notification pops up. Sacred artifact. Spider silk has been neutralized. It has been destroyed. His expression shows utter shock. Hugo Otters can't withstand its power. He is slammed down hard, cracking the ground. He cries out in pain. Liang sees this. Ignoring the branches that are still chasing him, he quickly turns around. He shouts loudly, Tit Shu. He roars with determination. These damn branches. As he glances back, the smoke morphs into faces. They are crying. Wailing in despair, Liang stands frozen for a moment. He has been ensnared by the branches. Stares wide-eyed in shock. Liang thinks to himself, damn it, I understand the horrifying feeling of this thing now. The branches swing up. They slam toward the skyscraper and then crash down to the ground. People below gasp in worry. Liang. The blood beast looks down. Its voice booms with satisfaction. Hee, you really are weaker than I thought. It sneers at the remaining people. Its gaze is filled with joy at the thought of slaughter. Now I will devour you all. Suddenly, its body is attacked fiercely by someone. The blow leaves the blood beast dazed. It quickly turns around. The blood beast growls through clenched teeth. Who the hell is messing with my ancient tree? Then it takes another hit. Scene change. At the ancient tree, Kao Sung-ji is relentlessly pounding the ancient tree with all his strength. He is shouting in rage as he strikes. Because of things like this, Kao Sung-ji tightens his grip on the crucifix in hand, roaring with a hoarse voice. It is all because of things like this. Kao Sung-ji's mind is flooded with images of sacrifice. All his beloved ones. So many innocent lives lost in the disaster. He cries out, Dad, Uncle Yo, and those innocent people too. Kao Sung-ji throws a punch with all his might. He screams in rage and sorrow. Just because of these stupid things, with a terrifying force. That punch leaves a deep gash on the trunk of the ancient tree. The blood beast writhes and screams in agony. The others watch in shock. It speaks in fury, grinding its teeth loudly. Yeah. Stupid bugs, in front of their horrified gazes. The blood beast quickly jumps away, every time it lands on the ground. The earth splits and shatters. Debris flies everywhere. The others become confused and scared. One person yells. He suddenly turns toward the dumb. What is he planning? Hugo Otter struggles to get back up. His face is smeared with mud and blood. His voice trembles from the injury. Damn it. I am not letting you get away. He sits up, quickly turning to his subordinate. Hand me your bow and arrow. We will use what we prepared. Git quickly replies. Yep. Right away. Meanwhile, the blood beast has spotted the dome. It is just a few steps away from it, with a powerful landing on the ground. The blood beast immediately gains momentum to leap up forcefully. From behind, a massive arrow sweeps in. Piercing straight into its head, the force of the shot shakes the ground beneath it and shatters it. After the fierce shot, the blood beast falls into unconsciousness for a moment. It opens its mouth and froths at the mouth. As it regains consciousness, the blood beast screams in pain. Hugo Otter stands tall, his hand still faintly smelling of bowstring. His voice rings out. I could not use this sooner for fear of hitting Goda's leg. What does it feel like to be stabbed with an arrow the size of a pole? An announcement appears. Carry the sacred artifact. 12 arrows. Death. The armory. Hugo Otters exudes a burning excitement from his gaze, like flames wrapping around his body, illuminating the space. He speaks. Each word like a sharp blade. I figured a small arrow would not be enough for you. So I have prepared this special gift just for you. Hugo Otter stands steadfast, his hand firmly pulling back the bowstring. The sacred artifact shines brightly like a blinding sun. His cape flutters in the fierce wind, declaring war on the blood beast. Today, I am going to pin your fat body to the ground. A beam of light shot from the bow. The arrow pierced through the blood serpent's defenses with unstoppable force. It embedded deep into its body. The others cheered with excitement. This is our chance. Fire. They unleashed a barrage of arrows at the blood serpent, writhing on the ground. The sky was filled with arrows. They kept coming, leaving the blood serpent no chance to escape. But that was just the beginning. A swarm of arrows and ropes flew in, ensnaring the blood serpent, binding it to the ground. Its eyes burned red, filled with madness and rage. The blood serpent roared again. The ambushers on the nearby building shouted in a rush. We have got it. Now hold on tight. From atop another building, a group struggled to hold and pull the ropes. They yelled reminders to each other. Don't overdo it. Just try to keep it from moving. Damn it. How is it so big and strong? How can it be this powerful? One guy shouted, almost losing his voice. Use all the enhancement skills you have got. Did you hear that? The other person echoed back. Damn it. Are you guys sure this is a good idea? The guy next to him yelled, if you still have the strength to complain, then use that strength to pull harder. The veins in his face tightened. He gripped the rope and pulled with all his might. He yelled out, this damn thing just keeps healing. If restraining it is useless, then we have no choice but to imprison it. The blood serpent was furious and roared, you filthy pests. Suddenly, it felt pain penetrating its very core. It turned towards the ancient tree and screamed in despair. Cut to the scene. At the ancient tree, the crazy guy continued to unleash powerful strikes on the tree. He yelled out in anger, get lost. Out of my sight. A notification appeared. Warning, the magical energies of Libra and Gemini were canceling each other out. The crazy guy's eyes welled with tears. He gritted his teeth and shouted. His voice cracked in uncontrollable fury. Awa. He unleashed a powerful attack. The whole space trembled. It felt like it was being torn apart by the force of the strike. The ground shattered. Debris flying everywhere, and shockwaves spread out as if to obliterate everything around. The entire dome suddenly began to weep. Drops of water spread out like cracks on a glass surface, shattering the silence of the space. Cut to the scene. Not far away, the blood serpent howled in despair. But the power I have gathered. Our city, the blood serpent, furious and in pain, watched as the dome began to shatter. It hissed in rage. The souls we must offer. The spirits clinging to the branches are starting to fade away slowly. People are buzzing with chatter. The spirits colliding with the branches are disappearing now. Another team member speculates. I think it is because the dome is collapsing. Who did this? Scene change. The hung-up goat is lying motionless on the ground. Smoke and flames rise. All that is left around him is a desolate landscape. Cut to black. He opens his eyes. Breathing heavily, he murmurs to himself. He slowly sits up against the tree. He thinks to himself. Relieved. Thank goodness, it is destroyed. Then, he notices the state of the holy artifact he holds in his hand. He thinks deeply. The face of the hung-up goat tightens. He speculates. I wonder if it is because I pushed myself to defeat the tree. Is that why my hand looks so bad? He stares at his hand, covered in scratches. The holy artifact is also looking shabby. The hung-up goat lies back down. He breathes a sigh of relief. Well, anyway. The hung-up goat looks up at the starry sky. The gentle breeze makes him feel more at ease. He mutters, now that the dome has vanished, I can finally enjoy the sky. He covers one side of his face with his hand. A bright smile spreads across his face. Suddenly, the hung-up goat is startled. He hears an explosion that tears through the silence. In the distance, a terrifying blast occurs. Smoke and fire billow up like a giant wave. A bright light from the explosion illuminates the space. It seems to erase the darkness. He jumps up in shock. The shockwave from the explosion spreads, rushing straight toward him. A hot wind and pressure feel like they could knock everything down. But the hung-up goat remains still. His feet feel like they are glued to the ground, frozen as the brutal force approaches. A notification pops up with a brief sound. The content grabs all his attention. Warning. The power of the sun god is spilling out. A powerful wave of energy is sweeping through, distorting the space. With a decisive motion, the hung-up goat activates the holy artifact. A blue light spreads out, creating a protective circle around him like a sturdy fortress. Words appear on the screen. Skill of the holy artifact. Yearning of the thread. A solid shield has been activated. Inside the protective circle, he will be safe from danger. A brilliant wave of energy surges, carrying terrifying power, charging forward with fury, destroying every building in its path. The hung-up goat shakes inside the protective circle, struggling to hold on as the pressure intensifies. He cries out, his voice trembling. Notifications keep flashing. A dangerous wave of heat has been successfully contained. The shield's effect has completely worn off and is fading away. The protective barrier is slowly disappearing. Trio Sung Di is hanging on, gasping for breath in a pitiful state. He is deep in thought. What are these flames? They look like my father's fire, but the feeling is completely different. As he takes in the scene around him, Trio Sung Di's mouth drops open in shock. He gasps in horror. No way. The whole city is now engulfed in a sea of flames. The blazing red fire consumes everything. Buildings lie in ruins, melting into rivers of lava. The scene looks like hell on earth. Chai Sung Dil looks around in despair. He whispers, the city. It is completely melted down. Scene change. In a building quite far away, even just a brush with the tail caused severe damage to the building. It is swaying, about to collapse. Everyone in the team is dizzy from the recent spectacle. They stumble and fall flat on the floor. One disheveled person asks, what just happened? The person next to him replies. Panicking, the scene. It is using the power of the centaur, stealing it from me like it is its own. The form of the blood beast has changed drastically. Its body is wrapped in ferocious flames. Its breath is quick and heavy. Each breath exudes a furious intensity. They stand before it, bracing for impact. He protected them during the onslaught. They exclaim, Heavenly Lord. His hair and cloak billow in the wind. He looks utterly battered. They are surrounded by fierce flames. Its breath is quick and heavy. Each breath spews forth a torrent of rage. Hugo Otters hurriedly contacts Git. Are you okay? Git gasps for breath. Sweat pours down his face like rain. Yeah. Heavenly Lord. I somehow survive. But the Git collapses to his knees. He sighs, speaking in a wary tone. I think it will be a bit tough for us to continue this fight. Please forgive me since I managed to protect everyone. The others rush over to check on him. Vice Heavenly Lord. Are you okay? Another person frantically takes the blame. It is our fault. Suddenly, the blood beast looks in one direction. Its eyes light up. In the sky appears an eye covered in fire and smoke. Trio Sung Di looks up in astonishment. His mouth drops open. He can't believe what is happening. He thinks silently. The eye of the storm. That is also the center skill my father used. But the energy source is completely different from the usual skill. The blood beast targets Trio Sung Di with its skill. It opens its mouth ominously. You is not the one who destroyed all my branches. Hugo Otters is stunned to see Trio Sung Di ain't here. He thinks with worry, damn it. Isn't he that the Trio Sung Di? Why is it here? Hugo Otters is taken by surprise. He thinks. Donnie tell me it destroyed the machine. The blood beast opens its mouth wide and lets out an incredibly loud roar. Hugo Otters has to raise his hands to shield himself from the shockwaves. He hears the sound of rushing water. The blood beast is preparing to leap. It tears the ground apart like a sharp arrow. It shoots forward with terrifying speed, leaving only the sound of whistling wind behind. He hears a strange noise. The goat hunter turns back. He makes a doubtful sound. Yeah. Then he sees the blood beast charging right at him. He gasps in shock. Is it the blood beast? It darts straight at him. so fast that the air around seems to be ripping apart. He raises his hands to protect his head and screams in fear. Ah! Just before it reaches the goat hunter, Hugo Otters appears, stopping it with his bare hands. Hugo Otters crouches down. The ground beneath him shatters. The goat hunter screams for him. Dad. The blood beast opens its mouth. It roars in anger. You half-baked fighter. You again. The path is about to be destroyed again. Its power pushes Hugo Otters down. He strains every muscle to resist. Hugo Otters groans in difficulty. He continues to threaten. If that is the case, I will eliminate you first. The blood beast gathers energy, ready to deliver a finishing blow to Hugo Otters. A warning appears. Warning. A wicked source of energy from an unknown origin is gathering. Hugo Otters draws blood. He grits his teeth and activates his skill. A notification pops up. Skill. Fire shield has been activated. After Hugo activates it, the goat hunter is protected by the fire shield. He is startled. He cries out in pain. The blood beast's eyes are bloodshot with rage. Its veins are bulging, making it look even more ferocious. It slams down hard. Dust and dirt fly everywhere. The goat hunter, even in the protective bubble, gets pushed away. It continues to slam down, creating another deep pit in the ground. The goat hunter's eyes well up with tears. His face is filled with horror. He stutters out. The blood beast raises its head. It begins to chew loudly. He screams in despair. Both hands slam hard against the shield. Dad. It raises its head to the sky and laughs menacingly. At last, I have absorbed the full power of the sun god. Nearby, a dagger shoots up from the ground. The dagger rushes toward the blood beast, forcing it to dodge quickly. The dagger comes flying back. It almost pierces one of the blood beast's eyes. The blood beast exclaims in surprise. No way. The dagger continues to spin back, attacking it with dizzying speed. The dagger whirls furiously through the air, charging in with terrifying velocity. The wind howls, echoing with every movement. He glows brightly as his skills are activated. The knife transforms into dozens of sharp blades, all slicing straight into the blood beast with monstrous power. Yet, the blood beast laughs heartily. Even now, as you struggle, the remaining power of the sun god already belongs to me. Soon, I will swallow you whole. The blood beast roars. Holy Slayer. Liang grips his sword tightly. He takes a stance in midair, shouting loudly, not yet. I am not done. Get ready to be crushed. Idiot. The blood beast strikes first. Branches fill the sky as they simultaneously attack him. Liang yells out, Hugo. Meanwhile, Hugo is trapped in the belly of the blood beast. He can't move an inch. The branches grip tightly around him. Hugo reflects silently. All I have done is expose my own misery. For Sungjae and Yuha, is this how it all ends? The branches tighten their hold on Hugo even more. Just as Hugo is about to give up, he spots something, not far from him. The branches are gripping onto a stunning piece of golden energy. He gasps and realizes, it is a shard of my power that was stolen away. Hugo reaches out desperately to touch the shard. He thinks, the power I desperately want is right in front of me. It is unbelievable that I can do anything, but if I can get it back, I can fight the blood beast again. However, he slowly loses consciousness before he can reach the shard. My consciousness, my memories, are fading away. Hugo tells himself, is this how it all ends? I have fought hard until now. I think this is it. After a moment of silence, Hugo muses, can't he believe it? I am fighting for what? Remembering joyful moments with my family. Those precious moments are gradually fading away. Transitioning, Hugo's wife holds up a newly taken family photo. She shows it to their two kids, laughing as she says, it has been a while since we took a family picture. She asks him, what do you think? The three of them smile brightly at him. She says, my love, we all look amazing, right? Hugo grits his teeth, trying to open his eyes. She struggles, trying to reach for the shard. He thinks, do you think we will fall like this? He cries out painfully. I tell myself, if I let it end like this, I will be too ashamed to face my family in Zion. I can't let my family in Zion see my misery. His arms were vined and tense. Reaching for the shard, he resolved to think, I must reach for it. Come on. Just a little more. As his hand got close enough, the energy from the shard began to connect with his body. Notifications popped up. You have touched the shard of the Saint of Light, the Master of the Great Light, the shard of the sun, trying to become your source of power. The shard's energy transformed into streams of brilliant light, pulling Hugo. More notifications appeared, warning that the sun's shard had been in contact with the mysterious residual energy for too long. Beware of conflicting influences. You have absorbed the sun's shard. Waves of energy erupted from the shard, blowing branches away, but also putting pressure on Hugo's body. He was strained, his face muscles tensed, thinking to himself, damn it. My body can't take much more of this. Hugo struggled to grasp the shard with both hands, when suddenly, rifts appeared in the space around him. A loud noise erupted. The space shattered, and a figure emerged. Hugo heard Legion's voice. Hugo. Hugo Otters. Legion created a portal from outside, jumped in, reached out for Hugo, and shouted, there is a ton of stuff I need to do. How long are you planning to lie there? Grab my hand. A faint smile appeared on Hugo's blood-streaked face as he reached out towards Legion. The two grasped each other's hands tightly, and Legion pulled Hugo out into safety. The scene flashed back to 30 years ago. The city threatened by the emergence of a terrifying monster. The beast rampaged, attacking the people, and Hugo was thrown far away, landing face first in the sand. He struggled to get up, his mouth full of sand. Suddenly, Hugo caught a whiff of something full. Immediately, the giant foot of the monster sent him flying into the blue sky. The monster opened its mouth, ready to swallow Hugo whole, and just like that, he fell into the belly of the beast. Damn. Am I really gonna die like this, dying from being eaten by a monster? Never thought I would meet my end this way. Hugo forced a sardonic grin. Not even married yet and already facing doom. Life is like a beggar, complaining about his pitiful fate. Hugo suddenly noticed a light filtering through. It was his best buddy, Legion, prying the monster's jaws apart, catching Hugo by surprise and moving him deeply. Legion looked at him. What is it? Human, not dead yet and already showing that face of wanting to give up. Hugo saw his brother and sighed in relief. He was saved. Legion reached out. What is wrong? Don't you want to get out of this damn place? He kept his hand extended towards Hugo, waiting in Hugo's heart. He thought, Legion has always been like this. A massive shockwave cracked the ground around Legion. He panicked and reached out. Hugo. The monster's mouth opened wide, its throat ablaze. Legion urged him. He still had a ton of things left to do. How long are you planning to stay down there? Hugo made a face that looked like he was about to break down. He felt desperate. Legion stood tall in front of him, with a proud expression, reaching out his hand. Their arms locked together tightly. Thanks to the team, the two managed to escape the monster's maw just before it exploded. Hugo's hand was still tightly gripping a deceitful orb. His condition does not look good. Hugo spitting blood and fading fast. Dad. Wake up, Dad. The car is in chaos. Uncle. Dad's unconscious. Legion rushed over, saying, let me check. He activated his sixth sense and discovered that his friend had absorbed fragments of sunlight tainted by a mysterious energy. His instincts warned him that Hugo might experience detox effects while fully absorbing the reclaimed power to cleanse the toxic energy. The solar energy coursed through Hugo's veins. Legion was suspicious. Could this blockhead really have regained the power that was stolen from him back in the blood domain? With that thought, he sighed in relief. No need to worry about your dad. He just needs to sleep a bit to recover. He just picked up some things that fell. What do you mean by things falling? Legion did not respond and winced in pain, turning away. This level of injury should not knock him out, right? But keep an eye on your dad. The boy worried. What about you? Uncle. All he did was lower his center of gravity, getting into a ready stance. I have to deal with that bastard first. Standing before Legion was a terrifying giant monster. He leaped with the speed of a rocket, zipping past the monster's eyes. Before it could react, the creature was about to get a one-way ticket out. As he raised his blade high above its head, he swung the blade down. A blinding flash erupted from the weapon, leaving the monster almost paralyzed from the attack. Legion shouted in furious disbelief. Blood flower. Because of your sorry ass. The whole world is laughing at you. My kid has not even had a decent birthday yet. His eyes glinted. He smiled, slowly losing his humanity. Is this punishment worth it? The monster was tortured to the point of exhaustion. Its eyes were bloodshot with rage. It gritted its teeth. You bastard. Legion thrust a blade straight into its eye. You are out of tricks. Senza has plenty of new toys to play with now. With that said, he summoned a massive hammer. The hammer was several times larger than him. He mustered all his strength to lift it. Now all that is left is your true core. Just one hit is all it takes. Legion jumped high and brought the hammer down, striking the core of the blood domain, rendering it paralyzed. It could not accept its fate. What? How is this even possible? I am defeated without gaining anything. The blood domain accepted its defeat. Good. The retribution has come. I lost. But my roots are still everywhere. Indeed. The buildings were being assaulted by its tentacles. The entire city was engulfed in debris and flames. The tentacles were stretching further, invading the buildings. As long as they are still there, its body is starting to decay. What a mess. Some may survive, but the bloodworm's explosion will cause a massive shockwave. It is clear. Those archers won to make it. The collapsing city will bury half of them. Witnessing the scene, G looks up at the monstrous beast with its jagged teeth. The bloodworm's tentacles are about to explode from the buildings. The city is slowly being buried under sand and rubble. John speaks up, pulling it out of its dreamlike state. Bloodworm. Do you really think he will go easy on you? Don't he forget about my only friend down there. Now. The bloodworm notices the shadows of the two below. Suddenly, Hugo opens his eyes, and chunks of earth explode around him. A fragment of a contaminated sun appears, radiating energy that pulls both of them into the chaos. Nearby reporters are drawn in. What? What is happening? What is going on? A fiery vortex appears in the sky, pulling everything in. The onlookers are stunned, watching the incident unfold on their screens. What is happening in that wreckage? Zhang looks back at him, trying to comprehend. Flames are continually erupting from the debris. The online viewers watching the chaos in the city are extremely anxious. All that is visible now is a blinding light. Ivan takes a sip of coffee, eyes glued to the screen. The light so terrifying. Apollo seems to sense something odd. The reporters are intensely covering the situation. Even though it is midnight, the sky is bright as day. Finally, it is like the sun has risen. A gigantic vortex appears in the city sky, emitting a powerful light. The sun god's cycle is here. Meanwhile, over in Europe, Dad and Uncle Gioni. Haley calmly responds. I know, love. She crosses her legs. I am watching this too. Raising an eyebrow, quietly observing the developments. She looks at the device, clearly exhausted but still regaining her lost power. At this moment, Hugo radiates fiery energy amidst the chaotic cityscape. I am Hugo. I have returned and stronger than ever. The boy sees Hugo's unbelievable power and is stunned. Dad. Hold on. Thank goodness. The flowers below are watching Hugo, gritting their teeth. That is my power. My power. It shouts. Give it back. Facing the fury of the blood flower, the city shakes violently. Everything behind it is reduced to scrap. Its tentacles start to stretch, intertwining into grotesque shapes. Tightening around the city as Hugo watches it all unfold, his hand extends. He begins to concentrate his energy, dealing with this annoying mess. He summons the blazing power, a source of light that nearly incinerates everything. The radiant sky, a source of power capable of obliterating the very essence of the blood flower. Even the largest and oldest beings are reduced to ashes by this force. John is proud to introduce the radiant sky, Hugo's skill that incinerates all things unclean. And upon hearing this, the blood flower is furious, ready to explode with rage. Jun laughs triumphantly. Looks like you are in trouble. Blood flower. You claimed you would devour everything, but you can't steal a thing from us. Jun's eyes are determined. So I guess I have to send you off, one way or another. With that, he activates the swap mode, exchanging his position with the nearest ally. Elash. Hugo teleports to take John's place in the attack, while Jin retreats to a safe mental space. He cheers excitedly. Finish it off, Hugo. With a confident smile, Hugo knows victory is in his grasp. He grabs his blade and prepares to bring it down on the blood flower, which can only open its mouth in a desperate wait for death. At this moment, Hugo stands strong and majestic like a god, radiating a brilliant aura. A flashback strikes his mind. His mother, hesitantly reaching for the door, while the goat car bows its head. I messed up. He collapses to the ground, covering his face in regret. If only I had not complained about being hungry. He thinks back to the morning when he cried for his mom, because of his hunger, causing her to rush out of the airport in a panic. The current situation for both Mom and Jun is quite serious. They are on oxygen machines, and the goat man clings to hope Mom and Jin will be okay. Right, then Dad will be able to suppress the disaster. Everyone will be safe. One Teethe. He sits curled up in a corner of the room, endlessly blaming himself. It is all my fault. I messed up. The goat man can control his emotions. Tears and snot flow freely. Back to reality. Hugo reassures the boy. It is not your fault, Yang. You did not do anything wrong. He says, aiming his arrow at the blood flower, and fires it. The arrow soars, unleashing the power to incinerate all impurities. The blood flower is engulfed by the light of the arrow, its body illuminated as it writhes in agony. The sky is shrouded in a gloomy night. Everywhere is engulfed in dust and darkness. Devastation. A battlefield in ruins. The only thing left by the blood flower is a massive crater. The scene is desolate, a picture of despair. Hugo sits heavily on the ground, breathing softly. That damn blood flower caused too much chaos. Hugo greets Guna. I never expected it to turn into such a mess. The two stand at the edge of the crater, where the blood flower was incinerated. It is really over now, is not? Everything has been destroyed, and its body has turned to dust. I can't do anything more. Zion grits his teeth, breathing heavily. If he comes back after all this, what could possibly draw him to a place like this to collect souls? In the end, he is just another miserable loser, just like everyone else. Hugo smiles, reassuring Zion. Well, this time I really took care of him. Hugo chuckles, letting out a sigh of relief. Thanks, man. With a cheerful smile, reached out to his buddy. We have been friends for so long, and all you can do is say thanks with a grunt. At least throw some compliments my way. Tough times. My brother. They bumped fists, and Zion did the same. A moment later, he slid his hand into his pocket, about to pull something out. Wait a sec. There is something I found while battling the blood flower. Hugo, curious, asked. What is it? Zion excitedly revealed a pretty big emerald green orb. Check this out. I found it when I dug into his core. Hugo just wondered. How on earth did you pull that massive thing out of your pocket? Holding the orb, Zion marveled at how that little blood flower managed to collect such a treasure. Hugo, intrigued, asked. What are you talking about? What is that? Just wait. I will show you. Holding the orb, Zion began activating both his 13th sense and inner eye to analyze it. This is a soul-sealing gem, an orb that binds and traps the souls of those consumed by disasters. Zion infused the power of the Holy Serpent into the gem. The gem might not hold up for long. Water spots began to appear on its surface. And once it gets wet, it can't hold the souls anymore. The trapped souls will be freed. Hundreds of souls broke the seal and soared into the sky like sparkling stars. Gazing upwards, Hugo was astonished. This is what Zion is explaining. I have freed the souls that the blood flower devoured. Those he attacked will awaken one by one, a voice echoed back, and Zion looked at the souls. Of course. When these souls return to their bodies, they will all awaken, including your mom and that goat. Everyone. Zion was overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down his face. Finally, the souls had been liberated. By the way, how long has it been since you had a proper birthday? Sure, it is a bit late now. But the freed souls were flying back to their bodies. And the sky was brightening up. Zion turned around, beaming with a big smile. Happy birthday. Let us make some noise. Just like the king of the mountains, from the heavens. Stephen Marker will never kneel before humanity or a mere bone that has been threatened. Waves crashed. As the sea monsters roared defiantly against the tides, it was terrifying. In the thick, swirling dust, armored warriors stared in horror, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Suddenly, a bone came crashing down, breaking through the darkness of Stephen Marker, unleashing a storm of chaos. Holy smokes! Stephen Marker, with his muscular build, raised his head high, holding up a bone and shouted, "Finally got it back. My bone. It is amazing." On a cute baby bed filled with adorable stuffed bears. The bone, wearing a bib like a real baby, lay on the bed while Stephen Marker happily fed it baby food. Outside, in the park, he strolled along, holding onto the leash as the bone happily trotted behind him. What a fantastic walk. Ah! Bone. Suddenly, a few figures appeared from the sky behind him, aggressively calling out to Stephen Marker. Ready to confront him, he spun around, unleashing a flurry of kicks that left them reeling. Oh no. We lost. You are definitely the best. Stephen. The explosion shook the entire building, flames blazing bright. And he and the bone were sprinting for their lives, bending over to wipe quickly. Let us get out of here. Bone buddy. The bone softly replied. Yeah. Do not get caught up in the blast. Stephen Marker. Sporting the victorious grin, Stephen and the bone were cockily tilting their heads back, flashing their pearly whites. Lala. They both jumped around, celebrating. You are truly my best partner. On the beloved bed, he rested his head on the bone and drifted into a peaceful sleep. Just when he was snoozing, the bone was snatched away, waking him in a panic. Looking super annoyed, she was giggling while stealing the bone, her mouth wide open in a grin. He was fuming, glaring at her. Oh no. Give me back my bone. He looked worried, trying to reach for the bone. Eyes shut tight like that would help. What the heck is going on? His jaw dropped, eyes wide, feeling like the world was spinning. His leg was firmly held by a tall guy with gray hair. This is so frustrating. That guy was pulling hard, causing a huge stir. His head was bandaged up, face contorted in pain. Oh bone. Everyone was shocked. Mouths agape, some covering their faces in disbelief. He woke up in a hospital bed, stopping mid-song. Oh wow. Everyone cheered in excitement. The saint has awakened. Open your eyes. We are alive. Holy crap. You are bandaged all over and still causing a scene. What is going on? You do not remember anything. During the hunt, you were ambushed by that Liang guy and just went down. How long has it been? The bald guy and the ponytailed girl were discussing with Liang, saying, come on now. You look exhausted. It is not important. His brows furrowed, eyes sharp. He yelled at everyone. We need to act now. Holy moly. The three of them exchanged suspicious glances at him. That attitude. Could it be to take down Liang or get revenge on the market guys? His face was stern, arms crossed, telling them to head to John Yuha's room and bring that bone back. Seriously. After hearing that, the three went pale, whining and moaning. Come on. Please, just go back to sleep for the world's sake. Maybe they are in trouble too. What time is it and you are still chasing after the bone? He yelled in a frustrated state. Let go. Oliver said, holding a cup, glancing at the kid next to him. Looks like the saint is really awake now. Should we notify Deputy Governor John Yuha? Oliver sighed. Whatever. Who cares? Did not you see her bolt out like a rocket as soon as we had a mission related to the 8th sacred relic of Liang? True that. She did not even care how dangerous the sacred place was. Oliver shook his head. She has not changed at all. Just let the saint be. You with the brown hair rushed in. The governor's here. Right. Oliver quickly replied. Not the saint. Oh man. They both looked dazed. Those who were in a coma for 10 years since that bloodbath are waking up. The girl in ceremonial attire held the patient's hands. Their head bandaged. Lying on the hospital bed, all those people around the world have regained consciousness. The girl with the shoulder-length hair and the guy in the beanie are beaming with joy as they see the person in the hospital bed wake up. It is incredible. The hospital beds lined up side by side, and the hustle and bustle of people moving around. The well-dressed host is sitting in front of a screen showing scenes of bombs and chaos. Do you remember the blood disaster from 10 years ago, and the victims of that event? We have just received news that 1,000 people, who were comatose from the blood disaster worldwide, have woken up. That is the shocking news of the day. Over there, love. A reporter in a helmet stands amidst the chaotic battlefield, with bombs exploding and smoke everywhere. I am on the outskirts of the Western European defense line. After a prolonged battle, Hero Liang and the Holy Knight have defeated Saint Flower. The short-haired guy and the elderly man with glasses are just as stunned. Seriously, this is unprecedented. Right, the victims from that disaster are recovering rapidly. In the spacious room, he is leaning on the armrest, intently watching the news on the screen, while the host continues to chatter away. Indeed, I have no words to describe this. It is truly a miracle. Let us hope those who have not woken up yet recover soon. He is lost in thought, staring at the screen, unable to believe it. I sent you to catch Liang and Hugo. But not only did you fail against Saint Flower, the room has grown even darker. He tilts his head, wearing a necklace, his expression fierce as he turns his back to Unsu. You even lost the celestial beads Mom gave you, and let Saint Flower run rampant, creating this chaos. He grips the beer glass tightly, his face speechless, grinding his teeth as he says. And on top of that, you messed with the twin demon tome, the most important thing of all, and you lost it at rank celestial disciple. Inthu, you hang your head, feeling defeated. Seriously. I would understand if you got robbed by some punk like Choi Sung-hyu, but you let that goat-faced loser, whom you used to bully, get away with it. How could you be so stupid and useless? You shut your eyes tight. Feeling miserable. Do not tell me this is all because of that goat-faced loser.
Yep.
That is right. You jerk. He grabs the precious wine bottle in his hand.
Oh.
Damn it. The sound of the bottle smashing. He throws it at you, feeling so proud. You brainless jerk. He clenches the glass tightly, watching as you lie face down on the ground, hands covering your face. I figured it out from the airport incident. You have not changed one bit. You have never done anything useful in your life. Always disappointing Mom. He steps forward, his foot painfully pressing against your face. Seriously. He is at his limit. And what is your plan to handle this mess? You dimwit, if those people wake up and spill the beans about us, everything will be exposed. You are in pain and begging. That is why I came to you for help. You will be affected by this too. So you have to help me if you want to cover it up. It is such a headache. He grits his teeth, hand on his forehead. Exhausted. First, follow Liang. Keep an eye on him and erase all traces of us. You sit up, cradling your cheeks, suffering through the pain. What are you going to do? The vast room only held the silhouettes of two people, as he gazed far away, thinking, I am headed to Heavenly Hospital. Both looked toward the window, where towering buildings loomed in the distance. He said, at least we can cover up the airport incident if we take care of the casualties in Korea. The collapsed skyscrapers piled onto each other, shrouded in hazy smoke. This is the outer perimeter of Western Europe's defense. Ignoring the devastation behind him, Exung held his hands out, receiving something from Liang. While Hugo, wrapped in a towel, laughed and chatted on the phone. After hanging up, he stared intently at his phone, and the two nearby asked, what did the hospital say? As the sky dimmed, everyone who had been unconscious slowly began to wake up. But not all. Jahan and Juwoo were still in a coma. Liang focused on his hands, knowing that the longer a soul is trapped, the longer it takes to return to its original body. But I have infused a bit of my power into them, so they will be back safe and sound. Liang turned to face him. You should head back now, Sung-jia. You need to go see your mom and Jae-gun. Sung-jia hung his head, feeling ashamed. What about you? He tilted his head with a sigh. His cheeks flushed. And what about Dad? Hugo's eyes were wide like saucers, his mouth agape in disbelief. Tai looked at Sung-jia in utter disbelief. What the hell? Is Sung-jia actually worried about me? Are you crying? Tai clenched his fist, eyes shut tight, facing the blushing Sung-jia. Come on. Hugo crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes shut tight as he mumbled. I do not want to hurt Sung-jia's feelings. But I am not just his dad. I am also a divine lord. I have to act with the dignity of a divine lord. If I show too much joy, like I am floating on cloud 9, he will lose respect for me. I am really happy, though. I am genuinely overjoyed to see Sung-jia thinking about me, but I have to hide this happiness so Sung-jae can respect me as a great father. Zion and Dad still have not returned. We still have a few things to sort out. Sung Jet was holding a book, casting a spell. A radiant aura surrounded him. His brown hair seemed to shine with joy. All you could see was his bright, white smile. Meanwhile, Hugo beside him looked pale as a ghost. Ha! This kid. Hugo was shedding tears, and he was grinning ear to ear. But there was still a hint of something off. The boy was just proud from feeling guilty. He was only a little embarrassed. On the hospital rooftop, the sky was crystal clear. Sung Jae stood facing the building, emanating a bright aura, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts determined. He had closed the book and tucked it at his side, staring off into the distance. It seemed he was lost in thought. The skyscrapers loomed higher above him. I am about to see Mom and J1. Click. Click. The sound of footsteps echoed on the ground. Wait. Hold on. He rubbed his chin. Going to see the sick without anything in hand seems a bit off, does not it? The streets were eerily empty. He turned around and sprinted away. Right. I need to grab some flowers. The sunlight glimmered on the pavement, quiet as a whisper. His shadow is seen walking away. Oh boy. This hospital is actually pretty decent compared to those other dumpy places. He is wearing a face mask, dressed head to toe in a discreet outfit. Sure, it does not hold a candle to our heavenly hospital, but it is not bad at all. The masked guy is nursing a headache, resting his chin in his hands. But seriously, they should have better amenities for their patients. Who puts the poor folks in a hospital for 10 years straight? Where the hell is that little punk right now? Meanwhile, in the hospital, patients are gasping for oxygen, eyes tightly shut, some wrapped in bandages. Poor things. One of them clutches a bright red flower bouquet, smiling cheerfully. Oh right. Why not stir up a little trouble for his family? He will show up any minute now. In the west wing of the hospital, amidst the chaos of natural disasters hitting you countries, in the city of Semitao, buildings are crammed together, smoke billowing around. Inside, it is total mayhem, as soldiers are busy rescuing the injured, dealing with the wreckage, and searching for bodies from the accident. Live reporters are on the scene, cameras rolling on the brave soldiers. Oh boy. I am really glad to see someone capturing this disaster. Some can't help but laugh. What is going on here? Guards are stationed outside the building. Chaos everywhere. The scene is a wreck. Help over here. Get the injured to safety. The grand building is swarming with those hurt. Bandages everywhere. Damn. Some are lying down while others are sitting around in agony. He sits with his back against the shelf. Pills scattered on the table behind him. Looking like he could be died. How could things get this out of hand? Legion is fixated on the screen. Calculating something. You have passed the strength challenge. The reward enhances your power, transforming your human body into that of a deity. Spend a day at max power for enhancement and adaptation. But watch out for side effects. A new achievement has been added to the Grimoire of Karma 2. The Centaur Sage sees and admires the master of the Safu constellation. Karma 3, which destroys demonic entities that consume the gods and liberates human souls. Thanks to Karma 2, you can borrow the power of the Centaur if conditions are met. Each achievement can be manifested through the power of the Safu constellation. I have completed the strength challenge. Now all that is left is the intelligence challenge, and the achievement of finding the Holy Knight and the Mentor. His eyes grow colder. But that does not matter right now. Damn it. He clenches his fists on the table, staring at the strange shards scattered everywhere. Did not see this coming. The fragments emit a mystical purple glow, resembling a dagger from an ancient civilization, discovered alongside the seal in the heart of the Death Reaper. It is so mysterious. Darkness surrounds, with a strange figure bound tightly in ropes. 2 spirit swords hovering protectively in front. What the hell is this? Souls will be offered to them. Something appearing in the body. The one who pierced himself in the demon tower, and the one who revived the Death Reaper share the same voice. Phantoms. A man's hand spins 3 coins skillfully, and until now, all signs point to the Virgo constellation as the culprit. This is getting ridiculous. He follows the coin tossed in the air. Fate hanging in the balance. Screw it. Enlightened. You hold your head high. Your sharp eyes ready to investigate. Answers are just around the corner. The fragments are neatly placed between 2 cups. Has the crime scene been handled yet? Right. I am here giving my all. Are not. The 2 of them lean back against the chair, laughing and joking around, while Hugo wraps up his many wounds. Smirking. Take a break. Not everyone is as tough as you. Pointing up to the sky. You say. All we need to do now is catch the Virgo constellation. Zion fumes. Steam practically coming out of his ears. Swearing it is because they are getting softer. Back in my day, I barely had time to breathe. Just keep your head down. Hugo sighs. Oh really? Hugo looks confused, unsure how to respond when asked. Why did not you come down with us? Hugo forces a crooked smile. Haha. Both you and Zion, I do not have the confidence or the right to meet those guys. I need to brace myself. Hugo grows quieter, his eyes deep in thought. There is still so much to deal with. The issue with the Virgo constellation lingers. The fragment still sitting neatly on the table. Hugo looks down, his hands wrapped in thick bandages. Fingers curled, and his palm open, revealing a broken cross hidden inside. The serene constellation cloaked in darkness. A glimmer of light flickers from the chair, where a powerful girl in a flowing dress sits, making her choice. Her lips part as she speaks. Choose one of the two. Time slips away. And Hugo, still not giving up, bows his head and clenches his fist. Mumbling, catching the blood mist is not the end. We must uncover the cause behind this. Jun holds a glass of water. Grinning. Just like Sung Jae said, there is still someone pulling the strings. I am going to drag the one who destroyed my family into the light, and smash his skull. Haha. Both raise their glasses in joyous laughter. Awesome. It has been a while since I have seen you so fired up, dude. You turn around and shout at the group patching up the injured. Medical supplies are scattered all over the floor. Hey, you guys can head back to your cozy corners. You are totally cramping our style. To everyone's surprise, they gather around where Hugo and Jun are sitting. But we still have work to do. I am fighting alongside you because you are tied to this blood mist. Everyone lowers their heads in sorrow. Some even pouting in regret. You are just holding us back while we hunt down the Virgo. Suddenly, he points at them. All of you. Step back. Except that guy with the sticky hands. The sticky-handed guy beams with joy. Really? In the envious gazes of everyone around. Could it be that I have finally been recognized for my strength? No wonder he is the boss, and his level class is truly on another level. Right. Turns out he sold himself to the capital. Jun intertwines his fingers. We need a lackey. Hugo looks puzzled. You really think so? Dressed like a scruffy vagabond. Leans back in his chair. Eyeing them. Isn't he Sung Jae already back in Korea alone? The ones who brought Sung Jae back alone must be something else. Isn't it dangerous for him to go back to Korea by himself? You lean back in your chair. Resting against the table. Your feet in adorable flip-flops. Ears perked up to hear the report. The situation got so complicated I lost track. But it is fine now. I have arranged for guards. That is when Hugo notices the coin pinched between Jun's fingers. What is going on here? Long fingers hold a coin tightly. Just one coin. Sung Jae takes it. Sung Jae took the coin from Jun's hand. Looking confused and asking, what is this? Uncle. Jun smiled with satisfaction. His eyes shining like stars. Another gift from me. Awakening the eyes of the god. Sung Jae used to be a rank priestess. His devotion to Safu was at 300%. But his devotion to South Safu skyrocketed, making him capable of conversion. It was surreal. Sung Jae was still in shock, eyes wide open, staring at the coin in his hand. Knowing he would need this at some point. Conversion and dependency could turn someone into South Safu. And you could create conversion coins and give them to others for special conversions. The person receiving the coin had to complete a challenge. If successful, they would receive a huge reward. Jun turned his back, questioning what was being said near the hospital, while Hugo remained calm, not saying a word, studying the coin in his hand. Clack. Each step was in sync. Sung Jae held a bouquet, examining the coin, thinking it could bring blessings or disasters. Uncle said there would be a time to use this, but who knows how? In the room. Dad. Dad's awake. Sung Jae stood by the door, peeking inside, feeling emotional as the woman embraced her husband. You are awake? The child beside them had tears welling up. Grandma. Right now I am feeling happy too. The person over there is awake. Mom and Uncle Jae-won will wake up soon. Doctor. He is awake. And so is this one. Ooh. You can do that here. His eyes followed the source of the noise. The pitiful sound of the man lying flat on the floor. He was being stomped on by a foot. Nurses and everyone gathered around to intervene. While he just stared in shock, he stepped forward, arms raised like a destroyer. Sung Jae. So you are here. I have been looking for you everywhere. Sung Jae glared at him, filled with resentment. Love to you. You bastard. What are you doing here? Sayu needs you. Squinted, raising his hand. Looking ridiculous. Haha. You have not changed at all. Don't he talk to my brother like that. You are getting on my nerves. He turned, throwing a punch. The light dimming around them. Sung Jae quickly flipped through a book, dodging the attack, the bright red bouquet almost flying away. Damn it. Being in a rank and still able to block a ranks is impressive. Haha. Facing his annoying face, the fire in him flared even more. What the hell are you doing? This is a hospital. Of course. I know this is a hospital. The nurses and doctors in the hospital were bewildered by the scene unfolding, anxiously trying to figure out what was happening. It was a place harboring those dying from blood fog. Some were struggling to sit up on the ground, while only the short-haired nurse remained standing. She pondered seriously, hoping they would not wake up and cause trouble. It is better if they just stay down. He turned again, preparing for a punch that would shake the earth. Boom. The punch directly hit Sung Jae. He gritted his teeth and dodged, eyes wide open. The punch shook the entire hospital, a shockwave sending shards of glass flying everywhere. At the headquarters of the Central West Prevention Planning of the European Union government, the sturdy building stood tall, flags flapping in the wind. Inside the building, he wore glasses. Looking displeased, both hands slammed on the table, angrily arguing over the phone. I am very sorry for missing out on such a valuable opportunity. If everything goes smoothly, we might be able to get rid of that jerk and the witch. And it would be our chance to take down the sorceress. On the other end of the line, a voice responds. Well, we can look on the bright side. Thanks to this mess, we can finally take down the sorceress's reputation. The call continues, and a voice chimes in. Above all, they will come back. Get ready. The sound of footsteps rushes away. Thud. The door slams shut. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and he leans against it. The person inside bewildered. What is going on? He is decked out in armor, wielding a sword, and bellows. Why did that jerk handle the case under the sorceress's authority? John and Hugo are deep in their cups, completely oblivious to the chaos around them. Out of nowhere, a loud bang as someone bursts through the door. Panicked. What the hell is going on? The man with long, white hair yells at the guy on the phone. Why is Liang dealing with the sorceress's business in her territory? His face is twisted with rage. He is Sanozivigil Kevin Hazard, the greatest swordsman of humanity, a legendary knight in shining armor. The commander of the Ice Legion. All that glory belongs to the sorceress. Kevin Hazard stands tall, a giant sword in his hand, looking fierce. Under his command, the Sorceress's Guild has achieved numerous legendary feats, its power and prestige rivaling that of the Libra Guild. Alongside them, the banner of the sorceress waves, with brave knights at the ready. Kevin is a talented man. He seems to have it all. Skill, power, looks. But despite all that, there are things that drive him absolutely mad. And one of those things is Liang. Why is he so furious? Shouting about that punk Liang daring to act up in our territory. He raises his voice, drawing everyone's attention. He continues. How dare he do this? The man in the room tries to calm him down. Guildmaster, let us keep our cool. But Kevin is too furious to listen. His face twisted in anger. This can be happening. At the very least, you all need to give me a reason why that jerk is the one doing this. Why him? It seems all his pent-up rage has exploded as he screams. I wish I had died in that damn tower and could be celebrated as a hero instead. The knights behind him can only stand there, speechless, feeling helpless. Then he cries out in despair, and everyone shakes their heads. Sighing, the guildmaster seems really angry now. It is no wonder. Liang took all the spotlight from that day. Kevin's voice is still raised. Liang. The female knight rubs her forehead and says, it is clear the guildmaster has a serious grudge against Liang. It was not this bad at first, but over time, everything spiraled out of control. The others chime in. That is right. One continues. It is all because of that show-off Liang. The glory from conquering the catastrophe. At that moment, an image flashes of Liang decapitating a monster, leaving Kevin in shock. Liang is the star of every interview, leaving Kevin dumbfounded. A stark contrast to the Carrick performance that makes him doubt his own eyes. The knight adds. The guildmaster's glory has been completely overshadowed by that guy. At the same time, Kevin shouts out, we can't forgive that guy. The female knight beside him said. It seems like the master can't take it anymore. Then, the man in the Inquisition's room had to step out to intervene, calmly saying, the Inquisition has already sent people to track down that Liang, so we should wait for their contact before we act. Kevin disagreed, saying, this is getting out of hand. We are going to find that jerk. Kelvin's fingers started to twitch as he said, I regret not being able to do anything 20 years ago. But now his rage seemed to unleash a surge of power, and he shouted, I will take you down myself. Just wait. You bastard. A member of the Inquisition thought to himself as he watched Kevin. Everything is spiraling out of control. He saw Kevin and the holy warriors heading outside and thought, I need to buy some time. Thinking quickly, he said, we usually have a list of destinations for that guy. He picked up a box with a phone on the table that was still connected to someone. The person on the other end had heard all the conversations so far. The phone even emitted sounds. If they acted quickly, they might catch Liang before Kevin. The mysterious voice on the line thought. So Kevin is left after hearing the news. He turned to another member of the committee and said, he has a huge conflict with Liang. No wonder he is acting so fast. I can predict him. The member behind him spoke up. Sir, what should we do now? The man did not say much, turned around and walked away lightly, saying, get ready. Everything must be prepared. Meanwhile, the Inquisition had stormed into a large tent, shouting, Inquisition is here. Everyone stay put. But from inside the tent came a terrifying sound that shocked everyone. That voice had subdued even the strongest members of the Inquisition. A muscular man, holding a mic with a face as red as a ripe chili, continued to sing. Do you believe it? His voice echoed in the space, making everyone want to join in. And they all shouted together. We believe. We believe in you. We all believe in you. Hearing this, he continued to sing, his body moving rhythmically. So what do you believe in? We believe in your power. Everyone replied. They answered passionately. In the miracles you have achieved. We believe in our two saints. The maidens are just weaklings. He continued his song, not caring what everyone outside was thinking. His face flushed with excitement. Yelling out, "Long!" Then he got so excited that he used his power to create a dazzling ring of fire. Seeing his enthusiasm, everyone followed along, and the scene left the Inquisition in disbelief. The people in the tent kept singing loudly, "Centaur! Liang! Centaur! Centaur! So amazing! Incredible!" A member of the Inquisition, seeing things getting out of hand, gritted his teeth and spoke up. "This is absolutely insane. Doing this in the maidens' area is just provoking them. This is unacceptable." So he ordered everyone, members of the Inquisition, "Listen up. We need to take down this filthy propaganda." He drew his sword and continued, "You are dead meat." But suddenly, a flying arm slammed into his face, leaving him bewildered. Wondering what the heck was happening, he was sent crashing into a building. The other members of the heretical committee gasped in disbelief, stunned at someone daring to strike back, and they all shouted in a panic. It was Liang, and he was furious. He was sick of their nonsense and, clutching a bottle of liquor, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "These idiots." The crowd's trust in their hero reached a boiling point. This faith was unshakable, and they knew the best thing to do was to get out of the way. With the liquor bottle in one hand, he prepared to snap his fingers, his face twisted in rage, saying, "You think you can mess with us? Don't he make me get my hands dirty?" The sight of him scared them speechless. And then the heretic tried to get back on his feet and fight back. "Even if you are Liang, how dare you act like this on the territory of the priestess? I am a member of the heretical committee. I can allow this." But once again, a fist flew straight into his face, leaving him dazed and confused. What the heck? The guy who had overheard Kevин's conversation appeared, knocking this fool down and turning to Liang, standing right in front of him. "We are not here to cause trouble. This was a mistake on our part." He then took off his jacket and said, "I apologize, Sir Liang. Please forgive my subordinate's unsavory behavior." Liang was still recovering from the shock, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, his face revealed that he was indeed the leader of the heretical committee. Perio. He spoke slowly. "I am the head of the heretical committee under the Priestess Society. Hi. Nice to meet you. Time is short, so let us cut to the chase. Shall we?" His demeanor grew tense as he said, "We want to collaborate with you to take down the leader, Kevin Azza." At that moment, Kevin Azza was rushing toward Liang. His voice boomed. "We need to break free from his control." Kevin Azza burst through the door, shouting, "You hear? Liang." But instead of Liang, he was met with guests silently enjoying their meals. Embarrassed, he swung open another door and yelled, "Is he in here?" But again, it was a dead end. This made him furious, stomping his feet. "Where the hell is he? Why can't I find him?" The people around him just stared, at a loss for words. He raised a hand to his forehead, rubbing his head, thinking, "I know where he is supposed to be. Why can't I find him?" Suddenly, he realized something. Why was this so complicated? Someone walked up and said, "Sir, we can find that guy anywhere." "Maybe." Kevin shot a cold glance and turned to say, "That guy. Keep your eyes peeled." It seemed like the secrets of the heretical members were about to be exposed. Hearing this, he could not help but ask, "What do you mean?" One guy glanced over. His contact lenses had been removed. That was Kevin's power. He screamed in pain. "The Imperial Eye skill has been rendered useless." Two stunned members of the Holy Order exclaimed, "That is the skill that led the guild master all over the place. He wears glasses to hide his actions." Kevin Azza realized and said, "It is because someone did this to buy time." Right. The cult members were now in immense pain. Not to mention, Kevin continued, "Someone wants the cult committee to find that Liang before me." Then he pressed his sword to the guy's throat and said, "Tell me where they are right now, unless you want to meet your maker." At this moment, he was terrifying. With an overwhelming aura, his slurred voice erupted. "Just one lie and you will lose your head right there." Meanwhile, at the palace, a loud explosion echoed. Perhaps a fierce battle was underway. The palace guards were in chaos as they scrambled to deal with an intruder. That guy. It was none other than Liang, who had swiftly infiltrated the palace to wipe them all out. They were no match for Liang, so they only put up a hopeless struggle. One soldier shouted, "How? How could he break in here?" Liang grinned wickedly and excitedly said, "This is perfect. There must be a lot of things I am looking for here." At that moment, an announcement rang out. "You are invading and fighting in the territory of the Holy Order. Your experience and reputation are increasing. You have gained some high-level rewards." He nodded eagerly. "Do not worry. I will use it well." Meanwhile, Pirio and his crew stood still. Observing, one of them said, "That guy plans to demolish the whole palace." After all, that guy's level is on par with the guild master Kivin. Liang can handle it. The Holy Order was in quite a mess, with a lot of divisions and disagreements primarily due to the dictatorship of Guild Master Kivin, which turned many people against him. Perhaps this is why Pirio had to ally with Liang. Pirio glanced at him, frowning as he said, "The cult committee can let this division continue. So we need your strength to help us, without a doubt. If the situation has come to the point where guild members have to rely on outsiders, then the situation within the Holy Order is quite severe." Their cooperation even brought out the divine weapon. The divine weapon, the last weapon of humanity, was sacrificed 20 years ago by Liang in the battle at the Demon Tower. The information about the twin adults being present at the Holy Order Palace was indeed true. At that moment, a loud sound rang out. Liang had taken down all the soldiers in the palace. "You have defeated all the subordinates in the Holy Order Palace. The treasure is right in front of you." Everyone gathered before a massive door, buzzing with conversation. Behind that door lies the divine weapon. Right. Suddenly, a voice boomed. "Stop it." Catching everyone's attention. Liang turned around to see it was Kevin who had caught up. Everyone gasped in unison. Kevin Azza. Kevin along with two subordinates were panting. Though tired, his face showed a hint of excitement as he said, "Lucky I made it back just in time." "You bastard." Liang and Kevin both erupted with excitement. "Let us settle all our grudges today." The two stood facing each other. Kevin spoke. "It has been 20 years. I never expected to see you again. And it makes me so happy." Then he continued, "Oh, those beside you are not centaurs. Long time no see." Hugo Otters. What is with that face? The centaur looks a bit tense. While Hugo's face is beet red and clearly annoyed, Pirio gasps in shock, and Kevin continues. "And let us not forget the traitor who plans to use Liang to take me out. That is fine. I do not need to hunt each one down individually. I will wipe you all out at once." Then he noticed something. Kevin glanced to the side, shocked to see the soldiers who had been beaten to a pulp. The whole space felt frozen in front of those small people. His eyes blazed with anger. "Who the hell did this? Who turned my temple into this mess?" Liang, along with a few others, wore expressions of disbelief. Suddenly, they heard Kevin say that, and they all pointed toward Liang. At that moment, Liang felt a pang of guilt, thinking to himself, "Traitorous scum." Kevin was furious, a chilling aura spreading everywhere as he drew his sword and said, "You just gave me another reason to take you down." Liang. A flash of light zipped past as he shouted, "Take this." A continuous streak shot straight toward Liang and his team. Then the ice burst outward, shattering the building's wall with a thunderous explosion. Suddenly, a massive fire erupted, clearing the dust and leaving Kelvin in shock. Hugo was using his powers to melt the ice. He just raised his hand and said, "Kevin." "Right. Yeah, I remember you." His face still flushed, eyes blazing. He added, "Before you fight Liang, fight me first." Another voice chimed in. Hugo still has not come to his senses. Kevin leaned slightly and said, "I have heard you have regained your strength, but do not think you can stop me." Hearing this, a sword appeared on Hugo's finger, pulled from the void. Then, gigantic swords manifested around him as Hugo transformed into a monster, saying, "How can you know until you try?" From the arsenal of a holy weapon, the Hellfire arrow was drawn. Hugo grabbed a sword and hurled it straight at Kevin, who stood ready. Furious, he exclaimed, "You think you can face me this way?" With that, he swung, deflecting the blade elsewhere. But another fiery arrow was already hurtling toward him from close range. A loud explosion rang out as Hugo exclaimed, "Gotcha." Hugo, brimming with energy, said, "Is that it?" Git beside him looked a bit worried and said, "We should prepare the resurrection spell." Meanwhile, Liang was casually talking on the phone, saying, "Yeah," making Pirio stop in his tracks. Liang, laughing while on the call, glanced over and said, "It is a long story. I am in front of the holy artifact vault. Get over here quick." After the dust settled, surprisingly, Kevin still stood firm, sword planted in the ground, his eyes shining like electric sparks as he declared, "Let the epic battle begin now." Liang, finishing his call and carrying a sword, walked over with a smirk, saying, "Everyone step back. If you are that fired up, then I will accept it." Kevin Azza glared and said, "You are showing your true colors." The two knights behind spoke up, "Our holy master will support you." Hearing this, Kevin cut them off. "This is a holy war, kids. Step aside." Kevin got into position, saying, "I have waited 20 long years to take you down." Liang replied, "It is raining pretty hard out here." And as the sun shone between the two, a dazzling beam of light emerged. Kevin leaps forward, and Liang charges ahead too. Their swords clash. sending sparks flying and a blinding light illuminating the scene as they both shout out, "Come on!" A surge of power radiates from Legion, who is slightly taken aback, thinking, what can withstand this? Their swords collide again. Suddenly, a notification sounds. Strength enhancement in progress. 76% complete. The enhancement is not finished yet, and due to side effects, strength cannot be used. Hearing this, Legion thinks to himself, what a letdown. Over here, Kevin is pumped up, having blocked Legion's attack. Kevin taunts, "What is wrong? Legion, you better step it up, or I will take you down." As a chill creeps into their skin, the two swords continue to clash fiercely. This rank holy artifact has been destroyed, unable to withstand the icy pressure. With a loud notification, Legion's sword shatters, sending him sprawling backward. His face remains calm, but a flash of light appears in front of him. He smirks, tilting his head back to dodge Kevin's attack. Kevin grits his teeth, muttering, "Damn it." Legion's foot blocks Kevin's sword. Then, Legion performs a roll that catches Kevin off guard. Kevin exclaims, using his heel to block the sword. Then he jumps back a few feet. Kevin keeps pressing forward while Legion stretches his hand behind him. Still shouting, Legion facing Kevin's attack. Legion smirks, his body crackling with black electricity. Kevin charges like a beast, ready to unleash a powerful strike. Suddenly, the attack is blocked, leaving Kevin in shock. Kevin's sword is shattered, and all that remains is the hilt in front of him, revealing a dazzling diamond hammer. He thinks in disbelief, is this the holy relic hammer of Legion? Just as he is still in shock, a foot comes flying towards Kevin. It is Legion, and he sends Kevin flying away while reminding him, watch your back in a fight. Luckily, Kevin manages to regain his balance, using friction against the floor to stop himself. Legion stands atop the hammer, saying, what is up with you, silver-haired one? I told you to put in more effort. Is this all you have after 20 years? Kevin looks up and shouts, haha, I am back in action. Even though one side of his face is bruised from Legion's blow, Kevin excitedly proclaims, this is just Legion warming up. He then tosses aside his broken sword with a face full of confidence and a smirk, his eyes gleaming. He continues, now I will go all out and create a sword from my power. He looks incredibly fierce right now. And Hugo and God exclaim, could it be that he is awakening? Legion stands nonchalantly on the relic hammer, saying, it has been a while since I have seen that ice pillar. I was wondering why you were using a sword. Turns out you were hiding it. Kevin, with wild eyes, responds, of course. You can't just pull this out whenever you want. The relic transforms, and a new sword appears in Kevin's hand. But unlike the previous one, this one is made of ice, inscribed with ancient runes on the blade. Kevin calls out, round 2. Then he continues, can you move at all? Legion. Hearing this, Legion looks down, surprised to find his arms and legs encased in ice created by Kevin. Kevin spoke up again. The sword not only froze everything around but also froze the opponent's weapon. He excitedly lifted the sword. Legion, you have gotten so arrogant after 20 years of being locked up, have not you? Before anyone could react, Kevin's sword shot straight at Legion, making him widen his eyes and shout, take this. Legion's shadow reflected on the floor as the sword pierced through, splattering blood everywhere. Everyone gasped. Hugo shouted, Gah, at the same time. But suddenly Legion appeared behind them saying, what is going on? Kevin looked up. Slightly shocked, the person in front of him was a bit dazed, leaving Kevin speechless. It was Perio. Turned out Legion had just activated a skill to take the hit for him. The sword pierced through, and Perio's body began to freeze as he muttered, what is happening? Before he could finish, Legion suddenly appeared, wielding the hammer of his achievement, saying, I have been thinking a lot. While those two are still staring at each other in shock, Legion's cold gaze prepared to strike as he declared, a guy who used to preach about bringing order is just a fraud. At that moment, a notification blared. Devout faith, 3% devoted to Libra, 97%. Then, one shouted. Both of them echoed far away. He saw something and exclaimed joyfully, there it is. As the two collided against a wall, a crystal chained by white chains appeared. A booming voice echoed, the form of the heavens. The dust gradually cleared, revealing a majestic axe trapped in an enormous block of ice. As the smoke faded, a crystal appeared surrounded by chains. A voice echoed, the judgment of the skies. Then, as the smoke disappeared, there lay an axe embedded in ice, looking incredibly majestic. Kevin and Perio struggled to sit up. Perio was gasping while Kevin shouted, oh, you bastard, how dare you? Meanwhile, Legion and his teammates closed in. Hugo spoke up, this is Rich. Kevin, the traitor to Legion at the Demon Tower, are now being betrayed by your own subordinate. Kevin, hunched over, turned his head with a wicked glare. What are you talking about? I betrayed Legion. At that moment, an image flashed of Legion being stabbed by a mysterious figure, and Hugo angrily pointed at Kevin, shouting, "Stop pretending. You set up Legion and stabbed him in the Demon Tower, did not you?" Hearing this, Kevin furiously replied, "Don't twist my words. You traitor." Hugo gritted his teeth. "Still so stubborn. You have deceived the world for 20 years. So you have started to believe your own lies, have not you?" Kevin glared back at Hugo, his rage boiling over as he retorted, "I won't forgive anyone who dares to insult me." But suddenly, his body went cold. Perio, now with ropes wrapped around Kevin's weapon, said, "Damn it. This is why we should have ended everything after that bloodbath." Kevin glanced over, his face showing shock. Kevin looked on, astonished, thinking, this is the skill of Libra, the essence of golden judgment. Perio, seemingly losing his mind, held a cross shaped like Libra and said, "Now that things have come to this, we have to settle everything right here. Do not." Then he unleashed the ultimate technique of the Libra, swapping what you want to exchange. The dark god of balance and justice. A massive scale enveloped Kevin, leaving him completely bewildered. Unsure of what was happening, Perrier, at this moment, looked like he would lost his mind, eyes wide open. "I present to you the Saintess Kevin Azza." Suddenly, red lightning surged towards Kevin, causing him to cry out. He struggled to resist while calling out the technique of the Frost Winter. But then a flash of light erupted, making him grit his teeth, while Perrier stood below, utterly shocked. Blood splattering everywhere. He thought to himself, Kevin was cutting his own hand. While Hugo and the other two were equally astonished, the two knights following Kevin shouted, "Saint." Though Perrier laughed gleefully, saying, "Haha, I can't believe it. In such circumstances, you dared to sever your own hand." The two female knights rushed to where Kevin was falling, shouting, "Saint." Perrier raised his hand to his forehead, laughing in delight, saying, "The look on your face while cutting your own hand is truly a masterpiece. It seems you have completely avoided becoming a sacrifice for the gods." The two female knights approached to help Kevin up, worry etched on their faces. As Kevin, now bleeding, muttered, "Damn it." Then Perrier continued to activate the symmetrical exchange of Kevin Azza's right arm, which was considered a sacrificial offering. A savage grin spread across his face as a strange space appeared. "Activated as a reward for your offering." He heard this and went mad, saying, "It is a bit unfortunate, but one arm from the saint is more than enough for a sacrifice." At the same time, Hugo and Galt were readying their weapons to fire at Perrier, while Legion leaped up with his hammer, aiming straight for Perrier. The other two weapons also flew towards him, but all the attacks were blocked. Perrier had moved to a different, dark space, and the previous attacks were sent to yet another realm. He spoke aggressively. "Too late now." Perrier continued, "Welcome to the enchanted space. Here, surrounded by red and terrifying hands reaching up, in front stood a massive, fearsome tower, topped with a deceitful circle." At that moment, Legion's group along with Kevin were transported here, and they exclaimed, "How can this be? Where are we?" Legion silently thought, "I have experienced this uncomfortable and murky atmosphere before. Don't tell me this is Perrier, standing atop the tower," he said. "Haha, what a magnificent view of hell. Soon, this space will become your grave." The two female knights following Kevin stepped forward, drawing their swords and shouting, "Shut up. You have dared to sever the right arm of the saint for a sacrifice. Is not that enough? I will make you pay." Kevin stood shocked behind them as the two joined their swords, one knight declaring, "Ultimate technique of the saintess." They soared up, using the northeast winter technique, unleashing a blast of cold air. However, they only managed a few steps before stopping, still far from Perrier. They stood there, confused, muttering, "What is going on?" Kevin, collapsing behind them, held his head and said, "I can do this." While the two female knights still stood there, puzzled, looking back at Kevin. His skill is so good that he keeps talking. "I can't tap into the connection with the divine weapon that is been severed." Leaving everyone in shock, God speaks up. "It seems like we are in the same boat." Hugo agrees. "Exactly. I can't use the power of the divine weapon either. How can an ordinary follower wield such immense power?" Suddenly, hands start moving, breaking through the ground, revealing terrifying red veins. Suddenly, the hands attack, forcing Hugo and Got to leap into the air. Perio stands atop, laughing maniacally. "Ha, this is a space created by the power of the celestial balance. So you can't use your precious divine weapon here." He continues, "You mere mortals are nothing but useless, insignificant beings." Everyone screams as the attacking hands close in. Only Legion charges forward with his hammer, shocking Perio into looking up, but he quickly regains his composure and waves his hand dismissively. "Do not be ridiculous." Just as he finishes speaking, gigantic hands grab Legion. The hands, with their blood-red eyes fixed on Lei Jun. Look horrifying, he thinks to himself. Those damn hands are no ordinary disaster. Seeing Lei Jun falter, Pirio bursts into laughter. Aha, Lei Jun. Why do not you ask your old enemy over there? Lei Jun, confused, replies. What? At that moment, the hands simultaneously lunge forward. He seems to lose control and exclaims. Do not tell me you have forgotten. You spent 20 years with them. They are the ones who pushed you to the brink of death in that demon tower. Lei Jun realizes something and thinks. Just as I suspected, at this moment, the giant hands are tearing through space. And Pirio continues. They are not just your run-of-the-mill disasters craving power like blood flowers. They are true invading disasters. Like those that appeared in the demon tower. Now, a mass of grotesque hands rushes forward, their menacing eyes circling around Pirio. Meanwhile, at the disaster trauma hospital in South Korea, Chansung, bruised and battered, thinks to himself, he has blocked all of my attacks. Jun Tu smugly declares. I told you it was all pointless. He uses chains to restrain Chan Sung-ji's massive fists and boasts. Can you see the difference between S-rank and A-rank yet? Then he thrusts his fist forward, saying, Luckily, I can still play with Yun-su, but for you, it is game over. Saying that, he sends Chan Sung-ji crashing into the wall, making him scream. Chan Sung-ji crashes into the wall, which shatters, but he still manages to get back up. Groaning softly, then, as if seeing something, he is shocked to think. This is a woman lying in a hospital bed with breathing tubes around her. Mom's hospital room. At this moment Jun Tu walks. He holds a book and smirks. Wait. This is Mom Mae's hospital room. Chan Sung-ji turns, astonished, and says, Damn it, my demon scroll. He thinks to himself. Why do I always end up here? Before he can collect himself, Jun Tu kicks him hard in the stomach, sending him flying and making him cough up blood in agony. He smugly says, Do you even know what a demon scroll is? It is just a piece of paper about how to wield magic, and there you are, writhing on the ground, coughing up a storm, while Jun Tu shakes the book in his hand and smirks, saying, With that thick skull of yours, it is no wonder you are forever stuck at the bottom. He rolls his eyes, holding the book in one hand and dramatically declaring, You know, you tried, but now it is time to let go, hit the ground, and enjoy the ride while you can. Kiddo. Then, with a massive explosion, the wall shatters, sending Chan Sung-ji and his mother flying outside. They plummet through the air, leaving him completely terrified as they fall. He screams in sheer terror. The blast echoed as Chan Sung-jae and his mom get flung into the abyss. In the midst of free-falling panic, he cries out, overwhelmed with fear, his mind races, thinking, I can't let this happen. If I keep falling like this, I will remember all my loved ones. Uncle, sister, dad. No one can help me. He wails. What do? I do not have the strength to grip this sword you gave me anymore. There is no one to plead for help. Calm down. I am about to hit the ground. With no other options left, his magic is running dry. Why am I so useless? Why is this happening? Calm down, Chansung. You idiot. He recalls what his uncle said, and he sees his mother free-falling beside him, thinking, even if we crash into a bloody mist, Dad would never give up, so I can't give up. I have to make it. With that, he closes his eyes tightly, embracing his mom. As everything around them shatters on the way down, he keeps thinking, I will protect her. Suddenly, a voice announces, Welcome, Samsufu, to a spirit of unyielding resilience. He stares blankly at the screen before him, as it continues to announce, You are now qualified to take the Chomsao-Sa-Fu test. Once I get this power, I will fight the enemy. He thinks, What is this Chomsao-Fu test? Realizing the urgency, he shouts, Screw it. I will do whatever it takes. Just give me one shot. Just let me protect her. He cries out, clinging tightly to his mom. Jun Tu looks down from above, puzzled, smirking as he mutters, What is this? He still has magic. He is still alive, Chan Sung-ji wonders. And suddenly, a wave of blue light surrounds him, leaving him in awe. Back in reality, Pirio smirks and says, Whether you are a saint or whatever, it is nothing special. Everyone's getting attacked by this terrifying giant hand. Pirio's eyes widen as he adds, I did not expect to wrap this up so easily. I was almost spent from preparing for it. Aren't you all supposed to be saints? Hugo grinds his teeth, trying to endure as he listens to him. Even the bugs squished underfoot squirm like this. Kevin glares at Pirio with a look of pure hatred. The giant hands now advance toward Legion, and Pirio continues. Look at these powerless fools thrashing around. It is just ugly to watch. What about you? Are you going to hold on or throw in the towel? Legion is still fighting against the hands crushing his body. Sometimes, giving up is the best option. Legion retorts, utterly annoyed. Then he smirks, saying in a mocking tone, You think you can tell me to give up? Hearing this, Pirio recoils in shock. You keep talking even without the divine armor. Fighting alone. For 20 years. Wandering through the demon tower in this red snow. I never even considered the words give up. You think I would quit in a situation like this? You are pushing with all your might. Trying to shove those gigantic hands away. Thinking you can defeat me while carrying around this useless junk. You are so naive. Pirio stands below, gritting his teeth as he watches. Liang, with a spark of electricity in his eyes, breaks into a wide grin. Stop dreaming. You fool. You really think this little bit can threaten me? Pirio, drenched in sweat, still tries to resist. You are just flapping your lips at me. If you really want to die, I will gladly grant your wish. With those words, he moves the holy cross, sending the massive hands crashing toward Liang. He shouts, as you wish. The hands pile up one after another, closing in on Liang. Over here, Junti Yu is stunned. A Chonsunger Dung throws a punch at him, shouting his name. A heavy blow flies straight toward Junti Yu, sending him flying backward. His body slams against the wall, spewing blood, while Chonsungre Dung steadies himself. A massive surge of power surrounds him as he coldly speaks up. You think I would give up? Absolutely not. I am so done with this weak nonsense. Now. Uncle Jahul. I am going to tighten my fists and say it loud. I will protect all of you with my own hands. You have passed the first trial of the faithful, where the husband and wife have emerged. Liang is using all his strength to break free from the giant hands when suddenly, an announcement rings out. The first faithful has opened a new chapter in the gospel. Liang, you can now harness the power to write the scriptures. And just like that, he shatters the hands, unleashing an immense force that leaves Pirio stunned below. Pirio below shields his eyes from the blinding light, shouting, what is happening? Everyone trapped below cries out, Pirio, this is Liang's power. The colossal hands are pierced by beams of light, crumbling to pieces. Not only that, but in the hellish realm, lights flicker and break through the mystical space. Slowly, Liang lowers his foot, speaking up. So this is how it is when his foot touches down. It shatters the ground beneath him. At that moment, his solid body and the surrounding beams of light exude a terrifying aura. He is now exploding with power as he strides forward. He declares, Liang's revelation is here. He boldly steps out of the tower he once imprisoned himself in. I want to deal with you first. But I have something to take care of. Liang looks at Pirio, who asks in confusion, what? Behind Pirio, an axe appears, encased in a block of ice and wrapped in chains. Pirio contemplates the divine judgment. He thinks to himself, the mysterious space is shattered, revealing a trove of sacred artifacts. Liang approaches Pirio, saying, move aside, causing him to stumble and cry out. Then Liang gets closer, reaching for the axe, while Pirio grits his teeth. Thinking hard, with just a bit of strength, he could pull it out. Liang sneers. This feeling it has not changed after 20 years. He slung the axe over his shoulder and said, hey Sky, long time no see. A notification appeared, announcing the verdict of the S-108 Sky, a vast domain and the ultimate weapon of Liang. With a proud stance, he shattered the magical barrier, saying, it has been 20 years since I have tasted blood. You must be itching for a fight. Suddenly, a massive hand attacked Liang from behind, but in an instant, Liang countered with his axe, exclaiming, what is the rush? We are just getting started. He gripped the handle tightly, declaring, if you want to do something, at least make it interesting. With that, he swung down, creating a crack that split the very fabric of hell. It unleashed a blinding light, sending everyone flying. It was as if he saw something incredible. Everything around him, even debris, floated in the air. Liang laughed. What are you doing? Aren't you the Liber constellation? Even bugs squashed underfoot can struggle. Let us see you squirm. Barrio trembled as he looked at him. I am different from them. I prefer those who never give up. And you, at this moment, the axe was dripping with blood, emitting a terrifying light. He looked like a god holding the axe, saying, ready to give up. Let us see what you have got. Barrio, he scoffed. The hellish landscape shattered, and everything floated in the air, including fragments of rock. Liang chuckled. What are you doing? Isn't this the famous Liber constellation? Even bugs squashed underfoot can struggle. Let us see you fight back. Barrio trembled as he looked at him. I prefer those who never give up. What about you? The blade of Liang's axe was now stained with blood, crackling with menacing electricity. He looked like a god wielding the axe, saying, planning to give up? Let us see what you have got. Just hold on a little longer. Barrio shouted in desperation. Stop him. Everyone. Stop him. As he spoke, he raised the Liber cross high. Those massive hands charged toward Liang all at once. But with just one swing of the sword, the hands turned to dust. Suddenly, a hand shot up from both the ground and the sky. Liang caught it in his palm, But within 2 seconds, the hand was cut in half, his body was covered in wounds, blood dripping as he raised the axe high, shouting, "Now that is what I am talking about. Let us charge." He was wild with excitement. Yelling. At this moment, the others regained their strength. Kevin and the 2 others slammed their weapons into the ground, shouting, "Fallen stars!" Hugo and Guth chimed in. "Sacred, do not panic. This is the ultimate combo of the fallen." A blinding light erupted, melting everything in its path, accompanied by a whirlwind of panic. The gods appeared, and everyone screamed. The space has been shattered. Now we can connect with the divine. At this moment, everyone gathered together to fight, chanting, "What a nightmare." Resurrection. Liang saw them and smirked. "We are just pairs of victims." Nothing more. Pirio, battered and weary, stood up, thinking, how can he be this strong? He even severed ties with the divine. I have to get away. Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling him as footsteps rushed towards him. Kevin rushed in and jumped up, shouting with all his might, sending chills down Pirio's spine. Then he swung his sword down with a fierce slash, causing Pirio to tense up in fear, and blood gushed from his body. At this moment, Kevin seemed to shed all his hatred. Pirio clearly recognized the name of that skill, and from his blood, a monstrous mask emerged. Speaking, "I never wanted to meet someone like this." Kevin seemed to realize who it was, and sure enough, it was a person. Jin Lewis Morin, along with Kevin's voice, revealed the form of a man gradually materializing. He answered, "It has been a while since I last saw you. Kevin, I have something urgent to discuss with this guy." "Pirio, are you seriously thinking about running away? We aim to wipe out all of you." He looked at Pirio, who was now in tears, terrified, and cried out, "I wish. If I hear the answer." He spoke up. "Very well. I will give you another chance." Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight into Pirio's throat. Demonic arms appeared, and at the same time, Pirio flew up, holding the holy cross high, waiting for the man from earlier to continue speaking. "I will offer you as a sacrifice to the gods to become the Western Eagle. So go ahead and fulfill your mission." Pirio. At this moment, Pirio was astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief. Jin Lewis Morin, the former saint, used an equivalent exchange skill from the zodiac of the Libra to Pirio, saying, "This silver-haired guy's name is Pirio. Right. So why are you messing up the nickname you wanted to give him?" Then, hands combined to form a terrifying demon, and they continued to speak. "That is some affection. Great Pirio. What is wrong? I am tired of your thoughts. Who knows how the centaur will accept him?" Liang laughed, saying, "If he does not accept, what will he do?" Kevin joined in with a mocking grin, saying, "Exactly. That slave." At this moment, Pirio was being squeezed tightly by the arms. Liang scoffed. He is really getting a bit too comfortable there. In his mind, he wondered how he could possibly have so much power. Is he enhancing his body? Suddenly, a notification popped up. Body enhancement in progress. 85% completion. Enhancement progress exceeding 80%. Side effects during enhancement will disappear, and you can now use your enhanced power. The video continued. It was clearly feeling very light right now, but still packed quite a punch. This time, let us really unleash a strong blow. Thinking that, Liang got into position, raising his sword to prepare to slash at Pirio. Before striking, he said, "Here we go." Then he swung down powerfully, but something suddenly caught him off guard. "What is going on outside the shrine?" Jin Mang approached, asking what was happening, and he scratched his head, pondering if it was about that incident he mentioned at the shrine. Surely there was not going to be a fight with the saint, right? Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying explosion erupted, startling him. He looked forward in horror, saying, "I can't believe the Virgo can fly this high." Another person approached, saying that the thing that just exploded was Virgo's phone. Right. He turned around, confused, not understanding what was happening. Then he suddenly realized, saying, "This is Pirio, knocked out and foaming at the mouth, lying among the rubble." Liang stepped out at that moment, speaking up. "How can you enhance your body like this? Even controlling your power is a struggle." Nguyen pinched his fingers, continuing, "If 85% is like this, what will 100% be like? It must take a good amount of time to get used to it." Meanwhile, Kevin stood behind, and Juns looked at Liang before him. Kevin bit his lip as Juns said, "Wait." And then from the clear blue sky, a sound erupted that shook the heavens. That crazy guy. The scene before Virgo looked utterly devastated, almost completely destroyed, as the announcement rang out that the Virgo constellation no longer had a temple. Meanwhile, whispers spread. Pirio has been defeated. A surprise attack on the Virgo, and the gods' betrayal from within, and the entire plan has failed. Who would not find this amusing? Zhang Lumolin stood seriously, arms crossed, saying, I am truly embarrassed by this. I can't believe Liang took those guys with him. The mysterious figure continued to ask. You even exposed yourself in front of them. Hurry up. What are you thinking? Zhang Lumolin shrugged, saying, Did you not order me to capture Liang? I am just doing my best. Then the woman spoke to him with a snap of her fingers, saying, Are you joking with me? He was tightly bound by golden chains, making him collapse. He humbly said, I would not dare do that in front of you. A woman sitting high above looked down at Zhang Lumolin, saying, I hope that little smirk of yours comes from confidence. Otherwise, it won't end well. Then she waved her hand, asking, What are they planning to do? Hearing the question, Zhang Lui immediately said, Kevin Azza will proclaim his innocence. So the place we all head to is the Scorpion constellation. Over here, Hugo stood beside Li Jiayang, asking about the one who took down Lai Huan the Scorpion constellation. Kevin, serious, said. Yep. That is the Scorpion constellation. Hugo approached, shaking Kevin, saying, I do not know how, but Li would not do that. Are you seriously planning to confront someone that unpredictable? We have seen all the records of the civilization's mirror. Kevin angrily shoved Hugo's face away, saying, Don't be so quick to judge after fighting through blood mist. By the way, you mentioned the mirror. If I take down Li, what do you think I am doing secretly at the Demon Tower? I can't even prove myself unless I beat him where everyone can see. Since it has come to this, I will show you proof that it was the Scorpion constellation that led you to the sacred artifact storage. The knight listening and immediately nodded in agreement. The knight was cleaning up the devastated scene, and Kevin looked around. Speaking up, the mirror and you all testifying for me is not anything new. Then a tunnel opened up. Kevin continued, I have been secretly investigating the temples. Kevin, Hugo, and Legion took turns going down the stairs. Kevin touched the door, determined to uncover the enemy hiding among the gods. I discovered that Kevin pushed the door open, revealing weapons that emitted an eye-catching glow. Kevin said, These are what I found while investigating the Scorpion constellation. They are all tied to an unknown civilization. They all looked at Kevin as he continued. The Scorpion constellation is extremely dangerous. They are the ones who will threaten humanity's civilization. Just as he was about to speak, a sound suddenly echoed, and it seemed like no one expected it. Everyone turned in shock. At that moment, a girl stepped down, and everyone exclaimed, Yuha. Kevin spoke up. You are the daughter of the centaur. Kevin asked seriously. What do you mean by that? Yuha replied nonchalantly. It is exactly what you said. The Scorpion is very dangerous. Before coming here, I went to Scorpion City. As she stepped down, she added, I was helped by Lord Haley, who is a good person. It seems you jumped to conclusions a bit too quickly. Her words left everyone in shock. Kevin, even more surprised, asked, You have been to Scorpion City. Do you know where it is? But then, Li Jun's belly cut through the tense atmosphere, leaving everyone speechless. Hugo sighed and said, Let us go eat first. Kevin slightly pouted. Not responding, the scene shifted to a restaurant, where everyone stared at the person across the way, some even pulling out their phones to film. Li Jun's voice rang out, Oh come on. Seriously. As he crushed a glass of water, he said irritably, Why can't I control my strength? On the table were the shards created by Lai Jin. At that moment, Kevin could not hold back anymore, slammed the table, and stood up, shouting, Li Jun, are you unhappy about something? Even if I am a saint, I can just let it slide. Everyone could only stay silent and watch, while Li Jun gritted his teeth and brushed his hands off. At that moment, Yuha, with a smug face, said, You are so cool, uncle, making Kevin explode with anger. Centaur, is this how you teach your daughter? Hugo could only shed 2 tears. Suddenly, Li Jun looked at Kevin with an expressionless face, causing him to feel a bit tense and ask, What is it? Then he gently placed his hand on Kevin's head, making Kevin panic and shout, Whoa! In fear. Prompting Mir, Jin Meng to quickly speak up. The leader. Suddenly, an announcement rang out, body enhancement completed, leaving the weak human form behind and replacing it with a divine body for the first time. Li Jin remained indifferent as Kevin protested internally, thinking, During battles, the body is much stronger. I still can't get used to it. Hugo scoffed and said, Just sit still. Why step? Just as he finished speaking, Li Jin placed his hand on Hugo's head, making him shout. He then also panicked and yelled, Whoa! While Li Jun was silently thinking, he could feel an immense source of power. Seeing Hugo like that, Kevin laughed and said, Why not sit still? Standing around makes you dizzy. Ah. Meanwhile, Yuha was still starstruck, exclaiming, So cool. He can hold the heads of 2 saints and spin them like tops. As she spoke, she picked up her phone, capturing the ongoing shouts of the 2 saints. Oh come on. Is that centaur really your child? Then suddenly, She spoke up. Oh right. Lord Haley asked me to pass a message to you. Uncle. Hearing that, Liang tossed the two guys aside and asked, what is it? She then pulled out a box containing an exquisitely crafted fountain pen and said, here. Listen up. The announcement rang out, revealing that the wooden pen held the last traces of the truth from the ledger. Before Liang could react, Jin Meng rushed over, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, Ligandate is one of the 8 great sacred artifacts. I can't believe we are seeing it here. Yua folded her hands in confusion, while Liang maintained a stoic expression, as if to say, are you kidding me? Picked up the pen and thought to himself, the ledger is the ultimate goal of this intellectual challenge. An announcement popped up, indicating the challenge to find the ledger's whereabouts in the serpent constellation, made him gaze intently at the box. Reflecting on past memories, he mused, the scorpion constellation always runs away when it sees me. Could it be that it despises me this much? After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Jin Meng and asked, have you checked everything in the underground storage? Jin Meng replied, yep. There are many things related to an unknown civilization that could be tied to the scorpion constellation. Hugo and Kevin were thrown aside, causing chaos. And Kevin ended up with a bowl of noodles on his head. I told you, he exclaimed. Kevin continued, the scorpion definitely has ties to that unknown civilization. I am sure I have mentioned it before. Liang was now paying attention to Kevin. He burst out, I even saw him interacting with people 20 years ago. Flashback to a moment when a hand held a strange jar. Pouring something over Liang's steak, Kevin chimed in, he always poisons people's food. Along with that, the scene of Liang nonchalantly eating the poisoned food caused Kevin to panic. He then raised his voice. Ligandate is definitely the scorpion constellation. Everyone looked at Kevin like he was a rebellious child, while Liang gazed at Kevin with a look of disdain. He then asked, Kevin, so what is this? Kevin boldly responded, it is a tonic from your family. Liang, since you are not a god, you need to change your physique and battle against adversity. Kevin flashed a confident smile, saying, when you fight me, you can show your full strength, so I always add tonics to your food. No need to thank me. At that moment, Hugo interjected, what you put in is tonic, while the scorpion's offering is poison. Liang looked on silently. Jin Meng smiled and pointed to himself, saying, well, let me check if that is tonic or poison. Just as he finished speaking, Kevin protested loudly, don't touch Liang's stuff. You are questioning your own master's offering. Jin Meng, he thought to himself, feeling his trust in the offering dwindle. Meanwhile, Kevin and Hugo continued their heated debate. Someone should drink it to see if it suits them. Ignoring the two's argument, Jin Meng spoke up. Liang, I am quite embarrassed that the head of the Inquisition is involved with another constellation. Liang and Yuha turned to look at him. He then analyzed. From the very beginning, this guy has been odd. The riots in the Holy Domain are a life-threatening act, and being a vice-chairman among the 10 stars, he does not reconcile or testify. Not only does he control the constellation, but he also commands all our forces. Do you really think we can trust him? Jin Meng chimed in. From the very start of that riot, it was his strength that made us fight each other. Liang continued. Exactly. All the intel we gathered was fabricated by him to make us suspicious of the Virgo. He raised an eyebrow and said, what a cocky bastard. Jin Meng, still confused, exclaimed. All the information and evidence pointed straight to Virgo without a doubt. At that moment, an old man appeared, struggling to speak, and barely managed to say Virgo. It was so obvious that it made me question if that answer had been hiding for too long. Someone was screaming in pain, shouting about the Virgo as the skies were judging us. I only have a few memories of the dagger, so I can't be sure if the one who stabbed me had silver hair or not. If that is the case, we also need to suspect others like Virgo or Libra. He appeared and was stabbed by someone hidden in the shadows. Jin Meng spoke up. If so, then what about the guild leader Kevin? He remembered Kevin's words back in the sanctum when he said, if you receive help from the blood mist, do not be quick to judge when mentioning the dagger. If we wanted to settle things with Liang, why would we secretly enter the demon tower? There is no solid evidence. Right. Instead, I would rather defeat him in front of everyone than hide. He crossed his arms and smiled, saying, even though I am not sure, that silver-haired guy is not the one we are looking for. With everything he has done, acting like a fool will only hurt himself. Hearing this, Jin Meng gasped. After a bit of back and forth, Jua spoke, so what do we do now? Liang replied, let us go look for the Scorpio. Then he sat back, deep in thought, and continued, he must be involved in this. I also suspect he gave me this pen through Juha. I have been trying to make Sangjay my follower, and it seems like it took quite a bit of time to get here. Just saying that left everyone in stunned silence. Hugo stuttered. Liang, what are you talking about? Liang smiled and replied, choosing Sangjay as my follower. Son is my follower. My first follower. Hugo, hearing this, exclaimed loudly, Do not bring that up. Oh no. Not him. Then a chilling voice echoed from Jua. Uncle. Why not? Why so? Well. She looked at Li Jin, making him break out in a cold sweat. She stared wide-eyed and said in a frosty tone, I am sorry if I made things awkward for you. I will just ask Sungji myself. Li Jin stammered. Jua. But at that moment, she did not listen to him and focused on her phone, her voice still icy. Sungji, do not do this to me. You are stealing my uncle away, and it makes me so sad. Can you handle that? She kept tapping on her phone, saying, Sungji. Pick up. Why is not my Sungji answering my texts or calls? And then she kept tapping away non-stop. Everyone had to intervene. Jua calmly said, Calm down, Jua. On this side. The phone kept ringing with a voice saying, Herman. Wait. Sungji. As Jua looked up to the sky, breathing heavily, then he spoke up, I got you now. You bastard. At that moment, Junti Yu was passed out on the ground as the phone continued to vibrate relentlessly, and then we advanced to this level of the Liber constellation, where someone mentions seeing you look over in surprise. A man dressed like a nurse, holding a staff, continues. Thank you. Many people I can easily suppress. You. Confused, asks. Who is that? The man laughs and responds. Haha. My transformation is just perfect. Is not. Then a wave of purple mist flows over him, changing his appearance. He is undoing the shape-shifting skill borrowed from Pisses. At that moment, his true face appears, and he smirks confidently. He then raises his hand and declares. Me. The grown-up of the Gemini team. Koi Sung-hyu. Sung-ji. Annoyed, says. Is cross-dressing your thing? Choi Sung-higu yells back angrily. Is not. Then he speaks easily. I never expected to have to dress as a woman to find the forbidden book. The only person who knows what that book is, besides me, is no one else. Sung-ji scratches his head and says. Right. It is my fault. Whenever you want it back. Go ahead. Jun Sung-ji's words make Choi Sung-higu exclaim. Ah. Jun Sung-ji responds. I do not need it anymore. Suddenly, he opens the forbidden book and laughs. Sorry. But I can't just leave. I have so many questions starting with what happened to you. Sir. As he speaks, two spaces open up from the Trader of Gemini. Suddenly, two pairs of feet stepped out of the space. Not just two, but a whole crowd surrounded Choi Sung-higu. He continued. Sung-ji, come with us. What do you think? Surprising. Ah. Next to the room they were talking in, there was still a patient. The voice echoed. Sung-ji. Turns out that patient is Sung-ji's uncle. Come join us. Suddenly, Koi Sung-ji's uncle moved, his eyes slowly opening. Koi Sung-hyu spoke up. Sorry, but I can't just walk away. I have so many questions to ask. Starting with what happened to Lord Haiji. As he spoke, he opened the forbidden book. Then suddenly, space holes appeared, and he continued. From the Trader of the Gemini, and from that space, legs emerged. Around Choi Sung-ji, many people appeared as Choi Sung-higu urged. Come on. Sung-ji. Join us. Koi Sung-ji fell silent for a moment before speaking. So this is what it means to grow up. A surge of power emanated around him. Remembering everything, he exclaimed. A person who only cares about what they want, without thinking of anyone else, because they do not want to think of anything else. Koi Sung-ji suddenly pointed at him and said, Stop talking nonsense. Choi Sung-higu excitedly laughed and replied. Well then. Sung-ji, that is a real shame. Saying that, he activated the Gemini soul skill and shouted. Everyone, quickly capture Koi Sung-ji. Sacrifice him, the crowd echoed. Understood, Choi Sung, full of energy, said. Let us see how far you can go. I am not the old me anymore. But just as he finished speaking, all of Sung-ji's power was drained away, causing him to stop. It turned out his strength was being sucked into that guy's formation. He looked on and thought, what are they doing? They are draining my magic. Over here, Choi Sung-higu also stopped and asked, what? Why is Choi Sung-ji's magic being sucked into that? The henchman also paused and said, there is something really off with the growth team. While Sung-jae angrily shouted, isn't this just robbery? Then suddenly, a voice boomed from the formation. Haha. An immense source of energy, along with a hand emerging, accompanied by cherry blossom petals. Suddenly, a strange figure broke free from the formation, stunning everyone below. Choi Sung-ji and his henchmen gasped. What is that? Isn't that the soul we summoned? How did it appear? Then he thought. If I remember correctly, it is the one that Lord Haiji can't summon back. He recognized it and said, the first-generation fairy king. Elision. The strongest. Choi Sung-hyu halted and said, if we gather our magic, we could summon the fairy king. Could it be? Is it because of the power of the forbidden book? People began to murmur excitedly. Suddenly, the fairy king spoke. The one who transmitted the summoning signal is the traitor of the Gemini. You guys, what truly brought me here is his power, he said as he turned to look at Sung-ji. Man, that power deserves some serious praise. Even though I am under the protection of Gemini, I really want that power for myself. At that moment, a formation appeared beneath Sung-ji's feet. The Fairy King continued speaking. His next move was to leave the harp, which shocked everyone around. What? Cho Sung-hyuk could not believe his ears and exclaimed. The Fairy King is chasing him. How is that possible? Isn't he supposed to belong to Gemini? The Fairy King replied nonchalantly. Why not? The connection with the Gemini deity has been severed, and I do not know where your city has gone. But it seems he left a huge gap to maintain this relationship. The Fairy King's answer left Cho Sung-hyuk grinding his teeth in silence. In his mind, Cho Sung-hyuk thought they still had not made a contract, and the Fairy King chasing him was still tied to the harp. Thinking that, he immediately ordered, everyone attack Chon Sung-yi. Eliminate him. The underlings immediately echoed the command. Yep, sir. Chon Sung, excited, shouted, haha, just as they were gearing up for battle. An announcement rang out. The power of the Gemini deity has run out, and at the same time, the magical energy around him started to fade. He paused, confused, shouting, what the heck is going on? Is this some kind of joke? The fairy gasped. Could it be that I just drained all your magic? He gasped. Is it fairy? Then stop them. At that moment, Cho Sung-hyuk's group took their fighting stance. The Fairy King wore a shy expression. His cheeks flushed. Covering his mouth, he said, we have not made a contract yet. Our relationship is not at that level. He was speechless. Are you serious? Cho Sung-hyuk smugly said. Haha, you were so full of yourself earlier. What happened? Chao. It is not too late to drop your contract with the Fairy King and join us. If that happens, your life before he could finish. The wall beside him was blown away by a physical force from the other side. Then a man appeared, charging straight at Cho Sung-hyuk, causing him to freeze in shock. He was slammed down, his head pressed into the ground, a drag for several meters. Sung-ji watched in disbelief, mouth agape, as a voice echoed. Who dares? Who dares to threaten him? It turned out to be Cho Sung-ji's uncle, who spoke up. Who dares to threaten him? Cho Sung-hyuk was left lying on the ground, stunned. As the smoke cleared, Uncle Ji-gon's face became visible. He said, get away from him. Sung-ji shouted. Uncle Jake. At that moment, someone spoke up. No way. You are the captain of the Sagittarius squad who was defeated by the Blood Mist, a guy who has been bedridden for 10 years. How can you save him? Just then, a message appeared. The soul has been blessed by the Gemini deity, and Cho Sung-ji stood behind, excited, indicating it was the power of Uncle Gon. The story of regaining past abilities was being activated. The body's condition was temporarily at its peak, and the super regenerative ability was set up, even in a losing position. Cho Sung-hyuk's underlings stubbornly said, damn it. We are not at a disadvantage. That is right. After all, we have more numbers on our side. A voice rang out. Only 2 of you, causing Cho Sung-ji to jump in surprise. At that moment, a group of people jumped down in front of Cho Sung-ji, leaving him stunned. Then you switched to excitedly saying, everyone, the flaming arrows on the bow are ready to go. Everyone shouted. If you do not want a hole in your head, surrender to the twin bows. The lackeys saw this and chimed in. Forget the damn centaur. We are done for. Just as that was said, a purple sphere appeared, shocking them all. A man appeared and shouted with tension. The summoning battle has failed. Everyone retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, all the lackeys were sucked into the void, including Choi Sung-hyuk. They all vanished before the members of Do-nun. Leaving Cho Sung-ji stunned, they ran away. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, so it is all over now. Right. Just then, a voice echoed. It has been a while since I last saw you. Sung-ji. Causing him to look up in shock. A scene unfolded showing young Cho Sung-ji standing in front of a man. The voice continued. You have grown so much. Back then you only reached my waist. Ji smiled. Now I am eye level with you. Cho Sung-ji spoke with a bit of emotion. I do not even know where to start. But uncle, I am so happy you are awake. Hearing this, those behind him also had tears in their eyes. Ji smiled widely, giving a thumbs up to show his excitement. Everyone was chatting joyfully, completely oblivious to the Elven King. At this moment, he noticed a book left on the ground and said, they left that book behind. The forbidden tome lay eerily on the ground. While they were laughing and chatting, suddenly a voice rang out, startling Cho Sung-ji, causing him to whip around, thinking, that voice. He panicked, his hair standing on end. Everyone gasped. Yuha, not very angry, said. Why are you so surprised? Are you hiding something from me? Cho Sung-ji replied. It is nothing. I am just really happy. I did not want to tell you that I have become the head of Uncle Hoon. Yua glared at him with a razor-sharp look, making him shrink back. Thinking, oh no, he fumbled to explain. About that, but before he could finish, Uncle Ji-hoon stepped in front of him, raising his finger and saying, "Haha, the lady is awake." Upon seeing Uncle Ji-hoon, Yua's anger vanished, covering her mouth and saying, "Uncle, you are awake." "Thank goodness," Uncle Ji-hoon replied. "Haha. And you have grown taller too." Chu Sung-ji breathed a sigh of relief as the Elven King noted this and said, the one who was even more tense was surrounded by the twin bows. Hearing this, he replied, "Thanks to Uncle Ji-hoon, I managed to keep my skin intact." Then he trailed behind him. Speaking up, "You want to run away? Then make a pact with me, and I will transfer to your side while you can escape without needing to win." Just as he finished speaking, a notification popped up. Cho Sung-ji has made a pact with Yexium, the first-generation Elven King. Yexium has transferred to the constellation of Ophiuchus through Sang Yai. So what should I do now? The Elven King responded. So what did you ask me for? Run along. As soon as he finished, he shot forward, zooming past the two who were talking, leaving Yu Hai and Uncle Ji-hoon stunned. Once they snapped back to reality, Yua turned and shouted, "Chow! What do you think you are doing?" He thought to himself, "I just spaced out for a second, and now I have lost sight of him." Cho Sung-ji jumped down laughing. "Haha. I can only go ahead of you. But I am not going to let you be Ji's first target." Yuha angrily chased after her, shouting loudly, "Stop right there." Chan Sung-ji landed firmly and said, "You think I am dumb enough to just stand still?" Chan Sung-ji remained kneeling, not moving, while Yua caught up, astonished. "I can't believe you actually listened to me like this. Did you get hurt when you fell?" But Chan Sung-ji just cried out, hearing her younger brother say that. Yua looked over and exclaimed. At that moment, Yurin smiled at the woman in front of her, and the woman exclaimed, "I am so happy that you two are still together." "Yuha, Sung-ji," she smiled and asked, "Are you both doing well?" At the teleport station, Kevin and Hugo stopped at one of the teleportation spots. Li Jian spoke up. "I can't believe there is still a teleport station here." Hearing that, Kevin replied, "It is one of the last remaining stations. But compared to the other teleportation routes, its effectiveness is not great." After the chaos with the teleportation routes, things started to explode. He poked Li Jian, saying, "Are you even listening to me?" Li Jian waved him off. Uninterested. Over there, Hugo was on the phone talking to someone, yelling, "Is she awake? What about G1?" Yi Wuhai on the other end replied, "I do not know if mom has fully recovered, but she is asleep again. The doctor said there is nothing wrong." Hearing that, Hugo was so happy he almost cried, saying, "Thank goodness." With a face full of joy, then Yi Wuhai added, "The teleportation routes were pushed out by the Scorpios." Yi Wuhai lamented that the Scorpios had disappeared. They were the ones who got kicked out. Hugo gritted his teeth and said, "Both the teleportation routes and Yi Wuhai ran away." Hearing this, Legion asked, "Yeah. Who are you talking about?" "It is the son of the Saint of Libra." He replied, "That day, Hugo discovered the culprits behind the blood fog incident 10 years ago. It is Yi Wuhai and Yi Wuhai, the two children of the Libra Palace. He had gone to confront the Saint of Libra to hold them accountable, and when Hugo stood before the Saint, he slammed the table and said, 'Libra, you were the mastermind behind the blood fog plan, were not you? It was my mistake to underestimate this relationship. I have gone through all the investigation documents you hid, the goods transported by Libra, and your son is on the client list." Hugo, soaked with sweat, continued, "I have also investigated the surviving witnesses Libra. Answer me." Hugo, extremely angry, said, "That evidence was made by your son." The Saint of Libra turned her back to Hugo and replied, "Finally. So what are you planning to do now?" She glares at Hugo with a cold, sharp gaze, questioning the shameful power he wields. "What do you plan to do with that title of saint?" She says nonchalantly, "I am very sorry for the trouble my son caused. I will keep an eye on them." Hearing this, Jun says, "You still say those words?" She impatiently retorts, "The truth is you could not stop that talent of Li Jianan. If he showed up, would it have led to such a disaster?" This leaves Hugo unable to rebut, only able to grit his teeth as she continues, "You failed to protect South Korea as entrusted by Li Jun. Get your act together. I will give you a chance." Hugo otters. As she speaks, she pushes a scale closer to Hugo. She seemed to have all the cards. Wearing a smug expression as she spoke to Hugo, "Choose one of the two." Amidst the evidence, Hugo remains silent, contemplating the threat posed by the woman in front of him. When he does not respond, she continues, "If you are confident you can bear the responsibility, whether it is revealing the truth or going to war with us, it is up to you. If not, Then clean up this mess with your uselessness. Hugo still does not reply, and she sighs. If not, just let it go. Kids making mistakes is pretty normal. Is not. You have kids too. You must understand. She says this with a sinister smile. Right. I remember their names. Sangji and Yu. Right. Hearing the names of his beloved children sends a chill down Hugo's spine. After a moment of silence, Junji clenches the piece of evidence tightly. At this point, Hugo feels like he is placed on a dangerously tilted scale. The voice of the Saint of Libra still resonates. Hugo, you are busy too. Right. Choose quickly. What will you do? Back in reality, Ga continues to narrate. When the Saint of Libra mentioned Sung Jae and Yuha, he found himself with no other choice while losing his strength. And the Saint's throne did not know what Libra would do. The guild leader would do anything for the safety of Sang Jae and Yuha. The guild leader has suffered so much. Looking at Hugo's imposing figure now, no one could imagine what he has been through. After hearing the story, Lai Jun spoke up, insisting that Goth must find out where his brothers are. To which Got replied, a week later, after delegating tasks to Got, he thought to himself, that is why Hugo sent Sang Jae and Yuha to the Sagittarius constellation. The Sagittarius constellation was growing weaker and could not protect the two kids. Sangji leaving the Twin Stars constellation to become my follower gives me some peace of mind. He seriously opened the system menu to check his tasks. Deep in thought, oh right. With Sangji becoming my follower, the next task should be coming soon. The notification screen popped up, adding a new task to create the Sagittarius badge, designating that the Sagittarius must be at least S rank. After reading it, he thought, I can focus on making the badge later. The priority is figuring out who will be the Sagittarius. Plus, there is a rank limitation. At that moment, Hugo heard a phone ring and walked over to John. Speaking up, hey Gun, if we do not send the kids as instructed, it is going to be a big problem. Thanks to that, things are stable on the Korean side. Seeing Lee Jun not responding and just staring at him, Hugo immediately got defensive. What is the deal? You trying to grab me? He stepped back to maintain a safe distance. Lee Jun, with an expressionless face, looked at Hugo and let out a long sigh. Yeah. Suddenly, he spoke up, asking Hugo, hey Hugo, do you want to join our forum as a follower? We will make you a saint. Hugo paused, confused, and could only exclaim, ah. Suddenly, the god Apollo appeared, looking furious as he stared at Lee Jun, startling the other three. The notification appeared again. Apollo, the god of the Sagittarius constellation, was on high alert. He warned not to look at someone who has signed a pact with him. Apollo was steaming with rage, but Jun remained calm, waving his hand and saying, don't he be so difficult. Meanwhile, Kevin and Got were wide-eyed, staring at the god in front of them. Once they regained their composure, Kevin shouted, Sanji, come on, stop messing around and answer me. Sanji, the god began to fade, but the two men awkwardly wished each other a safe journey, and Lee Jun, noticing Kevin, asked, after thinking for a moment, he exclaimed, do you want to join our flock too? In response, John got a thumbs up and a smile that could not look worse along with a firm rejection. At that moment, the station staff announced, passengers for platform 64 have finished boarding. Please prepare to enter the divine seat that is rising. The divine seat is rising. The divine seat is rising. And because of such a blunt rejection, Kevin was hit by Jun in a storm of words. God also tried to intervene. Stop it. We are getting ready to leave. But it did not matter. Hugo was also showing a displeased expression and said, it is too noisy. God, hearing him say that, spoke up. What is with the attitude? The divine seat is getting crowded. Hearing Got's question, Hugo replied, you do not know why I'm like this. Flashback to the day before, Yuhavijin keeps calling Sungji. Sungji. Come on. Stop messing around and pick up. Sanji, why is not my Sungji answering texts or calls? Yua. Just chill out. Jua still can't reach Sungji. Yuha has made up her mind to go find her brother. Everyone. But I need to get to Korea right now. That little brat Sungji is too spoiled. He dares to. At that moment, Git's cheeks flushed red. Yua. Calm down. I have a way to get you to Korea quickly. Then he flashed a warm smile and continued. How about we go together to the teleport station? That is the fastest way. But while trying to strike a pose, Jin Meng handed Yuha a teleportation book. He said, meeting like this is fate. So here's a teleportation book as a gift. Oh my god. This gift is super rare. Thank you. While they were chatting happily, Git stood aside, feeling the hostility from the Virgo constellation rising. Then Yuha approached Lee Giant, looking a bit shy, and said, Uncle Janain, are you heading to the Virgo constellation? Lai Jian replied, we usually take the road in America where the Leo constellation is. Giant sighed at that. It is a bit time-consuming. Though, after saying that, she opened the teleportation book and said, after handling things in Korea, I will head straight to the Leo constellation. Let us meet there. Okay. Saying that, she used instant teleportation. Before leaving, she did not forget to say, Uncle, Grandma, I have rewatched the scene of you two fighting in the blood fog. It was tough for you. She flashed a sweet smile and vanished. Hearing Yuha say that, Jian chimed in. She raised a well-behaved child. Ah, Hugo replied proudly. Of course, no matter how tired I am. When I see the kids. At the same time, Hugo turned to see Gitte's face. Looking miserable and annoyed. He stared at Gut for a moment, then he said, You look really strange. Are you trying to make a move on Yuha? Hearing Hugo ask that, Gut suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He realized he was caught. And Hugo tightened his grip on Gut's collar, gritting his teeth. Why are not you answering me? Git seemed like he was about to gasp for air. Shouting. Passengers disembark at gate 64. Urgent passengers. Please. The staff there watched the scene unfold in shock. After a while, the chaotic brawl finally ended. Hugo was still grumbling. What? I have to go with this Kevin guy. Kevin, seemingly unfazed by Hugo's complaints, said seriously, I need to prove my innocence. Plus, if anyone tries to take down Liang before me, it will be trouble. I will eliminate anyone who dares to mess with Liang. Only I can take down Liang. The three of them looked at Kevin as if he were an idiot. Liang helplessly said, Just stop, we are ready to depart. What are the coordinates? Dear passengers. The coordinates are Washington Dice. The holy party of the Leo constellation has a location name that coordinates to Washington C. The holy party of the Leo constellation has a meeting point where people are chatting about something. Suddenly, someone speaks up, grabbing everyone's attention as they announce that Liang has arrived in Washington X. The crowd bursts into cheers, clearly excited about their upcoming guests. If that is the case, we need to prepare an extravagant welcome for the most amazing show ever. Of course. Who better to welcome the strong than us? The Leo constellation. Haha. That Liang guy one time know what hit him. In the arena, everyone is fired up. And the party is just getting started. In the Leo constellation arena in America, the clear voice of the announcer captured the audience's full attention today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Leo constellation arena. Today's epic showdown features Stephen Marker versus Liang. Standing tall with overwhelming presence is Stephen Marker, while Liang looks completely bewildered. Who? Where is this place? Amidst the roaring cheers from the crowd, Liang finally realizes he is in the arena, and that the man in front of him is Stephen Marker. Still half asleep, he stretches and yawns, thinking to himself, how did it come to this? Liang desperately calls out for help. Someone save me. An hour earlier in Dykes, Liang curiously gazes at the majestic lion statue placed there, wondering what it is all about. Did that jerk really set up a statue for himself? Liang grumbles under his breath, his face radiating disbelief as he voices his thoughts. Sure. Be arrogant if you want. But that is a bit much. Hugo Otters next to him can't help but exclaim. Looks like he is living the high life. Kevin Azar standing behind is utterly astonished. He is so hyped that his eyes are sparkling. Thinking, that is so cool. I need one. Seeing Kevin's excitement, Hugo Otters snap. Damn it. Why'd you bring that idiot along? He just picks up useless stuff outside. A distant excited voice calls out. And Liang, hearing his name, looks around confused along with his friends. Liang turns to see a group of fans holding a sign that says, Welcome to all you. One man in the group speaks up. Liang, it is an honor to meet you. And Stephen Marker, the Lion Saint, wants to see you. Come with us. Hearing this, both Liang and Kevin Azar respond at the same time. Why us? Why him? They both share the same bewildered question. Hugo Otters, seeing this, angrily rushes forward and grabs Liang by the throat, while the others look on in shock and shout in unison. That is the Saintess Kevin Azar. Liang, standing right next to him, can't he help but smile slyly. Hearing this, the others are just as stunned, realizing they are in the presence of a true saint. On the left is Kevin Azar. On the right is Hugo Otters. They can't help but exclaim. That is Liang. Truly something special. Alone, he can't take on the Saint King, so he brought these guys along. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang landed a kick that sent the two men next to him into a panic. Liang relentlessly stomped on the back of the guy lying on the ground, coldly stating, I am sure you want my weapon. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. His buddy urged nervously. Not all. Let us explain. Seeing Liang's unfriendly face, he rushed over to help his brother up. We are here to invite you to the Lion Constellation Arena. Fearing Liang would not believe him, he quickly handed over the invitation letter. Just mentioning the Lion Constellation Arena reminded him of the chaotic battles that took place all over America, regardless of gender, nationality, race, or age. A battle just to determine the strongest. This shows that the fight is incredibly fierce and dangerous. He knelt on one knee and spoke reverently, especially since the Holy War is always a box office hit. The last Holy War took place 30 years ago. Just one match. Their intensity was so great that it caught the attention of passers-by. The man's tone grew serious. It was the battle between Saint Liang and Saint Stephen Marker. That holy war will happen again at the Lion's Den headquarters in America. A voice filled with astonishment echoed. What? Fight Ligand? Stephen Marker asked coldly. Who took the liberty? Stephen Marker's subordinate excitedly asked. We will get everything ready. Don't worry, Saint. You just need to show up. After hearing this, Stephen Marker shot him a glare. How could you decide that on your own? Stephen Marker's subordinate was not scared at all. Instead, he seemed eager. Everyone knows you humiliated Ligand with a surprise attack during the Grand Sky match. He laughed, declaring, Ligand definitely has not forgotten that defeat and will seek revenge for the battle from 30 years ago. Seeing Stephen Marker like this, I eagerly asked, You do not think there will be a life or death match with him? Do you? I heard that Ligand has agreed to this match. It is tough to invite the VIPs from the top media, political, and economic circles around the world. He paused to think. You will definitely win the title. When Stephen Marker heard that Ligand had agreed, he broke out in a cold sweat. Then, unable to contain his fear, he yelled loudly. Back at the Lion's Den arena, Stephen Marker sat anxiously in the waiting room, thinking to himself, this is... Stephen Marker's subordinate watched the TV screen and happily reported. The stands are packed. Fans from all over the world have come to America to witness the match between Ligand and Stephen Marker. It is truly a top-tier match. Not only the audience but also the viewership has set a new record. His voice could not help but reveal his excitement. Imagining the Holy Master defeating Ligand in front of the whole world made his muscles tense with anticipation. Stephen Marker, filled with resentment, thought, is that bastard really out for revenge on me? As Stephen Marker stormed off, his underling quickly asked, Where are you going, sir? Angry, Stephen Marker turned back and growled, I am going to the bathroom. The underling, trying to stay on his good side, grinned and replied, Enjoy yourself, sir. I thought you were about to bail. The underling watched Stephen Marker leave, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, his face lost the excitement from earlier, all while in the bathroom, with worry gnawing at him. Stephen Marker rushed into the restroom to wash his hands. He looked up and spotted Legal standing in front of the mirror, which made him freeze. His expression turned to one of sheer terror as he glanced at Legal standing beside him, thinking, Damn it, why am I running into Legal here? In stark contrast to Stephen Marker, Legal remained utterly calm. Suddenly, he called out, Hey, cat. Startled, Stephen Marker jumped. Legal asked in a chilling tone, What are you plotting? Can you handle this battle? Stephen Marker broke into a sweat at Legal's question. He fell silent for a moment, staring at Legal. After a pause, he forced a laugh and said, Handling it. Your death 20 years ago is certainly a tough burden to bear. Legal, taken aback, could not help but exclaim, What? Stephen Marker continued. Back then, you were a symbol and a pillar of hope that made humanity believe they would definitely win. Your demise in the Demon Tower hit humanity like a punch to the gut. Stephen Marker's face suddenly twisted with pain as he lamented. I do not believe it. But it hurts so much. Legal, of course, did not buy his words. Why would he be sad about the death of his brother? Legal coldly remarked, Cut the theatrics. You are the last person who should be crying. Reclaim this land. Ah. Stephen Marker chuckled. I have to act like this. Saints like us can let others see our vulnerable side. Legal skeptically asked. Saints. Stephen Marker laughed. Oh no. I am just the reflection that can escape. I do not need to appear noble or pure. He clenched his fist and added, I will do things my way to prevent humanity from crumbling. I fear humanity will fall into despair more than facing insults for being useless. Stephen Marker warned. One day, you will confront the fury of those who know the truth. Stephen Marker grinned confidently, saying, Once the reflection is gone, I can shoulder anything. Seeing him laugh maniacally, Legal shot him a disgusted look. Saying nothing, sighing, he then remarked, Why are you talking so much all of a sudden? What are you trying to say? Stephen Marker spread his arms, thinking, I thought you would get it. He looked straight into Ligand's eyes and said, Listen, you see this battle as a game, right? Ligand glared at him, furious, but Stephen did not care. He turned away and continued, Actually, this match is to select fighters against the Calamity. We can turn this battlefield of minds into a playground. Ligand stood right behind him, silent but radiating an intense presence. Stephen Marker is not afraid of death, and he still speaks his mind, which makes Ligand behind him unable to hold back his anger, saying, I am pissed off. Then he shoots a glare at Stephen Marker as if he wants to shred him into 100 pieces. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, Stephen Marker breaks into a cold sweat and seizes the chance to escape. However, the deadly aura made him unable to hold back his tears, and he reveals his true goal. There can be a fiery showdown. Back in reality, Ligand and Stephen Marker stand facing each other amidst the chants and excitement of the crowd. The host voice booms. And finally, Stephen Marker and Liang are face to face. Who will emerge victorious in this battle? Stephen Marker tries to reassure himself, telling himself to stay calm. Stephen Marker turns his head towards the audience to suppress his fear. Liang has promised to cooperate, to heat up the atmosphere. The host voice becomes even more enthusiastic. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation has changed. Liang's side has proposed to fight all the gladiators in the arena at once. Is this just Liang's moment of reckless bravado? Or is it part of his true nature? After hearing this, Stephen Marker lets out a sigh of relief. Liang has agreed to my terms. Remember back when they were in the bathroom? Liang laughed and said, all right, but I have got conditions too. Stephen Marker asks in surprise. Conditions? Liang points at him with a smirk, replying, you already said it. Right. Pick the ones who will fight against the calamity. Bring those who are ready for it to the arena. In the end, Stephen Marker reluctantly agrees to compromise. Still, Stephen Marker can't shake his suspicions. Liang is truly a sly one. He gathers all the gladiators to suggest a lineup, turning the battle into an all-star showdown, where the focus is more on the spectacle than on winning or losing. This way, it is a win-win for both sides. Stephen Marker shouts out loud, Liang, let us create an epic showdown. Right after Stephen Marker's shout, the host chimes in again. Before the fight, we need to heat up the atmosphere. Let us watch the legendary battle video between Liang and Stephen Marker from 30 years ago. The host's words leave Stephen Marker momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Liang continues to gaze toward the audience, unfazed. In note, the battle between Liang and Stephen Marker is replayed on the big screen. At that moment, the TV shows Stephen Marker charging straight at Liang, throwing a punch right at his face. Stephen Marker is attacking Liang with ferocity. He even taunts, Liang, you really think you can take me down with that kind of power? Stephen Marker realizes what he just said and looks terrified, directing his panic straight at Liang, who is intently watching the TV screen. He frantically stutters. Why are you playing that clip? Wait, hold on a second. I did not know anything. Liang shot a glare at Stephen Marker, feeling more hatred. Liang's expression turned to warn him. I am really getting annoyed. Stephen Marker was internally flooded with anxiety, thinking, oh no, I really have to do this. The large screen continued to show Liang and Stephen Marker engaging in a fierce battle, and Stephen Marker was still in control. On screen, Stephen Marker's voice rang out, dripping with smugness. Liang, is that all the power you have? You think you can take me down? How ridiculous. Meanwhile, Stephen Marker outside was panicking, staring at Liang, who opened it. Liang looked up at the screen, commanding with uncertainty, while Stephen Marker frantically defended himself. Liang, wait, hold on a second. I never told him to do that. I do not know anything. But after Stephen Marker's explanations, all he got was a cold, piercing glare from Liang man. That was frustrating. Stephen Marker was sweating bullets, thinking, I am done. Really done for. What am I going to do now? As the screen replayed the past battle between Liang and Stephen Marker, the host's voice cut through, heating up the atmosphere. 30 years ago, Liang was defeated by Stephen Marker. That is a fact. If there was one thing Liang did not want the world to know, it was how furious he was, pointing an accusatory finger at Stephen Marker, who was still standing there after getting a hefty payout. Stephen Marker was equally furious. Maybe if it were 50 billion, he would reconsider. Stephen Marker's voice boomed, making sure everyone around could hear. No sooner had he finished speaking than murmurs erupted. What the heck is he saying? Stephen Marker was trembling with fear and uncertainty. The truth was out, and he could not hold back, asking, what are you all doing? Seeing Stephen Marker's terrified expression, everyone started to suspect something was seriously wrong. 50 billion. This was a mess. The players began to rally, shouting, the match has been going on forever. Let us charge in. Hearing that, others joined in, fueled by excitement. Some grabbed swords, others axes, charging forward to take down Liang. But with their overwhelming numbers, Liang stood his ground, unfazed. Just as they lunged, Liang nimbly jumped up, dodging the crowd like a cat avoiding a pack of hungry wolves. In the stands, a man sitting next to Hugo Otters pointed at Liang, saying, $50 billion. What is he talking about? Hugo Otters sighed. I heard he is probably going to donate it all. Kevin Azar, sitting next to them, was shaking with rage, ignoring everyone around him. He roared, unable to contain himself. Hugo Otters glanced at Kevin and thought about how much he wished he could just take him out right then and there. Kevin Azar clenched his fists and exclaimed, why do you like fighting them but not me? Liang, I will give you the money. But what is with this sword fight between us? Don't you know how to throw a punch on the battlefield? As the battle intensified, that guy Kevin Azar jumped onto the battlefield, chasing after Liang. Hugo Otters, astonished, shouted, that guy. He and the man next to him jumped down from the stands, with Hugo Otters worriedly saying, damn it, go after him. The other man chimed in. Can we please keep that guy separated next time? Meanwhile, in the stands, people were shouting, Liang's gonna lose. Is not. That is why he called everyone to charge in. The audience felt cheated and started criticizing Liang, saying, "Hey, we have lost a lot of money here. You dare ruin the match. Stop them," shouted someone, as chaos erupted, with people rushing into the battlefield. From the ring, you could see the crowd swarming like a hive of angry bees, accompanied by the roar of the live audience. The host's shocked voice rang out. An unprecedented situation is unfolding. All the spectators are rushing into the fight. They were all charging forward, weapons in hand, heading straight for Liang. Just as they were building momentum, suddenly, someone has foot-kicked the leading man in the face. The guy who did it, none other than Kevin Azar. The worst part is that this whole scene was broadcast live, and even the host on the ground could not help but comment. It is absolute chaos here. It is even crazier than a market. And the live chat is blowing up with reactions from viewers. In the VIP section, two men are so shocked by the match that they jump up, shouting, "What the heck is going on?" The man next to him asks, and they can't help but express their disbelief. The man anxiously turns to Oliver sitting beside him. "What are you planning to do? Oliver, where's he gone?" In the midst of this chaos, where the heck did he disappear to? Oliver storms out, frustrated, thinking, we are about to blow up. Why is everything getting so complicated? As Oliver ponders, he does not realize there is someone else still here, and he has to move on to the next step. John Yua leans against the wall, casually asking, "What is the next move?" Hearing the woman's voice, Oliver jumps in surprise, realizing she heard his thoughts. John Yuha blocks Oliver from backing down, exclaiming, "Deputy Lord John, where are you off to? This event is crucial. You know that." John replies coldly, arms crossed. "Isn't it you who knows where I am going and what I am doing? Don't you remember what you asked me to do?" Oliver stammers, stepping back. "I do not remember. What was it?" John's gaze locks onto Oliver's, and she skeptically asks, "Since when have you been so polite with me?" Oliver, he has never seen her like this, and for a moment, he is taken aback. John suddenly changed her tone, glaring at Oliver and sternly asking, "Who are you?" Right now in the arena, this fight is nothing short of a disaster. With everyone rushing in and the screams growing louder, Stephen Marker watched in frustration as things spiraled out of control. He silently cursed Oliver. That idiot. He thought to himself. What the hell is he doing? This battle has turned into a complete mess. And what is he even doing? While Stephen Marker was lost in thought, the chaos around him surged. And the very next moment, he heard a loud crash, dust swirling everywhere. Without hesitation, Liang delivered a punch that sent one guy flying, taking him down. Liang had just collected this from the General's discarded efforts. He knelt and took down another one, gathering strength from the will of the beast. Stephen Marker stood in the center of the hall, witnessing one by one as Liang knocked out opponents, each one being hurled past him, making him increasingly anxious. Liang excitedly declared, "This is what it is all about. Calling them all out to beat them is the best. Look at this pile I get to collect." The knocked out fighters lay scattered across the ground, creating a mountain of bodies. Liang grabbed the collar of one guy, cheering, "Thanks for helping me collect this." Receiving Liang's gratitude, Stephen Marker felt anything but honored. Fear was now consuming him. Liang flashed a sinister smile at Stephen Marker and said, "Now it is your turn. If you had not played that video, we would not have gotten to this point. So pray now." Stephen Marker was still trying to process Liang's words, thinking, "Do not tell me this is why you are fighting them." Liang casually tossed aside the guy he had beaten, laughing. "So you just figured it out, still as slow as ever." Realizing he had been tricked, Stephen Marker felt a surge of panic. He tensed up, his muscles bulging in a terrifying way. This was bad. Really bad. Losing control, Stephen Marker charged at Liang at breakneck speed, shouting, "I will use all my strength to fight you." Liang, unfazed, calmly stood his ground, watching him come at full force. Just as Stephen Marker was about to lay a finger on Liang, he was met with a devastating punch right to his face. Liang's punch was incredibly powerful, sending him flying. Stephen Marker rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop, the earth shifting beneath him, and his face was a picture of despair. Before he could even gather himself, Liang was already rushing in, his eyes and fist aimed to break through Stephen Marker's defenses. Liang, he was filled with a fear that was palpable. Watching Liang's speed, he could not help but exclaim, "Too fast." What had to happen was happening. Liang's punch came crashing down onto Stephen Marker's face. He immediately fell backward, even though he tried to block the attack with his hands. It seemed like Liang's punch overpowered his defense. Inside, Stephen Marker thought, "I must be crazy. I can't believe I am being pushed this far. Oh man. I need to bring out the big guns." Stephen Marker's face is twisted in agony. But he is not giving me the chance to unleash it. The spot where Stephen Marker fell left the ground soaked. Liang's expression is not exactly cheerful. Even though he has got the upper hand, Kevin Azza, pumped with excitement, rushes in. He sprints over to Liang, sword in hand, shouting, "Liang, let me take him on." But as Kevin arrives, he suddenly halts in shock. The scene unfolding is absolutely horrific. A liver is getting wrecked by John Yaha, and it looks like the ground might explode. Kevin Azza stares in disbelief at the sight of Oliver getting messed up by John. Mouth agape, that noise grabs Liang's attention too. Instinctively, he looks up at the sky. Meanwhile, Stephen Marker, battered but still wide-eyed, can't tear his gaze away from the chaos. John Yaha delivers a brutal kick to Oliver. The impact when they hit the ground sends shockwaves rippling through the area. Even Liang nearby is thrown off balance. Yua stands in the thick cloud of dust, placing his heel on Oliver's back, taunting him, "Show your true form before I tear you apart with my lightning." Yaha sneers, as battered Oliver gasps for breath on the ground. Even lying there, Oliver can't ignore Yaha's threat. Finally, the transformation skill of the Piss's bow is activated. Yaha grins when he sees Oliver's true form, saying, "Sylvia, long time no see. Your acting is really subpar." Sylvia, provoked, is fuming with rage. "Shut it. You are just all brawn and no brains." The group that Liang took down crawls toward the scene like stunned zombies, murmuring, "How could this happen? Oliver is supposed to be the hero." Za coldly replies, "Sylvia has turned into Oliver." Sylvia, pinned to the ground, is furious. "Get your filthy feet off me." Yua threatens back, "You will either shut up or face my lightning." And there is another person equally annoyed, Kevin Azza, standing off to the side, muttering, "Damn it. Every time I fight Liang, I get interrupted." Frustrated, Kevin Azza stabs his sword into the ground, declaring, "This time, I am going all out." Just then, he glances up at the stands in confusion, thinking, "What is that noise?" After a moment of bewilderment, Kevin looks down at his sword and frowns. He accidentally stabbed a corpse. Staring at the dead man, Kevin's face goes pale as he scans the area. And this shocking scene quickly spreads throughout the city. A family of 3 watching the chaos is horrified by the sight of death. The dad swiftly covers his son's eyes as they sit beside him. The guy in the live feed is also terrified by the murder unfolding before him. Online, comments start pouring in. "He killed someone," and other condemnations. What awaits Kevin next? Witnessing this, the previously chaotic crowd falls eerily silent. Everyone around shouts in unison, "He is a murderer." Meanwhile, Kevin Azza, panicking, keeps insisting, "Wait. Hold on. That is not what it looks like." He freezes when he hears a voice. This is too bizarre. How could someone be so sentimental? But it did not stop there. That voice kept echoing, and quick-witted Kevin Azar found himself wide-eyed, turning toward the source of the sound. The body of the man he had just stabbed suddenly burst with blinding light. What the heck is this? It is the power of Libra. No way. Can a Libra exist within the Leo's domain? Everyone stood dumbfounded, questioning the slowly rising body. That arrogant voice asked, "Is that really you, the Libra power?" That figure gradually approached through the arc that had opened up. He laughed heartily. "Long time no see." Liang. A symbol of Libra appeared on his forehead, his eyes sharp as daggers. He kept flashing a bizarre smile and said, "In the chaos, you were still able to guess who was hiding in this body. Truly, you are the master of the sacred altar. My rival can." Hearing his name mentioned, Kevin suddenly felt the weight of many eyes on him. He glanced to his left, then to his right, and saw the people around him looking at him with curiosity. But in the next moment, he regained his composure, his cold expression replying, "You are just being too obvious." After saying this, he could not help but feel a rush of joy inside. He was alive. He had made it through, had not he? Kevin, standing in front of the chaotic dream with his radiant arc of light, he continued to question, "Liang, how are you still alive? I never expected you to escape from that evil tower." Immediately after, Liang shot back, "Shut it. Even with the Virgo, your methods are always lacking." He grinned menacingly. "I had hoped I would not have to see your face again. But you are still breathing. I guess I have to acknowledge your bad luck." Then he turned to Kevin and shouted, "What is the deal? Kevin, I thought you would stab him right in the heart." Kevin was furious, glaring at him. His face darkened, slipping into a tense silence, as if he was weighing something. Then, overwhelmed with anger, he shouted, "Shut your mouth. Who have you partnered with to dare trap me? I can't let this insult slide. Don't even think about denying it. Were not you boasting about eliminating Liang?" He stood in the middle of the arc, relentlessly tormenting Kevin's spirit. Heard that bizarre laugh. "It is not just me. Everyone knows that." "Shut your mouth. In response to the loud shout, a flame erupted around that guy, lighting up the sky. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Centaur. That fire is the flame of the centaur burning him alive. Quit talking. You know what Libra is like. Hugo raised his hand decisively, ready for battle. But in comparison to that flame, a voice came forth. Hugo Otters. He remained unfazed and retorted mockingly. Haven't you regained your strength? If you want to burn this body, you can't use such weak flames. Of course. The sword needs to be sharp. Right. Kevin. Hearing this, Kevin's fighting instincts flared up as he charged at him, who was throwing insults his way. A beam of white light filled with power and rage surged toward him. But Kevin suddenly halted. Astonished by the scene before him, the sword struck down, but he was completely unharmed. Instead, he smirked mockingly at Kevin, a backstabber from 20 years ago. And now he is teaming up with him. You have really got some nerve. Kevin wants to stab him, but he can't, driving him to the edge. Damn it. I can't break through. This guy is just a puppet of the saint. How did he get this kind of power? It is definitely because of that, the divine seal. The one Kevin is referring to. The Libra symbol that is behind him, that is the divine seal. A special mark given by the deity to their beloved. Whoever is bestowed with the divine seal gains the power to connect with the deity and wield it. Meaning that puppet is now on par with Jessa Lauren. Kevin is lost in his thoughts. In his mind, a woman with radiant eyes appears, controlling him with strings like a marionette. Just then, the sound of a sword being drawn interrupts Kevin's thoughts. Hey, get out of the way. As soon as he shouts, the swordsman swings down at that guy with all his might. The sword arcs down with such force that it seems like it would destroy him. But before he can celebrate, the sword gets ensnared by the puppet strings. Seeing this, the guy sneers. Pathetic. You are useless. He thinks he has the upper hand, believing that the swordsman is powerless against the strings he controls. The divine seal cannot be broken by mere mortals, who are not even called saints. Think you can shatter the divine seal, but before he can revel in his victory, his grin fades, and his face shifts to utter shock as one by one the strings are sliced apart by the swordsman's blade. The swordsman laughs loudly, his terrifying gaze fixed on him. Scared now. What is that expression? The divine seal is cut in half along with him. That guy probably can't believe his eyes. But before he can even process the fear, the swordsman sends him packing. The female saint over here seems to have received some important news. Her expression gradually changing, she exclaims in disbelief. The divine seal is broken. After confirming its destruction, she does not show fear but instead appears utterly thrilled. Seriously. Always pulling off the unexpected. Exactly. That is what makes it exciting. Suddenly, someone steps in and says, pull the swordsman into a trap. Expel the saint line. This is too much for you. She looks up with a reproachful tone. If it were not for that Kevin Azza, I would be succeeded. The plan was too hasty. But then she asks the man in front of her, what about you? How's the surgery going? The man with a massive build striding before her is the captain of the divine squad. Oliver, I should call you the Saint Lion. His face is grim, eyebrows raised in irritation. His expression clearly displeased. At this moment, in the arena of the Leo constellation, smoke can be seen billowing outside. Inside, the battle continues fiercely. The system announces that a special document has been collected. A portion of the divine seal from the constellation of Libra has collected the skill of the divine seal. Liang slams his sword into the ground, standing there reproachfully. I am extremely disappointed in both of you. Let us not even talk about that fish. Those so-called saints can't even catch that puppet. Let us not even mention Yuha. None of you did your part. Liang stands before those present, still unsatisfied, scolding them. At this moment, Kevin speaks up. Liang, are you a saint? You destroyed another saint's divine seal. Liang can only stare back in disbelief. What are you talking about? There is no saint here at all. Kevin and Hugo seem really curious. No way. The speed seal was a direct gift from the gods. Even a saint can't destroy it without divine power. Then, before Hugo could finish his thought, Liang dismissed it and said, forget it, that has nothing to do with me. Then, Liang changed the subject. He pointed at Stephen Marker lying on the ground and asked, we won this match, right? But it seemed like the minions were not too pleased with this outcome. They pointed at Liang and shouted, then this match is null and void. Worthless. Liang gritted his teeth, shooting a terrifying glare at them, making them tremble. I have no intention at all. Faced with Liang's anger, that woman whispered to the others. What should we do? The blue-haired guy asked. Should not we make a judgment? The bald guy replied, and in the end, among the three of them, they wondered who would deliver the verdict. They also had to think about the consequences later, with team leader Oliver not here and the city lord taken down. The blue-haired guy said worriedly. The other guy replied, the remaining one. Suddenly Yao spoke up. Uncle wants you to decide the outcome. Liang proudly chimed in. That is right, Deputy City Lord. Liang looked at Iha with a trusting gaze. Aha. Then he cheerfully asked, Your decision. Iho's face turned beet red. He took a deep breath to think. After a moment of contemplation, Yua grasped Ligan's wrist and raised it high to announce his decision. Ligan wins. In contrast to the weeping of the two minions from earlier, the others jumped for joy. We won. We won. Betting on Ligan was definitely the right call. They hit the jackpot. Ligan was lifted up by everyone, celebrated enthusiastically for his victory. Long live Ligan. Long live the champion. Meanwhile, Hugo and Kevin were still caught up in the curiosity of the earlier story. Wait, Ligan did not have any saints 20 years ago. Right. Kevin asked seriously. Hugo quickly replied. That is right. Kevin whispered to Hugo. Don't you find that strange? Ligan could destroy the divine seal with his own power, even without the blessings of the gods, but he has a strength more terrifying than any saint. Hugo turned to him with a serious expression. What do you mean? It seems Kevin has figured something out. Could it be Ligan? Hugo seemed to catch on to Kevin's thought. He is the new deity of Compso. Hugo felt incredibly surprised and amazed to hear this. Over here, Ligan was still being celebrated and cheered on. The next morning at the Chomso arena, a lion's roar echoed. Hey you lions over there. Get your act together. At this moment, the giant saving pig was wide open, guarding the treasure. The commander anxiously shouted orders. Those sluggish lions over there. Move it. That guy points down at the fighters kneeling on the ground, feeling frustrated and teary-eyed. They are forced to sign that contract while he yells at them like it is a game. Any fighter I choose quickly writes their reasons in the contract, saying they will switch to the snake pit. That guy must be racking up more followers to boost his numbers and tax income. Legend has it, the followers were coerced into Chomso without any commitment, starting from a temporary devotion. Over here, Lijian stands with his arms crossed, laughing heartily, recruiting followers and stealing all the treasures. I will slowly rob everyone. Ha! What an idiot. Making Kevin Azza behind him visibly annoyed and grumbling. If he is a god, then the future of the earth looks pretty grim. Hugo sighs, glancing over at Kevin Azza. Speaking up. He watches Kevin Azza looking around anxiously, asking questions. Are you just gonna keep calling Jain a god? Do you have any proof? Kevin Azza still doubts him, making Hugo slightly annoyed, saying, just making stuff up. Unable to hold back any longer, Hugo quickly grabs Kevin Azza and smacks him on the head in anger, scolding him. Lately, you have been talking nonsense, have not you? Kevin Azza, caught off guard by the hit, can only scream in shock. A second later, he regains his composure, his face flushed with anger as he yells to defend himself. Listen to me. Li Jian can easily control those who do not heed the words of the divine. There are 12 shrines, but only Li Jian's shrine seems untouchable. He continues explaining. If you look closely, what I am saying is definitely accurate. Hugo, still fuming, pinches Kevin Azza's nose hard, shouting loudly, it is just a coincidence. How can a mere human become a god? At this point, Kevin Azza is in so much pain he can't help but cry out in agony. Meanwhile, Li Jian ignores the argument between the two, lost in thought. He knows exactly where he has been stabbed. He recalls the moment he got stabbed in the past and becomes frustrated, grinding his teeth to himself. Just like the day I was stabbed. He was right there. The scales are definitely connected to the trap in the demon tower. With his arms folded, Li Jian gazes at the system interface, pondering a significant question. Thinking back, he realizes he is closely linked to the divine. What if the day I got stabbed had the involvement of a god? The system appears. The baptism for followers includes baptizing the followers, naming them saints to awaken their skills, and restricting the abilities of those without a saint's name. Li Jian can't help but be surprised upon seeing it, exclaiming, what is this? Baptizing my followers. After thinking for a moment, he makes a decision. It is time to meet Sung Ji. He then turns back and orders, Tisu, pack up. The two others are momentarily taken aback. Hugo still maintains his stance, questioning Kevin Azar. Wait, you are leaving already? Li Jian raises a coin with a wicked grin. You still have not seen Jiwoo and Ji-won's faces after waking up. Have you? By the way, I am off to see Sung Ji. His fingers tighten around the coin, which bears the symbol of a lion. It is a foggy morning in Canada at the Scorpion Temple, surrounded by dense mountains. The Scorpion mirror reflects John Yuha lifting a hand to announce the winner. The mirror immediately relays the information. John Yuha, the deputy lord of the Lion Temple, declares Li Jian the winner. Li Jian is the champion of this match. The announcement echoes from that mirror. Li Jian has written a new chapter in the history of the Lion Temple arena. Haley, sitting with a cup of tea at the Scorpion Temple, hears the news and softly praises it. Indeed, the Lion Temple was no match for Li Jian. Haley seems to notice something and leans forward with her cup of tea. The Scorpion mirror displays the dazzlingly handsome Li Jian, captivating everyone, including Haley, who is no exception. Her eyes light up, and she drools as she reaches toward the mirror. The Scorpion Temple begins to buzz loudly, announcing, we have a major situation. The hospital at the Scorpion Temple in South Korea is under continuous attack, causing Haley to panic and spill her tea everywhere. The subordinate saw Haley collapsed on the floor and, looking confused, spoke up. Are you okay? Madam, Haley, in her sorry state, replied softly. The worried subordinate pressed on. Are you really okay, Haley? With a teacup tipped over and droplets still on her head and face, glanced at the subordinate and responded. Just calm down. As Haley set the teacup aside, she calmly inquired. How's the hospital situation? The subordinate quickly relayed the news. The Liber and Gemini teams are on site, but Chan Sung-ji, the son of the Saint Sagittarius, has pulled back. Hearing this, Haley sighed in relief and interrupted. Thank goodness. Is there anything else? The subordinate immediately continued with his report. The astronomical observatory indicates that this 13th constellation is Ligian. And coincidentally, Chan Sung-ji is the first follower of this constellation. Haley's expression changed slightly, feeling a bit surprised. The divine system is based on the 12 zodiac signs. The astronomical observatory, a special observatory created by the 12 constellations, is tasked with observing the stars in the sky to detect changes among the constellations. The emergence of a new saint. This news is far from good for the other saints. If the first follower has appeared, the others will do anything to take action. After a moment of contemplation, Haley furrowed her brows and asked, what is the current situation at the hospital? The subordinate quickly replied. Not great, as there are those who want to eliminate that first follower. So the hospital is under constant attack. Haley stood with her arms crossed and ordered. They will definitely target Chan Sung-ji. Send people to the hospital immediately. The subordinate hesitated before reporting. Sir Eugene has already gone there. A scream echoed through the air. What? At that moment, Eugene was flying through the streets lined with high-rise buildings. He zipped through like a gust of wind, noticing a large explosion in the distance and murmuring to himself, that is strange. He thought, pondering the situation. Things are getting messy. A little later, at the nearby Scorpion Park by the hospital, large explosions were erupting. A surge of power struck down, sending the locals flying, who could only scream in shock. The gods around were all shouting into the sky in despair. Damn invaders. You really have some guts. Chan Sung-ji is our prey. You are robbing our prey. The onlookers panicked, looking up at the scene before them in fear, shouting loudly, come on. We have to eliminate Chan Sung-ji. You better watch out. That is breaking the rules. We are gonna die first. Jia swung her arm, slashing fiercely. Don't talk so much. One person was struck with a slash, their head severed, and the screams around grew louder. Chan Sung, hiding behind a bush, peeked out and gasped. That is horrifying. Alyson appeared behind him, admiringly commenting. Smart thinking. I never expected you would consider handling the invaders with divine power. I thought we were done for with our strength running low. Chan Sung-ji chuckled proudly. My brain's got a bit of brilliance. You know, he patted himself on the back, boasting. It feels pretty good knowing that even the gods who want to catch me sometimes get scared. Alyson quickly doused that pride by saying they could not escape from those walls. Meanwhile, the gods over here were fuming, attacking and shouting challenges non-stop. A human dares to make a wish with the god. Hurry up and kill him. Don't he get it twisted? Just because the ruler loves you does not mean we will too. Show us what you can do. As he sensed an attack coming, Chan Sung-ji jumped up and shouted, help me. After a frantic search for a hiding spot, he finally caught his breath and closed his eyes, feeling a sense of relief. The folks from the Centaur Bureau are taking care of my mom. I can relax now that I am out of here. Before he could finish his thought, Eugene appeared right behind him, coldly asking, are you Chan Sung-ji? He jerked back instinctively, stumbling forward and shouted, what the heck? When did you sneak up on me? A coin fell out along with the voice. My coin. The coin glowed with a blue light, and a voice echoed. It seems like it is here. Chan Sung-ji was taken aback when that voice came through. Wait. Where are you taking me? It turned out Hugo was brought here by the coin, causing him to gasp and fall. A Chan Sung-ji stared at him, exclaiming one word, Dad. He saw Hugo come alone and asked, Uncle John is not coming with you. Hugo, holding his painfully throbbing head, replied, Jin went somewhere else. Chan Sung-ji's face darkened as he sighed. Seeing this, Hugo could not help but scold. Sometimes I think you treat your dad way too harshly. Watching the building being wrecked by those attacks, Hugo worriedly asked, what happened here? Chan Sung-ji just slightly continued. It is a long story. Yui-jin looked at the two in front of him, surprised, and exclaimed, the Sagittarius Saint. Chan Sung-ji immediately changed his tone, pointing at Yui-jin and shouting, his dad is an assassin. Since you are the first target of Uncle John, they want to capture you as a father. How could Hugo let this go? He clenched his fists into a furious punch. What the hell? Yui-jin, misunderstood by both, quickly raised his hands, defending himself while arguing. What are you talking about? I did not do anything. Chan Sung-ji hid behind his dad, repeating, "You were planning to sneak up on me from behind." Hugo roared back. Said so. Yuijin could not hold back as a flash of golden light lit up the sky, causing all three to stop and look up. Apollo, the god of the Sagittarius constellation, descends. "I will directly incinerate anyone who poses a threat," Yuijin shouted in fear. Facing Apollo, the Sagittarius god, Chan Sungjae asked, surprised and hesitant. "No way. Why is the Sagittarius god here?" Before he could finish, Yuijin, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and interrupted. "Damn it. Why is a deity interfering? It is because of you that my path is blocked." Yuijin's pupils instantly turned crimson as he began to recite the scripture of Sagittarius. Soon, a book opened, and Chan Sungjae also looked up to read. As dawn's light shone down on the earth, blessing the people, who worshipped in reverence, holding a pen surrounded by red energy, Yuijin quietly said, "This passage is long. I will rewrite it my way." After a bit of fuss, Yuijin managed to scribble a few lines. However, it was a pity it was dark, and the light vanished as night fell, leaving the people unblessed. Hugo, confused about what was happening, sweated nervously and exclaimed, "What is going on? Is the deity gone too?" Meanwhile, Yuijin burst into laughter. "Of course. It is dark at night." He coughed a few times, grinning wickedly, and added, "How could the sun rise at night?" Noticing something strange, Hugo hurriedly questioned, "What did you do?" Yuijin, with his crimson pupils and swirling red energy, slyly replied, "I just removed a pesky deity. The Sagittarius god can't interfere anymore. This power is beyond anyone's expectations. It is no wonder Yuijin is the Scorpio constellation." He laughed heartily, raising his hand surrounded by red energy, smirking. "What do you want me to change into?" Moments later, the Sagittarius scripture opened, and Yuijin felt proud. "This is great." He raised his hand, with a fierce expression, opened the holy text, denouncing, "The sun-worshipping fools beneath the darkness are all scorned and mocked." Hugo stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, dripping with sweat. A second later, he slammed his hand down hard on the ground, causing the surrounding bricks to crack apart. Chills ran down Hugo's spine as he gasped for breath, casting a frantic glance at Yuijin, pondering the verses he had just recited. Memories of Apollo reading the scriptures flooded back to him, leaving him bewildered. Could it really be a passage from the Sagittarius scripture that only the divine recite? How could he even begin to comprehend it? The verses continued to illuminate the sky, mocking the sun worshippers who lay prostrate in the shadows, ridiculing the mindless beasts basking in sunlight, their power being both a joke and a curse. Hugo clenched his jaw, realizing with dread that the content was not far from the original scriptures we all knew. The image of the Bible and those words flashed before him, sending him into a panic. Could he actually rewrite the scriptures? Each memory of brutal wars depicted in the scriptures chronicled the triumphs and actions of every constellation, transforming those writings into legends and myths. The gods representing each constellation were immortalized, gaining the power to view and alter the scriptures themselves. Yuijin's hand began to retract the Bible, and in an instant, he grasped it firmly, a smirk spreading across his face. The one with that special power was none other than the exalted teacher. Yet, it was believed that the exalted teacher no longer existed in this world. In the past, the divine had eradicated all those who wielded the power of the teacher, and those who served beneath him. The image of the god Apollo, with his long golden hair and muscular build, resurfaced in Hugo's mind, along with his thoughts. The proud deities did not spare the mortals who dared to blaspheme the divine. Hugo gripped his knees tightly, his heart racing as he confirmed to himself that it was only natural for them to confront him. Yugen watched Hugo kneeling before him, his confusion and fear etched on his face, before letting out a mocking laugh. "Look at you now. Once so proud before me, now reduced to a sweating mess," Hugo growled softly in response. But Yugen continued, undeterred. "Well then." Yugen paused dramatically. "I have already dealt with those fools at the hospital." Little did he know, under the bright full moon in the dark night, Liang was leaping into the air, aiming to land a kick near Yugen's head like a heroic savior. Without hesitation, Liang delivered a powerful kick, sending Yugen crashing to the ground, his body becoming a makeshift mat for Liang's descent, who cried out in pain. Amidst the commotion, Hugo looked on, surprised that he had arrived so soon to check on those who had awakened at the hospital. Liang sat calmly on Yugen's back, replying, "I need to wrap this up quickly and get back." "What do you want me to delay for?" A brutal battlefield was unfolding, with colossal monsters relentlessly spewing fire, their roars and cries for help echoing in the air, a cacophony of despair. "Exterminate the exalted teachers." The corpses lay strewn across the ground, and yet someone boldly commanded, "Cleanse all those who threaten the authority of the divine." A young boy with 2 streams of silent tears flowing down his face covers his mouth with his hand to stifle any sound. Hiding in a tiny hole amid the cries of pain and desperate pleas for help, his pupils are wide open, bloodshot and increasingly filled with red, as if he can't take it anymore. After a while, he finds himself lying on a soft bed, his face covered in bandages and a white strip wrapped around his head. He suddenly bolts awake, gasping loudly, startling the person next to him who was engrossed in reading. "You are awake." Haley, still holding the book, glances over at the boy, who is panting heavily, and asks with a puzzled expression how he is feeling. The boy does not bother answering her and instead shouts angrily, demanding to know who she is and where he is. Haley, not revealing her identity, simply responds with 3 words, "Don't worry." A moment later, she smiles warmly, reassuring him as she resumes her reading. "This is my territory, and everything's fine." In the background, near the Scorpion Hospital construction site, the sound of frantic commotion can be heard. Eugene, unconscious and bound, suddenly calls out. Haley and the others, calmly observing him, watch as Eugene adjusts his glasses to get a better look and speaks up. "You are awake." Eugene looks down at his bound body, struggling and confused, asking, "What the hell is this place?" Yiren, sitting nearby, watches with amusement as Eugene screams to be released, while another person turns to report. The saint is awake. Hugo rushes over with tears of joy streaming down his face, calling out his wife's name. Jill, also smiling widely, responds happily, "My love." The two rush into each other's arms after being apart for so long, filling the moment with warmth. Hugo cries out, "You are awake." Thank goodness. Jill wipes her tears away with her hand, saying, "It is a happy day. Why am I crying?" The onlookers can only silently shed tears of envy, with one person blank-faced, muttering to themselves, "Not what I meant." But the teacher is awake. Liang quickly sits in front of Eugene, smirking as he scratches his chain. Interesting abilities. Eugene looks at him, momentarily taken aback. Liang questions him with a hint of doubt. "Are you the teacher?" Eugene, suddenly sweating, appears very confused as he vehemently denies it. "I do not know who you are." Liang directly uses his divine eyes, his pupils glowing a bright blue, chuckling in response. "Stop pretending. I know everything." Eugene feels a wave of danger radiating from Liang and thinks, "Damn it. The teacher is easy to expose." He quickly uses the Scorpion's shadow skill. A second later, Eugene easily breaks free from his bindings and moves at lightning speed. He zips past them, so fast they can't even see where he is, only catching glimpses of the red energy trails he leaves behind. Eugene plots in his mind, "I will use someone as a hostage to escape," and immediately darts toward Hugo and his wife, causing the young couple to look up in shock. Eugene quickly raised his hand to Hugo's face, pushing him back so he could not even shout. With one arm, Eugene wrapped around Jiwoo, lifting her up. Liang rushed over and grabbed Jiwoo tightly, pulling her forward a few steps, leaving Eugene in the dust. Furious, Eugene clenched his teeth and muttered, "Where the hell did that guy come from?" Not one to back down, Eugene threw everything he had into his attack, but Liang dodged effortlessly, making it look like child's play. Jiwoo could not hold back her laughter, while Liang stuck his tongue out at Eugene, causing him to scream in frustration. "Just one hit," Chansung exclaimed, mouth agape. "Your mom seems really happy." Someone chimed in nearby. "That is because she is a die-hard fan of Lord Liang." Of course, as a husband. Hugo could not believe it and asked again in disbelief, "Seriously?" Tears streamed down Hugo's face as he clenched his fists and shouted orders. "Jiwoo, let her go right now. Love can make you blind with jealousy." And Hugo turned to scold Eugene instead. "Whether you are a teacher or whatever, just run already. Why are you wasting time fighting like this?" Eugene, struggling with all his might, shouted back in frustration, "I have to hit him at least once to feel better." Jiwoo, admiring her idol, laughed loudly and spoke to her husband. "Honey, just wait a little longer. If not, when will I ever get the chance to be close to Lord Jaiwan?" This one line pierced Hugo's heart like a dagger, and he could not believe it. He almost choked on his own blood. Chansung knelt before Teku's fallen body, overwhelmed by his own defeat, and vomited in despair, worriedly asking, "Dad, are you really upset because Mom is such a big fan of Uncle Jiwon?" Jiwon watched Hugo's pitiful state and shouted in disbelief, "Seriously? Is he really getting jealous over this?" Eugene could not just give up that easily. "How dare he look down on me? I have to open the holy scriptures of the constellation he dares to mock." Just as he was about to unleash his ultimate move, a cold splash of water hit Eugene's face. It turned out the scriptures could not be opened, because the deity was not recorded, and could not be verified in the constellation's holy texts. Eugene's eyes widened in disbelief as he wondered, what deity? A gigantic hand swooped down and grabbed Eugene, slowly lifting him up, making him writhe in pain. A Chansung could not believe it and shouted, "The deity is no joke." Lijuan still held Jiwoo tightly in his arms, watching Eugene get crushed into the ground, such a weakling, under the deity's hand. Eugene looked up at Lijuan, swearing under his breath, "Damn it." Lijuan laughed and teased him. "Wasn't it you who wanted to open my holy scriptures earlier?" Lijuan recalled the system announcement about the intelligence challenge, searching for the teacher to record the distant constellation. The information continued to display. Eugene Christian, the teacher of the Scorpio constellation, is the target of the final challenge. Be cautious, as this is an entity that could threaten the deity. Li Juan furrowed his brow and looked straight at Eugene, suggesting boldly, I am not afraid to become the teacher of my constellation. Eugene was beaten to the point of having a bloody nose and replied, What the hell are you talking about? He raised a middle finger at Li Juan and declared loudly, Get lost. Li Juan, bored, snapped his fingers and said, Fine. Whatever. Tear him apart. Instantly, a gigantic, sharp spear pointed directly at Eugene's head. In a life or death moment, a flash of white light appeared. A frowning figure exclaimed in surprise, What? A scorpion tail rose from the ground, wrapping around the spear. The god, in disbelief, asked again, What is this? Eugene saw a streak of red surge up from the ground and thought to himself, The movement of the Scorpion constellation's divine beast, he said. The divine beast of the Scorpion constellation is here. No way. Within the red streak, an eye appeared, filled with a deadly gaze. Gradually, a face emerged right where the hand was placed, and then, a woman appeared. She unexpectedly floated out of that liquid substance. Seeing this, Eugene gasped and called out, The saint. The woman wearing an eye patch appeared and stood before the scorpion beast, and she was none other than the saint of the scorpion, Haley. She swept her hair back dramatically and said, Eugene, that was close. Haley crossed her arms and adopted a scolding tone. Why did you act without my orders? I warn you not to act recklessly. Eugene, hearing the reprimand, sheepishly replied, Sorry. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Haley. Lijan, long time no see. She turned around to see Lijan standing right behind her. He said, If you do not want me to stab you unexpectedly, then answer me. Haley froze up at the sight of him, her body tense. Her guardian, hearing his words, exclaimed, Lijan, you should not say that. Then she suddenly twisted her head 360 degrees and screamed. Those present were so shocked they could not speak, all thinking, did she just turn her head 360 degrees? Both Eugene and Haley's beast reacted the same way, completely at a loss for words at her actions. Haley collapsed in shock, leaving everyone confused about why she screamed. Haley, his guardian, worriedly asked, Lady, are you okay? Eugene, lying on the ground, was equally bewildered. Saint. Haley. Calm down. I suddenly feel like crawling on all fours. Haley blushed, covering her mouth, thinking, what should I do? Why is Lijan here? He was clearly at Lion City. After a moment, she reassured herself. Stay calm. Deep breath. Just as she turned back, in Haley's eyes, Lijan looked incredibly handsome and cool, propping his hand on his hip and asking, What is wrong? Haley felt dizzy from the radiant aura he exuded, silently screaming inside. Those around began to watch the scene with judgmental attitudes. Sung asked, Is it like that day with Hugo? Lijan chuckled and replied, Just like that. Lijan saw her like that and felt annoyed, demanding, I know you are avoiding me because you are worried about him. After saying that, he grabbed Haley's shoulders and loudly asked, But I have so many things I want to ask you. Please wake up a little. This made her panic, thinking, Lijan touched me. Then came an incredibly awkward scene. Haley was so agitated that she screamed, while the guardian spirit kept chiming in. Calm down. Your Highness. Lijan released the old person's hand. Meanwhile, he was speechless, and the couple stood there, watching like they were witnessing some bizarre show, questioning each other. Why did the saint end up like this? You are really slow on the uptake. Haley's guardian spirit kept trying to intervene, while Lijan halted immediately, knowing the situation was incredibly tense for the princess. He asked, Is she really that troublesome? Looking at Haley, who was so worked up it felt almost real. Then Lijan called out, Sung Ye. Upon hearing, Sung Ye immediately responded. Yep. He let go of Haley so her guardian spirit could support her, then turned back to discuss with Sung Ye. We can't talk to her. Let us start with you. Hearing this, Sung Ye got excited. All right. What should I do? He replied, Prepare for baptism. Sung Ye, puzzled by the response, asked, Baptism means meeting the saint and being officially recognized. Right. Lijan ruffled his hair, wearing an awkward expression as he replied, Wait, how can we rush this ceremony like this? He instructed. Those rituals are pointless. Hearing that made Sung Ye react even stronger. That is not what I meant. I am just not mentally prepared. Before he could finish, Lijan initiated the ceremony. A blinding light radiating from behind him, Sung Ye screamed. Then his consciousness fell into an undefined space. Feeling very uncomfortable, he slowly opened his eyes to assess his surroundings. falling into a state of confusion. It was an incredibly dark space, with no anchor and absolutely nothing, just him floating alone. This made Sung Ye even more bewildered. He thought to himself, "Where the saint has not appeared yet." Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, "Do you want to become the first believer of Chom Sao Safu?" Upon hearing this, Sung Ye immediately looked up to see where the voice was coming from. Even though he could not see anyone, he boldly replied, "Yep. I choose Sung Ye, believing in Chom Sao Safu, and I am prepared." Sung Ye then turned around, and surprisingly, countless rays of light were shining towards him from behind. The place radiated more and more light, growing brighter. Within that radiant area, a figure gradually emerged, arms outstretched, hovering in midair. The light was so strong that he could not keep looking, having to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the glare. In his mind, he wondered, is that the Saint Chom Sao Safu? The figure became clearer, and he could finally see, whispering in awe, "Ah, why does that look so familiar?" Indeed, he had a giant, sharp nose and was wide-mouthed, facing Sung Ye. And then two arrows made of energy shot towards him. One came from behind, and the other from the front. Sung Ye shouted. His eyes glowed with a pale blue light. As the ceremony concluded, the energy surrounding Sung Ye began to dissipate, and Li Jian smirked in delight. "How about that? The system notifies you that you have been baptized, and you have learned a new skill," Sung Ye excitedly said. "Awesome. The system announces that you have learned a new skill." With a spark of enthusiasm, Sung Ye exclaimed, "Jian is a god in the Scorpion Star." Hearing this, he whispered with satisfaction, "That kid is sharper than those two. He really is Sung Ye." He recalled what Ajay and Hugo had said. A god? Really? No way. And Sung Ye thought, "I can't believe it. I need to tell my sister." Meanwhile, Haley had regained her composure. She stood up, fixing her hair while still blushing. "That is your first follower. Finally, you have got your first fan. Congratulations." The follower level increased, and the 13th family trait was activated. Hearing Haley's comments, Li Jian smirked and asked, "You are awake now?" The system announces that the 13th family trait has been activated. His eyes lit up, and sparks of electricity flickered. Then, his whole body shone, radiating a massive energy. He darted forward and grabbed Haley by the neck, his movement so swift that the naked eye could barely catch it. A chaotic scene erupted, with her protective spirit flailing its scorpion tail, desperately trying to pull a sword from its tail as the situation escalated. Everyone was in shock. What just happened? Li Jian had not even touched Haley's neck. He asked, genuinely surprised. "Why did not you dodge?" Haley calmly replied, "Because I know you want to hurt me." Then she added, "Do not you have something to ask me?" He closed his eyes and replied, "Oh right." He quickly activated the 13th family trait again and said, "Here's my first question, explain it to me." In Li Jian's view, Haley's neck radiated an aura of mysterious civilization. She looked at him with wide eyes and asked her first question. "Why do I sense the aura of a mysterious civilization in your power?" In the moment of silence, as they stared at each other, a voice suddenly rang out, "A mysterious civilization. Is the Scorpion Saint a genius?" Li Jian smirked dismissively, his gaze still fixed on Haley, saying, "Looks like the whole world has been fooled. Even the gods." Haley's spirit beast could not take it any longer and rushed in, scolding, "You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on her? If it were not for the princess's orders, you would be dead by my hands." Li Jian remained calm, pointing directly at her and replied, "These minions are just acting like beasts." He continued to mock her. "What kind of beast obeys a saint like that?" "The princess." Hearing this, the spirit beast was furious. But Haley suddenly bowed her head in admission, surprising the beast beside her. "That is right. I hail from a mysterious civilization." Then she looked up decisively and faced Li Jian, saying, "But I consider myself not to be arrogant." "Oh really? Then prove it." Suddenly, Yim's voice popped up with a piece of paper, and he turned his head, happily complimenting. Just in time, a contract appeared with just 2 questions. "What do you think of Li Jian? And what kind of relationship do you want with Li Jian?" Along with a pen. He urged her to answer the questions above. She took it. Hailey was intently writing, completely oblivious to Li Jian and Sim standing in front with strange smiles. Nothing special about it. The girl handed the questionnaire to him and spoke up. "Here." He took it, his face showing a sinister grin of praise. "Good job." Looking at what she wrote, "It is all about teamwork and strategic collaboration." He spoke up, keeping it short. Hailey turned her head away to respond. "What I wrote is a bit funny, but you know my intentions." Li Jian pondered over the answers. At that moment, he raised his pen high, light reflecting off his shirt, and he grinned in a quirky way saying, "With this, You will know. Highly froze in shock as she saw him holding the sacred pen. With this, whatever she writes would be honest. Starting from the question, what do you think of Li Jian? Just as she finished her sentence, she became embarrassed, her face turning red as she shouted. In the questionnaire, an image of Haile's team appeared, incredibly talented and captivating. Which is why they betrayed the mysterious civilization to come here. Leaving her in disbelief, Li Jian stared for a moment, feeling something was off, and asked, what is wrong? The girl faced Li Jian. After finishing her sentence, Haile worriedly raised her hand and shouted. Outside the building, Li Jian's voice rang out. How strange. This pen must be broken. He sighed and continued. Rewrite it later. The two young men beside him were astonished. Eyes wide, stuttering a few words, feeling the urgency. They quickly rushed outside, shouting without pause. Your reputation is in jeopardy. The divine beast looked at the questionnaire, pointing with a finger to explain. Our princess turned her back on the divine beast just to team up with Li Jian. Hearing this, Haile shouted to stop him. You dare say another word? She turned her head, demanding, Yujin, get ready to leave. Confused, stopped her. Where are we going? We have not finished talking. He crossed his arms, pouting. Where do you think you are going? Haile knelt down. What else do you want to ask? He pointed high, revealing a sword with a powerful purple glow. You know the weapon of the mysterious civilization, right? The sword pierced me when I got stuck in the evil tower. She answered with flushed cheeks. That is a weapon containing the power of the monarch. Huri Nui. The monarch, the evil spirit, holds the sword. The monarch is the highest rank of the mysterious civilization. The weapons of the mysterious civilization contain the power of the monarch, radiating such immense strength that even the divine would be threatened. She leaned against the divine beast to stand tall and replied frankly, that is why even you can fight back against that weapon. Because it is a heavy-duty item among the weaponry. These items were discovered during the investigation of the Scorpius constellation 5 years ago. Ni thought to himself, realizing that is why the Scorpius constellation got involved. Hugo interjected. Wait a minute. The mysterious civilization also has its own lord. 20 years ago, they clearly dealt with the Sech Nun. Right. Haile, calm on the outside, regretted to inform that the Sech Nun is not the highest boss. There are at least 3 more like it. Hearing this, Chansung Diyang and the man beside him were taken aback, while Hugo and Unerring were also left in shock. The image of a massive, misty monster emerged. That Sech Nun is not the boss of the mysterious civilization after all. Its terrifying face and sharp teeth were smiling. And there were 3 more of them. Li Jian stood silently, arms crossed in thought, his eyes betraying a sense of worry. So behind them, a clown was controlling someone. Ha! How touching. They have got one of my favorite pets. You really are something, he thought to himself. And the tower manager Akma said the same. Hugo's eyes widened in disbelief. Jian, did you hear that? There are 3 Sech Nun. Li, with an indifferent look, replied. Yeah. So what? He said to M with a cunning smile. Don't he worry. Anything that stands in our way will disappear. Hugo fidgeted. Speaking up. Easier said than done. Jian was mentally calculating everything. Of course. Nothing was easy right now. I need to get stronger to make that happen. He pointed ahead and said, Wait. Follow me. I believe the scorpion is on our side. Haile glanced in the direction he was pointing. His finger pointed directly at Yuijin, who was confused and pinned down by a statue's hand. Yuijin looked up in disbelief and laughed. Huh, this is ridiculous. Yuijin slammed his hands down in defiance, shouting, You idiot. You think Haile will let me follow you? He and Yuijin completely disregarded his offer. All right. The two laughed together. This deal is great. Is that it? Do you need anything else? Despite Yuijin feeling like he was falling into a deep abyss. It was a bright morning at that hospital. After everything wrapped up, Li Jian stood in front of the door, holding a coffee cup, enjoying the fresh air. Yim's words echoed. It has been a while since I have had such a romantic good morning. Yim sipped coffee comfortably. Even in a busy life, you need to carve out some freedom. Suddenly, a loud scream pierced the air. Horrifying. He looked over, tears in his eyes, forcing a smile. Li Jian thought he could be safe now. He casually replied, What a pity. Yet there are those who can enjoy their freedom. Yujin shouted angrily. Shut up. Yujin scribbled on the pages of a spellbook, yelling, Why do I have to face this situation? The teacher of the Scorpio constellation and the Sagittarius constellation, Li Jian and Yeren peered at the pages. As he spoke, Because the Scorpio has sold me for a penny. I have new work to do. Yujin cried as he wrote. That jerk Li Jian. Just wait. I thought I would be working for you with ease. Suddenly, Yu Jin summoned the powers of the Sagittarius scripture. 99% sensed. As a wicked idea flickered, "You are going to regret handing over the Sagittarius scripture to me." Yu Jin felt a thrill of joy inside. Just wait. The event of the year. The teacher from the Sagittarius constellation refused the holy seat and became a slave of the Sagittarius constellation. A hand was casting magic aimed at the opponent. However, my situation felt like a priority event. This Bible is nothing worth writing about. Yu Jin's eyes turned blue. He laughed joyfully, holding a pen in one hand and casting spells with the other. "I am going to change it." 2 lines appeared from the darkness of the 5th event. The teacher rejected the holy seat and became the master of Sifu. Yu Jin shouted as his pen was about to touch the Bible. "Legion," and kneel down. Suddenly, a hand smashed straight into his head, leaving him dazed. Li Jian lumbered in. Furious, looking like a madman, Yu Jin held his head, crying silently. "Wow. I changed the Bible." "Did not." He grabbed Yu Jin's head, chuckling softly. "What is the point of living if everything goes your way?" A voice echoed. "I changed it because that line was pretty weird," causing Yu Jin to stiffen. In the 5th event, the teacher rejected the holy seat and became a slave of the Safu palace. Yu Jin held the pen, looking at him with a radiant expression. Yu Jin wondered, "Did she change the sentence I wrote?" He scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "What did I do wrong?" There was a grand castle with many guards, and the Liber was the holy Choir, boosting over 2 billion coins. Liber was not an easy opponent. A woman with long blonde hair sat on the throne, and the ruler of the Liber palace, Jizio, was not a representative of the divine. She resembled a goddess to the point of being considered a fragment of one. Her gaze was sharp. Facing Jizio felt like facing a deity. Images of the kings from the mysterious civilization emerged, confronting the goddess or the kings of that civilization. Back to Li Jian. With the pen touching the ground, his face lit up. "The existence of the teacher is essential for you to enhance your achievements and power." In the 5th event, the teacher rejected the holy seat and became a slave of the Safu palace. Witnessing the scene in front of him, gasped loudly. "No way. How could this happen?" She corrected what I, the teacher, wrote. Li Jian beside him grabbed his head, saying, "That is right. Jiayu also possesses the powers of a teacher." 2 glasses from afar cheered him on. "Seems like the goddess of luck is your guardian." He replied. "Maybe so." At this moment, the expressions of the 2 teachers were completely different. Jiayu was smiling while Yu Jin looked disbelieving. His eyes glazed over. Li Jian spoke up. "I did not expect there to be 2 teachers." The system displayed that the intellect test was complete. "You have passed all the tests. All restrictions have been lifted, allowing you to reuse the divine power of the instinct that has been activated." At the headquarters of the Holy Choir of the Liber Palace, in a luxurious bathroom, Giselle Lawrence was soaking, speaking next to her 2 subordinates. "The palace is coming to see Li Jian." The subordinate behind replied while Giselle Lawrence held a glass as her female subordinate poured wine. "That is right. The Sagittarius Liber also has a teacher. Nothing should go wrong. Right." She then related the pure love of Hali for a person, holding on to that love for a mere human for 20 long years. She covered her mouth with her hand, her face twisting into a wickedly excited grin. "What a naive affection. Like a little fool." Giselle Lawrence chimed in. "Beside that guy Li Jian." It did not matter how many names there were. They were just obsessed with Li Jian. But the story about the tutor was different. She took a sip of her drink and continued. "We have to make sure." Then Giselle Lawrence shook her wine glass thoughtfully. "If not." Suddenly she gripped it tightly, shattering the glass into pieces. Wine spilled from her hand, and Giselle Lawrence's expression was filled with disgust as she declared, "Let us get rid of them." The wine slowly mixed with water as floating petals surrounded Giselle Lawrence, echoing her words. The fools who looked at this world could see that no existence surpassed the power of the city lord. The subordinate shared her perspective, saying that it was impossible to understand those who held unrealistic hopes for Li Jian. Giselle Lawrence glanced and remarked, "Those who faced Li fell into 2 categories." The shadow of Li Jian appeared alongside the horse, split by his teammates, while on the other side were those he had to confront. Giselle Lawrence made it clear, according to his orders, either hate him or. After that, she stood up tiredly, revealing her tattooed back and asked, "Who among us is close to Li Jian?" Her subordinate replied, "It is Sir Yunsa, following the orders of Sir Yuntu. He is watching Li Jian." She looked over in disdain. "Those useless fools," she fumed, grinding her teeth, thinking, "If that little girl would just listen to me, everything would be easier." Giselle Lawrence sternly made a demand. "There is no other way." Orders: target the tutor. Eliminate him or at least corner him. Nearby, at the lair of the Korean scorpions, Li Jian's group gathered to discuss. And Hugo spoke up. "Jiayu will join your team." Li Jian replied bluntly. "That is right." Sir Yuntu expressed his views. "The holy beings encounter the tutor and immediately spill their guts. If they hide among the holy ones like scorpions to prepare, they will definitely be safe." Hugo exploded in anger. How could it be your holy place? Li Jian snapped his fingers smugly. After all, Jiayu said she did not fit in with the other 12 saints. So there is only your holy place left. At that moment, Hugo fell silent, growling in annoyance. Continuing, Yujin and Jiayu would be better off under Li Jian. After all, it was Li Jian who encountered the Libra, was not it? Hugo. Flustered. Muttered. Even Li Jian donned a black suit and sunglasses, holding a piece of paper and teasing him with a smile. Very well. Since she is your wife, I will treat her exceptionally. She won't officially join, but will be just a regular follower of the Sezon Fu sect. And I will send her to the Sagittarius Temple. Hurry up and stamp it. Hugo agreed helplessly. Got it. Please cut it out. Haley sighed, recounting how Yuhua had come to me last time and confirmed the condition of her arm. Hugo responded. Thanks to that, I heard about you from Yuhua. Haley recalled when she touched Yuhua's arm. The girl's injury was quite serious, though she tried to suppress it in every way. But gradually, it was reaching its limit. She frowned. It might become harder to hold it back any longer. Li Jian turned to her, looking worried. Clearly frustrated. Urged her. What is up with you? Yua. Can you explain better? A distant shot of the construction site. After hearing the story he told. Now, the scene shifts to Jiyu, joyfully holding a stack of papers. Exhausted. It is all done. She glanced over at Yu Hujin. Puzzled. Yu Hujin. I have finished this part. Can I rearrange the next section? Yu Hujin. Drained. Leaned against the wall plastered with crumpled papers. Do whatever you want. The system chimed in. Baptism name. North High Sun Yujin. Yujin silently cursed. That jerk. I hope a pen flies straight into your forehead, so you can stop being so full of yourself. Without any labor contracts. He dared to poke a hole in his forehead. Yujin felt tears of frustration welling up. And now. This jerk. His talent quickly turned to writing scripture, as the system appeared, and the pen began to type out the truth. The holy artifact, marked with Li Jian's seal, had absorbed the blood of the teacher and chose him as the master, gaining sentience through the blood of the teacher and Li Jian's alchemy. Yu Hujin, furious, scribbled with empty hands, then threw the pen aside in frustration. Damn it. The pen flew across the room, nearly hitting his foot, before it jabbed into his head. Jiayu was stunned. The pen angrily poked his head multiple times. Jiayu covered his mouth, screaming. Yu Hujin. The system is displaying. The pen unleashed its fury on its neglectful master. Yu Hujin. Someone is eavesdropping. Damn it. I came here on my mother's orders, he whispered, creeping forward. What can I even do when useless Tai Yu is not saying anything? This is the son of the heavenly emperor. He thought to himself. Eyes resolute. No way. Think positively. Either way, I have no future after that blood fog failure. I need to do this mission well to make up for what my mother has not seen in me. He glanced at the door, remembering his mission. Capture the teacher. Then there is teacher Yu Hujin. Sai Yuhan thought. That guy is clearly a strong one in the Scorpion Palace, though he is in a bad state now. I need to think of a way to deal with him later. He turned to look at Ji Yu, feeling awkward. I need to come up with a plan. If I want to catch someone, that woman will be easier. I could also scare John Sangye. Suddenly, footsteps approach, coming closer to the door. Unaware, prepared to attack. Let us wrap this up quickly. Kevin Azad looked annoyed. He yelled out, who dares to leave me behind? I want to let this go. Right after that, Jiayu unexpectedly spoke up. Holy woman. Kevin Azad. Yu Hujin peeked out. Why is he here? Kevin Azad turned his head. Li Jian is not here. Just then, Li Jian walked in, scolding. Why is it so noisy every time you show up? Kevin Azad replied, of course. I am here to find someone. Scorpion, what are you doing here? Haley sighed, annoyed. Why do we have to face this guy here? Anything could pop up around us. He immediately, shocked to see Sayu crushed under debris all around. Wait, Hugo is suspicious. Why is he here? Kevin, who brought him here? Kevin Azad stares blankly as he replies, I do not know. Li Jian is skeptical. Is he? He remembers Zun Siyu, covered in injuries. That is the bastard I beat up. Hugo beside him gritting his teeth, asking what the son of Libra is doing here. Son of... The memories flood back to Hugo. He has uncovered the real culprits behind the blood mist that appeared 10 years ago. The culprits are Taeyeon and Sayu, the two sons of the Saint Libra. Sayu stirs from the wreckage. What is going on? Suddenly, a foot stomps straight into his face. Filled with killing intent, plants his foot right on his face, forcing him to look up. He strikes up a conversation. Long time no see. You are the brat who made my niece and friends shed tears of blood. His eyes crackle with furious electricity. Threatening. Now you are done for. You little scumbag. Hugo calls out to Yun Sayu from behind. Why are you here? He is like a fire ready to burst. Do you really want to meddle with my family? Haley responds from the side. Clearly, that is the case. She must know that Lei Jian is in contact with the teacher. Haley is the Scorpion Saint. She speaks up, asking if Libra has ordered to eliminate the teacher. A swordsman approaches. So he is the son of Libra. He asks if he is the one who ordered that frog to destroy my fortress. Right. Let us see how much you have ground. This guy is Kevin Azad, the maiden saint. Lei Jian remains calm and replies, I really like your attitude. What are you planning to do? Lei Jian is known as the Saint of the Serpent Palace. He radiates an overwhelming energy around him. Now you are done for. You scumbag. How should I deal with him to spread the rumors? He tries to hold on, saying wait. Or should I just keep stomping until he explodes? Sayuan curses silently underfoot. Damn it. What mission? Anyway, I can't even keep my life. He shouts to summon the beast. Take me to the secret base. A beam of light shoots out against Lei Jian. He is secretly pleased. Did it? I can run now. But unexpectedly, Lei Jian still wears a victorious smile. What is this? He is laughing. The strands of light appeared along with a puff of smoke, taking him away. Everyone is on fire. He is vanished. Hugo tells Jian to catch him, but he thinks there is no need to rush. I will let him go. He smiles, having his own plans. Catching him and dealing with it quickly seems a bit boring, does not it? The next morning in Honolulu, Hawaii, at a luxurious resort, Johnny Yu is feeling frustrated, drowning in tears. He cannot stop thinking about that. Damn it, how could we be so humiliated? The 5 girls of the healing god Asko Plus are circling around, nursing him back to health, and he is still talking nonsense. Just wait until I snap. I will tear you limb from limb and make you wish you were gone. Living like this is worse than death. A bright light suddenly appears, accompanied by a scream. That is right. I will make you scream like this. Chaon Ion pops up from the hole. Step aside. He wipes his gun, splashing water everywhere. Juntiyu finds out and scolds him. You are telling me that Jun found out about the teacher's elimination, you idiot. A useless coward can do anything right, and he is just a loser. I got spotted by them. So they will be here soon. He immediately gets scolded. You fool. He just sits there trembling, listening. How am I supposed to explain this to my mom when I get back? Why do I always have to clean up your mess? You dimwit. Quickly. Stop judging. Chi Yu Ion is curious about what these gems are. He replies, I will use them for equivalent exchange. These stones are all invulnerable cores. When Jin attacked the tower, I caught them with my eagle ears and created these. He hands them over, still in disbelief. If we call them out, can we take care of Jun? He picks up the Libra necklace and says, what do we have to worry about if we have the Libra necklace? First, let us catch Jun. The system announces the use of the Libra's equivalent exchange skill, using invulnerable cores as offerings. A disaster market that no one can bear to exchange for those offerings. A powerful beam of light shoots straight up into the sky. Johnny Yu is incredibly excited. Is it really that strong? Senza will shine from the Libra necklace, leaving him in awe. The people around him are bewildered, wondering what just happened. Why is there a beam of light? The power of the Libra necklace is truly terrifying, growing stronger as it shoots straight up. What is TU summoning? It should not be possible. A blue flame-like figure appears in front of the 2 brothers. Jun TU feels something. What is this? This familiar feeling. He quickly crouches down. It is indeed the summoned being that is ramming its head straight into Ion. He catches the parrot, realizing it was hiding here, and he calls out Li Jian in fear. I picked it up on my way here. It is the spell you left behind when you ran away. Jun Tu screams in frustration. Li Jian explained. It suddenly dragged me here, so I followed to see who it was. The divine beast parrot speaks up. Calamity. Successful summoning. Successful summoning. It worked. Li Jian sees it flying away and says, Hey, can you talk to me for a bit? Thoughts raced through his mind. Damn that divine beast. There is no way anyone can handle this, let alone drag Li Jian into it. Seeing Jian approach, he instinctively recoiled in fear. Wait. Hold on. We messed up. We confessed to our crimes. If you want, we can go to the palace and apologize. Li Jian stood tall, slamming his palms down and shouted. For crying out loud. Can't you see the issue? A beam of light shot down right at Cyan, sending him flying. Li Jian reminded him. You have forgotten something important. His eyes burned with rage, as if he wanted to shred his opponent into 1,000 pieces. Ian Sayu felt as terrified as a deer in headlights, thinking, no way. If this keeps up, I'm going to die at Li Jian's hands. He felt like a massive monster, while Ian Sayu was just a tiny prey under that sword. He fearfully backed away. What should he do now? Sweat dripped down continuously as he glanced over at something. Turns out he stepped on a Tatsuyu's jade heavenly chain. Meanwhile, Tiu had also come to. cursing under his breath about becoming a jade heavenly chain after one damn time. Did you see the jade chain? Before he could finish, a massive hand grabbed the chain while he was still sitting there. Brother, I think you are right. I'm using the equivalent exchange skill of the heavenly army, sacrificing Yan to the son of the heavenly army. Yan smiled, controlling the jade heavenly chain with his hand. Thankful that with me, you are actually useful. At this point, Jun Tiu was losing his mind and shouted, "So, transform you into a disaster. I can't believe my brother is the sacrifice." Tiu slowly started to morph into a beast, and finally, the transformation was complete, revealing a monstrous beast roaring on the scales. Li Jian laughed in delight. Haha, this is hilarious. Your brother has successfully turned into a sacrifice. What a divine disaster. Seriously. This heavenly choir is nothing like my brother on the ground. Who would shatter into pieces? Once again, the sight left Cui undumbfounded. No way. Can you sever the link with the Zodiac Palace? Li Jian had created a fortress of the Zodiac Palace, strong enough to destroy the jade heavenly chain. He chuckled. Since my fortress is expanding, I have set up a barrier here, so you won't be able to use the powers of the Zodiac. The power of the Zodiac was abruptly severed, getting utterly destroyed. Truly a masterpiece. Sacrificing your brother only to become a pile of ashes. Li Jian grinned slyly and asked Sai Yuan how he felt. Doesn't it feel like a game? Well, now it is my turn. Using the records in the sacred book of the Zodiac Palace, I select Event 2. The human of the centaur refuses the master of the Zodiac Palace. Through Event 2, I can use the power of the centaur. Li Jian's eyes ignited with a fierce red flame as he activated the sight skill of the centaur. He walked slowly, asking if the boy had any last words. Like before you die, I will let you get a few off. Right. Sometimes you want to say something. Do not, he smirked, saying, if you have got anything to say, think hard and spit it out. You trembling fool. The guy froze in place, unable to move. Damn it. Suddenly, he clutched his head, muttering curses, confusing Li Jian. He seemed to go crazy and asked him, Who are you? Who are you really? Why do you keep after me? Because of what I called out in the blood fog when you were small. Did not you do anything wrong? Controlling the blood fog in Europe. Attacking the Scorpio Palace Hospital. Those orders came from above. You will catch the blood fog eventually. But if you think you can save the person who is supposed to die, then there is a problem. He screamed in disbelief. What do you want from me after everything is over? Do you even know who I am? You Su, son of Jezel Laurent from the Liber Palace. You think my mom will just sit back if you mess with me? You scumbag. I am talking here. And you dare to doze off. Li Jian groggily woke up, his mouth still sticky. What is it? It took me forever just to open my eyes. Your life seems to have a lot of twists. Why are you talking so much? Seriously. Why are you rambling like that? He was fuming. Blood boiling. Haven't you been listening to me from the start? Li Jian smirked. What is going on? I heard you loud and clear. Not just me, but all of them heard it too. He was taken aback. What did you say? A projection appeared in the sky over the city, replaying everything he had just said. Everything you said has been broadcast worldwide. From people living in the city to those in the freezing North Pole. Everyone saw what just happened. No matter where you are, you can watch it. The viewer count must be massive, roughly 8 billion people. The clairvoyance of the worker is a skill similar to the heavenly eye. It is like comparing it to Yang Jian's star. Yuljiayu's direct speech has been transmitted across the globe with this skill. The Scorpion Zodiac's domain is also fully broadcasting live images. Right now, where are Li Jian and Mirror? We still have not found them. Damn it. How much trouble does that Li Jian want to cause? Hurry and find them by any means necessary. Workers, look over here. The citizens are coming in. What the hell? People everywhere are shouting, shaking the city. Scorpion Zodiac. Come out. One man claimed that because of Yuljiayu, the blood mist appeared, and it was the Scorpion Zodiac who unleashed this disaster. Everything has been resolved. Right. You dare say that after all the mistakes you have made? If it were not for Li Jian, thousands would have died. You idiot. Those Scorpios deserve to face the consequences. Punish Yu, and have Li Jian eliminate him. While everyone was calling for Lion, Cle felt that this situation was getting out of hand. She smiled, thinking there was nowhere left to hide. After observing for a while, she realized things were not looking good. She looked toward her lovely younger brother. On his side, he still could not believe the truth. It can't be you. Come out. Throw him to the disaster. Scorpion Zodiac. Explain yourself. Eliminate Yuljiu. Upon hearing this, he held his head in despair. Li Jian laughed, congratulating him on feeling like the target of the entire world, wanting him dead. He fell back, facing his brother's blade. Knowing why I told you to say those words. Right. Because you should be apologizing instead of sulking. Li Jian continued. Make it clear. You just threw away your last chance to beg everyone in this world. Now, neither I nor they can give you another shot. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Gongqin Bing were worried about old Yu. He is going to die. They are calling out his name. But they can't do anything. The public's trust in the Liber constellation is dwindling, and the faith of the followers is fading. People are starting to despise Gongqin Bing. The saint's position is declining, and they are slowly warming up to Gong Sa Fu. The soldiers of Gongqin Bing called for the saint. There is big trouble. The saint's position. The trust of the followers is diminishing. We can't let that Li Jian escape. But the saint does not say a word in response. The gaze of the Saint Gigio Laurel sparked with electricity. Back on the other side, Li Jian rushed towards Ao. So let us enjoy the enthusiastic support of the crowd. He was afraid to scream. Suddenly a flash of light appeared behind Li Jian. A voice echoed. Stop. Finally, Gigio Laurel showed up. I can't just stand by anymore. Li Jian looked over. So you finally made an appearance. But you are moving so slow. Little troublemaker. Yulji was overjoyed. Calling out for his mother, the divine beast spoke. You are determined. I never expected you to pull something so insane. He maintained his calm demeanor. Do you really think unleashing that eagle and wrecking the city is a small matter? Cut the nonsense. She replied. I am telling you straight up. I am taking my son away. I know you are trying to provoke me. But do not you think this is a bit weak? You are acting tough. The real issue is that your sons are harming innocent people. Saying that, he stepped harder on Yul Jiu. Fine. He stomped down even harder on him, causing the ground to shake. If you are not happy with my method, then try doing it your way. Li Jian challengingly told her to choose. Pick one. Expose all the brutal acts that Gongqin Bing has committed and pay for those sins. Or risk everything to fight me. And of course, mention the one who stabbed me in the demon tower. Jizzle Laurel, dissatisfied, covered her face with her hands. I have nothing more to say to you. She angrily asked. Why should I listen to you? The more he spoke, the harder he stomped, causing her precious Yul Jiu to scream for his mother in agony. He just smiled and said, seems that way. Suddenly, Yul Jiu kicked and spun around, disorienting the world. His eyes went blank. Tears streamed down his face. It was Li Jian who made Yul Jiu take that hit. His mother, the protective deity of Gongqin Bing, shouted in anger. How dare you do this in front of me? She spoke each word carefully. Do you really think I will let you get away with this? Li Jian stuck out his tongue in front of her and taunted. You are already angry. I can do worse. As he spoke, he prepared to attack. Then he flashed a cunning smile and launched an attack straight at Yul Jiu from behind. The deity of Gongqin Bing did not have time to react and could only watch with wide eyes. What? Meanwhile, Li Jian tilted his head with a smug smile directed at Jiu, the guardian deity. His mother watched in disbelief. How is this even possible? Over there, Yul Jiu was sitting dazed, lacing up his shoes, looking at his son, exclaiming, Reborn, that is right. That one strike from Li Jian that should have killed Jiu had him now cradling his face and crying out. A green aura surrounded his body. Just then, a system notification popped up. You have granted Jiu the resurrection skill. He raised his trembling hand to his neck in horror, shouting, What? I clearly died, before he could fully process this. Li Jian struck down with his blade again. Jiu writhed in pain, his eyes rolling back as he let out a cry. Without giving him a moment to grasp the agony, Li Jian swung his weapon down again. Splattering blood everywhere, Jiu lost his life once more. But Li Jian was not about to let him off that easily. He raised his hand and cast the resurrection spell on him again. The gash on Jiu's body was something Li Jian could easily inflict again. His face twisted in agony as he screamed out, What in the world is happening? Before he could make sense of anything, Li Jian raised his blade once more and decisively severed his head. The guardian deity could no longer stand to watch her son being tortured like this. She could not hold back her anguish any longer. What do you think you are doing? Li Jian sneered, glancing at the deity and defiantly replied, Come on. Don't you think it is boring to let him die like that? As he spoke, he cast the resurrection spell on Jiu again. Once again, Jiu came back to life, while Li Jian continued to taunt the deity. If I just kill him once, those who have suffered will be at a huge disadvantage. Your child has done plenty of bad things. Li Jian prepared to draw his sword and mockingly added, I will cut him down with all the pain you have caused. Or he can do it himself, he added chillingly. I will count them all out. Just as he said this, he let out a piercing scream. Li Jian continued to slash at him, killing him instantly. Immediately after, he resurrected him again, pulling him back from the brink of death. The system kept displaying notifications. You have granted old Ju the resurrection skill. He could do nothing but scream in despair, crying out for help. This scene was being live-streamed to everyone outside. Hearing his cries for help, the viewers could not help but respond with mockery. Save him. Li Jian continued to kill and resurrect him. He chuckled. I am just trying to save him. Each time he spoke, he struck down again, causing Iljiu to spit blood and die once more. He repeatedly killed and resurrected Iljiu countless times. Meanwhile, Hugo's group was gathered together, watching Li Jian torment Iljiu, desperate to die. He could not escape the pain. Screaming out, I was wrong. Hugo's group felt immense satisfaction with what Iljiu was enduring. Meanwhile, he was screaming at the top of his lungs. Please, just stop. At this moment, Youku is taking yet another fatal blow. This horrific torment is not just witnessed by the Centaur group, but also by everyone present at the Libra Tower. The scene is so intense that the soldiers in the tower can't bear to look directly. Some of them are even covering their heads and screaming, no mercy for you. At this point, Youku does not even know how to fight back anymore. He is just consumed by despair, howling in agony. Li Jian, on the other hand, keeps swinging his blade and reviving Youku over and over again. The system's notifications about Youku's resurrection are popping up endlessly. Meanwhile, in the Libra Tower, his mother, the mistress of the tower, can't hold back any longer and screams out, Li Jian is testing my limits. Suddenly, 2 system notifications flash on the screen. Teleportation skill activated through Larry Quinn. Absolute coordinate skill of the center activated. Right after that, a matrix appears on the ceiling of the tower. From within that matrix, a massive object begins to materialize. Just as she is in shock, trying to figure out what is happening, the space in front of her suddenly goes dark. Then, with a thunderous crash, something plummets right in front of her. A shard from the falling object hits her face, leaving a bleeding wound. As the dust settles, the object becomes clearer. It is a gigantic statue. But due to the impact, the head and body have fallen apart, landing in 2 separate places. The object now fully revealed sends her into a frenzy. She slowly approaches to get a better look, and realizes it is the head of her eldest son, transformed into this statue. The statue's face still shows immense pain. Seeing this horrific sight, she is instantly filled with rage, her eyes bloodshot with fury. At that moment, Li Jian's mocking voice echoes from the magic screen. What is wrong with your precious face? You piece of trash. You do not look too pleased. Noticing her silence, he continues to taunt her. That was quite the unexpected turn of events. At this point, she is so furious she can't even think straight, and Li Jian bursts into a mocking laugh, provoking her further. Your beloved eldest son has returned. Say something sweet and give him a hug. Only then does she look up darkly at him, threateningly stating that he will pay for this provocation. On the other side, Li Jian grabs the guardian deity of the Aquarius constellation, smirking as he locks eyes with the creature and continues to goad it. Am I provoking you? No way. Listen, you piece of trash. I am just responding to your choices. Youku is now dead, lying motionless on the side, his body covered in wounds from Li Jian's countless strikes and endless resurrections. He casually states that anyone who stands in his way will meet the same fate. Turning to the side, her eldest son's head still lies there, abandoned. You keep talking. Whether you are the chosen one by the divine or the curse of that mysterious civilization, and the proof of your words, it is that your 2 sons met a tragic end at your hands. You brush off her fury and keep going, even if you are a god. Hearing this, she is both furious and stunned, but all she can do is stand there like a deer in headlights. You sneer and say, see you next time, you little wretch. Then with a flick of your wrist, you send that bird flying back towards the abyss, but you glance at the zodiac symbol, smirking, and then you clench your fist, adding, get ready, and just wait for it. Then you scream out Giselle Laurel, and with that, you smash the protective deity and the zodiac emblem into pieces. In the Tower of Aquarius, she grinds her teeth in rage, but can only watch helplessly. As the zodiac symbol shatters, the magical screen begins to fade away, leaving the soldiers witnessing this spectacle wide-eyed and stunned. A commander gasps. The master. Before the commander can finish his sentence, a beam of light suddenly appears above the throne where she stands. The sky around darkens, with only the center of the tower radiating blinding light. Shaking the ground beneath, the people below panic, crying out, what is happening? An earthquake, she yells angrily. Who dares insult me? I will kill you. The more she speaks, the more furious she becomes. Li Jian, you and your pathetic crew. As she finishes her sentence, the Tower of Aquarius lifts off the ground and hovers ominously in the air. Back with you. He suddenly jolts awake, startled from his resurrection. As he sits up, Li Jian appears before him, smirking. Awake now. He jumps back in shock, seeing his fear. You can't help but chuckle. I thought you were a goner. I was so disappointed. Now, let us pick up where we left off. Hearing this, he screams in terror. Suddenly, you stop and ask a question that sends shivers down Yuku's spine. How many did I count up to again? Then you smirk, no longer pretending to be concerned. Let us start counting from the beginning. At this, Yuku screams in fear. Stop right there. You bastard. You ignore him. Calmly extending your hand to calculate. The number of casualties is 500. Plus everyone in the hospital. That is a lot more. Without letting you finish, he drops to his knees, yelling, "Please, just listen to me." You disregard him, continuing to mumble. If we calculate the time the Otek family suffered, it is like paying in installments. You pull your weapon out of the ground and declare, "All right, I am done counting." You raise the weapon ominously, looking at him closely, and say, "Now die another 10,000 times." Yuku, seeing this, screams in terror, tears and snot streaming down, cursing you as he cries, "That damn jerk." Before he could finish, I swung my blade and laughed joyfully as I began to count. Right after that, the system popped up a message saying you have granted Yuku the skill of regeneration. Transitioning to the Lion's Den arena, a majestic battleground where the wind rustled the flags dramatically. Inside, a fierce battle was underway, as a towering, muscular man crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. Once his opponent was out cold, the referee stepped in to announce the winner. He raised Yua's hand high and shouted, "John Yuha, the Vice Lord, wins." The crowd erupted in cheers. Incredible. John Yuha, the Vice Lord, takes down his opponent in the blink of an eye. The energy around was electric. It was a truly dominating performance. Two of her minions in the stands exchanged glances, discussing the strange vibe around the Vice Lord. One of them gasped in surprise. The other, sitting behind, chimed in with curiosity. Usually, when he wins, he is all cool and collected. But lately, he seems a bit off. The first one agreed. "Yeah, I thought the same." He recalled the day before when Li Jun streamed the match, saying ever since he watched Li Jun's performance against Libra, he had changed. John Yuha was also watching the live stream at that moment. Everyone around was left speechless by Li Jun's audacious challenge to the god of Aquarius, and John Yuha was no exception. She was just as stunned as the rest, remembering that day, during the one-sided battle. While everyone else was wide-eyed, John Yuha was beyond excited, practically worshipping. Her expression was a stark contrast to the others. It was pure enthusiasm. Her minion commented, "Yeah, she is totally in a daze." Back in the arena, the other minion compared, "Looks like he is just as dazed now. Clearly, he has been knocked off his game." The one who had been quiet finally spoke up. "It must be tough seeing someone get beaten down like that for the first time." The other quickly added, "I find it pretty satisfying. Those Aquarians were so full of themselves. They totally deserved it." In the arena, the referee was still buzzing with excitement, asking, "Congratulations to Vice Lord John Yuha for this victory. I wonder how you feel about your consecutive wins." Suddenly, she spoke up seriously, saying something completely unrelated to the referee's question. "I have made up my mind." The referee, taken aback, could only manage a confused yes. Ignoring the referee's bewilderment, she continued slowly, "I will leave the Lion's Holy Order." She suddenly blurted out, "I will join Uncle John's Holy Order." The moment the words left her lips, the room fell deathly silent. She pressed on, "I can't hold back any longer." Those present in the hospital room were left in shock at her declaration. The three people in the room just stood there, speechless. After a moment of disbelief, one of them grabbed the TV remote and said, "Change the channel." The other quickly reached out to stop him. "No need for that." He looked towards the bed and said, "He is out cold. The boss is completely knocked out. Soul left the body." The remaining minion was horrified. He panicked and shouted, "Boss, wake up. You can't leave like this." At that moment, Oliver stood at the door, turning his head to glance at the hospital bed, clicking his tongue in annoyance. He gritted his teeth and thought, both the boss and the deputy are the ones who brought shame to the Holy Order. The two minions by the hospital bed decided to step up. The guy in black started yelling, "Boss, wake up. You can't leave us like this." The guy in white immediately panicked and shouted back, "He just fainted. Don't he overact." Meanwhile, the TV had switched scenes to a conference room. The white-clad guy yelled again, "Steve. He was disrespected by both the Legion and John Iha. How is that even possible?" The other guy, hearing this, angrily retorted, "That jerk is pretending to care about the boss, confirming he is out cold and acting like a fool." In the conference room, one of them spoke up, "Up until now, Libra has deceived the whole world. She hid the truth of the blood mist behind the mistakes of human Libra." Another person countered, "Aren't we being a bit hasty? Nothing is clear yet. We still do not know Libra's stance. And there is no verification. It could just as well be the Legion setting a trap for Libra." With that, he shrugged and chuckled. "Plus, this is just the dirty strategy we expect from the constellations." The dismissive attitude of that guy made the young man earlier furious. "The son of Libra is dead. And you still talk like this." He was so angry that he stood up to rebut. This serious matter, and Liber remains silent, not even stating a position. Don't you find that strange? If you went through this and had no doubts, would you really be silent until now? Another guy waved his hand dismissively. How should I know? Maybe they are just trying to come up with some excuse. So they are taking their time. Meanwhile, the three people, Hugo, were still watching the debate through Kevin's magic mirror at that moment. Hallie commented, "Is this media manipulation? Aside from poisoning food, is there anything else you can do?" Virgo. The proud Virgo replied with a laugh. "Manipulating the narrative with my influence is a piece of cake." And Haha laughed triumphantly. What would someone who has only ever lived in the vast Canadian wilderness know about these things? Hallie, hearing this, began to fume. Virgo continued to taunt Hallie, "And what I added is not poison. It is a tonic. Just so you know." Scorpion. "It is an antidote I put into Li Jun's food in the blink of an eye." The girl, hearing this, felt annoyed and fired back, saying that my unique poison is actually the antidote for all the poisons of the new guys. And that is why I have had to deal with so many headaches. These two began a debate, each refusing to back down. And I ended up resolving it, only to resolve it again later. Oh really? I can counter it too. But the antidote to the antidote is a whole different story. Hugo, watching these two fools argue from the back, could only think to himself, could it be that both of them are acting like this because they care about Li Jun? Anyone can see that both of them are completely obsessed with her. At this moment, Kevin turned to ask Hugo, "Hey, where's the guy who started this organization? Why have not we seen him? He is busy with something." And we shift scenes to a construction site. This is the former base of the Heavenly Balance in Hawaii. Right now, cranes are working on tearing something down on a nearby table. There is a spread of fast food along with some catchy music playing. Li Jun is shaking her head to the beat, unwinding after a long day's work. He sits down on a pile of materials at his feet, which is basically a mountain of food trash. With a hamburger in hand, he munches while eyeing the screen, mumbling to himself, "Well, I guess that is all cleaned up now. Time to figure out what needs to be built next." There are quite a few bonuses to be had here. Even Heavenly Balance has something like this. At that moment, a system notification popped up. The heart of the demon was crystallized from the remnants of the mirrors that Li Jun had destroyed in the demon tower before. He recalls that battle when he captured the parrot, thinking to himself, which means they intend to summon the mirrors using the gems I created. Level of the mirrors. Level of the mirrors. He thinks this but can't be bothered to care and just says, "The way that parrot summoned me is pretty similar." Alright, break time's over. Let us get back to work. With that, he stands up, tossing the paper wrap in his hand, and continues with his work. He takes a sip of water, looking at the machinery in front of him with satisfaction. A new house is on the way. I wonder if the gift I sent to that girl has arrived yet. Shifting scenes to the Tower of Heavenly Balance. At this moment, the head of the little son of the Heavenly Balance has been chopped off and hung on a sacred tree in the middle of the sanctuary below. She stands there brooding. Her ominous expression sends shivers down the spines of her subordinates outside, making them kneel in fear. She is furious and speaks darkly. "He wants to drive me to madness, does not he? He sent this to humiliate me." Her eyes sparkled with rage. The aura of despair speaks. "He still wants to humiliate us live on air, whether there is a broadcast or not. None of you have any plans for this." She questions her subordinates, making them tremble in fear as they try to justify themselves. "Subordinates, you have committed a grave sin." The priestess acted too quickly. We could not stop her. She was fuming, thinking to herself, "Damn it. He is just a servant of the goddess anyway." Those who cling to Li Jun have gathered in full force. Then, she shouted loudly, commanding her subordinates, "Quickly gather our forces." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They were taken aback by this order. She was completely unfazed, only continuing to mumble. After everything that happened, sitting still was not an option. The troops launched a full-on assault. She raised her hand, giving the order, "Get in touch with allied sanctuaries and every cell around the globe. We must eliminate that Li Jun at all costs." Her subordinates immediately took the order and set off. "Understood," they rallied, shouting out. Everyone geared up for an all-out attack. Transition to the attack phase. "Let us avenge the young masters." As her subordinates left the vast sanctuary, only the celestial balance remained. Before her, a strange pit appeared. She spoke coldly. "Come out." And from behind her, a massive shadow slowly emerged. That figure also bowed deeply. The city lord had gathered the army of the mysterious civilization, all waiting for the command of the holy leader. Hearing this, she seemed quite pleased. "Very good." Then, in the palm of her hand, a cross appeared. She raised her hand, and a blinding beam of light burst forth. The power that erupted from that light formed a globe etched with intricate map symbols. Strangely, the globe was surrounded by splashes of black. It hovered before Jessel. She slowly reached out to touch the globe, her expression dark and terrifying. As her fingers brushed against the black streak on the globe, a massive surge of energy exploded instantly. At this moment, in the Pacific Ocean, the dark territory of the mysterious civilization, the skies were gloomy, and the ocean churned with roaring waves and eerie atmosphere enveloped everything. A monstrous creature resembling a dinosaur skeleton appeared in the sky. The monster opened its enormous mouth, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Surrounding it were a host of creatures, either resembling it or equally terrifying, along with soldiers clad in armor. This army of monsters looked incredibly formidable, and one of them voiced, "It is." As soon as it finished speaking, a legion of monsters soared into the sky, thousands strong, causing thunderous roars wherever they went. Suddenly, a massive hand of light plunged straight down into the water, stirring up everything. That hand seemed to pierce through the sky as it descended. That hand belonged to the celestial balance. At this moment, she was reaching into the black streak on the globe before her. Now, she grasped something inside and pulled it out. She held it tightly, her anger directed at the Legion. "I will wipe out all of the Legion and those pests." From the object in her hand, a strange eye emerged, radiating a chilling energy. She went insane, screaming, "I will make you feel hopeless and die." Just as she finished, the eye turned blood red. At this moment in the Dark Territory, 60 years before the attack on humanity, the scenery of mountains and a deep blue river lay before her. This was the island of Hawaii. Before her stood the headquarters of the Liber Temple and the holy grounds. Inside, it seemed they were up to something. As thick black smoke wafted out from the place, a swirling vortex appeared, and feet gradually emerged. Hugo's dazzling crew appeared right after that. Kevin yawned and complained, "What the heck is Legion doing here? Why did he suddenly drag us to Hawaii this early in the morning?" Hugo responded, "All I know is what he is doing here." Hallie stood beside them, blushing at the mention of Legion, thinking to herself, "Can I really see Legion now?" Hugo and his wife seemed completely taken aback by something astonishing. The sight before Hugo made him shout, "What is this place? When was it built?" A woman slowly stepped out from the construction tower, cheerfully approaching them. "Hello. You must be the guest that Legion mentioned." Hugo, curious, asked, "Who are you?" The woman happily introduced herself. "The former deity of both Aquarius and Libra. And now I am known as the cleaning goddess. I was kidnapped from Libra and thrown here, brought in by Legion as a prisoner." Hallie, hearing Esso's words, was suddenly surprised, wondering if there was a misunderstanding. Thinking, what does it mean that Legion brought her in? Hugo noticed she was holding something and asked, "What do you have there?" Right after that, the system announcement echoed, confirming the divine certificate of the Safu constellation. This was one of the rewards for passing the trials of strength, intelligence, and reputation. And as the announcement ended, Iso replied, "This is the certificate of the divine that Legion entrusted to me. He said since I am the goddess of health and care, I should be able to take good care of it." Hearing this, Kevin sighed and said, "What is this jerk Legion planning? Is he trying to get married or something?" Kevin's words darkened Harley's face, making her look less than pleased. Harley softly called, "My deity," and upon hearing her master's call, a large red deity appeared, replying, "Yep. My lord." Harley, suppressing her anger, ordered the deity, "Bring everything we can from our divine army to Legion." The deity, frightened, hesitated and replied, "Yep. My lord." Harley could hardly contain herself, shouting, "Even if we have to drag the whole house here." "Hurry up," she said this, but in her mind, she worried. If we do not have anything to fight back with, we are doomed. And the fearful deity weakly called out, "Princess." Aso then pointed towards the door. "Please go through this door." The door slowly opened, and beams of light began to filter through the gaps, blasting warm air directly into the faces of Hugo's group. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a mascot blowing flames. It continuously expelled large flames from its mouth. Before them was a furnace, surrounded by massive flames. Hugo asked in confusion, "What is with the furnace?" Looking at the scene, Hugo could not help but exclaim, "Is he planning to build a steel factory or something?" In response to Hugo's words, Kevin chimed in, "Is not that lava in the tub taken from those damn lizard gods?" Hugo, still astonished, said, "So this is what he wants to build after destroying the Libra headquarters." Hugo's wife, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "It is so hot, with just 2 drinks. We are still having a blast." She thought to herself, "This is definitely Li Jun. The guy's leadership skills are absolutely wild." As Hugo's group continued inside, a voice suddenly rang out, "Wait. Is not that the wretched centaur slave of the Lord?" The 2 guys kept laughing loudly. "He has been waiting for you. Aren't you impressed by our grand entrance?" Kevin, seeing the 3 of them making a scene, thought, "I have had enough of these clowns. Time to bail." The group noticed Hugo's silence and kept pushing. "Come on. Hurry up. The Lord's waiting inside at the forge." Hugo thought to himself, "These guys really seem to love hanging out at the forge. They are practically glowing with excitement. The inner door swung open, and they stepped inside. Hugo chuckled. Without the forge, this would not even feel like Lei Jun's place. Haley chimed in. I have been hearing the sound of a hammer for a while now. It strikes with such force. Hitting the sword below, Hugo waved cheerfully. Lei Jun, we are here. As Lei Jun's back slowly came into view, it revealed a muscular figure soaked in sweat. He turned around and said, You made it? Lei Jun spun around, showcasing his bulging muscles. Facing this chiseled body, Haley was amazed, her nosebleed bursting forth. Everyone was excited by Lei Jun's physique, everyone except Hugo and Kelvin. That is, Haley was so thrilled that she fell over, startling everyone. Hugo's wife and Aso rushed over to check on her, while Kevin had already left, feeling too hot. Popping open a can of soda, Lei Jun grabbed a can of soda, chugging it down in big gulps. Hugo stood beside him and asked, Didn't you just wreck someone's house yesterday? How did you whip this place up so fast? Lei Jun flashed a charming smile, turning to Hugo and said, I picked up a pretty useful new skill. The system notification chimed in. Gluttony. Target any food to consume, regardless of type, and recreate that target. Available when divine power is at 70% or higher. There is also a failure skill that gives you side effects. Lei Jun said with a cheeky grin. Basically, I just merged the holy shrine with my workshop into one. Looking at the sword and the anvil, Lei Jun remarked, It has been a while since I really embraced my crafting profession. I am so pumped. Hugo nodded in agreement. Right. Your original profession was production after all. Lei Jun lifted the can and took another sip. Hugo turned to him, puzzled, and suddenly a wave of dark energy rushed in. Just looking at it, you could tell it was impressive. There were mechanical snakes in motion, and 2 massive serpents were nearby. Lei Jun proudly introduced, This is my sanctuary, where I pour my blood, and the forge is where I create countless holy artifacts. He smiled with satisfaction. As long as I am motivated, there is a mountain of things I can produce. Since I declared war, even the hardest tasks will be no sweat. Hugo asked, So what are you crafting right now? In response, Lei Jun said, Weapons for you, as I promised the little one. Lei Jun added, I will make one for Sung Ji and Jiwoo too. Upon hearing this, Sung Jae and Jiwoo cheered with excitement. While no one noticed, Hugo's face had turned pale. Suddenly, Lei Jun stretched out her hand towards Hugo and said, While Hugo, puzzled, asked what, Lei Jun replied, Give it here. Frustrated, Hugo retorted, Give what? Lei Jun shot back. What else? Your holy relic. Before he could respond, a loud noise erupted, causing Hugo to panic and shout. What was that? The noise, along with the shaking, sent everyone into a frenzy. Sungji shouted, Hai Li has vanished. The noise grew louder, and everyone started to panic. Are we under attack? What the heck is going on? At that moment, the system board announced, Emergency delivery from the Scorpion Divine team has arrived. A pile of goods was stacked up, and the shadow of Hai Li flickered into view. Hai Li suddenly shouted, a bashful expression on her face. The holy ground is basically just a house for the gods. So if we are here, it is like a housewarming. Right. Let us just treat it as a housewarming party. She said this. But inside, she was bursting with joy, feeling proud of how naturally she delivered that line. Amidst the astonished gazes around her, Hai Li confidently approached the open crates, continuously saying, This is food, this is money, and over there are the holy relics and fragments. Suddenly, Hai Li paused, seemingly spotting something that caught her attention. As she looked closely at a box, she said with suspicion, This box does not belong to me. It is filled with countless letters from someone. Hai Li then pulled out a letter from the box, which had Lei Jun's name on it, and handed it to him, saying, This is yours. Lei Jun. Lei Jun was taken aback. What? Who would send me a letter? Hai Li stood beside him, continuing to tease. Come on. Come on. Lighten up. 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 It might be fan mail. Like I love you. Lei Jun. Hai Li held the letters in her hands, stating, All the letters have names on them. Lei Jun, worried that Hugo would keep teasing him, quickly covered Hugo's mouth with his hand and spoke up, From the lion. That makes it even more confusing. Hearing Lei Jun mention the lion, the goat standing behind exclaimed, Exactly. There has been a huge uproar since your sister released a statement saying she would leave the Lioness Palace. Maybe that is why they sent you letters. Both Hugo and Lei Jun were stunned, gasping in surprise. What? The scene shifts to America, the main headquarters of the Lion Palace. where a grand palace towers impressively. A massive hand slammed down angrily as someone shouted, "Why did you say that?" The Lion Saint roared in fury. "Even if you leave, things won't end easily. Do you have any idea how many people will follow you?" The Lion Saint could not contain their rage, calling out her name. "John Yuha." But Yuha remained calm and replied, "Yep. I know." The Lion Saint felt utterly powerless. "If you know, then why do you say it with such a sigh?" The table in the room seemed to have shattered from the Lion Saint's earlier slam, and without stopping, the lion continued to shout, "What is the issue? I have given you everything you wanted. Just let me go and transfer me to another divine team," John Yuha said calmly. Hearing this, the Lion Saint exploded in anger, shouting, "You ungrateful piece of trash." The Saint Lion felt utterly helpless, almost as if his muscles were about to cramp up in response to his words. Saint John Yuha calmly refused. "I do not need things like that." The Saint Lion lowered his voice. "Do you really want to leave this place? How have things been lately?" Suddenly, the Saint asked, fearing she might not understand. "What I mean is, how's your arm?" John Yuha did not answer but just stood there, staring blankly. Flashback to 10 years ago, just days before the blood wave disaster struck, at the Scorpion Palace Hospital in South Korea, where a heavy rain was pouring outside. At that moment, Ji-woo, her, and Sung-jae were still in a coma on the hospital beds. Yuha and Sung-jae were at the hospital keeping vigil over their mother. The two cousins were peacefully leaning against each other, sound asleep. Suddenly, a noise jolted Yuha awake, and her first thought was of her dad. Believing it was him, she stood up and opened the door, calling out, "Dad, is that you?" But no one replied. The empty corridor was silent, and she wondered, is no one here? Just then, the elevator door caught Yuha's attention. She approached, rubbing her eyes for a better look. When the announcement chimed, the door was closing. As she looked on, a woman's voice echoed behind her. "Hello, you must be Yuha." "Right." The woman's words startled her, freezing her in place. The woman took off her hat, looking down at her. "Oh dear. Did I scare you?" When Yuha finally saw the woman's face, her jaw dropped in shock, thinking, is this the celestial piece? While Yuha was still processing this, the woman spoke again. "I would like to chat with you for a bit. Let us go somewhere else." Outside, the rain poured down, while inside the hospital, the two sought a private spot to talk. The celestial piece said, "I am a bit worried about you kids after the blood wave incident, which is why I came to see you." They sat at a table by the glass window, and she continued, "I truly regret what happened to your mother. You said you did your best, and I believe this is the best outcome possible." Yuha spoke with unwavering confidence about the Celestials. The celestial piece slightly bowed her head, eyes closed, saying, "Thank you for saying that. After meeting you, I understand why Hugo is always bragging about his child. Even after such a disaster, you remain so strong and mature." Giselle Laurent said, surprising the girl. She added, "I worry because my child always gives me a headache. I wish they could be just half as good as you." Receiving such praise, Yuha replied, "But they caused trouble again, so I had to put them in timeout to correct their behavior." Yuha broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the celestial piece's words, hesitantly asking, "What do you mean?" She slowly pushed a can of soda towards Yuha. Raising kids is tough. Wanting them to be both smart and well-behaved is not easy at all. Just like you, Yuha. Giselle Laurent shot a sly look and a wicked smile at Yuha, her tone far from friendly. Yuha could not believe her eyes. Stammering, "What are you talking about?" Giselle leaned forward, placing the can in front of Yuha, and they locked eyes in silence, until she sighed deeply. It seems like she felt Yuha's fear, so she burst out laughing. "Haha, I am just kidding. Look at your confused face." Giselle Laurent turned away and said, "After all, you are still just a kid." And she kept laughing. One hand pointed to the sky, conjuring a golden circle, while the other hand covered her mouth as she continued, "Sorry about that, Yuha. I have been a bit mean." Suddenly, a pair of golden earrings appeared in her hand, featuring a bright red gem that looked incredibly precious. Giselle Laurent held the earrings out in front of Yuha, who was taken aback and still trying to process what was happening. She said, "Here. Take these." Giselle Laurent presented the earrings to the girl as a souvenir from our first meeting. Yuha felt flustered by the gift from the Libra goddess and firmly declined. "I can't accept this. We have only met once." She protested, but Giselle kept pushing. "Just take it. I brought it here just for you." Just then, a man approached from outside. The Libra goddess continued to persuade Yuha to accept the gift. "Just take it? Or do you want me to keep my hand up like this forever?" As he reached the door where the two were talking, The man suddenly recognized the familiar voice. Who is that girl with? After Giselle's relentless persuasion, Yua found herself unable to resist her emotions. She raised her hands, smiling brightly, and said, "Then thank you. I will accept it." At that moment, the man had arrived right behind her. It was none other than Hugo. He stepped forward, shocked to discover that the person talking to the Libra goddess was his own daughter. He called out her name with a serious expression. Yua. Hearing the familiar call, she happily turned around and replied, "Dad." At that instant, the Libra goddess flashed a wicked smile and dropped the earrings into the girl's hands. Yua, still unaware, was facing her father. Meanwhile, Hugo's expression turned icy, devoid of any color, as he stared intently at his daughter. Suddenly, the earrings in her hands glowed ominously, and the Libra goddess released them into her grasp. Hugo sensed the danger from behind and shouted at the top of his lungs. The earrings exploded, causing the hospital room to erupt in chaos. Bystanders watched in shock and murmured, "Is there a gas leak or something?" Outside, the rain continued to pour, and people round hurriedly shouted to each other, "Someone call for help." Nearby, a man witnessed the explosion, deep in thought. After the earrings detonated right before his eyes, Hugo shielded his face with both hands and shouted, "Yua." His eyes filled with fear. Yua was engulfed by swirling black gas, crying out in pain for help. "Oh my!" Hugo, moving like lightning, used all his strength to rush towards his daughter. He yelled her name, "Yua," stretching out his hand, desperate to save her from the terrifying thing that was hurting her. Seeing this, the Libra goddess grinned wickedly. Just as Hugo's hand grazed his daughter's hair, a surge of energy violently threw him back, sending him flying. Once he regained his bearings, Hugo painfully thought, "I have exceeded my current strength." Watching him, the Libra goddess wore a triumphant expression as she mockingly said, "You are too late, Hugo. You left your daughter all alone. Are not you enjoying being a father?" As soon as she finished speaking, tendrils of black gas ignited around Yuha, making her scream in agony. With a sinister look, she continued, "How could you let it get this far, Hugo? You are really not cut out for fatherhood. Are you?" As she spoke, the searing energy continued to torment Yuha, causing her to cry out in pain. Seeing his child in such a state, Hugo was furious, shouting, "Libra, restore Yuha to her original self right now." As she spoke, she recalled the moment Hugo had scolded her about a rival's threats. "This is a warning. It seems you underestimate my words far too much." Just after she finished speaking, a terrifying aura surrounded her. She continued, "But your daughter is even worse than I thought. If she gets consumed by my dark energy, it won't matter much. But she is still holding on." Meanwhile, Yua was enduring the torment of dark energy. Giselle Lawrence kept talking, her eyes glowing a malicious red. "Soon enough, that energy will consume her. Oh no, Hugo." She kept taunting Hugo, who remained silent. "The only way to save your son is to bring her to my sect." Hugo, visibly angry, shouted back at her, "Don't say that. You have no choice when you are the one who made all this happen." She pointed a finger at him, continuing to provoke. "The Sagittarius is in the hospital, so you have to stay quiet. If you do not want to hand Yuha over to me, then how about becoming my subordinate?" Hugo stood there, seething at her words. Giselle Lauren suggested again, "Let go of your remaining attachment to that dead Legion guy and submit to me." She smirked. "I know your worth, and I value you more than all the other saints. If you follow me, I will restore your lost power and help you regain your place as a saint. Not a bad deal, right? Just forget that dead name." Hugo trembled in pain, unable to believe this woman could be so malicious. In disbelief, he said, "You have been planning this from the start." Libra smiled smugly, extending her hand as if victory was assured. "Now, Hugo, you have to make a choice. Will you hand over your daughter to me, or join me?" The moment she finished speaking, Yua reached up and grabbed her wrist. Libra froze in shock as she realized Yua still had the strength to grasp her ankle. With red-rimmed eyes, Yua lay on the ground, trembling as she said, "Don't bully my dad." Instantly, Yua clenched her legs, redirecting the dark power attacking her back at Libra. Seeing this, she laughed. "This little brat is adorable, daring to use my own dark energy against me." Yua, what did I just say? I love kids who are both talented and obedient. As she spoke, she raised her hand, channeling energy through the bracelet on her wrist. She cast a spell, and a powerful light formed a cross in her hand. She glared down at Yuha, saying, "Before taking you with me, I need to teach you how to obey me." In an instant, Hugo unleashed his energy, rushing forward as he shouted, "Stop it, Libra." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "What are you two doing?" Both of them were confused, trying to figure out where the voice had come from. A powerful blast of energy sent both of them flying. A surge of strong energy shot straight down toward the hospital. Hugo seemed to grasp the energy. Disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Is this skill really the battle ability of the victor, the Lion Master?" Just as he spoke, a sphere emerged, cradling Juna right in front of him. Libra gazed up at the powerful energy, piecing it together. This skill activation here meant he had arrived. Just then, someone approached and called out, "Hey, Centaur, and your daughter. She is the recruit I have been eyeing." Both Libra and Hugo turned to the approaching figure, and they shouted in unison, "Stephen Marker." He stepped forward and said, "If you understand, then get in line." Libra. Stephen swaggered over to stand beside Hugo and the protective sphere around Yuha. Addressing Libra. A dark deity. Libra. You must have been quite the savage with this kid. He glanced at the child lying motionless within the sphere. Stephen's expression suddenly turned serious as he remarked, "A monster that powerful could easily rise to the ranks of the elite among the clan members. Maybe even stand toe-to-toe with a divine being." Just then, a lion with piercing eyes materialized, and Stephen continued, "Looks strong, but no big deal." He raised his hand, veins bulging as if gathering energy, gritting his teeth and growling, "The lion is the ruler of all fierce beasts. I will just consider it a loss for trying to recruit a high-ranking member." Giselle Lauren. Hearing this, panicked and shouted, fear evident in her eyes. "What did you just say?" She stared directly at Stephen. Continuing. "Stephen Marker. Do not you dare do anything reckless." Stephen chuckled, arms crossed, saying, "Come on, Libra, let us be real here. Doing everything to empower my own divine squad is not that basic for any deity." He fixed his gaze on Libra and added, "Just like how you used a dark deity to snatch John Ilha. You must know I am just here to stop you." Libra, fuming with anger, raised an eyebrow and cursed, "You filthy brute. How dare you stand in my way?" Stephen took a step closer, taunting her. "What is wrong?" Not feeling happy, he stood there, hands in his pockets, beneath the energy sphere protecting Ilha. Challenging her. "Go ahead. Try to break my royal skill and take the girl back." Instantly, Libra summoned her power, dark streaks flashing across her face, and a strong light radiating from her hands as she furiously declared, "Not a problem." Below the hospital, the blaring sirens of an ambulance rang out, announcing, "This is 119. Please evacuate the area quickly. A building has collapsed, and this place is very dangerous." People were running chaotically, shouting, "Where's God Stephen? God Stephen?" At that moment, Stephen stood high above, looking down and saying, "Oh man, I have accidentally attracted a crowd." He continued to face the crowd, throwing out more challenges to Libra. "I was made to adapt to the arena, so if we go all out, it is fine by me. How about you, Libra?" He shot the question back at her, continuing to provoke, "Do you want to escalate things here?" She grimaced at Stephen's question, looking down at the energy in her hands. She raised her hand and unleashed the attack behind her. The hospital building exploded, debris flying everywhere, leaving passersby in shock as they exchanged whispers. "Be careful." After trashing the room, Giselle Lauren spoke up, "All right then. I do not want things to get any more heated, so I will back off this time." Countless bright streaks appeared around her as she looked at Stephen and said, "Climb. I owe you one, and I will find a way to repay you someday." Stephen smiled, as if to affirm her words. "Haha, are you really capable of that?" He gave a thumbs up, declaring, "Soon enough, I will be the strongest, surpassing the entire legion." The celestial Libra exclaimed as a beam of light appeared, and she vanished, leaving behind the words, "You foolish monster. You do not know your place," leaving Stephen amidst the wreckage. He could only sigh, muttering, "Oh, this is so boring." Behind him, Hugo approached, raising his thumb and saying, "You do not need to thank me, Centaur." Hugo swaggered over, taking his time. "You have not said anything else, have you?" "Wary?" Hugo asked. "What are you doing here?" Stephen glanced over and replied, "I came to check on your cup before heading to work." He turned back, looking exasperated. "But you need to attend the preliminary hearing and apologize to the people. You have a pathetic cup like a puppy dragged through the dirt all day and then smashed." Hugo was slightly irritated by that remark, responding, "Are you here to mock me?" Stephen pointed to himself, saying, "Or are you joining my divine team before you become even more pathetic? If you, a Legion supporter, help me, then I could have a chance against the Legion." Hugo slightly lowered his head, contemplating. "Everyone says that. Thanks for your help, but right now, I can't let myself think about that. Lego." Stephen replied, "I can't do that." Hugo looked at him in disbelief, not understanding why he said that. Seeing this, Hugo yelled, incredulous, "What are you doing?" Stephen retorted loudly, "Your daughter is being possessed by a dark god. If we let her go now, the consequences would be dire. Both men stared at the orb surrounding Yuha, and Stephen continued. Your daughter could become a target for the Celestial Libra, or lose her life due to the uncontrollable energy. Honestly, do you have the ability to protect her in her current state? He spoke while observing the precarious condition of the girl. After hearing his questions, Hugo could only stutter, unable to respond. Stephen pressed on. When you are powerless, the truth is you can't make any decisions. He looked at the girl and continued. The dark entity has fused with your daughter's body. It seems to be a monster from the divine team. Even though I can't eliminate or tame it, I can suppress it so it can't wreak havoc. As he spoke, he raised his hand to demonstrate his energy. Stephen used his energy to make the protective orb around Yuha disappear, and streams of golden light appeared around her. He continued, I will take her with me. The lights wrapped around her arms, as if they were suppressing the dark energy within Yuha. The girl's unconscious body slowly fell, her dark entity seemingly suppressed by Stephen's energy. He held her close, feeling the energy no longer threatening, saying, Now it has been restrained. Hugo, puzzled, asks him, Why did this lion turn himself into a rival for Libra? Stephen turns to him and explains, Because I can't worship you. I am just here to admire your promising daughter. And Stephen drifts into thought, recalling that day when Hugo's weapon was shattered, and he cursed the one who captured him. You guys are nothing but scum. He was pinned to the floor by a minion's hand, and despite being battered, he still felt the urge to help Stephen out of the tower, thinking that if he could get the bloodstone, at least he could retrieve Liang's body. Stephen stands at the podium, his face marred with wounds, silent and unyielding. The minions below notice and tell Hugo to calm down and send someone else to drag him away. Hugo, agitated by his indifference, continues to yell. After everything he has done, he dares to tarnish Liang's honor. Do you even deserve to be called saints? Stephen grits his teeth, bowing his head as he listens to Hugo's accusations. He snaps out of his thoughts and continues. My conscience is a bit pricked. He looks at the girl in his arms, reminded of the past. He recalls when Yuha told him in the office. I have always been grateful for everything you have done for me. The girl clenches her fists, voicing her thoughts. But when I am with the lion, I can't grow stronger. She thinks to herself, if I want to help Uncle Liang, I have to become even stronger. Yuha bows her head slightly, standing behind Stephen earnestly saying she needs to train in a completely new way to become stronger. Stephen does not turn around, speaking with a hint of disappointment. Fine. For the past 10 years, I have thought I did my best as your guardian. He rubs his forehead and asks Yuha, by the way, about that secret meeting with the Scorpion Saint. I have kept quiet about that too. Seeing this, she is a bit surprised, thinking to herself, oh my. Stephen, with his hands on his face, says emotionally, if you still want to leave despite all this, it means I have not done well enough. Can't blame you then, even after you leave this place. I hope you live happily. Yuha panics at Stephen's words, thinking to herself, why is he acting like this? Is he really crying? Just as Yuha is about to say something, someone bursts through the door. The one who just barged in is Oliver, shouting loudly, Ha John Yuha. I heard everything. Fine. Go on. I like it a lot. He continues to shout directly at her. I never liked you. You always treat the divine activities like a child's game. Shut it and do not even think about coming back. Yuha thinks to herself, where did this jerk even come from? Stephen, furious, turns around and shoves a bottle of eye drops in Oliver's face. You idiot. The girl has been tricked by my acting skills, and you still want to chase her away. Yuha, seeing the eye drop bottle, curses in her mind. This jerk. The two start bickering, and Oliver speaks up. Seriously? Do you really want to keep this brat around? She openly said she was quitting, and she even said she would follow Liang. Stephen snaps back at him. The girl is still the vice god. I have to take care of her. Oliver did not take the bait. So what if I decide to quit? Stephen shot back angrily. Why would you even think about that? Oliver yelled. He responded to Stephen with an angry growl. Seriously? Fine then. You all just leave. Oliver's eyes widened in shock at Stephen's words. He added, what is so surprising about that? I was just angry. That is all. Oliver's body trembled as he clenched his fists. I get it now. You do not care whether an S like me stays or goes, but you want to keep John Yuha. Also S. around. Stephen countered. That is not what I meant. Chill out. The more Oliver spoke, the angrier he got. Both the vice god and the god treated the team like a joke. Who would have thought that the god, the representative of team values, and the strongest member would brush aside the truth that only the strongest survive? Just as he finished speaking, a powerful energy surged from Oliver, leaving the other two in confusion. Stephen, astonished, asked, is that the energy of the celestial balance? Oliver, what have you done? After tapping into that energy, he turned into a beast, sharper than ever, as a magical circle appeared behind him. and he smugly declared, "This feeling is amazing. It has been ages since I felt this powerful. I am going to teach you all a lesson about how a lion fights with this strength." Stephen clenched his fists and shouted at him, "Oliver, stop. Do you even know what you are doing?" Quick as a flash, Stephen dashed forward to block Oliver's attack. After Oliver's strike, the room was left in ruins. Dust swirling around as Stephen knelt on the floor. Stephen clutched his severed arm, cold sweat pouring down his face. Thinking to himself, how could my arm be severed with just one blow? He yelled at Oliver, "Oliver, you have betrayed us and joined the celestial balance." Oliver replied nonchalantly, "Betrayed you? Don't he make me laugh?" He shouted angrily. "If the celestial god did his job right, it would not be this way. I am just reestablishing our team's rights. The strongest survive." Oliver recalled the day the vice-governor said, "That is the meaning of the lion." Stephen Marker. Who has forgotten that? He continued his monologue. "That is why you chose John Yuha as vice-governor, even though I, and Cess, am right here. My loyalty to the lion, my understanding of the team, and my achievements and skills far exceed John Yuha's in every way. So why not choose me? Something like that is never the will of the Holy Lion, who always respects strength. That decision is purely yours." Stephen Marker, who always favored John Yuha, was getting angrier by the second. "You guys were easily defeated by the Legion. The vice-governor will neglect the celestial team, just because she has gone crazy over the Legion." Both Stephen and Yuha were irritated to hear him say she was furious. Thinking, what about being mad at him? He kept going, "You really think you can lead the divine army like that? Do you have any idea what I did to the last vice-governor to become the candidate?" After that line, both of them looked completely stunned by what he just said. Like they were finally realizing something. Yuha screamed at him, "Oliver, what did you just say?" "Don't tell me the reason my master is gone is," he boldly replied. "Haha, that is right. You think he died from being isolated and without help. I am the divine captain with the power to command that army." Yuha was taken aback by his words. She immediately charged at him, while Stephen shouted from behind, "Yuha!" She lunged straight at him. Her hand jabbed into his face, her eyes blazing with fury as she gritted her teeth. Yuha focused, ready to unleash her skill, breaking through every barrier. After chanting her powerful energy command, she launched a fierce attack straight at Oliver. She leaped up, using her divine speed skill. Unleashing a wave of energy that lit up the room, she punched him hard in the face, making him stumble back a few steps. He suddenly laughed out loud, as if it was no big deal. "Huh, that is scary." Oliver suddenly grabbed Yuha's wrist and asked, "Is this the special skill that Stephen Marker and the Legion created together?" He pulled her hand away from his face, laughing and saying, "That is called breaking through. Right. Looks like that is the only thing Stephen Marker taught you," he smugly remarked, to Yuha's shock. "But that skill is still too weak to get your revenge." He raised his fist high and said, "If you want to hurt me, you have got to at least do this." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a devastating blow at Yuha, sending a massive wave of energy that pierced through several floors. From the office to the training area, Oliver's strike left a huge hole in the building, with Yuha lying motionless on the ground. She lay amidst the rubble, bloodied and weak, letting out a cry. She struggled to push herself up, while those around her anxiously asked, "Vice-Governor, are you okay?" Just as she was about to stand up, she heard Oliver's mocking laughter. "Ha." Yuha turned her head to see him jumping down from the floor, where they had just fought. Mocking her. How pathetic. John Yuha. Get up quickly and fight back. As he jumped down, it felt like there was a terrifying force trying to split the building in half. He shouted at her, boasting, "Even your proud chains are nothing compared to my new strength. You are no longer worthy to be my opponent." He used his massive hand to grip Yuha's throat tightly. "Consider this a warning. If not, you will keep getting beaten like this." Just as he finished speaking, he raised his hand again, preparing to strike Yuha once more. At that moment, she was in a defensive stance, her hands up in front of her. It seemed like the building was about to unleash an overwhelming destructive force. As expected, the building exploded immediately, and the people below shouted to each other, "Run." A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the building. Elsewhere, a glowing blue object rested on a chair. Liang, with a scarf draped around his neck and a can of soda in hand, looked at his creation with joy and said, "I can really feel the energy bursting from this. Even though I have only just made it, it is about time I handed this weapon over to Yuha." At the Hawaiian temple of the manufacturing zone, Liang cheerfully called out, "Jiyo." She eagerly responded, "Yep." He continued, "I have your first mission ready for you, as your secretary." Jihuo, who were right behind him, were taken aback by his earlier statement. He added, "Yuha needs your help right now." At the headquarters of the Lion's Den, Oliver stood on the stairs, looking down at Yuha, now surrounded by chaos. He stomped down the steps, laughing. "Huh. Our positions have changed. John Yuha, he walked down, raising both hands in a taunting manner, always looking down on others as if he was superior. You and Stephen Marker must be enjoying this. Right? Yuha suddenly asked him. Is all this trouble just for the position of vice governor? He stared at her, a bit surprised by her question. She stepped up and continued. You get all hyped just because you gained a bit of power. He smirked and replied. A bit. You must be blind. I severed Stephen Marker's hand with a single blow, standing on the higher step. He asserted. My strength is on par with a saint. I am the strongest. Yuha found it laughable and shot back. The strongest? She shrugged off her coat and added. You talk like you have done something impressive. Aside from pushing your master around and sneakily chopping off Stephen Marker's hand. Oliver, fuming, retorted. You have not done anything to me. You are Justin's rank. How can you claim to be the strongest? As she walked, she gathered her hair back, glaring at him and said, You are just Oliver. A fool who used to be the captain of the Lions team. Oblivious to your own status. With fierce eyes, Yuha declared loudly, I will punish you. The traitor of the Lions team. Here. Oliver, he trembled in disbelief, grinding his teeth. How dare you? After being provoked, he activated his lion skill, his body rapidly transforming, his fangs elongating, and his features turning ominous. You do not even know how to utilize the beast transformation. The source of the lion's strength. He roared, lunging at Yuha like a lion charging forward. She stepped up and braced herself, ready to take the hit. Oliver charged at Yuha, but she easily dodged his attack. She leaped away from his strike. He growled, lowering his head in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuha was in a stance, hands on the ground, gathering strength as multiple red light sources swirled around her arms. Countless beams of light radiated around her as Yuha stood up, fist clenched, advancing towards Oliver. She delivered a powerful blow, catching him off guard and leaving him gaping. Yuha followed up with another punch, shouting, channeling a massive surge of energy from her hand. Her punch sent him soaring towards the ceiling. Oliver struck, landed in the middle of the chaos. Before he could recover, she leaped in again for another strike. Her knee slammed into his jaw. Suddenly, Oliver's hand clutched her tightly. He lifted her high and exclaimed, What a nuisance! He swung his arm, throwing her away like trash, roaring in frustration. No matter what you do, it is all for nothing. Oliver calls out to Yuha, who just got thrown out. This is for that person to choose Yuha. Meanwhile, she lies motionless under the wires. Now glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, he says again, The Holy Liber wants me to harm you. But do not worry about someone who can even control the god in their hands. Yuha closes her eyes, blaming herself, thinking, I am so mad at myself at this rate. I can catch up to him. She says this while remembering Li Jun's smile with red eyes. She thinks, I need to catch up to Uncle Li Jun. Oliver notices her distraction and, still gripping tightly, asks, Hey, John Yuha, what are you thinking during the fight? He glares at her with a wicked look and says, We are at a train station. If you are not careful, the train will hit you. Just as he finishes speaking, the train rushes by him, heading straight for Yuha. At this moment, the train is really close to her. She grits her teeth, focusing on using her power. She remembers when Giselle Lauren caught her as a child. She thinks to herself, I do not want to lose so miserably again. I do not want to lose anymore. She tells herself, I have to win. I need to be stronger so I can stand beside Uncle Li Jun. She shouts out loud with determination. I will pour everything I have into every moment. Suddenly, a voice echoes, I like that attitude. Yuha turns to recognize the voice. Uncle Li. She stares up, dazed. At the green light appearing, the train continues to speed by as a strange object descends to block it. The two collide, releasing a massive burst of energy. The green light explodes, causing the wires to spark. That light splits the train in two right in front of Yuha. She opens her eyes wide and calls out, Li Jun. But what appears before her is not him, but a spear. Suddenly, the spear announces, The Sagittarius welcomes you. The one who has shown indomitable fighting spirit. Jingu grips the spear tightly and starts chanting the spell. The weapon of the Sagittarius constellation has chosen its master. Wherever the master is, it will find them. Yujin beside her places a hand on her shoulder. The chant continues to be spoken, accompanying until the life of its master comes to an end. Li Jun stands beside her, smiling as he watches her. Jingu opens her blue eyes, staring intently at the spear's shaft until the mission is complete. He says, Everyone around her watches in silence. Even as Jingu has stopped chanting, Jingu awkwardly asks him, What should I do next? Li Jun cheerfully replies, Now. Throw the spear into the sky. Jingu looks a bit surprised. Throw it into the sky. Li Jun confirmed. That is right. Then she closes her eyes and throws it straight up high. Yujin sighs, watching. Oh my. Can you really just throw it like that? Red watches the spear soar into the sky, causing the other three to stumble back in shock. The light from the spear pierced through the nearby areas, like a comet soaring onward. It looped around the island before darting off to another location. Yujin and Jingu were utterly surprised. Wait, is it okay if I throw it like this? Li Jun praised her for doing exceptionally well. It shot out into the vastness of space. Now that spear knows exactly where to go. The tip plunged straight down into a city where a fierce battle was raging. The healing magic was activated to try and mend Stephen Marker's wounds. He was in agony. Groaning painfully, the healer told him, "Even though I have used borrowed skills to patch you up, if you want proper treatment, you need to see the Aquarius constellation." Stephen Marker grunted in annoyance. Damn it. Why do I have to suffer this humiliation? Suddenly, a bright light appeared next to them. It shot down at breakneck speed, leaving them stunned. Out of nowhere, the spear pierced the ground, creating a massive crash. Following the waterway underground, the spear struck precisely in front of John Yuha, leaving her agape. A train sped forward, its wheels sparking against the tracks. Ear-piercing screeches filled the air. The scene grew even more chaotic as sparks flew everywhere. The spear descended into the earth, embedding itself deep. Its blue light continued to shine bright. John Yuha felt her hair whip by the gust. She exclaimed in awe. This is... In front of her, the spear still glowed intensely, embedded in the ground. A spear. That spear radiated a unique power. The Safu constellation system interface appeared. The master of the Safu constellation welcomed the one with an indomitable fighting spirit. Each point of the spear immediately lifted from the ground. John Yuha gripped the spear's handle tightly. She determinedly declared, "Okay." John Yuha's face lit up with excitement as she accepted this weapon. "We will make it happen." Her entire being erupted with a surge of power. Wind swirled around her. That magical energy was truly terrifying, prompting Oliver to exclaim, "John Yuha." His beast form lunged forward once again. The lucky one broke through the barrier. But regardless, the outcome remained unchanged, because this was truly the end. He charged in to try and grab her like before. Meanwhile, John Yuha immediately took a stance, swinging her spear. The power flowed from her arms into the spear. John Yuha stood fearless before him. Her feet slid back, ready to launch, preparing to unleash an ultimate skill. Heavenly Light Strike. She hurled the spear straight at him, causing Oliver to stagger back slightly. But he still caught her weapon. Sneering, "Haha. Didn't I say that your powers no longer work on me?" John Yuha clenched her fists even tighter. She glared at him. At that moment, the power of the constellation combined with the red energy within her abilities manifested. A voice echoed. It urged John Yuha to put more force into her strike. Go. Hit him hard. Skill. The Lotus Mirror technique was unleashed with the strength of the constellation backing it up. This time, the strike carried a completely different force that Oliver could not withstand. Outside, the large hole created by the spear was emitting thick smoke. People above looked down. Stephen Marker exclaimed, "Damn. What the hell is happening down there?" Their eyes widened in shock as they witnessed the phenomena unfolding next. The ground was rising along with a greenish light. Then, that light struck down from the sky, shattering the entire ground. It blew away the layers of cement on the road. They quickly covered their eyes and screamed in terror. The power is truly terrifying. That strike made the scene below the building look like it was splitting in half. The city was being torn apart. Stephen Marker could not sit still. He immediately jumped down. "This is horrifying. I need to go down and see what is happening." "The governor," the secretary exclaimed in a hurry. Stephen Marker jumped to the ground with a thud. Facing him was a familiar figure. He looked up and gasped in surprise when he saw the person. "Oliver," he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Oliver struggled to look at him and whispered, "Stephen." Half of his body had been burned away, but he could still speak. "In this state of mind, I must look pretty ridiculous. I aimed for the governor's position, but ended up failing against John Yuha instead of you." Stephen Marker replied to him, "It is your obsession with that position that led to your defeat." Then he sighed and continued, "John Yuha said that becoming stronger is about overcoming challenges, not just the end goal. That is why she surpassed you and became the governor. Compared to being a governor or a vice-governor, I think you would fit much better in the constellation of Leo." Oliver, heavily injured, just stared at him in silence, then turned away, scoffing softly. "You are talking too much." Stephen Marker scowled, letting out an angry grunt, but then he glanced down at the wreckage. After all, John Yuha had won. The area below was completely destroyed. The long trench she created was no joke, leaving Stephen stunned. But who would have thought she was this strong? John Yuha suddenly landed right in front of him. Seeing her, Stephen called out her name, making her look up in surprise. The city lord. Oliver saw her and instantly shifted to a look of annoyance. "John Yuha. You showed up just in time. You too." "Listen here." But before he could finish, Stephen Marker interrupted. "John Yuha. How did you do that?" Oliver stammered, pointing at her. "Wait, hear me out. Why are you radiating this energy instead of the Leo constellation?" John Yuha hid her spear behind her back and replied, "Didn't I say I would switch to your constellation?" Stephen immediately objected. "No way. What are you talking about? You did not even ask for permission from the deity." John Yuha calmly replied, I do not need to ask that person for permission. As they bickered, Oliver had to plead. Please. Just listen to me. Please hear me out. But Stephen's furious voice kept drowning him out. Meanwhile, John Yoo received a new notification. The notice assigned her the task of taking down Stephen Marker, leaving him speechless, and she stood there dumbfounded, asking, "Really?" Oliver helplessly yelled, "Hey, can you guys just listen for a second?" Both of them turned to look at him, their eyes filled with disdain. "You think the ashes flying around can talk? Or should we call you Oliver the Betrayer?" Oliver's body was truly starting to fade away, but he still issued a warning. "You really think this is where it ends? This is just the beginning. You guys have no idea what the true face of Libra is." The surroundings were in ruins. The battle between the two of us has obliterated the entire headquarters of Chomso. Pits scattered everywhere. Do you know what that means? Oliver's eyes glowed ominously. He said, "The protective barrier of Chomso the Lion has weakened in this area." His body was glowing fiercely. Oliver declared loudly, "This place will be doomed." Stephen and John Yoo were blinded by that light, unable to fathom what was about to happen. Could he have some other scheme? The light gathered into a massive sphere. It slowly rose into the sky, absorbing the power around it. Stephen Marker immediately recognized this ritual. He was summoning the West Fish. A gigantic hand appeared. It crushed a nearby building, causing a loud explosion. Stephen's face hardened. He could not take his eyes off the summoned West Fish. That Western fish destroys every building it touches. It showcases its terrifying power and immense size. The people inside nearby buildings are frozen, watching the beam of light. Their faces are filled with fear, unable to believe their eyes at the sight of that mysterious creature. The Western fish emerges from the glowing sphere. Its head alone is many times larger than that of an ordinary human. Stephen shields John Yoo with his remaining arm. Even so, both can hide their terror. This only adds more confusion for those there. A gigantic creature, towering like a skyscraper, rises, creating a massive whirlwind. Stephen Marker stands protectively in front of John Yoo, while she is mesmerized by the creature before her. That burning red eye is what has her puzzled. A colossal monster with glowing red eyes looms over the city. Red eyes. It is clear he was dead in the demon tower. Stephen Marker is in a panic. That is the Western fish. Run. The crowd witnesses the chaos and screams in panic. People scatter, and Stephen Marker thinks, there is still people here. The monster roars as it gathers energy. A colossal wave of energy blasts from its mouth, ready to obliterate the city. The crowd is in a frenzy, screaming and running for their lives. To John Yuha's surprise, Stephen Marker charges forward. Horrified, Stephen Marker unleashes a radiant beam that lights up the entire sky. The constellation of Hawaii's star cluster erupts. A towering column of smoke rises from the city. Legion seems to sense something. Sitting at home, Legion falls into deep thought. He gazes out at the vast sea. Contemplating, he fixes his bow, muttering to himself, "Why do I have this uneasy feeling?" Breaking news. Disasters are spreading relentlessly across the globe. So far, the confirmed areas are the United States, the European Union, and South Korea. A man delivers the news on a V. The screen switches to footage of the disaster. The disaster has appeared in the capital, Washington, D.C. Emergency Alert Level 1. The shape of the disaster closely resembles the dominating red eye in the Demon Tower. The constellations have declared that they are seriously aware of the situation. The Libra constellation declares it will stop the disaster. A representative of Libra speaks out. The Libra constellation will team up with allied constellations to rescue people from the disaster. In a secret location, Jian, Tekisu, and Haley are watching the speech on screen together. In the speech, the Libra constellation fails to mention that the city lord's son has been killed. Haley remarks, "That is a valid reason. Luffy is handling the disaster to resolve our issues. I think those disasters are also on the Libra side. But can they really summon the Red Eye?" She wonders, as the Red Eye appears. What on earth is happening to Exuas? Didn't Jian catch it in the Demon Tower? Other saints even said they dealt with the head of that red-eyed monster. He recalls the moment the red-eyed monster was defeated, lying on the ground. How did it end up like this? Jian wonders about the conflict among the constellations over ownership issues. Haley mentions that Sagittarius lost contact with the other saints after attacking the Demon Tower, so they have no idea what is really going on inside. Finally, after the conflict ended, that head was sealed and buried beneath the sea. She continues to explain as she recalls the aircraft carrier that previously transported the sealed head. It was Libra's suggestion, she says with a gloomy expression. Could it be that Libra has recalled it? Hugo Otter asked. Another pile of garbage. I get it now. Ligian replied, I am going to handle that head and see if it is the one we caught or someone else. Like Scorpion mentioned. He says as the screen shows the monster ravaging the city. Scorpion, he says to her, and she is taken aback. He approaches her and warns. The enemy might invade, so we need to build a defense system around her. Isn't to your talent to set up formations and traps. I can only rely on you, he slyly tells her, making her blush and think. That is too close. What should I do? Are you going to withdraw me? He seems to radiate a pink glow in Haley's eyes. She is left speechless. It feels like she is lost in love. Haha. Just leave it to me. Even if you tell me to take down the foundation, I will do it. She eagerly rummages through her supplies, leaving the other two confused. Princess, please calm down. If this continues, the foundation will collapse. A guard stops her. Liang asked me to help her. Liang shouts that if it is not me, no one else can help. She yells at the guard. Haley thinks about how Liang asked to strengthen the defenses for the Holy Foundation. If they want to bolster protection, they will need a lot of sacred artifacts from the Scorpio constellation. Doesn't that mean the sacred artifacts from Scorpio will be brought to the Holy Foundation of the Healer? Does that mean we have to coexist? Is this a proposal or what? She blushes. No way. You are thinking too far ahead. The guard pulls her back to reality. You are being too loud. Do not block my way. She yells again at the guard. Tisu, what about you? Liang says she will go with the one who caught the red-eyed guy. Su replies, you need to go back to Korea immediately. Liang tells him. What? Yuho is there. I can't go back. He protests. Don't worry, I can sense Yuha's presence. Liang's hand radiates an energy shaped like Yuha. I will take good care of Yuha. Don't worry, he continues. If Liber gives anything in Korea, then your Holy Foundation's people can fend them off, he explains. Seal. South Korea. The city is being devastated. Smoke columns are rising thickly. The monsters are being shot down. Where the hell are they coming from? We absolutely cannot let the defense line break. 3 archers say to each other. A monstrous creature slammed down, demolishing the building next door. On this side. Someone screamed, damn. One of the archers cursed. In the city, the archer squad was surrounded by monsters on all sides. At this rate, there is no way out. Suddenly, from a distance, a rush of energy surged towards the monsters at breakneck speed. By the time the monster noticed, that power was already upon it. In an instant, everything was blown away. The entire street was obliterated. The archer squad witnessed it all, completely stunned. The corpse of the monster lay sprawled amidst the rubble of the buildings. I can't believe you guys handled them this poorly. A voice rang out. I can't bear to watch any longer. The silhouette of a man slowly came into view. After all, half of you are just archers. The man revealed himself as the celestial being of Taurus. Ivan Kruger. Hey archers. Where's Hugo? He asked, shocking the archer squad. Thank you, Lord Ivan, for your assistance. Saint Hugo is not here at the moment. One of the archers speaks up. If you want to leave a message, just tell me. That is not what I meant. I will wait for him here, Ivan Kruger says, stepping forward and placing a hand on one of the archer's shoulders. What do you know? He asks. I really hate it when people block my way. He tightens his grip on the archer's shoulder. With one swift motion, he shoves the archer against the wall. What are you doing? One archer yells at Ivan Kruger. I have already dialed down my strength. If he is lucky, he might survive. Don't worry, he says. Are you here to deal with us instead of those mirror rats? He continues. Ivan Kruger's expression darkens. I doubt someone with a bad relationship with our city lord would come here. An archer steps out of the debris. His body radiates an enchanting blue light. Li Ziguan has received the complex blessing of the hidden serpent constellation in his soul. He is actually quite impressive. Too bad he has got such a pathetic lackey. Kruger says, pointing at him. You have been disrespecting our city lord this whole time. He adds, I hope you take back your words. He says sternly. How does he manage his subordinates like this, daring to defy the words of a saint? They are completely a bunch of uncouth people. Kruger says, shaking his head. Anyway, Liber said to wipe them all out if possible. He says as the archers start to make their move. With that, he stumps his foot hard on the ground. Kruger radiates a golden light. His eyes shine bright at a burning building. Ju, if anything happens, make sure to contact me. In front of the building, 3 people are talking to each other. Don't worry, with Sir Li Jian here, nothing will go wrong. The girl with glasses says to Tareksu, even though I am really angry. You are right. He says, the authority of the saint. Return to the holy altar. Tareksu glows brightly, ascending into the sky. Until we meet again. He says, make sure to send my regards to Sang Jae and everyone. The girl says, come to South Korea to handle that red-eyed guy. Okay, after I catch him, I will come right away, Elijah. I have completed the task you entrusted me. I will send a message. With that, Taeksu soars into the sky. We should start preparing too. Li Jian says, are we leaving right away? The girl asks, we will catch that red-eyed guy before we go. We will deal with the little rats in our city first. Li Jian says, from a distance. 2 monsters are watching Taeksu rise. The subordinates of the sun god have left. Should we take care of him or not? One asks, no need. Our target is Li Jian. Let the demons discuss among themselves. A white mist demon in platinum armor rides a ghostly steed and raises one hand to the sky and shouts. Knights, prepare to attack. Just gave the order. Thousands of ghostly soldiers surround the island, waiting for the mouse to appear. Soul Knights. At a dangerous level. Break. Unbeatable. Hallie kneels down. brushing off the dust from the ground with both hands. A second later, she stays in a devilish pose before the stone statue. Hands clasped, joyfully grinning and chatting. Nice. We are done. Hallie sees the Scorpion constellation statue, a guardian statue of the Scorpion constellation, built after a hard effort, and exclaims, I have set everything up in this area. She puts her hands on her hips, laughing loudly, celebrating her achievement, looking around to see if anything is missing. From behind, wonders aloud. Is something missing? Yu Jin surveys the surroundings, glancing around at the icons spread before her, raising both hands in helplessness and speaking up. If this is missing, what would satisfy you? After hearing him, Hallie suddenly realizes something. Oh look, the entire island is filled with sacred artifacts. I can relax now. The Scorpion Guardian looks at the person beside her, who is crying, and whispers, at this rate, our constellation will truly be destroyed. Yet, Hallie hears her and not only does not get angry but clenches her fist. Excited. So what if it gets destroyed? Hallie, Cyan asked me for help. At this moment, a scream echoes. The day of turmoil has completely captivated Yu Jin, who wipes a bead of sweat, murmuring, this is a big deal. Even in the Scorpion City, they would not place so many sacred artifacts. The Scorpion Guardian looks at the satisfied sacred master in front, whispering, just keep quiet and follow along. The decision has been made and one tea change. Yu Jin sighs heavily. This is crazy. Suddenly, the ground shakes, grabbing Yu Jin's attention. The scorpion's tail on that statue twitches, sending a tiny splash. Yu Jin's eyes widen in worry. Sweating, confused about what is happening. A moment later, the intricately carved statue shatters into large and small chunks, crashing to the ground, causing Yu Jin to quickly dodge to the side. Yelling, Hallie looks back, startled by the noise. One statue, then two statues explode together. Surrounding them, four guardian statues simultaneously erupt in a flash. Yu Jin asks in shock, what is happening? Hallie frowns, responding, the enemy has such power that the nearby statues can't resist. Suddenly, a voice echoes in the air. This is the city of the constellation of the Scorpion. This voice sends Hallie and Yu Jin into a pale panic. That guy, riding a warhorse, gradually approaches the castle. He brings countless soldiers lined up neatly in the sky before Hallie. He does not ask politely at all, riding in with a sneer. What a mess! That guy boldly shouted, asking where the master of the star constellation was. Yu Jin clenched his fists and demanded, who are you to barge in here uninvited? Just as Yu Jin finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. Without saying a word, he launched a powerful strike at the group standing with Yu Jin. The arrogant figure, sword in hand, sat atop his horse and scoffed. You dare ask who we are? The Scorpion's guardian clenched his fists, letting out a few low growls. He quickly positioned himself in front, using his tail to shield the two behind him, who were anxiously inquiring, is the princess unharmed? Hallie quickly expressed gratitude, saying it was all thanks to him. The Scorpion's guardian raised his voice in warning. Princess, be careful. They seem tough to deal with. Seeing the dangerous situation, Hallie gritted his teeth, thinking, if they can break through the armor of the spell this easily. She wondered if they were an army from an unknown civilization. One of the henchmen of the leader awaited orders. What should we do? These guys might not show it, but they have strength comparable to ours. The commander pondered. They could be the traitors of our kin that Libra mentioned. A moment later, he raised his hand to command, eliminate all the traitors. The subordinate immediately shouted the order. While below, the Scorpion's guardian roared defiantly, you think you can just get away with this? At the sacred site of Sufu on Hawaii, the soul knights from the dark realm of the mysterious civilization raised their weapons high, growling and charging forward. The sound reverberated across the entire surface of the sea, causing towering waves to clash against each other, while the sky echoed with battle cries, filling the air with intensity. They all charged forward, a figure standing on the beach shouting slogans for their great ruler. That figure looked at the skeletal army before him, seemingly unfazed, and mocked. These guys sure know how to talk big, but they seem a bit underwhelming. Then, his eyes sparkled with fury, his face contorting like a beast enraged at the intrusion into his territory. You think you can just wipe me out? You better know who you are messing with. Thousands of skeleton soldiers charged, swinging their weapons toward Liang. He did not hold back either, yelling, no way, as a surge of light burst forth from the sanctuary, shooting straight up into the sky. An image of a blade flew like a lightning bolt, piercing through the air directly toward him. As it approached, it did not stop but continued towards the skeletal army ahead, slicing through them without mercy. Dozens of skeletons had not even made a sound before they were completely wiped out, leaving the commanding general dumbfounded, watching in disbelief. The glowing figure flickered in the eye sockets of the skulls, and he furiously brandished a spear larger than a tree, thrusting it straight at Li Jian's chest. He poured all his strength into the spear tip, convinced that this weak human could never withstand his power. But what no one expected happened. On that skeletal face, an expression of utter shock appeared, as if witnessing something horrifying, and all he could do was scream, "What?" Right now, Liang and John were gripping the sharp tip of Han's spear tightly, wearing a smile that made everyone else want to punch them in the face. Until now, he had just been warming up. Now he was ready to play for real. He began to flex the muscles in his arms, the veins bulging like snakes slithering across his skin. He spoke with a tone that could infuriate anyone, mixed with a mocking smile. "Haven't you eaten anything?" Then, he gripped the spear tightly and swung it down, preparing to smash it into the ground. Since he was holding onto the spear, he was pulled along with it, in midair. His face still held that look of disbelief, now tinged with confusion. As he looked at him from a downward angle, Liang teased, "Is that spear even heavy for you?" He slammed the spear, along with the vice commander, right into the middle of the enemies. The force so strong it sent the nearby skeletons flying. The remaining skeletons saw their commander get squashed like a bug. Realizing they could not take him on one-on-one, they rallied together, shouting for everyone to swarm him. His eyes sharpened as he turned around. Their weapons stabbed at him repeatedly, but he dodged, ducked, and rolled as if performing an intricate dance. He managed to dodge all the incoming weapons. Then, he pulled out the holy bow and arrows from the saint's center, which he had just repaired, while shouting at them, "You guys are so slow." With one hand, he effortlessly held the bow behind his head without even turning around to look. All the sharp tips of their weapons got stuck right in the body of the bow. The skeleton soldiers panicked, each one shouting in disbelief, "What? Damn it. The weapons are stuck together. Why can't I pull them out?" Then he turned to face them, one hand still holding the bow to block their weapons. The other began to channel his magic into the hammer. Liang infused it with power, making it enormous, then swung it upward at the skeletal arms, trying to pull their weapons back. The blow was so powerful it shattered those arms into fragments. The shockwave sent the rest of their bodies flying back. The more he hit, the more exhilarated he became, unable to hold back his words. "You guys just holding weapons for show? Swinging this hammer feels amazing." He complained that the size was a bit small. Not enough. So he added more magic to make it gigantic. Then raised the hammer high, excitement bubbling over. "Whether you like it or not, you are all done for." He moved swiftly, smashing one enemy and then leaping to another. Even though they fought back fiercely, their weapons shattered like glass against the hammer. He laughed gleefully while scolding, "You idiots." The commander watched as the heads of his soldiers fell like rain right before his eyes. He could not believe how strong he was. While his army could not withstand even a second of his assault, all he could do was stand there, watching the massacre unfold in front of him. Utterly helpless. "No way. Our army." Suddenly, a column of fire fell from the sky, striking the areas with the most undead and igniting massive flames. All they could do was scream in pain, and within moments, there was nothing left but ashes. At that moment, he heard the call of Chun-Ji, Lord Li. Beside her was a massive fire spirit, smoke billowing from its gaping mouth. She waved her arm enthusiastically, her voice cheerful. "I am bringing everyone as commanded, my lord. All the celestial beasts of the constellation are here." Behind her stood the Paichu spirit and the 3 guardian deities of the constellation, Jotun, BPTCC, and King Chimbinjia. They gazed at the undead army with fierce intensity. "Those who dare step into the master's territory will be punished." He turned to them, grinning and giving a thumbs up in praise. "You arrived just in time. Handle them for us. Will you?" Instantly, a sacred artifact flew out of nowhere. Hovering before Liang, he reached out to grab it, turning to face the colossal commander towering behind the army, and slowly smiled. "Captain, save me." His sharp eyes locked onto the commander, and he coldly said, "Don't just stand there. Move." Feeling provoked, the white specks in his eye sockets glowed menacingly as he growled in rage. "Master of the undead." The energy radiating from him was terrifying, and the commander immediately sent the undead horse charging toward him at breakneck speed, screaming in fury, "I will slice you into 100 pieces." Its furious voice echoed everywhere. He concentrated a massive amount of dark energy into his right hand, racing forward on the horse and plunging straight into the earth. The energy burst through the ground and shot up near where he stood. A wave of dark, deathly energy hit him, filled with trapped souls. Staring at the terrifying force before him, he remained unfazed, one hand in his pocket, while the other casually sliced through the dark energy with a mocking smile. How ridiculous. Just as he finished speaking, the commander's sword came crashing down on his head from above. Legion reacted quickly. His 2 hands raised the sword to block it. The attack was so powerful that he had to take a step back to brace himself. The strength of his dark powers was something humans could not match. So when he blocked it, the commander was utterly baffled. How could the undead withstand this? Legion smiled back at him encouragingly. "You are using quite a bit of energy there." Next, he kicked straight up at the chin of the horse he was riding. The impact crushed half of the horse's skull, blood gushing out. Losing his mount, he could not help but be annoyed. Muttering, as he soared into the sky from the horse's back, he began to gather dark energy again with one hand. One hand pointed down at him while dark energy poured out of his eye sockets, mouth, and ears, accompanied by a deafening roar. Then take this, the Legion's hands are dirty, and the sky is high as he prepares for battle. Hearing him shout, I can't help but feel confused. What is his game plan? But I am no fool. I am not just going to stand around waiting for him to unleash his moves. I take a leap, soaring high, and dive straight for the commander's face. He instantly retaliates, hurling an attack at me, shouting, but at this moment, the sky is out of his reach. Like a flash of lightning, I zip past him, racing toward the swirling vortex of energy. Suddenly, a massive column of energy slams directly into the nearby undead soldiers. They scream in terror, desperately trying to escape the energy whirlpool. But with those bony legs, how could they ever outrun it? They are all crushed in their futile attempt to flee. The commander sees his own attack decimating his troops, and he is furious. He roars, I will annihilate both you and your minions. That last attack made him lose sight of me. The commander hovers in mid-air, frantically searching for Legion's location. Remembering what just happened, he grows increasingly frustrated, thinking, how could he pull that off? Damn it. I attacked in the wrong direction because of his weapon. As he scans the area for Legion, suddenly his left foot gets ensnared by a red cord. He jolts and looks down. Startled, what the hell now? He sees two humans and a guardian spirit straining to drag his massive frame down. He grumbles in confusion. What are those damn fools doing? Hallie, Eugen, and the Scorpion Guardian are tirelessly pulling the commander down to the ground. Looking down at him, Hallie urgently shouts, pull harder. With the force of their pull, the commander angrily charges down. You fools are only hastening your own demise. Hallie flashes him a bright smile. Just wait. He looks stunned, unable to comprehend. What? Legion's fierce, ominous face appears behind him. In an instant, the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoes as Legion drives his holy sword deep into the commander's back. Breaking through his armor, he hauls in agony. The pain is so intense that it feels like not just his body, but his entire soul is being torn apart. I feign sympathy, saying, you must be suffering so much right now. I yank the blade out and stab him hard in the back again, slamming his face into the ground, creating a deep hole that perfectly fits his enormous body. The shockwave creates huge ripples around us. The commander can only moan in despair. Damn it. Harley calls out, it is, Captain, looking over at the battlefield. It is almost time for that to end too. A few undead are being devoured by the giant lizard guardian. Others are being impaled by the colossal weapons of the guardian spirits, leaving only the sounds of their agonizing cries. She continues, your subordinates have been dealt with by our spirit beasts. Harley stands with her arms crossed, calmly facing the commander. She hears his unwillingness. My army will never easily accept defeat like this. Legion was still kneeling on his back, the blade in his hand piercing halfway through the hilt. Hearing him speak, he narrowed his eyes, tightened his grip on the dagger, and twisted it harder. He reminded him that it was not long ago that his own subordinates had self-destructed. He guessed the number of spirits he captured was about equal to theirs. He continued to twist the knife deeper into the commander's body, amplifying his pain until the commander's body shook violently. Realizing he was on the brink of death, and that his army had been decimated, he let out a primal scream, unleashing the last remnants of his magical power. Everything happened so fast that Legion barely had time to grasp what was going on. All he managed to see was a beam of light behind him. At that moment, a voice called out from afar, Master, the Spirit Master. Hearing this, he turned around. Puzzled, the Spirit King rushed over, wrapping his arms tightly around him and saying, even if I die, I will take you with me. Then, he dove through the massive portal, heading straight to hell with him. Master, the Spirit Master. As he hugged him, they fell from great heights, and he laughed triumphantly. If we fall from here, you are done for. Even if you survive, just wait for the agony to come. At that moment, Legion pushed him away with force. Startling him, he stated nonchalantly, I do not know what you are planning. Then he quickly reached out and grabbed the neck of the Spirit King. He swiftly leaped behind him and said, but I am not really fond of this position. He then began to stomp and stand on his back. Legion stood on his back, one hand wielding a sword, playfully toying with him. Isn't he this humiliating? He asked smugly. What are you doing? Legion grinned wickedly and replied, honestly, I have always wanted to surf the skies at least once. Let us dive down like this, the Spirit King yelled in humiliation. My knightly honor. It was then that Legion began to scan the surroundings as they fell. Legion and the Spirit King plummeted, creating a swirling vortex of orange energy. He questioned, where exactly are we falling? Scene changed to the vicinity of the main headquarters of the Leo constellation in Washington. Massive buildings had been blown away by a gigantic monster, creating a fiery red scene. Yua stood below, speechless at the sight. The man beside her gasped. I thought he was dead. Steven stood up, shielding everyone with one arm. using all his strength to block the monster's attack, his arm severely injured and smoking. Seeing this, everyone shouted, "Lord Stephen." He struggled to turn and smiled at Yuha, asking, "Still doing okay?" She, stunned, finally regained her senses and jumped up to ask, "Are you alright?" Stephen, unable to stand any longer, collapsed to the ground and replied. His arm was burned and severely injured. "Still smoking?" He joked. "Well, at least I stopped that jerk. Too bad I can't use my hands to eat tonight." Yuha sighed helplessly. "If you are still joking, you must be okay." At that moment, Stephen glanced at the monster wreaking havoc in the city. Furious. "It is changing direction. We have to stop it." The soldiers quickly ran over, asking Han, "Lord, are you alright? We are here to help." Seeing everyone so concerned about him, he laughed proudly through his tears and said, "You all." Then thought to himself that they were children of the lion. So even when facing the red-eyed monster, their fighting spirit ignited. Suddenly, the soldiers aggressively convinced him, reminding him that the city lord had captured it before, and if they united their efforts, he could catch it again. Hearing what everyone was saying, he looked around with wide eyes, utterly confused about what was happening. At that moment, Yuha understood and spoke up. "No way. The red-eyed one is too powerful. I get everyone's feelings, but that will only lead to more destruction." Just then, a man shouted, "Everyone has other things to do. We need to evacuate the remaining civilians." After that, Yuha commanded, "The strong must protect the weak. We will support the city lord." Stephen nodded eagerly, agreeing with her words. Upon receiving the order, everyone quickly started to clean up and shouted, "Understood. Let us save the people." The soldiers yelled at each other to hurry up and evacuate, making sure not to hinder the city lord and deputy city lord. Once everyone was gone, Stephen turned to Yuha and smiled. "Thank you," she said, hands on her hips, letting out a sigh of frustration. "Honestly, you are blocking the way." Yuha looked at the system board, which announced the mission to prove Stephen Marker's worth. "The constellation of the lion was blocking your path. Defeat him and claim what you want." Then she warned, "The mission to transfer the sacred beast is not over until I bring it down. I have to survive day by day." Hearing Yuha, he lowered his head, saying nothing. Then the two stood there, staring at the massive monster. Yuha finally asked, "What do we do now? Can you show me the strength to slice through those red eyes?" Hearing her, Stephen sighed and replied, "You already know everything, so I am not the one who caught the red eyes." Yuha was startled and glanced at him. At that moment, Stephen raised an eyebrow and smiled. It was actually Legion. Yuha suddenly recalled the scene of Legion capturing the red eyes alone. Could it be that they wanted to kill me because I caught the red eyes by myself? She realized, thinking to herself, "So he is the one who caught it." Stephen quickly added, "But Legion is not here. Someone has to stop it. The monster is not slowing down. It is still rampaging through the city." Then he said with determination in his eyes, "This time, I will do it." Stephen envisioned the giant lion with fierce eyes and declared, "I will use divine resurrection." Hearing this, Yuha anxiously asked, "To use divine resurrection? It requires a lot of power. Right? Will you be okay?" Stephen turned his back to Yuha and responded, "Yep." "The cost of divine resurrection is very high." He then glanced at her with a serious expression. "The lion constellation has lost everything it has accumulated. But if I can't protect the city and its people, all of humanity's efforts will be in vain." Just as he finished speaking, he started moving forward, proclaiming, "I have decided. This is my chance to make up for what happened 20 years ago." Stephen stood resolutely, staring down the massive, fierce monster. Instantly, he began to gather his strength, causing his body to radiate a golden aura. Stephen recalled the moment he had once been terrified and had run away, thinking to himself, "I won't run away like I did back then." His sharp gaze was both fierce and commanding, yelling, "Fake, fake." From him, golden sparks began to emit, catching the monster's attention as it turned to look. At that moment, the system displayed a notification, using all accumulated power points to summon a deity. Stephen shouted, "Yuha, protect me while I summon the god." Hearing Stephen, Yuha quickly rushed forward to shield him. Meanwhile, the golden sparks had drawn the monster's attention, and it roared as it charged toward the two of them. The monster drew closer, its hand reaching out menacingly as it let out a terrifying roar. Seeing the monster approaching, Yuha widened her eyes and shouted loudly, "Fake, fake." Stephen continued to push his strength, which was growing stronger by the second. Meanwhile, above in the sky, the knight, Bone Knight, was diving down, shouting loudly. Legion, with a wicked grin, remarked, finally, as he rode on the back of the Bone Knight, hurtling down while yelling back toward the ground. At the same time, below, the monster was charging to attack Stephen and Yuha. The two of them shot forward, creating a bright blue streak that plunged straight into the ground next to the monster. The massive monster stood nearby, its hand struck by Steven's blue spark, making it cry out in pain. Meanwhile, he continued to maneuver the Bone Knight as it surfed through the air. Legion shot straight up into the sky, and Yuha watched in shock. The two looked up, eyes wide, as Steven asked, "What the heck is that?" That moment, Steven was stunned, eyes wide open, trying to grasp what was happening. Suddenly, Legion dove down from high above, crashing into Steven before he could react, causing him to shout out. The two rushed past Yuha, catching her off guard. Legion casually slipped his hands into his pockets, standing up and exclaiming, "Oh man, I just landed, where the heck am I?" Yuha recognized him and turned to say, "That is..." She shouted, "Uncle Legion." He stood arrogantly, one foot on Steven's body, sword in hand, curiously asking, then looked down at the unconscious Steven, sighed, and said, "You are here too?" "Ah." Immediately, he turned to the Bone Knight, angrily stating, "I was wondering who brought me down here. Turns out it is Washington D.C. In a corner, the Bone Knight, buried in the ground, said, "It is, Master. Even if you defeat me, it will be in vain." Then he wickedly laughed. "You will never defeat that red-eyed monster. Die in helplessness and despair." Legion, he stood there, sword on his shoulder, unafraid, staring at that monster with curiosity. Its red eyes glowed as he squinted to get a better look. And after a moment of thought, he burst into a huge grin. "You still remember me, right?" It took him back 20 years to when the ruler of the Demon Tower first appeared. Those red eyes were the strongest disaster Legion ever faced after a brutal battle. Its roar was enough to send shivers down the spines of all 12 saints. And now, this red-eyed beast opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar that shook the very air around them. It was massive, bellowing as it charged forward, ready to stomp Legion flat. But he stood there, unfazed, not saying a word, just cleaning his sword as he stepped forward. What has changed in the present? "Ah." With a gleeful expression, Legion dashed ahead with his sword, not forgetting to turn back and taunt. "Is that all you have got? You disappoint me. It has been ages, and you come at me with no flair." He lunged forward and leaped high into the air, running along the walls as the monster glared at him in rage. At that moment, he reached the rooftop, and the red-eyed creature was still seething. Finally, it regained its composure and roared, attacking him. He quickly dodged its strike and swiftly sprinted in another direction as the building began to crumble under its relentless punches, causing massive explosions. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped out from the wreckage, glancing back at the monster with a puzzled expression, sensing something unusual. Touching down, he mumbled to himself, "That face. It is definitely the same guy from back then." The red-eyed beast was still searching for him, muttering, "How can this filthy demon resurrect without a tower master?" Then, Legion's eyes lit up. He said, "Time to confirm the presence of the 10th demon." After confirming, he was shocked to exclaim, "Wait." Looking at the creature with only its head colored red. He thought, "I have been wondering how the Tower Master could come back. Turns out it was just a one-time use." A notification from the system appeared, except for the real red-eyed head. Everything else is fake. A small trace of unknown civilization detected. A significant presence from the constellation Libra has been identified. From the other side, a voice spoke up. "Is there going to be any trouble in the city, Lord?" A woman high above replied, "What do you mean?" Inside the city of the constellation Libra, a subordinate knelt respectfully, saying, "My lord, I am worried about the Red Ice resurrection. It is too urgent." That person was Giselle Laurel, the saint of Libra, responding to her underlings. The destruction of the Leo constellation was enough. Giselle Laurel chuckled. "A patched-up puppet can crumble, too. If that Li Giant is anything like Leo, it would be just perfect." She fell into deep thought. Realizing he was right, the Red Eye was far from perfect. She recalled the elf who created those exhausting battle monsters, and thought, "The Blood Mist, as long as he revives, he can summon the Black Dragon and the host of the Red Eye with his regeneration. I never expected that foolish elf would exhaust all his accumulated resources only to die." Suddenly, another subordinate appeared behind Giselle Laurel, and kneeling as he reported, "My lord, I have new information." She replied seriously. "Speak," he said. "I have just confirmed that Hugo Otis has arrived in South Korea and seems to be about to meet Ivan Cruz." He continued, "In the unknown civilization, Baron Armored has directly engaged in battle." Hearing that, Giselle sighed and said, "His Legion of Spirits was taken down in an instant." Of course, he had to show his face. Then she asked with a serious expression, "What about Callie?" He remembered Callie, her hands raised in a double smile, and bowed his head, saying, "The Lord has not received a response from the young lady yet." Hearing this, she sighed in defeat and said, "Looks like he is not listening to me at all." as she walked down the stairs. She continued, "Well, I am not waiting any longer." Her subordinates bowed their heads in respect as she passed. Her long legs strode through the hall as she declared, "I will lead the troops to war." Jisoo, with a wicked grin, added, "Our main target is the Demon Tower in Korea." Meanwhile, in Korea, smoke billowed over the ruins of the city of Tannat. On the battlefield, corpses lay scattered on the ground when a pair of legs approached. On the other side, a man sat atop a pile of corpse, puffing on a cigar. The man seated high up was Ivan Cruz, while the one looking up from below was Hugo Otis. Ivan's face darkened as he sneered. Well, look who crawled out from under a rock." Hugo shot back angrily. "Don't you know why I'm here in Korea?" "Bull," he continued. "You dare touch my subordinates." Two of his injured subordinates, kneeling behind him, spoke up. "Lord." Suddenly, Ivan spread his arms wide and laughed loudly. "The red-eyed demon has appeared in the United States." Hearing this, his eyes widened as he said, "I wanted to investigate, but your subordinates blocked my way. Wouldn't it be hilarious if the Saints found out? So I am just taking my time." Hugo replied seriously. "The reason the red eyes appeared in the U.S. to come to Korea is quite interesting. You should be dealing with the Libra constellation and the red eyes, not my subordinates." His expression darkened as he smirked. "If you are here to investigate the Demon Tower, why hesitate?" Hugo teased. "Now that you are here, why not come inside? Are you scared like you were 20 years ago?" At this, who was puffing on his cigar, was taken aback. He stood up, his eyes glowing with anger, and said, "You bastard. I heard you regained your strength, but it seems you are still delusional." He continued, "Without the holy artifact, you are just a nobody." Hugo stood his ground, unafraid, and reminded him, "Have you forgotten who shattered your holy artifact? The artifact was broken in two." With a loud voice echoing, "You pathetic fools." That moment, Ivan forcefully pushed Hugo down, asking, "How could you escape from the Demon Tower?" Hugo, pressed down to the ground in pain, let out a loud shout. If you could take down the red eyes, Lei Jin would not have. Back in the present, Ivan angrily snapped his cigar in half, charging forward. "This time, I will break you." He immediately tossed the broken cigar aside and lunged forward, shouting, using his skill, tanking constellation skill, "Destroy." Hugo's two subordinates, witnessing the skills, gasped and shouted, "Lord, you need to dodge." Ivan flew towards Hugo with power, taunting, "Are you scared?" At this moment, Hugo showed no fear and got into a strong stance. Readying his fist, he threw a quick, powerful punch at Ivan, catching him off guard. Hugo's three subordinates watched in shock as Ivan was sent flying by the punch to his stomach, crashing violently into the buildings and causing a massive explosion that brought them down. Ivan could not believe his eyes, stuttering, "No way." He was battered and out of breath, saying, "Even a lion could not take my direct attack." Hugo still had that fierce energy around him when he threw that punch, turning the building into rubble and leaving a huge void. "You got it all wrong, Taurus," he continued, swinging his arm. "You think I have lost the holy artifact?" Just as he finished speaking, a beam of golden light shot down right in front of him. That moment, Hugo, with a sharp gaze, reached for that light, claiming the holy artifact he desired from the territory of the Siafu. He added, "Where's that arrogant confidence from before?" Ivan's eyes widened in disbelief. Now holding the holy artifact, Hugo grinned and said, "What do you think?" He stood confidently, taunting, "Scared now, you piece of trash? Welcome to this level celestial light constellation." Hugo Otters, filled with pride, exclaimed, "What is wrong? Where's that confidence you had earlier?" His actions left Ivan utterly stunned. Seeing this, he excitedly showcased his weapon, asking, "What do you think?" Hugo was brimming with confidence with the weapon in hand, smirking at Ivan. "Scared now? Ah, you piece of trash." But those heavenly objects falling from the sky had extinguished his arrogance, making him forget about Ivan. He looked down at the tree, which was stuck with all sorts of junk, quickly turning around to shake them off. Muttering, "What the heck is this?" Ivan stared at Hugo's tree, astonished, thinking, can he really resurrect the holy artifact? Could it be that Legion did this? But the next words cut through his thoughts and left him incredibly shocked. "Don't worry, Taurus. I have decided I am not using weapons anymore." Hugo stored the holy artifact in his personal space, glaring at him and saying angrily, "I am furious that you dared to touch my subordinate. Even without that, we have fought before," he said, gathering his hair into a bun while talking. In this situation, fighting with weapons would be such a waste. Tied his hair back neatly, Hugo flashed a wicked smile and leaned in closer to Ivan. "Let us fight with our bare hands. It is going to be exhilarating." Hearing this, Ivan's body tensed up, muttering curses under his breath. Then he shouted, expressing his anger. You think you can brag about resurrecting the holy artifact? He stood up and yelled at Hugo, charging at him. Then let us go. So the two of them dove into battle, creating a huge impact. Both lifted a leg to kick each other while pushing the other away with their hands. Hugo noticed Ivan was losing his footing and taunted. Aren't you usually so confident in your strength? Time to show what you have got. Feeling provoked. Shot back. Who do you think you are? Challenging me like that? Then he clenched his jaw tightly. Letting out a growl, he channeled his energy into his legs, causing the ground beneath him to erupt. Both were using so much strength that the earth and rocks around them erupted and flew away. Hugo laughed triumphantly. You really underestimate an archer's power. Hugo's hands pressed against Ivan, causing him to cry out in pain, realizing he was about to lose. Ivan yelled, "Oh," and headbutted Hugo hard, causing him to cry out in pain and bleed from his nose. The sudden, powerful move made his head snap back. He chuckled bitterly. What a pain! And tightened his fist, ready to throw a punch at Ivan. His decisive and forceful action sent Ivan's face to the side, spraying blood everywhere. Ivan glared at him, grinding his teeth in frustration. Then, he immediately retaliated with a heavy blow that sent Hugo's head flying back. Blood splattering. Even as he was hit, Hugo kept his eyes locked on Ivan. Ivan seized the moment to attack again, but Hugo was already one step ahead. He delivered a devastating punch to Ivan. The force was so immense that the ground behind Ivan erupted, pushing him back with tremendous power. That punch even knocked out a few of Ivan's teeth, sending them flying. Ivan collapsed. And taking advantage of that, Hugo stepped on his thigh. He shoved Ivan backward with all his strength. Hugo smirked with satisfaction and teased. Let us see if this leather sack of yours holds up. Ivan glanced at his leg and cursed. Damn it. Hugo looked down at him, wearing a wicked grin. Let us see if this beefy bag of yours works as good as it looks. Ivan roared in anger, calling Hugo a damn fool. Without hesitation, Hugo raised his foot and slammed it into Ivan's face. The battle between the two erupted into a massive explosion, destroying everything around them. This drew the attention of people far away. The crowd collectively looked up, one of them shouting, "What is happening up there?" A voice rang out from behind the city lord, but Hugo kept raining down powerful punches. With every punch he landed, Ivan muttered curses under his breath. If this kept up, he would be beaten to death. Thinking that, he quickly decided that he had to use his defensive weapon. He raised his hand to block Hugo's punch. Hugo was taken aback while Ivan smirked smugly. He had equipped armor all around his body and gritted his teeth, cursing. Damn it. I have been holding back this whole time. He immediately counterattacked. Time was up, and he was ready to unleash his weapon for round 2. Surrounded himself with power, and Hugo quickly dodged back to avoid the flying debris. He summoned his bow, thinking, what a pathetic coward. Where's my weapon? He pulled out his weapon, but Hugo Otters still had not noticed. Legion had once used his weapon to fight. But how did Legion manage to enhance the sacred artifact? Suddenly, Hugo's weapon shattered, leaving him dumbfounded, his face a picture of confusion. Ivan was drowning in a sea of water. He thought to himself, why can't I wake up? What happened? After the deity descended, I can't remember anything. But then he pondered deeper. Could it be when the deity descended, they took away my ability to control my body? What the hell is that red-eyed guy? A loud noise startled Stephen, making him think. That sounds like the red-eyed guy. Right. The deity is fighting with my body, so I can't wake up. A sudden light appeared, and he bit down on his glove in determination. After all, I am a saint. I can't hand everything over to the deity and pass out here. Stephen, wake up. You have to get up and help the god chase away the red eye. He noticed that light. What is that light? Could it be a sign from the god to wake me up? If that is the case, he screamed. I'm coming. Then Stephen opened his tightly shut eyes, breaking free from the dream and realizing he was lying in a corner. As he lay there, he saw a claw sweep across the worm creature. The monster roared and launched an attack, while Legion wielded a massive weapon to strike back. Stephen lay there, bewildered, and exclaimed, Legion. He was so astonished that he almost shouted, is that Legion fighting the red eye? So what am I doing? John Yua calmly replied, just lying here. Sleeping. Of course. Legion, with his hammer raised, prepared to attack the wretched monster. He swung the hammer down, driving it into the creature's body, causing it to scream. He looked down at the monster, smirking as he said, Fake. You fake. Oh wait, that is right still. That head is the real deal. Remember anything from the demon tower? It reached its hand around, wanting to attack him, but he noticed it just in time, dodging its hand while laughing mockingly. He jumped away from that hand and ran along the monster's arm, taunting it. No matter how many times I deal with you, that tower manager will always bring you back to life. He evaded its attack and continued, many times. Yet I know how to catch you. Legion looked straight at the monster, grinning with excitement. Aren't we old friends who share our joys and sorrows? I will take care of you quickly. So let us get this over with. The monster looked at him suspiciously, remaining silent. It growled, then lunged at him, trying to bite him. But he jumped just in time to escape. Stephen and John Yuha watched intently from below. Stephen saw Legion's reckless actions and warned, "Don't jump around carelessly. Its breath is about to blast out." The monster opened its mouth, preparing to exhale an attack at Legion as he leaped up. Suddenly, the hammer in his hand glowed brightly. He shouted, "Hammer of Justice." As he shouted louder, an immense power surged forth, shooting straight into the monster's mouth. He looked at it, taunting, "Who just burped in your face?" Then he gathered his strength into the hammer and yelled, "Shut your mouth." A second later, the monster's head exploded with a blast of golden air. The golden air shot straight down, creating a long trail in the sky, causing chaos in the surrounding atmosphere. Legion reclaimed the holy artifact. Now, in his hand, he confidently raised the holy artifact like a victor, grinning as he said, "Perfectly toasted." Watching the monster before him burn and smoke, he felt satisfied with his achievement. Absolutely amazing. He quickly jumped closer to the burning monster. Its head may seem real, but its breath still stinks like before. But what to do? As he finished speaking, he jumped high into the air. Without hesitation, he slashed down, severing the monster's head from its body. The monster's head flew toward him. Legion jumped aside to dodge, grinning wickedly. When the monster meets its match, it is still us. The onlookers could not help but gasp, their eyes wide as saucers at the sight before them. The head of that beast flew off, propelled by sheer momentum. The others were left in shock, gazing up at it in disbelief. Finally, it tumbled to the side. Stephen Marker's eyes were wide, unable to process the chaos unfolding around him. 100 eyes stared at Legion, who was standing over the massive creature's lifeless body. A moment later, he affirmed in his heart, "That is right." Stephen Marker cracked a smile, his body trembling as he thought to himself, "The one who can take out the red-eyed monster is..." Stephen Marker knelt down, silently calling out his name. Legion. That moment, Legion stood tall with the heavenly artifact, emanating an aura of a true commander. He turned back with a smug grin, showing off, "Have you all learned how to defeat the red-eyed beast?" He called out loudly, drawing everyone's attention to the long, deep gash on the monster's back. Look! Look! Stephen Marker peered down and spotted something strange, asking curiously, "What is this?" Legion replied, intrigued, "It is a dazzling golden stone fused with crispy red ribbons." Legion exclaimed, "Another red eye." One person heard this and was utterly shocked. "What?" Legion explained. "The red-eyed monster we know is the host of the Black Dragon. It is like a rice sheet for the Black Dragon to live and grow until maturity." Stephen Marker, trembling, pointed at him. After hearing this, John Yuha's mouth fell open in disbelief. "Away. The red eye is just a rice sheet." Legion recalled events from the past. "During the time I was trapped in the Demon Tower, the tower manager continuously resurrected disasters. Of course, this included the red eye and the Black Dragon. I fought against them for a full 20 years. Whether I wanted to or not, I had to know." These words left Stephen Marker and John Yuha stunned, staring silently at Legion. Then he made his deduction. "I think the giant fused the head and the body of the disaster together." He stood proudly on the monster, asserting his claim, and the black line was found in the Demon Tower. "Since the celestial balance has an alliance with the mysterious civilization, I think that is definitely the case." He looked up at the sky with a mysterious smile. "If that girl could find your power, she could definitely revive it whole." He glanced at the captain. The blade of the heavenly artifact poised against his back. "Quite the pity, is not Knight Captain." The captain felt the heavenly artifact drawing closer, tearing into his flesh. Yet he lay there indifferent to life. "Just hurry up and kill me." Legion sighed at this, frustrated and unamused. The parrot bearer just keeps repeating the same thing. John Yuha watched Legion, who was rubbing his neck while still controlling the guy in mid-air, and asked curiously. He decided on how to deal with this giant and the Black Dragon. The system interface popped up before Legion. Information pops up. "You have received a complaint from Otexu, the Sagittarius constellation saint, about damage to the holy artifact and a manufacturer error that has not been confirmed 146 times. This leaves Legion stunned. Like, what the heck? How could this be broken too? He recalls dark memories from the past, his expression tightening as he thinks. Wait a minute. Could it be back then? Legion breaks into a sweat, staring intently at the information. A second later, he swipes the system panel aside, saying, Hold on a second. Hugo, fuming from the side, yells, "Xi. You jerk. Just accept the call already." Ivan relentlessly chases after the panicked Hugo, laughing mockingly. "Where's that bravado from earlier?" Ivan proudly boasts. "I just destroyed your holy artifact." Hugo, running like mad, retorts, "Do not kid yourself. You did not destroy anything. This is just a manufacturer's fault. Ivan catches up, reaching out to grab Hugo. In a fit of anger, Hugo leaps up, laughing. Too slow, leaving Ivan below cursing. Damn it. Hugo lands and shouts. Do not underestimate the speed of the archer. Suddenly, the area he is standing in explodes. Shocking Hugo. He is terrified, seeing the chaos around him, with a sword blade sticking out of the ground. Then he remembers. The Lewis Marine estate. Ivan seizes the chance to pounce and attack. Well done. Before Hugo can react, a sword blocks his forehead, causing Ivan to halt, eyebrows furrowing for a few seconds. He takes the opportunity to thrust the sharp blade directly at Ivan's face, but Ivan quickly defends himself, dodging the lethal strike. Reassuring himself, thank goodness I was not pierced. He glances at the figure in front of him, wondering who suddenly barged in. A massive ice block suddenly appears in the vast wilderness. Hugo lies on the giant ice, shouting, I almost died. Trapped inside, yells in frustration. What the heck is this ice mountain? Kevin Azza lands in front of Hugo, coldly stating, you look pretty pathetic. Hugo stares at the person in front of him, asking wide-eyed, Kevin Azza, what are you doing here? Kevin Azza simply replies, I came to save you. He chastises Hugo. Why do I always find you in such a mess? Weren't you supposed to be fighting Kim N? Do something. Hugo, blushing, defends himself. Shut up. I did. I just love. Kevin Azza can't help but think, this guy is so unreliable. He continues. Hey Sagittarius. You should also care about defending the temple. You know, leaving Hugo speechless. Kevin Azza leads the way, saying, did not you see? Your city is being overrun by the twin Buck Denning market. Catching Hugo off guard. What? The Sagittarius city asked Apollo for funds to repair the temple since everything is falling apart. Kevin Azza reassures him. Do not worry. I have taken care of everything. Your friends are fine. Kevin Azza makes an excuse. It is not like I got lost on my way to your city while flying over to the US and ran into Liang. Hugo can't help but curse under his breath. I am sure it is because you got lost, you blind driver. Suddenly, a strange noise comes from the ice mountain, grabbing both their attention. Ivan quickly stopped his power from shattering the iceberg, then let out a few laughs. He stomped his foot down hard on the ground. Ivan scoffed angrily. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it is just a parasitic brother who thinks he can trap me in there. Kevin Azza smirked with a sneer, mocking his skin. Frozen beef might not taste great, but look at that thick hide. Your face is still decent despite all those slashes. Ivan grinned, revealing a few missing teeth from the brutal fight. I will cut out your tongue before I smash that pretty face of yours. The rear teeth nudged Ivan a few times, urging him on. Stop talking. We do not have time, hurry up. The rear teeth chuckled derisively. We are not just here to chit-chat. Right, then he ordered. They are not Lei Jin. Just a couple of centaurs and a weak girl. Deal with them quickly. Hugo erupted with anger. Warning. You think you are funny. You are not even Lei Jin to dare underestimate us. Kevin Azar chimed in. What does it even mean to be weak? You are talking about the second best in the world. And you dare to compare me to him instead of Lei Jin. Hugo cracked his knuckles, turning to ask, are you a beef or crab guy? Kevin, you like grilled food. Right. Ivan Azar picked up his sword in response. I would love to let me chop you up. Ivan was over it on this side. Who is cooking? Who is still a mystery? The rear teeth raised a threatening hand. We are in a hurry, so do not expect us to hold back. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling all four of them. You all seem to be having a good time. The figure slowly stepped forward. She became increasingly clear before their eyes. A golden light continuously shone around her. It was none other than Giselle. She greeted them warmly. It is great to see you all. It has been a while, has not it? A young man, weary from hard work, panted with a face full of burns. It turned out to be Chan Sung-ji. He leaned on his shovel, complaining, the house is collapsing again. Behind Chan Sung-ji, Han Jae-min and Larry were struggling to carry each stone. Meanwhile, the rabbit Ang Wei, tied in a corner, was whining loudly. Why do I have to live like this? If you let me go, nothing would happen. Chan Sung-ji's face turned red with anger at the remark. Hearing that, he wished he could spin that rabbit around like a toy. Who caused this mess? Anyway, it is because those people wanted to find you. Teacher and Jae-min rushed in to intervene. Sung-ji, calm down and save your strength for fixing the house. Larry looked exasperated. It would be nice if they would just stay quiet. Suddenly, Han Jae-min noticed something. He saw something flying in the sky. Looking closer, Han Jae-min realized it was a dragon in the distance. A beam of light shot straight up into the sky from the mountain's peak. Surrounding it were bright golden streaks. In the light, a figure called out, I am Giselle Laurel, the saint of the Liber Palace. Descending like a queen of the cosmos, Giselle Laurel reaches out with a terrifying smile and says, Hey there, Long time no see. Hugo and Kevin Azza freak out at the sight. Jizzle Laurel. Here in the flesh. Right behind them. Jizzle Laurel captures the dragon. Hugo and Kevin Azza freak out at the sight. Jizzle Laurel. Here in the flesh. Right behind them. Jizzle Laurel. Here in the flesh. Right behind them. Oh man. The two others are wide-eyed in shock. Things are calm now. But they are still here. We have not lost yet. Jizzle Laurel lightly raises her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. And then, a massive magic circle appears beneath their feet. Its power is so overwhelming that everyone around is completely dominated. Its power is so overwhelming that everyone around is completely dominated. Hugo collapses in disbelief, murmuring, "This power is terrifying." Kevin Azza can help but exclaim in awe. It is the same type, but this power is something else entirely. The pressure from the magic circle and Jizzle Laurel is growing stronger. The pressure from the magic circle and Jizzle Laurel is growing stronger. One guy shouts out, "What are you planning to do? Attack us. Your eyes are as sharp as knives." Zing. Louis Morin, I let you control the Holy Temple, lose it, Saint. But you can't even take down the Centaurus Fortress. What else can that be called but failure? Just as I finish speaking, Zing, Louis Morin is hit by a crushing pressure that makes him strain to hold it together. Just as I finish speaking, Zing, Louis Morin is hit by a crushing pressure that makes him strain to hold it together. Then Jizzle Laurel turns to the other guy, scolding him, "Thank me for coming to see you before you die. Right. To wrap it up, I will throw a line as sharp as a knife. I can't trust you to handle this anymore. This is your punishment. You better reflect on yourselves. This is your punishment. You better reflect on yourselves." Then Jizzle Laurel stomps her foot hard towards Texas. After that, she looks with a terrifying gaze and asks, "What should I do with these toys now?" The two guys grit their teeth in frustration. From Jizzle Laurel's hand, a magic circle with the Libra symbol sparkles into existence. "Shall we swap heads and limbs? Should we turn you into a disaster like Li Jin once did? Just as Jizzle Laurel finishes her line, the ropes binding Hugo and Kevin Azar snap. He suddenly feels his body turn heavy. Damn this feeling. But that is not all. Jizzle conjures a massive scale of light, placing Texas and Kevin Azar on it with the Libra skill, an equivalent exchange. Just as she finishes speaking, a colossal supernatural entity in the shape of an eye appears behind the scale, complete with glowing magical symbols and circles lighting up the sky. The others, after a fierce battle, have faces marred with burns. They look up at the sky in shock, wondering if it is the Libra, the Holy Libra, that has come here. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, a young man notices something. Everyone there tilts their heads up towards the sky. They spot a massive object soaring past. It turns out to be Li Jian, riding a dragon. Much to the astonishment of those below, the dragon looks fierce, its eyes glowing. Sitting atop it, Li Jun, looking like an absolute superhero. The people below can't believe their eyes. Their jaws are on the floor. The dragon flies through the window of a room. Those inside scream in terror. It is a dragon. The dragon then speeds towards Jizzle Laurel at breakneck speed. He shouts loudly. The dragon gets closer and closer to Ada. Jizzle Laurel senses something approaching and turns to look, but before she can react, a blinding light from Li Jian's attack shoots straight into her face. And it does not stop there. He leaps off the dragon's back, grabs Jizzle Laurel, and lands a punch that shatters her face into a million pieces. The two sitting on the scales watch the scene unfold in awe, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Li Jian, with his cocky and fierce demeanor, takes down Jizzle Laurel with just one punch. He smirks as if that move was no big deal at all. Jizzle's two henchmen stand frozen, their faces pale and eyes filled with horror. The fear is palpable in their expressions. Li Jian tightens his fist, his victorious gaze fixed on the headless body of Jizzle Laurel. Libra is taken down with just one superior punch. At the same time, the bindings restraining Hugo and Kevin Azar start to vanish, the golden branches disappearing as well. Hugo, witnessing the shocking scene, can hardly believe his eyes. Is it over? Has the Libra really been defeated? Over by Li Jian. He stares at the headless body of Jizzle Laurel. Where he stands is the remnants of Ada's magic circle. Turning to the scale, he narrows his eyes in disbelief, unable to process what he is seeing. Why are you guys up there again? If you are not careful, you will get robbed. Hugo's furious, looking like someone who just got stiffed, while Kevin Azar retorts, "You think we wanted to be up here?" Hugo whips around to Li Jian, pointing an accusing finger. He is steaming mad, shouting, "Li Jian, why did not you contact me? Do you have any idea how many times I called you?" Li Jian stands with his hands on his hips, looking nonchalant, asking, "What are you talking about?" Just as he is about to throw some shade, he suddenly remembers something he accidentally tossed aside. Hugo, about to blow a gasket, points and yells, "What the heck did you do with my bow? Why do you have so many weapons from an unknown civilization?" He awkwardly turns his head away, trying to brush it off. Just some bad luck. I will fix it later. While the two were still arguing loudly, Laurel's two henchmen nearby were grinding their teeth in anger. Suddenly, they exchanged a determined glance. And out of nowhere, they charged in, shouting, "This is outrageous." Ivan Kruger boldly charged at Liang, refusing to back down, declaring, "I absolutely can't accept this." His face twisted in a terrifying way as he thought, "This is my only chance. It is time to end this." But just as he readied himself, the Taurus constellation summoned forth, and the bull of light came crashing down. Yet before he could make a move, Liang landed a devastating punch right on him with one blow. He sent both the man and the bull flying into the air. He shouted, "Who said you could use your skills?" The result: Ivan's armor shattered, and his front teeth went flying. Ivan Kruger swore, "Damn it. How did it come to this?" Still in shock, he suddenly saw Jing Lui Morin's head explode into dust. Turns out, it was taken out by a black dragon. The head and body of Jing Lui Morin scattered everywhere. Where did that dragon even come from? Ivan looked down in horror to see the massive maw of the dragon right beneath him. Terrified of ending up like his companion, he activated emergency landing mode, heading straight for Liang. But unfortunately, Liang just stood there, grinning wickedly, muttering, "What an idiot." And indeed, Ivan was a complete fool. Falling straight into the dragon's mouth, talk about game over for him. Before he could react, the dragon devoured him whole, leaving not a single bone behind. Kevin Azar watched in awe, his eyes sparkling with admiration, while Hugo screamed in disbelief. As Kevin Azar imagined the dragon chewing on him, he turned to Hugo, puzzled. "What is up with that? Why is it following you? Isn't it supposed to be in the red-eyed beast's belly in America?" He pictured himself wielding a hammer, scaring off the monster, shouting, "You are the one who wanted me to kill you." It pleaded, "Stop. What is this about summoning creativity?" Using the heads of the red-eyed giant and the Soul Knight captain, activating the 13th sense skill, and employing the super talent skill, Li Jian laughed heartily. "I have used my power to awaken them, and lucky for us, we got some useful materials." Hugo, confused, pointed at the dragon and asked, "Don't you see how dangerous it is?" He replied, "I have already thrown it some snacks, so we should be fine." Hearing that, Hugo turned pale, recalling the scene when he and Li Jian argued. "I did my best. I almost became its snack." Remembering this, Hugo's eyes welled up, a snack for it. Meanwhile, Kevin Azar ignored the drama and focused on the scale. At that moment, Li Jian and Hugo were still arguing fervently. "I can keep it in your house. Are you insane? If I keep it in Hawaii, I will be in big trouble." Noticing the scale still glowing, Kevin Azar asked in confusion, "Wait, why is not that thing disappearing?" Just as he finished speaking, thick strands appeared from the sky, swirling around all three, catching them off guard. From Lauren's corpse, a brilliant golden light radiated, and a familiar voice echoed, answering their doubts. "Because I am still alive." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ada's corpse suddenly soared into the sky, a blinding light appearing at the head, accompanied by a magical circle. Legion realized and grinned, saying, "No wonder this is so easy." Then he spread his arms, summoning two shining orbs. In that instant, what appeared in Legion's hands were the sacred artifacts of the sky and the holy trident. He smirked and looked at Ada with a terrifying gaze, saying, "I destroyed your face because I never wanted to see it again." Little did he know, you replaced it with another creepy face. As Lauren's body sprouted a head made of shimmering light, and then Ada grinned back at him. Legion stood ready for battle, looking incredibly cool as he said, "Let us see how many times you can change that face before I destroy it. Are you all set?" Sandbag. He radiated a blinding light that erupted from behind Astria, filling the entire space. Ada clasped his hands together as if about to unleash a supreme technique, dripping with disdain. "You dumb snake, want to bite? Let me tighten that neck of yours." Legion stood opposite him, sensing the overwhelming power about to crash down, and he shouted, "Get ready. Red eyes," he warned the dragon. "Get that head out of here. If you can't pull anything from this place, go protect the people." Immediately, Red Eyes grabbed Hugo and Kevin and rushed away. From the gap between Astri's clasped hands, a brilliant light began to shine. In the blink of an eye, a celestial magic circle appeared in the sky, its pressure so intense that large chunks of the ground were soaked as if the sky had cracked open. Then, a beam of light shot down from the magic circle, creating an explosion that shook the very earth. Red Eyes had successfully pulled Hugo and Kevin Azza away from the danger zone. Both looked back at the horrifying scene behind them, with Kevin calling out Legion's name. Filled with worry, the giant dragon continued to fly further away to escape the pressure from Astri's attack. Legion jumped onto a large boulder that had just shattered. He gripped the two sacred artifacts tightly in his hands, His eyes sparkled with a fierce light as he cursed in disbelief. Astrea hovered in midair, and behind her, a figure of light identical to her appeared. Legion gasped. That is not human. She laughed loudly at this. Now you know. Ah. Disappointed, Legion tensed up like a bowstring, staring at Astrea's crazed demeanor. She possessed a power completely separate from other holy beings, with an aura of untouchability. That expression, those eyes, and the way she continued to wreak havoc despite her head being smashed in was definitely not human. Legion shouted sternly. You should take your curtain call. Stop the theatrics already. Celestial Goddess Astrea. Astrea just chuckled and curled one hand into a fist. Now she was the Celestial Goddess Astrea. She unleashed a massive surge of energy and said, You really are quick on the uptake. Well then. I have nothing to worry about. Are you ready? She grinned confidently, replying, You are the one who needs to be ready. Jerk that. He charged straight at Astrea at breakneck speed, shouting, I do not know how a goddess ended up on this earth. If the other gods found out, it would be a show worth watching. Astrea, hearing this, merely sneered. She threw a punch, and instantly, a magical circle of gold appeared. What do you have to do with us? The light from her fist exploded powerfully, as it was the speed skill of golden energy. Ligon was momentarily stunned by that overwhelming force. Before he could even react, Astrea unleashed a sky-splitting stump, thousands of light bolts crashing down like a storm. Ligon was sent flying all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Hugo and Kevin Azza watched in stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief as they glanced towards the Pacific Ocean, worry etched on their faces. Meanwhile, Astrea wore a smug grin, her right hand lightly brushing off dust, as if the skill was child's play. Behind her, a magical circle appeared, emblazoned with the constellation symbol of the Libra. Hugo and Kevin Azza could not hide their astonishment at the sight before them. It was the divine throne of the Libra constellation. Why is it appearing above G-Cell? At this moment, my face darkened as I clenched my fists in response. Surprised already? Ah. Then Astrea smirked slyly, as if calculating her next move. I have not even shown you everything yet. With that, she began chanting, and a gigantic pillar of light erupted behind her. On the branches, 6 magical circles appeared in succession, each representing a different zodiac sign. In the distance, you could clearly see a giant tree behind the Libra's scales, its branches adorned with zodiac circles. Meanwhile, one of the two exclaimed, Damn. What the heck is that? The branches held circles bearing the symbols of 6 different zodiac signs, leaving them shocked. Not just the Libra. The first 2 magical circles were Gemini and Cancer, followed by Aquarius and Aries, over by Ligon. He tightened his grip on the holy relic, standing amidst the ruin, utterly speechless. 2 pale blue streaks of light appeared on him, and Ligon remarked, So this is what you meant by the divine knowing. His face was marked with scratches, and he frowned, muttering about those damn gods. He looked towards the branches with the magical circles, and realized they seemed to be conspiring together. Astrea responded nonchalantly, Of course. Ligon, the wrath of the gods who lost their divine status has erupted. A Tazong spread his arms wide, self-satisfied, declaring that these divine thrones represented their anger. Now, I am the messenger of the 7 constellations, including the Libra. Even a moonwalker can't defeat me. Ligon gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce as he shot back. Even if you bring another disaster, it won't be enough. Those so-called gods who conspire together like this deserve punishment. Astrea found it hard to understand. I do not get why you, Ligon, hate the divine, the gods, and the holy beings so much. Looking at his tense face, she added, If you wanted to, you could rule this world. But you can't do it alone. Annoyed by Astrea's ramblings, Ligon cut her off. Enough with the chatter. What do you really want? She pondered for a moment and then said bluntly, I do not like you, but I have to admit your abilities. Astrea extended a hand. I have a proposal. Her gaze sharpened dangerously. Choose. Ligon, serve under me, and you will lead this world, or become a constellation crushed in our hands. Ligon laughed at that, a mocking smile on his face. Is that the best you can offer? How pathetic. I refuse to choose, and I do not want to hear any more. With that, he grips the celestial weapon tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Then he snaps back. Because your choices are always ridiculous. His eyes spark with intensity. Ligon confidently replies, Because I could not care less about someone else's safety. Suddenly, the sky turns a fiery red, and crimson lightning crackles around them. Astrea speaks up. I knew you would say that. Ligon stands there, anxiety creeping into his gaze. Surrounding Astrea are 7 magical circles representing the 7 constellations. Your concern for others. I did not think you would take that responsibility. At that moment, a glimmer appears in Astea's eyes as she reaches out. Then I will make sure you have nothing to worry about. I will wipe this city out first. Whatever her actions may be, her brilliant figure mirrors them perfectly. At the same time, thousands of fiery blades materialize in the sky. The angelic weapon skill from the Aries constellation unleashes blades aimed directly at the Pacific Ocean. Astia then activates the Aquarius constellation skill, summoning a tornado. Beneath her feet, a tornado spirals into existence. All of this is your doing, Liang. Immediately, shadows identical to her emerge behind Astia. Astia smirks, embodying the wrath of the divine. The third skill she uses is from the Gemini constellation, creating clones. Her voice pierces through the air, tearing apart the space, as the city of 10 million faces destruction. All of this chaos is caused by you, the harbinger of disaster. Before Liang stands an overwhelming scene. Tornadoes, standing blades, and clones engulfing everything in sight. Just then, chains appear and bind him. They sprout from the magic circle beneath his feet, tightly wrapping around Liang, restricting his movement. Astia points her finger down, commanding. Instantly, thousands of red blades dive straight toward Liang. He struggles to break free from the chains, thinking, is this all you can do? In an instant, the cords begin to tighten. A massive sword descends at a terrifying speed, but Liang reacts like lightning, raising the celestial weapon to block it. Don't even think these chains can hold me down. Outside, a colossal explosion shakes the ground. The sword embeds itself right in the main street, where people are bustling, shattering half the road. Buildings sway and topple as Jessel Laurel's gigantic sword pierces the ground. It digs deeper, smashing the surrounding earth into fragments that scatter throughout the city. Liang pushes against the massive sword with all his might, his face twisted in fury. He puts every ounce of strength he has into the defense. Seeing Liang struggle to release his power, Jessel Laurel bursts into laughter, her eyes swirling with tempestuous energy. This is the skill of summoning with divine strength. You think you can easily break it? I have not even shown you my full power. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Jessel Laurel raises her hand, channeling her strength to create numerous small swords that rain down. The blades strike directly at Liang, who is desperately using all his strength to block them. Liang gritted his teeth, exhausted and struggling to hold on, while the rocks around him shattered, making things even harder. Countless swords fell down by the riverside, guided by Jessel Laurel, striking at Liang. But as they hit the ground, some plunged into the water, yet Liang was nowhere to be seen. The swords continued to rain down and rose as Jessel Laurel spread her arms wide, her face twisted with disdain and a hint of smugness. I have not even called forth all my swords yet, and you think you can hide? Come out and accept my offer. Unless you want to face all these swords, because they are about to rain down and devastate this city. The scene unfolded, a golden scale representing Libra shining brightly in the sky, as the swords fell like a storm, shattering skyscrapers and sending citizens fleeing, screaming, "Oh God! Help us!" As chaos erupted, reporters rushed in to capture the unfolding disaster, urging everyone to run. A female reporter smoothly announced the ongoing situation worldwide. Hello, viewers. We are currently witnessing an unprecedented catastrophe in Xi'an. As a sword fell from the sky, shocking everyone below, a male reporter quickly recorded the scene. The two other reporters were sweating and wide-eyed with fear, looking upwards in panic. Out of nowhere, a figure rushed in, causing a stir. The white-haired guy appeared, freezing everything in his path. People were terrified. The ice spread halfway before coming to a halt. Kevin Azza thought angrily to himself, "Is this all I can freeze?" He shouted loudly, signaling the center. "Aim for the frozen area." A beam of light shot up, and everyone gazed up at the sky. The two reporters collapsed to the ground, whispering to each other, "We are alive." Kevin Azza, visibly displeased, ran and yelled, "Damn it. This is not even enough to scratch it. How can Liang break through this?" The blonde guy replied, turning to face the situation. "Good thing we can team up to take it down." Before leaving, Hugo Outers turned back to remind the two reporters, "This place is extremely dangerous. You need to get out of here." They both felt the danger and appreciated his concern. Nodding hurriedly, "Yep. Thank you." Kevin Azza ground his teeth in frustration. "This power is even stronger than the divine skills I know. If we do not work together, we won't be able to destroy the sacred sword." Hugo Outers replied, equally furious. This power is not of a saint but a divine being. Around Jessel Laurel, radiant light surrounded her from various constellations. Moreover, she was receiving support from other divine beings. "If we keep going like this, we won't stand a chance at victory." In the sky above, the zodiac constellation loomed over Jessel Laurel while Kevin Azza and Hugo Outers exchanged worried glances. Ultimately, this battle must come to an end. Besides saving the civilians, there is no other way to help him. Hugo Outers, surprised, questioned. Help. When the battle started, John made it clear that we could not help him. Next to the Jin statue, the two of them appeared in front of the crowd. What can you do? Hurry up and save the people. Just thinking about this place made Hugo and Kevin Azza grind their teeth in frustration. He said, that red-eyed guy is more useful than us. This is such an insult. As they fumed, something suddenly distracted them, causing them to turn around. The river water was rushing out powerfully, flooding the buildings and sending everyone into a frenzy of fear. The water was flowing so violently it felt like it was about to drown everything here. Hugo Outers and Kevin Azza shouted in shock at the same time. The river, the site next to the statue, was terrifying to everyone. Oh no. The water is rising higher than the buildings. People were collapsing in despair. This is really the end. Among them, someone was patching together a prayer for a miracle. Oh God, please save us. Kevin Azza glanced to the side. His eyes widened in disbelief. Oh God. The Divine Lord. A silver sword appeared, stabbing into the riverbank. Kevin Azza cried out for the Master to grant strength to Legion. O Master of the Maidens, I know you are watching the current situation. Please, grant strength to Legion so we can survive this disaster. Legion stood at the brink of life and death, gripping his axe firmly before the rushing waters. Legion thought to himself, you want to drown this city in the river, you? He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This is getting complicated. Do you want me to tap into my divine fighting instincts to end this now? While Legion was deep in thought, something suddenly distracted him, making him glance elsewhere. Legion smirked, reflecting, these guys are smarter than I thought. The tornado intensified across Jizzle Laurel's formation. She stood confidently. Jizzle Laurel crossed her arms, calling out arrogantly, Legion, you still refuse to surrender? Or are you too scared to show up? She conjured a mocking magic circle. Well, that is fine. I will unleash the waters, she said with a wicked smile as she savored every word. If this keeps up, the river will flood the city. How many people will die? She summoned waves that grew stronger as she shouted, sweep them away. The tornado surged, engulfing the city. Jizzle Laurel spread her arms, reveling in the flood. But just moments later, a distant green light caught her off guard. Skill of the Archer Maiden. Wind of January. All the water turned into huge ice blocks. Jizzle Laurel's clone shouted in fury. The river is freezing. Could it be Legion's doing? Jizzle Laurel gestured to control her army, commanding, looks like Legion is still alive. Eliminate him. Her clone approached Legion with a delighted expression. They saw it and screamed. Over there, the ice blocks are starting to break apart. Clone 2 could not believe their eyes and shouted. What? A red-eyed monster appeared. All of Jizzle's clones looked up in shock, shouting in unison, red eyes. From afar, Legion charged in triumphantly. Hey, you bunch of slackers. Say hello already. Let me introduce you all. This is my new friend. Red eyes. Use your skill. They are launching alternative attacks. He jumped down, grinning mischievously, and asked, what is it? Red eyes put on an epic greeting. Red eyes opened his mouth and unleashed a fireball that erupted like a volcano. Jizzle Laurel raised her hand to brace herself, channeling her power to summon a purple cyclone, calling out Legion. Use the twin skill, teleporting through a magic portal. The battle on both sides was fierce and evenly matched. Below, everyone looked up at the sky. A blazing red sun appeared, and they passed the word along. It is coming. Red Eyes charged towards that rocket. Legion mounted up. Red Eyes was ready to fight. Legion braced himself against the force of his strength, asserting confidently, you better not mess this up. Dun T touched the innocent. He laughed as Legion and Red Eyes charged into battle. Before him stood Jizzle Laurel. Looking down from above, the divine being Ashia was furious, declaring her name, the divine face ready to explode in anger. The Saint Sophie Merity suddenly appeared, screaming, you wretched moon goddess Legion. Now the holy relic descends. The Saintess had prayed for Ophiuchus, and your power has increased. The Saintess blessed Ophiuchus with divine power, and now your strength has surged. He boosted even more. Nadu. The slackers. The power of the Saintess merged with divine punishment, reaching a state of balance. The divine Jizzle Laurel. Furious, her face changed. Legion regained his composure and smirked back. She said she represents their wrath. Right. Well, it seems she is not the only representative here. The monster charged at Ashia, forcing her to dodge to the side. A terrifying magic circle appeared in mid-air. Ashia wanted to fight to the end with you, representing their wrath. How surprising. Ashia exclaimed proudly. Is there anything greater and scarier than the wrath of the gods? Wrath over what? From whom? He raised his hammer high. Don't you really know? Wrath consumed his mind. The innocents have suffered at your hands and your gangs. My family and friends. The innocents caught up in your games. When I say it is their wrath, do you even get it? And let us not forget the one betrayed and abandoned in the evil tower. My wrath. He loathed the person before him intensely. Tell me quickly, you bastard. Who stabbed me in the evil tower? Answer coldly. Was you, she asked. Or was it those so-called divine beings wanting to get rid of me, hiding behind you? Astria suddenly let out a contemptuous laugh, then she laughed loudly. I wonder what you wanted to ask. Turns out, the one seeking the truth about this matter. She coldly wants to avoid that question. Do you really want to hear it? Is it that important? Only the strong have the right to ask questions. I am the one asking here. Astria raises both hands, exuding immense power. Answer me. Legion, what can you two divine beings do against us? Astria unleashes an enormous comet right before him. He is bewildered, unsure of what she plans to do with him. Twin Star's skill unleashes a comet of doom. The comet slowly descends towards him. Damn it. Legion yells out, just two divine beings. Suddenly, someone flies in to catch that massive comet. That person's appearance catches her completely off guard. The comet is swiftly pushed back up, and she can't believe her eyes. What? The comet is pushed back up, revealing massive water trails. The Centaur constellation skill of the sun god. It has stopped the comet from falling. She quickly conjures 4 magic barriers to prepare for an attack. The sun god's ring emits a powerful energy, forcing her to raise her hands to shield her face. The sun god's ring. A blurry figure appears, rushing towards her. Could it be? His fiery eyes rush towards her to end this battle. A massive fire erupts beneath them. She is caught completely off guard by the attack. Centaur. Everyone below desperately prays. Oh God. Let the people pray for the divine beings. They are praying for him. Bestow strength upon Lei Jun. The battle rages on under the prayers of everyone below. The divine beings and the Centaur constellation stand up for their master. The Serpent constellation, the temples of the female constellation, and the Centaur are praying for their master. The Serpent constellation. His power is immense as he prepares to fight. What did I say? She is being attacked and can fight back. Many people despise you. Everyone below unites in prayer for him. Praying for the divine beings, not just the temples, but also the citizens of the city destroyed by your divine beings. Everyone looks up to the sky where the divine beings are battling. Thousands are praying for the master of the Serpent constellation. The divine rank is rising at an incredible speed. His eyes blaze with fire, filled with the spirit of attack. Lei Jun unleashes his colossal fist. Is that all you have? The wrath of 7 divine beings. I have thousands behind me. With that, he slams down with immense force. She is crushed beneath her own fist. It is not over yet. He continues to rain down punches until she can't resist anymore. Eager to see how many hits she can take, she is being pummeled, unable to withstand his strong blows. Astia pulls him away, getting his hands off her. At that moment, the system chimed in. Your right arm is injured. Activating the resurrection skill. His arm quickly healed after being attacked by her. Astia, the dark force, charged at him. Lei Jun. Countless invisible hands she summoned were instantly blocked by him. Lei Jun wore a disdainful smile as he saw her using these tricks to attack him. Who do you think you are touching? He unleashed his power against her magical hands. The painful ripping sounds echoed as they shattered into pieces. She was stunned as her clones were mercilessly attacked by him. All her clones were destroyed. He relentlessly targeted her clones in a frenzy. Then he continued his assault on her, causing her to bleed without a chance to fight back. Senza, I have to destroy your divine seat to catch you. He was like a demon on the hunt, ready to tear you apart piece by piece. First, this marinated crab. The holy place of the Scorpio constellation stood up for its master. Safu, the holy place representing Scorpio. Haley bestowed the power of heavenly punishment, a deadly blade, a chain of thorns. Astia was stabbed through her thick abdomen. No way. She screamed. How did you find the scorpion's child? How? It is time for the big fish now. He was like a fierce demon wanting to obliterate her body, which was the jackpot. A sound of immense pain erupted as Astia could only scream in agony from his attack. The magic arrays she summoned were slowly dispersing. Then those arrays exploded in the sky. The power of the dark constellation was fading away. Inside her, the child of the ancient constellation was destroyed. The power of the constellation was gradually dissipating. Unable to maintain the divine seed of the ancient constellation. Unable to wield the power of the ancient constellation. Her body expelled a terrifying black goo. Unable to fight back, Astia was furious and desperate to escape. Everything around became chaotic as he attacked Astia. She screamed in rage. Legion. Astia's body began to change color. I will definitely destroy you. Her clones clawed at his legs like zombies. He looked over to see she had split into many and was clawing at his feet. She laughed maniacally. Fragments of her true form were shattered. A blinding light erupted, making him squint. A green flame flickered in the air. The skill of the Taurus constellation. 2 magical barriers appeared in the air against the flames. She crazily charged toward him. This star belongs to the divine. A gigantic sword appeared in the sky, slowly descending. A skill combining Libra and Aries. She crazily summoned the sword. A golden relic. This is her. Astia transformed into someone else. You little pests. A colossal sword slowly descended toward the city. You think I am going to lose this star? Suddenly, it was halted by a burst of blue light, creating a thunderous sound. She was dazed, the cold air and chill winds of the Virgo constellation swirling around. That moonlight stopped the sword from falling, freezing the light from the blade. He was like a demon, holding it back, his eyes glowing fiercely as he gazed at her. She was enraged, charging toward the city. Just then, a fist appeared out of nowhere, striking her square in the face, sending her flying with immense force. Debris scattered everywhere, causing chaos. He dodged to the side as she flew past. Greed can really blind a person. Who do you think that star belongs to? He raised his massive foot, cutting the chatter. I am about to teach you a lesson. She saw the foot coming toward her and activated her teleportation skill from the Virgo constellation. In an instant, she vanished right before his eyes. He stood silently as she disappeared in front of him. Just then, Astia appeared behind him, asking, "What are you looking at?" Legion. He did not expect her to show up right behind him. "I am right behind you." She attacked him unexpectedly. "I am going to turn you into rags." She struck him hard in the stomach. It felt like victory was within reach. But it was not over yet. The combined skills of the Taurus and Capricorn constellations launched a pinpoint attack, using the buff skill from Libra. At that moment, he yelled, "What are you looking at?" He had locked onto Astia using his skills, pinpointing her absolute coordinates with the Sagittarius constellation. He was focused and raised his fists. The two of them attacked simultaneously, causing the air to explode, leaving her in shock. "No way. I even used the buff skills from Aquarius and Taurus. Why is this happening?" Astia recalled being hit in the stomach, the poison from the Scorpio constellation diminishing all her stats. Could it have been at that moment? "Haley!" Astia burst through the flames, screaming in agony as the fire of her fury surrounds her, mocking her. "Did you really think everything would end like this?" The battle rages on, flames lighting up the sky. Witnessed by those who pray, colorful stars are brought forth for the fight. The power of the 7 sanctuaries has reached its peak, merging all their might into one. He looks up at the sky, puzzled by the swirling vortexes forming above. What is going on? Is this a desperate final push? He charges forward, excitement coursing through him. How could we possibly miss this? He unleashes his power, his eyes glowing red. He rides atop the heads of warriors, determined to triumph over the celestial goddess Astrea. At that moment, Astria's system blares ominous warnings. Alert! The power of the sanctuaries is being forcibly combined, and the backlash will be fierce. The combined power of the sanctuaries creates a dazzling spectacle in the dark night sky. He stands, expression unchanging, watching her antics unfold. Buildings crumble one by one under her immense power. That force spreads across the city, demolishing skyscrapers as it charges forward. Seizing the moment, he commands the red-eyed beast to surge ahead. Goat. Under the gaze of the praying gods, he and the red-eyed creature wreak havoc across the crumbling sky. Reporters below are utterly astonished by the spectacle. Is everyone seeing this? On the massive screen of a collapsed building, the scene of her forced power combination is displayed. The power of the 7 sanctuaries is merging into one in the sky over Seal. Soaring upwards, the citizens of the city clasp their hands and close their eyes, praying for this battle, for this city. Seal. His teammates and closest friends stand by, watching the fierce conflict unfold. No one knows what will happen at the end of this battle. Everyone is watching and praying for this city, praying for this fight. His close friends are no exception. They also clasp their hands and pray for him. In a situation like this apocalypse, who do we trust? Inside a tent, fierce arguing erupts. Vice High Priest, stop it right now. The High Priest will be angry. I am concentrating. Do not disturb me. John Yuha kneels with his hands clasped. Uncle Un is fighting alone. I must pray for him. Just as she is praying, a voice interrupts. But, Master, someone is stopping us. A man with a missing arm steps forward. Let her be, he says with a serious expression. Saint Stephen is no more. She turns, bewildered, asking, what? In this situation, Stephen kneels beside her, praying, their only hope resting on Liang. He bellows loudly. All those who wish to pray to the Lion Sanctuary, I command you, representatives of the Holy Spirit of the Lion Sanctuary, pray for Legion who is fighting. Grant your strength to Legion. At this moment, he is in the heat of battle, surrounded by countless prayers for his victory, charging toward her with his crimson gaze. Lightning crackles through his hair as he stands tall, facing the brutal storm head-on. An immense energy clashes around them, making the scene even more surreal. He wields his sword and shield in her direction, but Asher remains unfazed as he approaches. Her face seems to harden into stone as she sees him flying toward her. Here he comes. Legion. He raises his massive weapon, filled with power, taunting her. I have been waiting for you, the system announces. Holy Temple. Lion manifests for the Master. It proclaims. The divine position strengthens. with Saint Stephen representing the lion's divine temple, granting him power. He tosses his weapon and shouts, "Let us end this." The swirling circles he creates radiate immense strength. She screams as she gets hit, the sound echoing through the air. Their powers clash, neither willing to back down, creating the feeling that he is ready to bring it all to an end. As she takes his hit, her eyes widen and her teeth grit tight as she yells out. He darts through her protective barrier to launch his attack. Astia laughs maniacally, unafraid. This is the divine throne granted by the gods. Even you can destroy it. He feigns surprise in his voice. Oh really? The holy temple and the people have prayed for you. The heightened divine position unlocks all the divine thrones granted, awakening his divine instincts. He refuses to lose to her and smiles confidently. I've got plenty too. Demonic shadows rise around him, her eyes blankly staring ahead. He looks like a demon, striking fear into her heart. Astia and Liang attack her frantically. Get out of here. Star Freak. He uses his massive hammer to shatter her attacks. With his penetrating strike skill, he brings down a colossal blow, cutting through Astia's onslaught. Astia can't believe her eyes. After that devastating strike, a series of sounds erupt. The throne of the Pisces constellation has been destroyed. The throne of the Capricorn constellation has been obliterated. The throne of the Aquarius constellation has been annihilated. The throne of the Aries constellation has been shattered. The throne of the Cancer constellation has been destroyed. The throne of the Gemini constellation has been wiped out. Her body shatters into countless pieces. Then, an immense power crashes down from the heavens. As if to end Astia's life, that strike plunges straight into the ground, snuffing out a life. The immense force pierces through the atmosphere, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The weapon tilts amidst the smoke. He drives that colossal weapon straight into her body, ending a life. His eyes blaze with fire, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as the battle concludes. He gazes at Astia's shattered form, exhaling deeply. He can't believe how someone could do something so horrific. How can one even respond to that? Her body lies in pieces on the ground. He leans on his hands, staring at her shattered remains. Didn't you say only the strong ask questions? I still have many questions for you. So I won't let you off the hook that easily. He smirks, a dangerous grin. Rebirth, the 13th sense. Divine sight, I will make you talk, no matter what. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. Well, did not expect Liber to fall. He quickly looks around, on high alert. A mysterious figure is approaching from behind, making him turn. Strange feet land softly nearby. A massive demon appears before him. You are Legion. Right. He eyes the figure with suspicion. Before him stands Legion, a colossal figure clad in heavy armor. Face to face with him, the pressure radiating from him is unsettling. Who are you? A massive scythe looms over him. His eyes glowing fiercely, he drops the scythe, revealing a skull attached to it, adorned with strange markings on the blade. The mysterious figure slams it into the ground, causing the earth to quake. That strike splits the ground into rugged pathways, and he confidently declares, I am the general of a mysterious civilization. He tilts his head back, exuding a dark aura of danger. One of the 13 generals serving Baron Skullcap, back 30 years ago, during a chaotic war against a horde of monsters, on the day when the army of a civilization yet to no conquest descended upon Earth. A flurry of newspapers reported on this mysterious civilization. The President of the United States stood before the public, declaring that their demands must never be met, and just when humanity fell into despair, the beings of this enigmatic civilization proclaimed to the astonished humans, all life on this planet, heed our words. The monsters riding on the dragons announced, from this day forward, this land will be ruled by the mysterious civilization, and any resistance is futile. Powerful Baron with the crimson hat led the army, stating, if you wish to survive, surrender all your freedom, rights, and resources to us. He stomped on the ground, declaring fiercely, I am the general of the mysterious civilization, one of the 13 generals serving the monarch, the Baron of the Crimson Hat. Upon hearing this, Liang chuckled, thinking, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it is just the fool from the first day of the invasion. Remembering the defeated faces of the minions, Liang sneered and pointed straight at him. What are you here for? Planning to avenge your lackeys? He calmly replied. The celestial beings will eliminate you. For we shall rebuild the Tower of Evil with the power bestowed by our monarch. He tilted his head, unaware that everything was about to go south. Liang immediately grew agitated, grabbing his weapon. They want to rebuild the Tower of Evil. Looking down at the shattered body of the celestial being below, he said, Liang, I never expected you could defeat not only the Soul Army, but also the celestial being supported by 6 deities. Could it be you are the one who destroyed the Tower of Evil? He began to move his massive body, realizing you are no ordinary foe. We will change our plans. His hand gripped his great axe, unafraid to reveal their plans. To rebuild the Tower of Evil. The Iron Hat Baron exuded an oppressive aura of strength, I will annihilate you with the power granted by our monarch. After a fierce battle, Liang was still full of energy. Glowing sparks surrounded him. It turned out those behind the celestial being were not just the deities but also you guys. How perfect. He laughed maniacally and shouted. I am going to wipe all of you out. And you just walked right into my trap. Liang took a leap and charged straight ahead, his power radiating fiercely. He directly lunged at the Iron Hat Baron and swung his weapon at him, but he quickly realized. He blocked the attack. The Iron Hat Baron easily caught his blow, even saying, no matter how strong you are merely a deity of the constellations. The power of those constellations is completely opposite to the power of our mysterious civilization. A strange energy began to seep into his sword. The overwhelming power of the monarch. Your constellations are merely fodder for us. That dark power rapidly spread everywhere, enveloping both Liang and the Baron. Liang was clearly affected. He gritted his teeth. My strength is waning. I have felt this sensation before. As it gradually tightened around him, Liang recalled a not-so-pleasant moment.
Yep.
It felt just like the power of the dagger that stabbed me at the Tower of Evil. And he realized this was the power of the monarch that Haley had mentioned. All the weapons of the mysterious civilization hold a terrifying power that can threaten even the gods. His magic circle is shattered. And an immediate warning appears: this mysterious space will isolate you from the current world. Liang is gradually losing his strength as his connection to the seated gods is severed, leaving his body hanging in limbo. He looks back, feeling the power of the star cluster diminishing rapidly. Finally, that faint glimmer of light flickers and gets swallowed up. Liang finds himself trapped in a dark space. On high alert as he scans his surroundings, Liang feels a sense of familiarity here. Is this the mysterious space that captured the priestess? Glancing at his shoulder, he sees wounds oozing a strange blue blood. This mysterious space is draining his power, causing his stats to plummet, and even his super regeneration skill 1T activate. Liang, a voice suddenly echoes, making his eyes widen. He stands rigid for a moment, clearly in shock. Slowly, Liang turns, his eyes struggling to believe what they see. A familiar figure stands behind him, innocently asking, "What are you doing here?" The girl smiles and says, "Didn't we promise to go out together? Have you forgotten?" Liang is thrown into chaos, his face dark as he looks at her while she continues. "What is with that attitude? What do you have in your hands?" He stammers in disbelief. "How can you?" But suddenly, blood erupts from his body. The Iron Helmet Baron appears out of nowhere and attacks him, saying, "Gotcha." Liang feels a piercing arm go through him, blood and corrosive energy mixing together. He stares in shock behind him and sees the Iron Helmet Baron lying in ambush. Liang wants to say something but ends up spitting out more blood. His body is in ruins. The Iron Helmet Baron gently explains, "Once affected by this skill, you will be completely powerless." Liang struggles to look over, his body trembling with helplessness. "That is my disaster skill." Nightmare. In front of him stands the silhouette of that girl. "Choose the memory you wish you could forget the most. I will help you remember it." He turns his head and says, "The power of the gods is also fading, so do not even think about resisting." Is this enough? Just behind them, a burst of light radiates with an explosive sound. The Liber girl, though only half her body remains, still moves. She says, "Thank you, Iron Helmet Baron." Liang stares at her in shock, while the Liber girl smiles wickedly and says, "You have put me in this predicament. I admit, you are truly formidable. But I am not planning to end things like this." Her eyes glisten as she declares, "I will absorb your power and body." While Liang returns her smile with a mocking grin. "You plan to use my body as a vessel for resurrection." He glares. "You will regret that." But Liber shows no concern, merely letting out a smirk. She instantly transforms into a form of energy and rushes at him. "Is that your desperate plea?" Liang is held back by the armored man, forced to let her enter his mind. The light from Liber gradually seeps into his eyes, causing his body to wobble uncontrollably. The armored man still grips him tightly, grumbling. "How annoying." He looks at Liang and mutters, "I heard you were a wild beast. I did not expect you to give up so easily." Liang's eyes turn pitch black, signaling that his strength is fading. In Liang's memories, he flashes back to the notification screen when he became the master of the curse spell. He gazes at the windows before him, pondering, is this body change due to the super regeneration skill? I have never heard of other champions having this issue. The super regeneration skill is only level F, with stats that are weak appearing before him. In the outside world, Liang's dark eyes remain undisturbed. The notification window pops up, stating that due to the full body resurrection, he will face a minor penalty of 50% strength reduction. Everything suddenly shifts back to when Liang was living a normal life. Someone once asked him, "Liang, Do you really like that pure soul so much? Liang burst into laughter and replied without a second thought. Why even ask that? Of course. His friend sighed with a grin, wondering why he needed to ask. He playfully pointed to a billboard. Look over there. Those are the protectors of humanity. He could not stop praising those heroes, saying how they wanted to save all of mankind, a spirit that anyone would admire. Liang even imagined a glorious scene. If everyone united under the guidance of the 13 spirits, those monsters would not stand a chance. The day we drive those mysterious creatures away is not far off. He laughed heartily and declared, humanity will prevail against those stupid monsters. His friends just exchanged glances and whispered about the fundraising. After saying that, Liang turned around and suggested, forget that. On this happy day, let us grab some delicious food at the mall. He laughed joyfully, radiating an incredibly optimistic spirit. This time, meat is on. Order whatever you want. But soon after, the cheerful face transformed into one of sheer terror. With tears streaming down as he trembled in fear, Liang fell to his knees before a severed arm, almost speechless, only able to cry. Behind him lay the remnants of destruction, and nothing good was left to come. On the shattered TV screen, a government announcement crackled to life. This afternoon, a catastrophe struck right in the heart of Sun, attacking the mall. The next cheerful remarks felt ludicrous as Liang was engulfed in shock. But the counterattack team quickly sprang into action and successfully eliminated the threat. His terrified eyes looked upward. Hearing an unearthly roar, Liang's helpless hand reached out as he watched his friend get devoured by the monster. Please, stop. He bent over, his voice shaky and unstable. You guys can't do anything right. When the spirits arrived, they blocked his view. Lucky us. We did not even get there in time before the threat left. But what about this kid? So annoying. Let us just pretend we did not see him. Just do a little show and collect our pay. As a result, a hollow announcement rang out, stating that while many were injured, thanks to the efforts of the counterattack team, no casualties occurred, and humanity once again proved it could thrive under the protection of the 12 spirits. In that moment, Liang cried out in anguish. You could not protect anything. Above him, a pair of large eyes scrutinized him intently. So that is the reason. Libra held Liang in her grasp, saying, and you hate both the monsters and the spirits. Right. Her spirit was immense, her own circle of power radiating strongly. It was a story too easy to predict, a cheap tragedy. She scoffed and mocked him. Is that why you hate both the monsters and the spirits, because of your past? Holding him in her hands, she unleashed wicked words aimed at him, letting her own rage destroy everything, turning everything into such a pathetic sight. From the very beginning, being swept up in anger and hatred has clouded her judgment. No matter how furious she gets, it can't surpass who I am. She keeps talking without noticing how everything around her is slowly morphing into something else. The Libra laughs loudly and grips him tighter in her hands. This is the end of her foolish choice. Liang, just let me devour you, she says, while Liang's body remains tightly coiled in the sphere. Then she opens her mouth wide, ready to swallow him for my resurrection. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, blocking her path. Reading those warning lines, Ashtia's eyes widen in shock. The notification states that the difference in divine power between the two of them is too great to absorb. Ashtia struggles to defy it, but countless warning screens keep appearing, blocking her. How can my divine power be lower than Liang's? She looks up above her, still not realizing the abnormality in this space. Wondering what is going on, a clock ticks above her head, the clock face shaped like a snake's head. Ashtia stunned, unable to look away. Before her, Liang's divine power towers 1,000 times larger than hers, making her feel like a tiny ant. The whirlwind beside her begins to stir. In her astonishment, she gradually realizes, not to mention, he is a colossal divine being. The snake's eyes glide through her vision. The enormous body of that snake coils around the clock, seemingly the master of this space. Ashtia pronounces each word with disbelief. Is this really beyond my comprehension? She stubbornly tries to affect Liang, thinking how can he have such immense divine power? A mere newbie who just became a god. A notification appears. The punishment of the divine sacrifice will soon be lifted, and only 25 seconds remain. A surge of power begins to flicker in her hand. Libra looks down at the sphere she holds. It is glowing brightly, and the stains are multiplying. Liang, from within the barrier, awakens and asks her, how dare you peek into someone else's memories? He rises from Asthia's hand, leaving her speechless. Are you ready? That trash over there. Your physical penalty has only 17 seconds left. Asthia grits her teeth, glaring at him. Liang, who the hell are you? The countdown to the physical penalty hits the 9th second. The clock above ticks ominously. In the final 8 seconds, Asthia screams. How do you have that kind of power? Meanwhile, Liang grows increasingly powerful. His fists tightening. Deep down, he thinks to himself, what can I do? Liang fully stands up, leaning forward to gather his strength, then unleashes a powerful punch. As he throws that punch, he is constantly thinking, it is in my hands. His hand reaches toward Astia's face, and she recoils in fear. But as he approaches, it seems unavoidable. The thought in his mind continues, I have the power to crush you all now. His hand grips the head of the Libra and slams her down. Outside, the Iron Baron also senses the return of a powerful force. This light is Liang's hand yanked Astia outside, right in front of the Iron Baron. He glanced to the side. Liang's current power was immense enough to send the celestial scales flying backward. The space around them seemed to be pulled along by inertia, and both Liang and Astia shot forward. The Iron Baron stood frozen, watching them, while Astia gritted her teeth in helplessness. Lacking limbs to fight back, Liang's face darkened like a wild beast, and he swung his remaining hand up again. At that moment, the restraints were lifted, and all his stats returned to him. A seal appeared above Liang's head, and his eyes signaled the start of his journey to become a deity. Suddenly, the clear sky shifted to a deep blue-black. Everyone witnessing this was astonished. What was happening? Wasn't the battle already over? The sky seemed to split in two. What on earth was going on? That blue-black space was actually a gigantic box sitting in the heart of the city. Both the centaur and the maiden were bewildered. Hey. Centaur, could it be? Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. They recalled the fight with Pirio, especially Pirio's words. It is too late. Both were sweating bullets. Realizing it was the mystical space created by Pirio, Liang was trapped inside. And suddenly, the box cracked open, leaving them in shock. They both gasped at the sight before them. It was splitting apart. The box unexpectedly exploded, sending Astia flying out as Liang struck with his bare hands. Astia took the hit head-on, unable to turn the tide. Finally, the surrounding space shattered, and they broke free from it. She was hurled far away, causing the ground to crack. The Baron watched in disbelief. No way. He could destroy the nightmare space created by the Lord's power. Liang delivered a knockout punch, harder than expected. He immediately pulled his hand back, reminding me of the days of terrifying power. The overwhelming strength radiated from him. Now I knew just how strong the Lord was. He smirked with satisfaction, surprised that someone could be so arrogant, just for having the ability to see others' pasts, and giving it a flashy name. Your vulgar tastes mirror your master perfectly. Hearing this, the Baron fumed. How dare you insult the Lord? He then immediately challenged Liang, swinging his axe down with force. But upon closer inspection, he was astounded. Liang blocked his attack with just one finger, like he was toying with him. You admire him that much? He blocked the axe with one hand while gathering power in the other. The Baron felt a twinge of fear. What are you? As Liang threw a punch, the Baron found himself unable to move at all, so he used the dagger Astia once gave him to stab his opponent in the face. The Baron winced in pain, thinking, how could he possess a dagger imbued with the Lord's power? He recalled the moment he obtained this dagger, the one that had been lodged in his back at the prayer tower, crafted by the beloved Lord. The system just notified him that he had used power, and he had transferred Safu's strength into the dagger. He should be grateful for this gift. Baron was in agony, powerless to do anything but scream and face defeat. Astia watched in disbelief. No way. A divine being just awakened. Now, a mark had appeared on Liang's forehead. How could he stand against the power of the monarch? Baron cried out in pain. Oh monarch! And then Safu's power caused Baron to explode. Baron's skull axe fell near Astia. She was furious, unable to believe it. Even the Baron, half-armored, fell down, and although only his upper body remained, she still tried to fly away to survive. Damn it. But Liang would not let her off easy. His weapon pinned her in place. Damn it. I can die here. Old man. He glanced at her and asked, where do you think you are going? Astia struggled to lift herself up, while he approached her with an unbothered demeanor. Astia still talked back. You idiot. You have been brainwashed by that ridiculous so-called justice. You plan to stand against all the divine guardians and monarchs, just to pretend to be a hero. Liang showed no mercy, stomping hard on her head. Why would not I? He looked down from above, probably thinking you have got it all wrong. You bastard. He tilted his head, grinning at her. I am not doing this to feel like a hero or anything. Liang laughed loudly, saying it is because you all created this. The more he spoke, the harder he stomped down. Now I will repay all the favors you have given me. What ambition. His smile turned maniacal, fueled by the dissatisfaction you all bestowed upon me. The system immediately announced as he prepared to unleash his move. You have activated the skill Devar. You have absorbed the celestial energy of Libra under her venomous gaze. He continued. This is... The power behind him began to take form, resembling a serpent. My ambition, due to the absorbed celestial energy. The form of the guardian of Libra will be destroyed. The serpent opened its mouth wide towards Astrea. This will be the grave for your foolishness, you trash. Astrea could only scream in despair. She struggled to break free. I can't be destroyed like this. Clearly, she was unwilling and did not want to end like this. I must make a pact with the monarch. In a moment of desperation, she screamed. Summon the palace of Libra. Dark gray clouds quickly formed a golden circle. Something was breaking through the clouds coming down. The palace of Libra she just summoned flew straight down towards Liang, crushing him under the weight of millions of tons. Now she felt incredibly smug. No guardian to support you. Right. You will be crushed like an ant in pure helplessness. But contrary to Astea's expectations, Liang remained completely calm. Divine weapon. Meteorite. He smirked, watching the palace about to fall on him, and then down to the palace of Libra. He is laughing. He was not scared at all and even intended to break it. Easy. He looked like a madman with glowing eyes, waiting for the palace to fall on him. I will destroy everything in the blink of an eye. Finally, the palace of Libra came crashing down on Liang. This scene left everyone stunned. It was the temple of Libra, the palace of Libra. The Centaur and Virgo on the other side were equally anxious. Liang is right there, crushed by the Libra palace. Just when you think it can't get any crazier, a blue light suddenly appears. The moment they saw it, they knew that the source of this light was Liang's energy. A circle of power surrounds the Libra palace. A reporter is live on the scene, broadcasting from the Libra palace. The areas touched by that circle of light are transforming, changing the very structure of the building. As the circle rises higher, the palace grows taller. Until finally, when the circle reaches the top of the Libra palace, it vanishes completely. After successfully transforming the palace, the system announces, you have successfully reconstructed the Libra palace through your devouring skill, consuming all of the divine energy of Libra. A serpent-shaped magic circle appears in the sky, and you have been reborn as a true saint, gaining the Holy Seal skill. After hearing this, he does not seem too impressed. Is that all it takes to feel superior? Liang has officially become Saint Safu. Suddenly, the space around him plunges into darkness. He feels himself moving forward. What is going on? Where is this? As he nears the door, he can clearly see Baron sitting inside. Was not he just on that newly constructed tower? Before Liang can process anything, Baron says, you have arrived. Baron turns to look at the figure in the cloak standing by the door. Everything is ready on our end. Libra. From Liang's perspective, he can clearly see that the cloaked figure is Libra. Is this Libra's view? Since Libra is not responding. Baron continues. I know everything, so this time, you all plan to eliminate the Saint Master Safu. Right. It is clear that Baron is skeptical about the practicality of their plan. Are they sure about this? I heard you failed at the Demon Tower 20 years ago. Baron starts recounting the tales he has heard from others, claiming that before reincarnating into a divine being, he defeated even the Demon Tower's overseer. Back then, Liang only needed one kick to take down the opponent. In the worst-case scenario, if that Safu had divine power exceeding that of a general, just spare me. Libra chuckles under his hood, mocking. Really? You think he is stronger than a general? Libra's face instantly transforms. Furious, as he raises his hands to unleash a massive power, Baron watches in silence. Pondering. Above Libra's head, a magic circle appears with symbols of other zodiac signs. With my power, alongside Libra and the 6 other divine beings, what can he possibly do now? Remembering the last time she successfully retrieved the chains of fate. Plus we have unearthed the chains buried beneath the sea. She holds the glowing red chains in her hand, confidently declaring, compared to our forces, he is just a tiny little snake. This time, that guy 1T survived. She continues bragging about her accomplishments, even questioning if she needs Baron's help anymore. Hearing this, Baron raises an eyebrow, warning her not to be overconfident. Did not you forget that 20 years ago, you thought he was dead in the Demon Tower, but he came back? Baron bluntly criticizes them. You self-righteous gods are easily blinded by your arrogance. But what is the difference with you? The king. Astia starts to remind Baron. Remember that time, throwing it back at Baron. That time you were so full of yourself that your own king betrayed you. Right. You guys locked him in the deepest part of the Demon Tower, did not you? Baron lets out a laugh. Haha, that is right. Okay. Let us do better this time. Baron accepts Astia's invitation. I will send a team of Shadow Knights to back you up. Take him down and we will meet at the Demon Tower. As soon as he finishes speaking, Baron disappears like the wind. Liang witnesses everything and draws his own conclusion. This seems to be Libra's memory. Right. He suddenly remembers when he drained her power. So during the process of absorbing her strength, did I inadvertently take her memories too? This is before the invasion of the Dena region, so I can only watch. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changes. Kali appears on the screen. Is this okay? Libra, holding Liz glass, watches the video sent by her daughter, saying, "Hi mom. Kali, you will just scold me. So I will say hi through this video." Kali's news after that makes Libra so mad she breaks the glass. "I'm really sorry about Shu and Tiyu's deaths. But what can I do? They have racked up so much karma." Kali in the video nervously laughs as Libra watches, wanting to scream. Honestly, if she were not family, I would say they deserved it. Anyway, lately I have been really impressed with Shan's accomplishments. As soon as Shine is mentioned, Kali gets a little annoyed, but that tall, round-tailed girl just want to stop clinging to Shan. Just thinking about her, someone weaker than me, flirting with Shan right in front of me is unbearable. Kali laughs, points at the screen, and continues. "So I have decided to go see Shine," and just then she suddenly goes silent. Finally, she shyly scratches her head and says, "Please do not try to convince me to join the Libra constellation anymore. This is the last time I am saying goodbye to you." She smiles and continues. "You will have to face Shan sooner or later. But I do not want that to happen. And this time I want to interfere." She scratches her head and sighs. "I guess this is the last time we will talk." She turns away with a somewhat regretful expression. "I am really sorry." Lai waves and smiles brightly. "But I still believe we will meet again someday. Goodbye." Sun wonder. Was Lai now another daughter of Libra? The scene in front is once again being monitored. And this group is gathering again. The Jade Emperor sighs. Like 20 years ago. I wonder who suddenly asked. And everyone has not changed their minds about wanting to eliminate Shan. Those damn celestial beings. The Jade Emperor stares at Libra and asks, "Libra, are you sure you can do it this time?" Libra confidently replies, "Of course. This time it will definitely work." He speaks very powerfully. "I guarantee that in this battle, Sun will surely fall." The Jade Emperor asks once more, "We need certainty." 20 years ago, the same plan to deal with Shan was met with the same words. Right. Libra explains more clearly. "This time will be different. We won't just play around. We will crush Han through an all-out war, and just to be safe, I have teamed up with a general from an ancient civilization. If Han gains the power of the monarch, then Shan is done for." The others immediately chimed in. "Whoa. We are talking about bringing the monarch's whole power into this. What is stopping us? We absolutely must prevent that 13th Holy Master from awakening into a god." The others agreed, saying, "Exactly. Sun won't stand a chance against the monarch's power. This time, we have to take him down, united in purpose. Let us send him straight to hell for good." Qianping felt thrilled by the approval, saying, "Let us make sure to eliminate that left-handed guy." San's anger boiled over. "So that is how it is. For 20 years. They have plotted to take me out, holy body and divine seal intact. They will stop at nothing just to kill me. But I can still sense this is just Qianping's memory. You are weak. Look closer." But the malice is crystal clear. The other holy beings are staring at him with blood-red eyes. While he was thinking about how to repay Thai and crush these scumbags, he kept muttering, "Xai, Xai, Xai," and took until the third call for Shine to wake up. As he opened his eyes, he found everyone gathered around him. Looking relieved, he frowned at first, trying to shake off the haze. He then relaxed and helplessly asked, "What happened? Why is everyone here?" "You do not remember." The centaur recounted everything that had happened, saying he had been shouting out loud before passing out. "Damn you all. Just drop dead?" Sun scratched his head and sighed. "I must have overdone it with that wind earlier. But I am fine." Seeing him okay, everyone visibly relaxed, saying, "No need to make a big deal out of this." But honestly, after seeing them, he felt touched and smiled slightly. Then out of nowhere, Sun blurted something nonsensical. "That is awesome." It was a clear, sunny morning at the second holy ground of the Shan Tower. The group of Hugo, Kevin, and Azahali huddled together, their faces showing clear astonishment, prompting Hugo to ask incredulously, "Wait, San, are you kidding me?" San sat cross-legged on the sofa, arms crossed, and sighed in boredom, replying, "Do I look like I am joking? After this invasion of Sun, and based on Qianping's memories, I can say one thing for sure." Speaking of which, images of the monarchs battling flashed in Shan's mind. He shut his eyes tightly and slowly declared, "From now on, we will have to fight against the monarchs of those ancient civilizations, and the hostile holy beings after me." With that said, San recalled each of the holy beings harboring resentment, constantly finding ways to take revenge on him. The others looked downcast, reflecting deeply, while Hugo was caught off guard by this revelation and pondered silently. I can't believe it, those monarchs and holy beings have been targeting you since 20 years ago. Kevin Azar lowered his head, glancing back with confusion, adding, but why? Isn't it the newly reborn holy beings who should be the threat to them? Then there is absolutely no reason for them to hold a grudge against anyone. Looking at the response system, the reason they are targeting us is clearly displayed. It is because the punishment has been lifted, and the life or death aspect of the sacrifice bow has been unlocked. Liang, with a muscular build, wields a sword adorned with a serpent design at the hilt. From now on, depending on the development of divine power, the sacrifice bow could either become the god of life, or the second divine aspect could be the god of destruction. A huge question mark looms: can a bow really have two divine aspects? The bizarre differences between the sacrifice bow and the other constellations had once made Frigga doubt. Could this be the meaning of mutation, or the divine disaster that those deities mentioned? Just a second later, Ivan Cruz answered, why not? Liang could not shake off his worries, but he thought, whatever. Pausing for a moment, his hand clenched into a fist, muscles tensed as he told himself, if that is the power that makes enemies tremble, then I must seize it at all costs. With that thought, he burst into laughter, and Juwu could not help but admire him so cool. Hugo wiped a bead of sweat, a hint of reproach in his voice. While Liang shot him a sly look, he intertwined his fingers, frowning as he reminded everyone. Listen up. A tiny slip-up could lead to significant losses in places where I am not present, like what just happened in Seal. Kevin Azar leaned against the wall with one foot propped up, listening intently to Liang's teachings. Which is why we need to strengthen our forces and become more powerful together. Liang turned to see Hugo's face becoming resolute and continued. Only then can we truly confront our enemies. Haley also stared seriously at him. Liang clasped his hands together near his chin, wearing a confident smile as he urged. There is a lot to do, so everyone needs to stay focused. The scene shifts to the front of the crafting workshop where Liang stands, along with Lai Mi, wearing a white cloth draped over his wrist, held the sacred artifact on his shoulder, drenched in sweat, letting out a sigh. Looking at the neatly arranged weapons on the table, he happily declared, is perfect. Liang glanced at a weapon of the same name resting at the edge of the table and remarked, the weapon maintenance is complete. Then he looked up at the armor in front of him, hesitating as he pondered. Next, how can I utilize this guy's remains? I will make a prosthetic arm from one of his limbs. Suddenly, the voice of the Liber deity echoed in Liang's mind. You are about to be crushed under the weight of millions of tons from this castle. Liang, at that moment, he looked up at the massive castle emitting blinding golden light. Absolutely dazzling. A second later, it shot straight down to where Liang was standing. Akshaya, caught off guard, was unexpectedly knocked to the ground face first. He could not help but clench his teeth in frustration. Moments later, his eyes widened as if something strange was happening. Instantly, he vanished without a trace. Liang clasped his hands behind his back, standing by the window, gazing out, marveling at the survival instincts of that guy like a cockroach. Then he exclaimed, who would have thought at the last moment a would have so much royal power to escape? Liang's brows furrowed as he helplessly tried to come up with a plan. Well, if we have lost track, we have lost it. There is not much information. So it looks like we will have to make a trip to the Demon Tower. He smirked, carefully looking at the system board to plan ahead. But first he needed to prepare thoroughly. The system board under his direction lit up, showing that the rookie believer John Yuha was on a mission against the obstructing Holy Master. Stephen Marker. Liang scrolled down to read more information. The constellation of the ex-husband still did not have a Holy Master. The Holy Master would be the key link between the deities and the believers in this constellation. We need to find and appoint a Holy Master to support the deities and influence this constellation. The candidates for the Holy Master are rolling in, he pondered and asked. Yuha is not done with his mission yet, is he? He decided in his heart that he had to go check it out. Of course. His eyes widened as he stared at the news before him. Looking puzzled, reports were sent through the system board. The candidates for the Holy Master would be temporarily granted the right to be the Holy Master of the ex-husband constellation, requiring candidate qualifications. The Holy Master must show at least 100% devotion to the ex-husband, and have been a believer for over 50 years. No one knew what plan Liang had in mind while Hugo on the other side leaned on his hips, asking Han if everyone had packed their bags. He looked at the disciples carrying their heavy luggage, wide-eyed at the scene around them, and continued speaking, urging them to head upstairs. They could not help but gasp in delight at this magnificent building. One disciple, unable to believe his eyes, turned to him stammering, Are we really going to live here from now on? Hugo gently closed his eyes and replied, "Yep." Like San said to make yourselves at home. He reminisced about the time his house was attacked. Everything destroyed. And his heart ached as he shared. This time our home is wrecked again, because of an attack from other constellations. So we will be here for a while. A cheer rang out, so full of excitement that Hugo's mood shifted. Feeling powerless. Tears welling up. We get to stay at Uncle Like Science Place. Chan Sung exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists. The Centaur Holy Land is totally in ruins. What a fantastic thing in this world. Everyone raised their hands in unison, cheering in response. Long live life. We hope we can stay here forever. Only Hugo stood alone, looking at them awkwardly, ready to reboot. Not like that. As soon as the Centaur Holy Land is repaired, we will go back. The disciples were met with disappointment, mixed with anger as they looked at him. What kind of reaction is that? Of course. Those people were not scared of their holy master and continued to shout loudly, causing chaos in the area. Protest. Protest. I am so fed up with the repairs on the destroyed holy altar already. Hugo, overwhelmed by the crowd, shouted helplessly. Those kids? Witnessing this, Apollo the centaur god chuckled and mocked. I told you to listen to my advice about the housing situation. But you would not. The disciples rushed past Hugo, creating a chaotic battlefield. All right. Let us go with the luggage. Charge ahead. God Apollo laughs mockingly. He is subtly reminding Hugo, this time, we absolutely have to upgrade the holy altar and make it spectacular. Hugo is so furious from the crowd's shoving that tears are welling up in his eyes as he yells, as if I wanted this. Cut down on some of the expenses. Why did not you? Apollo, the centaur god, coldly remarks. That is your problem. Legion strides to the front door, hands on his hips, and boredly chimes in. Come on. Priest. Stop joking around and get ready. The lion is waiting for us. Hugo, who has been arguing with his disciple, suddenly asks, out of the blue. What are you joking about? You idiot. Legion quickly clarifies the current situation. Yua wants to join the cult. So I have given her a mission. If it goes well, I will consider promoting her to the position of head priest. Hearing about his daughter's potential benefit, Hugo drops his serious tone. Oh really? Let us get ready. Then, suddenly, Hugo realizes something unusual. His jaw drops in shock for a few seconds. He quickly turns to Legion, his face fuming with anger as he demands answers. Even Aha could become your disciple, and has the potential to be the head priest. Hugo's frustration is palpable, but he still manages to respond with a cheerful grin. That is rich. Hugo leans in closer to Legion. You are not just giving her some weapon or something. Are you? Legion smirks and glances aside, countering, as if Hugo can't hold it in anymore, grabbing his head in frustration, his body radiating anger like smoke. No way. Jiayu is already yours. I can let Yaoha join in too. Hugo furrows his brows, thinking to himself, I would rather not let that happen. Hugo hurries to wrap one arm around Legion's shoulders and the other around his head, urgently suggesting, the followers and gods are not taking me seriously at all. So why do not you just make me the head priest? The centaur god Apollo, leisurely sipping juice, laughs and nudges Hugo to come up with something more reasonable. Contrary expectations, Legion lifts a hand to grab Hugo's head, surprising him into agreeing. All right, fine. This statement leaves Apollo wide-eyed in astonishment for a few seconds. Legion tightens his grip on Hugo's hair, his tone sharp. A gentleman keeps his word. This action makes Hugo scream in surprise. Wait a minute. Legion. The onlookers are left speechless, mouths agape. Sung Yi is no exception. Haley and Larry Quinn stand off to the side, wide-eyed, staring at Hugo. Wang Wei and the angel beside him jump up, frantically signaling to stop. Legion drapes his long hair over Hugo's shoulders, cheerfully welcoming him. Tada. Welcome to the Serpent Cult. The system interface pops up. Hugo Otters has been designated as the temporary head priest of the Serpent Cult. Hugo's face contorts as he mutters. Wait, I was just joking. Apollo, shocked, drops his juice. Drops of juice start to trickle out of their mouths. The two scream in unison. What is happening? In front of the Legion Tower appears a petite girl. She smirks and says, finally made it here. Standing proudly on a rooftop. She wonders, is this the sanctuary of Lord Legion? She beams with a look of pure satisfaction. Then she raises her arms to the sky and yells, just wait for me. Lord Legion. Her voice echoes through the air. I am coming for you. The divine being of Sagittarius. Apollo firmly asks why she switched sides. Hugo's spirit seems to be absent. Eyes closed, and he shakes his head slightly in disbelief. I never thought he would actually do it. Apollo yells from the side, urging anyone with complaints to speak up. Hugo grinds his teeth, his face darkening with anxiety. Am I really back to being a disciple of Legion? A disciple. Or rather, a servant. Legion watches as Apollo tries to pressure Hugo. But I have never seen you as a servant. I will treat you well. So come back quickly. Not seeing any response from Hugo, Apollo becomes increasingly agitated. Do not you hear what I am saying? Legion crosses his arms and sighs. Wishing you was always this nice. It is such a hassle. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind seems to sweep Legion off his feet. Outside, someone shouts, "Where is Lord Chomso Safu?" Haley instinctively turns to look behind her, and Legion is drawn in by the voice. Turning towards the outside, asking, "What else is going on?" A skeletal figure yells out, "I know this is the territory of Lord Chomso Safu." He is outside demanding, "Stop hiding and come out." The Legion crew immediately rushes to the glass door, brandishing their arms towards the sky. Pointing out, "There is Legion over there in the air." A beast-riding soldier in the sky proudly introduces, "We are the army under the command of Baron Skullcap." He harbors deep resentment, watching them with fury. Screaming, "We have come to avenge the Baron," he threatens menacingly. "If you do not want this place to be turned to rubble, then show yourselves." In an instant, he devises a plan to take down these punks. With that thought, a dangerous smile spreads across his face. Legion glances at the bewildered soldier behind him and asks, "Where's that kid?" Yang Wei, looking like an adorable bunny, is sprawled on the sofa, laughing joyously. He is quite pleased with his current state. Realizing that being a plush toy is not so bad, he feels comfier than in human form. Just as he finished speaking, a hand shot out and grabbed both of the bunny's ears, pulling him up and making Yang Wei yelp in surprise. Wide-eyed with fear, he stared at Legion, who was grinning mischievously while tugging on his ears. Delighting in his predicament, with his pupils glowing a fierce green, Legion leaned closer and commanded, "Come with me. We have got work to do." Yang Wei, confused and sweating, asked, "What are we doing?" Without a word, Legion wrapped a few loops of rope around Yang Wei and hung him from the ceiling, his eyes glowing red with a mysterious smile while Yang Wei struggled and shouted in protest, "What the hell? Why are you treating me like this?" Yang Wei looked at Legion in panic, sensing the danger around him. "I do not know what you are planning, but you need to stop." But Legion only laughed more maniacally, making Yang Wei even more frantic. "Legion, are you listening to me?" Yang Wei looked at the armored figure of the Baron in front of him, feeling helpless and confused. "What are you planning to do with me?" No one knew what was going on, only hearing Yang Wei's terrified shouts echoing. "Please stop. You let me." Outside, Haley and the others rushed out of the building, witnessing the dark army of the Baron flying overhead, the ominous cloud growing thicker. One of them looked down at the crowd below and remarked, "This is boring. Why are only his minions showing up?" Haley and the others looked up with worried expressions, while Hugo stood there, utterly dazed and barely able to hold himself up. "Kevin Azar is searching for you. Legion, get out here." They were starting to get suspicious about what he was up to. The leader of the soldiers grew impatient, brandishing a massive sword as a warning. "If you do not come out, I will force you to. I will take down every one of your subordinates until you show yourself." His gaze landed on one specific person as he continued. First, he had his sights set on Hugo, who was dazed and stumbling. "That idiot over there." He gripped the sword tightly, ready to strike. He shouted maniacally, "I will slice through each of you," and drove the sword down towards where Haley and the others stood. Kevin Azar, sensing the danger, shouted, "Everyone, get back." Haley and Aaron quickly jumped out of the kill zone. Only Hugo stood there, dazed and oblivious to his teammates' warnings. "Get out of the way." A vicious strike landed where they had just been, causing Kevin Azar to gasp in fear. Hugo. The spiky sword of the leader was aimed directly at Hugo's head. In this moment of crisis, Chan Sung-ji called out from the side, "Dad. Holy Lord, are you okay?" The tip of the sword grazed Hugo's hair, but it did not pierce his head, leaving everyone gasping in shock. "Answer me." "Well, yeah." At that moment, Hugo snapped back to reality, confused about what was happening. He felt a surge of green energy wrapping around him, the sword above his head being suppressed.
Wait.
Hugo stared wide-eyed at the precarious situation, relieved to be protected from the vicious weapon of the commander. Luckily, that green energy symbolized a power from the constellation of the Serpent Bearer. For now, Hugo, the saint, had received a blessing, boosting his resilience compared to when he was just a Sagittarius. The Saint Apollo could do nothing but scream in frustration. For the moment, Hugo was reeling from the sudden spike in his stats. The stunned commander was left bewildered. He was not prepared for this. Kevin Azar, confused, repeated his question. "The Sagittarius. Are you alright?" Hugo was still dazed, managing a weak reply.
"Yeah."
A soldier hesitated, clearly bewildered. The commander's spear had pierced right through him. I heard that the powerful spirit army was defeated. Can we actually win this? The commander gritted his teeth in anger at the suggestion that they were weak. You really think we will lose to those humans? Yeah, one of them cleverly flattered. Making excuses. Maybe the commander held back when he threw. The commander's face instantly broke into a sweat, fear creeping in. Truth is, I threw with all my might. His subordinates are that strong. Yeah. Not long after, screams echoed through the air, prompting the commander to ask, what is that noise? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, wielding 2 blades and slicing down at the soldiers with lethal precision. One soldier was caught off guard and let out a cry of pain. Another soldier had his head severed by that figure. Each strike was so fast that it was hard to pinpoint where the attacker was, only catching glimpses of golden streaks after each slash. Everything happened so fast and dangerously that the commander could only watch in disbelief. Before long, that figure was charging right at him. As the commander, he quickly raised his sword in defense. Just as the figure swung down at him, he managed to block one of the attacks with his weapon. He stared at the deadly weapon in front of him, bewildered. Who are you? The figure did not respond to his words but laughed mockingly. So what if you know? What are you going to do about it? The commander, irritated by someone blocking his path so arrogantly, cursed under his breath. Damn it. He charged forward, readying himself for an attack. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred, causing him to panic and wonder. How could this be? Before he could counter, that girl unleashed a barrage of attacks on him. With a powerful landing, she stood before Kevin Azar, forcing them to take a few steps back in defense. One of the Kevin Azar members stammered. Could she be? The person recognized the girl standing in front of him and exclaimed, the celestial maiden Calicolin. The girl leaned slightly forward, weapon in hand, breathing heavily for a moment before smiling. Long time no see. Calicolin is one of this level zodiac stars of Libra. She winked and grinned brightly, reminiscing about the past. Thanks for the intro. It has been a while since we last met after that battle in the Lion's Arena. Right, she asked the person in front of her. Back then, fighting me was not too bad. Kevin Azar observed the other person's anxious expression and smirked. Was it that brutal? The other person just looked down, feeling frustrated, and softly replied, yeah, it was pretty brutal. Calicolin was so strong that she made me feel like she was on a whole different level compared to the 10 of us. Not just me, but also Sylvia, and many other fighters felt the same. That girl has never lost a match. The zodiac stars stand right behind each month's champions, so without counting the champions, she might just be the strongest among humanity. Kevin Azar thought to himself, is she stronger than Jin Mayung? He then greeted her. It has been rumored for a while, but this is the first time I have actually met her. Haley stood next to him, frozen, thinking to herself, just meeting her, I can tell I should not get into a fight with her. Suddenly, Haley's eyes widened as she recalled something from the past. The zodiac star of Libra. Calicolin. That girl. She stared at Calicolin's shadow behind her, looking puzzled and questioning. Celeste's daughter. What is she doing here? The commander finally regained his composure and asked loudly. The person who just spoke is from the zodiac of Libra. He was confused about the situation in question. Why are you attacking us? I remember we signed a truce. Calicolin held her weapon and raised 2 fingers, waving them dismissively. She half closed her eyes and looked up, responding lightly. You are mistaken. I have nothing to do with that. I have left the Libra zodiac. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in Kevin Azar's group was stunned. What? Calicolin clashed her weapons together in a threatening manner. That is all the chit-chat I will allow, even if you come from an enigmatic civilization. Do not think you can escape my grasp. Her pupils instantly turned a sharp golden color as she declared, no matter what happens today, I will join the Serpent Zodiac. Suddenly, Liang, holding a massive iron box, shouted loudly, hey you guys. The air around him was filled with a deadly aura, looking quite terrifying. What are you doing in someone else's sacred ground? This made Calicolin in front jump back in surprise for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of energy erupted in front of Liang's building. The explosion was so powerful that those around had to shield their eyes. Calicolin was completely astonished, her eyes wide, marveling at Liang's power. It was terrifying. The overwhelming strength of the saint was spreading everywhere. The aura from the alien civilization was gradually being eroded, and the commander could not hold back this power, letting out a few cries. He glanced at Liang after what felt like an eternity of waiting. Finally, he has shown up, the Serpent Zodiac. Liang did not even bother to respond, bursting into contemptuous laughter. Calicolin's cheeks flushed as she looked at Liang with admiration in her heart. She finally met him. She could not help but plop down on the ground and stare at him. It is Mether. Liang. He frowned slightly as he watched the soldiers in the air snicker and pretend to praise him. Is this really all for revenge for the Iron Hat Baron? Loyal subordinates like this do not just grow on trees. He bluntly tossed the large iron box he was holding onto the ground as a warning, suggesting that if they continued to make a ruckus here, someone was going to get into serious trouble. The commander, puzzled by his intentions, spoke up. "What are you talking about?" He stepped forward and opened the iron box, revealing the head of the Iron Hat Baron, its mouth still gasping for air. The subordinate's eyes widened in shock. It was the Iron Hat Baron. Liang reached out and gently touched the Iron Hat Baron's head, chuckling mysteriously. "Today I just established a new stronghold, and I am in a good mood, so I will let this slide. Take this guy and get out of here." The soldiers were taken aback. Did it really just go down that easily? Kevin and Asa were left speechless by Liang's seemingly absurd words. Unable to hold back, they shouted in unison. "What did you just say? You caught the Iron Hat Baron, and you are just letting him go?" Liang shot them a look, signaling, "I have got it all figured out. Just be quiet." The soldiers buzzed with chatter, confused about Liang's move. "What is going on? This is totally different from our plan. Don't waver, he is the one who made the Iron Hat Baron end up like this." They glanced down at Hugo and Liang with trepidation. They were not fazed by the commander's presence. Even if those two unleashed their divine powers, it would be enough to obliterate us. One soldier, still unsatisfied, taunted, "If we back down just because of his words, what does that say about our honor?" "Commander, do not you agree?" The commander quickly changed his tone and declared loudly, "Fine, I will withdraw today." But inside, he was secretly relieved. Thank goodness. The next morning, the wind blew away the remnants from the previous day at the Liang Tower. He looked at the person in front of him, grinning as he asked, "Awesome. We scared off the Iron Hat Baron's leftovers. Now, let us talk about you." He recalled yesterday's memory and asked Callie, "You want to join the stronghold?" "Right." Callie sat upright on the sofa, her face lighting up as she eagerly nodded. "Yep," Liang replied, closing his eyes and giving a few subtle nods before exhaling in a cocky manner, then placing his hands on his hips and flatly declining. The two-word response left Callie stunned as she shot up, wide-eyed. "Why not?" As soon as Callie asked, Liang continued, "I have heard you are the strongest among the 10 saints. I do not doubt your intentions to join, but I need to test you." She turned, nervously tugging at her hair as she asked him, "Does the fact that I chopped down the Iron Hat Baron's henchmen not prove anything? Is it because I am from the Libra constellation that I am being doubted?" As Li slowly approached and spoke, "I can't deny that." Callie stood behind him, arms crossed, pointing out the crux of the matter. It was precisely because she was Liang's daughter that she faced this suspicion. The saint's words cut deep. Legend has it that Liang fused her own essence with the essences of powerful figures around the world using the power of the Libra constellation to create the children of Ha. She aimed for them to influence the very roots of human society. That is why Haley could not shake off her doubts. Jizio's daughter likely inherited her mindset and legacy. We have fought Jizio before, so we can't just trust her blindly. Hugo listened intently as Haley whispered her suspicions. Realizing it was not just a coincidence, Haley pressed on, demanding the truth. Why would she want to leave the Libra constellation to join Liang's? Callie seemed a bit shy at that, her cheeks flushing bright red. She fidgeted, nervously poking her fingers together, stammering, "It is because I want to, as her daughter." Finally, she bravely voiced her desire for Lord Liang. The shocking revelation left Haley frozen in place, while Kevin and Hugo behind her whispered in confusion. "What did she say?" I could not hear, seeing the expressions on Liang's and Haley's faces. Callie quickly covered her mouth with her hands, her face burning with embarrassment. She scrambled to find an excuse for her mortifying confession, saying she was just a fan of Lord Liang. She clenched her hands tightly on her knees, leaning forward to share her feelings. The Libra constellation had caused too many grievances with others. I feel uncomfortable moving elsewhere, so that is why. After speaking, she gathered her courage and stood up, putting on a loyal expression as she declared loudly, "I will do my best and stay loyal to Lord Liang. To prove that, please trust me." At that moment, Liang used her divine gaze to look at her, through the eyes of the goddess. Liang could see right through her. Her name is Callie, a girl with the attributes and traits of the Libra constellation. What does that mean? But looking at those stats made him ponder. With that level of sincerity, she probably would not betray him. Right. After a moment, he smirked and agreed to accept her, saying, "All right, I will give you a chance. Join my team and prove your abilities and sincerity." Callie cheered joyfully, raising her fist in excitement and shouting, "If I join too easily, it won't be interesting. There has to be a challenge." Meanwhile, Haley sat silently, shivering, while Kevin Azar sighed and spoke to her. It is strange for someone from the Libra constellation to join Liang's, but their personalities match oddly well. Do not you think? Haley bit her finger. Worried. Thinking about the so-called civilization Callie mentioned earlier, there is nothing enthusiastic about it. It is hard to believe. If it were Giselle, she would probably use some kind of underhanded trick. What is going on here? Could she have entered the Dark Tower and stolen information from Li Jian? Kevin Azar left Haley, who was still anxious, behind and approached Li Jian, asking,
Yeah.
Is the deal with this kid done? What are we going to do now? Kevin Azar quickly replied. What now? The Iron Hat Baron. After a moment, Kevin Azar questioned. After all the effort to take down the Iron Hat Baron, why would you let him go? Li Jian simply smiled and replied nonchalantly. That thing, it is. From the other side, a voice of a henchman echoed before the sweating Iron Baron. Are you all right? My lord. They were escorting the Iron Baron while trying to reassure him. Just hang in there. My lord. Li Jian then grinned, revealing a secret. That is a fake. That is Yang Wei.
Yeah.
Inside the Iron Baron's armor, Yang Wei silently cursed him. Thanks a lot. You annoying Li Jian. Why did you lock me up in here? Yang Wei inside cried out in frustration.
Yeah.
How dare you capture me? Yang Wei recalled the moment he was strapped up high in the room, along with Li Jian's voice. Listen closely. He pointed at the Iron Baron, laying out a plan for Yang Wei. From now on, you will inhabit the body I have created and infiltrate the mysterious civilization to gather intel as fast as possible. Yang Wei screamed in fear. Are you insane? How can I do that? He stepped forward, holding the rope that bound Yang Wei. Grinning wickedly. I will return you to your original body. I heard that body used to belong to a birch tree. Right. Yang Wei was still struggling, refusing to comply. I can't do it. Stop talking nonsense. He pointed directly at Yang Wei's face. Looking coercive. Too loud. Even if you are useless. At least you are still a saint. Right. Then he looked at Yang Wei, who was silently staring at him, advising him, as one of the 13 representatives of humanity. At least you should show a little willpower. Yang Wei thought to himself, if I am in this mess, I might as well go with the flow. Damn it. I have come this far. Now I need to do something to get back to my original body, even though that Li Jian is wicked. He is still a man of his word. Yang Wei glanced nervously, but the situation he faced was even scarier. Yang Wei looked at the Iron Baron's henchman, looking bored. Why do I have to go back to the evil tower? Then Yang Wei suddenly asked one of the henchmen. Hey, I want to ask you something. The henchman quickly replied. What is it? Baron. Yang Wei shouted from below. Why do we have to return to the evil place? Wasn't it destroyed already? The henchman explained. It is because there are devices that can restore your body. My lord, Yang Wei exclaimed in surprise. Devices? I thought everything was destroyed. So there is still something like that left in the distance. There was a place filled with rugged darkness. Inside the dark castle, something was wrapped in large chains, red talismans, and a big magic circle. It resembled a human being tightly bound, with huge nails pinned into its body. Even when getting closer, one could not make out its features, because its face was covered in layers of bandages. In the darkness, the scene grew more terrifying and mysteriously alluring. The large door creaked open, accompanied by the voice saying, We have arrived. A massive squad of dragons soared through the sky, carrying a gigantic box, inside which the Iron Baron was seated. As he passed through the door, the Baron was still mulling over the idea of recovery. Amazed by the sight before him, he looked up at the figure standing amidst the chains, towering like a mountain, feeling both fear and awe. What on earth is that? The bones began to explain as calamities were defeated or the kneeling tower suffered severe damage. They scanned the area and continued. This is the device that helps restore internal damage. But right now, that function has stopped, and only a trickle of energy leaks out. Upon hearing them mention that absorbing this could restore the Baron's helmet, he broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, hold on a second. The Baron panicked. Facing it. I am not mentally prepared. The minions insisted. Do not worry. Just trust us. The device now seemed even stranger than before, as if it could hear his voice. Despite his desperate struggles, the skeletal minions kept him close to the device, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. That is not it. Actually, I prefer it this way. Just let me stay cozy in this box. They were all in a frenzy, urging faster. Baron. You are losing your grip. They have brainwashed the Baron already, and that giant is silently grinning. Moments later, it moved, the chains breaking apart into segments, while the spikes embedded in its body shattered and fell. The Baron and the skeleton stared in shock. Speechless. He leaned down to look at it and spoke in that deep voice. We are not of the same lineage. You could clearly see his smile breaking through the ice as he asked, Why did you take over the Iron Baron's body? And the system screen revealed one of the long-dormant monarch, who sensed the strength of the snake tamer and awakened. The skeletons were utterly astonished. No way. Can he even move? They surrounded him, continuously questioning. But what did he say? The Iron Baron is not one of us. He felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it. I have been discovered. The monarch, visibly angered, raised a hand to cast magic. You fools. Do not you know who you have brought here? There is no point in saying more. As he extended his hand, a flurry of crimson lightning struck, commanding everyone to shut up. Following that attack, the entire legion, both men and dragons, were paralyzed, standing frozen in place, unable to resist. Meanwhile, the Baron was lifted by two vines, leaving him stunned. What the heck is going on? In a moment of sheer despair, he was yanked straight into the air, while the skeletons were still reeling. The vines brought him right before the monarch. Still bewildered by what was happening, the monarch pointed at him, scrutinizing his face. Speak. Sweat poured down his forehead. The monarch stared at him, continuing to question. Who are you? What is your identity? The Baron realized he was totally exposed. The other party pressed on, asking rapidly, emphasizing each word. Who are you? The situation was dire. He mumbled. I am actually the priest of the constellation Silver Whale. Yang Wei. Before he could finish his words, the ruler rode in fury and grabbed him tightly, causing him to cry out in pain. The ruler's growl of power made it clear that the strength keeping that body alive could not possibly belong to the weakling. Bei Yang. He became even more agitated as I asked again who was behind controlling the person and granting him this body. He immediately grew anxious, thinking, what am I going to do? The Baron thought to himself. I am really screwed this time. Maybe I should just spill everything. And at that moment, a flash of light appeared in the sky. Someone suddenly emerged from nowhere. Letting out a strange sigh, he squinted and said, Ooh, I got caught. Ah, who is this guy and where did he come from? As soon as he spotted the Baron with the fake helmet, he shouted, Li Jin, and soared right over, calling him a useless hairy thing. Li Jin flew right in front of the ruler, intending to confront him first, but was caught off guard by the early encounter. It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Excellency, he said. Then, turning to the Baron, he scolded. Seriously, you are a lousy actor. I can tell this is a power from the ancient times. The ruler suddenly burst out laughing. Haha. How surprising. You have awakened with this kind of power. Are you the 13th mutated deity? Li Jin replied. Everyone seems to say that. Then, he turned the tables and asked. And you are the ruler trapped in the basement of the demon tower. Right, he chuckled. Looks like you have heard of me. And Li Jin replied. I have picked up a thing or two. Suddenly, he tightened his grip, and the painful sound echoed again as he said, So you must know my situation. Then, a surge of green energy began to escape from the Baron's helmet, and the ruler gleefully exclaimed, I have been trapped here for so long. I am starving. He started to go berserk, relentlessly absorbing energy from him. Planning to devour all of the deity's strength, the system continuously displayed warnings that the strength of the snake charmer was being sucked into the ruler, causing the energy sustaining the Baron's body to fade away. The Baron panicked. Li Jin. Do something. If not, I am going to dry up and die. Li Jin suddenly got angry. What nonsense did you just say? Ruler. The fake Baron joyfully chimed in. Li Jin. You are mad because of me. The next line made the hairy one gasp. What do you mean this idiot is my deity? Man, I am seriously hurt now. The other guy turned pale upon hearing that. So that is why you are angry. The ruler nodded in agreement, saying, No wonder you are so weak. You are nothing like the other deities. It turns out you do not have an ounce of what it takes to be a deity. The fake Baron huffed. I heard everything. You know, at this point, the Baron's body was on the verge of shattering completely. Please save me, he cried. Li Jin reassured him. Calm down, you hairy fool. I have a plan. Hearing this, he felt a glimmer of hope. Really? You have got it all figured out. Then Li Jin added. It has been tough for you, has not it? The Baron was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Li Jin solemnly replied. I will never forget your noble sacrifice. And the Baron realized. Wait, you mean I am about to disappear completely? Li Jin pointed and chuckled. I told you. I was planning to greet the rulers. Which is why I brought you here. Only now did he grasp the truth. From the very beginning, you intended to use me as bait. His expression changed. Don't he worry. I will send you and this ruler off in the most artistic way possible. A massive explosion erupted, intertwined with the desperate screams of Li Jin, as the Baron's helmet shattered into countless pieces. In that moment, a surge of power coalesced into a brilliant blue sphere right before the monarch. Surrounded by the shattered remnants of the Baroness' body, the light became blindingly intense. In the next instant, the Baron vanished into thin air, leaving nothing but dust behind. Then, a massive explosion erupted, and a powerful blue light shot up from the castle's peak, which was now in ruins. Liang was actually standing far away, witnessing the grand explosion. Thank goodness he had managed to gather data from the market, while dealing with that waste of space. He thought to himself, once I wrap up these tasks, I will take my time farming for gear, or maybe I should visit Aoha first. He turned on the monitoring screen and stared, lost in thought. With a few questions racing through his mind, not believing his eyes, he took off his glasses and leaned in closer to the screen, filled with doubt. Meanwhile, things were not looking too good on Aoha's side either. She looked ahead, unable to hide her astonishment. Before her stood the injured Holy Master, Stephen, radiating a powerful golden energy. Aoha lamented in disbelief. I can't believe it has come to this. He was enveloped by a wide-reaching force of discontent. John Aoha dared to abandon our faction to join another. Stephen glared at her with seething anger, questioning why she was still following that 13th freak. The people around them felt the tension rising and urged the Holy Master to stay calm. Aoha interjected. It is pointless to stop him. That is not the Holy Master Stephen. She eyed the figure ahead, a mixture of fear and worry etched on her face. Liang, watching through the screen, mirrored Aoha's sudden worry as he exclaimed, Holy Lion Master. The screen displayed the special mission for John Aoha. Eliminate all enemies blocking the path to the Holy Master, Lion Stephen Marker, and transform into the Holy Lion Narasimha. At this moment, he had fully regained his strength and was poised to attack Aoha at any moment. He spoke up, I will give you a chance. John Aoha. Explain yourself. What on earth is going on? He shouted. Why has my castle fallen into this state? Why have you abandoned the holy altar? The girl stood there stunned. This was a tough situation to explain. I do not know. She replied. You will understand if you read chapters 77 to 86. The Holy Lion is in trouble. He spread his arms wide, activating the Lion Constellation skill. 1,000 chapters without sleep. Then, he pulled out his phone to scroll back through the events. After a moment, he sighed. See now. His brows knitted together in anger. He has done things that have ruined the Holy Altar. The Holy Altar Master not only betrayed us but also sowed discord among the Holy Altar. The Vice Master abruptly changed sides. The more he spoke, the more incensed he became. Even the holy beings could not stop him, and we lost a member in the process. Furthermore, that Liang dared to usurp my power. The girl was taken aback, silently thinking, he knows about that too. Stephen Marker, with a fierce glare, declared, I must tighten the discipline of this holy altar once more. He unleashed a colossal wave of energy, shooting straight up into the sky with immense force. John Yuho instinctively looked up, surprised by the spectacle. She glanced at the system panel displaying the mission. Prove your worth by defeating the Holy Master Lion Stephen Marker, who stands in your way, and claim what you desire. It forces her to question whether she really wants to face the divine. John Yuho grips his weapon, telling himself that anyone looking on knows this is a fool's errand. Slowly, she raises her weapon, thinking of Liang, realizing that if she wants to join Liang's holy circle, this is what she has to do. He witnesses John Yuha's act of betrayal and loudly interrogates her. John Yuha, what are you planning to do? Are you really going to draw your weapon in front of me? He raises his gigantic hand, scoffing. How foolish. In that instant, he unleashes his power, causing streams of golden energy to swirl around him menacingly. I will take this opportunity to shake you off. A second later, he unleashes his ultimate move, the Lion skill. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Hammer is summoned. The crowd behind him gasps, calling out for the Vice Holy Master. John Yuha stares at the energy before her, unafraid, and warns. Get back. It is dangerous. Suddenly, a voice echoes in her ear, you foolish girl, causing her to hesitate for a few seconds, deep in thought. That voice, a second later, it rings out again, as if the spear is plunging into the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, John Yuha raises the spear high into the sky. In an instant, the spear strikes the ground with such force that the bricks shatter beneath it. A rush of blue energy quickly envelops John Yuha's stance. He sees her calm amidst that energy, wondering if she can really hold it back. It is the shield skill, the serpent scale of the serpent constellation, providing temporary protection to the holy vessel. John Yuha, inside the shield, she grits her teeth, letting out a low growl. He charges forward with the lion's skill, mocking her. Is this the power of Liang? Either way, you can only hold on for so long. He leaps into the air, claws crackling with thunder, soaring towards John Yuha, arrogantly declaring, I will crush this shield. Suddenly, a foot emerges from behind the shield. That foot lands squarely on Stephen Marker's claw. The pupils of Liang glow with a blue light as he calls out, Big Cat Captain, what are you doing with my holy vessel? In an instant, he kicks Stephen Marker square in the head. The force of the kick sends him tumbling down, dragging himself across the ground for several meters, the bricks shattering under the weight and power of that blow. John Yuha, watching from behind, has rosy cheeks, filled with admiration. You really surprised me. He strikes a heroic pose. One knee bent, arms spread wide, looking back at Yua. She is filled with excitement and joy. Uncle Lijian. That is when he speaks up, trying to counsel her. You are being reckless, even on a mission. You can't defeat a divine being. He pauses for a moment before continuing. You might stand a chance against that little punk, but not against this big cat. John Yuha, holding her spear, feels a surge of hope inside. Yeah. After saying that, he turns to look at Stephen Marker. This time, I have to step in. Big cat captain. He slips one hand into his pocket, the other pointing at him. What are you doing here? Looking all tough. Did you not give all the work to that cat to take a nap? Without waiting for him to reply, he kicks him squarely on the head again. Seeing the movement, he squinted at the man, thinking to himself. The man thought to himself, you want to push my foot up? Ah. Of course. I could not bear this humiliation and screamed out, get your feet off me. He quickly regained his composure and pushed away the glass. Seeing this, John instantly jumped back. Then he rushed back to the man, pretending to compliment him. You are pretty strong yourself. You have got quite the grip there. Shut your mouth. Who do you think you are stepping on? He landed right in front of him. The man calmly replied. You should know your place a little. I'm asking why you suddenly appeared. The man's face darkened as he clenched his fists. Just when I was sleeping, Stephen called me. Hearing this, both Lei and John were left speechless. Unsure of what to say, he explained. I was late because I was sleeping. But once a holy being calls, I will show up in a flash, using all my strength and the holy experience to summon the divine. The two thought broadly about that. John Yuha. Protect me while I summon the divine. I can't afford to hesitate. He called out from the moment. But since he was asleep, he just now showed up. The man grumbled again. Anyway, I forgive you for being resurrected and borrowing my power. But why can you steal my faith? With that, he summoned a power that radiated a golden aura around him. He threatened loudly. First, I will tear you apart. A second later, the golden aura descended powerfully from the sky. Lion Jun remained casually laughing and talking. All right. But if you are feeling uncomfortable, do not scream like that. He instantly transformed into a lion, baring his teeth in a fierce challenge. Let us settle this with strength. Then, John Yua reminded from behind. He descended using the experience of the divine, so he won't be able to stay long. Lion Jian also summoned their powers, making their decision. Really? Is it time to fight? Immediately, the aura of Lion Jun was summoned, and his eyes flashed with an electric blue glow. Holding the celestial artifact in his hand, he proudly declared, all right, now is the time. The penalty has also been lifted. The brave hero stood before him, speaking with disdain. I will show you just how strong I am. As soon as he finished speaking, Narasimha went berserk, reaching out to grab him while shouting loudly, you arrogant little punk. Then he slammed down where he was standing, shattering the ground beneath him. He boasted, I will crush you to bits. However, after unleashing the attack, something made him pause. Beneath Narasimha's loose hand was Lijian, holding the celestial artifact and standing tall. Lijian calmly asked, what is this? A huge body that is utterly useless. He shoots a cold glance at Narasimha, smirking disdainfully. You think you can bring me down like this? With a swift motion, he struck Narasimha's hand, causing him to wince in pain. Lijian, riding high on adrenaline, was even more excited. He exclaimed, now this is what I am talking about. Right after that, Narasimha was sent flying backward by his blow. He declared loudly, this is true power, not giving Narasimha a moment to recover. Lijian grabbed the celestial artifact and leaped into the air, swinging it over his head to bring it crashing down. He shouted with enthusiasm, how long do you plan to keep this up? You would better head back to your god already. Lijian's words provoked Stephen as he channeled his energy and yelled, do not you dare be arrogant. Just as he finished speaking, Lijian paused mid-air. This made him furrow his brow in annoyance and heighten his alertness. Narasimha unleashed a devastating attack, and a thunderous pillar suddenly erupted from the ground, charging toward Lijian. Yuha gasped as she saw him get hit, calling out, Uncle Lijian. Seeing his technique land a blow, Stephen pumped himself up and laughed heartily. Haha, you are still way out of your league. After laughing, he intensified his attack. That pillar did not wane. Instead, it blazed even brighter. He shouted with arrogant glee, turned to dust. But what he said next took Stephen off guard. He activated the true power of Safu, the dreamlike Punisher. In an instant, Lijian unleashed a catastrophe attack toward Narasimha. Stephen could not believe his eyes. He questioned, no way. When did you learn to counter my technique? Lijian smugly replied, counter it? More like sharing the good stuff. While moving, he suddenly sensed something was off behind him. He glanced at the celestial artifact in his hand, and was shocked to realize that the power of Safu was bursting forth. The blade of the artifact was glowing red hot, indicating that the Punisher's strength was exceeding its limits. The ground beneath Liang suddenly collapsed, causing him to lose his footing. He froze, realizing that the sheer power he was emitting was destroying everything around him. The scene was utterly chaotic. The warning system for the two gods was blaring, announcing that their divine powers were beyond this world's limits. You need to withdraw or adjust your power before the world is destroyed. This made both of them frown. Narasimha stood tall, schooling Liang. Haha, look at this. Liang, quickly pull back your power. He continued. You do not want to see this planet get destroyed, do you? Meanwhile, many people in the affected area were panicking. Ahathi was straining to create a barrier to protect everyone from the shock waves the two gods were generating. Narasimha continued to provoke him. If you are saving the planet with this kind of power, do you think you can force me back to the divine realm first? Or will the planet be destroyed first? Suddenly, Liang smirked. Adjust my power. That is easier than I thought. With that, he immediately summoned a new weapon and shouted loudly. Then I will use this method. Right after that, the weapon emitted an eerie aura, pulling in the divine power of the two individuals. Realizing his power was being drawn away, Narasimha panicked and exclaimed, What the hell is this? The divine power is being sucked away. He also quickly realized and thought to himself, wait a minute, the ability to absorb divine power. After thinking that, he asked aloud, could it be? And Narasimha recognized the weapon that Liang was holding. It was a large axe shaped like a skull, being wielded by this arrogant guy from a mysterious civilization. Liang grinned widely, lifting the dark axe to absorb the divine power of the two. Then he boasted loudly, I told you, if it is a good item, you have got to share. The power of these guys is the opposite of divine power, making it perfect for restraining human strength. Liang looked at Narasimha with a challenging glare, teasing him provocatively. The innate essence of a human has limits. Right. Let me see how much essence the Leo constellation has. As the system screen appeared before Narasimha, he looked at it and was shocked. What? The words on the screen were a notification. Attention. The resources of the divine herd are diminishing. While Narasimha was confused by the system's notification, Liang leaped high, saying, You are losing focus. Immediately, Narasimha took a hit. The dark aura brushed past his face, and one of his fangs was sliced off. Liang was not done yet, excitedly stating, First, now. As he swung the axe again. This time he struck Narasimha's chest, causing him to scream in agony. The system notified that it had collected data from the divine lion Narasimha. Next, he swung the axe down onto Narasimha's leg, and the system again announced it had collected material from the divine lion Narasimha. Not stopping there, Liang continued to hack at Narasimha, making him scream in pain. Narasimha realized that not only was he strong, but he was also wielding the weapon of a mysterious civilization. Damn it. Suddenly, thousands of brilliant golden lightning bolts flashed and converged into a single point in the sky. Those lightning bolts illuminated the entire city. It is a battlefield skill meant for the victorious. The thunder chain. Liang was tightly bound by those thunder chains. Narasimha took a deep breath and gazed at the sky, where he was shackled by the blinding lightning. Then he pointed straight at Liang and shouted with fury. Finally, I have got you. Without missing a beat, Stephen stepped forward, gathering power into his palm directed at him, saying, This ends now. Liang, bound and unable to react, could not defend against the blow, so he just closed his eyes, bracing for impact. Just when it seemed like everything was over, he suddenly smirked and mocked. How foolish. Narasimha froze for a moment. Liang continued. When people get riled up, they become as foolish as my slaves. He remained calm, unfazed. If you keep using your skills recklessly, how much resources will you have left? Just as Narasimha was about to strike, the system chimed in. Experience and prayers for the lion have run dry. The system's voice echoed steadily. The deity will be forcibly returned to the divine realm. Hearing this, Narasimha screamed in frustration. Damn it. I was about to win. Why now? Liang laughed scornfully at his words. He raised his middle finger and said, Win. What are you talking about? You are not the one who has been getting wrecked by me. Narasimha shouted. He pointed a claw at him and cursed. Liang, I dare you to return to the divine realm. I will teach you a lesson. He replied confidently. That is the difference between a god and a mortal. Then Narasimha was forcibly returned to the divine realm, vanishing right before everyone's eyes. The followers of the Leo constellation began to murmur. Liang has banished our lion deity. How is this even possible? How can a human fight a god? Liang suddenly called out. Ow. And when she heard, she responded. Yep. He turned to face her. At this moment, he had returned to his original form and said, It is. The conditions are back to normal. He flashed a bright smile and told Aha. Keep doing what you were doing. His words made Yoha seem to understand something. A moment later, Stephen woke up and spoke warily. Did I lose consciousness again? He struggled to sit up and asked, "What is going on this time?" Awa, sitting on a nearby rock, spoke up. "You should get up quickly." He jolted around. In front of him was Iha, looking at him with a serious expression. Next to her was a rake. He called out, "John Iha." Iha said, "The lion deity has returned to the divine realm after descending." Stephen asked in confusion. "The deity," she continued. "There is nothing to worry about anymore. Let us quickly handle the rest." With that, she slammed the rake's handle down to the ground. Then she moved toward Stephen. "Let us wrap this up slowly." Stephen still did not understand what was happening. "What is that?" Iha casually replied. "My mission to join the serpent constellation." Hearing this, Stephen broke out in a cold sweat. The system described the mission to confirm status. The Saint of the Lion constellation. Stephen Marker is blocking your path. Defeat him and claim what you desire. Right after that, Iha reveals her power. "I will take down the Saint Lord." Stephen panics. "What do you mean? Awa, you really?" Then she raises her staff. He thought he was about to leave this world. Then she bends down. Her actions leave Stephen questioning everything. Awa, confused, speaks up. "Saint Lord, I thank you for everything up until now." Hearing those words leaves him momentarily stunned. She sincerely expresses, "I want to be stronger. I feel I have hit a limit in the Lion constellation. So now I want to join the Serpent constellation with Uncle Gon." She recalls being saved, feeling sad, and says, "I know you will be disappointed." She continues, "I have not forgotten what you have done for me. I believe you will understand." Iha earnestly bows, hoping for his help, begging him to let her leave. Stephen is taken aback, but then closes his eyes as if he already knows the answer. "I understand." Iha is very surprised to hear it, not expecting to be allowed to leave so easily. The soldier wants to intervene. "Wait, Saint Lord, do you really want to let her go?" Stephen replies, "Well, she has made her choice." Saying more won't help. Then he stands up, looking at the sky. He voices his feelings. "Maybe because of the guilt from my past, I have held on to the girl until now. I can't let my past hold back her present." Stephen gently says, "Go ahead." He encourages her. "Go and become strong in the way you want. To become strong at all costs is the spirit of the Lion constellation." Hearing those words, she is deeply moved. While the soldier suppresses his emotions as she departs, Stephen firmly says, "Let the master of the Serpent constellation see." Iha calls out loudly, "Saint Lord." You and the soldier turn to leave, not forgetting to care. "Take care of yourself." "Okay, aha." She gazes in admiration at the one who saved her. She watches his figure walk away. Suddenly, she shouts, "Holy Master Stephen." He turns around, wearing a smug smile. "Gotcha. Honestly, I feel kinda cool too. I bet Aha will be so moved she will hesitate." Stephen turns back and asks, "What is wrong? Are you still feeling attached?" Just as he finishes speaking, Yoha whacks him hard on the head with her staff, saying, "I had to do this." The system notification pops up. She has completed the mission. She is excited. The mission is done. Now I can join the Holy Squad with you. She beams. "Uncle, let us go back to South Korea." Scene shifts to the light tower. Giant, Seoul, South Korea. At this moment, Yua looks annoyed. She sees Callie sipping her coffee, both of them shooting daggers at each other, making the bystanders uneasy. Iowa questions, "Why you, Callie? And you?" Iha interjects, "I asked first, so you better answer." Kali retorts, "How childish." Listening to their bickering, Sang-jae and his brown-haired friend can only feel helpless. Kali boldly declares, "I will join the holy squad of Lord Lejun." While Iowa scoffs, "Someone like you from the Virgo lineage. Dream on." Sang-jae mutters, "Their relationship seems pretty rocky." His brown-haired friend quietly agrees, "Probably true." The brown-haired guy turns to Hylia and gently asks, "Can you help me stop them?" She smirks while questioning, "Where did these nobodies come from to mess things up?" "Damn it. I am so—" Yua glares and asks, "Come on. What are you planning to leave for?" Callie casually replies, "Nothing at all." "Why are you so loud?" "You heard me. I have decided to follow Lord Lejun." "Why the fuss?" Callie snaps her fingers teasingly. "With your strength. Are you worried about losing your spot as his right-hand woman?" Hearing this, Sang-ji and the brown-haired guy look shocked. While Haile listens intently, Callie sees Iha's anger and feels triumphant. Aha, fueled by rage, declares, "Let us settle this outside. I will show you how things have changed now." Kali replies, "If that is the case, then we can expect a lot from you." Right. Suddenly, Sang-ji chimes in, "Awesome. It is my time to show off my skills." After he speaks, the whole room goes silent. Kali, annoyed, says, "Who are you? Stay out of this." Iha sighs. "Sang-ji, I am talking here. And you are interrupting." Sang-ji explained, "What are you talking about? I also want to be Lord Lejun's right-hand man." Ilai is intrigued. This is getting interesting. I will be the judge. The three of them reply. Thank you, Lord. While the brown-haired guy desperately tries to intervene in vain, Kevin speaks up. It is too noisy. No need for interference. And feeling helpless, he says, now I am stepping in. Who cares if the kids are fighting and highlights involved? It should be fine. He suddenly feels something. Even more, both of them frown. Why are you here? Steven explains. I did not know I would wake up here. The brown-haired guy yells. Why did Li Jun bring this guy along? Detective shoved Steven aside and sneered. You are so useless. Just get lost. Steven shot back. You have gone too far. He noticed the news the world was changing fast. Breaking news. The Eagle of the West attack and the War of the Gods have caused massive destruction worldwide. Global opinion is demanding accountability from the divine orders, including Libra, raising questions about the once solid system that the 12 divine orders have protected for years, which is now starting to crumble. What changes will this bring for the future? This thought made Kevin and Tai Chi furrow their brows. Steven stubbornly stated, all these changes are Li Jun's fault. Tai Chi covered his mouth. Stop acting serious. Get out of the way. It is too cramped here, Steven recounted. After becoming a saint of the Leo constellation, I realized Liang is quite powerful. He assessed. He is unpredictable every time I see him. A person without a divine protector who still wakes up is considered a monster. Now he has become a deity himself, facing off against monarchs and other gods. Steven chuckled. He has gone too far. Taxi asked. Do you still want to fight him? He replied. I no longer have that intention. But I can't help but feel regret. Kevin nodded. I understand that feeling it is like reaching for a goal I once thought I had achieved, only to find it far and gone. He said seriously. I only accept the fight. But now everything revolves around Li Jun, especially with my status as a saint. I just want to be as strong as he is. The sound of a hammer forging something echoed, showing Li Jun diligently at work. He accepted. If it were not for Li Jun, the combat-ready arm was being perfected meticulously. The two listened intently, wondering what they could do. Steven smirked. Then why not just join Li Jun fully? Like Hugo. Kevin could not accept it. Losing to Liang is just unacceptable. I really do not want that. All three fell silent, exhaling helplessly together. Kevin sighed. Damn it. He will probably make us fight against the gods and monarchs soon. Steven groaned. Even our own gods can win. This is hopeless. Texty replied. The future looks bleak. Steven said. There will always be a way. We will just have to do what we can. Tai Chi raised an eyebrow. What are you planning? Why are you worried? News continued to broadcast. Steven decided to say, let us hold a press conference. He recounted the day of the evil attack 20 years ago, catching both of them off guard. With a determined look, he said, I will tell the world that Li Jun is the one who captured the red eye. Li Guin spoke up. They are all gone. Li Jun reacted. What? Li Guin replied, looking confused. I heard they had to leave in a hurry, and they even borrowed the teleportation technique. Li Jun, face palming, felt both frustrated and angry. They are usually so slow, but now they can move so fast. Suddenly, a sound and a crash caught their attention. He was shocked to see Kali and Yaha fighting. The two girls are fiercely battling it out, and you are left wondering what is going on. Kali excitedly exclaims, she is stronger than I thought. I heard she has been through a lot of fan battles. Looks like it helped her out. Yaha, furious, says, I hate that tone of yours. She throws Kali far away and adds, as if looking down from above, Kali gets launched onto the arena floor, creating a massive shockwave in the sky. Thankfully, she lands safely with an excited expression, with a provocative gaze. She says, is not that right? Yua speeds towards her, and Kali dodges while affirming, because I am still way stronger than you. Li Jun and Hailey are watching the intense match unfold. Li Jun asks, so they are competing to be my right hand? She smiles and replies, that is right. All three are full of energy. You cheerfully say, it is impressive how full of spirit they are. Then you realize something feels off and question. But she said three people. Looking at Sangji sprawled out on the floor, you approach him and say, so this kid got totally wrecked right from the start. He got beaten up so badly. Li Jun assesses. It makes sense compared to the other two. Sangji really needs to mature more. You use your analytical skills to gauge the strength of the three. It seems Kali and Iha are both S level while Sangji is still at A. Li Jun seems to have a plan to make them stronger and more competitive. I might need to help Sangji a bit. The two girls are still fiercely battling each other, and Li Jun speaks up. First, can you help me get those kids to sit down? Healy responds. Sure thing. As they continue to clash, a loud voice suddenly shouts, stop. A rope suddenly flies in, causing them to halt. Both of them are tightly wrapped up in the rope. They have been caught, And you are satisfied. Great. Hully has a satisfied expression. But Kali and Aha are still exchanging heated words. Li Jin interrupts. Both of you stop and listen up. I have something to assign you. Which catches the two girls off guard. You smirk. I will give you both your first mission as my subordinates. At this moment, Sangji starts to groggily wake up. Where? He is sitting inside a large container that Li Jun is carrying, and Li Jin responds. Awake. Making Sangji jump and exclaim. Uncle, you recount. I heard everything. Just as the battle started, I got knocked out by Kali and Aha. And your face turns gloomy. You lament. I am still no match for her. I thought I was getting stronger. Li Jun comforts him. Even though you have made progress, do not be discouraged. It is an opportunity to become even stronger. Right. After hearing that, he seems a bit flustered. Li Jun glances and asks. Sangji, do you want to get stronger? He cheerfully replies. Yep. You ask again. Do not you want to be strong by any means necessary? Then let us get moving with the training. Right now. The two of them are heading toward the demon tower, and Li Jin encourages. Good. Good. That is the right mindset. Sangji replies. Army, you curiously ask. But where are we going? Li Jin nonchalantly responds. To the demon tower. As they just glide past a massive dragon, Li Jin reiterates. Do not you want to be strong by any means necessary? This leaves him a bit confused. Li Jin quickly wipes down, causing the boy to snap back to attention, and his face is filled with delight. Li Jin made up his mind it is time to go into seclusion and train. All that is left is the echo of his voice. Arriving in Washington, the holy land of the lions, the sacred territory of the Leo constellation. The headquarters, the important people gathered here are puzzled. What is going on that calls for a meeting? They murmur amongst themselves. Probably because of the recent chaos the tower has turned into a wreck. They keep gossiping, completely ignoring Stephen, whose face is darkening at the podium. He furrows his brow, enduring the chatter. Just listening to what the man has to say, he recalls the conversation between Kevin and Stephen, too anxiously asks, are they going to announce everything? Can you handle it? If you are not careful, you will be accused of deceiving the world, and the other saints will come after you. Stephen has made up his mind it is fine. From now on, I will fix all my mistakes. In fact, this is the necessary move. Kevin raises an eyebrow. Are you looking to stir up trouble again? He is accepting it, with no other choice. We have to prepare. Toksu agrees. Quick, let us get ready. Leaving Stephen feeling lost. Shouting. What? He shouts loudly. What are you talking about? Stephen, feeling frustrated, responds. Do you think I want to go? Kevin mocks him. Someone like you with 2 left feet dares to hold a press conference alone. Tsu reminds him. Without the deputy city lord and the head of the temple, if those celestial beings crash in, can you fight back? Stop talking nonsense and get your notes ready for the press conference. Stephen, feeling emotional, says. Thank you. He returns to reality and speaks up. Thank you all for coming to this impromptu press conference. Now, let us get to the main issue. He recounts. Do you all remember the press conference of the Saint, Aquarius Sophie Marty? Recently, Stephen reminds them. Back then, Sophie revealed the truth about the Red Eye attack that happened in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. But due to the interference of the former saint and subsequent events, that story has been forgotten. He speaks seriously. This time, I will bring the story back into the light. Stephen clarifies. According to Sophie Marty's testimony, the one who captured the Red Eye back then at the Demon Tower was Ligand, but the crowd does not seem too interested. So let us consider that the end of the dispute. Stephen continues. This latest appearance of the Red Eye in America was also orchestrated by Ligand. Immediately, everyone bombards him with questions. Tsu observes closely, thinking, so far, there has been no major issues, but he starts to feel anxious. If everything wraps up smoothly like this, that is good. Who knows what is happening outside? With Kevin around, it should be fine. Just then, Kevin swings his sword towards someone and cautiously calls out, Jing Lu is more. He laughs and responds. Of course, I had to come. Stephen is slandering the saint and defaming us. How could I just sit back and watch? Kevin counters. Usually, you are pretty thick-skinned. He is just stating the truth. He nonchalantly says. What is that? He is using slander tactics. So are you going to spill everything? Including the foreign language of the one who stabbed Ligand in the back. Kevin loses his cool. Yelling nonsense. He shows no sign of fear. Why talk nonsense? The library and I have laid out a plan to deal with Ligand. The only one who knows what happened to Ligand is me. Kevin shot a warning glare. I will ask you a question. Do you remember exactly what happened at the Demon Abyss? I do not know what you were up to. Suddenly, you were under some kind of control. And now you are thinking, wait, why can't I remember what happened? He looked down on Kevin, pinning him, saying, let us talk. I will reveal the truth about what went down back then. He exuded an overpowering aura and continued, where should I start? Oh right. From the moment you panicked about not being able to overcome Ligand. Like a heart in turmoil, your expression turned sour, trapped in Maureen's blood chains. Kevin struggled helplessly, unable to move, just blaming himself. Damn it, I can't budge. You rejected all of Maureen's demands. Yet, this crazy guy began threatening Kevin, saying, the one who meddled with your memories is none other than you. Kevin Azar. And that is the guilt you feel for stabbing Ligand in the demon abyss. Kevin snapped, shouting in Maureen's face. Shut up. You are talking nonsense. In response to Kevin's fury, Maureen merely smirked. His next words turned chilling. I am just speaking the truth. I will help you remember. Take this. From his pocket, Maureen pulled out a mysterious key, saying, I have actually lost all my business partners and found myself in a tough spot. But this opportunity to gather old teammates is not so bad. Before Kevin could react, Maureen shoved the key into his head in a sinister tone. Maureen grinned wickedly. I will unlock the memories you buried deep in the abyss. As he turned the key, strange magic began to swirl around Kevin. Next, the blood chains binding him shattered into pieces. Deep within his subconscious, the stains of the past began to surface continuously, flashing back to a press conference with Marker. Reporters fired questions at him. So on the day Marker was attacked, aside from Legion, did any other mutants contribute to defeating the Red Eye? Legion was betrayed by one of his own mutants who entered the Demon Tower and was imprisoned. In light of this, Marker confirmed everything. That is right. Who assassinated Legion? From the exit, someone was running frantically inside. Unfortunately, there are those we suspect, but we have no proof. Marker replied, the Master of Muthi. Neither I nor Legion know. Just then, Kevin suddenly appeared in the middle of the conference, shocking everyone in the room. Even Marker and Tetsu were taken aback by his presence. With a fierce gaze, Kevin spoke up. Sorry to interrupt everyone, but I came here to expose the one who stabbed Legion in the Demon Tower. Marker's eyes widened in disbelief. Tetsu was not any different. He swallowed hard, waiting for the crowd's reaction. Kevin stepped forward confidently, his voice strong. I truly admire you. The sight of Legion not fleeing but facing the Red Eye head-on, it was indeed a brutal fight. Just watching it was exhausting. In the end, Legion defeated the Red Eye. Truly an emotional moment, flashing back to the previous battle, when everything lay in ruins. Legion, battered and bruised, emerged from the rubble. He wondered, those damn fools really just left me to run away. If I catch you from behind, I can feel the bone-deep pain in my left side. I can't believe the one behind this looks so much like Kevin. The assassin gave a faint smile. Kevin continued. At that moment Legion had used up all his energy and was caught off guard, taken down easily like a fool ambushed. The discussion immediately spiraled into chaos. If only you all could have seen that idiot's expression when he fell. The first to notice something was off was probably Marker. Next up was Tetsu, saying, what the hell are you talking about? Do I really have to spell it out for you to get it? As he spoke, Kevin wore a twisted grin. At that moment, a sudden blue aura erupted around him. Kevin openly admitted that he had stabbed Legion to protect everyone. Tetsu had jumped into the fray, ready to unleash his power. Even though Marker tried to intervene, Tetsu insisted he wanted to hear Kevin explain this further. In response, Kevin sneered, I just said it. What more do you want to hear? I want to know more. Now's not the time to keep dancing around the issue. If you want to keep listening, let these guys handle it. And with that, Kevin unleashed his special power. The pressure was so immense it could blow away the will of those around him. The disaster crew was summoned quickly, surrounding the entire corridor. The reporters were in disarray, muttering each word with difficulty. Disaster. Run. The disaster crew charged in like hungry beasts. As the auditorium descended into chaos, Marker immediately mobilized the followers of the Leo constellation. Stop them until all reporters are out of here. Understood. However, feeling overwhelmed by their sheer numbers, Marker felt a bit shaky, cursing that wiping out the obstructors and capturing Kevin to get the full story was way easier said than done. Kevin taunted, bring it on. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the disaster crew pounced, targeting Marker and Tetsu across the way. In an instant, everything was being wrecked by them. Along with a few aggressive ones that took to the skies, they easily threatened the followers of the Leo constellation. Among them, a reporter who let his guard down was singled out as the safe distance closed in. Tetsu and Marker appeared, launching a wave that blew the disaster crew away. They quickly evacuated to the emergency exit. Thanks. At that moment, Marker realized something. The thing he just took down was still writhing on the ground. Now it was regenerating and moving as if nothing had happened. Kevin chuckled at Marker's bewildered expression. Damn. If we keep fighting here, this whole temple is going down. Meanwhile, the disasters had merged to form a colossal catastrophe. Not only that, but it had begun to attack Marker. Just one punch could destroy everything. Thankfully, Marker narrowly dodged it and saved his life. Looking at the massive crater it left behind, he thought, what a giant hole. Marker began to feel hopeless. Damn it. If we keep fighting here, this whole temple will collapse. I need to wrap this up fast. With a determined thought, Marker unleashed his spirit power and prepared to fight. All I saw was him soaring through the sky, then delivering a powerful blow straight down to the catastrophe. The kick hit its target, unleashing a devastating amount of damage that sent the disaster reeling. But then, Tiki Su realized something was off when he looked back again. Marker had fallen within the disaster's line of sight. By the time Marker noticed, he got punched straight into a wall by the monster. The catastrophe showed no signs of stopping. Its eyes gleamed brighter than ever, signaling that the resurrection process was complete. Marker, seriously injured, thought to himself. Damn it. It is back to life. Just when it seemed everything would end, a burst of light suddenly pierced through the disaster's body, as Teksu unleashed his signature lethal strike. The result, the disaster was finally taken down. Tiki Su rushed over to Marker. You still alive? On the other side, Marker was sprawled out amidst debris, mumbling to himself, why is not my skill dealing the damage I wanted? Teki Su, how can you stop them from resurrecting? Tiki Su was just as confused by what had happened, until a white screen appeared around him. Along with it came a strange voice, clearly using a skill, leaving Marker frozen for a few seconds. The Divine Apollo felt disappointed, but the battle was not over yet. The disaster continued to close in on Marker. Seriously. Do not just stand there. Do something. It is still alive. Just then, a strange beam of light suddenly appeared, not only destroying the disaster about to engulf Marker, but also continuously defeating nearby threats. Tikasu could not believe his eyes. While Kevin was dumbfounded, Marker was yelling, it is still alive. But what just zoomed past? The light gradually faded, revealing a ridiculously muscular monster arm. But it was just a hand giving a thumbs up to Marker. Nothing more. After that, Marker was so shocked he lost his color. What the heck is this? Staring at the dangling arm in front of him, Marker felt a mix of nostalgia. It looked like an arm. The next second, it charged at him like a rocket. What the heck? With a loud explosion, the arm perfectly fit itself around Marker. He did not even register any pain or anything when he collided with it. Marker was simply in disbelief, soaring once again. Behind him, Yua swooped in like a deity. Where have you been? John Yuha. Are you already back in position? Marker was in a panic, staring at the arm while shouting. Explain this. What the heck is this thing? And why is it attached to me? Yua said it was a custom prosthetic arm made by Liang, specially designed for Marker. After hearing that, it hit him like a lightning bolt, and he burst into a bright energy wave. In the middle of the hall, Marker shone brighter than anyone else. This threatened Kevin. What the heck is going on? The whole situation was just Marker's overwhelming excitement. Something Tech Su was no stranger to anymore. Finally, Liang recognized my worth and crafted a weapon for me, though a bit late. The protagonist always shows up just when everyone has almost forgotten. And now Marker had become a one-handed warrior. I am pumped to be cruising through Texas, finally fulfilling a dream of mine. How does it feel? Now I am a champion. Marker replied. Silly. Fine. I will follow your lead today. Everyone, get ready. In front of Kevin, Marker boldly declared. From this moment on, Marker's historical moment begins. Meanwhile, at Liang's place, he told Sangjay, there is no need to stress over this. Do not worry unnecessarily. Sangjay looked surprised and turned. They exchanged glances like they had not just had a heated argument. No need to be tense. There is no more bad luck coming your way. Didn't you tell me that before? Taking a quick look around, Liang noted the explosion was pretty massive. He should be toned down the blast a bit. Why are you here? Isn't it because of you? As he spoke, he pointed to a nearby corner. A massive statue was sitting right in front of them. The monarch caught by Marker at the demon tower. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Look at that. Liang shouted at the statue. Stop playing dead and get up already. I know you are not dead yet. A deep voice slowly rose. Did you discover it? Welcome to my domain. The 13th Divine. As he spoke, chains were unleashed like a greeting. While Sangjay was about to lose it, Liang remained oddly calm. Enough with the nonsense. Is there anything small around here? With a monarch like you, what is a little explosion supposed to do? The monarch burst out laughing. Exactly. After all, I am the monarch. How could I possibly be taken down by something like that? Anyway, your first impression of me is actually really good. Liang was a bit taken aback when he realized the guy even knew his name. You know my name? Of course. I do. I not only know about your source of power, but also your past. I know you attacked this demon tower 20 years ago. Only to be betrayed by your teammates and stuck here ever since. Trapped in this damn space. I can't help but keep an eye on everything happening in the tower. Liang smirked. Alright then. Seems like you know a lot. So let us cut to the chase. Who is the one that stabbed me in the back? You know. Right, the monarch spoke slowly. Of course. I know, but I can't say. His words immediately ignited Liang's anger, and he pulled out his glowing dagger. You must be mistaken. I do not make deals with you. The monarch quickly changed his tone. Listen to me. You won't regret this. Let us make some compromises here. I will show you all the memories in the tower, and you will get me out of here. Liang was very reluctant to cooperate, but with no other options, he asked him, what exactly are you plotting? Look at my situation. I used to be a monarch, but now I am imprisoned and forced to absorb power here. I would beg anyone and pay any price to gain my freedom. A plot. Of course. There is. I will escape this damn space and stab those who did this to me. You. No one who truly understands how I feel. Right, just as he said. Liang really wanted to get back at the one who stabbed him in the back. He changed his mind. Damn it. Despite the unpleasant odor, your final words really resonate with me. Fine. I will trust you this time. But first, you need to show me your memories. Seeing his wish granted, the monarch burst into a joyous laugh. Finally, someone understands me. Meanwhile, Sangji was completely bewildered, staring at Liang. Uncle, Sangji. Uncle just took a quick glance at his memories. But when he comes back, it will be a hellish training session, so get ready. As they got closer to the monarch, Liang asked him what he needed to do. Just standing still over there, I will activate my memories and yours. After that, you can view any memory you wish. And with that, the monarch began using dark magic on Liang. This dark energy quickly enveloped Liang's body. He asked the monarch, any memory I want. Before Liang's eyes opened a myriad of dimensions. He thought to himself, looks like the one storing these memories is really skilled. Looking back at this memory, the emotions are quite strange, but this is not the time to get emotional. Show me the memory right after I took down the Red Eye 20 years ago. Let me see the moments right after I defeated the Red Eye 20 years ago. A portal linked to 20 years ago appeared. Liang saw himself after defeating the Red Eye, with familiar words and actions. The scene where he was stabbed in the back came up, along with the villain who attacked him. Liang gasped as he recognized the culprit Marine in Kevin's body. Was him. Meanwhile, Marine showed up with the Kali crew. Surprised. At that moment. You should have accepted that offer. It must be chaotic in the press room right now. The world will only know that everything was caused by you. You are the one who stabbed Liang and caused the press conference to go haywire. Congratulations. Kevin, now you have become the traitor of humanity who will go down in history. Let us rewind to just before Marker's press conference. Yua and Kali were on a mission. Kali was confident that for her first mission at the Star Fu, she would execute it perfectly. Earlier, Liang briefly explained the mission. It was quite simple. Just deliver this prosthetic arm to those two. Though it is just a material thing, it is super important. This is the first mission for both of them. Therefore, Kali poured all her heart into completing it. She shouted in midair, do not worry. Lord Liang, I will wrap this mission up quickly. After flying for a bit, Kali noticed not far ahead was the place she needed to go. Yu accelerated straight towards it. I am almost there. And at that moment, the key was inserted into Kevin's head. Marine wanted to unlock the memories Kevin had buried. As the seal broke, Kevin began to see the scene from 20 years ago. When Liang completed the task of dealing with the Red Eye, he was stabbed from behind by none other than Kevin. Seeing that the culprit was himself, Kevin grew fearful. The guilt quickly sank deep into his memories. I was the one who stabbed Liang. Exactly. Back then, you could not surpass Liang. So you crossed the line. So you told Marker that Liang had died. After dealing with Liang, you even took the sacred artifact as a trophy. But after causing the trouble, you were tormented by guilt. So you begged me to seal away your memories. You understand now? We were in the same boat 20 years ago. Kevin, do you still want to take down Liang? I am ready to help you anytime. To gain a power completely different from before. It seemed like this infection process was a success. But Maureen never expected an obstacle to appear. Kali, with her sleek legs, did not hesitate to slam into Marina's face, almost knocking his jaw off. However, it was only then that Kali noticed Kevin's presence. Found you. Maureen was sent flying a good distance by Kali. Kevin looked at her in panic. Kali. Then, following her mission, she handed Kevin an arm. Lord Liang commanded me to bring this to you. Kevin. Now you can wield the sword with your right hand. Kevin was still in shock, but then he fell silent in confusion. I am not worthy to accept this, he said, bowing his head, leaving Kali bewildered. Why not? No paperwork or anything. Just take it. Meanwhile, the ominous aura emanating from Maureen began to envelop the area. He was furious because Kali had messed up his plans. It was not due to someone stabbing John Yu. This rage was enough to overpower Kali. Just before everything spiraled out of control, Kevin tried to counterattack with the sword. However, both were transported to another realm. And with the shift, Kali kept charging up. What is going on? It seems like the former spirit pulled us to another place. Here, Maureen's battle form emerged, along with an ideal environment powered by his former strength, the desert. Maureen interrupted. I brought you here so we could chat easily. Perhaps this will be our last conversation. And that is why both of them found themselves with him. Maureen, with his saintly former rank, posed a threat to them, while Kali and Kevin were still dazed. He became more talkative. This world will know it is all your fault. You are the one who stabbed Li Jun and turned the press conference into chaos. Congratulations, Kevin. You are now recorded in history as a traitor to humanity. Soon enough, the news about you stabbing Li Jun will be revealed to the world. The only way you can survive now is to sit in the same boat as me. Will Li Jun let you be? After a moment of hesitation, Kevin finally sighed. I do not care. If I am the one who stabbed Li Jun 20 years ago, he said, glaring directly at Maureen, then I will accept and pay for that sin accordingly. Donnie dreamed that I will cooperate with you. This answer did not sit well with Maureen, and his expression changed. Foolish. There is no other way. You will die here. With that, Kevin was tightly grabbed by Maureen. He tried to turn around to pull out the sword, but Kali stood right in front of him, making Kevin think she was about to betray him. On top of that, the skill of the twin fish transformation was nullified, revealing half the truth skills of duplication and transformation of the twin fish. Currently, Kevin was severely injured due to being careless. Meanwhile, Kali was left alone in the real space, clutching the arm she was supposed to deliver to Lord Kevin. I was supposed to give this arm to him. But where did he go? It turned out Kali was not pulled into Maureen's realm, because her snake skin skill was failing. What now? Is Kevin going to be okay? That young girl. Kevin is getting wrecked by Maureen over here. Watching Kevin get pierced by countless sharp spikes, Maureen can't help but feel disappointed. The master of the second most powerful being in the world finds himself in this situation, a total bummer. Maureen is feeling pretty smug about the whole scene. Sure, the persuading failed, but it is not all bad since I have severed Li Jun's right arm. And Kevin, if I do not intend to, there is nothing I can do. Suddenly, a blinding light shines on Maureen's feet. An ominous crescent moon reveals itself before him, and a voice echoes through the air. I must take action. Maureen responds without a hint of fear. You really want to step into this world? The master of the crescent moon, right next to the crescent moon, unleashes a magical circle. A drop of liquid falls, turns to stone, and shatters in the air. Kevin's body radiates beams of light all around, shocking Maureen. He gasps. Looks like you are in a hurry. Did not expect you to just drop in like this. A terrifying power envelops Kevin, freezing Maureen's previous attacks in their tracks. He can't just sit still anymore. He charges toward the source of light. You think I am just going to watch? Maureen powerfully utilizes his two claw-like arms, activating his Cancer Constellation skill. Energy quickly surrounds and suppresses Kevin's power, creating a boiling clash. The iceberg cracks, but within Kevin lies a mysterious force that overwhelms him, his eyes turning into a blank white as he unleashes his power. Suddenly, an explosive shockwave erupts, sending everything flying around. Maureen struggles to resist being blown away by the force of it. The sharp spikes transform into large ice blocks, crystallizing into a mysterious shape. The face of that figure begins to take form, radiating an angry inquiry. Who dares to lay a hand on me? I can't just stand by anymore. The one who must pay the price becomes clear. The master of that powerful aura is Adamus, the celestial virgin. Adamus expresses dissatisfaction with Maureen, noting his ruthlessness. Shift to Kevin, pinned by a dozen sharp spikes, lying still in Adamus's icy embrace, unaware that he is being used as a pawn by the ruler. After saying that, Adamus prepares to unleash an attack. If that is the case, I won't be holding back either. Adamus snaps his fingers, and a wave of energy instantly radiates, vanishing into thin air. Maureen feels like he is facing a powerful whirlwind that is about to blow him away. The force sweeps everything in its path. On the opposite side, Maureen looks like he is really struggling to hold his ground, but it seems there is something else troubling Adamus. Maureen is trying to activate a new source of power within himself. He pushes himself to reach the ultimate level. The constellation skill of the Virgo ignites, and a powerful red light bursts from Maureen, revealing the Abyss sword. They shoot straight toward Maureen. He leaps away to dodge the attack, but unfortunately, Atomis's magic swiftly surrounds and engulfs him. Maureen helplessly lets himself be swept away by the wind, but that is not all. The dark thorns rise up, breaking through the layers of ice after consuming all our resources. They rush straight toward Maureen. Atomis shows no fear and even encourages them. That is right. If you want to live, hurry up and call him over. She furrows her brow in disdain, still disgusted as ever. Kakinos, the deity of the old constellation, borrows Maureen's body to make an appearance. Kakinos calls out Atomis's name with indignation. He warns loudly. Do not even think about getting in the way of my subordinate. Atomis stands ready with his shield and sword, laughing at the irony, saying, it was you who started this. He is just here to help you. Neither side is backing down. The power of the two deities clashes violently. Kakinos channels all his energy to overpower his opponent. The strength of the two deities is going beyond any limits. Atomis refuses to lose, as his sword strikes toward Kakinos. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes, causing Kakinos to look back. What was that sound? A girl with an iron arm is charging forward like a bullet. Teacher, there is someone. The girl shouts in panic. Everyone, move aside. Maureen quickly realizes that the one targeting him is Callie. He urgently shouts for her to stop. Wait. Hold on. Too late. As he finishes speaking, the iron arm crashes directly into Maureen's face, knocking out a few of his teeth. Maureen is sent flying into the Earth's core by Callie's momentum. Atomis stares in shock at this unexpected scene. Meanwhile, Kakinos is left dumbfounded, unable to believe he has such a useless subordinate. Callie is also stunned because the arm has completely gone out of control. Maureen begins to fade away in midair, but not before leaving a memorable parting line. You foolish girl. I find myself in this situation again. The thief of the deity has been destroyed, meaning the deity will be forced to return to the divine realm. Callie, the wicked one, finally lies on the ground, coming to a stop. She quickly regains her senses to figure out what just happened. I feel like I bumped into something really strong. Turns out it was Maureen, smoking and lying on the ground. The sacred right arm has been destroyed, and I have collected the core of the old deity. Callie looks at the arm and wonders where it came from. Callie, a voice calls from Artemis, causing her to stop. Stunned. Who are you? Artemis, a bit disappointed, asks. You do not recognize me in this form. The shards of ice on Artemis gradually shatter. I will return to a more familiar appearance, she says, as a wave of power envelops her body. Callie's eyes suddenly brighten as if recognizing an old friend. She excitedly exclaims, it is Kevin. The light surrounding Artemis transforms into a new shape that looks very much like Kevin, but it is not him. Callie feels quite let down. After the transformation, Artemis lands and walks towards her. Callie, half believing and half doubting, confirms once more, you are Kevin. Right. Artemis enthusiastically introduces herself. I used to be him, but not anymore. Because I am the embodiment of Artemis, the goddess of the old constellation. Artemis is borrowing Kevin's body to make her appearance. The flag was raised with a sharp vibe as it charged forward with a powerful punch. Thanks to the strength from his new arm, the monster was quickly blown away, leaving Kevin in shock. It was even sent flying out of the temple, leaving behind a massive hole and Kevin in utter disbelief. No way. These are the eagle ears created from the monarch's relic. How could these break-class eagle ears be so easily defeated? Teksu shouted at Kevin. These eagle ears can't handle us. If you want to step it up, then use your skills. Kevin was furious, every emotion flickering across his face. Teksu continued to taunt him. What are you hesitating for? Got a problem? Yuha interrupted. Are you waiting for something? Just watch me prepare for the next attack. If you are not going to step up, then get out of my way. With that, she charged in at lightning speed. Luckily for Kevin, he managed to dodge just in time to avoid a close call. But just as he thought about fleeing, another girl flew in to block his path. It was the result of Teksu and Marker's attack. Blown here. And she dropped a bizarre force down to the ground. Looking at their handiwork, both of them were quite satisfied. Where do you think you are running off to? At this moment, Teksu noticed the strange force rolling right beside him. He kept glancing at it, then turned to assess the situation with the giant disaster. The shape-shifting ability of the Pisces constellation had been disrupted, revealing the figure behind it. But I felt a weak, ominous presence. Nothing was going according to plan. How could it be said that the power of the saint did not affect these calamities when the one yelling was Sylvia? The Pisces constellation and one of the 10 saints. Sylvia kept making noise. And yet everyone was using powers I had never seen to fight against them. My holy... Teksu gently lifted the strange force, realizing everything in his heart. The fish was indeed a fake Kevin. That arrogant Kevin not only did not use my abilities, but I had to worry about controlling the calamities, which was incredibly suspicious. Controlling that relic. With that, he shot a terrifying glance at Sylvia, as if plotting something. Meanwhile, she was sweating bullets because that strange force was the monarch's relic. The most concerning thing was Ahua. who had managed to get close to Sylvia. Yuhua questioned. Didn't I say before that your acting is terrible? Anyway, after causing this much chaos, do not think you can just walk out of here easily. Just as she said, that woman was now facing two gazes that wanted to devour her alive. A terrifying feeling rose within Sylvia. Was Wover? After the former solution, she had not received any contact. No matter how many times she called Maureen, it was all in vain. Because at Maureen's place, he was no longer moving after Tormus showed up, and Tormus also recognized Kali. She said she would return to a more familiar form once she saw her own confused gaze. Kali felt a bit awkward. This is strange. It did not take long for Tormus to return to her human form in front of Kali. She clung tightly to that arm, asking, "Are you Kevin?" On the opposite side stood a woman. Tormus stated, "I was once that, but now, not, because I am borrowing his body to descend to the mortal realm." But not even a few seconds in, she felt nauseous and wanted to throw up. Turns out Kevin inside does not want Tormus to borrow his body. Damn it. Get out of my body now. Who gave you the right to come down here and switch genders again? Hurry up. Tormus grabbed Kevin by the collar, saying, I threw you into the mortal realm to save you. And this is how you repay me. Let's go home after saving me. Don't go messing with the divine essence. What is the point of being the second most powerful deity in the world, if you do not use your divine essence wisely? Every time I show up, you just freak out. Why is that? Do you think your injury is minor? You took a fatal blow from the former deity. If I release the divine power now, you will die. Kevin was utterly confused. So this is how it is going to be forever. Of course. You have to wait until your wound heals. Kevin was blushing and thought this was ridiculous. But Kali was different. She casually snapped a few photos because she found it amusing. Kevin noticed Kali's actions. What are you doing? I am taking pictures. Do not mind me. No photos allowed. He is totally embarrassed. What is the big deal? One photo won't he hurt anything. As she spoke, Artemis struck countless seductive poses, insisting that this was the perfect time to snap a pic. Despite Kevin's attempts to stop her, Artemis kept changing poses, flaunting her slender curves. Please, stop. Kali looked at her, almost falling over from the beauty of the goddess. On the contrary, Kevin was on the verge of tears. Stop it. Just stop. At 7:49, Artemis asked softly, Are you done with the photos? Yep. They look great. Thank you for helping me. Thanks to that, I can defeat Maureen in time. Where are you planning to go? Of course. If you are boldly invading Marker's Lion domain, why would not I head to our holy ground? Kevin will take advantage of my absence to attack. So I need to go on the defensive immediately. Kali looked at Artemis in shock. Then she suddenly remembered the mission that Legion had assigned. Here, take this arm. It is a custom mechanical arm given to you by Lord Legion for Kevin to use. Unfortunately, Artemis rejected this gesture, leaving Kali puzzled. Wow. She explained that Kevin was trying hard to refuse it. If he accepted that arm, he would really cut ties with Artemis and even threaten her. So you need to explain why. Artemis used her special saint powers to return to the Holy Land. Before leaving, she told Kali, First, handle things at my Holy Land. Then I will go meet Legion directly and explain everything. Please send my regards to him and thank him for caring about my people. Saying that, she took off as if there had never been a battle, leaving Kali unable to complete her mission. Wait, she is gone. This is the mission Lord Legion assigned to Tama. Her legs felt like jelly. She failed the mission to join the Serpent constellation. If I run into him. Lord Legion, cut to Legion, who was busy observing the memories of the monarch. He saw a special figure through the space. The monarch appeared behind him. Have you seen all the memories you wanted to see? I am still missing a little bit. Perhaps it is because the records here are only limited to the memories of the monster tower. I can't see the monarch's memories. I want to know the monarch's information. What are you talking about? The monarch has changed the game. I have completed the task as promised. But what you asked for is not in there at all. Legion scoffs. Ridiculous. Are you still pretending? Legion reminds him of the monarch's words, saying that he would synchronize the memories of both sides. Wasn't it you who said that? Synchronizing my memories with yours means you can see my past too. The monarch falls silent. Then he chuckles softly. You are smarter than I thought. I thought I could fool you. But you are even more cunning. Why are you pretending not to know? Legion replies. I really want to learn more from you. If I do not reveal a few things, how can we keep this conversation going? He looks directly at the monarch, his voice dripping with menace. You said you wanted to leave here, did not you? So let us put everything on the table. Fine. If you want my memories as the monarch, you can have them. But there is one condition. We synchronize our memories, and we become one Legion. He is a bit taken aback. What did you just say? The monarch continues. I will give you the chance to consume the world, awaken to become the monarch. Legion. Outside, Sang Yi is still on the lookout. Observing Legion's situation, he watches Legion ramble on, probably out of curiosity. He has been at it for a while. Nothing bad is happening. Right. An uneasy feeling rises within Sang Yi. Suddenly, he senses a terrifying presence creeping up from behind. Heavy footsteps echo as an eerie voice emerges. Why has the demon tower been reduced to ruins like this? So this is the reason the monarch brought us here. The door behind Sang Yi slowly creaks open, thickening his fear. Someone is coming. 2 armored figures step inside. One of them recognizes that there is an intruder in the monarch's territory. Sang Yi, still unsure of what to do, can only watch as they approach while Legion remains motionless. The large brute questions Sang Yi. Human. What are you doing here? How did you get in? This pathetic tower is your doing, is not. Sang Yi can't answer him. This infuriates the brute. It seems the tower's system has been compromised. Right now, Sang Yi is looking for backup from Legion, but the brute has already started to move, charging at him with blinding speed. I won't let you get away. However, his target is not Sang Yi, it is Legion. Just as the attack is about to hit him, Sang Yi jumps in to intercept the attack from the brute. The unexpected move takes him by surprise. Sang Yi snarls at him. How dare you lay a hand on my uncle, a noble act. But it makes him the target of the 2 armored figures. The other one is now aiming for Sang Yi. Look over here. A sweeping kick sends Sang Yi crashing into the wall. Luckily, thanks to his protective skills, he is only temporarily bruised. Under this terrifying pressure, he begins to contemplate his fate. Without Uncle Gon's power, I am done. Currently, Uncle Lei Jun is reading the monarch's memories and can't defend himself. I have to hold them off until he returns. The big guy sends a snarky message to Sang Yi, the one wielding that intriguing power. That human is supposed to handle the invaders quickly. Knowing their plan, Sang Yi tries to lure the target with words. Damn it. You think I will let you just walk away? Arrogant humans. The big guy takes aim at Sang Yi again. Their attacks collide, creating an explosive shockwave, but this is just a fraction of the armored strength. He can still lounge around, striking a good pose. But that is all he has got. I thought playing around would be fun. But is it over already? Damn it. This is driving me crazy. I want to do something, Sang Yi. Think fast. There is definitely a skill from the lion boss that you can use right now. In a split second, an idea sparks in Sang Yi's mind, and it is the one. Meanwhile, at the Lion Master's headquarters, Sylvia is completely restrained and starting to bleed out. Su is not too bothered by this. He casually says, all right. Now you are in the mood to answer my question. Right, ignoring her sobs. Tang-Su continues. To summarize, Kevin was actually caught by the cancer. You took that opportunity to impersonate Kevin and made the fake announcement. Right. Exactly. Sylvia stammers. Next, Su pulls out a power core and asks her, where did you get this? The Holy Cancer gave it to me. But I do not know the details. Marker thinks we need to find Kevin and that cancer. Maureen. So Tsu asks Sylvia where they are. This time, she is not scared anymore. She just laughs wickedly. It is pointless. Even though I failed. I am sure the Holy Cancer has killed Kevin and is attacking the goddess's sanctuary right now. Those words instantly shock Su and the others. She starts roaring. After all, our goal has been achieved. Just about 3 seconds later, a familiar voice calls out from behind the door. Is this funny or what? All attention shifts to the exit. Callie, in a storms in. She harshly questions Sylvia. I am asking you, is this funny? Yuho wonders. Did you finish your mission? Can't you see? Wait a second. That arm, did you fail? Callie, filled with anger, snaps. I am really pissed off. Do not bring it up again. Then she turns to Sylvia with a fierce glare.
Me?
Sylvia. What? A sense of unease creeps up on her. I am asking you. Is this hilarious or what? Why are not you answering? With that, Callie smacks her own arm into Sylvia's face. If you want to say something, you should not with that mouth. Go ahead. Followed by a barrage of slaps to Sylvia's face. The onlookers gasp in horror. Fearing she will drop dead before they can get a confession, Yua tries to pull the ticking bomb away from Sylvia. I failed the first mission that Lord Lijian gave me because of you guys. Calm down. Do you think I can stay calm? This has nothing to do with you. Yuha completely changes her attitude. Of course. It has nothing to do with me, because I completed my mission. Those words hit Callie like lightning, making her freeze in place. A pitiful expression appears on her face. Then a series of loud screams erupt. I will deal with all of you. Marker said he could not stop this time bomb, while Teksu just hoped the Kali Forest savior would show up. Suddenly, he received a notification. It said that Sangji had used a defensive skill on Teksu instead of himself. Teksu was completely confused, not understanding what was going on. The next shoe dropped a disaster right from Sang-ji's spot. Marker just mentioned how lucky the Libra was. He turned around and found his buddy had disappeared. His current state was pretty hazy on one side. There were arguments erupting. I will make them eat slaps instead of meals. They could not even send over any gear. And yet, they were still making a fuss. Aha. The next one will be you. Just go that way. On the other side, not a trace was seen. That day was worse than being scolded by the gods, Marker announced. Meanwhile, Teksu was pulled into another space. More accurately, he was dragged to where Liang was. He was currently targeted by the demon Samo. You dare to dive into the tower's system. I will take your life. The fists and kicks were ready to launch. Just then, Teksu appeared, startling the female demon. The result of the surprise. A fierce kick from the demon. What the heck was that? Sanji heard Teksu scream and felt like it was a festival in his heart. It worked. The system recognized that he had protected the safety of the deity as a follower of Shafu. Consequently, he gained merit points. Teksu was also acknowledged by the system for protecting Liang with his unwavering inner strength. Even though he still did not understand what was happening, putting Teksu's matters aside, the monarch told Liang he had a condition. More than sensing memories, he and Liang would merge. He was a bit taken aback. What did you just say? I will give you the chance to swallow this world. Liang, wake up and become the monarch. Liang kept wondering. What? Monarch? What nonsense are you talking about? Ridiculous. I am not joking with you. Liang, I have seen the potential you possess through your memories. According to the monarch, Liang has the qualities of a disaster god, and his fate won't end as just a deity. The monarch shouted wildly. Except me. You won't even have any disadvantages. If you team up with me. He was interrupted mid-sentence as the monarch suddenly paused. He realized his subordinates had arrived. But it seemed a bit early. Who are you? The wall soldiers under the command of the Time Monarch. The Time Monarch, the master of the evil tower, who also locked me here, the one who incited those wanting to take your life, scheming to stab you in the back. Liang's gaze turned more terrifying than ever. The monarch did not notice this. He kept babbling. What are you planning? The wall soldiers have personally come. There is not much time to hesitate. What are you still hesitating for? Go get your revenge. Look at those divine beings and the monarch who deceived us. If we unite and become the monarch, we can definitely rule this world. After a long pause, Liang finally responded. My answer is crystal clear. I refuse. Surprised. Right. The monarch's face was as stiff as a broken statue. What? Well, your revenge plan can't succeed without me. Can it? What do you mean? Is not. You are trying to drag me into your messy scheme. If I do not return to the demon tower, you will definitely rot here. And if we could work together, you would not have to suffer all this from the start. Why not just come out and say you want to swallow my power? The monarch, who did not believe in his perfect plan, was caught off guard by Liang. And it did not stop there. He added, begging me desperately. Then I could still use you and let you go. Saying that, Liang grabbed the monarch's body. But I will still make you regret this. He used his devouring skill. When you enter my stomach and get digested, one to you become a part of me. This was beyond the monarch's imagination. If he did nothing, he would end up in Liang's gut, meaning he could not fight back, just begging for mercy. The next moment, the monarch was wrapped up tightly into a mess by Liang. He screamed in pain in the tower, and the two wall guards had not even reacted yet. They angrily cursed Liang, wondering what the hell those damned humans were doing in there. A seething rage boiled inside me. If we had known, we would have stopped them. I just saw the two guards charge into the space to save the monarch. Get out of the way. As soon as Tekisu realized their intentions, he immediately intervened. Damn it. With one hand, he managed to block the big guy. Although I did not know what was happening, I could not let him get close to Liang. If you want to stop us, I will smash you to bits. Unfortunately for them, they chose the wrong opponent. Teksu activated his divine centaur state to face off. Sacred flames and fury engulfed the entire arena, incinerating the two brainless fools. The big guy was swallowed by the flames, and that snake demon was not spared either. On top of that, she was caught by Sangye. He prepared to finish off the Dark General, making her furious. How dare she follow him? Then, the snake demon immediately countered, pushing back Sangye's intentions. The battle was gradually coming to an end as Teksu supported his teammate, one hand supporting Sangye. The other unleashed a powerful strike of the divine centaur. The punch, with its terrifying force, was thrown out. Its target was the two Dark Generals, who now had no way out. However, exhaustion slowed Teksu's speed significantly, causing him to miss the big guy. All of his efforts were sent flying into the air, piercing straight through and destroying the tower. Looking at the aftermath, the two Dark Generals could not believe their eyes. No way. Until he realized, The big guy had taken Tekosu's close combat strike. A kick right into him sent the big guy flying quite a distance. The female knight Samo immediately joined the fray. Things were getting more complicated than I thought. Not because we underestimated them. These humans truly possess divine power. Moreover, the person in front of me did not just hold the power of a divine being. Who are they? There is no other way. The big guy pulls out a necklace filled with evil spirits. Takesu feels a chill run down his spine as he senses the danger stirring inside. What could that be? I have a bad feeling about this. This necklace bears the seal of that big guy. He is starting to unleash the power sealed within. A representation of the great Time Lord. I command it. Time rewinds around the demon tower. And suddenly the necklace breaks apart into pieces. Along with it come waves of ominous energy, turning the battle into a high stakes. Perilous showdown. The time vortex is being reconfigured, revealing multiple different spatial zones, complete with magnetic fields. This thing is sucking up all the matter below, including the remnants of the ongoing battle. Takesu realizes the collapsed tower is being restored. To make matters worse, he is getting caught up in disasters. Disasters. Could this be the situation June was talking about? Back then, Liang said that the red-eyed figure is not the real disaster of the demon tower, but rather its overseer. That person can resurrect the vanished disasters. And that is exactly what is happening now. The alteration of the time vortex has disrupted Liang's devouring process. He gazes at his handiwork, muttering, "Look at this. I do not know what you are up to, but daring to block my skills. Not bad at all." An invitation arises. This time, it ignites Liang's wrath. What a joke. A warm welcome indeed, because the one sending that letter is the Time Lord, the one responsible for his death. Liang ignores the system notification and, with a furious look, says, "Forget it." He glares, a dangerous expression on his face, saying loudly, "Finish your meal that is still on the table." Liang swallows the power of the Lord, activating his devouring skill. Breaking the Lord's command, he screams in pain, "Stop, even an Annie." He stubbornly tries to pull Liang back. "Think about my offer one more time." But all he gets in return is Liang's icy, fierce demeanor. "You should accept this fate." He absorbs the Lord's power and confidently declares, "I will take revenge for you." The Lord is enraged, the pain intensifying. Revealing something, Liang is slightly surprised. That is the core. He smirks wickedly. What a real treasure. He delights in savoring that power. "I will enjoy this." A mysterious thought crosses his mind. Unexpectedly, it is tougher than he thought. Liang flashes a cryptic smile. It feels like some unseen force is pushing him, causing him to stumble back. Liang senses danger closing it, yet he remains calm, squinting with a sly grin, warning that the Lord's power is emerging from all directions. The Lord, overwhelmed by power, growls in pain. "You dare come here without knowing where this is?" As his words fade, a figure slowly emerges from the black light before Liang, a mysterious figure cloaked in black, wielding a staff with an air of authority. He pulls down his hood, revealing a smiling face. Liang is shocked, thinking, "Is that the Time Lord?" The man smiles, holding something that resembles a glowing stone. "Yes, that is the core." Suddenly, a fierce energy surged forth, powerful enough to shift the very winds and envelop Liang. He began to transform into the massive figure of a beastmaster, radiating an aura of rage, ready to face the ruler of time. "I have heard your name for a long time. You are the one who stabbed me in the back, are not you?" He glared fiercely, his demeanor menacing, almost wanting to steal my meal too surely. "You prepared yourself before making your move." The ruler of time, far from being intimidated, calmly replied, "That useless piece of trash is the source of power for the evil tower. I can't let him fall into the hands of others." Losing his patience, interrupted him, "Shut your mouth," and unleashed his power, summoning a multi-headed serpent to attack his opponent. The serpent flew towards the ruler of time, aiming to strike him, but the ruler effortlessly countered the attack, rendering the serpent completely harmless against his defenses. Seeing this, Liang frowned, his anger boiling over. The ruler of time revealed himself, smugly stating, "Impressive? Is not? You have only just awakened. Yet you have already got that kind of power." He attempted to deter Liang, saying, "Stop it. Your strength is not enough to even touch the ruler of time. You will be devoured." Hearing this, the ruler of time scoffed with disdain. "How laughable. Who is worrying about whom? You should be more concerned about yourself." Then, a chaotic scene erupted, with cracks appearing, from which arms emerged, leaving the ruler bewildered about what he was witnessing. The ruler knew he was on the verge of defeat, but stubbornly continued, "My subordinates have reversed the tower's time. Do you know what that means? Ahead of you, those gigantic hands keep reaching for the ruler." They surrounded him, pulling him forward with such force that he could not stop screaming. While being dragged away, the ruler exclaimed, If I use that power, I will completely disappear. To maintain the evil tower, I must survive. But in the end, he was overwhelmed and swallowed by those hands. The ruler of time observed coldly. You are mistaken. He grinned wickedly, adding, I am not trying to protect the evil tower. He squinted, bursting into a triumphant laugh. Instead, I will eliminate you. He watched as the hands and claws devoured the ruler, calling them ungrateful wretches, having stolen my powers all this time, and in the end, daring to insult me. The ruler was being painfully gnawed on by the hands created by the ruler of time. A scream filled with agony and terror echoed throughout the area. Legion stood opposite the ruler of time, silently observing everything unfold. The ruler of time looked at the scene and laughed, his eyes filled with malice, finally achieving his goal. Don't look at me like that. Legion remained silent, seriously assessing the situation. It seemed like the rulers had their own complicated troubles among themselves. The ruler of time chuckled in response. Indeed. Everyone has their struggles. Life is tough. The mental realm of the grand ruler also collapsed, and I must bid farewell. Something that looked like a giant clock appeared from above, and the ruler of time arrogantly declared, Now, the time of the covenant with Akma will be reversed and reestablished. After the reset, the pact with Akma will be up to you to decide. He chuckled excitedly as he spoke to him. This is my apology for interrupting your meal. Then he began to fade away from the scene. But Li Jian was furious and did not want the Time Lord to leave. He lunged forward, threatening. You think I am just going to let you walk away? The Time Lord, seeing his expression, calmly replied, No need to rush. Now's not the time. He cast a glance, his eyes filled with cunning malice, saying, We will meet again. Goodbye, Li Jian. He disappeared, and at that moment, Li Jian stood frozen, returning to his usual demeanor. He furrowed his brow, feeling frustrated. He had been making progress, but now it felt like everything was slipping away. The goal still too far. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Li Jian, you are awake. He turned back, confused, and asked, What? Behind him, terrifying monsters were closing in and attacking them. Li Jian stepped forward to block the monsters and began showcasing his power. Meanwhile, the priest was still trying to shoot arrows at the monsters. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Behind Li Jian's group, two strangers appeared. One of them, surprised to see him, was one of the Time Lord's subordinates, demanding, What did you do to the great Time Lord? What happened that left him in ashes? Li Jian, hearing him, fell silent, thinking, Is this guy really the great Time Lord? Is he completely burned out? He is unusable now. The subordinates, sensing his silence, asked irritably, Are you looking down on me? Answer my question. But Li Jian coldly turned away. Then he shouted, Sangyi, Teksu, get down, causing them to jump in confusion. In that instant, Li Jian unleashed his power, delivering a strong strike that soared over Sangyi and Tex's heads. The explosive force barreled toward the subordinates and shattered the ground in front of them. Li Jian unleashed his might, targeting the core of the monster's area. The haunted fortress was engulfed in eerie green light, and a powerful energy surged like the summoning of a supernatural force. That source of power erupted violently, obliterating everything around it. It devastated the area before the Time Lord's subordinates, leaving them in shock and awe. The fierce faces of the monsters, hungry to tear apart humans, emerged from the swirling smoke. The entire area was torn apart into massive chunks, along with deep chasms, obliterating buildings and streets. Li Jian, with a sharp gaze and no mercy, called out, Time Lord's lackeys. A massive explosion from the collision erupted right in front of them. He declared, I am really not happy about your master right now. That burned out Time Lord was your doing. Got it. They were enraged by the loss of their master. One of them, fuming, spat out, Shut your mouth. He charged forward to attack, furious that a mere human dared to insult the Lord. They all displayed their anger and threatened, We are going to tear you apart. Hundreds of monsters, each more terrifying than the last, lunged forward to annihilate them. Sangji sat slumped on the ground, horrified by the scene unfolding before him and filled with questions. Every disaster is at least a level red. I have faced this catastrophe alone for 20 long years. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around his shoulder and pulled him close. Sangji was taken aback. It was Li Jian standing beside him, smiling as he said, Remember when I mentioned hell training here earlier? Sangji responded, Yep, I do. He turned to Sangji, casually saying, Before we kick off the training, I will give you a brief demonstration, so pay close attention. Excited, Sangji replied, Sure. I have always wanted to know, how could he fight and survive for 20 years in the Demon Tower? How tough do you have to be become as strong as him? This is a fantastic opportunity to learn. looking at the vicious monster gnashing its teeth. He thought, "Sorry, Sang-ji. This demo is just a decoy. Just thinking about destroying this newly restored Demon Tower." The outside looked so cold and gloomy. Inside, a massive impact created an explosion that shattered the ground. The destructive force left everything in ruins. Liang stood, looking up at the sky. Sighing, "The tower is completely wrecked," he casually asked. "Do you want to keep going at this point? It feels like we have seen it all." "Right." One of his subordinates sneered at him. "No way. It can't be this big of a difference." Liang looked at them with disdain. "You guys really are something." "Ah." The subordinate was shocked, realizing the power radiating from him. This giant guy was already strong, but after awakening his divine powers, he was on a whole different level, unmeasurable. Liang triumphantly declared, "You guys are way weaker than I thought. None of you even come close to my level." The other guy, furious, shouted back, "Shut up. How dare you compare yourself to someone defeated? Even with the power of a lord, if we were granted power directly from the lord, dealing with a crowd like this would be a piece of cake." Liang crossed his arms, thinking, "I get it now. It is like the divine and the holy in one situation. Those guys seem to have a connection with the lord and the general, and they were not granted special powers like the others." He then said, "So basically, the issue is about matching strength, right?" The guy was confused. "Ah." Shang-Ji, behind him, exclaimed in admiration, "Jin is something else. With one strike, those generals are down for the count." Shang-Ji cheered happily, and Li Jin raised his hand in agreement with the praise. He pointed to another monster and asked Shang-Ji, "What about that one?" Just as Shang-Ji was excited, he suddenly stopped, eyeing him suspiciously. The monster had not even turned to look at them yet. The tower lay in ruins, the surrounding area desolate and dark. A few hours later, the second holy site of Shafu, the tower of Li Jin. Yue stepped in from outside, cheerfully announcing, "We are back." Li Jin stood with arms crossed, gently saying, "Both of you are back." "Ah." Texu, looking uneasy, replied, "Welcome." Li Jin asked, "Was it tough? Did you finish the mission?" Yue walked over and answered, "Of course we did." She flashed a victory sign with 2 fingers, confidently adding, "What else is there to say?" Li Jin praised, "Great job. And what about Kali?" "Kali is heartbroken," the system announces. "The right arm of Night Frost has lamented over his mission failure, blaming himself for not extracting the fees from a wealthy client, who has been a rare sight lately." Li Jin helplessly remarks, "You can tell just by looking at his face." Then uncomforts him and adds, "Well, I guess next time I will just hand that white-haired guy over to him." "Did that big cat say anything after getting the prosthetic?" Yue chimes in. "He is totally into it. Seriously. If he were not busy cleaning up the mess at Lion Star, he would probably storm in here asking for the left arm too." Li Jin chuckles. "Greedy much?" Just then, Yuhua notices something off. She asks, "But, Dad, what is wrong?" The system's notice chuckles softly. After that, he stands up, grabs Li Jin by the collar, and scolds, "Yua, listen up, this little punk." The images flash as they are at the Demon Tower. Li Jin points at that guy and says, "What about that dude over there?" Sang-Yi looks a bit surprised. "That monster too?" Li Jin responds, "Just treat this like a hell training session. Don't you dare hold back. Make sure to wipe them out completely." Sang-Yi screams in horror, "Uncle, what do you mean by that? This is too much for me." He is scared to the point of tears. But Li Jin calmly replies, "It is. I have already prepped them for you." Sang-Yi is baffled, but the annoyed lackeys ask, "Wait, what are you thinking? You expect us to fight that little brat?" Li Jin shoots them a look and says, "You guys just said it. As long as the Lord grants us strength, there is no problem. Isn't it just a matter of balance? If we do not get the Lord's strength, then we have to go up against my sacred relic to even things out." The guy angrily grumbles, "This little punk thinks he can challenge us that way." He retorts back, "What is wrong with that? That kid may look like it, but he is my right-hand candidate, and he is ranked 4th among 4 candidates." Leaving Sang-Yi pale, he grins, "I am personally endorsed by Uncle Jai, the right hand of Uncle Li Jin." Sang-Yi. Tikasu rushes in, worried. "Wait, Jane, what nonsense are you spouting? And the opponent is a wall-level expert. This is not for kids. I would rather fight myself." Sang-Yi has not said anything, but he silently stops him. He says, "Dad, do not interfere." He looks surprised at Sang-Yi. Sang-Yi points to his own face and says, "This is a mission for Uncle Li Jin's right hand, the #1 sacred relic of the Snake Clan. Just let Sang-Yi handle this." Texu hears this and is wide-eyed, thinking, This kid just fell into Li Jian's trap again. Back to reality. Yi Wua speaks up. Dad. You left Sang Yi at the Demon Tower. And now you are worried sick. Right. Tikasu angrily grabs Li Jian and accuses. Exactly. You are afraid Sang Yi will suffer there. But Yi Wuha chimes in. Dad. Do not underestimate Sang Yi like that. Tikasu is surprised. She proudly continues. The kid is also a sacred relic of the Snake Clan. And if he is determined to be Uncle Giant's right hand, then he must have that level of determination. To be honest, Sang Yi has faced crisis before, has not he? Seely casually remarks. I will give you that. Determination is definitely a requirement. Li Jian smiles in agreement and says, Get it? If you are too worried, just stay here for now. If anything happens to Sang Yi, we can head straight to the Demon Tower. Tikasu looks at him confused and asks, What about you? Li Jian replied, I am heading to the repair shop for a bit. Heard that the rival crab has finally made its move. He frowned. Even Jiang said, This time we have to end it once and for all. I am done with this cat and mouse game with him. Scene change. Jing Louis Morini took a drag from his cigarette and instructed, The female soldiers have pulled back their defenses. Let us press on. Wearing them down will benefit us much more. Kim Naiyu. Position the encirclement and move forward. Quickly heal the injured. Marquette and Butch Diang continued to replenish the relics that had lost durability. The soldiers held their shields up, standing firm in the front lines. All around were powerful armies with legions and giant robots. On the other side, the armed men were also fiercely engaged in battle. A group of mages or white road monks were in a focused state, reinforcing their collective might and scale. Jing Louis Morini's gaze was dangerous as he sat back, casually smoking, a wicked smile creeping across his face. The commander's voice rang out. Press forward. We are right at the doorstep of breaking the female soldiers' sacred realm, the holy site in Europe. The scene was chaotic. Castles and fortresses were under heavy siege. Debris flying everywhere. Knights and soldiers in shining armor and blue robes were in panic, retreating to save themselves. One of them warned his comrades, If this place falls, head straight to the temple of the deities immediately. We must absolutely not let them enter there. Just as everyone was in a panic, a figure stepped forward and commanded with authority, Everyone fall back. I will lead. The female general asked the stranger. And a tremendous kick came crashing down from above, shaking the ground. The force of that person was overwhelming, sending the other flying forward in the wind. The enemy's forces were stunned. What the heck? The mysterious figure seemed to soar on the wave of power towards the legion, overwhelming the opponent. The figure wore a mask and wielded a sword, effortlessly obliterating foes. The determination to attack evident behind that mask. Then they shouted, O holy warriors of the female soldiers, your deities are here. Do not be afraid. Face the enemy head-on. Hearing that call, the holy warriors felt empowered, courageously charging forward. The deities are with us. Jin Louis Morini's group was taken aback. Is not that the holy leader of the female soldiers a deity? How can we possibly defeat a god? Wait, is not that actually a woman? The holy woman heard this and was furious, making those people gasp in disbelief. Such sharp ears. Jin Louis Morini, seeing the situation, cackled. There is no choice. We have to strike back. The holy woman charged in from a distance, wielding her sword with the skills of a female warrior. She focused her power and showcased her skills. Raindrops in July. The tiny shards like hail and icy shards came crashing down, attacking them, making the army scream. But Jean Louis Morini stood his ground. He chuckled wickedly and used his power to counter the holy woman's assault. He unleashed waves of red energy that flew back, striking down the holy woman's attacks. Everyone was in shock. He blocked the entirety of the deity's skills. Could it be that they too? Above was a circle of freezing green power from the holy woman, while below was Jean Louis Morini's boundary-breaking magical circle. Kakino's grimaced as he watched, and laughed in a taunting tone. This feels all too familiar. Right. You know the drill. This time it is not ending easily. Artemis's sharp gaze cut through the air. You are on point. I will personally put an end to this troublesome little saga right now. Artemis and Morini were locked in battle. The spectators were utterly astounded by the intensity of the fight. The clash of powers was overwhelming, with one girl desperately holding her ground. We were in the territory of the Valkyries. Currently, the Holy Alliance led by Cancer was fiercely invading the Valkyries' domain. Two forces collided with staggering might. The girl continued to fight. The sheer power was almost too much to bear. At this level, only the divine could withstand it. Suddenly, she gasped in horror. No way. She shouted. The gods are fighting. The Valkyrie and the Cancer god are unleashing a powerful spell. The two forces clashed violently. The battle was spiraling out of control. The Valkyrie gods and Cancer had entered the fray, and Li Jiang was watching the fight through a magical mirror. He exclaimed, Look at them go. Annoyed, he added, Are those gods seriously just going to drop down to earth? Wait for me. I'm coming. Excitedly, Kali called out, Lord Li. Hold on a sec, she nervously added. I do not know what is about to happen. But if you are going, take this with you. He looked on skeptically. Artemis and her army raised their voices. Attack. Protect the Holy Land, the Kainos, along with Maureen and the troops. Charged forward. Merely a last desperate effort from the Valkyries. They clashed fiercely. Maureen commanded, from now on, this will be a true war of attrition. Let us wear down the Valkyries just like Liang did with the lion. Artemis assessed. Looks like they are going to use the strategy Liang applied against Narasimha. She analyzed the current situation. It seems like the resources of Cancer are endless. We are the gods ranked second in the world. And if this turns into a war of attrition, you are the ones who will be at a disadvantage. Maureen smirked back. You are right. But the army here is the alliance of the Holy Lands that have lost their divine beings. She was shocked. And Kakinos has now provided proof of their alliance. They have funneled the resources of the Holy Lands into Cancer. His face lit up with satisfaction. At least I won't run out of resources to maintain the divine presence. Artemis replied coolly. Seems like that is definitely not good news. She began to channel all her power. Then I will finish this quickly. Her eyes were filled with determination as she conjured a massive spell that left the soldiers in awe. Panic spread among the crowd. What is that? The royal skill. Everyone watched in disbelief. The sky was gradually being frozen solid by the Valkyries' magic. The Cancer troops were thrown into confusion at the sight, and Kakinos shouted, that is the Valkyries' royal skill. Everyone get back. Kakinos sneered. Haha. Now it is too late. At that moment, stars began to fall from the sky. The royal skill. The icy heavens. Kakinos was thoroughly entertained. You are in trouble now. Artemis. She forcefully plunged her sword into the ground. The earth trembled violently from the impact. The stars keep piercing through the defenses of the old galaxy. She panics. What is happening? Everything is being sucked into the darkness. Kakinos grins wickedly. The black hole star can be used like this. While the stars are being devoured by the darkness, just as its name suggests, it is an endless abyss of darkness. Swallowing everything in the world, the side of the heroine becomes chaotic. What the hell is going on? Artemis can keep it together anymore. Suddenly, something suppresses her power. She gradually buckles at the knees. Her whole body is enveloped by the darkness. Maureen sees this and feels triumphant. It is working. She is trying to resist. He continues. Since the spirit has descended, it will take some time to break through the spirit barrier. Kakinos playfully asks her, how does it feel to experience the invasion skill of the monarch firsthand? She thinks, could it be that the binding skill was activated back then, and is still in effect? Suddenly the soldiers shout loudly, on the old galaxy day. We are being sucked in. Kakinos responds in confusion. Oh no. I can tell friend from foe. Maureen declares. I will try to finish this quickly. You guys just hang in there until then. Catching the soldiers off guard. He observes the chaos that just unfolded, and thinks there is no other way but to endure the whining of you all. Maureen reveals her true nature. Honestly, I would love to enjoy watching you all suffer in that state a little longer. He strikes, aiming to eliminate Actimus. At this moment, she is in agony. It turns out Actimus is borrowing Kevin's body to descend. Kevin urges her. Damn it. Hurry up and cancel the spirit's descent and get back to being a god. He frantically advises. If it is just me, I will be fine. But if this keeps up, you are going to be in big trouble. She, trapped in the tomb of the old galaxy, boldly says. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I leave you alone? The two keep arguing. But they do not notice a beam of light descending from the sky. It radiates overwhelming power. That power shakes the entire battlefield. Maureen looks on in horror. The soldiers gasp. It turns out it is Liang. Everyone is stunned. Artemis is speechless in shock. Legion is landing straight onto the old galaxy. She shouts. Liang, you stab Akinos's body. Catching Maureen off guard, he panics and shouts. Liang, what are you trying to do? You have stabbed the sword in effortlessly. He raises an eyebrow. Responding. What do you mean? I am just returning what you have done to me. Just like how you treated me in the demon tower. He recoils at those words. The ground beneath him cracks. You leap towards Kakinos. Legion glares threateningly. Answer me. Legion stands with arms crossed, wearing a serious expression. He stands before a mirror seeing himself in the past. Glancing at that shadow, he speaks up. How do you feel? It turns out he is the monarch, the notorious one. You have verified all the memories you wanted to see. He calmly replies. Saw it. Then sighs. Legion glances at himself in the mirror. Someone stabs him in the back first. You suddenly say. Turns out it is the person. The memory of Maureen killing you gradually makes him remember and breaks free from the board of shame. You rush back to him. You curse. Damn undead creatures. Your eyes are like daggers, wanting to chop him into 100 pieces. Answer me. Maureen plays dumb. What the hell are you talking about? Legion. You should not think ill of an innocent person. Legion strides forward with powerful steps. You angrily say, fine. If that is what you want. The contempt on your face is palpable. The more you act like this, the more I want to crush you. Maureen is terrified. Thinking darkly, ignite the abyss. The soldiers yell. Damn it. The day is in danger. Protect the day of execution. Quickly block that cup. Suddenly, everyone freezes at the sight before them. Flames erupting in a way that sends chills down their spines. They wonder, what just flew by? The ground is splitting apart, a monster with its mouth spewing flames. It is a dark dragon. The soldiers scream. Dark dragon, with red eyes. It is the red eyes. Liang stands high and warns. You should know your place. You glare. A warning shot if you want to die. Just keep watching. You look at Maureen and say, let us end this conversation. Making him jump in shock. He grits his teeth. Thinking. Crazy bastard. He just burned down the abyss. With this situation, I have no chance of winning. Liang radiates powerful energy, slowly closing in. You glare as if you want to devour him alive. And he panics, realizing he is done for. The force of Liang approaches him, and he hesitantly backs away. You shout loudly. Where do you think you are running to? Suddenly, a giant crab claw is triggered. But you react quickly, drawing your sword just in time. The monster roars in fury, daring anyone to step up and climb over. Monster growls. I will not forgive you. You glare defiantly. Kicking back. What is wrong? Do not you remember the time someone tripped you in the past? Hearing this, it seethes with rage. The monster unleashes all its strength. Roaring, the spirit of the old constellation. The monster, fueled by the humiliating memories of the past, releases all its uncontrollable power, slamming a devastating blow down on Liang. The spirits have gently intertwined with the ancient constellation, punishing the monster. Everyone is shocked by the overwhelming power. Other spirits are appearing as the monsters begin to unleash their power from the ancient constellation. The ancient constellation spirit screams due to the overwhelming strength. The soldiers from the ancient constellation are being sucked into darkness, screaming for help. We are trapped. They helplessly cry out. Save me. Where is Lord Jing-Louis Morin? Liang seriously watches the crowd being swallowed. You remain focused on the unfolding situation. You shout. Damn it. If it were not for the shining skills of the Overlord. She yells. Who the hell made this choice? She looks up at the allied spirits and asks. Are not the monsters devouring your resources and spirits? But the allied spirits remain silent. She grits her teeth and curses. You useless bunch. Ready to pretend not to know just to take both me and Liang down. Liang begins to react. If that is the case then, you shout loudly. Limer appears. Laughing joyfully, it lands directly on Actimus's head, who is currently being restrained. Catching her off guard, it is continuously absorbing the darkness above her. She realizes that the dazzling skill is gradually weakening. You remind him. Wait. Rookie, if Limer is nearby, you will notice the impact of the dazzling skill weakening for a while. You ask, so can you move now? You ask for help. Keep the other spirits at bay. Do not let them pull any dumb stunts. If needed, the red-eyed one will step in to help a fan. She asks worriedly. What are you planning to do? You confidently point at the black hole. I am going to go in there. Which makes Actimus panic. She quickly tries to stop you. That is a black hole. It is a bottomless pit created by Kikinos. You are gradually moving closer. So we have to go in. Borrowing the full power of the constellation. You calmly step in. Appearing before the power of the ancient constellation. Then slowly jump down. Legion speculates. More important things are hidden in places like this. A black hole. More like a sewer. Really, you use your 13th sense to tap into the aura of the ancient constellation. And sure enough, you see the center of life of the Ancient One. Found it. The core of Kikinos. You jump with joy, thinking to yourself, to hide a tree. You have to hide it in the forest. The system notifies you, sensing the aura of the ancient constellation. You are on high alert. What is that? The core of the ancient begins to separate and surround you, and you are astonished. Jun thinks. I never expected there would be so many. Kikinos suddenly appears right behind you, asking with concern. Oh look, you are scared of Ali John. He compliments you. I respect your bravery for daring to enter the black hole to find my core, but it seems you did not expect that I had already split the core. No matter how powerful your detection skills are, you would not recognize the real core. Suddenly you smirk mischievously, not showing any sign of fear, which infuriates him. Kikinos exclaims excitedly. Why is a piece of the ancient core in your hands? You grin with delight. My new recruit is working effectively. Your expression turns sinister. It is already here. You just said to pick the best core. What a hassle indeed. Meanwhile, someone is observing the situation through a mirror, realizing that the ancient spirits and the sorceress have descended. When they see the spirits brazenly descend straight to earth, Legion is furious and wants to deal with it immediately. And Kali is startled by what he says. She blushes and tells him, "Please wait a moment." Legion still does not understand anything. Hearing her mention preparing something for defense, he becomes even more confused. Back in the battle, Legion still wears a disdainful smile. Kakinos, fuming, says, "How could you do this?" Unable to believe that fragments of the ancient core are in his possession. Remembering the time before Legion arrived, Kali is panicking while holding the sacred object, the right arm of the frost blade, which struck her head and received a fragment of the ancient core. As he recalls this, he replies to him, "It was brought by a new recruit of mine." After repeating Kakinos' words about needing to find the real core first, Legion warns Kakinos not to regret it. The sacred object is absorbing power, and he still does not know how to make the world buzz when using this thing. And then he turned to the holy relic with a puzzled look. While Legion was still focused on the item in his hand, Kakinos chimed in, explaining how it was affected by his powers, but then called him an idiot for pulling it out right in his own abyss. He was so angry that he bit down on the thing in his hand, leaving the monster baffled and confused. But he started to mock Legion, asking what he was even eating, while chomping on its fragments. He grumbled. It was such a letdown. He used to call it rotten crab. But now it actually smelled bad. He felt like he would rather munch on dirt at the demon tower than this. Kakinos regretted continuously judging the taste, but Legion had to keep insisting it was just terrible. When he noticed the system reporting that the power of the crab was polluting his body, he was totally on board with that. He was feeling pretty smug while not activating any healing skills, because the more chaotic it got, the easier it was for Legion and the rotten crab to merge. The 13th family trait was activated. Something was glimmering with a purple light among the fragments. It was the core of the crab, the true essence of Kakinos. Legion charged in right away when he found this. The monster realized that he had been targeting it from the start, which was why he swallowed his own core. He confirmed. Why would he be crazy enough to eat that thing? Then he summoned his weapon to strike directly at the core he just discovered. A massive surge of his power slammed into the center of Kakinos' core. The crab's essence was continuously dissipating the power of the heavenly sin and absorbing the strength of the multicolored scythe. Legion was still trying to destroy it. It was tougher than he thought. Neither the heavenly sin nor the scythe was causing any damage. The monster watched him struggle to break it and said, "Do you really think I would just hand over the divine core so easily?" Then he was hit by Legion's surge of power. After giving him a good hit, he reminded him to be quiet so he could think. His eyes locked onto Kakinos as he uttered two words. Chain dragon. Then, another gaze appeared filled with fiery energy. A massive chain dragon emerged. It opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful stream of lava towards someone. Kakinos was hit by the chain dragon's attack. Screaming in agony as he endured the hellish heat, he cried out in pain, not believing that Legion had found his position in the endless abyss from outside. At that moment, an announcement rang out. Heavenly Sin had revealed its position at its master's command. Kakinos was still under the influence of the power, so he continued to scream loudly in pain, while Legion stared at the core, unsure of what to do with it. He found that using Heavenly Sin and the multicolored scythe was not working, so he had not thought of any other way. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Kakinos was slowly breaking free from the chain dragon's power amidst his screaming. He yelled at Legion, saying he had not taken him down yet. But then, he is caught off guard when he looks up at the gemstone radiating thunderous power. He asks him, "Wait, do not tell me that is." Then this guy saw something massive, glowing, and packed with power. He quickly realized it was Narasimha's fang, something Legion was carrying, and he never expected to recognize it. He was ready to throw the fang at him and explain that using it would not drain his strength, and even if it did wear out, he would not have to worry. After that, he delivered a light blow literally directly to the core crystal with insane power. Kakinos felt the immense impact as the core crystal was struck, screaming in agony. Legion saw this tactic working and even found that the cat commander Belka was useful. Suddenly, he looked elsewhere, confused by something. He saw the monster still hanging on, and he thought it was just a rotten crab. Then he grabbed the fang again, calling it a piece of trash. Behind Legion, there were bizarre entities, and despite that, he kept talking nonsense. The authority of gods, the souls of humans, they were all crying out for help. Everyone was screaming, desperate to escape this place. Even the calamities were in the same boat. When he heard him say he was just like the calamity, Kakinos chuckled mockingly. He had lost his mind, claiming he was innocent while wanting to plunge everyone into despair, indulging in his own twisted way. That is how he managed to take down those who looked down on him, and got to where he was today, saying Legion was just as manipulative as he was, because they were really no different. He rebutted that, saying he did not care about the greed that drove Kakinos. No matter the dirty tricks, he did not care. But aside from that, he wanted to make it clear, to remind and threaten this guy, one should not stab him in the back, Because today Legion was definitely going to crush Kakinos and that rotten crab into tiny pieces. But first, he had to pull this core crystal out of the endless abyss. When Legion started dragging the core crystal up, even the monster could not believe it, and as he voiced his theory, Legion planned to use Narasimha's lightning as a rope to pull that thing up. While he was raising his own core crystal, Long Eye was getting ready to do the same, but he warned Legion, "Don't even think about it," as he felt something strange. Then, a gigantic hand reached out to where it was floating. Kakinos looked up at the scene and cursed. Damn it. He recognized this was Adamus, the goddess of repair, who had appeared in her true form to join forces and defeat the ancient monster. After that, Legion announced to those imprisoned in the dungeon, everyone would be set free because the core of the ancient monster had been pulled from the endless depths, so they could escape without worry. Kakinos screamed, wanting him to use this opportunity right away. Legion happily told him, "The time for liberation has come." The core crystal shattered, falling apart completely. An announcement rang out. The core of the ancient monster had been destroyed, and the imprisoned people were feeling immense pain. Both Kevin and Limer were staring up at Kakinos. He was howling in agony. The announcement said the divine power sustaining the goddess's body had vanished, and Kakinos' body was collapsing at a terrifying pace. Right now, the power within Kakinos was seeping outward. The swamp had dried up, and the survivors were overjoyed to still be alive, finally stepping on solid ground. Looking at Kakinos, Legion spoke up, "The goddess is not anything special." Walked with his weapon, telling everyone that even the divine spirit of the two monarchs could only take a higher stance for so long. While everyone else was shouting Legion's name, having been freed from the core's grip, they all turned to their master, the star constellation, to express their gratitude and pledge their loyalty. At this moment, Legion thought it was time to end things. He was furious, feeling like all his years of accumulated power were wasted for nothing. As he stepped closer, Legion still declared, "I can let you go." He spared Legion, and luckily, he dodged the attack. While he was still dancing around, he realized he had lost everything because of him, and then he vowed he would not let Legion live, and he would make him pay. At this moment, he was still floating mid-air. Kakinos was getting even angrier watching him like that. He still held his weapon, taunting Legion, daring him to make a move. Meanwhile, the monster charged at Legion, and he used his illusion skill to strike back at him. The clash of their immense powers created a shockwave that was anything but small. Legion struck at every part of Kakinos' body with his blade. He was slowly breaking apart, like a fragile glass. Then, he pulled out a massive iron hammer to deliver the finishing blow, and then a massive explosion erupted as Legion brought his attack down on him. As he saw something, he called out to him. He spotted him hiding there, revealing himself to be a crab. But the divine spirit of Cancer stubbornly insisted, "It can't be." The system reported that Kakinos had revealed his true form. Legion knew he had tried to hide his pitiful appearance, but now his shell was falling apart. The aura of Safu towards the divine spirit Kakinos was burning fiercely, possibly the power of death itself. Legion truly unleashed a lethal blow on this crab-like divine spirit. Even though he was on the brink of death, he still felt bewildered hearing him repeat his words. That was, today he would die. The system also indicated that the power of the divine spirit Kakinos had faded to its limit, causing him immense pain. Despite his condition, this guy still lectured Legion about eliminating a god like himself, claiming that even opposing spirits avoid pursuing their enemies to the end. Hearing him say he would become the enemy of the divine spirits, Legion told him not to worry about him because he would drag all of his friends down to hell with him. Right now, the power of death was also targeting the sources of strength that the divine spirits had bestowed upon him. The divine spirits collectively stopped channeling power to Kakinos, realizing that the divine spirits had abandoned him, and that all of his essence had been drained. Kakinos was furious at these traitors. As he was about to dissipate into thin air, he still cursed out the ones who had forsaken him. His entire essence was completely depleted. Legion was still using his power to end everything, because once he fell into Legion's hands, it was all over. Kakinos denied the final words, claiming that everything would not end with his removal, that someone would inherit and become the new god of Cancer. Then he told him, "No matter how long you live, you will face the same fate as me." After that, he departed forever, his body completely crumbling, as a lifeless corpse, devoid of any spirit. The divine priestess looked at him, shocked to see him fall. Those who just escaped Kakinos could not believe that Legion had taken down a deity. There he was, still floating with the remnants of Safu's power. Gazing down at the mangled corpse of the crab, he received a notification that the deities were terrified, unsure of what was happening, as their worst fears had come true. The Holy Realm was in chaos after hearing Legion's warning, "You can leave now, but the crabs will be next," the system announced, and the deities left in silence, leaving behind a chilling warning to come back and see. Suddenly, He noticed something strange happening with the crab's corpse below. Marine crawled out from the wreckage, refusing to accept defeat, just as Legion dared to kill a deity. He did not have a chance to react before he got hit hard, grabbing his head. He declared, "Look at this. Marine has finally given up. No one can stand against me now." His teacher had talked too much, so he told him to take a hike and meet his ancestors. This guy claimed he would not last long without opposing Legion, and wanted him to hear his final words. But he simply tossed his head away, as any further words were just unnecessary. As he was about to stomp on him, he even brought up how much he enjoyed stabbing behind Legion's back. Hearing that, he crushed the scumbag into oblivion immediately. Watching him obliterate Louis Marine like that, those outside could not believe their eyes, since Legion had killed a deity. They were too terrified to confront him. Then, the remnants of the old army fled under the watchful eyes of the remaining squad. The Holy Maiden reported that the enemy was retreating. They could not believe they had won. The soldiers kept chanting, "Long live Legion! Long live the Maiden!" The Holy Maiden looked over at Legion, thanking him for helping her protect her city. While she was still thanking everyone on their behalf, he interrupted and pointed his weapon at her, saying, "Don't wrap up this warm atmosphere like that," he said. "We still have a lot to do." Limer had already tied Kevin up tightly. The soldiers looked confused at their leader. He healed his own wounds on the kid, then recalled a memory from 20 years ago in the Demon Tower, revealing a very strange sight. Legion asked the Crescent Moon about their long conversation with the Celestial Sphere and the crab. The day they climbed the tower to face the red-eyed creature, the Crescent Moon hesitated, silent, as he wanted to know what had happened 20 years ago. During the Crimson Raid at the Demon Tower, the monster was cleaved in half, screaming in agony. Legion had used his axe to finish it off back then. He felt very uneasy, as they appeared everywhere, and no matter how many he took down, their numbers never dwindled. While he was pondering whether they could be respawning or continuously replenishing from somewhere in the tower, his companion urged him to move forward, but he insisted they turn back down the tower and deal with the remaining monsters in the mirrors, while the others regrouped to advance. Anyone who heard him say that did not quite get the point. Legion stated he had a bad feeling about the monsters on the lower floors still being alive and escaping the tower. After planning their deployment, they decided to station a few outside for precaution, but they needed to reinforce their forces. He then told his friend to understand and move out immediately. He walked in frustration, grumbling about how Legion always dumped these tasks on him. As he was muttering to himself, a figure lurked in the shadows, watching him from behind a rock. The mysterious figure was about to draw their sword for something, but was interrupted by a voice saying, "Stop right there." The young girl questioned what she was doing, aiming at the Holy Archer. He wanted her to explain why she would want to kill the Holy Archer over a petty conflict in such a situation. She coolly responded that the order could change, and it was no big deal. Then she decided to eliminate the young girl first, having a hidden ally ready to strike when he was not paying attention. Once he reacted, he realized it was the Dark Mage, but before he could fight back, he was enveloped in golden light. In his mind, the young girl thought, "What the hell is wrong with that damned fish?" He watched in shock as she used both hands to control two different powers, astonished that she had the celestial beads. In that moment, Marine lunged at him, stabbing him and sending him crashing down. Pain surged through him as the blade pierced his shoulder and cut through his armor. Dark energy surrounded him as he struggled to suppress whatever was happening to Kevin. Seeing him completely immobilized, he breathed a sigh of relief, almost losing everything. Hearing the Celestial mention that the god's power would be suppressed by the ruler in the cursed tower, Marine snapped that now was not the time for that nonsense. He grabbed her by the neck, threatening her, as everything almost fell apart. They glanced at Legion's friend who was passing by, thankful for the water barrier that kept the Holy Archer unaware. He admitted her mistake for not being used to ambushing like this. Then suddenly, her expression turned sinister. Marine asked what to do with the Holy Goddess, and she replied that aside from Legion, the Holy Archer was the most dangerous target. He heard her order to eliminate Kevin, and that she would help cover it up. Just then, his blade was about to stab straight at him when a shield appeared out of nowhere to block it. Marine was taken aback when her finishing blow was thwarted. A notification flashed on screen, and he struggled against the light from the shield. Suddenly, a massive explosion of light erupted, sending him flying backward. The celestial girl realized that the pampered goddess had finally shown up. She called out to Actimus, who appeared in spirit form. The influence of the cursed tower having significantly weakened the god's power, the goddess asked what the celestial intended to do with her precious disciple. She boldly replied that she wanted to eliminate Kevin and stage a fight between him and the cursed archer in the cursed tower. Hearing her, the goddess became furious, warning Akshi not to go beyond her limits. Although she had restrictions preventing her from stopping her, she would not just stand by and watch her trample over her interests. The girl provoked the goddess to come down and punish her, then claimed the cursed tower weakened part of her power, Hearing her cross the line and threaten her, the goddess grew even angrier. She mentioned that she had overlooked her refusal to participate in the plan. But most of the gods had abandoned Li Jun in this scheme. She reminded Aksha that such interference would lead to trouble. After saying she would give her a chance while pulling out her weapon, she did not want to stir up trouble with the other gods unnecessarily. The goddess gave her a choice between two options: save Kevin and keep this a secret forever. Fight me one-on-one. Along with the other celestial beings and the entire kneeling tower. At this moment, she was so furious she was shaking. She said, "Fine. Just do not touch Kevin." Maureen and Aksha were feeling pretty smug about sealing the deal. But just to be safe, she slyly pulled out a key and said she needed to make sure first. Then, she cast a mental restraint skill on Kevin, leaving the goddess in shock. The maiden recounted the moment she witnessed it. A menacing presence lurked behind the scales. She was certain. It was definitely him. Her image was like that of a true demon, along with its soul. The power of the monarch. That was the maiden's tale when asked by Legion. Kevin was really stirred up, seeing his master know everything, and yet accept it. She was crying, apologizing, as she could not take on the scales alone, trying to lean on the monarchs after Legion resurrected the goddess. Believing they could escape this situation and cooperate fully, Kevin still blamed her, saying he would rather fight to the death than just sit there doing nothing, while the maiden cried, having no other way to save him. Legion sighed, thinking everything was clear. The white-haired guy meeting Sebastian had to be Morin in disguise or a setup by the scales. Pulling out the key from his pocket, he saw the problem was the scales using the monarch's power and confirmed she was colluding with the monarchs. So it made sense she used the monarch's skills. But something still felt off. The mysterious key was infused with dark magic and collected by the scales after obliterating Louis Morin's estate. While lost in thought, Legion had to get mad as the two from the maiden's side were still arguing. When he told them to be quiet, Kevin shot back, "How can I be quiet?" He blamed Legion for knowing everything and staying silent, making him extremely angry. While the goddess in this scene was a bit nervous, she was quite pleased to hear him say he stood by her side. So she considered it a truce. No more debts between them. Meanwhile, the master was still thanking Legion profusely, while the white-haired disciple was annoyed when Legion asked him what he wanted to do. After a moment of hesitation, Kevin took something from his belongings and handed it to Legion, telling him to take it, leaving him unsure of what it was. When he heard this was his symbol of power, he was still thinking. Suddenly, Legion was taken aback when he heard his name being called. Kevin said, "I transfer all power of Fever Go to you." Then he received a notification that he officially requested to join his Legion. Kevin's submission under Legion's witness was surreal. Even the goddess after Mems was astonished. She quickly questioned, "What do you mean? Are you planning to leave the Holy Temple?" "I have no such intention. I am just repaying my debts. Thanks to Legion, the Holy Temple is safe. I have not even mentioned the previous debts. In front of everyone." Kevin continued, "Moreover, what happened in the Demon Tower has also been kept secret. I understand your thoughts, but from my perspective, this is absolutely unforgivable. And you all know that. You are you, and I am. No matter how you and the Legion settled this debt, I am just going to pay it back my way." As he spoke, Kevin bowed down, saying, "I will just kneel this time." Kevin, the saint of the Virgo constellation, on behalf of Virgo, want to express my gratitude to Safu for stepping in to help. This move left everyone speechless. Jaws dropped. The declaration rang out like a bell. From this day on, Virgo will transfer all authority of the temple to Safu. I proclaim that under Safu's witness, both temples will work together to grow. The citizens of the temple bowed in respect to Legion, while Artemis still stood there, stunned. She watched them submit alongside Kevin. "Please accept our request." Legion, for Legion. This was a good thing. He just smirked. "Well, thanks. I will take it. How about you? Do you oppose his choice?" New Moon. After a moment, Artemis reluctantly replied, "Of course not. He is right." So she also bowed before Legion. "I will place the future of the temple in your hands. Legion, I hope you will carry it with all your heart." With that, all the citizens of Virgo were now under Legion's witness, and the system sent their joining notifications to him. As a result, all the essence of Virgo would belong to Safu, which made Legion very pleased. But even more special was a great record etched in Safu's scriptures, boosting both fame and divine status. Legion looked at the badge Kevin had given him, filled with joy. He realized that a temple could submit and belong to another temple. However, this also brought about a new problem. With Virgo's joining, the number of people he had to manage skyrocketed. He knew he was about to be buried in work again, alone on the rooftop. Legion muttered. The second sanctuary of Safu, Legion Tower rooftop, still wearing that Virgo badge today. And then Legion realized, wait a minute. There is one more thing that could belong to me. Soon has gone around in circles for nothing, has not he? Down below, Yaho and Kali had arrived. Hey there, Yaheli. Right. You guys have been waiting a long time, have not you? Today we need to wrap up the work for the temple. First, let us proceed with the baptism for Iha. Meanwhile, over at Teksu's place, he was stuck doing menial tasks for reasons he could not mention. He could not stop cursing Lijin. Damn it. That Lijin. Saying I should follow if I am worried about Sanji. So now they have sealed off the demon tower. What am I supposed to do about that? This is the saint's authority. I can interfere. Just as Teksu said. The demon tower is only open when Sanji finishes her training. Only a special individual is allowed inside. Teksu looked at the system's rules and thought, wait a minute. I am the saint of Safu Karma. Why can't I go in? The system explained that Teksu was not allowed, because he had not become an official saint yet. Which gave him a headache. Damn it. But this is definitely something to think about. Should I try to become an official saint of Safu? No way. No matter what. I can go back to being that tagalong just following Solly Lijin around. Seeing Teksu's inner turmoil, the centaur goddess kept throwing out tempting offers, like helping him pay off his renovation debt or buying him a snack. But Teksu turned her down, demanding something even more enticing, leaving the goddess in tears. Just then, a strange explosion of light erupted from the tower across the way. Teksu screamed in fear, wondering what was happening, only to realize that the baptism ceremony for Iha had begun. Teksu sprinted towards it with all his might, shouting for Lijin and Aha. You can't do this. But alas. He barely got a few steps before the centaur goddess caught him, insisting he answer her before she would let him go. Not now. Despite his desperate attempts to crawl away, the centaur goddess was determined to keep him there. All that could be heard were Teksu's agonizing screams. Aha. Just wait a bit. I will be right there. Meanwhile, Yuha was being showered with praise. Great job. You are almost there. This time. Just finish it off. She was in the midst of battling the outer god. Yuha wondered what on earth was happening. It was making its last desperate thrashes. Do not be scared. Aim for the head. Even under the pressure from the outer god. She was distracted by other thoughts. Had this happened before? Was what she was witnessing now someone's memories? Just as Iha suspected. She was in Lijin's memories. And it seemed the outer god had no intention of letting him go, its cold gaze fixated on him in a terrifying manner. Meanwhile, Lijin's expression turned stormy. All subjects of this land, rejoice. Today, the 13th saint has appeared. Send your thunderous cheers for the 13th saint, who has just descended. Lijin clung tightly to his arm, overwhelmed by the citizens' cheers for the 13th saint. Hazu thought to himself, he looks younger than he does now. That person is clearly Uncle Lijin. What is going on? In the next moment, both of them escaped that space. Lijin gently asked, how do you feel? Finally. I got it after everything. The Saint Iha completed her baptism, and her judgmental powers leveled up to Cess. That is good. So can we let go of your hand now? What did you say? Should I tell you what I just saw? Better not ask. What should we do now? Just hold on to your hand a little longer. At this moment, Teksu had charged in like a god. Not only that, he activated his divine eye skill and shouted in their faces. Has the baptism been completed? Seeing Iha's new title, Teksu imagined Lijin and her on a date. He started to tear up. Open your eyes and look. He stole my daughter. Forget those silly games. It is my turn to decide now. What should I do? What do you want to do? Still hoping to be a temporary saint. I am not ready yet. Teksu tried to dodge, causing Lijin to blow up. Oh really? Then let us do this. Come here and fight me one-on-one. What do you plan to do? Want to cut off your ties with scissors to deal with it neatly? Wait. What are you planning? In the midst of Teksu saw, flames suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire spot he was standing. Yet someone barged in and ruined the moment. Still, it was nice to meet you, my lord. So it turns out that fire was caused by the divine intervention of the centaur, revealing her furious and loud anger. Even though life forced me to take action personally, the Teksu of the present has become Apollo from borrowing her form. The wretched disaster god. Scene change. There is the sound of hurried footsteps in the hallway. Suddenly, Kali is carrying a heavy stack of documents while humming a tune. Suddenly, she remembers what Li Jian said, wanting to become an official follower. First, bring 500 pages of self-reflection here, making Kali want to lose it. She is so tired. But as long as I have this, I can surely level up to an official follower and be praised by Li Jian. Truly a masterpiece. From now on, Kali, you are divine. Suddenly, Kali looks toward the emergency exit. Is Lord Li Jian here? Lord Li Jian. I have finished writing. Kali is astonished as she sees the flames raging fiercely. At that moment, Li Jian clicks his tongue, saying, just when we were about to succeed, it gets ruined. Anyway, it is nice to meet you. He then shouts loudly. It is way too noisy. Finally, I have to step out. This is the divine center named Apollo, and he does not stop eliminating foes, making both Kali and Yuha overwhelmed. At that moment, Yuha notices Kali is right beside her. Even more special, the stack of papers Kali just finished writing has been burned to ashes. This makes Kali incredibly angry, wanting to charge at Apollo. But Yuha holds her back. Liang sees this and tells the two of them, I have something important to discuss. You two step aside a bit. Alright, you two keep talking. I will head downstairs first. Yuha replies. After that, Apollo keeps mocking Liang. Is this how you have to call me out? You are so cruel. This is already a polite way to call someone. I have got plenty more to ask you. Let us get straight to the point. When I was about to appoint Su as a temporary saint, I noticed something strange. I received what is called a standard contract between a god and a saint. And if you read closely, there is a very odd line. The content in there made him sense something sinister. Liang then loudly says, Look, it talks about granting power, claiming to save humanity, but in the end, it uses the souls of saints as collateral, including all 12 gods. So what do you intend to do? Do you think gods bestow their power to the world without expecting anything in return? Now you understand that gods are not noble beings acting out of goodwill, making Liang furious. What? You are so calm. It leaves me speechless. The faith given to the temple, the experience gained from leveling up, and even combat experience, the offerings made to the temple that followers shed tears over, and countless other things. The soul is just the highest price that saints have to pay, but Liang was really confused. Collecting souls. In the end, what is that for? Isn't he that just as bad as the deeds of that wicked crab? Are you all a disaster? Apollo shot back. Usually, souls are used as nourishment to maintain the immortality of the divine and inherit their physical forms. Sometimes, there are those who pay the price before the one who knows them well. Are you talking about Ischia? And Apollo admitted. Yep. He collected the soul of the celestial saint, Jizzle Laurel, and took over that body. You are planning to take Tegsu's soul someday too? Liang asked while pointing. And Apollo thought for a moment. I do not need Hugo Atus's soul, because I have already paid that price beforehand. As he finished speaking, Apollo pulled out the souls of Hugo's parents, the temporary saints of Safu. At that moment, Liang suddenly burst out laughing. Really? What are you planning to do with them? I am just keeping their souls to save the little breath of life left when my people awaken as saints, and are devoured by disaster. And by the way, I have recorded their souls as the price for the contract. I hope you understand. Even the gods are bound by senseless rules. The agreement on transferring non-mandatory souls. As long as the deities agree to take the hit, you are not binding Hugo's soul to the contract. Right. I want to use these souls, so I am giving them back to you this time. After all, you are better than me when it comes to powers related to souls. Finally, the souls of Sam and Emily were transferred to the divine being Safu Liang. Suddenly, he wondered. You are easily handing them over, which makes me suspicious. If there is a catch, spill it now. Do not complain later. Sure enough, Apollo shouted loudly. Now quickly return everything of mine. Liang just smirked. I need. Apollo suddenly wailed. That guy Hugo is way too much. He is a saint of the centaurs. And the reverence for Safu is even higher than the reverence for his own constellation. Liang laughed triumphantly. It is all thanks to my charm. Both that guy Hugo and you. Liang, do not you remember what I did to help you? And he bluntly asked. What have you done? Making him so annoyed. In the beginning, you struggled to gather materials to craft divine artifacts. Who was it that supplied them to you? Wasn't it me? About 20 years ago, before you entered the demon tower. Who predicted danger for you? And you pretended not to hear. You have gotten so used to bossing around my saints. Have not you? When you fought Libra, did not I stand by and watch? Didn't I grant you divine status? I have returned all the souls bound by your contract. I have done everything I could for you. I have done it all. Apollo unexpectedly shouted loudly. And he still lay there sulking. Liang thought to himself. So this is what happens when I go crazy. And then he shouted. Hey, can someone get this bullet out of my head? I can just sit still. Reflecting back, he realized that despite everything, his relationship with Apollo was pretty solid. Before being trapped in the demon tower, during those life or death battles, Apollo was actually the one who helped him the most. Suddenly, Apollo screamed for help. Guys, look, this jerk is repaying kindness with hatred. Liang panicked a bit, thinking, maybe I overreacted here. Let us just talk this out. But Apollo still felt wronged, thinking to himself, if I had known this would happen 20 years ago when those celestial beings cursed me in every way possible, I should have added a few more words to really hit hard. I went easy on them and only cursed the bad guys with impotence. Hearing this, Liang's fragile heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Apollo was taken aback, terrified, Feeling the intensity of Liang's fury as he glared at him, he lowered his voice and told Apollo, "Say that again. And you might just turn to stone without even realizing it." Apollo slowly stood up and moved closer to the wall. He smiled gently, hoping that someone would help Liang in the future. But it was too late. Liang's hand had already landed squarely on Apollo's face, making him exclaim, "Whoa, that was a bit much, was not it?" And right after that, chaos erupted. This time, Apollo was really in for it, barely making it out alive. Liang angrily confronted him. "I thought my body was being crushed due to using too much power without celestial support." "Did you just say curse? Is there anything else?" Apollo quickly replied. "I am speaking the truth right in front of you. Other celestial beings weaken your life and abilities. But I just lowered your charm. And impotence was just part of it. That is the real issue here." "You dimwit," Apollo felt wronged, saying, "Liang, my brother has already settled all debts with you, right? I should be done that too. I have some juicy news. So listen up. My brother has been cursing you with surveillance 24/7. Tracking every little move you make." This made Liang furious. The debt with the new moon had been wiped out, and both he and Apollo knew they were in for it. Hearing this, Apollo quickly exclaimed, "I sold out my brother, and you are still acting like this." And perhaps after Mix was silently cursing Apollo, thinking, "Who are you talking about? Cut the dirty tricks." Suddenly, Liang handed Apollo a piece of paper and said, "Take this and write." "Will you?" Apollo could not help but wonder. What paper? Casually wishing to join the constellation under the serpent bearer, Liang threatened, "Listen, if you do not want to meet the ancestors, you better sign this." Apollo was outraged, thinking, "Do you really think I, the great Apollo, the master of the sun, would accept being a subordinate? Allies, sure, but never a servant. I have done everything I can to support you, but under pressure from the stronger faction in the Divine Assembly, I can go against the tide just because of a little curse that you insist on dragging me down with, just because of impotence." I could not finish my sentence before Liang cut him off. "And the outcome of today is that the constellation of Sagittarius has officially become a subordinate of the Serpent Bearer constellation, the 13th divine seed of the Serpent Bearer constellation, the leader of the zodiac, strong enough to erase both gods and the divine realm. In the eyes of the other divine beings of the zodiac, this was a divine seat that absolutely should not exist. Got it? That is why most gods look down on you. They are utterly terrified of the power you possess. Even Liang is quite shocked. Sure, the strength and abilities relate to life or destruction, but I never expected it to go this far." Hearing this, Apollo is bewildered. "Really? You used that power to obliterate Kikinos? The divine throne is the highest sacred position. All deities yearn to claim it. But if one of them dares to oppose, the consequences will soon come crashing down." Liang then asks him, "Do you mean a war for supremacy will break out?" And Apollo confirms, "Indeed. Moreover, you have demonstrated the power to eliminate the reigning gods. Many beings will target your life or power. Not only the gods but also disasters from unknown civilizations, and their lords will do the same. They surely have dark plans already in place." Apollo asserts, "That is the ambition of those unpredictable super beings. The centaur has become Safu's faithful servant. Your safety is my safety, Safu. You need to get ready." Transitioning to the Holy Land of Safu in Hawaii, Liang is incredibly excited. The enemy is the enemy, so we need to prepare meticulously. First off, let us start with the enhancements. Right after, Liang focuses on checking the materials for the enhancement. The system promptly displays a notification. The axe of the male warrior contains the power of a king and needs the right adjustment. Liang ponders for a moment. Moreover, he also has the Ses Sun Flame granted by the god Apollo himself. Thus, Liang decides to test the flame. Instantly, the fire blazes up fiercely until Liang feels the fire is big enough. The mist serving as material has also been enhanced. The system promptly displays, "This is the Fang of the Ses Narasima." Furthermore, Liang is aware that the remaining materials are on their way, when suddenly someone calls out, "Your Majesty." As instructed, "I have quietly brought the body of the former hero back." Liang praises, "Great timing. Excellent job bringing it here. You all have worked hard." But as he looks, he is astonished with a series of notifications. The body of Kikino Ses is tainted by the aura from the abyss and does not harmonize well with the other materials. This leaves Liang exhausted. Does this also need adjustments? This is going to take a lot of effort, cleansing and diluting. The way to deal with this kind of contamination is the specialty of the Aquarius constellation. If we adjust the power of the Lord and his offspring, mere ordinary power won't suffice. I need the tears of the goddess. And that is also an ability of the Aquarius constellation. Besides being able to liquefy anything, it is a miraculous power that can purify all kinds of pollution and heal all ailments. The injury can only be obtained through the power of the Aquarius constellation. feeling both excited and determined. Legions, let us find her. I need Teksu to fetch that precious essence. Tridan remembers. Right. Teksu. He went to the demon tower to find Sanji. Transition to the desolate scene at the demon tower. As Teksu steps, he sighs. Having struggled to get permission from Liang to come here. And yet it is like this. There is not a soul in sight, but he kept shouting. Where's Sanji? Suddenly, Teksu received a notification, sensing a faint trace of Shafu's power, making him think to himself, Sanji must have fought here. What on earth happened? And right away, the girl with Teksu said she would use her tracking skill, to which he gratefully responded. So now, a subordinate of the Shafu constellation, Li Qin, was trying to pinpoint Sanji's location. Her ability was kicking in, pouring all her energy into the search. Li Qin radiated her power around the Tower of Evil, reaching into the vast expanse of space. The quest to find the missing Sanji led them to a tiny island. As they delved deeper, Li Qin spotted someone sitting eerily still. Suddenly, he spoke up. Searching. Ah, what a terrible skill. Li Qin panicked, and then he smashed the signal to bits. The night was thick with confusion. Wondering what was happening, why the sudden punch, and he replied, just a pesky fly. Is this the tracking skill those holy church folks use? Are they looking for a head? He suddenly asked. Well then, I will just send them an invitation to save them the trouble of searching. Instantly, the invitation was sent out, and Teksu panicked, asking, Li Qin, what is wrong with you? In her frenzied state, she replied, it seems Sanji is trapped at least in the break zone, leaving Teksu shocked. Wait, what? Why is Sanji in the break zone? Meanwhile, dark forces were gradually encroaching on the Tower of Evil, leaving both of them utterly stunned by the colossal sight before them, and he had arrived, calling out to the humans of Earth and the master of some constellation. They are the wall soldiers serving under the great ruler. We have captured 2 humans as hostages. If you want to save them, show yourselves before us through the master constellation's aerial portal. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out calling for Sanji. I can't believe it. Why is Sanji captured there? Kali laughed mockingly at Yua. Your brother really is something. I heard he was training at the Tower of Evil, yet he got himself caught in a disaster, driving her insane. Is now the time to say that? Out of nowhere, Kali was stunned. The person captured next to your brother looks familiar. Even Tetsu and Li Qin were quite surprised. That person? Could it be? Why is she there? And she is the saint of the Aquarius. Sophie Mary. On the other hand, Sanji felt perplexed. This is strange. Originally, he was fighting against the generals in the Demon Tower, just as Uncle John instructed. Yet here he was, recalling how during the fierce battle with the generals, they were all taken aback by Sanji's power. This kid had leveled up completely from before. Moreover, Sanji had resolved to become Uncle Jian's right-hand man. Indeed, this was the young man alongside Uncle Li Jian. Just as he was about to charge in and corner them with a powerful strike, he suddenly encountered another dark force, leaving him astonished. Had they vanished? Or were they behind him? So he burst out laughing. What are you even doing? This is ridiculous. The cosmic formula. General Blade and General Iron Arm. Do not tell me you are struggling against that kid. The generals, hearing this, panicked, begging for mercy, saying they just ran into that crazy bastard. While Sanji could not help but feel shaken. Who the heck is he? Those 2 could not even move. That guy just keeps coming. A crazy bastard. Ah. The power flowing through that kid is real. He is still a rookie. But with his talent and connection to that crazy bastard, he will level up fast. In that moment, Sanji felt a chill down his spine. When did he even get this close to me? He is a threat. I will tear you apart before you even grow up. That is what he said. And Sanji was stunned by the unfolding events. Just then, another guy charged in. What the wait a sec. Making the green-haired freak jump and look back. Listen to me. While Sanji stood frozen, that guy realized. It is the Iron Helmet guy. He is still alive. Although he tried to intervene, he could not hide his fear. The tension was through the roof. The minions from that dark force were also quite surprised. Iron Helmet guy is alive. He came back after the Demon Tower was restored. Then Iron Helmet guy spoke up. Does that even matter? I think we should figure out how to use that kid. This kid is a minion of the holy crazy bastard. Getting rid of him would be a waste. You all agree? Right. Or should we use him as bait to lure out the crazy bastard? Since you are using this kid as a hostage. Plus, some other minions think if we can lure out the crazy bastard, it is a pretty good plan. Sir Formula. Furthermore, we have another extremely important hostage. Let us use him along with this kid. And he decided. All right. Tell everyone to head back to the center of the formation first. Right after that, the formula used magic to safely transport everyone back. At this moment, Sang Yi finally realized, yeah. Thanks to Yang Vai's scheme, I am still alive right now. Suddenly, Iron Helmet Guy noticed Sang Yi and unexpectedly kicked him straight in the face while scolding. This is all your fault. You went off doing things without discussing anything, making Iron Helmet Guy panic. Like seriously. Would not have been better to turn you into gold right then. We need to buy some time. Besides, if I let you turn to gold here, Li Jian will make sure I do not survive. Hearing that, Sang Yi blew up. So do you have any plans or what? And Iron Helmet Guy bluntly responded. You useless fool. Then the two started bickering. Is this how you talk to your savior? At this point, the minion shouted too loud. You three are too noisy. Shut it. Sir Formula is still speaking. Iron Helmet Guy. Why are you paying attention to the hostage's chatter? I do not get it. Since you came back to life, I have not seen any of that authority from before. That hit a nerve. Get it? I will shut up right away. Then that guy suddenly thought. Sophie, you seem to be the most cunning one here. After that, he tried to persuade Sophie. Why do not you stop crying for a bit? In that moment, one thought flooded Sophie's mind. Today, I want to see survive. Thinking this might be her last chance, Sophie screamed with all her strength. Hugo! Save me. That scream traveled to a faraway place. And it brought about a miracle that Sophie had never imagined. Suddenly, a blaze erupted, leaving the three of them in shock. What? Don't tell me. Then, an explosion burst forth. Roaring wildly, the minions of the Dark Force gaped in disbelief. What the heck is going on? Those annoying hostages. While Sophie was catching her breath, she heard a voice calling out. Hey, where are you? My kid. Dad's here. It left her stunned. Could it be? Hugo and the guy with him never expected to see Aquarius here. Out of nowhere, Sophie reached out to Hugo, and he embraced her, overwhelmed with joy. This left Hugo baffled. What the heck is going on here? What happened? Aquarius, what are you doing? With tears in her eyes, Sophie said, I knew you would come to save me. Finally, fate is turning around. At that moment, the guy in the iron helmet chimed in. Centaur, do you really need to make such a grand entrance? He was shocked. Yang Wei, you are still alive. Anyway, do something about Aquarius. Please. I think she has lost it from all the pressure. Why is she acting like this? Yang Wei responded. What do you mean? She is always like that guy. Always has. It was so quiet. Even the sea did not make a sound. Not even the universe echoed back when those words slipped from Yang Wei's lips. She likes that person. Kelly and Yuha could not help but be astonished, and the generals were full of questions. Meanwhile, the minions of the Dark Force munched on popcorn and sipped soda, glued to the romantic drama unfolding, and Li Jian was the same, absorbed in the story unfolding far away. Then, he suddenly grinned a wicked smile. This is it. The love drama continued to play out for all of humanity to witness. They were utterly shocked. Isn't the centaur already married? Then someone clarified. That is just a rumor, a girl excitedly asked. Really? Back to Hua, who was losing it, demanding Sophie to stop rambling. Remember what Aquarius said to me. Are you going to lose all your kids like you lost your wife? That is just like striking gold, is not? A useless head of the family leads to an unhappy home. Right, isn't it better if you understood that you are just an immature person? And Hugo always thought all of this was nonsense. I do not want to be misunderstood. So stop talking crap. Upon hearing this, Sophie huffed in frustration. If I do not do this, you will never look at me. Too busy staring at that crazy guy John Jill. And she added. Honestly, every time you look at me with that disdainful gaze, it is kind of alluring. And she was getting lost in it, leaving Hugo utterly bewildered. Right then, Legion sent a message. Hey. Since we are at this point, why not flirt a little? Let us find out where the goddess's tears are hidden. But Tetsu was really getting annoyed. It was too noisy. Legion kept teasing. That girl likes someone. Right. This drove Tetsu up the wall. Shut up. However, Tu truly could not handle this situation. Is anyone there? And Apollo immediately appeared. Legion advised him. Get in Tetsu and impersonate him for a bit. Even if that girl reveals where the goddess's tears are hidden, causing Apollo to panic. What did you just say? The crazy shrine of the dark forces. Even if the human being becomes your subordinate. How can you send me to do that kind of flirting? But Legion could not care less. As a result, the system announced that the god of the constellation, Apollo, had violated the terms of the contract, facing a punishment of hair loss, leaving him utterly bewildered. Legion spoke up. Hey. Sunshine. Listen closely. Every time you fail to follow the orders, your hair will fall out. Once it is gone, there is no coming back unless you have my super regeneration or the tears of a goddess. Do you understand? And so, Apollo had no choice but to carry out that order and confess his feelings to Sophie. He smiled and said, "Sophie, I am really glad and happy to see you again. To eliminate those disasters and save you, I need the tears of the goddess. Can you give me the tears of the goddess?" Hearing this, Sophie froze for a few seconds. Then she stopped and said, "Well, that is a bit tricky. The tears of the goddess are the power of the constellation Aquarius. And since we are in the break zone, contacting that deity is not easy at all. All we need to do is find a way to call that god. Right?" Apollo asked, getting a reply from Sophie. "Exactly, my nephew." Out of nowhere, Li Jun appeared, sending Sophie into a panic. Sang Zi and Deng Vai were thrilled to see Li Jun again. The leader of the dark forces spoke up. "Master Safu, you finally made an appearance." Sophie was so startled that she fell to the ground. "Why are you here? Where's Hugo?" As for Datsu, she was silently crying, while the other girl had no idea what was happening. Because the lucky part was that Apollo had brought Hugo back. Suddenly, an astonished voice rang out. "Isn't that the famous god Safu? It is a pleasure to meet you. The one who destroyed the evil tower, eliminated the red-eyed monster, and got rid of the tower's manager, causing the former deity along with the lord held captive to show up. I am really curious about who you are. Let me introduce myself. I am the general under the service of the Lord of Time, the formula of space." At that moment, Legion was extremely cautious of him. Suddenly, a minion rushed forward. "What skill do you plan to use, sir? Be careful. No one knows what he will do." And out of nowhere, Sophie took a hard hit to the face. Legion struck mercilessly, leaving the general and his minions in shock. Even Sanja, Jungvi, and the other demons could not help but wonder. "What the hell are you doing, Safu? Aren't you here to save the Saintess?" But Legion just smirked and said, "I am here to save." He kept the data and laughed maniacally. The minion was furious. "I told you he is not a guy who can have a normal conversation." Suddenly, Legion shouted loudly, "Hey, you over there in the other dimension. I know you are watching. Just a moment ago, you were allied with that stinky crab to come down to Earth. And now you are talking about the break zone. What the hell is that? Get out here immediately, or I will drag you out myself." The general thought he had lost his mind. He heard he was crazy, and he could guess that much, but not to this extent. Still, how could he lack dignity, honor, and camaraderie this much? However, it seemed these issues were not too strange for Sanja and Degung Vai. The general spoke up, ordering the elite forces and the fighter jets to immediately recapture the hostage. There is no time left to negotiate with this crazy guy. After that, all the troops from headquarters surged forward to attack the Legion. Sophie screamed in panic. "Now is not the time for that. Legion, first. We need to work together to survive and stop them." But he remained so calm, acting like it was no big deal. "Anyway, once I extract all the data from you, I will just toss you back over to the other side." Sophie immediately turned around, urging herself, "Hang in there. It is a disaster. Do not lose. Take down this poisonous Legion guy. I can strip you of your powers." Legion suddenly grabbed Sophie by the head. Grinning wickedly, in an instant, Legion activated his 13th sense, detecting the flow of magical energy that the Aquarius deity sent to Sophie. At that moment, she was terrified. That is it. The power of destruction was reaching out to the source of regeneration that the gods were channeling to her. And if I could catch the flow of regeneration connecting with the deities like last time. You have shattered the mental barrier of the Aquarius deity. The pain was rising higher and higher. It felt like being choked until you could not breathe. Legion was trying to pull the water out of Sophie's insides. At that moment, she panicked again. "Is that it? Is it the throne of the Aquarius deity? Have you captured the deity from the other side?" Legion asked with a sneer. "Do you think hiding away and doing a few sneaky things will be enough? Water. What now? Your cover's blown." And the true face began to reveal itself. The Aquarius deity, the Holy Grail. Legion continued to call out, "Hey, water. I need the tears of the goddess, which I am sure you won't give up easily." And she had no intention of listening to him, so Legion decided to negotiate. At this moment, the raging tide of water surged violently, gradually drowning everything in its depths. The subordinates frantically searched for their comrades. "Iron King. Iron Helmet. If you are still alive, please answer me." And they were climbing up, looking for the Aquarius guy. At that moment, the furious tide of water surged violently, gradually drowning everything in its depths. "Iron King. Iron Helmet. If you are still alive, please answer me." They were climbing up a nearby tree to escape the peril. But the other guy wondered. "Iron Helmet. What the hell are you doing?" Making him shout. "Are you blind? Can't you see I am trying to dodge the flood?" Then the other guy shot back. "You think I can see? Why are not you helping us instead of acting like a fool?" However, Iron Helmet insisted. This is what I can do. Then the flood swept the guy away, making him curse. Damn it. Seeing that, Sanji commented, "It is like watching a fly get sucked down the toilet." Then Iron Helmet warned him, "Let us just hold on tight." Outside, the tsunami was raging violently, while the two of them clung tightly to the tree trunk to survive. Meanwhile, Liang was still grappling with the tidal wave, and they all wondered, could he have kidnapped the deity from another world? Liang menaced, "Do you think hiding well and sneaking around will solve everything? Water. Your hiding 1T work." And the water had to endure. Once again, Liang boldly called out, "Wait. Water jug? I need the tears of the goddess. I know you won't just hand them over." "Right," she shot back. "Of course not. Who do you think you are, by the way? Your name is something like Reservoir." "Right. Whatever. I just want to talk to him privately for a bit, so you can scram." Liang dismissed her so he could chat with the general, wanting to go along with his wishes as well. Meanwhile, Liang held tightly onto the water jug's neck until the general attacked, injuring Liang's right arm. However, he quickly activated his super regeneration skill and healed right on the spot. What a fascinating technique. The general suddenly lunged at him, correcting himself, "I am the Duke of Space." And what made the water jug anxious now was, "I hope I do not get caught in between you two." Instantly, the protection skill was activated. Though the general looked quite confused, Liang seized the moment to tease, "Looks like someone had a nice bath today." Then, with lightning speed, he launched an attack. Unafraid, the general shot back with a sarcastic remark and countered. Suddenly, the general burst into laughter. When Liang curiously asked if that was the power of space, the general replied, "Exactly. This is a gift from the Time Lord." But then he panicked when he realized Liang was sneaking up on him from behind. Liang guessed he was the one wielding the space power stolen from the Time Lord. Someone who could twist space at will enduring the dual deity was indeed impressive. The general appreciated his compliment, feeling it was a shame that such a precious ability belonged to a useless master. Was not it? Liang shot back, "Someone like you possessing it is such a waste. What are those lords even thinking?" General was furious, shouting, "Shut your mouth, you annoying water spirit." Then he launched an attack from behind Liang. The tide was rising higher and higher, and the battle was fierce and intense. But it seemed like Liang was secretly up to something, leaving the general at a loss. Suddenly, Liang shouted, "Aquarius," making her furious. This disaster of a person dares to call out to me. But this time, she decided to let it slide. For now, she had to cleanse this disaster god first. And Liang had been waiting for Aquarius. Upon seeing him, she asked, "You want the tears of the goddess? Then take as many as you want." At that moment, Aquarius activated the skill of the goddess's tears. But only if Liang could accept that the tears would purify his bloodline and it would cause Liang's physical form to liquefy. But he never expected that the tears of the goddess and super regeneration would clash. Aquarius excitedly yelled, "I will dissolve you into the water and scatter you across the ocean. I can do it. I have defeated Liang." But the situation began to shift. Aquarius realized she had been too careless. At that moment, the general mocked her, saying, "The form of this so-called great spirit is becoming quite ridiculous." Aquarius was getting more and more chaotic, and the general was also executing a different plan. Unbelievable. Is this really the spirit of the constellation facing us? He was growing larger and larger. Moreover, the general is channeling energy into the energy sphere, and he mocks Aquarius, saying it is useless to avoid the saint. "Anyway, I will offer you to the ruler, the one who destroyed Liang." "Right. Destroying Liang and capturing the Holy Spirit Aquarius. Today is truly a fantastic day. I will also soon rise to the ranks of the ruler." But then a hand grabs his shoulder, leaving the general both confused and astonished. Indeed, Liang has activated super regeneration to restore his melted body. He challenges, "Continue what you were doing. Take a break." Suddenly, Liang thrusts his hand straight at the general, and he immediately casts the broken space technique, targeting Liang's body. However, Liang quickly activated the divine power of destruction, shattering the spatial technique and counterattacking him. He punches hard right in the face, causing his head to explode and smoke to rise. Liang receives a compliment. "Finally, you have gained spatial awareness. If you keep this up, you might just aim for the position of ruler." And the general is deeply grateful, thanking the ruler. Moreover, he has also declined. However, right now, I am quite content living under the ruler's sword. Next time, I will lightly take the head of that arrogant saint serpent and offer it to the ruler. But the ruler says nothing in reply, then tells the general, "Get up," and the ruler scoffs, saying, "You can defeat him." Indeed, that is how reality is. Liang mocked, "Did not I tell you so? The power you wield is such a waste. I will take it away." After successfully obtaining that horrific power, Liang continues to end the general, tearing him into 100 pieces for Haya. Faced with that horrifying scene, the water god could not help but be stunned. I need to get out of here. And the water god immediately retreats to return to the divine realm. As soon as he looked over, he saw that it was Sophie Mary. He thought, if she is here, I will be caught by Liang again. I need to sever the holy contract. Finally, the influence of the holy Aquarius that once dominated Earth has vanished. It is. The water god rushed quickly. Now I just need to reach the divine realm. The temple of the constellation Aquarius is also there. And it is definitely safe. The inhabitants are stunned when they hear the piercing screams. The water god quickly tells everyone to get back. With the wrath of the saint, the water god rushes straight into the door. A worried soldier asks, "Is the saint okay? What is causing such a rush?" The water god replies, "Quickly close the gate. Now I am relieved. Liang won't be able to enter here. I am so thirsty. Someone bring me water." Immediately, someone brings a cup of water, making the water god delighted. "So quick. Thank you." But it turns out that person is Liang. She gasps in shock. "Liang? No way. How could you enter the divine realm? And even my temple? Did not I sever the contract with Sophie?" "Liang, have you absorbed all the power of the spatial formula?" He quickly replied. "Exactly." The soldiers began to panic. "It is lit. Why is the god of disaster here?" But Liang spoke up. "This is not the right place for a private chat." And then a powerful surge of energy was unleashed. The water bearer freaked out. "You idiots. Do not just stand there. Do something." This made Liang smirk. "If you can handle it, how do you expect your subordinates to?" Hearing this, the water bearer panicked. "Wait, we are in trouble. You need the goddess' tears. Right. I will give you as many as you want." However, Liang disagreed. "No need for that. I have my own methods. For now, I just need the goddess' tears to amplify the punishment of the abyss. Just a little squeeze from the holy vessel will be enough." Upon hearing this, the water bearer was taken aback. Then she said, "Wait a second. Liang, you will still need the power of the vessel. Right. You will be fighting those disasters. Healing. Buffing. Cleansing. There is nothing you need. I am the embodiment of the Holy Grail. Without me, you can use the vessel's powers. My true form, the Holy Grail, is hidden beneath that vast galaxy." But then Liang suddenly asked, "It is the 5 sisters. Is not?" This caught her off guard. "What? Oh right. The gods under the vessel that you sold to the celestial records before. They told me how you discarded them like pests, and the location of the Holy Grail, as well as how to use it. You should have taken better care of your family, especially those 5 daughters of Asclepios." Right after this, Liang fused the power of destruction into space, activating the Sea Space Lord skill, pushing the Holy Grail to its limits. Of course, she could not bear any more pressure. Even if she begged not to turn to gold, it was too late, and so Liang wrapped things up. Finally, he succeeded in forcing the Holy Grail into the core of the Holy Chalice and received the goddess's tears. Cess level. Plus the Holy Chalice had vanished. The situation escalated, and everyone was in chaos. Then Liang sought help. "You have brought me to the divine realm, but can you convince the other gods of the chalice not to rebel?" And she sincerely tried to hold on for one more time. That is what Lord Elisho said, which surprised Liang. That old man has really turned to goat training, and now wants to be a consultant. "I never expected it to end like this." And Liang replied, "Yep. This is an unexpected outcome." Her expression looked perplexed. Izo shook his head, saying, "After all, it was the old master." A bit of regret. Hearing this, Liang nearly laughed. "Then there is no time to drown in emotions. This is the divine realm. Soon, the other gods will notice the disappearance of the chalice and gather. Before things get messy, let us quickly retrieve the Holy Grail and return to the human world." Suddenly, Izo said, "The place where the Holy Grail is guarded by water warriors created by the divine protector," leaving Liang puzzled. "So what? We will just take them out. It is not our first time." Then the other sisters fell silent, and Izo continued, "But that is an island in the Pacific, the black zone of the human world." After waking up, Sophie could not believe it. "I have no powers left in my body. I have lost my connection to the divine. What is happening?" Listening to Sophie's heartfelt words made Sanji feel tormented. "I just want to go home." Just then, Tatsu returned. "Sanji, are you okay?" Lean was excited. "We are going home." Even Tatsu was thrilled. "Look, the kid is still fine." Meanwhile, Sophie felt embarrassed and slipped away. Tatsu suddenly asked, "But where's Izone?" Sanji thought for a moment. "It seems like the divine protector ran away earlier. Did he follow?" "Don't tell me he has already gone to the divine realm." Seeing Sophie worried, the guy wearing the mask asked, "Why are you so surprised?" Is there something unresolved with Liang? Then he whispered in her ear. If you are hiding something that Liang might scold you for, now's the time to spill it. Or she might just give you 100 slaps and 50 face slaps. Sophie was shocked. No way. If I say, it is not just slaps or face slaps. I will turn to gold for real. At that moment, Callie and Yuho also arrived. Sophie still could not escape the confusion in her heart. Why is my life so miserable? Just then, a glimmer of light flickered in the sky. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Divine Protector in the Milky Way, Liang called out to Izo.
Hey.
Is this the fluid you mentioned? And she confirmed.
Yep.
That is right. Immediately, Liang activated the Divine Eye skill. Then teased. Water fluid, always accompanied by nuclear waste armor. So that is the reason. They created these things with my data taken from the Demon Tower. Those are the water warriors replicating Liang. Combining the mirror replication skill of the Divine Protector and the collected data, created the replicating water warrior squads. The water warriors charged into attack when suddenly a flash of light struck. One water warrior was obliterated. It was Liang using her body to smash the water warrior. He gleefully remarked. She really put in some effort. But it is still just a faulty copy of me. Liang shot forward like an arrow towards the door. Does anyone think they can stop me? Looking at the water warrior in front, he directly kicked it in the face. Go away. The water warrior was sent flying. Liang looked at the hole in the wall and quipped. You should know your place. Who dares block my way? Peering through the hole and seeing no more water warriors, he spoke up. Looks like we have cleaned up the copies. Jiao. Pretty impressive, Liang asked. Is the Holy Grail over here? She pointed.
Yep.
It is over there. The two walked for a bit when he noticed his eyes light up. It must be over there. Inside was a goddess statue holding the Holy Grail. Looking at the massive statue in front of him made him feel awestruck. It looks quite sacred. Liang stepped closer to observe. This is the Holy Grail, the core of the Divine Protector. Suddenly he spotted something next to it. He curiously looked at the exquisite box in the corner. What is that box over there? Liang carefully used his hands to lift the box out. It was time to pack up. He squinted, and as he did, a notification blared. His Divine Eye skill was activated. Next came a long notification, detailing Liang's collection of sample materials for creating clones, blood-stained stones, hair, and the cut-off toes of Liang. He smirked, collecting all these little bits. So they are using this to create a bunch of clone guards of me. Standing next to him. Speculated. Those water clone guards are just a byproduct. Right. Liang narrowed his eyes. A byproduct. An image of a stunning goddess flashed before him. What the Divine Priestess and the Holy Grail wanted to create was not just some ordinary clone guards, but true replicas of the great Liang himself. Izo guessed they thought, if they combined their powers with data about him, they could pull it off. He shrugged. So what? Have they succeeded yet? She nervously replied. Not yet. As far as I know, they have failed. At best, they only managed to make those water guards we saw earlier. That is all I can say. If they continue with that plan in any form, we might have to face whatever results they create somewhere else. The scene shifted, and now Kali was staring intently. Sophia. Frightened. Step back. What is up with her? And why is she staring at me like that? Kali stepped closer, asking, what about over there? Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face? She felt flustered. I am not doing anything like that. Kali rolled her eyes. What are you staring at? You are such a weirdo. Sophia snapped back.
Hey.
Who are you calling a weirdo? Sophia's taunt echoed. You are getting old. Just wait. Is not she looking up at the sky? Have you already ascended to the divine realm? Better remember to come back soon. Kali sighed, thinking about Li Jin again. Sophia yelled in anger.
Hey.
The scene shifted to the secret holy sanctuary beneath the divine galaxy. After stealing from someone, Li Jin was on cloud 9. Finally got the Holy Grail. He looked back at the messy altar. Satisfied. That pile of junk is totally wrecked. Job well done. Li Jin hurried to leave. Let us keep this on track then. Izo reported. It seems the other gods have noticed the secret Holy Grail. I received a letter from my sister that they are aware. They are heading to the holy sanctuary now, Li Han said calmly. After all, this is the holy sanctuary. So they will definitely come. But... She pondered. Usually that is true. But the divine beings are not here right now. If they get stubborn, Li Jin frowned. Displeased. Without the master of the holy sanctuary around, can they enforce an early expulsion? So that means, he asked, if there is a divine being, the master of the sanctuary could defend it. Right. Izo responded in confusion. What do you mean? Suddenly, the ground below erupted with a large area. A system interface appeared. signaling that the space manager had issued a warning. From an invisible thread, a blinding light shot out, issuing an enforcement order against the illegal intruder of the divine realm. Lord Light. The manager announced loudly, that illegal intruder. From this moment on, I will initiate your expulsion from the mortal realm, he boldly stated. Please refer to the notice I sent you for details. Liang murmured. What notice? Then he glanced at the glaring system panel with the warning. This, let us. Warning. The space manager has detected an illegal entity intruding into the divine realm, he continued reading. Astonishing ISO. I deeply regret that the illegal intruder has recklessly stepped into the Grand Zodiac space. According to Divine Realm Management regulations, during the expulsion process, the space manager can exercise authority even in the sacred domain. The manager listened silently. From the moment this section of the warning is read, the expulsion process will be enacted against you. The expulsion site is the dimensional rift of the divine realm, and any related objections will not be accepted. Liang lost his cool. I have read it all. Basically, you want to kick me out of the divine realm, right? The manager nodded. That is correct. I will begin the expulsion process right now. Liang arrogantly asked. Not yet. Right. I may look like this, but I am still pretty strong. And I have a lot of stuff to take with me. He used his arm to break free from the binding threads. Is that enough space for me to escape? Either way, I was planning on leaving the divine realm soon. Then he angrily tore apart the space. So just let me carve my own way out. Okay. The rift gradually widened, enveloping his body. Both the manager and Izo stared in shock. The rift opened up to a terrifying extent. Liang cast an annoyed glance. Huge. Now I can move around comfortably. The manager down below hesitated at the scene. Shocked. Is this how everyone enters the divine realm? He tightened his grip on his head and replied. Exactly. He leaned in close, almost nose to nose, and said, whoever answers correctly will get the chance to have me. Liang. Use them. He was suspicious. What is going on here? Liang slowly applied pressure with his hand, saying he would be right there. But he still had a few things to finish up. So please keep an eye on things over there, so I can leave whenever I want, he called out. Disinfectant. Hearing the noise, finally woke up. He pulled out a small gem from his hand and handed it to her. Take this. The core of the Holy Grail. The scene shifted to the entrance of the Holy Realm, where the gods were in a panic. What was happening? The existence of the Holy Grail was starting to fade away. The dark purple god was confused. What is going on? The priests below were also flustered. Oh, come on. Everyone calm down. The ancient god was furious. This is just the mirror god causing trouble again. Do not let the entire divine realm go haywire. Apollo interjected. Wait. Do not jump to conclusions, the purple god, irritated, said. Stop talking nonsense and bring the Holy Grail here to me. You too. Is it true that Liang has come to the divine realm? The priest could only feel helpless. Oh man. When will Liang arrive? What are we going to do? Suddenly, footsteps approach, accompanied by a carefree voice. What is all this ruckus? The gods were astonished. That voice. It is Liang. Suddenly, everyone froze in disbelief. They were shocked. What is that on his back? He casually replied. It is the Holy Grail. They were horrified. You can just hang around like this. Liang. He grinned. Why not? The ancient god shouted in anger. What on earth is the spatial manager doing? How could he let this guy run rampant here? Apollo exclaimed in disbelief. Really? Wiping out a holy deity right in the divine realm of the Wheel of Fate? Artemis gasped. If we are causing trouble, it is getting way too serious. The other two gods were furious. This is an emergency. We must enter the holy realm of Aquarius to eliminate him. Gather all the forces of the factions. Suddenly, wiping out the holy star of Aquarius, which specializes in healing and recovery, and planning to take the Holy Grail too. The purple god yelled. I will make you pay dearly for erasing the holy deity of Aquarius. The two priests were worried. Lord Liang, what are we going to do now? He smirked. Stop whining. How can you say the holy deity of Aquarius is gone? The priest's body trembled. The ancient god was furious. You are the one talking nonsense. Liang calmly raised his hand. Allow me to introduce myself to everyone. The new holy deity of Aquarius. Disinfectant. Izo cheerfully chimed in. Hello everyone. Anam. The disinfectant is here to greet you all. The two on the opposing side fell silent. Apollo and Aftermist were also left speechless. The four of them said nothing, merely staring at Izo. Liang sighed. I told you first impressions are important. Do not pull stunts like this again. Got it. Izo felt sad and teary inside. It was you who told me to do this. The debut was already a mess. And now the disinfectant suddenly becoming the holy deity of Aquarius is even more chaotic. How will the disinfectant overcome this awkwardness? Words appeared. The disinfectant had severely damaged the reputation of the Aquarius constellation, with just a self-introduction. How will the disinfectant and Aquarius constellation get through this crisis? Izo blushed and shouted. Don't say that, she pointed at him and tattled. Lord Legion made me say that. The two ancient purple gods yelled in anger. That rogue. Not only did he eliminate the divine beings, but now he is trying to create a new deity on his own. This is unacceptable. Apollo raised an eyebrow. Questioning. Creating a deity is a serious matter. And that kid? The disinfectant. Does he even qualify to be a deity? Thomas chimed in. That is right. Without power, it is hard for other gods to acknowledge him. He calmly concluded. Strength is crucial. Legion set the holy chalice down and said. Right. You all have your dignity. So how can you just stand by and watch a mere mortal being hailed as a deity? He turned to Izo and smiled. Disinfectant. Show them what you can do. She nodded. Okay. From Izo's body, a surge of energy flowed out, causing the water in the chalice to ripple, dancing under her control. The water became turbulent and shot up into the air. The gods were astonished. No way. Holy water. That is the tears of the goddess. The ancient god began to sweat, realizing it was not just the power of the holy chalice. Someone else had awakened its abilities. Apollo and Actemis gaped in shock. And suddenly Actemis shot a glance at Apollo. He looked immensely pleased, his mouth wide open in awe. It really works, Legion assessed with satisfaction. Very good. Looks like it was not in vain to give her the core of the holy chalice. She already possesses extraordinary power. And now with the authority of the chalice, it is like a tiger sprouting wings. The scene shifted back, and he called. Disinfectant. Stop singing. She replied. Okay. He pulled out a small stone. Legion handed the stone to her. Take this. The core of the holy chalice. He commanded. Take it and swallow it. From now on, you will be the deity of the Aquarius constellation. Izo gasped in shock. Ah. She stammered in fear. I can't do it. How could I? He encouraged her. You can do it. Although it will take time. The power from this core will gradually merge with you. Legion added. Right now, the Aquarius constellation is without a master. If there is no stability, it will only lead to more chaos inside and out. Becoming a deity is a good thing, is not? Izo worriedly asked. But can I really do it? He continued to reassure her. It is. You can do it. I will handle the rest. Izo absorbed the gem with his voice encouraging her. You just need to show your abilities to the other deities. Izo felt confident. Not only can I unleash the power of the holy chalice, but I can also wield all the powers that the previous deity used. Even though I do not have much experience being a deity, I am confident that I qualify to represent the Aquarius constellation. The other gods looked at Izo in admiration. She is amazing. That is her true power. Apollo rallied with enthusiasm. I will definitely support you. Thomas then looked at him. I agree with you. The other two gods were furious. Those sycophants of that rogue. I admit the kid has talent. But we can't let anyone just decide to elevate him to deity status. Legion raises his hand to command. I have finished organizing the Aquarius constellation. Seeing everyone lined up, I have gathered all the members of the Aquarius constellation here and asked them. The purple god is furious. You are pushing people too hard, Brother Bing calmly states. The talent has been confirmed. And there is agreement within the constellation. So what else is there to discuss? As you all said, the Aquarius constellation, which specializes in healing and recovery, is still leaving the master position vacant. His eyes darken as he asks. Or what? Do you want another round of fighting? Just because I am quiet, you think I am easy? Ah. Two gods silently curse under their breath. Knowing that we can't just unleash our powers in the domains of the new constellations, like that, the purple god says, at the very least, without confirming the agreement or opposition of the other deities. We can't recognize it. Legion squints mischievously, implying that if the decision is based on majority, will you accept it? At this moment, the system chimes in, declaring that the Scorpion constellation's deity has voted in favor. Following that, two more announcements follow, with the deity of the Pisces constellation and the deity of the Market constellation declaring their opposition. I can't agree to such a sudden ascension to godhood. He mutters. 1 in favor and 2 against. Thus, a battle has formed. If we add up my vote along with those present here, the result is a tie. 4-4. He narrows his eyes in thought, considering the position of the disinfectant among the gods. Winning in the way they have decided would be the clearest path. The purple god smirks. Are you really overthinking this? She waves her hands in frustration. But what can we do? Even counting you, the result is still just a tie. She keeps rambling, wondering if the other deities will vote in favor of you. Making him so angry he bites his lip. Suddenly, A loud voice from the back calls out. You dare directly come to the divine realm. You have got some guts. Apollo is shocked. This voice Li Jian chuckles. You have fallen asleep again. My protector, he calls out. Narasimha shouted out loud. We do not have time to waste. Let us redo the match immediately. The purple god is furious. This is not the time for that. Narasimha and the ancient god look puzzled. What are you saying? We are selecting the new Aquarius deity, he shouts. What is there to worry about? I will fight that Li Jian. Whatever Aquarius deity. Bring it on. The purple god is furious. What is this monster thinking? Li Jian temp. If you vote in favor, I will fight you. His expression turns sinister. And there is even the refreshing drink of Aquarius. Now that makes it even more interesting. Hearing this, he cheers joyfully. I am in favor. His whole body swells with power as he uses the lion's roar. The purple god rubs his head in frustration. That stupid jerk, the purple god ponders. So we need one more vote. Contact the Pisses deity. Try again. Pisses. Hurry up and contact us. The system pops up, unable to contact. Please leave a message and we will respond later. She angrily curses. That guy is no help at all. The system displays a notification. The vote to select the Aquarius deity has 12 gods, with 10 participating. Out of the 9 votes, 5 are in favor. 4 oppose, 3 are blank, and 1 votes for destruction. The voting has concluded. The system has made its decision. With support from other star clusters outside the constellation of the Sorrowful, the Aquarius deity has ascended to become the new god of Aquarius. Izo is joyfully dancing, saying, we did it. Congratulations. Apollo claps with a serious face. The gods are bickering like crazy. Shouting, what are you doing? You idiot. If you can't do it, just stay out of it, fool. How are you going to handle this? Narasimha, annoyed, waves his hands. It is too noisy. Don't wait for me. Get out of the way. He stumps down hard and strides over to him. Narasimha crosses his arms with a grin. Are you still keeping your promise? He replies with a smile. Of course. I really value my word. He looks at him seriously. This time, I am definitely going to pay back the debt from before. Suddenly, the system appears, announcing that it has come from the Dimensional Manager, instructing the enforcement of expulsion against those who illegally entered the divine realm. Liang is surprised. Expulsion? Just like that, he disappears right in front of Narasimha with the system's voice, successfully expelling the illegal intruders from the divine realm. He glares at the manager. Enforcement, the manager, terrified, says, expulsion successful. The other gods silently turn away. Avoiding Narasimha, he angrily starts smashing things in the room. The scene shifts to an island somewhere in the Pacific. Once the break zone of the human realm, in a flickering fire. Tesuku pokes at it with a stick, wondering when Liang will return. He is frustrated. He is making everyone worry. And I want to bring him back. What will happen to him now? Tesuku, serious, says, I am worried about what he will do next. Sophia, hiding behind a tree, pretends to sleep. Please, do not come back. Remembering the moment she fainted, she berates herself. Why am I suffering like this? She silently laments. It is all because of Liang. She is fuming, thinking, he saves me all day and still complains. How can a saint act like this? Wait a minute. Suddenly, she wakes up. I am no longer a saint, she exclaims loudly. I have made my decision. Sophia happily mumbles. Ever since I lost my powers, I won't be a saint anymore. From now on, I will live a normal life. What is the point? Then he won't bother me anymore. Feeling liberated, she says in one breath. I won't have any burdens. Do I need to wake her up? Just let it go. It is so much lighter. Sophia excitedly cheers. Goodbye, Liang. Goodbye, disaster. The detox officially becomes the new deity of Aquarius with support from the 4 temples and Safu. Izo appoints Sophia as the saint and swears allegiance to Liang, making the temple of Aquarius a subordinate of Safu. Then comes a message that leaves her speechless. Where do you think you are running off to? She cries and collapses to the ground, and everyone watches in silence. She is out cold. Suddenly, they look down. Liang, flying out, says, you have wet yourself. And then, the nickname Liang uses for Sophia changes from bug to bedwetter, making Sophia hate him even more. After being expelled from the divine realm, Liang surprisingly appears eerily calm. He is curious. Is this the spatial rift that the Dimensional Manager mentioned? Since this place lies between the divine realm and the human world, it is not swayed by either side. Yet it can influence both. Setting up a base here could work out perfectly. Liang imagines bullying that space manager. And long can't he help but get pumped up. At the same time, he checks his personal info to see what he has got. As soon as he opens the system, a flood of notifications hits him. The most exciting being that he has snatched a divine realm pass. With this, he can confidently storm the main gate of the divine realm. Right. Just thinking about it gets Liang super hyped. The saints call it disaster divinity, because the strength this underdog wields can shake the divine path and every god in it. That is why those divine jerks, led by Liber and the former hero, are trying to take him out in the demon tower. The names Liber mentioned still linger in Liang's mind, the chosen one between two options. Come back under my witness to be reborn as the one who stands at the pinnacle of this world. Or you will end up as a pile of stars wiped out by us. They even tried to tempt him when things did not go their way. As if that was not enough, they lured in those who had shown him kindness. If they keep washing their hands of this, I won't have to worry about their attacks at all. Liang is truly furious now. He is preparing everything to charge straight at the main gate of the divine realm. With the ticket in hand, he ponders deeply. Then he suddenly feels down. Of course, that day is still far off. Liang starts calculating, realizing he has taken down 3 divine beings. The Liberus forces are rushing toward the monarch. Soon, he needs to check if there is anything left in Liberus' army to take. As for the rotten ex-hero, that guy has been completely crushed. And since I have taken his essence as material, the divine nature probably has nothing left to absorb. The Holy Grail from Aquarius comes from the core of the divine being. I have got the Holy Grail itself and absorbed its essence. So it is definitely under my influence now. On the flip side, 3 divine beings have joined my ranks. The divine being Sagittarius, Apollo, the new moon Actimus, and the sterilizing potion of the Aquarius constellation. At the moment Liang makes his decision by voting, yet in a flash, the divine Scorpio boldly expresses his approval, which piques his interest. The Scorpio divine being may not know much yet, but he seems friendly enough, and an easily manipulated one at that is Leo, with a big head and a brain the size of a grape. Plus, we have got the twins, Aries, Capricorn, and Pisces lurking in the shadows. It is known that Pisces rarely shows up, but is they really that lost? Where on earth are they, anyway? If we eliminate Libra and the missing ex-hero, the opposing divine beings left against me include Pisces, Aries, Capricorn, and the rest are just guys. So far, it seems the divine beings are still underestimating me, facing me one by one. It appears they still do not recognize Legion's strength. They just see me as a disaster that needs cleansing. Right now, dealing with 1 or 2 divine beings is not a problem at all. The issue is the entire remaining divine force. If I have to face all the gods of the divine realm, I am not strong enough to fight or start a war yet. Plus, we have to consider those monarchs from the mysterious civilization. Space overlords have set their sights on my power. According to Apollo, the reason they target me must be because I possess the power of life and death. Just remember the words they said. It implies that Liang is furious again. And the other overlords are no different. In that moment, he suddenly unleashed his power. This power was so terrifying that it made thunder crackle down continuously. Liang suddenly wore a smug smile. Perfect. I have made up my mind. I will upgrade my punishment scythe to be even more powerful. Choose the Saint Safu. Now. Your punishment scythe is about to break through to a higher level of power. In the distance, a strange blue light suddenly appeared. It seemed to be created by Liang himself. At that moment, he boldly declared he would hunt down the gods who dared to plot his destruction in the demon tower. All the overlords behind this scheme. But where I will only grow stronger. Liang's return brought great joy to everyone. He vowed, with me and my forces ready to fend off any external attacks, I can stand strong and defeat them all. On the other hand, the overlord's henchmen were slowly plotting their revenge. I suspect the Time Overlord is really furious. After the former god, the Aquarius god has been defeated. It seems the strength of that disaster god is greater than I thought. Senza, you have got a plan, right? Please leave this to me, the lowly god. I will deal with the remaining forces being held captive, and proceed with the work together with Song-gu. With cancer gone, Song-gu probably can't stay quiet anymore. According to the information I gathered, the disaster god's forces are a chaotic mess, subdued by the hand's power. I will divide them up and return to Liang's base. The scene gradually shifts to the tower where he resides. At this moment, Texu suddenly approached Liang with a complaint. He wondered where he got that huge cup from behind. However, Liang pondered. If I said I stole it from the Aquarius god, would he believe it? He casually replied that he received it. Even his close friend Texu felt powerless, knowing he was lying just to avoid an explanation. Suddenly, Liang made a bold suggestion. Now that I am here, I want to give it a try. Thinking back, I have been fighting so much lately without any rest. He chuckled. Well then, let us take a break. Health is important. I will use it to create something interesting. I have finished building it and sent out the invitations to hang out. Suddenly, a massive amount of water shot out from the tower. Even Texu was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. What the heck is this? In just a short time, Liang had created a hot spring. At the same time, his subordinates arrived to report. Today, Liang, I have brought them here. Everyone now could not hide their astonishment. It was a hot spring. The lion was even surprised. Shouting, "Legion, I heard you built a hot spring, so I came here." His actions made Kevin extremely uncomfortable. Sputtering water everywhere. Additionally, Haley showed extreme excitement, saying that coming to the hot spring meant we were all family. Legion inviting us to the hot spring was like saying we are all in this together. And being together means treating us like. And then the moment arrived when Legion announced the main issue. He shouted in unison, "Let us go to the hot springs." Back at Legion's weapon manufacturing workshop, his punishment axe was slowly being lifted from the molten lava. Moving right in front of the Lord, Legion below watched in excitement, thinking, "All right, keep it coming." The axe was being positioned before him, and in that instant, he swung the hammer, thinking, "Just endure it." At the same time, a notification appeared, indicating that the punishment of enduring was fully underway for the Master's forging. To upgrade it, Legion continually reassured himself, "It is dangerous, but hang in there, I will endure the pain with you." However, at that moment, Haley was watching his actions from behind, looking at his silhouette. She thought, Legion usually seems calm and confident, but sometimes when he has that expression, I can't help but wonder what is going on in his head. Could he be reminiscing about memories I do not know about? Each swing of the hammer he brought down seemed to carry a special belief. Memories began to flood back. They slowly turned his mood into a quiet one. A painful memory of Legion surfaced. It seemed like this was exactly what he wanted. In just a moment, it was completed, preparing for the next step. Quickly, the tears of the goddess were brought forth and poured directly into a reservoir. Just like that, Legion slowly introduced the punishment axe into it. His eyes now seemed devoid of any vitality. On the other hand, Yuha was still enjoying the cozy warmth of the hot springs. Kali's face was filled with happiness, all her fatigue melting away. Zhang Ziyan could not hide his satisfaction, saying, "Splashing around is fun, but soaking in hot springs is the best." The whole group seemed to care about nothing but the hot springs at that moment. Turns out, this whole thing was part of Legion's plan. He cleverly utilized the clean water and the warmth of the furnace to create the hot springs, allowing us to relax in comfort. Tetsu sighed. "Legion is working while we are resting. Does that mean he cares about us? We should also be grateful for those who worked hard for this." Just thinking about others being tortured made the two of them turn pale. Suddenly, a lion roared in frustration. "Why have not I been called? Legion has not acknowledged me." This left Tetsu feeling helpless. Maybe I should not say anything. Suddenly, Kevin interrupted. "What a waste of time. Are we just going to lounge around like this?" He seemed quite annoyed. Even now, Legion was getting stronger. Instead of playing, we should be training. Unexpectedly, his body was taken over by Optimus, saying, "Then we will step down to play for you, while you just relax." Zitex asked, "Should I wear a female swimsuit or a male one? What should I put on?" Suddenly, everyone heard something coming from the sea. A yak was approaching. "What is that?" Everyone hurried out to the beach to welcome them. At this moment, Tetsu realized they were the interviewers. They came from Ludge Television. "I want to interview the Saints, the heroes who saved the world from disaster." But Kevin is acting all grumpy. Like, "How did you guys even find out to come here?" Yet, Tetsu is a bit worried. Legion is working while we are just chilling. It is not like we can drag Legion out of work for an interview. So let us just handle this ourselves. So we will do the interview. But it can't drag on. Apparently, this interview was set up by that general under the commander Fong Dd Nam Teach Leish. Luckily, I have received the shape-shifting technique from the Pisses. Plus, if that disaster god does not interfere, this will be even easier. I need to break the connection between Legion and the Saints. I will use sharp questions disguised as an interview to sow discord among them. Starting with the seemingly simplest one, the Saint of Lions. They immediately asked. Recently, the Leo constellation has faced unfortunate events, but he denied it, saying, "It is nothing." When she casually mentioned the lion's arm, she was interrupted. "It is just a common injury from being careless, losing both arms, but one has been replaced with a prosthetic made by Legion." Suddenly, her gaze turned ominous. "It is strange why he only replaced one arm. If it is Legion, they should be able to make a prosthetic for both sides. Instead of an inconvenient prosthetic, he could have just given him back his real arm." This question instantly made the lion growl. What does she mean? The prosthetic made by Legion is better than my real arm. That answer left her speechless. Feeling uneasy, she quickly turned to Kevin. The lion said that the weapon made by Legion is so good he could not help but smile. In truth, Legion might have been careless. They could only provide a prosthetic. It seemed like she was about to trap him, but the outcome did not change after Kevin's reply. He said, "I do not need a prosthetic. I want to fight him." Kevin suddenly got furious. "Losing an arm is proof of my own shortcomings. Using that as a lesson, I firmly refuse the prosthetic. As a saint of the Santa Choir, I must silently listen to the order to attach a prosthetic. Don't forget. No matter how different our ranks are, I should at least get to fight you once. I already offered my choir, so at the very least, I should be able to fight you once. Frustrated with the two in front of her, she shifted to Haley. But before she could start, she failed. This made her snap. Damn it. Was not it said we were being forced to cooperate under Legion's power? Just a slight push, and they will fall apart. They are all part of Legion. What did that time-wasting bunch even tell us? Even the person with her could not explain it. There is no way this is the latest intel from the soldiers who recently captured the Saint of Aquarius. You must have provided the intel already. Right. The one who passed that info. I will deal with them myself later. Suddenly, a guy interrupted their argument. Right when everyone was tense. I heard Tetsu went looking for Haley but got stopped by Legion. So the interview is cancelled. Let us just wrap it up for today. This left them in despair. Damn it. Am I really going to accept defeat like this? Suddenly, that uncle whispered. Gentlemen, that is the guy mentioned in the manhwa, the secretary betrayed by our own kind. Seizing this opportunity, he asked, can we at least interview you? Your weak identity is not a problem. Right. Secretary. In that moment, Teen Hongquan's true nature was revealed. Your former master, the daughter of the Blood Emperor, the Scorpion Saint. I have got some stories worth telling you. Hoksun stuttered, trying to say he did not understand what he was talking about, but was called out directly. The secretary could not pretend anymore. Teen Hongquan claimed he had information about him and his former master for a long time, which left Hoeksuan confused when he mentioned how the lazy lord was supposed to provide it. Mentioning the Libra Saint only confused him more. He even found it amusing that the saint's identity was lazy. Yet they were a whole lineage, realizing they were in deep trouble. Then Hoeksuan shouted that this was pointless, as the little one, upon hearing Teppan Kwan's question, felt insecure and doubted himself. He manipulated Hoeksun, claiming the gods were threatened by Li Jian and hinted at what would happen if he got rid of him. Hearing his threats about possibly getting rid of the princess's daughter to consolidate power made Hoeksun panic even more, revealing that Li Jian and Haley had formed an alliance. His defense of that guy only fueled the fire, saying both he and his master were just used and tossed aside. Teen Kwon got closer, reminding Hoeksuan that turning back to power could not be like before, while still carrying the stigma of what he said. At that moment, he placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, our prosperous lord is very generous and compassionate. Then he praised the lord for his protection, mentioning the renowned Western deity, comparing him to a certain character. Hoeksuan gloomily recalled the tough days of working under that guy when he brought it up. Teppan Kwan claimed his true intention was to cooperate, having poked at his dark heart to save the Scorpion Princess, the one who saved him. Inside the furnace, Tiangsu had come to help stoke the flames. The subordinates forced to work by Li Jian started to praise him. He had just called for a drink, and when he turned around, he found someone standing there, looking quite surprised. When asked if he had seen off the people from the broadcasting station, Hoeksun confirmed he had. Tifengsu also apologized for being busy helping Li Jian and leaving the difficult matters behind, but he cheerfully said it was no problem, while leaving in a cheerful mood, saying he would treat him to coffee. Hoeksun's expression was quite strange. He sighed and said, forget the coffee. I would not dare accept it. His eyes turned red as he activated the secretary's miraculous ability to alter Txu's gospel. Seeing his gospel, it felt like his life mirrored Li Jian's. This secretary thought the gospel of this guy was really simple. Hoeksuan was following the general's orders, causing Li Jian's close associates to betray him while still silently apologizing. He had used his skills to turn what Txu admired most about Li Jian into the worst thing he could not trust, because he had been influenced by the secretary's skills. He hesitated, and slowly, he lost his cheerful demeanor, wondering why he suddenly feels different. Safu's faith takes a nosedive, plummeting by a whopping 150%. At that moment, Li Jian pops his head in, asking why he is still here when he said he was going for a drink, leaving the stunned Hoeksuan completely speechless. He sighs in frustration. Just when the meteor enhancement is about to wrap up, Tiangsu suddenly insists on going outside. The secretary is sweating bullets because he hears everything is almost done. They just need to wait for the heavenly punishment to awaken and adjust. But he reads in the scriptures that Li Jian is still the worst, leaving him confused. Suddenly, he turns with a strange expression, still simmering with rage at Li Jian. But at this moment, he feels oddly cheerful, thinking Engsu has helped him out. He promises to hit the bars for drinks after the heavenly punishment enhancement is done. Hearing mention of fried chicken and beer, he wants to invite others he has had fun with, and the scriptures chime back in Li Jian is the best. Hoeksuan watches the two of them in shock, unable to find words. He wonders how his faith in Li Jian has dropped so low. Yet all it takes to resolve it is some fried chicken and beer. Then he feels a pang of regret, realizing he forgot something important. Even though Ithexu's faith has declined, It is not affecting him. In fact, it is recovering. Watching the two leave, he realizes he is actually a die-hard fan of Li Jian. While Huoxuan is still dumbstruck, something suddenly targets him. As soon as he realizes it, he is left astonished. The secretary gets ambushed but manages to dodge just in time. The object that whizzes by leaves a crack in the wall, and he is still too shaken to gather his wits. He thinks to himself, that crazy pen has flown all the way here, trying to set up its own little domain, and then blaming him for not using it. North Huan feels an intense fear as he is questioned about the scriptures, only to be caught altering them. Li Jin turns back, pulling out the pen and declaring he just wanted to see how far he could go. But this is crossing the line. With the power of the bow and arrow in play, he threatens him, demanding a clear explanation. Xuan is freaking out, thinking he is done for. Nothing is resolved yet. And suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the forge. While he is still clueless about what is happening, Li Jin is not surprised. But even Tech Su is taken aback by the blue light. Looking inside, he announces that the heavenly punishment has awakened. Those outside are baffled by what is going on but feel an immense power about to shoot up into the sky. Anyone witnessing this scene can feel the overwhelming power, and guess it must be the strength of the divine calamity. The energy has risen so high it darkens the sky. But it has been impacted and is shooting its power elsewhere. The two news reporters are terrified as they realize the power is racing toward them. Then, a direct explosion occurs, sending everything flying. The power is so terrifying it even disrupts the ocean waves. The ship's hull has already plunged headfirst into the water, revealing its true form. The horrifying strength has obliterated the divine pisces, and his transformation has been undone, leaving him furious. The other one asks if he is alright. While they are still checking on each other, Li Jiang steps, saying that guy is the first victim of the new shop. When they realize it is the divine calamity, he smirks, feeling proud that they have done a flawless job. The divine punishment has spoken. The new lord has made his move, and the level of divine punishment is now enhanced. As both sides are still at a stalemate, someone rushes in asking what is going on. Totally oblivious to the media frenzy that is about to go down, the general growls. Clearly frustrated, Li Jiang steps up, confirming that the divine is aware of the disaster, and is here to take it down, throwing shade at the general for not even realizing the chaos, leaving Tiangsu feeling embarrassed. Then, he ordered the divine to come closer. To everyone's shock, it actually moved towards him, leaving the general stunned. Li Jiang summoned the strength of the carrier and directed it toward the divine. He successfully seized it right in front of the others, holding this in his hands. He does not say a word. At that moment, Tiangsu looks up at the sky in surprise, while the general remains confused. When he sees the others flying in because of the massive explosion, he is thrilled. John Yuha, Kali, and Sanji are all shocked when Li Jiang tells them to stay put. Then they ask what is up with Dad, while Tiangsu is in full panic mode. Suddenly seeing Li Jiang completely bare, everyone is left in shock. Yu and Kali look amused yet awkward. The general, harnessing his power, feels the moment has arrived. He strikes the guy next to him, using the power of prosperity to create a whole army of doppelgangers that look just like him. Tifengsu's widen as he watches the doppelgangers multiply. Both he and Li Jiang dive into the horde of monsters. The general is overwhelmed by the crowd, thinking about making a run for it. He is naked but still chases after them until Txu reminds him to put some clothes on. Meanwhile, at the hot springs under the constellation of the carrier, a worker is confused by all the commotion. He wants to check it out since he sees the bright light, but Kevin stops him, thinking Li Jiang is up to something crazy again. Just as he asks, the weird guy in the hat looks up and spots the general flying, exclaiming someone's gone wild. Then, there is Li Jiwang, sprinting after him completely naked, while Txu is clinging on, yelling for him to put on some pants. The two guys enjoying their bath can't believe it. He is running around naked chasing after Tai Devang while still holding on to Tifengshu. Kevin reassures him it is no big deal. He thinks so too. Over by the divine under the centaur, the black crow is complimenting its master, saying the long hair makes him look more handsome, which makes the guy really happy to hear. But then, the divine maiden mocks him, saying the thicker the hair, the fiercer the warrior. This leaves the centaur fuming in silence. He orders the black crow to go to the well and fetch some of the goddess's tears. After that, the crow is ordered. The celestial being of the constellation summons Txu. Once he arrives, he tells it that it is just in time. He sprayed glue as the crow caught at him, clearly unhappy, asking what it wanted from him. Txu was fed up, forcing it to shut its beak and keep still, guarding Li Jin's precious items. He called it underwear and said he did not care if it was wearing any. The black crow, hearing this, wanted an explanation from the summoner. Then he turned to blame Txu for stopping him from chasing after the general, taking some blame himself. They felt reassured knowing the replicated kids would take care of themselves. Right now, the two of them had to deal with this guy. While Wasun was still confused, Limer had tightly bound him up, allowing Li Jin to interrogate the traitor about why he did this. The guy stammered, revealing they had mentioned Lord Haley. This person came from an unknown civilization and would soon find himself isolated between the divine and the Lord. Wei Sun said he would exploit him and then toss him aside, because Lei Jin never showed mercy regarding disasters. He asked him why he did not blame himself or consult Haley, but instead listened to the disaster's commands. When asked if he did not think that was a bit hasty, Wei Sun requested immediate punishment. Lei Jin agreed but gave him a solid punch to the head. He reminded him that to enhance the divine power, there was still a mountain of work to handle, while the kid held his head in pain. Wei Sun was touched because Lei Jin only punished him with a light tap on the head. He asked why he did not just eliminate him for betrayal. But Lei Jin said he found him capable and useful since a secretary was very valuable. Lei Jin expressed that he valued ability over hostility or background. Kalai is fighting, explaining to that guy while also pondering. She recalls when Haley wanted Lei Jin to hand over a task to her. Meanwhile, he is still explaining things to Wei Sun, satisfying both conditions. He is not crazy enough to toss aside someone capable. Lei Jin waves his hand and leaves with Su, reminding him that the price to pay is dealing with a mountain of work without getting a good night's sleep. Wei Sun yells, refusing to comply. Still wondering why he is being spared, Su approaches to talk to him. Still not getting what Lei Jin meant, he explains his thoughts to this guy. Given the dire situation, if he is not letting him go, why would he let someone else slide? Wei Sun is shocked when he realizes Su thinks Lei Jin forgiving him is an act of loyalty to Haley, and surely he has resolved things well. He turns away, reminding him to apologize to Haley first, because she knows what Wei Sun has done, and will be very disappointed. He sits there, dazed, still stuck in Lei's grip. Then he grinds his teeth, thinking about himself if it has come to this. There is no way this can end like this. Over in the territory of Gam, the forgotten building of the angel, the disaster soldier has escaped here. Feeling lucky that he can go back, recalls how Lei Jin would chase him down naked when provoked, telling himself he should wait for him to rescue him. Just as he is about to step away, he senses something. More surprising is when the secretary shows up at their prearranged spot. Wei Sun explains that he made it out safely during the chaos. He wants to discuss the next plan, but the monster is a bit wary as the disaster god is caught on. The secretary says they did not leave empty-handed, and managed to pull in someone trustworthy from the inside. Un is even more surprised when a voice asks if he has imprisoned this person's mother. Kali steps out to greet him, and Heaven recognizes her. She is the daughter of the angel, Lin. Wei Sun speaks up, saying now we can discuss our plan. The scene shifts to Seoul, South Korea, where a sudden explosion rocks the city. At the site affected by the explosion, a swarm of monsters suddenly appears. The disaster soldier acknowledges the truth when the servant reports that the barrier surrounding the divine disaster site has vanished. Un then orders his subordinates to metaphorically gift their claws to destroy what is in front of them. The monster opens its mouth and unleashes its power towards the city. After that, even more monsters attack directly into the Legion headquarters. Anyone inside the building is clueless about what is happening as the disasters strike. The power causes property damage, and some people are even injured. When asked if the barrier at the divine site has truly been destroyed, Kali confirms it as, after all, a mimic. Two people witnessing the scene before them are incredibly scared. It is the disaster soldier and Kali walking together. He asks her about someone's divine weapon, and she replies that it is upstairs, inside the Legion's weapon warehouse. Looking over at the scouts, the two are at a loss for what to do. The scouts remain frozen, and the disaster soldier takes it upon himself to deal with them. Meanwhile, Kali has picked up a weapon, indicating she will follow his orders. More people run toward the scouts standing there. These two ask if they are okay, but it was shocking not to understand what was happening when everyone was taken down. And there was Kali standing right next to that guy. One person spoke up, asking how the disaster crew ended up here, revealing that she had betrayed them. When they asked her to explain, she just stayed silent. The soldier noticed there were still people left, so he ordered her to finish the job. The guy threatened her, still not fully trusting, saying that if she wanted to meet her mother, she needed to show some sincerity. Kali fired back, saying her actions were not convincing enough yet. At that moment, she gripped her weapon tightly and charged toward the two of them. The man also lunged forward to fight back. Two immense forces were clashing against each other. But then, Kali, stronger than him, sent his head flying. He managed to utter a final word as he shot at her, asking why. She delivered a decisive blow and stood there watching him fall. When she saw the snake scale barrier skill protecting her, she was shocked that Lei Jin granted her the right to use it, making things much easier. The other girl had also aimed her arrow at Kali. Crying, she asked why Kali had betrayed them. Kali told her that she had flattered Lei Jin for a position, but it did not work, so she switched sides. This sister was reminded that being too emotional in a fight could make her forget important things, that the enemy was not just her. But Kali finished her off immediately. Her face remained impassive, even though she was covered in blood. When the guy asked if she had let her guard down or hesitated, she replied, both since they knew each other. Meeting like this felt strange. But there was nothing they could do now. Looking at the woman's weapon and glasses, Kali was determined not to let anything hold her back. She needed to be stronger. She asked the monster if he was satisfied yet, or if he needed more proof of loyalty, flashing back to when Kali first met this guy. When the daughter of Libra arrived with Jua's son to discuss their plan, he had already heard she betrayed Libra to join Liang. Unsure if he could trust the girl, he still asked why she was joining him. When Kali said she would help reclaim the shattered jewel, he was stunned. Even more shocking was when she revealed it was in South Korea, hidden in the Liang territory, and that she would create a barrier for him to get inside. The shattered jewel was a sacred item capable of causing disasters. A treasure given to Guy by King Shattered Jewel. Owner Marine and Sylvia borrowed it. After Sylvia, disguised as Kevin, was defeated by Liang at the Lion Church, they took it away. Kali said the shard was in a vault on the top floor of the Liang Tower. She laid out her plan, saying Liang would be in Hawaii for a while, and everyone was busy repairing the damaged divine artifacts. Jua's son chimed in, saying they needed to quickly repair the holy scripture to disable the barrier, then sneak in to grab the shattered jewel before he noticed. As his secretary, he handled the scripture and acted alone. But he could not do everything, reminding him that once the barrier was down, he had to get the shattered jewel himself. The soldier still did not fully trust these two, but Guosun countered that they needed to be sure. What if he was lying? With the need to break into the holy church of the serpent, they also needed their help. At that moment, the soldier pondered as Guosun suggested letting Kali lead the way. Guosun wants him to trust her, especially since she is a powerful human too. He guarantees he won't find a better guide, and then asks if the Libra girl really wants to join his side. Kali explains that the Holy Order fell apart, and with no other choice, she joined the scavengers. But she has been treated poorly, probably because she is from Libra. She reveals her true goal: to meet her mother and rebuild the church once she learns he is holding her captive. She will cooperate if she gets to see her mom. Back in the present, Kali asks him if he needs more proof. She has touched up her face, and upon hearing his confirmation, she can feel his sincerity. As they reach a door, the monster wonders why they are going up, and she tells him to take the elevator. They step inside, and Kali assures him it is safe. The elevator takes them up, floor by floor. She speaks up, saying that her work is pretty much done. Just as the elevator doors slowly begin to open, the spirit guarding this place is quite surprising, with a sinister look in her eyes. The woman remarks that Kali is indeed a great guide. Kali and the monster reach the 77th floor, and the door swings open. Both of them stare intensely ahead. She announces they have arrived at Li Jun's workshop. Inside is the cursed fragment he desires, and she is excited to let him know she will snag some other holy artifacts too. Kali obeys the command to open the door. He expresses regret for doubting her, as he never expected them to handle everything so smoothly. Hearing him hint at betrayers, she glances back, but he has already launched a decisive strike at her. He declares he won't trust those who betray his trust, while Kali writhes in pain from the sneak attack. This guy says he will also send the secretary packing soon. The thing that just got wiped out reveals its true form, a disaster that catches him off guard. Then it all hits the spirit unbelievable. The tower has now activated traps everywhere. While this guy is still confused, a voice informs him that stepping in here means he has entered his own illusion. When he realizes the voice belongs to the daughter of the Blood Sovereign, she joyfully acknowledges that the Marquis recognizes her. She warns him he will pay for luring her subordinates into foolishness. And then he brings up some kid's name. The Marquis gets caught off guard as she strikes first, receiving the force of the former Solver's attack. He screams in pain as she realizes she has been trapped from the start. At this moment, she pushes him into some unknown space, and as he falls, he realizes it is not ground but a swamp, and he recognizes this as the poison swamp of the scorpions. He wants to escape quickly, so he uses his power. It is the ability of prosperity to grow, lifting him out of the market. Looking towards the door, he figures that is the way out, so he leaps for it. The followers are already waiting up there, armed and ready. The archers shift to one side when they see he has made it up. One of them speaks up, saying they have been waiting a long time for him. Seeing the people in front of him, he still thinks they have been sent flying by Kali. Before he can ask, the archers unleash a barrage of fire at the door. This guy screams in agony as he is attacked by a swarm of people. Meanwhile, the followers on the other side keep shooting without hesitation. After breaking free from the deadly grip, he sighed in relief. Then he recalled the words of the red-clad princess, wondering if this place was just a mirage. At that moment, Kali appeared. Seeing Uncle Prosperity looking genuinely pitiful and teasing him, he regretted ever underestimating her. He was the one who struck first. Kali felt shy receiving compliments from her siblings. As they finally caught a general-level disaster, the girl hugged her sister, explaining that her act was just a performance. And thankfully, her sister understood. The Marquis chimed in, asking if she did not want to see her mother again. Hearing this, she lowered her gaze. Then, gathering her courage, she spoke up, saying that her intention in mentioning her mother was to lure this guy in. As she had committed many crimes that needed to be paid for, he mocked her for betraying her mother, seeking out her father as a pathetic crutch. Both Kali and the others present were taken aback by his words, while she was not paying attention. The girl was struck. Everyone yelled Kali's name as they witnessed it. The Marquis did not expect that the others were still unaware of the situation, and was about to reveal that this girl was someone from the Legion. Suddenly, she charged at him and kicked him. But he continued to mock her for being afraid of revealing her secret. He was knocked back, and the girl glared at him in rage. The Marquis, feeling triumphant, reminded her that Kali had once said not to let emotions control her. At that moment, the girl was affected by Prosperity's curse. Feeling polluted, while the followers were still in shock, two figures crashed through the roof and jumped in. Kali was astonished to realize it was John Iha and Sanja coming to her aid. Before she could gather her thoughts, her brother Sanja spoke up to check on her. When Iha teased her about being injured due to her guard being down, she insisted she was fine. However, she wiped the sweat off her forehead as a reminder from her sister. Kali was surprised when her sister purified the polluted energy from the disaster using the power of Safu and Aquarius. The two girls chatted, and Sanja pointed at the general, declaring that everything was over now, announcing that his subordinates had all been wiped out. Resisting further would be pointless. The younger brother reminded them that the curse on Kali had been lifted, and he would leave this place like a defeated foe. Realizing that his plan had completely failed, he said there was only one way left. That was to activate his self-destruct power, dragging someone down to hell with him. Seeing this, Kali shouted for everyone to retreat, but the other two remained excited, insisting it was okay. Iwa realized that the day had finally come. Everyone is confused by the overwhelming light, except for her. The tower is radiating a very intense beam of light. The floor where everyone is standing suddenly opens the door by itself, as the self-destruct power is being activated. The servant must pause to see what is going on. A figure appears in a familiar tracksuit. It is Liang, glowing with a dazzling aura, staring intently at the other guy. At this moment, a woman is leisurely sipping her tea. That is Haley. And she is surprised to hear someone say they still do not know what is happening. She says she will explain. Starting from chapter 130, when Liang and Teksu forgave Wasan for being their secretary. But he did not want to listen to him, thinking there was some kind of plot. Teksu had explained his intentions to him, saying that even a pathetic person would not abandon him, let alone throw him away. And Liang overlooked this because of his bond with Haley. Before leaving, he had told Wasan to apologize to her first. And now he understands why he did not want his master to come here. He thought he had realized the truth, but in fact, he was very resentful and did not want things to end this way. Back in the present, Wasan realizes he has been narrow-minded, bowing his head to ask for another chance to atone. Both Liang and Haley sit there watching him plead, not wanting things to end before he corrects his mistakes, abandoning the idea. Liang sees he is aware of his mistakes, so he orders him to stay up all night to revise the scriptures. Wasan remains silent in his position as he wants to change his punishment. He sits up, but his expression is very displeased. Then he lifts his shirt, revealing a knife in his hand, ready to end his life. Seeing that guy wants to die, Liang shouts at him to stop. Haley intervenes, saying to at least hear what they have to say first, and he sighs in agreement. The two superiors give him a chance to say what he wants to do. Liang mentions that they believed he betrayed Safu, so let us exploit that. Before he can finish his sentence, Haley walks in, saying she will be part of the plan, making the other three turn to look. She is very cheerful when mentioning her Liber identity, stating that if she goes along with them, it will be easier to lure them. However, she says that she and the secretary have already discussed things at the beach. Hearing this, Liang agrees, and they will also provide support. Since he allowed that, he ordered the other two to take action. He shared his thoughts, saying if they do it well, they could wipe out an entire military force without much effort. Haley picks up her teacup, realizing that is the case. She then asks about the name Prosperity, which is being studied, clearing away any doubts. Hearing her say that, he gets very angry because he feels manipulated. She brushes it off and continues to order Wasan to investigate him. She reminds him that if she digs deep enough, she will uncover the truth. The servant, except for her, is a traitor from the same tribe and should not touch the truth. Meanwhile, as Yuha and Sanja are walking together, the younger one wonders why it is so noisy over there, and this girl is curious about Kali. Sanja noticed the girl was quiet and felt worried, but she sent a message and got no reply. Kali's phone had also received her message, but still no answer. Yuha guessed that since she got back, the girl had been holed up in her room. The two of them were leisurely walking, but they had to stay alert when someone mentioned what that servant had told Kali back then. The followers were gossiping about what that guy said, some bluntly stating that Kali's father was Legion. Others mentioned her mother's relationship with him, and even brought up the fight earlier, guessing it was a love triangle gone wrong. Sanja was astonished by their chatter, while behind her, Yuhan's expression darkened. Then she called out to the followers, startling them all, seeing her get angry and remind them to hush. Everyone was scared stiff. After that, they scattered, leaving Yuhan standing there. When she heard her sister suggest they go visit Kali, she let out a sigh. She yelled because she knew her little brother was curious and wanted to meet her. But she guessed he would not take no for an answer. The older sister thought the girl was hiding something, so she decided to let her think alone for a bit. When her younger brother teased her, they usually ended up arguing, and it made Yuhan feel awkward, prompting her to tell him to shut it. Then the two sisters decided to head outside. Sanju wanted to bring along Dad and Uncle Legion, but her older sister stopped her. In front of Legion's workshop, he was busy discussing something with someone about an incident that had happened, so he was too preoccupied to notice the right moment. Legion presented a box and told the person next to him that Apollon had returned the souls of their parents. Tatsu opened it with surprise at the light emanating from within. He was emotional, never expecting to meet the two in this form. The glowing items inside were known to be from the god Apollon of the Sagittarius constellation, who said that collecting their souls like this was the best he could do. Remembering when he was injured in the rubble, he called out to himself for help. Looking up at the sanctuary of the constellation, he felt the urgency of the situation, but he sincerely thanked the centaur god, who sensed his genuine heart. Tatsu had turned to Legion for assistance. He prayed that they would reach a peaceful place, and he would use the power of the Sagittarius constellation to help these two souls ascend. Tatsu watched him perform the ritual and voiced his gratitude. As the two souls ascended, a warning appeared, telling him he must grow strong. Tatsu was astonished to hear these words. He cried hard upon realizing his parents were proud of him. The souls of Sam Otters and Emily Otters had ascended, leaving Legion feeling relieved. Tatsu wiped his tears and apologized for showing him something unpleasant, to which he replied it was fine. When he heard Legion understand what it meant to lose family, he was taken aback. Then he smiled, saying that because of this, Tatsu's chance of becoming a saint of Sagittarius was no longer possible. But he was surprised at how Legion knew that. He said he understood Tatsu's character, knowing that when he got his parents' souls back, he would stay loyal to the centaur. Tatsu confirmed that he still had other loved ones connected to the centaur, so he would not abandon them. Legion was pleased that this guy had a sense of responsibility, and would not worry, since he managed the Sagittarius constellation, meaning he would not force Tatsu. He is really grateful to Legion, and right now, Otisu has temporarily stepped down to make room for a divine position. When God Apollo saw his saint return, he rejoiced and spread the word. Legion is feeling frustrated, even though he has made his decision. He can't help but feel regret. No one can hold a candle to Otisu. But thinking about his personality, he realized he can't force him any further. He rushed to make him a saint from the start. Legion is pondering who to appoint as the new saint. Considering devotion, experience, and perseverance, he thinks of a couple of people. Sisters Yuho and Sangji are out grabbing coffee. They spot someone familiar entering the cafe, so they recognize him. They called Jimin over to join them. Then Sangji curiously asks about the person behind him. Jimin is taken aback. Turning around, he feels a chill run down his spine at the sight of this eerie woman looking for him. What happens next is a massive explosion of light in the cafe. Outside, everyone is in a panic seeing this unfold. Once the cafe is back to darkness, everyone turns to look around. The sign inside is flickering, and the people who were there have vanished. It is a chaotic scene. In the midst of the haze, Sangji hears someone calling. Wake up. Yua asks. Sangji, are you okay? He holds his head and assures her. They look around in confusion, wondering why everyone from the cafe is here. Where are we? What on earth is happening? Suddenly, someone speaks up. So you are awake now? She looks at them and smiles. Sangji gets angry. Did you bring us here? She replies, I do not know. Just do not focus on me anymore. With that, she activates her skill, the dual fish, to break the soundless barrier. Before they can grasp what is happening, the surroundings change. The barrier has been lifted. This place is the heart of the land ruled by the sovereign of prosperity. Just then, a horde of beasts comes charging in. Inside the cage, claws are scratching and thrashing to get out. They line up, and one of them says, this is the arena directly managed by him. I bet for you, Yuha. This atmosphere is quite intimidating. Everyone here is panicking. What is going on? We were all just at the cafe. Suddenly, a blinding light appears in the sky. Right after that, the monsters roar. Bow down to the sovereign. The sovereign of martial arts. Yuha recognizes. He is one of the sovereigns, a godlike figure in this mysterious civilization. He is abundance. At this moment, he wears a peculiar smile. Warriors gathered in this arena. Listen up. Right here. Right now, all you humans, including the pathetic remnants of that wretched name, have been captured. They were once loyal servants to and also your commanding generals. They are imprisoning the Marquis of Prosperity and torturing him mercilessly. I ask, should we let these wicked and cowardly beings live? Let them suffer a painful death, execute them all. Sang-ji, worried, says, Sister, we are in big trouble now. Yua calls out to the girl in front of her. Hey. You there. You are Lepric, the dual fish saint. Right. She looks shocked. Someone knows me. Yuha said. Only a person who can wield the skills of the Piss's husband and lead this many free souls to the break zone could be her, because she is indeed a sorceress on par with the Saint Gemini. Why would a saint like her publicly withdraw support from the monarchy like this? Lepric said. Did not Libra do the same? I am the same type as her. Someone you can't possibly understand. Yuha fumed. Did not you do this to avenge prosperity? Then you and I will stay. But please let the others go. She replied. It is too late. With the situation like this, how can we sneak them away? They shouted. Kill the humans. Avenge the noble. Lepric said. You see, the disasters are thirsting for your blood. Consider it bad luck. Sangdi is furious. Nonsense. You think you can get away with that? She replied. Your anger towards me is pointless. Worry about how to keep your life. People panicked, surrounded by disasters. Help me. I do not want to die, but still. Is there no way out? Abundance stood commanding. Signaling. Execution. Just finished with the crazed monsters. At Kali's place right now, the police surrounded. Everyone fall back. Except for the investigators sent by the Holy Order. No one is allowed inside. They were shocked. What? The people inside the building suddenly disappeared without a trace. Kali was called by Sang-di and Aoha repeatedly before stepping out. And now, she got caught up in some trouble again. Suddenly someone called her. Turns out Miss is here. She thought to herself, is that voice the divine authority of Libra? He said, Miss, it is an emergency. I will get straight to the point. Please come with me. The lady is desperately calling for you. Over at Abundance. He is torturing everyone. They were terrified too. Ao asked Sang-di. How's it over there? You are confident. I will finish it. With this, you unleash your move. A flash of light appeared. They survived. Yua worriedly asked, Are you okay? He replied, I am fine but so tired. Yua, just listen. The disasters are really angry. Abundance said. Pretty good. The generals serving the disaster god are not ordinary, he shouted. Then let us use the net you showed me. The ground is shaking violently. They looked like they were being soul-sucked. Then they collapsed. Abundance is harvesting. Iowa exclaimed. Their souls. The soul collection skill. Look at that beastkeeper. Sang-di thought. Could it be? He shouted. You bastard. Yua stopped him. Sang-di. He realized. So you are the master of that damn toad. He and Abundance faced off. He squeezed Sang-di's neck tightly, just as the net mentioned. As long as you touch the civilians, not the nobles backing, you all will lose your minds. He cursed. Let me. You bastard. He laughed. Let you go. Yaya's eyes widened. All right. Sang-di fell. He collapsed before Iha. She froze in shock. You are completely lying face down on the ground. Hurry and fill the floor. Iha calls. Sang is a goat. The sound of footsteps echoes. That is Kal. It is still too noisy up there. What is going on over there? The divine power says that on the other side is the arena managed by the Prosperity Lord. I use space shifting to sneak past the Prosperity Lord. So just keep going straight here. This place is a jail for capturing fighters and fierce beasts that will be sent to the arena. It seems like they have all been sent to the arena now. How dare he imprison the city lord in a place like this? We have to rescue him immediately. Over there. Kali is on high alert. She looks in that direction. The one being held captive. Mother, she looks worn out. The saint says that since she has lost most of her strength, she can't resist and is imprisoned by the lords. Opening this prison requires the authority of a lord. Killa gets the hint. So I brought it here. He realizes that is the city lord's artifact, the sloth's key. A special item for the sloth. Kali secretly took from Ligel's forge. A powerful light radiates. That is when Kali inserts the key into the jail. The chains snap apart. The lord collapses. She approaches. Mother. She looks up in shock. Both hands reach out. Kali. My child. You are here. I knew you would come. I missed you so much. My daughter. Suddenly she pulls her hand back just as it is about to touch her. She asks, Kali, what is wrong? She calls. Mother, I came here because I feel like this might be the last time I get to see you. Are you planning to take this body? She laughs. Of course. Because you are my vessel. Did you think I pampered you for no reason? Now, hurry and offer your body to me. Kali says. You have not changed a bit. If you keep this up, you will cause trouble again someday. Mother, Please do not hold it against me. Kali, the temporary saint of the constellation of hunters, absorbs all the power of the Libra saint. She says, I will take away all the remaining strength in your hands. The key in her hand glows brightly. The Libra saint is done. What are you doing? He gets knocked down. Kali acts decisively. The Lord cries out, Kali, stop. Why are you doing this to me? She coldly remains silent. She collapses. Exhausted, she breathes heavily. In Kali's hand is a blade. The sound of weapons clashing. Kali strikes and charges forward. The jail cell door is broken. She says, this is your last kindness. Now, even if you escape in that condition, you won't be able to regain your strength like before. Go wherever you want. Mother. She can't find the words. She smiles bitterly. Your kindness, turning me into this state. And you are calling it kindness. Just take me already. Where to? Exactly. With this body that is just a shell now. What can I do? Things should not have ended up like this. You only needed to offer your body to me. We can find a way to reclaim the throne. You are the backup I prepared after G-Cell and Akshaya. You are my new vessel. I have gathered enough data, and I am ready to deal with legal. That thing is just a vessel. No matter how easy it is to manipulate. Your purpose won't change. Why won't this kid listen to me? Don't you want to keep your body? That is exactly the purpose of the vessel. Are you really that clueless next to legal? Thinking you can live freely? You are so useless you can even fulfill your predetermined role. Furious. Let us never cross paths again. She keeps scolding. Fine. Cling to that legal and enjoy your little glimmer of hope. But when he finds out your true identity, I wonder what his face will look like. Kali, can you handle that? She hesitates as the teacher walks away. She continues. Kali, my poor, foolish, pitiful daughter, holding on to a false hope with a predestined ending. You still try to cling to life. After leaving, she regrets it, suddenly coming back here. I should be just closed my eyes and ignored it. Tears stream down her face. She wipes them away, but then cries even more. Kali blames herself. Damn it, she tells herself. It is, I have to go back to my father. The voice says to her, look at you, reaching your limit, abandoning the mother who cherished you, seeking support from a father who does not even know who you are. How pathetic. Kali is speechless, wondering, can I really go back? Suddenly, a noise startles her. She looks towards the stairs. Is not that the arena fontaine up there? What if Yuha and Sangye are up there? She runs as fast as she can. We need to help them escape quickly. We do not stand a chance against the ruler. She rushes forward. At this moment, the ruler is gripping Yuha's neck tightly. He glances at Kali. He says, who dares to barge in here? He recognizes her. The celestial vessel. Is not that a lowly copy of a human? Kali screams. Yuha. That is all for this video. Up above is a summary of the story. If you have any thoughts, leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to give me a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more exciting videos. For now, goodbye and see you next time. Bye-bye.